Chapter 1, A Letter from the City. As the newly appointed mail carrier, Hedgehog Huangli was tapping on the windowpane when Ollie was curled up into a ball, leisurely licking his paws. The previous night, he had stayed up all night guarding the peanut warehouse in town and caught 2 rats. One of them, the more plump one, named Big Brother Gray, was a regular visitor to the warehouse and also Ollie's old rival. He was cunning and his whereabouts unpredictable. Ollie had waited for him for nearly half a month, finally catching him with a single claw as Big Brother Gray tried to escape with a handful of peanuts. The victory was sweet, and Ollie probably wouldn't have to worry about finding food for 2 or 3 days. In high spirits, he lay on the windowsill of the abandoned factory, eyes half closed, fully enjoying the cautious morning light of late summer. The heart of mail carrier Huangli thumped loudly, hesitating for a long time before weakly scratching the glass with his paw. He had only been 8 months old and had taken over the heavy responsibility of being the postman for only 3 weeks. But he had already heard tales from his predecessor about the reputation of this Lihua cat right before his eyes: good at fighting, loves to cause trouble, and there had been unsuccessful attempts by over a dozen humans to tame him. Ollie heard the rustling sound outside the window but didn't open his eyes. Although Ollie believed that he should appear smiling and amiable, the young yellow kitten with fur not yet fully grown obviously didn't think so because Ollie looked truly terrifying. At first glance, he barely passed as an elegant-looking Lihua cat. Although he looked somewhat slim, he had strong limbs, a powerful tail, and a solid bone structure, clearly a good rat catcher. Unfortunately, it was all due to Ollie's face. His eyes were an uncommon green color, the corners not slightly downturned like those of ordinary cats, but instead slanted upwards, carrying an indescribable wickedness. With a straight nose bridge and clear jawline, he exuded an air of authority even without anger. Ollie carried big and small scars all over his body, especially the 5-centimeter-long claw mark above his left eye. The scar was fierce and terrifying. Some wounds were new, some old, most not properly treated, resulting in matted hair around the wounds, difficult to manage, but Ollie just let them be. His fur wasn't particularly attractive, looking grayish, which made the entire cat appear even darker. Too scary. Huangli thought as such in his heart, losing control of the force in his claws and producing a short, urgent, doo-doo sound on the glass. Ollie immediately turned his head upon hearing the sound. Sunlight illuminated the horrifying scar above his left eye, making Huangli jump in fright, almost losing his footing and falling off the windowsill. Ollie tilted his head, silently staring at the guest, flicking the tip of his tail. Huangli forcibly calmed down the uneasiness in his heart, gathered his courage, and asked, "Are you Li Shu Lihua?" Due to nervousness, his voice rose unnaturally, sounding like someone stepping on a tail. Ollie's real name was indeed Li Shu Lihua, sounding very twisted and hardly resembling a proper name. However, in places like Chulu Town, unless it was a house pet, there generally would be little effort put into naming something elegant. Names were quite casual, usually based on where they were found and the fur color or breed. For instance, Hedgehog Huangli was a yellow cat born beside a hedge. As for Ollie, he was a brown-striped Lihua cat born under a 100-year-old white pear tree at the entrance of the town. There were also 2 little sisters in the same litter, who were so cute they were invited into people's homes early on, becoming domesticated cats and naturally having different names. The second sister was called Mimi, and the youngest, Nilua Piaoshua. Ollie glanced sideways at Huangli, slowly stood up, stretching lazily with his front paws while keeping his tail flat, nonchalantly swaying it twice as a greeting. "Why your letter." When Huangli saw Ollie stand up, his tail hairs instantly fluffed out, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Then, realizing how unbecoming that was, he steadied himself, hunching his shoulders and gathering courage again, shouting louder, "Your letter." Ollie flicked his tail tip once more and showed a smile. His chin was unusually clean, but this contrasting grin made the scar by his eye appear even fiercer. "I know," Ollie replied, "thanks for the trouble." Huangli stared in astonishment at Ollie. Despite being nearly an 8-pound bulky figure, his voice was surprisingly sweet, gentle. "Then I'll leave it here." After saying this, with a thud, he jumped down from the windowsill and scurried away swiftly through the small path amidst the hedge. "Alas, but I don't know how to read." Ollie gazed slightly troubled at the letter, tilting his head, increasing the sway of his tail tip somewhat. Minutes later, helplessly lowering his head, he picked up the letter with his mouth, jumping several times onto the roof, heading toward Xiucai's house in the east side of the town. Xiucai's full name is Wang Xiucai, a silver-bedded cat who had been raised for a while in the city, and was able to read and write quite well. He lived in the first small Western-style house built in the town. Ollie quickly arrived at Xiucai's place and scampered up the drainpipe to reach the 2nd floor in a few moments. On the 2nd floor was a little balcony where Xiucai's humans had placed a circle of drying radishes on railings that emitted an odor unpleasant to cats. Ollie sniffed disdainfully and carefully avoided the circle of baskets with the letter clamped firmly between his teeth, lightly landing on the concrete surface of the balcony. "Who's there?" Xiucai immediately sprang out from the sliding window. He weighed 16 jin, about 8 kilograms, round head, round face, round belly, looking like a rolling ball from afar. "Oh, it's you, Ollie." He stopped at the threshold, sitting upright as his belly squeezed itself out from between his paws. Ollie released the letter from his mouth and sat down as well, tapping his front paws twice. "I want to ask a favor, could you take a look at this letter for me?" "Ho!" So someone actually bothered to write to you, poor guy, Shiotsai said in surprise, his already round eyes becoming even bigger. As one of the older cats in the town, he didn't hesitate to speak frankly to Ollie. He waved a paw, bring it here quick, let me see. Ollie nudged the letter toward Shiotsai with his nose. The corpulent Shiotsai deftly opened the envelope with his thick claws and flicking his tail, started reading it with interest. My dear nephew, by the time you read this letter, I may already be gone from this world. Although we have never met, after much thought, I still hope that my inheritance will be handed over to you. What's inheritance? Ollie scratched the back of his neck with a hind leg. Don't interrupt. Shiotsai glared at him. Ollie obeyed, laying flat and clasping his paws, staring wide-eyed as he listened. Shiotsai continued, you probably don't know me. Around 2 years ago, I met your mother, Adager, at Lingzi Pet Hospital in Maotsuan. Back then, neither you nor your sisters were born yet. Your mother was rescued by a human rescue team from a sewer. We hit it off, chatting about many topics, and became close friends like sisters. Later, your mother was adopted and taken to Chulu town, and I returned to my home in Maotsuan City, only managing a brief farewell where we exchanged contact details. It was also from her later letters that I found out she gave birth to you and your sisters and decided not to stay long at the house of the human family who had adopted her, opting instead to live independently. As for this event, Ollie remembered it somewhat vaguely. When he was younger, his mother once mentioned this elegant Persian cat auntie, an elderly but kind-hearted lady. Later, when his sisters were successively adopted by humans, and his mother tragically passed away after being hit by a motorcycle, this auntie, along with many soft and sweet memories of his childhood, had been sealed away. I won't elaborate on the unfortunate events that followed. I've heard your sisters are all doing well, but it truly makes me uneasy thinking about you. Having battled illness for a long time, my days are numbered, leaving me with 2 unresolved concerns. One is about my sister's only son, you, and the other is about my former human's only grandson, Chin. You roam freely outdoors, eating and sleeping under the stars, when will you finally find stability? And who will take care of Chin after I'm gone? After careful deliberation, only by entrusting Chin to you can I feel at peace. Your mother was a perfect cat, and I believe her son, you, isn't any worse. Chin is my sole remaining tie to humanity and my sole wealth, and I hope you will come and take responsibility for him. In the latter part of the letter, Auntie wrote more details about her human, Chin, leaving behind her own claw signature and the human's address. Ollie was dazed, silent for a long time. After finishing reading aloud, Shiotsai's throat was parched, so he went back into the living room to drink water from his bowl. After he finished drinking and happily returned, he saw that Ollie was still lying in the same position. Shiotsai stared at Ollie for a moment. Hey Ollie, he spoke up, what do you think? Ollie shook his head. His mind was blank now. During the 2 long years he had spent alone, he had a few opportunities to follow humans back to their homes, but none of them turned out successfully in the end. Maybe it wasn't in his nature to take charge of humans. After becoming a fully grown cat, Ollie had completely given up. Living by himself seemed perfectly fine, catching mice, eating sparrows, sometimes full, sometimes hungry, occasionally visiting his 2 sisters, retreating back to his old factory when tired. This was his territory which he exchanged for with a claw mark on his eye. Of course, there were occasional moments of loneliness, but cats are solitary creatures after all, and he didn't feel too sorrowful about it. He never thought that he would have such an auntie who cared so much about him. And now this one of very few family members who genuinely cared about him would not be around for much longer. In my opinion, Shiotsai cleared his throat, you should go. Maotsuan is quite a nice place. He raised his stout neck, his gaze drifting towards the distance as if lost in memories. Maotsuan was a city neither too large nor too small, with picturesque landscapes and pleasant climate. It had been ranked as one of the top 10 most livable cities by humans. Moreover, it was a cat city. From the mayor down, everyone in the city was a cat lover. The entire city had been remodeled into an enormous feline haven. Even in smaller towns like Chulu town, the cats dreamed of going to Maotsuan someday. But cats, being naturally homebodies, rarely ventured far unless absolutely necessary. Very few cats would make the decision to leave their birthplace for an unknown land. Ollie hesitated, licking his chin. He was not afraid of leaving Chulu town or his nest. But would the human like him? Would they welcome him into their home? Meow. Ollie flicked his tail uneasily. The autumn came and went, leaving behind golden dead trees all over town. Ollie rushed forward, stepping on dry leaves. He had just bid farewell to his 2 sisters. Mimi encouraged him to seek his own path in life, while Ni Luo cried for 2 days due to parting. Their earnest advice and a gentle breeze from his hometown were left behind in the land where he was born and grew up. Running ahead, Ollie felt the wind carrying a foreign scent blowing towards him, resonating within his chest. Around his neck hung a small bundle containing all his earthly possessions. He decided to take everything he had and search for his destined human. Ollie had never felt so exhilarated. Chapter 2, Meeting. Xin Chin is a homebody, currently living in a house left to him by his grandmother. He doesn't have to meet the expectations of his parents, instead, he follows his own heart and leads an inverted lifestyle, immersed in gaming and takeout food. As the streetlights come on, he's just woken up, glancing at the pile of cat nests and toys stacked in the corner before staring blankly at the ceiling. The old Persian cat, Coffee, had been gone for exactly 3 months now. The lack of those deep meows made the entire house feel eerily quiet. From the opposite building came a mother's voice, angry but full of concern, calling her child to dinner. Below, someone was laughing loudly, and the faint aroma of meals wafted through the air. Xin lay there for another 10 minutes before finally dragging himself out of bed. After washing up and getting dressed, he walked to the corner, bent down, and gathered the heap of stuff into his arms. On his way down the stairs, the corridor was packed with a group of very young children. They were jostling and playing around in the narrow passageway. A boy leading the group noticed Xin and screamed, "There's someone here who wants to throw away a kitten." Frightened, the children huddled together, timidly sizing up Xin. Without a word, without even looking at them, Xin walked past the space they had made, holding the cat's nest tightly. Not a kitten. Just boxes. Xin heard a little girl shouting behind him. There was another burst of loud laughter and chasing sounds. The trash can in the residential area was unusually clean, as if it had just been emptied. Xin neatly arranged everything that belonged to Coffee inside and placed them in a garbage can. Beside the can stood a stray cat food supply machine which was full, and the water dish had been refilled, yet not a single cat was in sight. While contemplating which restaurant he should get takeout from today, his feet led him unconsciously toward the long bench beside the flower beds. He sat down, and from this angle, he could see the feeding machine clearly. It was getting colder by the day, and Xin wasn't dressed warmly enough. His leg muscles trembled involuntarily in the cold wind. He raised his hand and pulled the furry scarf tighter around his neck. This scarf was the last one his grandmother had knitted for him while she was still alive. Lee was lying low in the bushes, peering through the branches at the human figure in the distance. He knew that person was his aunt's legacy. This was not Lee's first encounter with Xin, but certainly the closest one so far. It had been exactly a week since Lee had arrived in Maochun and moved into the residential complex where Xin lived. He'd only seen Xin a couple of times. From afar, Lee had observed this human standing at the entrance of the residential building, hastily receiving some inexplicable cardboard boxes before quickly disappearing from his line of sight. Though puzzled, Lee gradually understood that the shining silver door was not easy to open. All cats like him were barred from entering, but inside lived his legacy. His legacy looked pale, far too thin, of course, by cat standards. Such frail humans would find it hard to survive the winter. Lee shook his head silently. He couldn't decide how to approach, introduce himself, and get the human to bring him home. Today, the human had stayed outside for quite a long time. Did he not feel the cold without fur? Lee thought this might be a good opportunity. He could jump out unexpectedly, command Xin to become his human. Yet, he hesitated again, never having owned any human before, unsure of how to interact with one. Would he like me? Life as a stray in Maochun wasn't all that bad. Many residential areas had their own cat feeding machines for strays. The coarse grain-based food might taste odd, but it wasn't unpalatable, and Lee didn't have to worry about going hungry. The people here were relatively friendly, though few would want to get close to a claw-marked stray cat. At least no one bullied him anymore, vastly different from his life in the countryside. What troubled him most was the sheer number of cats around, which often caused territorial fights. Lee's wounds had increased significantly over the weeks. Winter was approaching, and he didn't intend to perish because of it. Lee gently moved his forepaws and, after much hesitation, edged forward another half-step quietly. As soon as he did, he quickly retracted his paw, licking it instinctively. When he first arrived in Maochun, he met a domineering big tabby cat. Big-boned and muscular, the brute wielded tremendous strength. During their scuffle, Lee carelessly stepped on broken glass trying to escape. Fine, sharp shards embedded deeply into his paw pad. His left front paw had been swollen and painful these few days, significantly larger than the right one. Thinking about it, Lee subconsciously licked his paw again and suddenly felt dizzy. Xin crouched down quietly, watching the supposedly well-hidden large cat. It was a mottled feline, dirty, with one paw seemingly inflamed, abnormally swollen, resembling a small steamed bun. He hesitated for a moment, leaning closer slightly, extending 2 fingers cautiously until they hovered right in front of the tabby cat's nose. Lee gave a start, his fur bristling. He leaned back, his shoulders hunched, uncertain whether or not he should lash out. The human had brought his hand close. What was he doing? Did he want Lee to smell his scent? But shouldn't it be the rear end for that? Yet, this human smelled so good. Lee's heart beat like a drum, his neck stiffened, and his ears flattened. Xin's fingers paused briefly, then steadily and slowly moved closer, bending to lightly rub the tip of the tabby cat's nose with his knuckles. The tabby was obviously startled, quickly moving his head away. Xin took the opportunity to stroke behind the cat's neck. Lee felt all his fur stand on end. Since leaving his mother, no one had touched him there. This sensation was strange, not uncomfortable, nor pleasant, but rather ticklish and odd. Meow, it made him want to escape. But Lee remained still. Xin Chin gradually moved closer, gently combing the tabby cat's fur with his fingertips. Such a beautiful striped cat, he thought in surprise. He couldn't believe how much affection he felt for this unfamiliar stray cat, as if it were love at first sight. "You're injured," he said softly, "do you want to go somewhere warm?" What was he talking about? Lee's green eyes widened into round glass-like orbs. "You need some food and antibiotics," Xin Chin continued, using his knuckles to rub twice more before withdrawing his hand. He then lightly took off his scarf, shook it, and brought it close to Lee's nose, teasing him like a toy. Lee's ears perked up curiously, shaking slightly. Slowly beginning to relax, he still maintained a crouching posture. His nostrils flared faintly as he smelled the unique aroma of the human from the warm scarf. It smelled so good. Using the scarf, Xin Chin carefully closed the gap with the tabby cat. He was patient, and his movements gentle. Lee started closing his eyes as the body-warm scarf wrapped around him tenderly. A faint smile creased Xin Chin's lips as he suddenly reached out and held the cat together with the scarf. Lee barely reacted before the whole cat was already tightly embraced by the human, who instinctively spread his limbs to struggle. Xin Chin softly cooed, "Shoo, don't move. We're going to see a doctor." Adjusting his position, he ensured the striped cat could settle more comfortably. Lee abruptly stopped resisting. His human was gentle, not hurting him. More importantly, the human had such a wonderful smell and a warmth like the sun. He really wanted to purr. This little guy is pretty well behaved, Xin Chin thought. He didn't return home but bundled up the striped cat with the scarf and went straight to the nearest pet clinic by taxi. While taking the taxi, Xin Chin suddenly remembered he shouldn't have thrown Coffee's cat carrier away, it might still come in handy. But then again, Coffee's pink strawberry bag looked too girly for this striped cat who seemed like a boy. Is it a boy? Xin Chin wondered curiously, looking down at the obedient large cat in his arms. A thorough checkup would be done once they arrived at the clinic. It turned out that Lee wasn't truly that obedient. Though reluctant to admit, he had been thoroughly frightened. His human placed him in a big iron box, a car, something his little sister Nilik Susno had once told him humans liked because it could run on its own. He didn't know where his human was taking him. Shattered neon lights flashed past the window, leaving kaleidoscopic streaks. Lee stared wide-eyed, capturing the fleeting patches of light with apprehension, clinging tightly to his human. The world was so vast, meow. The human's warm, solid palm pressed against his head. Lee wanted to look up at his human, but his view was obstructed, making him oddly reassured. After an unknown amount of time, the human finally climbed out of the iron box with him. Lee was brought into a strange room where the air carried an unpleasant smell cats disliked. He wrinkled his nose, disliking it immensely. Simultaneously, he noticed many of his fellow felines, along with several foolish dogs around. They were either collared or confined in peculiar cages, not exchanging any words, but transmitting vibes of restlessness through whines and barks. Where was this place? Alarmed, Lee struggled slightly, only to be quickly held tighter by his human. "Don't move," Xin Chin whispered softly, wrapping the scarf securely around the tabby's head, leaving just a small hole. Constricted spaces often provided comfort to cats. Now, this curious yet somewhat nervous striped cat warily peeked through the tiny opening at the outside world. Hiss, the striped cat sneered unfriendly at the adjacent Samoyed. The white dog excitedly wagged its tail. Unable to help himself, Xin Chin chuckled. It was getting late, but they hadn't waited long. The pet clinic was named Eat, a place Chin Xin had brought Coffee to many times before and where he was somewhat familiar with the doctor. Today, Dr. Yu was on duty. The gentle female doctor gave the tabby cat a rough examination and took a closer look at the scar above its left eye, determining it was an old injury. She seemed regretful. Dr. Yu planned to clean Lee's wound on his left forepaw with alcohol and use tweezers to remove fragments of glass. However, Lee didn't know what was happening. Suddenly, strange human scents surrounded him, and his body was restrained. Lee started becoming restless. Meow. Sister said that after joining a family and taking charge of humans, cats are expected to be presented in front of their companions for showing off. Meow, I'm not ready. Lee began shouting loudly. Unfortunately, his human couldn't understand what he was saying and only lightly stroked him, even helping the doctor hold down Lee more firmly. This caused Lee to struggle even harder. Hurry up and leave. I'm not ready yet. My fur is dirty, there are so many knots, and I haven't had time to lick myself clean yet. I'm too thin. I don't look good, I even have scars. You'll be laughed at by your companions. Lee turned his head, baring his teeth angrily toward his human. Meow. I don't want to become your laughingstock. Leave now. Maybe when I get prettier, my sisters are beautiful, we could come back later. Chin Xin listened as the tabby cat's cries grew quieter, likely due to the fact that he hadn't eaten much these past few days and was growing weaker. He frowned and asked the doctor, "Is this wound serious?" "There are a few other ones on him I haven't checked properly." The female doctor shook her head. "Just inflammation, it shouldn't be serious, but we need further inspection. Hold him tightly, I can't keep the tweezers steady." Soon after, a nurse came in to help. The three of them finally managed to restrain the exhausted large tabby. Li couldn't move his neck, so he unhappily flicked his tail back and forth. Meow, this human is such a fool. Doesn't he realize bringing me out like this for showing off will make us both the object of mockery? Li recalled a long time ago when some people had tried to take him home, but eventually gave up. Ah, this cat doesn't look very nice. He seems aggressive, just look at his eyes. So dirty, why hasn't he been washed? Throw him out. Li couldn't understand the human language fully, but he could sense the hostility and disdain in their tones. He must really not look very appealing. He definitely didn't want his kind-hearted and pleasant-smelling human to face mockery from his own kind because of him. How did he cry? Chin Xin leaned down and used one hand to gently scratch the corner of the tabby cat's eye socket. His fingertips were damp. The tabby turned his head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Dr. Yu also leaned over to check, saying, "No worries, this is normal behavior." Still, the little guy looks pretty spirited. The tabby cat had completely calmed down. Chin Xin softly rubbed his thick occiput, whispering, "It'll be done soon." Li flicked his head again, evading the human's touch. Humph, big dummy. Ow, my paws hurt. Chapter 3 Decision. Before the tabby cat struggled again, Dr. Yu quickly finished treating its left front paw and chuckled as he pinched the back of the tabby's neck. This kid is fine, a bit thin, but healthy overall. Is it a stray? Do you want me to insert a microchip for it? Shin was a little stunned, he hadn't thought that far ahead. He wasn't originally someone with a special affection for pets. His previous cat, Mocha, had been left to him by his grandmother. Mocha was a very gentle female Persian cat who, because of her old age, was very steady and never caused trouble. Shin barely spent any effort raising her. However, adopting this tabby cat would be Shin's own decision. He didn't consider himself someone worthy of trust, and taking responsibility for a life in his current state of aimless living seemed irrational. Nevertheless, Shin couldn't help but look down at the tabby cat that had unexpectedly entered his life. The cat, still seemingly mad at him, turned only its hindbrain towards him, yet its body was tightly pressed against Shin's arm, soft and warm. Shin paused momentarily, lost in thought. Dr. Yu, hearing no reply, looked up puzzled and instinctively glanced at the tabby cat sulking alone. The dirty tabby was lethargically licking its forearm. Dr. Yu nodded in understanding. Oh, if you don't plan to keep it, bring it back in 2 weeks after its paw has healed for neutering. Male cats have a better chance of survival after being neutered. Shin nodded. In the wild, neutered male cats have a much higher survival probability. They tend to be more peaceful and less likely to get involved in territorial or reproductive conflicts. Regardless of whether Shin decided to adopt the tabby cat, he chose to have it neutered. He reached out and poked the round head of the tabby. The tabby looked up, tilted its head curiously at Shin for a moment, then meowed softly, a sweet, tender sound. Would you like a home? Shin wondered, or do you prefer a life of freedom? As they spoke, laughter rang out from the doorway. Shin looked up to see a tall woman with long hair wearing a floral dress walking in. She was particularly tall, and her smile exuded warmth. Cradled in her arms was a large tuxedo-patterned cat. Shin recognized her as Dr. Dai, the owner of Eat More Clinic. The cat in her arms was the clinic's prized treasure, Dai Mashu, a 5-year-old black-spotted cat. It wasn't Dr. Dai's turn for the late shift today, and she was dressed casually, apparently about to go out. Recognizing Shin, she greeted him warmly, "How's your coffee doing? It's been quite a while since the last checkup." Regular checks are still preferable. Coffee had passed away peacefully in its sleep, suffering almost no torment. The people at the clinic were still unaware of the news. Shin managed a smile, "Coffee is gone. Thank you for always taking care of her." Dr. Dai and Dr. Yu both hesitated for a moment. Though regrettable, birth, aging, sickness, and death were common human experiences. They didn't inquire further but chatted about other things casually. Dr. Dai noticed the tabby lying on the operating table and exclaimed, "Decided on the next cat so soon." She bent down to inspect the tabby cat. The Mashu in her arms also opened his eyes and stared at the tabby cat intently. Sensing the presence of another feline, the tabby swiftly lifted its head, glaring at Mashu, and began tensing its limbs. "Hey, brat." Mashu lazily began, his eyes full of mockery. "What a dirty little thing." Ally bared her teeth, flipping from her lying position into an upright sitting posture, looking straight into the big cat's eyes. "What kind of cat are you? So impolite." Mashu didn't seem annoyed, continuing to meow teasingly, "Why doesn't your human comb you properly? Did you take charge of an incompetent human?" "Not at all." Ally shouted loudly, "My human is great. He's the best human in the world." The two cats exchanged retorts one after another, their voices growing louder. "Uh-oh, don't fight," Dr. Dai assumed they weren't getting along, shifting Mashu a bit farther away. "Dai Mashu, what's gotten into you? Bullying others, huh? No more canned food for you." Mashu let out a yawn, meowing back nonchalantly, "I'm not bullying him. I was just chatting enthusiastically. Canned food, I still want some." Ally widened her eyes in astonishment. You understand what the humans are saying?" Mashu, hearing this, stretched his head out from Dr. Dai's shoulder, squinting as he gave Ally a sideways glance. Of course, he said proudly, flicking his tail. I even have a university degree. My human language proficiency is at level 6. With that, he smugly twitched his whiskers. University. Human language. What were those? Ally tilted her head curiously. Mashu basked in his self-importance for a while, only to realize that his audience wasn't paying attention. A bit put out, he added, let me tell you, though the university cats of Maochun are everywhere these days, getting into university isn't easy. I'm an outstanding graduate with top scores, it's a great honor that one rarely finds even among 10,000 cats. The Feline Education Committee even invited me to be their permanent member. Ally tilted her head further. Meow, I don't understand what you're talking about. What's a university? And what's a committee? Mashu blinked, then abruptly stood up, placing his front paws on Dr. Dai's shoulder and staring at Ally in astonishment after looking her over. After a short pause, he suddenly burst out laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. You're an illiterate cat, aren't you? Ha ha ha. Mashu laughed so outrageously that Dr. Dai frowned and swatted him on the head, forcefully pushing him down. Mashu immediately shrank back but stuck his head out, continuing to mew, hey, where are you from? Are you one of the Maochun cats? Ollie instinctively sensed that this black and white large cat was mocking her, so she pursed her lips and refused to reply. At this moment, Chin-Sin had already left to get some medicine. Feeling bored, Ollie turned around, curled herself up, closed her eyes, and went to sleep. Dai Mashu became restless when there was no response, kicking his legs impatiently. Say something. Where are you from? Have you really never been to school? Hey, how come you're not speaking anymore? Ugh, you're killing my nerves. Dr. Dai grew annoyed by his antics, freed him from her grip, and placed Mashu atop a cage nearby, pointing at his nose with a warning, Dai Mashu, listen carefully now, don't you dare bully the big tabby. Watch out or I'll beat you. Mashu pulled his head back as much as possible to avoid Dr. Dai's finger and casually replied, meow meow, not bullying, not bullying. Seeing him become obedient, Dr. Dai stopped supervising and petted the round head of the tabby before leaving. Ollie shook her head forcefully, lifting her hind paw to scratch the place Dr. Dai had touched. Mashu lay comfortably with his claws tucked under him, attempting to restart the conversation. But Ollie had decided not to talk to this obnoxious big cat anymore, so she ignored all his meowing. At this moment, Chin-Sin returned with a packet of medicine in hand. He gently stroked the tabby cat's back. Does it still hurt? We'll go home soon. The tabby cat flipped over and looked up at him. Even though it was just a dirty tabby, Chin-Sin thought it must have been a great beauty. Oh, wrong, doctor, you checked earlier, it was a boy. A real handsome fellow. Ollie tilted her head upward and squinted her eyes as she gazed at her human. Although she didn't fully understand what he was saying, she still felt pleasant. She swung her tail tip a little and unintentionally let out a sweet mew. Mashu above chuckled as he watched them. Ollie irritably turned her head to glare at him. Mashu saw that she was paying attention again and quickly lowered his head, shouting, hey, little tabby, do you want to know what your human is saying? Ollie originally didn't intend to talk to him but couldn't resist standing up at his words. Can I really understand too? Of course, Mashu said smugly, his golden eyes filled with laughter. If you tell me your story, I'll teach you how to comprehend human language. Ollie hesitated and flicked her tail uncertainly. Hey, don't doubt me. Ask around if you will, any cat in Maochun City who has seen the world knows me, Dai Mashu. Though I haven't reached the wisdom of 5 carts yet, understanding human speech comes easily to me. Mashu spoke rapidly with a high-pitched, urgent voice. Some words were unclear to Ollie, but she understood the main point. Cats could also communicate with humans. In the past, Ollie might have dismissed this idea, but now. She raised her head and glanced again at her human. Chin-Sin thought that the tabby cat had quickly made a new friend and smiled as he scratched its head. Mashu is the clinic's mascot. We can see him again next time we come. If only she could understand human words, how wonderful that would be. Ollie perked up her tail and looked firmly at Mashu. I want to learn. I want to be like you. Please tell me about the university. Mashu happily stood up, turning in circles with excitement. Sure. But today's too late. Your human is taking you back. When you come next time, I'll wait for you here. Ollie narrowed her eyes and sincerely said, thank you. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Mashu chuckled breathlessly. I love being a teacher. Ollie closed her eyes for a brief moment, then opened them determinedly, looking straight at Mashu. Tell me everything about the university, please. Absolutely, Mashu exclaimed cheerfully. But today's too late, as I said. Once you return next time, I'll be here waiting. Chin-Sin carefully rewrapped the tabby cat in a scarf, held the cat in his arms, and bid farewell to the doctors and nurses at the clinic. The night had deepened, and the cold wind swirled around as it came. The myriad lights of homes were scattered in the evening breeze, resembling flickering stars. The cat in his arms suddenly began to purr, like a little warm stove. Chin-Sin smiled. Then, he'll just keep it. A cat that will be entirely, only his. Chapter 4, Getting Along. The decision came so easily and naturally. After making the decision, Xin actually sighed in relief. This was probably the first major decision he had made since resigning from his job. However, after the brief relaxation, a myriad of practical problems came rushing in. The first and foremost was how he would support himself and the calico cat. Actually, the survival issue had always been there after his resignation, it's just that Xin didn't deliberately think about it before. Now, with an added responsibility, he could no longer avoid these questions. Since graduating from university, Xin had joined a fairly decent IT company where overtime work was as common as eating meals under high pressure. This indeed brought him a substantial income and comfortable life, but he didn't like such a lifestyle. He yearned for more freedom in terms of time and space. But what exactly did more freedom mean? Xin never arrived at a clear answer. 6 months ago, when his grandmother passed away, Xin resolutely chose to leave and started a carefree single life. Besides daily expenses, he didn't spend much money on himself. Although a true shut-in, Xin rarely indulged in expensive hobbies related to the anime culture. He only bought legitimate games now and then, thus saving up some money. Yet, no matter how frugal he was, without additional income sources, it was still hard to sustain. The arrival of the calico cat finally made Xin face his own issues. Xin carried the cat home. The house was a simply designed small duplex. Upstairs were his bedroom and gaming room, while downstairs consisted of the kitchen, living room, and balcony. Xin closed all the doors, limiting the calico cat's exploration area so it could adapt as soon as possible. He planned to settle the calico cat in the corner near the balcony in the living room. This used to be Coffee's domain. Almost everything belonging to Coffee had been cleared out by then. Xin found a few cardboard boxes and temporarily set them up as the calico cat's bed and litter box. Fortunately, he had picked up a bag of cat food from the clinic, so there was no worry about feeding it, hoping this calico wouldn't mind the taste of the cat food. As Ali entered and was placed down, his human was pacing back and forth holding cardboard boxes, doing something incomprehensible. Ali watched him for a while and soon lost interest. At that moment, he had come into a completely new territory. The innate hunter instincts in his blood began to stir, with the impulse to demarcate his own territory growing louder. First, Ali walked around in small circles nearby, tilted his head to look at his human, and seeing that the other paid no attention, finally relaxed. With nose held high, he sniffed around carefully, trying to leave his scent in every corner of the house. He was patient, skillfully restraining his curiosity and maintaining constant vigilance. But nothing happened. Soon, the territorial inspection on the ground was completed. Lifting his head, Ali squinted, scrutinizing the towering structures above. There were scratch marks left by another cat, which seemed to be an inevitable realm he needed to conquer. After briefly tidying up, Xin fetched a bowl from the kitchen, one that he normally used for eating. Wiping it clean, Xin poured out an appropriate amount of cat food and mixed in some medicine snacks kindly given by the doctor, planning to slip the anti-inflammatory medication inside and give it to the calico cat. With a jingle-jangle sound, the granules of cat food dropped into the white porcelain bowl, producing crisp sounds. The calico cat, who was secretly patrolling his new territory, hearing the sound, quickly darted out from the gap between the sofa cushions and stealthily observed Xin's movements through the spaces in the pillows. When Xin turned his head, he saw the other quietly retreating further into the shadow, attempting to disappear from his line of sight, causing him to smile involuntarily. "Come here," he called out, suddenly realizing he should give the calico cat a name. Generally, cats take their owner's surnames. The first name that popped into Xin's mind was Simba. But looking at the scar on the calico cat's left cheek, Xin felt the name wasn't quite fitting. And calling it Scar wouldn't do either, as Scar was a villain and sounded entirely unadorable. Thinking this way, absent-mindedly, he jiggled the bowl in his hand, making a light clinking sound. Ali heard the sound, his heart itched with curiosity as he tentatively poked his head out. He had already inspected his new territory. This house was so big, it might not match the abandoned factory he once lived in the countryside, but it was certainly enough for a cat. Moreover, the air was filled with his favorite human smell, which made Ali very satisfied. The faint scent of another cat lingered in the air too, and Ali guessed it came from the strange-smelling ant he had never met. Hopefully, she was happy wherever she was now. While Ali was lost in thought, the human made strange noises again. Ali vaguely understood that his human was calling him, but he suddenly felt shy. Meow, should I show friendliness to my human so early? After all, it was only my first day. With a flick of his tail tip, he meowed softly. Xin was somewhat surprised, not expecting the calico cat to be so bold. It was the first time the cat came to his home, yet it showed neither panic nor restlessness. Cats that were fearful and lacked a sense of security would usually show signs of being scared of people, or have unusual aggressiveness and strong territorial instincts, emotions that indicated an imbalance. On the contrary, this calico cat, after entering the house, quickly but cautiously inspected its new territory before relaxing, gradually walking back and forth with confidence. Its tail stood high, showing both curiosity and a willingness to communicate, although it remained hidden in the corner. The posture radiated interest and playfulness more than anything else. This was a good sign. It seemed that the calico cat really liked its new home. Xin softly tried making chirping sounds. Come here, it's time to eat. Ali stared at his human, taking one small step forward and then stopping again, continuing to gaze at the other. He pondered whether he should give his human a name. His sisters had given names to their humans, and other family-oriented cats had such habits as well. Since Ali now also belonged to the category of human-owned, he thought it would be appropriate to take on his responsibilities quickly. For instance, coming up with a beautiful name. What should I call him? The man and the cat simultaneously thought about this question, both distracted momentarily. Xin continued patiently shaking the white porcelain bowl. Ali watched him intently, though he wasn't sure what looked beautiful in human eyes. His human definitely seemed very attractive. His limbs were symmetrical, and the fact that humans only needed 2 paws to run or walk still puzzled Ali. His human also had shiny eyes, and head fur that looked soft and inviting enough to lick, if only there were more of those patches of hair left on him. So pitiful. And Ali remembered when he was extremely young, so small that he could even fit through a rat hole. Back then, his mother was still around. She had a soft body and smelled nice. After each hearty feeding of milk, she would groom his fur from head to toe and tenderly call him Miwu. His mother told him that Miwu was a term of endearment. Humans liked calling their beloved cats this, despite pronouncing it quite strangely. One day in the future, Ali would meet someone who loved him and called him by that cherished name. Unfortunately, Ali's mother had parted ways with her own human family unexpectedly, but Ali knew she must still long for them. Ali decided to name his human Miwu. Miwu. Ali shouted at his human. Why did you call me? All Xin heard was the calico cat mewing at him, not understanding what it meant. He simply crossed his legs and sat down, resuming the bowl-shaking process. Come over and eat. Aren't you hungry? Ali hesitated for a moment, stepping out from his hiding place. This time, I'll take the first step. Miwu, remember your name. Come over. Smiling, Xin watched the calico cat slowly pacing back and forth on the sofa, suddenly pausing. Then the cat straightened itself proudly, raising its head with a serious look on its face, letting out several cries whose meaning escaped Xin. Miwu, your name is Miwu. That's the name I gave you. Ali repeated it several times. He'd heard that humans have poor memories and understanding skills, so he'd better teach him well. Staring sternly from above, Ali solemnly announced, since I've taken over responsibility for you, I will take care of you. From now on, you belong to me. I'll be kind to you, play with you, and do my best to ensure you're always full and happy. You won't learn how to catch mice, but I will help you with that. If you desire another prey, I will try my best to provide it for you. It's my duty. I'm not your first cat, nor will I be your last. But during the time I am responsible for you, I'll be your only cat. Ali's declaration came out haltingly. Having lost his mother at an early age, she hadn't had time to teach him how to elegantly take charge of a human. Some parts of the declaration he heard from other cats, but he didn't fully recall them or know how to improve. Who could blame him since it was his first time managing a human? Though Ali was just a country bumpkin cat, he understood that only by making this oath could he officially take charge of his human, share his home, his food, and his affection. I may not be the best cat now, but I will work hard. Someday, I will become the greatest, and make you proud, Miwu. Xin could hardly suppress his laughter as he watched the calico cat meowing solemnly, not knowing what it was saying to itself. He put down the white porcelain bowl and extended his left hand, palm upward, curling his fingers to beckon the cat over. The calico quieted down, tightened its jaw with authority, and stood up gracefully, stepping lightly onto the high back of the sofa. It turned around, gave him another look, and then suddenly leaped down with a strong kick of its legs. With its flexible body, it stretched out its limbs in the air and swiftly arrived beside Xin. At a half-meter's distance, it sat upright again. Meow, I'm here, Ali greeted. Xin couldn't resist reaching out to pet the round head of the calico cat. Fortunately, the cat didn't bristle, seemingly not at all bothered. Instead, it obediently bent its body, moving closer to sniff at the bowl of cat food. The smell of Miwu's stuff was fishy and seemed quite delicious. Was this human food? Thank you, Miwu. Ali mumbled a vague thank you before taking a few more steps and burying his head in the white porcelain bowl, munching away heartily. Meow, the texture is strange, but the taste is pretty good. Xin sighed in relief. Since the calico didn't reject the cat food, the eating problem was temporarily resolved. Recalling how gracefully the calico had jumped from a height, Xin suddenly had an idea. Leonidas. Leonidas was the king of Sparta, the bravest warrior, a game character that Xin liked. And in the movie, Leonidas also had a scar on his left eye, which resembled the serious and stern calico cat. Xin chuckled lightly as he said to the calico, how about calling you Spartan? Meow. Ali looked up confusedly. Hello, Spartan. Xin smiled at him. Ali didn't know that from this moment on, he had a special human of his own, a new home, and a new name. All he knew right now was that human food was quite tasty. The night wind blew in from the balcony, carrying a cool autumn breeze. But his human was by his side, radiating warmth. Chapter 5, The Cat School. Xin Qin originally wanted to let Sparta explore the upstairs space the next day, so he left the Li Hua cat in the downstairs living room. Though the weather was starting to cool down, it wasn't that severe yet. He placed thick old clothes inside a cardboard box, making it look quite cozy for a long sleep. The Li Hua cat showed no dissatisfaction with this modest new nest and quickly figured out its purpose. It turned around a few times in the nest, pawing around until it found a comfortable position, curling up into a ball and closing its eyes. Good night then, Sparta. Xin Qin squatted down to bid farewell to the Li Hua cat. Upon hearing this, Sparta opened his eyes again, lifting his chin to glance at him. Xin Qin reached out to scratch under his chin. Sparta closed his eyes once more and began to purr. Xin Qin chuckled and reached out to gently touch the soft belly of the Li Hua cat. Sparta extended a paw, lightly placing it on Xin Qin's hand. Mew, it softly responded. Xin Qin gently said goodbye, sweet dreams. Despite having things on his mind, Xin Qin unexpectedly had a sound and sweet sleep. For a long time, it was the first time he had fallen asleep before midnight. Playing games often led him to stay up late, sometimes even all night. He lived an upside-down life. The last time he woke up in the morning felt like a distant memory. However, when Xin Qin opened his eyes, he immediately noticed something unusual. His chest felt heavy, as if something warm was pressing against it, nearly suffocating him. He lifted his head slightly to try to see clearly. Suddenly, a cat's paw came into view, with a paw pad directly covering his mouth. Mew. Spartan, you're finally awake. Xin Qin looked a bit stunned, taking a moment to remember that there was now a Li Hua cat in his house. And right now, this overly familiar big cat was dominating his bed, sprawled across his chest without hesitation. Yet, he distinctly remembered locking the bedroom door last night. How did Sparta get in? Mew. Don't sleep anymore. You've already slept all night, it's time for breakfast. Sparta called out to his human quietly. Last night, his human abandoned him and went to sleep without any consideration. After being left alone in the dark for a while, Sparta, feeling wide awake, climbed upstairs following the scent. Once there, he surveyed the new area. Everything seemed fine. Even though his human was sleeping soundly high above, it posed no problem for an experienced cat like himself. Sparta landed softly on the human's blanket. The soft and fragrant texture made him feel drowsy too. Coiled near his human, finding a comfortable spot, Sparta also drifted off to sleep. However, as soon as the dawn broke, Sparta awoke early while his human continued to slumber peacefully. Unable to tolerate it, Sparta paced back and forth across his human's chest, trying to wake him up. Now his human had finally woken up. This was their first day together, it deserved celebration. Mew, Sparta prolonged the sound, rubbing his fluffy chin against the human's nose and sticking out his tongue to lick the tip of the human's nose. Xin Qin covered his nose and laughed. Alright, I'll get up. Initially worried that Sparta, being a former stray with injuries, would need a long recovery period, it now seemed entirely unnecessary. This cat was just overly confident and very familiar. Rising up, Sparta slid from the quilt into his arms. Xin Qin bent down and kissed Sparta firmly on the forehead. Only after remembering Sparta hadn't bathed due to his wound did he groan aloud. You go down. Mew, full of vitality, looks like my human is a very healthy one. Sparta, contentedly meowing, easily leapt down from the bed and padded quietly down the stairs. Sunlight burst through the balcony windows, illuminating the downstairs living room with golden light. Finding his temporary cardboard toilet in his corner, Sparta intended to take care of his needs. Just then, strange knocking sounds came from the balcony's sliding glass window. Sparta perked his ears up alertly, padding forward cautiously to peek outside. On the balcony stood a pair of unusual visitors. The jays. Though named by humans, birds often proudly referred to themselves that way, but to cats, crows were merely birds, only differentiated into two types, annoying ones, edible, and more annoying ones, inedible. Jays, although better looking than black ravens, still sported ridiculous black beards under their chins, retaining bird-like features. Sparta snorted through his nostrils, shaking his whiskers, itching to move his paws. The pair of jays looked like a married couple. They were startled by the situation, flapping their wings and cawing in alarm. Among them, the male bird spoke fluent feline vernacular, though his gestures were comically exaggerated. Oh dear, Master Cat. Good morning to you. We are message birds, here to deliver your message. Please don't be alarmed. Sparta glanced toward the staircase, confirming Miwu had not yet come downstairs. He then turned around and licked his lips, saying, Speak on. Nervously encouraged by his wife, the male bird stepped forward again. With great trepidation, he began, We have been entrusted by Mr. Dai Masu from the Ditalot Clinic to bring you this oral message regarding the cat school. At first, Sparta was puzzled when he heard the name, Dai Masu, until he remembered it was that somewhat bothersome big black cat. Go ahead, said Sparta as he paced on the soft carpet beneath him, settling into a comfortable position with his chin resting on his paws, staring intently at the jay couple. Under intense pressure, Mr. J began reciting Dai Masu's message in fits and starts. Thus spake Dai Masu, esteemed Li Hua Cat compatriot, our brief meeting yesterday was indeed auspicious. One day without seeing you feels like 3 autumns apart. Sparta raised his head, utterly perplexed. What nonsense was this bird blabbering about? Unperturbed, Mr. J continued. Fortunately, the rest of Dai Masu's message became simpler and more straightforward. Most of the Li Hua Cats understood it. Dai Masu told the Li Hua Cats that to become as learned as he was, they must attend cat school, completing relevant coursework and obtaining the advanced qualification certificate for felines. Cat school was an umbrella term for all educational systems designed exclusively for cats, categorized into nursery classes, elementary school, middle school, high school, and university. Nursery and primary schools mainly taught practical knowledge to help newly independent kittens better adapt to human life. Middle school introduced subject division, high school focused on specialized selection, while university allowed each cat to deepen their studies based on their preferred major. Passing every stage required a concluding exam after which they could proceed to the next level. Since the curriculum was demanding, not all cats could pass these exams. In fact, only about 30% of the feline population entered university, among whom only half managed to graduate with an advanced qualification certificate. And Dai Masu, naturally, was among the rare elite, a remarkable intellectual mind who graduated excellently just 2 years prior. Sparta quickly skipped over the long boastful part about Dai Masu and directly asked the question he was most interested in: if I go to school, will I, like Dai Masu, be able to understand human language? This was not included in Dai Masu's original message, but since Mr. J was a seasoned crow, he nodded confidently. Regarding this matter, if you study diligently, you will soon find the answer yourself. Confused, Sparta flicked his ears. Was the answer yes or no? But he didn't dwell on it for long. The phrase, study diligently, sounded very impressive to him, making him feel delighted. He wagged his tail and asked the Jays, I want to enter the cat school. Did Dai Masu tell you what I should do? Yes, indeed, my primary purpose here is to convey Mr. Dai Masu's instructions for you. Mr. J nodded and signaled his wife to bring forth their package. It was a stack of booklets that contained diagrams and explanations when unfolded. Unfortunately, Sparta couldn't read the meow characters, so he furrowed his whiskers in frustration. Sensing his confusion, Mr. J promptly provided clarification. Mr. Dai Masu says this preschool manual is a preview textbook. All students attending preschool must be familiar with its contents beforehand and arrive at class with questions. At the end of the manual, there are compulsory questions for the cat classroom. They must be completed before you can smoothly enroll. Mr. Dai Masu has already arranged for you a spot in the preschool class starting in a week. Such spots are rare, and it cost him 2 cans of beef to secure it. He hopes you'll cherish this opportunity. Dai Masu truly deserved his title as a man of letters, even considering Sparta's challenges, prompting Sparta to develop a slight fondness for him. Mrs. J pushed the manual into the corner of the floor-to-ceiling window. Mr. J continued, now, I will convey Mr. Dai Masu's final instruction: all learning content from the cat classroom must, under any circumstances, remain strictly confidential from humans. Otherwise, revealing the supreme secrets of the feline world would bring catastrophic consequences to our entire species. As Mr. J delivered the message, he would mimic the demeanor and tone of the sender. When Spartacus heard him speaking earnestly, he involuntarily sat up straight and puffed out his chest. What exactly is a catastrophic consequence? He humbly asked. Mr. J hesitated again, pondering for a moment before answering. A catastrophic consequence means something extremely terrible. Spartacus closed his eyes to recall what was extremely terrible. The feeling of being famished for 2 weeks while failing to catch any mice came to mind, causing his fur to bristle unconsciously. He opened his eyes and solemnly nodded. I understand now. Mr. J sighed in relief, glad that the task of delivering the message was finally over. Then I shall leave this preschool learning manual here for your perusal. Please remember not to let humans discover it. Study quietly on your own. My wife and I will come visit you again at the same time tomorrow. By then, if you have any questions, I will be happy to clarify them. With that, he performed an elegant wing farewell salute and swiftly flew away with his wife. Spartacus licked his whiskers as he watched Mr. J and his wife depart. Today had been filled with so much new knowledge. Still, one question lingered: what exactly was a wife? He swished his tail across the carpet, lost in thought. Suddenly, a shadow swept past overhead. Spartacus looked up. It was Miwu. What are you sitting there doing? Miwu tilted her head down, looking curiously at the tabby cat below her, softly asking, are you hungry? Miwu. You're here. If you're hungry, let's eat first and play later. Miwu, do you remember your name is Miwu? Would you like yesterday's cat food? I'll change the water in your bowl. You really seem to like it. Miwu, I'm such a genius, I've picked an excellent name for you. The human and the cat exchanged responses as though speaking entirely different languages, yet both felt they'd found good listeners in each other. Chapter 6, Cat Kindergarten. It wasn't until the noon hour when the sun climbed to the top of the old tree in the courtyard that Spartacus finally had the chance to go to the balcony to retrieve his pre-kindergarten workbook. Shinchin had always been very cautious, keeping the windows and doors tightly shut, worrying about Spartacus sneaking out in a moment's carelessness. He still retained the mindset of a stray cat at this stage, without yet developing the awareness of a domesticated house cat. Maochun is a famous city for its love of cats, where living conditions for felines are superior to most cities in the country. Some cat owners advocate free-range raising practices for their pets. If conditions allow, letting cats roam freely can indeed be a good method. Cats are, after all, a species inclined to hunting, and broader spaces can help them express their natural behaviors and live happier lives. Even so, in a place as pet-friendly as Maochun, people were still hesitant to let their house cats venture outside at will. Even with embedded microchips and identification collars on domesticated cats, it's hard to fully avoid unexpected situations from happening. Thus, cautious owners preferred keeping their cats safe indoors. Shinchin believed he'd already been quite careful, but during one moment when he went to the balcony to fetch clothes, he didn't manage to close the glass door in time. In an instant, Spartacus darted through and slipped onto the balcony. His speed was so great that Shinchin couldn't react in time. Fortunately, Spartacus seemed not particularly curious about the outside world. Instead, he leapt to the corner of the balcony, lunged once, spun around, and dashed back inside faster than lightning, leaving behind a bewildered Shinchin. Spartacus, clutching his workbook in his mouth, wandered around the house for half a day before finding a perfect hiding place, the narrow gap between the sofa and the wall corner. He measured the width of the gap with his whiskers, it was perfect. Spartacus squeezed himself and the workbook into the tiny space, retreating into the cramped nook. The confined area brought him infinite security and satisfaction. Contentedly, Spartacus spat out the workbook and meticulously licked himself clean as a reward. As he groomed, a wave of drowsiness overcame him. Half closing his eyes, he struggled to stay awake. But the sleepiness was sweet and irresistible, and he eventually gave in, curling up into a ball and falling asleep. "I'll deal with studying later," he murmured softly, snoring. Shinchin searched the house for half an hour but could not find the tabby cat. After checking the doors and windows and ruling out any possibility of the cat having escaped, he stopped worrying. Glancing at the clock, it was 2:30 in the afternoon, way too early compared to his usual schedule. After some thought, Shinchin decided to head to the gaming room to surf the web for some inspiration. The gaming room was repurposed from the study. Unnecessary decorations were removed, and it now housed a full set of high-end gaming equipment purchased by Shinchin. His current profession is a video game streamer, an unknown one on the Cat live streaming platform, doing live gameplay commentary. Shinchin has loved playing video games since childhood, with excellent gaming intuition and superior skills. No matter what game he plays, he consistently achieves impressive results. However, his live streams are silent, and he rarely does self-promotion. Among the countless streamers online, he is as ordinary as a speck of dust, so it's unsurprising that he doesn't have many fans. For most successful streamers, they can sign contracts with platforms to earn some base pay, but their main income source comes from viewer tips. Shinchin formally entered the streaming industry about 6 months ago. In his opinion, being a game streamer closely resembles ancient actors or performers. When an actor performs well, they might receive direct tips from spectators. Wealthy patrons could even throw cash right onto the stage. Nowadays, such straightforward monetary transactions are rare. Most people's jobs don't involve such blatant financial exchanges. Even actors in the entertainment industry make their money indirectly through box office receipts. The advantage of this kind of work lies in its simplicity. Your popularity directly predicts your income, and your sole focus is on entertaining your fans. Taking all these considerations into account, Shinchin finds that this kind of job suits him relatively well. It allows him to do what he enjoys while earning a livelihood. However, at present, the first problem he needed to solve was how to attract fans and please them. Shinchin's goal was simple, so his approach was equally straightforward. First, he logged online and entered Cat live streaming, spending an hour visiting the channels of several popular streamers featured on the homepage. He studied their channel names, broadcasting times, and past performance records. Given the current time of day, many channels weren't airing any content, yet numerous fans still gathered there chatting and scrolling aimlessly. Shinchin chose a few live streams similar to his own nature, joining the fan chats, asking about which games were currently popular among mainstream audiences. After finishing browsing the live platform, he logged into his Weibo account. A few zombie-like inactive followers remained there. Although he hadn't deleted them, he scrolled down the follower list, found a familiar avatar, and initiated a private chat. The other person's Weibo ID was Cat live streaming _love scrambled eggs, also a game streamer on the Cat platform with decent popularity, considered to be a small-time influencer. Scrambled eggs had been streaming for less time than Shinchin, about 4 months. However, he worked hard and, at the beginning of his streaming career, frequently interacted with other streamers. His live broadcasts were highly entertaining, quickly gathering a small group of fans. Scrambled Eggs and Shinchin happened to follow each other purely by chance. Initially, Scrambled Eggs just casually visited a few rooms of game streamers on Cat. After watching Shinchin's gameplay, he greatly admired his skills and persistently asked for his Weibo account via private messages, becoming mutual followers. Though they didn't often chat in daily life, every tweet from Shinchin would be liked by Scrambled Eggs, making them friendly likers. Shinshin thought consulting scrambled eggs' way to fame might still work. Mood swing, disturbing you, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to talk about promoting your live room? Shinshin had already prepared himself for either being ignored or dealt with superficially after finishing typing, but unexpectedly, the other party responded enthusiastically, which caught him off guard. Tabby Cat live streaming _love scrambled eggs, wow. The great god actually took the initiative to talk to me. I have time, I have time. Mood swing, I am not a god, you can call me Mood. Tabby Cat live streaming _love scrambled eggs, can I call you handsome instead? Mood swing. Despite the fact that the other party seemed unreliable, Shinshin still added him as a Q friend. Scrambled eggs was quite enthusiastic. Upon hearing that Shinshin planned to seriously develop his live room, he loudly agreed that he should have done so long ago. A god like you is buried among the common folk, it makes my heart ache. He sent a frog spitting blood emoji. Your XF ranking must have reached 500 strong, right? Shinshin couldn't help but smile and typed back, no, I didn't go for grading last season. Scrambled eggs expressed deep regret. He was a chatty person, fitting perfectly with his lively broadcast style. Usually, when he typed more than 10 lines of text, Shinshin only managed to respond with one line. For Shinshin wanting to become famous, Scrambled Egg strongly approved. His advice to Shinshin was very clear, find a persona. Nowadays, in the fan economy, what's emphasized is having a persona, which serves as the selling point. Shinshin was puzzled and asked what a persona meant. Scrambled Egg sounded somewhat proud. This was something you wouldn't understand. For instance, if I wanted to promote your live room to others, how would I introduce you? The description I use is the image you need to display to your audience. Whether the words used to describe you can attract new audiences mainly depends on whether your setup is appealing. Of course, he admitted this wasn't as simple as it sounded. These days, fans are extremely shrewd, very difficult to fool. You think you've crafted a perfect persona, but they may not buy it. Sometimes being too clever could even cause you to fail miserably. What I said before was merely theory. Based on my years of observation, most successful streamers need a turning point, which is often something beyond control. To put it simply, it's good luck. Encouraged by scrambled eggs, Shinshin began to carefully consider what his selling points were. First, he excelled at games, but he wasn't good at humorous commentary, meaning creating strategy-oriented or tutorial videos would suit him better. Second, Shinshin struggled to think of another aspect, which left him feeling a bit melancholic. As Shinshin was striving to reflect on and summarize the highlights of his life, Spartacus had just awakened from a sweet nap. He slowly opened his eyes, dazedly yawning to wake up fully. I should start studying now. Spartacus laboriously sat up. The space in the corner was too small, and though Spartacus wasn't a large cat yet, his back muscles were compressed. The little fluffy ball, still slightly disoriented, twisted his neck to glance at the study manual, suddenly remembering Mew. I wonder if Mew was bored while I slept. Meow, I'll go check on him first. Spartacus deftly climbed out from his hiding place, sniffing to confirm the direction before bounding upstairs with swift steps. Mew was inside a small room with the door ajar. Spartacus easily pushed open the door with his side. Mew, he called to his human. As soon as Shinshin looked up, he saw his calico cat tilting his head to look at him. Shinshin smiled, tapping on the table to beckon Spartacus, come here. Spartacus dashed over, shrugged, and propelled himself with his hind legs, leaping onto Shinshin's knees in an instant. Shinshin was reminded of its dirty fur and couldn't help but feel uneasy. But the cat had already jumped up, so it wasn't possible to send him away. While complaining, Shinshin gathered Spartacus carefully to prevent him from falling down. Spartacus didn't seem to care at all, he turned a few circles, sat down, lifted his chin, and just happened to see the glowing screen and the jumping cursor. Meow. Spartacus stood up and swiped with his claws, trying to catch the cursor, only to be quickly pressed back by Shinshin. You need to be good, Shinshin gently rubbed his head. Although Spartacus didn't understand the words, he still retracted his claws obediently and tilted his head, rubbing against Shinshin's chest. Shinshin silently prayed that Spartacus hadn't picked up any fleas. Though Spartacus had already undergone a basic deworming session at the clinic, it was hard to fully trust that. With Spartacus settling down, Shinshin resumed typing on the keyboard and continued chatting with scrambled eggs. Spartacus perked up his ears, his gaze curiously following Shinshin's fingers as they moved back and forth. He even attempted to press keys on the keyboard with his claws, sneaking a string of meaningless characters to scrambled eggs while Shinshin wasn't paying attention. Wow, man, you smushed your face on the keyboard. Although it might be difficult, you don't have to be this depressed. Not at all, Shinshin calmed the restless Tabby and replied, it's my cat that typed those. Scrambled egg sent a massive expression indicating shock. Man, here comes your persona. What persona? A cute pet blogger. Chapter 7, Previewing is a very important thing. In modern society, what's easiest to post that will make you famous quickly without getting too much hate? Drum roll, please, pets. If you have a pet that has the natural aura of an idol or is full of antics, keep posting pictures persistently and creatively. Soon enough, you'll gather a wave of followers. Hurry up, send me a picture of your cat. Oh, what's your cat's name again? Chow Fan usually follows those adorable pet bloggers and enjoys looking at pictures of cats and dogs during her spare time. It was only then that Shinchin realized he hadn't taken any photos of Spartacus. Thinking about how pet owners who adopt stray cats normally love taking pictures of their cats to document every happy moment of their lives, he suddenly felt a bit guilty towards Spartacus. He bent down and stroked Spartacus' head, asking, "Do you like taking pictures? Would you like me to take a picture of you?" Spartacus was feeling so comfortable being stroked but was shy about making too loud a sound, so he just mewed lightly a few times. Shinchin took it as consent, picked up his phone, and quickly snapped a photo of the little tabby cat in his arms. This would probably be its first ever photo. After taking the photo, he sent it over to Chow Fan along with a message, "His name is Spartacus." Strangely, the other side didn't reply for a long time, which wasn't at all like Chow Fan. Shinchin found it strange but couldn't exactly pursue the matter further. So he exited the chat interface, browsed a game forum, and began searching for some popular small games he had just learned about from other fans. He even bought a few. When he thought of Chow Fan again and returned to the chat window, he saw Chow Fan had bombarded him with messages. "Oh my god, brother, I have to say this, your cat is really ugly. There's a scar on its eye, is it some kind of street tough guy?" Chow Fan specially changed the font to bold red and added a series of exclamation marks to strengthen the tone. "There's no way this cat is going to become popular. Forget it." He kept teasing non-stop. Seeing that Shinchin didn't respond, Chow Fan suddenly realized how impolite his words were and apologized immediately. After mumbling several excuses, he finally asked, "How long have you been keeping this cat? It looks like a stray." When Shinchin was taking the photo, he didn't think too much and just snapped it casually without using filters before sending it directly. It wasn't surprising that it wouldn't look great, so he didn't hold it against Chow Fan for being blunt. He typed back, "It used to be a stray cat, now it isn't. Sorry, I was just downloading some games and missed your message." After replying, Shinchin looked down at Spartacus, knowing that the latter wouldn't understand, yet still touched its neck apologetically. Chow Fan quickly jumped onto the topic of games. Unexpectedly, they both shared similar preferences and insights into gaming. Excitedly, Chow Fan almost wanted to form an internet alliance with Shinchin, saying remotely through the internet, "Big brother, rest assured, when the time comes, I'll help promote you. We guarantee we can blaze a bloody trail forward. The future of fishing cats belongs to us." Chow Fan sent a picture of an expression pack featuring Zoro from One Piece. Shinchin searched his own image library and discovered he didn't have any suitable expressions to counterattack with, so he decided to give up. Spartacus' thighs were too comfortable, so Spartacus unknowingly fell asleep again. When he woke up completely, Shinchin had already entered his personal live streaming room and was preparing for the upcoming broadcast. Today, he had gathered a lot of information and planned to renovate his live stream room to make it more attractive. First, he needed to change the name of his live stream room to something funnier. Originally, Shinchin's live stream room name was very plain, called Vincent.Sing's Live Room, and Vincent, Sing was his gaming ID, indeed neither easy to remember nor melodious. With the cursor resting on the ID modification spot, Shinchin hesitated to place his fingers on the keyboard. He really wasn't good at coming up with memorable names. Vincent was the English name he used in school, Sing sounded phonetically like his surname, simple and straightforward. Even his Weibo ID, not in a good mood, was a random pick made years ago that he was too lazy to modify. After waking up, Spartacus yawned, licked his paws, and washed his face. Realizing that the human was still motionless, he found the sight of the human's hand suspended in the air amusing and couldn't help reaching out with his paw to poke Shinchin's fingers. Interrupted by him, Shinchin lost his train of thought completely. He grabbed the two paws of the tabby cat and placed them on the keyboard. "Spartacus, be a good boy, help me think of a name." Without understanding the human's intention, Spartacus felt lost and tried to withdraw his paws, but failed because they were held down. In frustration, he scratched away randomly on the keyboard. "The little fish for catching cats is patient." Shinchin looked at the string of sentences formed on the screen and smiled. "Alright, let's change it to this." Spartacus quickly lost interest, walked back and forth on the hard-working thighs, found a gap and jumped down. After looking at it, Shinchin determined that the cat just went out to play by itself in another room and didn't care much further. Spartacus ran downstairs, with an upright tail proudly walking around the living room, then entertained himself chasing his own tail for a while, eventually getting bored again. He sprawled on the carpet, lying on his side for a moment, but not feeling comfortable, rolled over again. This feels quite good." Spartacus stood up, crouched, stretched out his front paws rhythmically scratching the carpet. After making marks on the carpet, Spartacus still felt his claws itchy. He sniffed around, and found a table leg full of cat scratch marks. Ant has drawn a painting here, the feeling of scratching would surely be very nice. He stood up on his hind legs, stretched himself up and started scratching the table leg. Playing around like this, the evening passed quickly. By the time Shinchin came downstairs to check on the cat, Spartacus had pretty much ruined the carpet, coffee table, and chairs. Looking at the table leg wrapped in hair pants, Shinchin was speechless for a moment, then squatted down and poked Spartacus's back out of frustration. Spartacus's body tilted, flipped over, revealing a furry spotted belly to him. At this point, Shinchin no longer said anything accusing, realizing it was originally his responsibility. He hadn't considered the normal needs of a mackerel tabby. Sorry, Spartacus, I got rid of all the coffee stuff earlier. I'll buy you something new. We will not scratch furniture anymore, okay? Meow. Spartacus let out a soft call. He didn't know what Meow had troubles about, but you could come and lick my belly. Unfortunately, the human didn't do as he wished and instead touched him with his hand. Well, being touched also feels pretty comfortable, I can lick myself. Spartacus arched his spine, performing a high-difficulty abdominal curling motion to lick the fur on his belly. Phew phew. Shinchin indulgently patted the fur belly a few more times. In return, Spartacus generously licked his fingers. The tongue of a cat had spines, it wasn't a very comfortable experience. Shinchin withdrew his hand and decided to prepare some property and toys for Spartacus. Although he hadn't found a good way to generate income, cats should still be taken good care of. Shinchin lounged on the sofa, hugging the mackerel tabby, shopping for him on a tablet. The discovery that photos on the tablet could be switched by sliding fingers made the mackerel tabby curious. He played chasing Shinchin's finger for a while and finally calmed down. Apparently, today's exercise was enough for him. Shinchin pinched the cat's ears and noticed how long his wise fur had grown. Look, a cat nest, how do you think about this one? This one looks very handsome. Although knowing that the cat couldn't respond to him, Shinchin stupidly asked for its opinion anyway. Spartacus showed little interest in following Shinchin's fingers, able to recognize only a limited number of colors, and not interested in static images. Sometimes, when Meow stopped his fingers to talk to him, Spartacus responded with a few random sounds, which seemed to please the human greatly. Humans are truly an easily satisfied species. Because the ordered cat bed wouldn't arrive so quickly, that night, Spartacus sneaked into Shinchin's room, intending to sleep with him. Seeing Spartacus's dirty fur, Shinchin was rather conflicted but didn't have the heart to say a cruel rejecting word. He worried that due to the change in the living environment, the mackerel tabby would feel very insecure and needed company. While hesitating, Spartacus had already boldly jumped onto his bed and began choosing his place to stay for tonight. Sighing, Shinchin thought that once his inflammation improved, he would take him to bathe and clean the house accordingly. What Shinchin didn't know was that Spartacus didn't feel any unease at all. On the contrary, he used to hear knowledgeable big cats in the town talk about how humans cannot see during the night, and their survival skills were extremely poor. So, he believed his human needed a strong companion, and that was him, a super reliable mackerel tabby. Meow. The mackerel tabby who enjoyed playing all day long completely forgot that Maju had assigned him pre-study homework, and he hadn't even bothered to flip through it. Being overly playful led to early next morning when Magpie Mr., representing Maju, came to inspect the homework, discovering that Spartacus had long forgotten this matter. Spartacus stepped one paw over another, embarrassedly lowering his head. Magpie Mr. was only an intermediary crow, naturally unwilling to scold the mackerel tabby, so he gently reminded him that preschool classes would start next week, which was only 5 days away. A student like Spartacus, who lacked any curriculum foundation, if he did not finish the preview tasks, wouldn't be able to catch up with the class progress and might fail the initial pop quiz right away. What happens if I fail? The mackerel tabby saw the opportunity to ask. Although Mr. J was very knowledgeable, his understanding of the cat world was still very limited. As far as I know, the consequences will be extremely serious. You'll understand naturally once you start studying well. This answer seemed familiar, but the mackerel tabby didn't care. He was now overwhelmed with deep self-reproach. If he wanted to enter the kitten classroom in order to communicate better with Mio, wouldn't it just mean more trouble if he got too distracted and didn't work hard enough? What would happen if he couldn't learn human language anymore? Then he'd never have the chance to understand what Mio was saying to him. Wouldn't that make Mio feel lonely? The mackerel tabby became very sad immediately. Mr. J was probably not used to seeing such a dejected cat, so his throat felt blocked up like there was a stone inside, leaving him at a loss for words. His wife had been so afraid of the big mackerel tabby that she refused to come over today no matter what, leaving him without a bird to consult with. After remaining silent for a long while, Mr. J awkwardly began comforting. I've heard that although the kitten class is very strict, if one works hard to earn good grades, they can receive corresponding rewards. The mackerel tabby, feeling guilty for his past mistakes, wasn't enthusiastic about rewards, asking absent-mindedly what they were. I've heard, Mr. J flapped his wings a few times before trying to recall, a long, long time ago, there was an exceptionally smart cat who completed the kitten university curriculum and continued on for advanced studies, eventually becoming a doctor. He was the first and only cat in decades to achieve such an honor. Using his intelligence, this great feline doctor made indelible contributions to the entire cat population. To honor this extraordinary feline scholar, the Cat Society established a special award. If any other cats can also become doctors, they will gain unimaginable mysterious powers. Spartacus frowned seriously, wondering what these unimaginable mysterious powers might be. However, Mr. J also only knew the surface details, rumors gathered from casual chatter among villagers, which weren't very reliable. Spartacus decided to give it up, telling Mr. J to pass along the message that he would work twice as hard to catch up, ensuring he finished his preview lessons within the time limit. Chapter 8, Mr. Cat's First Bath. Sparta had one defining trait, stubbornness. Once he set his mind on something, no matter how difficult it was, he would surely complete it. After his mother passed away, Sparta relied on this tenacity to teach himself how to catch mice and sparrows. His desire to enter the cat school was merely to better understand humans and inherit his aunt's property. For Miwu, he would never give up. No time for delay. After saying goodbye to Mr. Magpie, Sparta retreated into his secret base and pulled out the study manual Machi had given him. Who knows how these well-educated cats managed it, but their learning manuals were extremely similar to human books. Sparta had seen them in Miwu's room. However, the cat manual was very thin and small, easy to carry with teeth or claws, and bound quite casually, so it easily fell apart. But cats didn't really plan to create a long-lasting material anyway, as all cats have a natural habit of enjoying tearing books. Sparta lay flat, carefully cradling his injured left paw while using the claw tips of his right paw to gently turn the pages of the study manual. The preschool class manual was specially prepared for young cats who couldn't read yet, so it contained no complicated content. There were simple illustrations that cats could easily understand. Sparta meticulously studied it, flipping through every page of the entire manual. He roughly grasped the tasks outlined in the manual, but since the pictorial explanations were too concise, Sparta sat thinking with trembling whiskers, still unable to fully comprehend. Finally, he decided to go out and drink some water to cool down. After licking a few sips of water, Sparta sat down again, washing his face seriously. At this moment, Shinchin, diligent, who had just finished gaming, came downstairs looking for water and saw Sparta, calling out to him, "Come here, let me check your paws." After washing his face, Sparta wasn't eager to go over, but Miwu seemed to insistently summon him. Sighing, he yawned, slowly moving toward the human, reaching him eventually. He emitted a sound deeper than his usual call. Shinchin chuckled, amused by the tiger cat. This guy clearly didn't want to come. He scratched the top of the feline's head, softly talking to him, "Stretch out your paws, let me see how your wound is doing." This time, Shinchin did not intend to ask for Sparta's consent, he directly reached out and grabbed the inflamed left paw of the tiger cat. With resignation, Sparta lay down, letting the human fuss around. Shinchin examined carefully, even pinching Sparta's paw pads, but the striped cat showed no signs of discomfort or dissatisfaction, indicating the pain was lessened significantly. Thanks to the antibiotics, Sparta's inflammation had improved quickly, the swelling had gone down, and he looked more energetic. Cats truly have an incredible recovery ability. Shinchin calculated in his mind, the efficacy period of external parasite medication should be over too. Looking at the resigned expression on the large striped cat's face, Shinchin chuckled mischievously. It was time to give him a bath. It is said that the ancestors of house cats lived in desert regions where their fur didn't evolve any waterproof capabilities, so most cats dislike water and having their fur get soggy. Unless they became accustomed to baths from kittenhood, the majority of cats resist bathing. It takes owners a lot of effort to bathe their cats. Shinchin didn't plan on giving Sparta a bath himself. Firstly, he had no experience and feared messing up the cat's bath. Secondly, the house lacked dedicated cat bathing supplies, which made it inconvenient. In this situation, a pet grooming salon was an excellent choice, which could also give the striped cat a nail trim and a spa treatment. The cat travel bag Sparta had bought was delivered early in the morning by a local courier, ready to be put to use. On the morning of the next day, Shinchin prepared to take Sparta for a bath. Before departure, he still felt a bit worried and took photos of Sparta's paws, sending them to Dr. Dai from Deep Moor to confirm whether Sparta was fit for a bath. Receiving affirmation from the doctor, Shinchin relaxed and began preparations for Sparta's first trip to the bathhouse. Meanwhile, the unaware Sparta remained clueless about his impending fate, scratching his head and ears, still baffled by the tasks of the cat study manual. He thought he'd wait until Mr. Magpie checked his progress to inquire further. Shinchin changed into casual clothes and went downstairs, finding Sparta. Sparta was snuggled inside the makeshift cardboard cat bed Shinchin had built for him. Though the box wasn't large, Sparta curled himself into a perfect fit. With half-closed eyes, drifting off into a light slumber, he quickly twitched his ears upon hearing Shinchin's footsteps, slowly opening his eyes. "Miwu," he greeted softly. "Let's go outside." Shinchin placed down the cat carrier he had been holding. Sparta sniffed at the carrier, noting there was nothing unusual in its smell. He looked up and gave another soft meow toward the human. Shinchin reached out to pinch the neck of the tiger-striped cat. Except for the previous trip to the clinic, this was the first time Sparta had gone out with him, and Shinchin wasn't entirely sure the cat would obey his commands. He spent more than 10 minutes stroking Sparta to calm him down. To be honest, Shinchin didn't have much experience petting cats either. Coffee was an independent cat that didn't demand human companionship. But from the results, it seemed like Shinchin's technique wasn't bad. The tiger-striped cat was so comfortable that its limbs went limp, and it emitted soothing purrs from its throat. Shinchin chuckled softly and then picked Sparta up with his hand. The tiger-striped cat opened its eyes, shook its tail tip in confusion, and glanced at Shinchin. Shinchin set it down in front of the travel bag, with the open mouth perfectly aligned with Sparta. Curious, Sparta approached, sniffing around the opening hesitantly. It appeared that even for cats, a narrow opening holds a strong appeal. Shinchin didn't rush it, waiting patiently until Sparta couldn't help but crawl into the travel bag on its own. Then, he gently touched it. He wanted Sparta to associate the travel bag with feelings of ease and joy so that in the future, he could take the tiger-striped cat out to play. This process took another dozen or so minutes, during which the tiger-striped cat coiled up inside the bag, closing its eyes leisurely as if already accustomed to its new bed. It turned its head lazily, licking Shinchin's fingers as a sign of gratitude. Shinchin carefully zipped the bag shut. As soon as the zipper sound rang, Sparta emitted an anxious meow. Shinchin peeked inside through the mesh window, making sure Sparta could see him and smell his scent. "We'll be there in a bit. You just go ahead and take a nap." Sparta stared at Shinchin unblinking, reassured that he was still safe before quieting down. Though he didn't know what the human intended to do, he trusted Miwu wouldn't harm him. He licked his paw again and gradually became drowsy. When Sparta woke up again, he realized his surroundings were swaying, emitting an uneasy mew. However, the human quickly responded, rubbing his fingers at the hole of the bag. Sparta shifted his body so his head faced outwards, sniffing the air. It smelled like Miwu. He quickly calmed down again. The pet grooming salon Shinchin aimed to visit was not far from their home, about a 10-minute walk. He had once brought coffee here, and he remembered their service being quite satisfactory. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, Sparta let out a sneeze. "Meow, the smell here is strange." Shinchin handled the procedures at the reception desk. Although he wished to accompany Sparta throughout the whole process, the beauticians advised against it, fearing that Sparta would not cooperate otherwise. Shinchin had no choice but to say goodbye to Sparta, knowing he would need to wait an hour for the grooming session to be complete. He decided to head home first. Miwu, upon seeing Shinchin walk further away, Sparta called out to him despite himself. Shinchin turned back, waving at Sparta. Even though he knew the tiger-striped cat wouldn't understand, he bid farewell with patience and promised to come back in an hour to pick him up. Sparta watched in confusion as Shinchin disappeared from sight. Before he could decide whether or not to follow, he was soon picked up by a stranger whose awkward posture made him feel uncomfortable. The tiger-striped cat began struggling with all four limbs, attempting to escape. Shortly after, someone else took over, gripping Sparta's scruff with considerable strength and subduing him swiftly. This method was nothing like how Shinchin held him. Now feeling indignant, Sparta began growling lowly and showing his claws. But the other party seemed well prepared. Two people worked together to tightly wrap Sparta in a towel and carried him into a separate room. "Miwu," Sparta cried out in vain, hoping his human would hear his call for help and return to rescue him. Unfortunately, Shinchin had already walked too far to hear the sad cries of the tiger-striped cat. Despite some lingering concerns, he reminded himself that cats generally disliked baths and thought his presence might make things worse. Once he returned home, he planned to order some canned cat food for Sparta as a reward. Sparta was roughly thrown onto the cold, hard operating table, his neck scruffed and his back and hind legs pinned down so he couldn't move. Growling deep in his throat, he panted heavily through his anger. He could hear the humans talking but didn't understand what they were saying, which only made him angrier. Realizing he would have a tough time escaping on his own, Sparta cleverly relaxed his body, pretending to stop resisting to lull the humans into a false sense of security while waiting for the right moment. The humans quickly fell for it, letting their guard down as they led Sparta into a slippery bathing pool. One of them left briefly and returned with a hose. In the instant the water burst forth, Sparta acted, kicking off powerfully with his hind legs, his body leaping high into the air, forming an almost unbelievable arc. Though his movement was lightning fast, his back still got drenched by the spraying water, momentarily affecting his control in midair. Fortunately, Sparta's expertise in jumping allowed him to adjust swiftly, and his fury drove him to retaliate. The bathing pool was slick, making it difficult for Sparta to gain much friction or height during his jump, but the distance was enough for him to strike. With precision, he lashed out his claws, targeting the human who had grabbed him by the neck. He didn't hold back at all. As soon as his claws landed, a sharp scream pierced the air. That human doubled over in pain, clutching his face as bright red blood trickled between his fingers. Seizing this chance, Sparta slipped through the gap between the man's bent body and dashed toward freedom. Another human rushed over to help, but his movements were too slow. Sparta snorted disdainfully before stepping on this new opponent's shoulder, using it as leverage to leap again. After several bounds, he managed to escape the circle surrounding him. Chaos erupted in the grooming salon as more people hurried in. Sparta let out a loud cry and darted about gracefully, dodging the hands that tried to grab him multiple times. Seizing another opportune moment, he disappeared like smoke into the crowd, vanishing in seconds. His light-footed escape left everyone baffled and frustrated. Chapter 9, The Machi That Can Go Out Alone. At this moment, Xian had no idea about the trouble Spartan had caused at the beauty salon. He was enthusiastically buying food for the lynx cat, spending nearly 1,000 on 2 small bags of cat food and more than 10 cans. This made Xian feel an even greater urgency to earn money. Just as he was thinking about whether to start a live stream and play a game, the beauty salon called. After hearing the story, Xian rushed out without even changing his shoes, heading straight to the pet grooming salon. When he arrived, they informed him that the lynx cat had already run away, darkening Xin face. Your cat is too aggressive. Look, it scratched my face, said the groomer responsible for giving Spartan a bath, covering his wound. Blood could still be seen between his fingers, it looked terrible. Xin took a deep breath and said, my cat is usually very obedient. I want to know what exactly happened. The other party thought he was looking for trouble, instantly becoming sharp-tongued and shouting loudly, what do you mean, very obedient? It was disobedient from the moment it came in, and two people couldn't hold it down. Are the wounds on my face fake? It's clearly a stray cat, probably not even vaccinated. I'm also worried it might be sick, so I'm going to the hospital for a rabies vaccine. Xin became somewhat angry. Although the lynx cat was a stray not long ago, it always showed a great sense of human understanding in front of him. Even during its last examination at the pet clinic, it didn't struggle much or use its claws to hurt anyone. Due to the other party's poor attitude, his protective emotions immediately outweighed his intention to discuss rationally. Coldly, Xin said, I'll cover the cost of your vaccine, but you've lost my cat and may have even injured it. My cat doesn't know the way home. If I can't find it again or if something happens due to injury, I will hire a lawyer and sue you. Even if I don't get any compensation, I'll expose you, letting nearby pet owners know that some pet grooming salons are unworthy. Spartan was just a stray cat with no price proof, nor had it officially gone through the procedures to become Xin's pet. Xin understood that even if he took them to court, his chances of winning were slim. But he wasn't planning to back down. Thinking that Spartan was now alone on the street and might never return, Xin felt incredibly heavy-hearted, and his tone became firmer. The situation started to escalate, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Upon hearing about the situation, the owner of the grooming salon had to come to mediate. He suggested that the employee's vaccination fee did not need to be covered by Xin, and they would help look for Spartan. In case it was not yet confirmed that the cat was definitely lost, compensation matters would be temporarily set aside. With a chaotic mind, Xin did not want to continue arguing with them and left without saying a word. He had only been taking care of Spartan for a few days when such an incident occurred, filling Xin with guilt. If only he hadn't rushed to give Spartan a bath, he should have spent more time researching these things and thought more carefully. What if Spartan was injured? Its inflamed paws had only just begun to heal. Returning to the wild, who knew if it wouldn't be bullied by other cats again? He began to reflect on himself, truly recognizing how irresponsible he was. In the first half of his life, he had failed to take responsibility for himself, then let down his grandmother, and now, he couldn't even keep a promise to a lynx cat and protect it well. If Spartan could give him another chance, Xin made up his mind that he would ensure it would never get hurt again. Meow meow, so slow. With the smell of meow meow, I traced it back. The journey wasn't far, but Spartan waited for a long while without seeing Xin appear. Spartan stayed where they first met, in the little flower bed, twisting his body to lick his wet fur after getting drenched by water. Those humans were too annoying, why did they pour water on him and press him painfully? Humph. The next time I see them, I'll scratch again. Still, speaking of which, why did Meow Meow leave me all alone in that horrible place? Spartan thought about this, losing all interest in licking his fur. Did I make Meow Meow angry? Or did Meow Meow finally discover that I am a cat that isn't worth liking? The more Spartan thought, the sadder he got. His ears drooped, and he lay down, burying his face between his two front paws. How much I miss Meow Meow. After a tough battle, Spartan was both exhausted and thirsty, wanting to go out to find some water, but worried that Xin might appear shortly and he'd miss it. After hesitating for a long while, his stomach began to rumble hungrily. Gurgling, Meow Meow. Little lynx, there you are. Spartan was so engrossed in thought that he didn't notice another cat approaching. Suddenly, a big round black face appeared in his line of sight, startling him quite a bit. It was Machi. Spartan lazily meowed, greeting Machi. He remained lying there, looking dispirited. Machi curiously walked over, circling around Spartan, and asked, Little lynx, what's wrong with you? Where's your human? My human seems to have abandoned me. Machi hadn't even asked, but Spartan suddenly became sad at the reminder. His nose felt so clogged he could barely breathe. Machi was startled. So soon, he blurted out, realizing how direct he sounded after catching Spartan's glare. Tell me what happened. Why did he abandon you? Your human seemed like a good person. He is a good person, Spartan nodded, remembering the gentle strokes of his hand and meowing in happiness, his tail tip wagging cheerfully. But, recalling today's unpleasant events, Spartan's ears drooped again, leaving him too weak even to speak. But he left me with some terrifying people, and then he disappeared forever. Machi found this strange and realized something wasn't right. He pestered Spartan for more details. Interrupting mid-sentence, Machi burst into laughter before Spartan had finished speaking. His smirk was so annoying that Spartan swiped at him angrily with a paw. Machi hurriedly leaped out of Spartan's attack range, laughing as he said, Little lynx, you're too funny. Haha, clearly education is necessary for cats. What do you mean? Spartan suddenly grew excited. Are you saying my human didn't abandon me? Of course not. He just thought you were dirty and wanted you to take a bath. A bath? Spartan tilted his head. In a cat's vocabulary, there was no such concept as bathing. He didn't quite understand. Machi patiently explained to him what a bath was and why humans insisted on bathing cats. Finally understanding, Spartan decided humans were truly peculiar. Machi added, your human only did this because he likes you, but he let someone else bathe you instead. To be honest, I've been bathed outside before, it sometimes feels good, sometimes it doesn't. Bathing is tough for us cats, but overall, it does have its benefits. Just licking ourselves isn't enough to get clean. If you don't want others to bathe you, you should train your human to do it himself. Can humans really be trained? Sitting upright, Spartan perked up his ears. Of course they can. Once they realize bathing you themselves is easier, they won't leave you with strangers. Machi boasted smugly, that's why I kept urging you to come to school earlier. Speaking of which, how's your study guide going? Spartan was suddenly curious. Did you come here specially to check on my progress? I've got a lot of questions, I was waiting until next time to ask the crow about them. In fact, my human and I live not far from here. Today, I ate too many cans, so I came out for a walk to digest, thinking I'd stop by to see you. Does your human allow you to go out alone? Spartan looked at Machi with surprise. Miwu treated him kindly but never allowed him onto the balcony, let alone going out by himself. Of course. Machi replied even more proudly. I'm not just any ordinary cat. Smart and clever cats like me make our humans feel secure, they'll follow our wishes if we guide them properly. You can go out when you want, sleep on the bed whenever you like. Clever cats always achieve their goals. Spartan's whiskers rose in astonishment. How amazing. He sincerely praised. Machi proudly shook his head. Don't lose heart. The moment I saw you, I knew you were made of good material. If you work hard at learning, you'll soon be like me. I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to learn. Excitedly, Spartan stood up and spun around. Machi gave an approving mew. I guessed you wouldn't fully understand the tasks in the study guide, so I came specially to explain them to you. Though Shorttail is smart, he hasn't learned enough yet to teach another cat. Spartan asked, who's Shorttail? Shorttail is the crow who delivered your letter. Haven't you asked his name? His wife is Little Dumb Girl. Spartan muttered to himself, thinking how strange city cats were, they even named their food. Machi slapped Spartan's head lightly with his paw. Focus. I'm about to explain the questions to you. Spartan immediately pulled in his legs, sat up straight, chest high, and listened attentively. Machi told Spartan that humans possessed something called the internet. It had no shape or smell, unlike the mice we could catch, but it was like the wind our whiskers can feel, something invisible and intangible, yet truly present. Although the internet was formless, it allowed cats who were far apart to see each other and hear each other's voices. City cats found it inconvenient to go out, so in most cases, they used the human internet for learning. Learning how to go online was a task required by the study guide for every kitten attending preschool. Spartan opened his mouth wide. Such an amazing thing, how did humans discover it? Machi twitched his whiskers. Humans must have invented the internet so cats could learn better. However, he didn't know why, but humans themselves played on it more than cats did. Ah, humans are indeed a bit strange. Chapter 10, How to Use Human Computers. Sparta asked, since this thing called the network can neither be seen nor touched, how could they find it? Malu proudly shook his fur and sticking out his lip told Sparta, this is thanks to our great predecessor, who discovered the secrets of the network, who promoted the evolution and development of CatScript, who Singlepaw founded the modern cat school. His name is Wang Te-Chu. It was said that Wang Teku was a giant black cat, with thick glossy hair all over his body. Only his tail was as white as snow, without a single blemish, nicknamed a needle hidden in ink. More amazingly, he had 4 ears, able to hear the heavens above and the earth below, amber eyes that looked across 1,000 miles. As a house cat, Wang Teku successfully deciphered the long-standing problem that had plagued the feline race, humans, and authored the tutorial, Scientific Feeding of Humans, and the essay collection, Days, My 7,000 Days Living with Humans, among other excellent works, bestowing blessings upon future generations. He was proficient in human society research and put it to use, establishing the feline education system and improving feline writing, making it possible for feline culture to spread, and creatively utilized human technology to achieve an internet classroom era where all cats can receive an education. He was the first and only Chinese cat doctor in the past 50 years. In order to commemorate Wang Teku's outstanding contributions, the Cat Education Association specially established the Meow 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 Lifetime Achievement Award to encourage and recognize all idealistic, ambitious, and capable feline scholars like Wang Teku. Sparta listened wide-eyed and tongue out, looking utterly foolish. Doctor, he was very impressive, right? Malu licked his paws, that's naturally true. To my knowledge, after Wang Teku, no other cat should be able to reach such achievements. Wang Teku was indeed a divine cat. He was the first cat to notice the internet, even a step ahead of most Chinese humans. He discovered the relationship between computers and the internet, and creatively studied a set of online rules suitable for cats. The computer, as Malu described it, was a glowing, square-shaped object, and in the city, almost every family had one. Humans were always crazy about this thing. Malu demonstrated with his forepaws and hindpaws, and Sparta struggled to think before finally connecting Malu's description with the actual object. To grasp the mysteries of the internet, you need to interact with the computer. Computer is just a general term. If you can find a tablet or a phone, those will work too. A large number of fresh and obscure words came rushing at Sparta, causing him to tilt his head anxiously. 2 years old was certainly considered an advanced age for schooling for a cat. Interacting with a computer is actually very simple, just a flick of the paw, but you cannot move randomly. We need to remember the key points. It's like catching mice, which requires skill and a lot of practice. Speaking of catching mice, Sparta immediately snapped to attention. Catching mice was his forte. Meow, he circled twice on the grass with his tail, expressing determination. Good, with this attitude, you've already succeeded halfway. I'll tell you all the tricks, and you can start practicing when you go home today. Let me be clear with you, achieving success is extremely difficult. Malu's expression turned serious, staring into Sparta's eyes and lowering his voice as he meowed. In fact, more than half of adult cats fail at this initial stage. If you can't complete this task, you will almost be unable to achieve the subsequent learning plans. Typically, cats need 2 to 3 weeks to familiarize themselves with this process, but I can only give you 1 week. After 1 week, it's Jiang Debao, currently the most renowned lecturer in the field of feline education. I went through great trouble to get you a spot, so there's no backing down. Malu's enthusiasm reached its peak, majestic and spirited. His meows made the nearby residents think some cat was in heat. Under such fervent expectations, Sparta didn't have the heart to reveal he wasn't exactly confident, so he straightened up, puffing his chest and replied with a few mules. As they were parting ways, Malu suddenly remembered something and asked Sparta, "By the way buddy, what's your name? I don't think you mentioned it last time." "My given name is Ali," Sparta honestly replied. "Didn't your human give you a name?" "I do feel like my human calls me with the same tone each time, perhaps that's the name he gave me." Speaking of this, Sparta couldn't help but feel a bit sad. He had completely failed to understand Miwu, and although he took charge of the human, he hadn't been able to care for the human's emotions and needs, truly a failed cat. Malu patted Sparta's shoulder with his paw and consoled him, "Don't feel sad. After you go to school, you'll quickly understand what humans say. For now, I'll call you Little Tabby. Once you understand the meaning of your name, come tell me." Malu bid farewell to the Tabby Cat and returned home along the same path he came, walking with ease. Encouraged, Sparta immediately felt much better. Yes, even though he was still a naive country cat who understood nothing about the divine cats, he wasn't afraid of hard work and would study hard. One day, he would understand Miwu and become a good cat. Thinking of Miwu, Sparta couldn't help but feel happy. Malu had said that Miwu hadn't abandoned him. Malu was an experienced cat and definitely wouldn't deceive him. Since Miwu hadn't abandoned him, he'd soon be able to go back. If Miwu wanted him to take a bath, as a responsible cat, he'd try his best to meet human needs, even though getting wet would make him uncomfortable. Thinking of fur. Sparta couldn't resist twisting around to lick his back again. Of course, only Miwu could bathe him, he disliked other rude people. Yet after licking himself all over again, there was still no sign of Miwu. Sparta couldn't help but grow anxious. He turned twice, chasing his tail anxiously before stopping. He sniffed the air with force but found no trace of Miwu's scent. Feeling bored, Sparta lay down under a blooming osmanthus tree. The golden little flowers fell gently, sticking to his head, back, and the spaces between his paws. "Mew, smells good." Sparta licked his paws, reminiscing about his days in Chilio town. Back then, carefree and detached, he was a content cat. Now, however, he possessed a treasure, a fine human under his charge. Suddenly, his heart grew greedy. He didn't want Miwu to give him away, he disliked Miwu being out of sight, and he wanted to live with Miwu in the house where they were gradually becoming familiar. Miwu would softly pet him, feed him, and firmly embrace him when he suddenly missed his mother. Sparta meowed towards the sky, suddenly remembering the small package he'd brought from Chilio town. Usually, Miwu wouldn't let him leave, but this time was perfect, fetching the package. It contained all his treasures which he planned to gift to Miwu. Mew, Sparta stretched his body and quickly ran deep into the flower bed. Xin searched diligently around the pet grooming shop circle after circle but found nothing. His mood grew increasingly heavy. Most cats escape due to fright when leaving their familiar environment, so they don't usually go too far. As long as the owner searches promptly, there's still hope. However, as time passed, the warm flicker of hope faded away in Xin's chest. With a heavy heart, he walked aimlessly toward home like a lifeless zombie. He thought about the Tabby Cat, then himself. On closer calculation, he and Sparta had known each other for just 3 days. He found an injured cat, nursed it back to health. In the vast ocean of humanity, everything has its own spirit, and such a shallow bond existed between them. Yet Xin embraced it fully with joy. In his 20-plus years of life, this was the first time he needed to be responsible for another life. Before then, no one ever expected anything from him or looked at him as did the Tabby Cat, who only saw him. Xin even planned out his future, secretly resolving to work hard and provide a better life for Sparta. He didn't wish to muddle through life or spend many lonely years until his old age. He knew clearly what he disliked, yet he always failed to find what he should like or do. The Tabby Cat gave him a faint glimmer of light, helping him see his obscured self. However, the light eventually faded, and darkness descended once more. People hurried by, the world was full of endless journeys and appointments. They were always busy. If at this moment anyone were stopped and their worries poured out, they might respond with doubt and mockery. Being human, why is losing a stray cat more important than any human matter? What are cats but livestock? They know nothing of human emotions and grievances, nor can they repay those who worry for them. Lost in these random thoughts, Xin didn't even realize how he got back to the neighborhood. Passing under the golden osmanthus tree at the bottom of the building, he suddenly smelled a strong aroma, followed by a weak cry that pulled his mind back. Lowering his head, Xin saw his Tabby Cat sitting straight beneath the blossoming osmanthus tree. Its 4 paws were neatly tucked together, forming a perfect circle around a tiny strawberry-patterned bundle. The cat looked up proudly, its lips slightly curled as if smiling at him. Mew. Reuniting after a loss, it was no more than this. Chapter 11, The Cat's Gift. By the time Chin brought Spartacus back home, the city was already glowing with evening lights. Soft, dim yellow light filtered in through the windows, casting an orange glow across the living room carpet. Strangely enough, despite the roller coaster afternoon, both human and feline remained relatively calm. Still, Chin held on to Spartacus even after they entered the house. And Spartacus himself tightly gripped a small bundle in his mouth, no one knew what it was, and refused to let go. Whenever Chin tried to move him, Spartacus emitted a low growl. Exhausted as he was, Chin simply left him be. He placed Spartacus into his little nest, rubbed the cat's head gently, and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Spartacus laid the bundle carefully inside his nest and continuously rubbed it with his cheek and chin until it reeked of his scent. At the bottom of the nest were some old clothes from Chin. Spartacus tossed them aside and buried the bundle under the clothing, pressing down firmly with his hind paws. After completing this task, Spartacus gave his paws a satisfied lick just as he heard Chin calling him for dinner. Jumping out of his nest, Spartacus trotted happily towards the kitchen, his tail raised high. He began rubbing Chin's denim leg affectionately with his body. Chin squatted down and gently scratched the tortoiseshell cat's neck. In response, Spartacus rubbed his cheeks against Chin's fingers. Eventually, feeling content, the cat started munching on his meal while emitting soft purring sounds. All the while, Chin watched him attentively, eventually sitting cross-legged on the floor and watching as Spartacus finished every last piece of kibble. Meow woo, I'm done. Spartacus opened his mouth and licked his whiskers clean. Chin still sat cross-legged, poking Spartacus' forehead with his finger. Abandoning his grooming, Spartacus started rubbing against Chin's hand instead. After rubbing for a while, Spartacus suddenly remembered his homework. Standing up abruptly, he began pacing anxiously around Chin, gently bumping into the man with his body. Chin grew curious, touching Spartacus' neck lightly. What's wrong? What do you want? Meow woo, meow woo. Let's turn on your tablet. According to Daimashu, the most convenient tool would be the smaller kind of computer known as a tablet. Since a tablet can be operated directly with claws, Spartacus had seen Chin swipe at the screen before. Firstly, make sure if your human has set a password for their device. A password is something peculiar. Once a computer is locked by one, it can't be opened with our claws alone. The best way to check is by observing when your human uses the device. If they enter without obstruction, then the device has no password protection. Most family desktops aren't password protected, nor are many tablets, but mobile phones generally are. For cats who only have access to their human's phone, careful observation of how their humans unlock the curse of passwords is essential. Cats possess strong dynamic memory, so regular observation and practice will allow them to master these techniques quickly. Of course, there are some humans who rely purely on fingerprint unlocking. This is the most bothersome part because cats seem unable to replicate it with their paw pads. By the way, humans who only use fingerprints to unlock their devices are extremely irresponsible as it might prevent their feline companions from participating in online courses or completing their studies. Secondly, observe the kind of device you intend to use in the future. They could be large desktop computers, mid-sized laptops, small tablets, or even smartphones, the latter being the most difficult due to humans rarely ever stepping away from them, not even during activities that demand full attention like eating or using the bathroom. Is it possible that humans cannot survive without their phones? This remains questionable. Even if you identify the type of device, certain details might trip you up since different computers require different handling methods. Even among tablets, various types exist. The instructional handbook provides detailed practice methods and preparatory guidelines according to different types of devices, which can serve as a reference. Recalling Daimashu's instructions, Spartacus scanned the living room, quickly spotting the target, a tablet left behind on the couch. With nimble movements, Spartacus leapt onto the sofa, circled around the tablet, prodded it gently with his claws, and then looked up at Chin who had been watching him closely the entire time. Spartacus emitted a soft mewl. How can you get a human to help you with your practice? It's simple, Just expose their computer or phone in front of them and catch their attention. After that, there's nothing more you need to do but sit and observe. Humans are terrible hunters, they can never focus on anything for long, except browsing the internet. They lack willpower altogether, and as soon as they notice any chance to go online, they'll become automatically addicted and cannot break free. Just as Daimashu said, by the third round circling around the tablet, Spartacus human couldn't resist coming over, sitting down next to him, and picking up the device. What do you want to do? Chinchin scratched the top of the tortoiseshell cat's head. Spartacus gave a comfortable meow, stopped spinning, sat down, half closed his eyes, and stared at Chinchin motionlessly. You, want to play on the pad? Chinchin uncertainly asked, feeling as if he might have lost his mind. No matter how smart a cat could be, how would one ever want to play on a tablet itself? But the big tortoiseshell cat was staring unblinkingly at him, which made him press the lock screen button without thinking. Would anyone believe it was my cat insisting I go online? Meow meow, Miwu hasn't set a password, Miwu is truly the best human. Spartacus excitedly nudged Chinchin's elbow with his head. Meow, Miwu's tablet has a circle. Meow meow, that's good, according to Daimashu, this kind of tablet is the easiest to operate. Miwu really is the best human. Humans are peculiar indeed, even when they don't have anything specific to do, once they open a tablet or phone, they'll automatically start browsing and waste time. As Chinchin scolded himself, he used the tablet to scroll through messages. Meanwhile, his tortoiseshell cat curled neatly beside his legs, stretching his neck slightly while watching every single move attentively. The cat would occasionally flick its tail tip, seemingly very interested. You should appropriately guide humans so they demonstrate the operations you need to learn. You may also take action yourself to let them know what interface you need to open. WC is one of the main communication tools we cats use, it's a green ball icon. Note that the ball is static, so felines find it hard to locate with the naked eye. You must use tactics and ask for help. It's difficult, but you must be patient, it's like hunting. If you have enough patience and wisdom, you'll succeed. According to our knowledge, almost all the humans during the spring fur period know how to use this communication tool. The humans who invented WC were evidently friendly towards cats since they used colors we cats can identify easily. Indeed, humans can see some colors we cats cannot distinguish. Meow, I don't know why either, humans are such a dull species. Once you seriously dive into schooling, you'll have a deeper understanding of this. Chinchin's fingers kept sliding across the screen. Spartacus watched and was about to try using his own paws when suddenly the human paused his movement. He closed the tablet, placed it aside, leaned his arms forward, and stared directly at Spartacus. Meow. Is today's practice opportunity already over? Spartacus wiggled his whiskers. Miwu. Remember, your practice isn't scheduled, humans are illogical beings, as I mentioned earlier. They can't concentrate and are likely to drop what they're doing at any moment. You must seize opportunities, which may require some waiting. But don't worry, cats are abundant in patience. Recalling Daimashu's advice, Spartacus calmed down. He relaxed his body, side lying on the sofa, and began wagging his tail rhythmically. Miwu smells really nice. You're still a dirty old tomcat. Chinchin said out of the blue. Miwu. Still, thank you for coming back. Chinchin bent down and kissed Spartacus on the forehead. Spartacus shrank his head reflexively, looked up confusedly, and stretched his neck backwards, forming a perfect arc. From Chinchin's angle, his two emerald green eyes gleamed under the light with an incredible glow. The tortoiseshell cat tilted his head curiously, studying Chinchin. Xin reached out, gently pinching the tortoiseshell cat's cheeks and pulled them a little. Spartacus let out a difficult meow. Xin soon released him. Spartacus still looked up, staring at him intently. Xin also stared back, as if looking at one of his own kind, sorry. He began speaking, his voice soft and slow, this is actually my first time seriously raising a cat. Coffee was very obedient, probably because of her old age, she knew how to take care of herself, and I almost didn't expend any effort on her. She belonged to my grandmother, and I think she liked me too, I liked her as well. But she wasn't originally the cat I had decided to raise myself, she was something my grandmother left for me to remember. Meow woo. Spartacus called out to his human. His human seemed to be talking about something incomprehensible, but appeared to be addressing him. The low, gentle tone was something the cat liked. Spartacus responded earnestly as though he understood every word. But you're different. From the start, it was my decision to raise you, and I said I'd take responsibility for you. However, I haven't done a good job, so I want to apologize to you. I know you might not understand, but this is my self-reflection. I am a flawed person, and there are many things I don't know how to do. I can't even take responsibility for my own life. I might unintentionally hurt you or make you impatient. Sorry that I still can't understand what you're saying. But I hope you'll give me a little more time. I'll love you properly, stay by your side as much as possible, become your family, your support. I'll feed you the tastiest canned food, buy you the most fun toys, take you to see the most beautiful places. When you get old and sick, I'll still be by your side. I'll do everything I can to ensure you lead a comfortable life, becoming the happiest cat in the world. After finishing his speech, Xin extended his right hand with his palm facing upward. Let's make a handshake pact. Xin shook his hand jokingly as he spoke. Spartacus' eyes followed the movement of the human's right hand back and forth, his solemn feline face betraying no emotion. He hesitantly raised his paw, pausing in the air, seemingly unsure. Meow woo. He looked up to call to the human who was eagerly watching him. Spartacus lowered his head again, focusing on the human's hand, hesitatingly waving his paw in the air before finally deciding to place his paw on top of the human's. Is Meow woo trying to play a game of whose paw goes on top? The cat's paws were fluffy, all its sharp claws retracted, leaving only the soft pads. This paw once became inflamed and swollen due to an accident, causing him great pain. But now, the wound has healed. It placed its paw confidently in the human's hand once again. Xin laughed, tightly gripping the cat's paw and shaking it. Spartacus, you must be a genius. Meow woo. Spartacus realized his human didn't respect the game rules and indignantly pulled his paw away. We'll teach you the proper way to play next time. Spartacus sulked a bit while licking his paw but quickly forgot his anger, suddenly remembering that he hadn't given his present yet. He jumped up, darted back to his little nest, rummaged through a pile of old clothes, retrieved a small package, grabbed it in his mouth, and swiftly ran back to the human's side. This small package had been prepared by his younger sister Niloa Piaoshua, who also taught Spartacus how to put the neck into the ring-shaped strap. Spartacus carried the little package across a long distance from Tsulyo town to Maochun. Inside the package were the most precious treasures of his feline life, each carefully selected by him after collecting items with great effort. Now, his gift was finally in the hands of the dear human he loved. Will you like this, Meow woo? Curious, Xin accepted the small package. It was a very tiny fabric bundle, perfectly sized for a cat's neck, resembling a prop designed for pet photography sessions. The bag was slightly flat, and Xin squeezed it with his fingers, realizing that it wasn't stuffed with cotton but contained some objects inside. Xin initially thought it might be a toy the tortoiseshell cat picked up somewhere, but it appeared there was more to it than that. Are you giving this to me? Xin asked casually, holding up the little package in front of Spartacus. Spartacus yawned as if he didn't mind. Then can I open it? Xin tentatively asked, curiously examining the small bundle. On the side of the package, there was a zipper sewn on. Xin opened the bundle and took out the items inside. A nearly featherless shuttlecock, a small hollow ball with beads inside that made fine sounds when shaken, and a broken jumping bead with tiny tooth marks, which was likely a discarded toy belonging to some child. The green transparent bead encased a crude frog model. Xin curiously inspected these treasures. Xin didn't know why, but a strange thought crossed his mind. He seemed to understand now, the small bundle probably contained all of Spartacus' toys. And now, Spartacus had given him every single one of them. That night, Spartacus still didn't take a bath, but he was granted permission to sleep in the same bed as his human. On the soft, squishy pillow, he slept soundly. The gift he gave to his human rested quietly in a prominent spot in the living room. Not long after, his once beloved toys would gradually be overshadowed by countless new and intriguing objects, leaving Spartacus no longer interested in playing with those childhood items. However, his human never discarded these little treasures from Tsulyo town, they would be cherished for a very, very long time. Chapter 12, Really Taking a Bath. The next day, as soon as he opened his eyes, Spartacus was not tempted by Miwu. After yawning, he jumped off the bed and ran downstairs excitedly to look for his study manual. Following yesterday's guidance from Daimashu, the study manual seemed much easier to understand. Spartacus gradually grasped the true meaning of the seemingly random claw-scribbled decomposition diagrams. It was no wonder that this was a study course specifically designed for cats. While Miwu was still asleep, Spartacus eagerly rummaged through the sofa cushions to pull out the human tablet computer, pressing its small circular indentation with his paw pads. This wasn't easy. Cats are better at scratching than precisely targeting a small point, which makes their claws feel uncomfortable. However, as the study manual instructed, he imagined himself pressing his mother's breast with his paw pads. Meow, it seemed to work. So far, everything was going smoothly. Spartacus was brimming with confidence for his upcoming first class. At this moment, Spartacus heard the sound of the human descending the stairs. He twitched his ears, quickly swatted the tablet into the cushion pile with his claws, then jumped down from the sofa and trotted down the stairs with enthusiasm, sitting neatly to welcome his human. Xin did not wake up naturally today. It was rare for Spartacus not to disturb his sleep, and Xin was resting comfortably in bed until the courier's call woke him up. The things he bought for Spartacus had finally arrived. Xin got up, threw on some clothes, and prepared to go down to meet the courier. As he yawned walking down the stairs, he saw Spartacus sitting obediently at the foot of the stairs, tilting his head with big round eyes. Upon seeing him, the tabby cat meowed and stood up, coming over in just a few steps, rubbing his body against Xin's legs repeatedly, as if greeting him. Me woo. You're awake. I didn't do anything, okay? Spartacus, good morning. Xin bent down and scratched the tabby cat under the chin and around the neck. You stay home by yourself for a bit while I go down to collect your things. There was a lot of stuff, several large boxes. Fortunately, Xin was strong, and he and the courier finished moving them all in one trip. After saying goodbye to the courier, Xin unlocked the door and went inside. Spartacus, who had been guarding the entrance, suddenly darted out, giving Xin quite a shock. Luckily, Spartacus had no intention of running away. Instead, he approached Xin, looked up, and loudly called, as if questioning why he had suddenly disappeared. Xin quickly put down the cardboard box he was holding, crouched down, held the Tabby Cat firmly with both hands, and lifted him into his arms. Sorry, I didn't notice you. I haven't gone anywhere, I just went downstairs for a bit. Me woo. How could you suddenly run out like that? That made me very worried. Ah chew, your body smells like someone else. It stinks so bad. I'm getting mad now. Xin carried the agitated Tabby Cat back into the house and spent some time soothing him quietly before the cat calmed down. But if you keep clinging to me like this, how am I supposed to move the things? Xin sighed helplessly. Spartacus didn't care about what was going on in his human's mind. He kept staring at his human, fearing that he would disappear if he blinked even once. Meow, truly troublesome for cats. The stuff was still piled up at the stairway entrance, and needed to be sorted out immediately. Xin thought for a moment and extended his hand toward the Tabby Cat. Come with me, but you can't cause trouble. If you run around and get lost, I might not be able to find you again. What are you talking about? Spartacus tilted his head as he looked at him. Xin scooped up Miwu with one hand, cradling the striped tabby's waist. Miwu's limbs stretched as if weighed down by a 1,000-pound anchor, forming a long U-shape with its soft body. Spartacus suddenly found himself suspended in mid-air and was slightly disoriented. He turned his head, looking at Xin curiously and meowed lightly. Xin stroked the top of Miwu's head to check its weight. The cat was quite heavy, like a dumbbell, making it impossible for him to carry the cat in one hand while moving things with the other. Spartacus had no idea about Xin's predicament. Since he didn't seem to be in any danger, he stopped struggling and instead showed great interest, using his claws to hook the drawstring on Xin's hood. The drawstring tugged, causing the hood to move, which sparked a sudden thought in Xin's mind. What would happen if he placed Spartacus inside his hood? Attempting this, he held the cat over his head and opened his hood with the other hand, gently stuffing Spartacus inside. The hood was stretchable and could accommodate the cat, but the 7 or 8 pounds proved to be too heavy. The hood expanded instantly, nearly choking Xin, who barely caught his breath. Inside the hood, Miwu flailed around, utterly confused and panicked, making the already heavy hat even more burdensome. As Xin struggled to remove his jacket to save himself, he sarcastically thought that he really lacked experience with cats since he had completely underestimated their weight. Spartacus finally managed to wriggle out from the mass of fabric and leapt off immediately, running several meters before turning back and meowing accusingly at Xin. Xin took a deep breath, relaxed his shoulders, and gazed at the striped tabby. You look so thin, yet you're this heavy. Meow. Spartacus wailed sorrowfully. Why did Meow have to put him in such an uncomfortable place? With a sigh, Xin approached the tabby and apologized, petting its round little head. Spartacus locked his eyes on Xin's shoulder. With a crouch and powerful leap, the tabby climbed swiftly along Xin's torso all the way up to his shoulder. Humph. Now, Meow can't reach me here. Limited by the space on the shoulder, Spartacus carefully wrapped his body around Xin's neck until he found a somewhat comfortable position, lying down and resting his head in a depression between Xin's shoulder and neck. He then closed his eyes. Xin stood there for a moment, feeling the weight pressing on his neck. Although his neck was under some pressure, the tabby seemed very content, perhaps as a punishment for what he had done earlier. Fortunately, this didn't hinder his work, so Xin reached up to touch Spartacus, ensuring the cat was securely positioned, and then started carrying the cardboard boxes at the door into the room. Unpacking the boxes was another grand task. By the time Xin had unpacked halfway, the tabby had gone wild, jumping off his shoulder and diving straight into the ocean of bubble wrap and plastic tape. Head down, sprinting, and pouncing, the cat played gleefully without restraint. Xin ignored the antics, methodically putting everything away. When the last small box was finally unpacked, Xin suddenly grinned mischievously. Spartacus, come here. He beckoned with a hand, not expecting the tabby in its frenzy to heed him. To his surprise, however, the kitten paused upon hearing his call, stopping dead in its tracks and staring fixedly at him, as if confirming whether the call was indeed for him. Spartacus, come here, Xin repeated firmly. Slowly, Spartacus released the piece of bubble wrap in his paw, shook his head, and trotted over on tiptoe. Meow, what is it? His head still bore pieces of foam, making him look comical. Xin waited for him to get close, bent down, and gave him a kiss on the forehead. You need a bath, big kitty. Spartacus extended his front paws onto Xin's knees, stood upright, elongated his body, and nudged Xin's lips with his nose, akin to a kiss. No hanky-panky. Xin held Spartacus and returned to the couch, grabbing his iPad to find some tips on bathing cats. For some reason lately, his iPad always seemed to hide itself well. Spartacus lay sprawled on his knees, getting closer to watch as Xin surfed the web. The dull pages somehow captivated the cat, who watched with apparent fascination. Xin never consulted strategies when playing games, but for the sake of his tabby, he had to proceed with utmost caution, checking multiple sources before taking action. Bathing a cat personally may seem trivial, but if mishandled during the first attempt, Spartacus might grow to hate baths. Hopefully, his striped tabby belonged to the type that doesn't detest baths. Homework consumed a great deal of time, and by the time Xin had everything prepared, it was already dusk. Before bringing Spartacus into the bathroom, Xin had mentally steeled himself sufficiently. He changed into a long-sleeved jacket and wrapped towels around both his wrists to prevent scratches from the striped tabby. In the bathroom, there was a basin filled with warm water ready for use, and a small stool stood nearby. The newly purchased cat shampoo and towels were neatly arranged beside it. On the wash basin rested Xin's iPad, at a perfect height, on which he had downloaded catwashing tutorials online, planning to refer to them while operating. Spartacus was carried in by a human, and upon seeing the steamy face of the basin filled with water, his body immediately stiffened. Finally, it had come. He remembered Daimashu telling him about humans' persistence in bathing their cats. As a stray cat who often wandered outdoors, Spartacus absolutely disliked water. Water reminded him of those days when wind and rain troubled the cats. Sometimes, when he couldn't avoid it in time, his fur would get soaked by the rain, making him cold and uncomfortable, no matter how much he licked himself dry. A few times, he even fell ill as a result, unable to go out looking for food for several days, nearly starving to death. Miowu, Spartacus tilted his head up and called softly to the human. Seeing Spartacus' moist green eyes, a wave of intense guilt surged through Xin's heart. He held the striped tabby in his arms and earnestly explained to it, "I'm sorry, but we must take a bath. Your fur is too dirty, and it's very uncomfortable. It's not that cold right now, I've turned on the heat lamp, so it's not cold at all, and I'll make sure to dry your fur." Spartacus swished his tail unhappily back and forth. He hooked his claws onto the human's coat, burying his head, resting his forehead against Miowu's chest. It seemed that Miowu wasn't going to give up on bathing him. Meow, his fur was going to get wet. It was indeed unpleasant, but what could he do? Humans were always so capricious. Since they took charge of him, they should be responsible for his well-being. Sometimes, a little patience could foster a more harmonious and cozy home life. That was the responsibility of a cat, meow. Xin almost laughed out loud when he saw Spartacus' posture in the mirror. It looked just like a sulking child who had made a mistake, face inward, contemplating in silence. He couldn't help but free one hand to scratch the striped tabby's neck and whisper words of comfort. Spartacus believed himself to be a very responsible cat. Since he had decided to make the human happy, despite the discomfort, he could endure it. When he stepped into the water, except for a brief moment when his paws touched the water and an instinctive struggle due to unfamiliarity, he stayed completely quiet afterward, sitting quietly in the basin, lowering his head, motionless, showing an air of submission. The water in the basin was just enough to submerge the tabby's thigh. Xin closely watched it, keeping both hands on Spartacus' back to prevent him from escaping. But after entering the water, Spartacus maintained this lowered head posture, neither struggling nor calling out. If it weren't for the slight tremor of his body exposing him, Xin would have doubted if his cat had petrified. After waiting a bit longer, he began to act. According to the online guide on washing cats, Xin first used warm water to wet Spartacus' underside hair, letting the tabby adjust first. Spartacus still did not move, surprisingly obedient. Xin tenderly touched its trembling back and gently consoled it with soft words. Spartacus hung his head low, suppressing the urge to jump out of the basin and find a corner to lick his fur dry. What comforted him was that Xin wasn't as brutal as the other previous humans. His movements were gentle and careful. Meow, even though Miowu had this peculiar fondness for giving cats baths, Miowu was still a good Miowu. For Miowu, I can surely hold on. Spartacus encouraged himself deep down. Chapter 13, The First Appearance of the Tabby Cat. Xin waited a while longer, confirming that Spartacus had calmed down. Then he tapped to open the video. Since the video was not muted, a screen instantly blared out. Xin quickly pressed the mute button and looked down to observe Spartacus' reaction. Spartacus had already lifted his head, his ears standing up high, staring in the direction of the screen. He snorted loudly, showing complete disdain for the cat in the tablet computer. Being bathed by humans should not be so scary that you have to scream for help. What a cowardly cat. Meow woo, there's no need to be afraid, I am very brave and would never scream like that. Seeing that the tabby cat didn't react much, Xin felt relieved but also a little puzzled. If Spartacus was so well behaved during baths, why did the people at the pet grooming salon say he wasn't obedient at all? While pondering this, Xin began washing the cat. His movements were very efficient, worried that if it took too long, the tabby cat might catch a cold. Spartacus was quite dirty, so Xin dared not wash him too carelessly. His chin, neck, belly, tail, even his testicles were not overlooked. Fortunately, the tabby cat cooperated throughout, stretching out his paws when asked, standing up when told, being extremely compliant. Even when rinsing off the foam with the shower head, there was no struggling at all. With the cooperation of the Tabby Cat, the bath was finished quickly. Xin pulled over a towel from nearby and wrapped Spartacus tightly within it. The towel's absorbency was excellent, soaking up most of the water on the Tabby Cat in a short while. Carrying Spartacus into the living room, though the bathing process went smoothly, Xin was still nervous enough to break out in sweat. His undershirt was drenched and stuck uncomfortably to his body. However, he didn't have time to take care of himself yet. Taking out the hairdryer that he had prepared, Xin planned to dry Spartacus' fur. This hairdryer originally belonged to Coffee. It was specially bought by his grandmother for the cats, making very little noise and providing relatively mild wind. Xin usually used it to dry his own hair as well. It is said that even if your cat isn't afraid of taking a bath, it can't escape the nightmare of the hairdryer. Cats are highly sensitive to noise and vibrations, so appliances like hairdryers often make them tense and uneasy. Steadily holding Spartacus in his arms with all four legs lying flat, Xin switched on the hairdryer, first using its backside to approach Spartacus, observing the Tabby Cat's reaction. Unexpectedly, Spartacus remained abnormally calm. Although he stared intently at the hairdryer without blinking, his pupils shrinking to fine slits, he didn't make any sudden movements. After adapting for a while, Xin started drying Spartacus' fur. The warm and steady wind blew Spartacus' thick fur upwards, prompting him to sneeze once. So this is what they call the human wind monster. It doesn't look that frightening after all, and it's small enough that one claw could easily knock it over. Meow, it's warm, my fur isn't feeling as damp anymore, and it feels pretty comfortable. With his body tilted upwards, he squinted at his human. As Xin combed through Spartacus' fur, he couldn't help but marvel at how obedient he was. He probably picked up a cat spirit. That pet grooming salon was definitely going too far. Spartacus was so well behaved, how could he possibly scratch their employees on purpose for refusing a bath? They must be an unscrupulous store. Under the light, Spartacus' fur was now loose and soft, glowing warmly. Unable to resist, Xin bent down and planted a firm kiss on his round and plump head. We'll never go to that shady store again. Meow woo. In no time, Spartacus' fur was 90% dry. He began flailing his limbs restlessly. Xin turned off the hairdryer, quickly adjusted the position of the cat, and gently stroked its fur. Alright, you've been very good today and deserve a reward. The reward was a freshly purchased tuna fish canned food meant for the Tabby Cat. Xin opened the can and poured some into a small dish for Spartacus. The dish was specially bought by him as well, with 2 adorable cat ears. Placing the dish at Spartacus' usual feeding spot, he gestured for it to come over. Spartacus caught the scent of something extraordinary. Cautiously stepping closer, he first rubbed his head against his meow, then carefully approached the tantalizing-smelling dish. What a fragrant aroma! What is this? He sniffed around repeatedly before determining there was no issue, and tried licking it tentatively. Meow. It's delicious. Meow meow. Watching Spartacus hungrily devour the canned food, Xin suddenly realized this was probably the Tabby Cat's first ever taste of cat canned food. He didn't leave but instead leaned against the wall, sitting down quietly and watching Spartacus finish the canned meat until nothing was left, even licking the dish clean. Feeling fully satisfied, Spartacus became extremely excited and continuously rubbed his cheeks against Meow's pant leg. Thank you, Meow. This is the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Xin reached out and cradled the Tabby Cat in his arms. The little fellow, having eaten its fill, didn't struggle at all but instead relaxed against his chest, emitting soft purring sounds as it began licking its paws to wash its face. Its fur felt loose and soft, like every hair carried the scent of sunshine. Holding the Tabby Cat, Xin continued to sit against the wall, gently stroking its fur with his hand. He looked up and gazed beyond the balcony. A crescent moon hung in the sky, resembling a faint smile. Since Grandma's passing, this was the most carefree night for Xin. He lowered his head, exhaled, and blew on Spartacus' whiskers. Feeling uncomfortable, Spartacus shifted his body away, pulling back his front paws to cover his own face. Finding it amusing, Xin suddenly remembered something and pulled out his phone from his pocket to take a photo of Spartacus. Xin uploaded this photo to his Weibo, captioning it, "On the 4th day since you came to my home, I bathed you. You were very obedient, always stay healthy and happy." It was the first time he posted something personal on Weibo. His previous posts were either about game strategies or video guides, more like public account updates. Although Spartacus might not be considered a good-looking cat by everyone's standards, Xin liked him, so much that he wanted to share it with others and document every bit of his life. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Xin logged in as usual. He opened his live stream room and started broadcasting a gaming session. Coincidentally, Chow Dan was also online and quickly sent an invitation to form a team. Xin agreed and entered the group. Chow Dan's voice came through immediately. "Hey, I saw the picture of your cat that you posted. It looks much better than the one you showed me last time. The little paws look so cute." "I gave it a bath," Xin explained. After the bath, the Tabby Cat's fur fluffed up nicely, making it look much livelier with the help of good posture and lighting, an undeniable improvement over the first photo. "Great, maybe raising a pet isn't such a bad idea after all." Since it was tournament season, the game world was abuzz with many people staying up all night to rank up. Chao Dan's skills were commendable, choosing bicycles was a rather safe strategy. This was the first time Xin and Chao Dan teamed up, but their coordination was decent. Xin performed steadily within the game. XF was an FPS game, where accuracy, positioning, and teamwork mattered greatly. Xin excelled with assault heroes, possessing unparalleled predictive skills and awareness. When equipped with a sniper rifle, he became virtually invincible. Moreover, his pool of heroes was deep, enabling him to play support roles just as effectively, making significant contributions during competitive matches. After several rounds, both Xin and Chao Dan achieved perfect records. Thanks to the consecutive wins, Chao Dan's ranking soared upward rapidly, reaching 4,000 points in no time. His live stream room erupted with cheers as fans kept sending gifts in celebration. "Thanks to the great player who helped me climb," Chao Dan shouted excitedly. Hitting 4,000 made it likely for him to enter the top 500 players. His chat room exploded with excitement as many viewers asked for the live stream room number of the God player, showering them with admiration. Taking advantage of this moment, Chao Dan promoted Xin. Focusing mainly on SF games, Chao Dan maintained a stable fan base of 50 to 60,000, with nightly traffic reaching 40 to 50,000. Though not the mainstay of the platform, he was undoubtedly a popular streaming personality. With his endorsement, Xin's audience surged by 10,000 instantly, and the chat messages gradually increased. "Come see the great player. Double streams, 2 perspectives, nothing is more exciting than this. The room name is a bit cute, haha 233333. Why doesn't the human-shaped self-running hack speak?" Despite turning on the microphone during the stream, Xin had never been one to talk much. Furthermore, his previous audience only consisted of a few people, leaving little need for constant interaction. Now, with the crowd growing, Xin wasn't sure how to respond, so he remained silent, focusing all his attention back onto the game. Chao Dan added another teammate, whose ID, 2Wolf, seemed somewhat familiar to him. Chao Dan briefly introduced Xin and 2Wolf to each other. Actually, Chao Dan and 2Wolf were on the same platform, aware of each other's existence, but they had only added each other as friends and rarely played together before. Today, Chao Dan casually sent a team-up request without much expectation that 2Wolf would agree, but it turned out 2Wolf was stuck in a series of bad games and desperately needed someone to help climb the rankings. Since this season began, 2Wolf had been extremely unlucky. He failed to get a good starting rank and had already dropped down to 3,500 points because of consecutive losses. Though not yet very close, one interesting point about gaming was how people could instantly connect despite being strangers with different personalities. Terrible. This guy is so pitiful, let's help him out, Xin God, otherwise he won't even be able to have his prostate surgery in peace. Go away. Go away. 2Wolf spat out a string of go-s, his voice carrying a distinct Guangxi accent which sounded quite amusing. I've been losing all day long. My teammates are worse than pigs. If your tricycle doesn't work, I'm jumping off this ship. It's so depressing. Absolutely solid. Chao Dan shouted back, look at my buddy's gaming history, haven't you seen? Boss, trust me. Let me tell you, this isn't just a tricycle, it's like an aircraft carrier, unbelievably stable. Shit, you actually hit 4,000 points. Damn, go away. 2Wolf and Chao Dan kept trash-talking each other. Strangely enough, maybe due to Chao Dan's confident prediction, their luck turned incredibly well after forming the team. They didn't lose a single match. 2Wolf's score gradually came back, making him so excited that he spoke incomprehensibly, shouting through the mic that he would give Xin monkeys. Xin happened to glance at his live stream room and was shocked by the number of fans and online viewers. There had only been around 10,000 moments ago, but now, there were 600,000 watching. Incredible. Sniper God. Why doesn't the little brother talk? The tour group from Ziyagwaytaling has arrived. Upon seeing Xiagua Tailang, Xin suddenly remembered why the name had seemed familiar. Xiagua Tailang was one of the pillars in the gaming zone of the Jiaomao platform, with 40,000 followers. Today, he must have been live streaming while climbing the ranks himself, splitting many viewers over to Xin's stream. Indeed, it proved Chao Dan's previous words, sometimes, gathering popularity simply relied on luck. Xin was too focused on playing and completely failed to notice when Spartacus entered the room. The calico cat sat neatly beneath the table, staring at Xin for a moment. When there was no reaction from him, it quickly leapt onto the computer desk and stepped on Xin's keyboard with its front paws. As a result, Xin got headshot instantly. Startled, Xin barely reacted in time before his hero fell off a cliff, killing itself directly. At the same time, large letters flashed across the screen announcing victory and ending the match. Damn, what a great headshot. Chao Dan burst into laughter, but 1 for 1 isn't worth it, God Xin. How did you commit suicide? You don't understand, this is called a godly sacrifice. Ha, never thought we'd see this. Xin could only explain, in fact, it was my cat that just got the kill. Chapter 14, The Cat Classroom Connection. Holy crap, a cat that plays XF. The young man's voice is super good. Want to? Unclear due to possible NSFW content. I'm convinced of your wickedness. As if to confirm Xian Chin's words, Spartacus stepped up close to Xian Chin's face, gently rubbing his cheek against him and meowing softly. The sound of the Lihua cat came through the earphones into the live stream room, instantly setting off a flurry of comments in the chat. My goodness, there really is a cat. It's a kitten. So cute, its voice is so soft. Turn on the camera. Turn on the camera. Chow Dan also heard this and joked, your cat's voice is much softer and cuter than yours. Isn't it supposed to be a male cat? It's a male cat. Xian Chin responded while trying to get Spartacus to sit properly on his knees. Unfortunately, Spartacus seemed to want to say something to him, stubbornly jumping onto the table and repeatedly rubbing his face, emitting sweet calls. Meow, don't play anymore. You should go to sleep. If you don't sleep, I can't review my lessons. Meow meow, I'll talk to you again soon. The game was about to start, and with Spartacus causing such a ruckus, Xian Chin had no way of playing. He muted the mic in the game and grabbed the Lihua cat, pulling it into his arms and talking to it quietly. Can you let me finish this round first? What do you want to do? Are you hungry? Don't mess with the keyboard, come sit on my lap. Just one more round. He couldn't understand. Spartacus got angry and scratched at Xian Chin's pants with his claws. If you're going to be this disobedient, when am I ever going to get into university? If I don't pass, I won't even be able to understand what you're saying. The human held him tightly, seemingly unwilling to let him jump onto the table. But meow, it's time to sleep already. Whose family lets humans stay up this late? Even the chickens are sleeping, and the mice are out and about. Spartacus pushed off with his back legs, standing up in the human's embrace, paws slapping against the chest of Meow, looking up and calling out at him. Xian Chin wrapped his arms around Spartacus' waist, freeing one hand to pet the Lihua cat from top to bottom. Feeling the cat in his arms gradually calming down, he kissed the head of the Lihua cat lightly. Alright, how about we agree on this? You can sit on my lap and watch me play. Seeing that Meow was ignoring him, Spartacus sat back down on Meow's leg, coiled up crossly, and began gnawing on the zipper tab of his clothing as an act of revenge. Even though Xian Chin had muted the mic in-game, the live stream audience could still hear his conversation with the cat. The viewers developed immense interest in Spartacus. I wish I could sit on the young man's lap while he plays games too. Don't give up, one day we will have our own cats. Wah, actually I've been following Sing for a long time. Today, I realized he talks more to his cat than he does to us. Half an hour later, the game session ended, and thanks to their teammates' coordination, Xian Chin's group maintained their winning streak. Tai Lang and Chow Dan were in high spirits, joking around with Xian Chin and asking if his cat had always been taking over his gaming account for him. Xian Chin laughed, nope, it doesn't want to take over for me. However, since I've kept it, I haven't lost yet. Chow Dan exclaimed loudly, dang, Imperial Luck Cat. I need to buy it some canned food. Yuwa cat sounds could be heard through Xian Chin's mic. After a moment, Xian Chin replied to Chow Dan and Tai Lang, sorry, I need to log off. You guys keep playing. Tai Lang was pumped up and tried to persuade him to stay, promising an extra box of canned food for Spartacus once they reached 4,000 points. Xian Chin declined their invitation, can't, my cat is starting to step on the keyboard again. Let's end today here, maybe we'll team up another time. Chow Dan felt quite disappointed but agreed. Before logging off, Xian Chin said to the audience, hey, anyone who wants to see a cat, I have Sing God's Weibo ID. Follow him. But all I post on my Weibo is just a picture of Spartacus, Xian Chin thought, as he lifted the Lihua cat into his arms. The cat mewed softly, its tail wagging, clearly throwing a tantrum because Xian Chin hadn't responded to it earlier. Alright, I'll stop playing, Xian Chin spoke gently to the cat while walking out of the room, what do you want to do? Are you hungry? Or shall we go to bed? As they reached the bedroom, the Lihua cat immediately quieted down. It broke free from Xian Chin's embrace, leapt onto the bed, and walked gracefully to its designated pillow, sitting upright and staring fixedly at Xian Chin. Xian Chin couldn't help but laugh aloud, alright, let's go to sleep. You little cunning one. Xian Chin quickly freshened up and crawled into bed with the Lihua cat in his arms. The fluffy cat nestled entirely into his arm crook, lying on its back with both front paws in the air, making a soft growling sound. With this soothing rumbling, Xian Chin soon fell asleep. After successfully putting the human to sleep, Spartacus stayed still for a while, ensuring that the human had fallen into a deep slumber. Then he yawned and wriggled out of the human's embrace. It was tough being a city cat, having to keep company with the family and squeeze in some study time at the same time. Spartacus shook his head vigorously to shake off all sleepiness. He tiptoed over to the door. The door was closed, but this posed no difficulty for Spartacus. This trick was taught by his sister, Mimi. In the countryside, many houses don't lock their back doors tightly, and Spartacus only tried twice to master it himself. Knowing how to open doors made it easier for him to find food in other people's kitchens during the lean hunting seasons. Aim at the door handle. With one precise jump, he pressed down the handle with his paw, creating a small gap between the door. By rubbing his body against the door, he squeezed through the gap effortlessly. Spartacus' target was the tablet downstairs. He already knew how to turn it on, and now needed to solve the second problem of the preview homework, to successfully run the WC software. Daimashu once told him that running software on a tablet was much easier than on desktops or laptops. First, press your claws firmly onto the center part designed for powering on. After you hear a beep, shout toward the tablet as follows, meow, meow or me meow. In response, the tablet would automatically start the WC software. For a clever cat like Spartacus, this whole process presented no difficulty. After the software started, the system logged in using the human's account automatically. The bouncing red notification dots immediately drew Spartacus' attention. For a long time, he swatted them away with his claws until every single red dot disappeared. Then he finally remembered his learning goal for today. He needed to find the cat classroom account first and then send a friend request. When class starts, after they connect, they can communicate with each other. It should be noted that humans who created these conveniences for cats are smart indeed. However, sometimes they aren't that smart, evident in their numerous accounts having hundreds of friends, just like there being so many cats on one street in Machunching. Unlike cats, humans seem enthusiastic about making friends but often forget exactly how many friends they have. Some accounts added never even exchange a word. But, this created a good opportunity for cats. Those ghost accounts, forgotten in the corners of the internet, one more or one less won't make any difference. As long as the traces are handled properly, those humans lacking insight won't notice anything unusual. Spartacus repeated step 1, opening the voice system, and used the second password, ow, oh, meow meow. Soon, an odd cat-like voice came from the tablet, do you want to connect via remote assistance, meow? Spartacus tilted his head suspiciously, wondering if it were spoken by a human pretending to be a cat, yet responded affirmatively with a mew. Under instruction, the tablet entered the interface for unmanned, uncatty operation. Unfamiliar with it, Spartacus stared attentively at the rapidly changing screen for a while. Unable to bear it, he extended his claw to tap on it. His fleshy claws slid over the screen's smooth surface, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. Licking his mouth, Spartacus pulled back his paw. Finally, the screen settled and emitted a soft meow. Spartacus' eyes grew round with curiosity, and his ears perked high. Connection completed. Welcome to Kitty Cat Academy. Did I succeed? A voice control function is about to activate. Please confirm by responding meow. Spartacus leaned forward and mewed softly. Before formally starting studies at Kitty Cat Academy, please register your basic information. Spartacus hit a snag when registering his name after replying details like gender and age. I don't know what name Miwu picked for me. Feeling somewhat frustrated, he wagged his tail slightly and selected pause. He decided to ask Daimashu next time. Although Daimashu said he could change the name later when he learned to understand, Spartacus hoped to use the name chosen by Miwu to attend school. Though he wasn't sure of it yet, he trusted that his human must have given him the best and most powerful name. Spartacus didn't expect that the chance to meet Daimashu again would come so soon. The next morning, Xin Chin was not woken up by Spartacus stepping on him. That Lihua cat wasn't even on his bed. Xin Chin found it a little strange and went downstairs to look around. In the living room, he discovered Spartacus snoring loudly on the sofa. The cat lay there on its back with all four legs in the air, using Xin Chin's iPad as a soft cushion, and slept soundly. It looked like Spartacus was dreaming about something delicious, because the cat smacked its lips, and the corner of its mouth curved upwards as if smiling. Xin Chin couldn't help but chuckle and recorded this adorable scene into a short video which he then posted on Weibo. After getting up, Xin Chin went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for both Spartacus and himself. When he returned to the living room, he found Spartacus still asleep. Torn between waking the sleeping Lihua cat or letting it sleep longer, Xin Chin remembered that today was scheduled for Spartacus' follow-up checkup and they would have to leave early. So, he reached out and pinched Spartacus' paw gently, giving it a slight shake. But Spartacus remained undisturbed, continuing to sleep soundly. With no other options, Xin Chin bent down and picked up the whole Lihua cat. Suddenly suspended in mid-air, Spartacus woke up abruptly from his slumber, flailing its legs for a moment in confusion, looking blankly at the human above him. Mew. He murmured drowsily. Xin Chin worried that Spartacus might be upset after being suddenly woken, so he held him steady, stroking him softly to let him come to his senses. We're going to eat a lot today. Do you remember Dr. Yu? She's the doctor who treated your paw, and we're visiting her today. Mew. The Lihua cat replied listlessly, his head drooping on the human's shoulder, eyes half closed. Last night had been spent fussing over name issues for quite a while. Spartacus hadn't had enough sleep yet and had a lot of questions on his mind. He wanted to ask Daimashu, but didn't know when he'd see the big black cat again. Chapter 15, Follow-up Appointment. It wasn't until they were about to leave that Spartacus fully woke up. He nestled inside the cat carrier, murmuring softly, Mew, where are we going? Haven't I already had a bath? Shinchin spoke through the carrier to Spartacus, be a good boy, we're taking a taxi. We'll be there soon. Spartacus meowed for a while, but seeing Shinchin unmoved, he could only hang his head and lay down. Fortunately, their destination was quickly reached, and a human picked him up from the car. Spartacus raised his nose and sniffed the air. He soon remembered this was the place he met Malto for the first time. Malto had once told him, here it is called a hospital, where sick cats come to get treated. Mew, Spartacus called out, I'm not sick. Are you stupid? Shinchin had made an appointment with Dr. Yu, and after a brief registration at the front desk, they were quickly ushered into the examination room. The instant they entered, the clinic's mascot, Malto, jumped down from a high cat perch and came around to the front of the carrier. The large black cat approached the bag opening and sniffed carefully as if trying to confirm the identity of the cat inside. Spartacus responded with a loud "ow" and patted the side of the carrier with his paw. Malto then emitted a long acknowledging the greeting. Seeing this, Dr. Yu couldn't help but smile. Malto seems particularly enthusiastic today. Have you two met before? He's actually my apprentice, Malto replied proudly, flicking his tail. Spartacus got upset and hissed, who's your apprentice? Shameless. Malto didn't seem bothered at all. Instead, he became even more interested and called out to the Tabby Cat, you should tell your human to let you out. Are you dumb? Humans don't understand what we say. You're the dumb one. Just make some noises and they'll come over to coddle you. Hearing this, Spartacus rolled over in the carrier and emitted a series of mew sounds. Sure enough, Mew appeared shortly thereafter, opened the carrier, and carried him out. Unfortunately, Spartacus didn't have much time to bask in triumph because he was promptly taken to a small room and pressed onto a cold metal table. As Spartacus was about to struggle, Mew walked over and helped Dr. Yu pin him down. Mew. Spartacus complained, receiving a stroke in return. Humph, stroking me won't help. I don't like being held down like this. Spartacus fumed, swishing his tail, wanting desperately to roll over on the table. He looked back at Mew, sighed, and seeing how seriously Mew was looking at him, decided not to hold a grudge against the human. Meow, finish quickly so I can lick my paws. Meow woo, stop poking my ears, meow woo, something's in my ear, shake shake. Spartacus struggled forcefully, but his human didn't loosen his grip, rather, he held Spartacus even tighter, which irritated the Tabby Cat. He tightened his body, flattening his ears, trying to hide his head and sulk. The Tabby Cat was flipped and prodded by Dr. Yu, who conducted various checks. While recording, Dr. Yu explained Spartacus' physical condition to Shinchin and instructed her on precautions she needed to take. Fearing perhaps, Spartacus squeezed himself close to Shinchin, using his forehead to press against her arm and burying his face. Touched, Shinchin gently stroked his head, saying, we're almost done. Dr. Yu says you're very healthy. Thankfully, this exhausting procedure didn't last long, and Dr. Yu finally released him. Suddenly relieved, Shinchin hugged the aggrieved Tabby Cat to her chest and kissed its head. After resting on the human's chest for a bit, Spartacus eventually decided to forgive his Mew. At that moment, Mew was speaking to Malto's human, and Spartacus tilted his head, not understanding what they were saying, curiously observing both humans. Malto had quietly entered at some point, coiling himself on an empty medicine rack nearby, attentively listening to the human conversation while simultaneously providing simultaneous translation to Spartacus. Your human says he wants to adopt you. Spartacus swished his tail, so what? I've already taken control of my human. He said he likes you very much and feels there's fate between the two of you. Blushing slightly, Spartacus shook his ears and buried his face in Mew's chest. Oh no, why must you tell everyone this? Stupid Mew. Lowering his head shyly for a moment, he suddenly thought of something, lifting his head abruptly and turning toward Malto, shouting, Hey Malto, listen for me. What has my human named me? On hearing this, Malto glanced at the Tabby Cat, narrowing his eyes half closed, asking, Are you sure? Don't you want to learn the human language yourself and confirm it personally? Spartacus lowered his head and flicked the tip of his tail, saying, But I want to know what name my human has given me earlier so I can proudly introduce myself to other cats. What if the name your human gave you sounds terrible? Maya would give a terrible name. Spartacus shouted in loud rebuttal. Malto chuckled and slowly stood up, saying, All right, let me find out for you. With that, he jumped onto the desk with a push from his legs, leaning close to Dr. Yu's hand as she conversed with Shinchin. Dr. Yu sat at her desk helping Shinchin fill out the cat adoption record forms. Cats with owners needed to have chips implanted which contained information about both owner and pet, aiding their swift reunion should they get lost. Pointing at the cat name section, Shinchin said, Spartacus. Dr. Yu smiled and nodded, it's a really majestic name, very suitable for him. Upon hearing this, Malto immediately got up, jumped off the table, ran a few steps to Spartacus' side, and said to him, So your name is Spartacus? Spartacus? The Tabby Cat's eyes widened in surprise, asking uncertainly, Is it an ugly name? Malto wrinkled his whiskers, showing a bit of hesitation, It shouldn't be. I heard Dr. Yu praising your name. Dr. Yu is amazing, she can even judge what I feel like eating by the frequency of my tail's movements. So, since she thinks your name is good, your name must be super good. Hearing this, Spartacus was so excited that his fur bristled. He happily paced back and forth, making short purring noises. Shin, who had heard the movement, looked back at the tabby cat, assuming it was getting impatient, went over and picked it up. We will be done soon. Dr. Yu is going to implant a chip in you, it won't hurt much. We also need to vaccinate. After filling out the form, Dr. Yu turned around and saw Shin talking to the cat, couldn't help but smile. I estimate Spartacus might be more than a year old, but it's hard to determine his exact age. His weight is 7.5 pounds, though from a pure weight perspective, that's normal. Given his body shape, it would be better if he could gain a bit more weight for better health. Deworming has been successful, his skin condition is excellent, his ears are in good condition too. Remember to clean the cat's ears regularly, but be careful not to hurt them. The cat's temperature is normal. Today we can first administer the FVRCP vaccine, and then come back for deworming next week. After a while, we can consider neutering it. It looks like it has already passed its heat cycle this year, which makes now a perfect time. Shin quietly pressed down Spartacus' 2 ears with her fingers. Meanwhile, Malto suddenly made strange sounds of meow 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 meow. Confused, Spartacus turned his head to glare at him. The process of chip implantation and deworming went extremely smoothly. Either because he realized struggling wouldn't make any difference or due to Shin's constant presence beside him, Spartacus was exceptionally cooperative throughout the whole procedure, neither struggling nor crying. After the injection, he even stretched his neck and tried to lick Shin's fingers. Holding Spartacus in her arms, Shin recalled how she expected a dramatic scene after reading online about what usually happened. However, the reality was Spartacus lying motionless on the operating table, showing no reaction afterward except yawning and then dozing off in Shin's embrace. Dr. Yu suggested they stay another hour in the hospital to check for allergic reactions. Spartacus took a nap, woke up with high spirits, and even fought with Malto. Perhaps still unaccustomed to having a small patch of fur shaved near its paw, he kept stopping to lick it. Worrying it would affect the healing of the needle puncture, Shin held Spartacus so he couldn't reach it. Spartacus then bent down to lick Shin's fingers instead. Dr. Yu joked with Shin, "You're being overly cautious. Spartacus is a very robust cat, eating well is enough to keep him healthy, there's no need to worry so much. Tabby cats have strong survival capabilities. Alright, with no adverse reactions, you can go home." After bidding farewell to Dr. Yu, Shin took Spartacus home. To provide extra nutrition for the tabby cat, after dinner, she fed some freeze-dried treats as snacks, which made the cat happy enough to mew continuously. In order to watch for any potential reactions, Dr. Yu told Shin to stay at the clinic for an additional hour. Spartacus slept soundly during this period and awoke refreshed. After engaging in a playful tussle with Malto, he frequently stopped to lick the spot where his fur had been shaven. Concerned it might interfere with the healing process, Shin held Spartacus steady, preventing him from licking it further. In response, Spartacus lay down and began to lick Shin's fingers instead. With everything in check, Dr. Yu confirmed there were no adverse effects and approved their departure. After a few days of practice and adaptation, Spartacus had now mastered the operation of the tablet computer as if it were second nature. He quickly registered at the cat school under his grand name, Spartacus. Meanwhile, he and Maya were getting along more smoothly, quickly becoming familiar with each other's rhythms. Just as Spartacus had said, his Maya was the best human in the world. Smart and gentle, he knew how to take care of a tabby cat without infringing on his territory or personal time. After all, cats are solitary animals who don't enjoy constant company. But sometimes, Spartacus actually wanted to stay with Maya for a long, long time. Why? Of course, because his human was the best in the world. Whenever Maya started playing with that big black box, Spartacus would invade his room, dominate his lap, and make all sorts of strange noises right by his mouth. If Maya were a cat, he'd surely laugh, haha meow, at Spartacus's humor. Unfortunately, Maya wasn't a cat. But that didn't matter. Once Spartacus passed the cat school exams, he'd surely understand what Maya was saying. Spartacus was full of confidence in himself. The day of the kindergarten class finally arrived as scheduled. That night, Spartacus was so excited he couldn't stop circling around Maya's legs, making it impossible for his human to focus on his own tasks. As part of the negotiation, his human prepared him some delicious freeze-dried treats. It's not like I'm kissing you for the food. Still, Spartacus thought while chewing loudly on the freeze-dried treat, I'll keep this truth from Maya for now. That night, when the moon reached its highest point in the sky, Maya was already deeply asleep. Spartacus opened his eyes, gently licked the human's nose, then quietly jumped off the bed and slipped out of the room. Chapter 16, The Kitty Lecture Room Opens. Sparta found Miwu's tablet and skillfully operated it, quickly entering the kitty learning system. He logged in with Sparta's ID and saw that the small lecture hall was already full of cats. The kitty lecture room adopted an online teaching format where all participating kittens communicated with the instructor via video. Each lecture room counted as a small class, having only 4 litters of cats, about more than 10 to 20 cats in total. Each litter had its own dedicated video window, able to transmit video and also speak. Sparta's small window was at the top right, representing a litter that only consisted of 1 cat, making it quite prominent. More noticeably, he was the only adult cat present. Realizing this, Sparta felt a bit embarrassed and adjusted his posture slightly, trying to make his image less noticeable in the window. His wish was soon dashed when instructor Jiang Debao's first words after going online exposed him to all eyes. Today is the opening day of the new term for the preschool kitty lecture room. First of all, we would like to welcome our oldest new student in the history of the kitten school, Sparta. Sparta watched helplessly as the kittens in the other 4 small windows moved their gazes in unison, aligning squarely on his face. They all looked no older than 2 months, most accompanied by their mothers to participate in the lecture room. With so many kittens staring at him simultaneously, Sparta instantly felt his fur bristle all over. Just as he thought to get up and hide from the camera, the kittens greeted him with a series of uneven meows, showing their welcome. As city-raised house cats, their mothers were highly educated too, and they had been instilled with the concept of feline education since childhood. Therefore, they were much more familiar with the lecture room than Sparta, who had come to it later in life, and naturally performed the cat etiquette well. Sparta bashfully scratched at the sofa cushion with his paw and replied with a meow. At this moment, a stub-nosed orange Garfield cat in the top left corner approached the lens, staring at Sparta for a while before suddenly loudly asking his mother, "Mom, why is he so old yet still coming to school?" As soon as he finished speaking, he earned himself a claw tap from his mom in the corner. Upon hearing this, the other kittens also began asking their mothers in a chorus of voices. The classroom immediately filled with chaotic meows. Sparta became even more embarrassed and wished he could cover his face with his tail. At that moment, Jiang Debao hummed deeply, drawing the attention of all the cats back to the class. She was a tortoiseshell-headed yellow-spotted large white cat, her eyes sharp and her whiskers spread wide, looking quite stern. Her voice silenced the group immediately, and they quietly repositioned themselves properly, focusing intently on the screen. Since it was small class teaching, the same group of kittens would be companions until the end of preschool, so Jiang Debao began the first lesson with introductions so the cats could get to know each other. Normally, in natural conditions, 2 cats getting acquainted required a standoff submission ending with sniffing each other's butts. Through the feline classroom, however, acquaintance clearly had a more civilized method. The order of self-introduction was arranged according to age, naturally making Sparta the first. After the previous drama, everyone obviously had extraordinary curiosity about this senior cat. Before he spoke, he received the gaze of more than a dozen round eyes, as bright as bells. Sparta hesitated slightly, then suddenly thought, what the heck, they're just a bunch of kids, if they dare to mock me, I'll go beat them up. Thinking this, Sparta became confident, lifting his head proudly and meowing loudly, "My name is Sparta, it's the name my human gave me, meaning I'm very strong. I was born in spring and am now 21 months old." A collective AUH of surprise sounded from the young cats. Sparta grew even prouder and continued, "I'm really good at catching mice and sparrows. My human is the best human in the whole world." The orange Garfield cat who had spoken earlier hurriedly came to the front of the lens and exclaimed, "Wow, you've seen rats." The other kittens nodded in agreement. You've seen rats. As urban cats, despite their broad knowledge, they didn't understand much about the more primitive aspects of feline life. Their knowledge of rats came only from word of mouth, and even their mothers might not have seen them personally. Cats like Sparta were practically like legendary wanderers in the cat world. Sparta looked disdainfully around at the group of cats. What was wrong with the young these days, not even recognizing a rat? In their countryside, not only should they recognize rats, but they must also be able to catch them, failing which would result in hunger. However, he didn't bother explaining this to a bunch of city cats and instead maintained his dignified silence with just a slight nod before closing his mouth completely. The kittens meowed regretfully, following the teacher's requirements to take turns introducing themselves. This was when Sparta learned that the somewhat annoying short-nosed cat's name was Tsongbao Hui. He was an orange tabby cat with a prominent line of darker fur down the center of his head, extending all the way to his tailbone. Tsongbao Hui was the noisiest of the little short-nosed kittens and also the largest one, about a circle bigger than his younger siblings. Little fatty, Sparta showed his fangs while opening his mouth and exhaled towards the top left window. As she watched the class filled with soft fluffies, Jiang Debao nodded satisfactorily and started the official first lesson, "I am a cat." Huh. Sparta raised his hind leg and scratched at his ear. "I am a cat." He had initially thought attending school would be very difficult, especially after seeing how knowledgeable city cats were, so he'd mentally prepared himself for understanding nothing today and seeking private tutoring from Dai Maisu afterward. To his surprise, the first lesson turned out to be as simple and straightforward as knowing that hunger requires eating or tiredness needs sleeping. "I am a cat. Of course I am a cat, I've known that since 21 months ago." "Meow," he muttered under his breath, feeling frustrated that cats who couldn't even catch mice weren't reliable at all. Disappointed, Sparta began to have second thoughts about continuing, he might as well go sleep with Miwu. Sparta's look of contempt was too evident and drew an intense glare from Jiang Debao. The tortoiseshell big cat cleared her throat, scanning through the students, then continued her lecture, "Cats, surviving in this world, need to first recognize the truth, I am a cat." "So what exactly is a cat?" Sparta joined the group of baby kittens tilting their heads in curiosity. "There are many species in this world, such as humans, clearly, and stupid dogs, things that we can eat, and those we cannot. A cat is also a species, a life form resembling us, with similar habits, we all fall into this category called cats. Why emphasize this? Because the cat is a unique species. When you identify yourself as belonging to this species, you should know what capabilities you have as a species, what responsibilities you bear, and how you can survive in this world. Jiang Debeo used a teaser toy as a teaching pointer to demonstrate her presentation, most of which were easy to understand images. Since the teaser stick was far too attractive, even Sparta found it irresistible, wanting to leap at the moving bait on the screen until Jiang Debeo's severe rebuke stopped him. Itching inside, Sparta got distracted frequently, understanding merely part of the explanation, only catching key facts introduced about the common knowledge for kittens. Under natural conditions, kittens under 4 months old would stay by their mother's side, where mother cats would teach them how to perceive the world and learn survival skills. Sparta's mother had taught him similarly when he was young. However, she passed away before he could fully learn, and later, he picked up hunting techniques and survival knowledge by observing other cats and relying on his powerful instincts. Now the cat classroom explained all of this using more systematic language. But systematic meant dry. Lost in thought and distracted like the rest, Sparta noticed Song Bao Hui, the short-nosed one, actually falling asleep mid-class. His head sank with a thud onto the ground, sound asleep. Sparta sneered at Song Bao Hui and yawned widely, thinking Jiang Debeo, being such a strict adult cat, would surely scold the chubby one severely. Unexpectedly, Jiang Debeo merely glanced at the drowsy little orange cat, flicked her ears, and said, "That concludes the first section of the lecture. We will now have a 30-minute nap session. The system will automatically wake you up later, and will continue." Then, she herself yawned, stood up, spun around, and found a place to take a quick nap. Sparta muttered in his mind that classes weren't that exhausting, coiled his body up, lay down right there, closed his eyes, and quickly drifted off into dreamland. Half an hour later, Sparta was awakened by a rustling sound that reminded him of a rat. He instantly became alert, quickly raising his upper body and adjusting the direction of his ears to determine the source of the sound. At that moment, Sparta realized the sound came from the iPad. Clearly, this was the system prompt sound Jiang Debeo had mentioned. Sparta swiftly flicked his ears, cautiously sniffing the faint scents in the air. He heard Miwu turn over upstairs but seemed to have no signs of waking up. Reassured, Sparta leaned down again, sniffing the iPad carefully. After confirming there were no traces of any prey, he swatted the iPad with his paw and continued with the class. Using the sound of a rat to wake up a cat is evidently a very clever method. Even city cats who have never seen a rat would be awakened by their wild instincts. Jiang Debeo had already returned to the camera frame, sitting properly and ready to begin the next lesson. Meanwhile, the kittens who had just been woken up from their dreams mewed randomly, their eyes dazed, radiating an air of foolishness. Sparta looked at those little ones disdainfully with half-closed eyes. Song Bao Hui struggled to climb in front of the camera, meowing to ask Jiang Debeo, "When can we sleep again?" This question was apparently one other students were also concerned about. Sparta thought to himself, this little fatty looks stupid but turns out to have some guts. Jiang Debeo kept her face straight, slowly glancing at Song Bao Hui, then slowly turned her head back to face the camera. "Class resumes," she declared, clearly refusing to answer Song Bao Hui's silly question. Sparta yawned again, listlessly lying in front of the camera with drooping eyelids, watching Jiang Debeo. Fortunately, the content of the second class was more interesting than the first one and was something Sparta was more interested in, cats and humans. Chapter 17 How to Choose a Human. As everyone knows, after leaving their mothers and siblings, all domestic cats will find a human family and take them over. If there are no unexpected incidents, we will live in this new home permanently. The relationship between cats and humans is very subtle. We are both solitary animals who don't like to stay too close to our own kind when we grow up. As for humans, independent cats never want to fully accept them without reservation. Managing the relationship between cats and humans is a lifelong question for domestic cats. If a cat has not seen or been closely exposed to humans at 2 or 3 months old, it may be unable to adapt to living with humans. Cats of that age have the strongest adaptability. On the other hand, if cats learn the right way to take over humans during this stage, they will benefit from it for life. So, the timing you chose to attend the cat class is crucial. I'm glad that most of you. Jiang Debeo paused for a moment, glanced at the Lihua cat brother who was crouching in the corner, and then said, "I'm glad that most of you made the right decision at the right time. You should thank your mother for this." Sparta continued lying down, bending his left paw on the arm of his right paw, and resting his chin on top. He yawned, completely unconcerned about the teasing glances from the other cats. How should cats find an appropriate human family and take them over? For some cats, around 2 or 3 months old, the humans in their original families will be responsible for arranging these affairs. A small number of cats will stay in their original families with their mothers, jointly taking over those families' humans. Most cats will leave their mothers and enter entirely new families. Although on the surface, it seems that which humans the cats will take over is decided by the humans in the original families, it's not entirely so. Kittens also have significant say over their future homes. First, if the humans in your original family are responsible ones, they will screen out a reasonable list of possible humans and eliminate irresponsible, unsuitable ones on behalf of the kittens beforehand. The humans presented to you meet at least the basic criteria. However, cats can moderately show their preferences as well, for example, urinating on the shoes of a human they dislike. As long as you're cute enough, you'll be forgiven eventually. Furthermore, such clear expression of your stance often results in another family coming for interviews. Cats, though not communal animals, do possess sufficient responsibility. Once we decide to take over a certain human, we will remain committed until the end. Therefore, making a wise choice is essential. So, how to judge what kind of humans are suitable? As a cat, you need to remember the following key points for selecting humans. First, stay away from humans who overly love cats. Many cat-loving humans are excessively emotional, completely disregarding personal space. They act arbitrarily, breaking the healthy distance that should exist between cats and humans based on their own preferences. This arbitrariness should be led by the cats alone, not by the humans. They will also become overly infatuated with our bodies, rubbing our fur at will, constantly touching us, and giving us inappropriate decorations even after we have clearly expressed our dissatisfaction, with absolutely no remorse, continuing their reckless behavior. Worst of all, this love often accompanies an obsession with appearance. Once the charm of our cute appearances fades, they quickly grow tired of their former affection and begin to grow cold, possibly even unilaterally dissolving the takeover agreement and abandoning us. Therefore, from the start, we should avoid contact with such kinds of humans. This type of human usually shows signs that can be identified. After seeing us, they always scream loudly, reach out their hands without any self-introduction, trying to touch our fur regardless of our opposition, holding us tightly, using excessive force. They typically exaggerate praise for our appearance and excitedly share our photos with their human friends. If these actions make you uncomfortable, please distance yourself from such humans promptly. If they attempt to harm you, you can use your claws to fight back. The second type of human is the complete opposite of the first. They strongly dislike cats or any other small animals. They are often on the list due to requests from their human friends. Sometimes, these humans may appear polite and seem like a good choice at first glance. But don't be deceived by such superficial appearances. Smart kittens will conduct more tests. You can choose to create chaos around them, scratch their pants, jump onto them, or even claw their arms. Just remember to keep your claws retracted. We don't want bloodshed right from the start, which would ruin things. If they stiffen, grimace, dodge you, or even rudely push you away when no one else is paying attention, this kind of human will not make a pleasant companion in the future. They typically lack sufficient responsibility to stay with you until death. If they meet you out of obligation because their human partners ask them to, then it's even worse. Relationships between humans are very unstable and unreliable. Once their relationship breaks down, as a cat who has witnessed their romance, you may easily become collateral damage. The third type of human children. Remember, stay far away from human children. They'll pull your ears hard, pinch your neck. They don't follow any logic at all. If you fight back, they might abandon you. Of course, there are exceptions. But if you're a cat without much patience, please remember, stay far away from human children. Then, what kind of human is suitable? We need to seek out those who carry calm and gentle energy. Their breathing is steady, their tone of voice doesn't rise too high, and they aren't easily excited. They move softly, respect cats, and won't arbitrarily invade a cat's territory if it feels insecure. They pay attention to details and notice every need of the cat. If we accidentally make a mistake, they won't shout or scold, but handle the situation intelligently. These people often have a strong sense of responsibility and make for great long-term companions. Sometimes, as long as you observe carefully, it's easy to distinguish these types of humans who cats prefer among the crowd. They radiate an aura that makes you feel warm and safe, making you want to approach them instinctively, purring like you would with your mother. Of course, judging a qualified human partner is a highly complex process, and the criteria are not always fixed. Smart cats can sense something unique about their human. Sparta suddenly sat up with excitement and meowed toward the camera. Me. Mine. My human is the best human in the world. The other kittens listened curiously and tilted their heads to look at Sparta. With pride, Sparta straightened his body, raised his chin high, and even lifted his head out of the camera range. Jiang de Bao glanced at Sparta and warned sternly that all cats should ensure as much of their bodies as possible remain within the camera frame. Sparta stomped his paws, still excited, and lay down to groom himself, calming his heart. My meow is just too good, it's impossible to talk about it all in 3 days and nights with these city cats. Song Bao Hui admired him. You're so lucky. How did you pick up your human? Sparta happily flicked his tail. My human was inherited. He's my aunt's legacy. Wow, inheritance, that's a good thing. Although the kittens didn't quite understand what inheritance meant, they still let out sounds of admiration. Li Hua Cat twitched his whiskers. I'm just too popular. The class ended in a relaxed and harmonious atmosphere. As the lesson concluded, Song Bao Hui specially called out to Sparta, Meow, my mom says I'll be picking a human in 2 or 3 weeks. Can I take over your human? We can play together, and I have lots of cans. Clearly attracted by Sparta's braggadocio, he had developed a strong liking for Sparta's human. His mother said taking over a human is actually a very risky matter. Young kittens inexperienced in the ways of the world might not make wise choices. Rather than randomly choosing a human and settling for mediocrity, it's better to take over a known, already suited human. Sparta gave an impolite hiss in response. Humph, I also have cans. I'm not sharing my meow with you. With one paw, he shut off the tablet computer, turned around, and stormed upstairs, diving into the human's bed and snuggling deep into Meow's arms. That annoying little fat cat. Sparta sneezed angrily and stuck out his tongue to lick Meow's chin. Meow is too good, everyone envies him, and I must watch over him tightly. The next morning, Chin Xian was awakened by Sparta stepping on him. The cool paw pad slapped against his cheeks, forcing him to open his eyes. It's time for food, Meow, Sparta called out to the human. Good morning. Interrupted from sleep, Chin Xian's mind felt groggy, and he slowly pulled the Lihua cat into his arms, planting a kiss on its fur. Sparta leaned down to lick Chin Xian's face and then began grooming his hair as if cleaning him up. Chin Xian lay in the warmth of the blankets for a moment before finally regaining clarity. Meow, your tablet computer isn't working anymore, Teacher Dabao says it's out of power. You need to recharge it for me. Chin Xian sat up, allowing Sparta to slide from his chest to his lap with the movement. Reaching out, he scratched gently atop Sparta's head. Sparta purred contentedly, closing his eyes while flattening his ears. Chin Xian grabbed his phone from the bedside and instinctively took a photo of Sparta, uploading it to Weibo. Once the app opened, there were many new message notifications waiting for him. He noticed that his number of followers had increased by over 1,000 without his notice. The first 2 posts about Sparta each had over 200 comments below them, where many said seeing a big-faced man-cat acting cute was oddly heartwarming. After composing some words and uploading Sparta's new photo, Chin Xian put down his phone and tickled the Lihua cat under the chin, saying, "You're about to become a little star, everyone is praising how good-looking you are." While cute and good-looking are slightly different concepts, in Chin Xian's view, Sparta was indeed handsome. You're such a great kitty. And you're a great human, too. Chapter 18, Goodbye, Dandan. Before they knew it, Spartacus had been at Chin Xian's home for a month. He'd completed his deworming treatment, received vaccinations, ate well, gained weight, and had a glossy coat. He was an extremely healthy cat. Following the veterinarian's advice, Chin Xian started preparing for Spartacus's neutering procedure. He searched online extensively, did his homework thoroughly, and after careful comparisons, selected the best hospital with great reputation. He chose medications that were all imported and booked the surgical package. Spartacus had no idea about the upcoming surgery. He remained a happy cat. The kindergarten courses for kittens were almost over. This stage of the course mainly focused on theoretical knowledge, so it was relatively simple and not burdened with too much homework. It could be considered quite relaxed. Spartacus even found time to learn feline internet social networking. Using Meow's social account, he learned how to use a tablet for voice or video communication, adding several cat friends, most of whom were classmates from his current batch. There was also Don Mashu, who somehow got his contact information, and Song Bao Hui, the annoying little orange cat. After leaving his mother, Song Bao Hui now officially managed a human household with 2 members. His humans were a polite and responsible couple, very good owners by any standard. Living a pretty decent life, Song Bao Hui ate well, drank well, and rapidly grew bigger. Normally very talkative, this cat was even noisier than crows. Each day after class, he would corner a tabby cat with endless questions, persisting until today in harboring inexplicable curiosity towards Meow's meows. Heartbreaker. Spartacus scorned him inside, secretly vowing never to let Song Bao Hui meet Meow again. The day to say goodbye to Dandan finally arrived. As usual, the tabby cat was teasing his human for affection, but Meow strangely did not prepare breakfast for him, nor did he let him drink water. Though slightly hungry and thirsty, these sensations were tolerable. Having become accustomed to hunger, Spartacus didn't express too much dissatisfaction. He called out a while, finding that Meow showed no signs of compromise, then lay down quietly on the carpet, licking his fur. Meanwhile, his human was busily packing something nearby. Soon, completely unaware, the tabby cat was shoved into a carrier and carried outside. Spartacus was already familiar with the carrier as Chin Xian often took him to the pet clinic for checkups. There he'd encounter Don Mashu and some friendly humans. As such, Spartacus wasn't particularly averse to visiting the clinic and even fell asleep lazily grooming himself inside the carrier, unaware of what was coming. However, when Chin Xian brought him to an unfamiliar house, Spartacus began to feel wary. This place had a completely new scent, which made the tabby cat increasingly uneasy. His ears stood up high, ready to bolt if anything suspicious happened, although, naturally forgetting that he was still trapped inside the carrier, escaping wouldn't be easy. Chin Xian chose a large comprehensive pet hospital where an experienced doctor named Dr. Chen was in charge of the operation, nicknamed Chen One Cut. This doctor reportedly didn't laugh much, seemed odd, but his skills were impeccable. After finishing preoperative body index checks, Chin Xian stood nervously outside the operating room, anxiously waiting while ruminating on various adverse surgery stories and post-op reactions he'd read online. The thought only added to his anxiety. Thankfully, his wait was short and Dr. Chen soon appeared. Dressed immaculately in a pristine white coat, he looked rather young, tall and lean. His mask hung at his chin, his tone calm and steady, not exactly stern. Dr. Chen asked Chin Xian to open the carrier and hand over Spartacus. Chin Xian immediately complied. Nestled in his human's arms, Spartacus carefully eyed the strange human before him. What is he going to do? Spartacus tried batting away the stranger's hands with his paw but was stopped by Meow. This man smelled somewhat similar to Don Mashu's owner. Was he a doctor too? Why had Meow changed clinics? Will I ever see Don Mashu again? Spartacus tilted his head, puzzled. Dr. Chen quickly checked the tabby cat in Chin Xian's arms, nodded briefly, and whispered to Chin Xian, "Cooperate with me later." Xian was perplexed, frowning. What kind of cooperation? Before he could think it through, Dr. Chen suddenly grabbed the tabby cat and pulled him away with force. Xian had no time to react when he saw Dr. Chen dash into the operating room like a gust of wind, leaving only the fluttering white coat behind. Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he instinctively wanted to follow. At that moment, a nurse nearby stopped him, trying hard not to laugh as she explained that some cats after neutering surgery might develop resentment toward their owners for taking them to get cut. However, if they thought they were taken by the doctor without the owner's protection, the resentment wouldn't transfer to the owner. Instead, the cats would feel that their owner tried their best to protect them, and after the surgery, with the owner's caring care, they'd grow even more affectionate. After hearing the explanation, Xian couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He never imagined such deep strategies existed in the world of cats. Recalling the previous incident where Spartacus wreaked havoc at the beauty salon, Xian still felt the aftershock of the cat's combat skills. His heart tightened again as he secretly hoped this time wouldn't result in any bloodshed. At the same time, Spartacus was completely shocked by being seized by the unfamiliar doctor, so much so that he didn't respond in his usual timely manner. The doctor moved so swiftly that by the time Spartacus started retaliating, the nurses assisting the doctor had already placed him on the operating table in a lightning-fast motion. These nurses clearly were well trained, ensuring no harm came to the cat while decisively controlling the resisting animal. Seeing no intention of harm from the others, the tabby cat hesitated momentarily, pondering whether to resist or run off to find his meow. During this hesitation, someone gently laid him down, much like when he'd previously undergone a checkup by doctors, and he flicked his tail, pondering how to break free. Just then, something unexpectedly jabbed his back. An indignant Spartacus let out a cry, "What's going on with you humans? Don't you know you should say hello before you do that? Let me go." Even more shocking for Spartacus was the fact that someone was now touching his balls. He could feel something cool approaching that part of his body. This sensation wasn't entirely foreign. During the past visits to the pet clinic known as Eat Tai, he had also been shaved in similar areas. Dai Mas Chu had once told Spartacus that human procedures for cats usually involved needles meant for health benefits but often included shaving fur, something which made cats, unaccustomed to exposed skin, extremely uncomfortable. In other words, they were currently shaving his balls. Realizing this, Spartacus let out an anguished scream, perhaps the first cry of help from the fearless tabby cat in all his life. Xian, who was waiting outside the operating room, almost didn't recognize the howl that followed. Unable to contain himself, he stood up and peered anxiously inside, but nothing was visible. Thankfully, the noise within the operation room quickly subsided, indicating the start of the actual surgery. True to what Xian had learned beforehand, the entire process was exceptionally fast. Within minutes, Spartacus was brought out and handed back to Xian. Dr. Chen emerged alongside, calmly asking Xian whether he wanted to keep the removed testicles as memorabilia. Reflecting on the bloody image, Xian quickly declined. Dr. Chen gave a few final instructions before departing. Xian carefully set the tabby cat on the desk. Spartacus' anesthesia hadn't worn off yet, his eyelids red and drooping, half-open mouth revealing his tongue hanging limply onto the surface, looking absurdly silly. Xian had never seen Spartacus like this, finding both pity and humor in the sight. He used eye drops to moisten Spartacus' eyes and sneaked a glance at the wound. Wrapped in gauze, there were faint traces of blood seeping through, but the size appeared unchanged. Leaning forward, Xian softly kissed Spartacus' round head. Fortunately, the anesthesia wore off rather quickly, and within less than half an hour, Spartacus began twitching his limbs, clumsily attempting to stand. Heartbroken, Xian guarded beside him, refraining from interfering for fear of disturbing the drowsy cat. At this stage, Spartacus was still under partial paralysis and temporarily couldn't recognize anyone. Spartacus flailed his limbs in a daze, striving to maintain balance. In his hazy memory, this should have been an extremely simple task. But, meow, why won't my paws obey? Spartacus grew a bit anxious but then suddenly wondered why he was even so worried. What is it that he's searching for? He felt a deep force within him prompting him to sniff the air, wanting to find that familiar and comforting scent. Unfortunately, both his sense of smell and his limbs were beyond his control. Xian remained steadfast by Spartacus' side, ensuring he wouldn't hurt himself or tear open his wound. After another half hour, Spartacus seemed to be regaining some consciousness and began recognizing people. Confusedly, he brought his nose close to Xian, trying to drag his body closer. Xian was deeply concerned about the wound, feeling that the bandage had been soaked through with blood. While gently pressing down on the restless tabby cat to soothe him, Xian immediately called Dr. Chen over for another checkup. Dr. Chen soon appeared, still dressed in his white coat, though its hem had somehow splattered with a few drops of blood, making Xian's eyelids twitch. The doctor skillfully examined Spartacus' surgical incision and even pinched the now empty sac. Xian involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. Fortunately, Dr. Chen confirmed that the surgery went well and Spartacus was ready to leave the hospital. Xin fitted Spartacus with the Elizabethan collar he'd prepared beforehand. Possibly due to unfamiliarity, the tabby cat resisted cooperating, however, not fully awake yet, it lacked strength. Xin managed it without much effort. He then kissed Spartacus again and carefully placed him into a specially arranged cat carrier. It cost nearly 600 for removing Spartacus' testicles, not including some miscellaneous expenses, indeed no small sum. What consoled Xin was that recently, his live stream views steadily increased. As the season entered its most intense phase, as one of the first players to enter the top 500, Xin gained more and more attention from fans. He'd already negotiated with the fishing cat platform, and at the current pace, he should be able to sign a contract smoothly, with a projected income increase. At that time, he could take better care of Spartacus. In the taxi, the chill of late autumn wasn't felt. Xin rested his hand on the cat carrier. Spartacus seemed asleep, though still twitching uneasily in his dreams. Xin thought back to the first time he'd taken Spartacus to the clinic, when the tabby cat had lain quietly in his arms, curious about this world despite being injured and showing no fear. Xin felt a heavy ache in his heart, praying that the tabby cat's wound would heal quickly. Chapter 19, The Hero Without Eggs. Not long after returning home, Spartan began to get restless. He dragged his legs around the house, always trying to jump up high. Unfortunately, his hind legs were too weak, and he would fall down hard every time. Unwilling to give up, he kept jumping. Blood from his wound stained the carpet and got on his paws. After several rounds of struggling, he finally stopped, only to start tearing at the Elizabethan collar around his neck. He backed away while kicking at it with his legs, his movements so large that he looked almost angry. Injured cats tend to be very defensive, longing to return to a familiar state in order to soothe their unease, often showing aggressiveness. Xin anxiously stood by, powerless to do anything except try to hold Spartan in her arms to create a secure, enclosed environment for him. After resting for a bit, Spartan tried again to kick off the Elizabethan collar with his legs, but failed. When Xin had bought the head cap, she had measured carefully, choosing a size that fit well and was difficult to escape from. After struggling for a while, the cat eventually ran out of energy and lay down, breathing heavily. Xin approached, crouching down, but not daring to get too close, silently keeping company with the cat. A little later, Spartan's attention turned to the staircase, and he began to climb. When Xin became worried and instinctively reached out to block him, the cat responded with a sharp swipe of his paw. Immediately, claw marks appeared on her skin. This was the first time Spartan had swiped at Xin. Usually, he was very careful, keeping his nails hidden in the pads of his feet. Even during play, he had never hurt her. Ignoring her own injury, Xin helped the cat upstairs. The cat quickly moved his head back and forth, sniffing the air as if searching for something. Like a kitten leaving its nest for the first time, he instinctively wanted to find the place that made him feel most secure. He ultimately chose the human's bedroom. Spartan's mind was still hazy at this point, relying purely on instinct to act. He felt uncomfortable, not just physical pain. His pain was dull, as if another cat was tapping his head through cotton. He also felt hot and disoriented, with his forelegs unable to touch solid ground. With difficulty, Spartan came into the bedroom, subconsciously wanting to go to the warmest, most comforting place. However, his back legs were too weak to jump onto the bed. His eyes couldn't focus either, making it impossible to find the precise landing spot like before. As such, Spartan chose an alternative way to comfort himself, hiding under the dark, confined space beneath the bed. Xin watched as the cat curled his body and hid under the bed. Without hesitation, she climbed in after him, thinking she could not leave the cat alone there. Normally, though Xin would tidy up the room occasionally, she had never bothered to clean under the bed. Crawling in, she found the area filled with dust and fine fluff. She didn't control her breathing well and ended up inhaling too much dust, causing her to cough for quite some time. The cat tensely stared towards her, his two beautiful green eyeballs now shining eerily under the dim light. Quietly suppressing her cough, Xin remained calm beside Spartan, starting to speak softly to the cat. Neither she nor the cat knew how long they stayed there in the darkness, until Xin gradually felt Spartan seem to begin relaxing his body. She gently stretched out an arm, touching Spartan's body. Initially, all she managed to reach was probably one of the cat's paws, which Spartan instantly pulled back upon contact. Undeterred, Xin crawled further inside, continuing to reach for Spartan. After repeating this a few times, the cat finally stopped resisting her touch. Xin lightly grabbed the small paw of the cat, feeling her nose becoming stuffy. Spartan kept up his fussing until nightfall, when he gradually quieted down but still lacked energy, tightly curling his body and lying in his cat bed. Perhaps due to thirst, he continuously licked his mouth. Xin did not dare to let him drink water, only staying beside him. The night felt long, as Xin spent it without sleep, worrying about Spartan hurting himself. Finally, dawn arrived, and Spartan gradually returned to his original state, beginning to become affectionate towards Xin again. Carefully, he nudged her arm with his nose. Xin was covered in dust, with dirty cotton stuck to her hair. Yet Spartan did not show any aversion, instead continuing to nuzzle against her with his side. Xianqi reciprocated using the less dirty inner side of her arm, and finally managed to smile. Hey, you're awake, little guy. Spartan sat down. Though his posture was slightly awkward and he looked a bit foolish with the Elizabethan collar still on, his head was held high, clearly better than the day before. He stared intently at Xianqi without moving, slowly blinking his eyes, then opening his mouth to call her softly. Meow. Xianqi calculated the time and began to give water to the Lihua cat. After seeing it completely adapted, she also fed it some nutritious canned food. The Lihua cat ate voraciously, probably really starved, and after eating, it even licked the plate clean. Having finished licking the plate, it still greedily licked its lips and looked at Xianqi as if complaining that there was too little food. Xianqi didn't dare to let it eat too much all at once, so she reluctantly put the food bowl away. After the meal, the Lihua cat slowly wandered around the living room for a round, found a corner, coiled up again, and continued sleeping. After carefully observing for a while and confirming the Lihua cat had no major problems, Xianqi quickly gave herself a battle bath. After waking up from a good sleep, Spartan fully recovered its spirits. It started jumping around, its body became agile again. It made random calls of "eo-eo" towards Xianqi, which sounded like it was saying letter L, somehow funny. Xianqi thought it might be accusing her of yesterday's terrifying experience. Filled with apologies, she held the cat in her arms, gently stroking its fur. Mew, my eggs are kind of painful. Those humans were so strange yesterday. How could you leave me there alone? Trying to push his head against Human's chest, but got stuck by the weird thing on his neck, Spartan hung his head down, grumbling lowly. After muttering for half a day, he suddenly remembered he seemed to have been kidnapped by that person in white clothes. Maya wasn't able to catch up then. Humph. So mad, don't let me see you again. Stinky crow. Stinky rat. Spartan angrily cursed that doctor using every bad word he knew. After finishing cursing, he finally felt better, raised his head, and looked up at his human. Hey, Maya is really too skinny, isn't he? Could he be bullied by other people's friends? Sigh, truly makes cats worried. Maya, why aren't you speaking? Are you unhappy? No worries, I am fine now. Don't be afraid. Next time, I will definitely become more powerful and protect you, no one can take you away. Meow, my egg area feels a bit odd, I want to lick it. What's this thing on my neck? Disgusting. Surprisingly, Spartan ended up wearing this disgusting thing for an entire week. Several times in between, he managed to free his neck, only to be caught by Miao who put the strange thing back on. Miao really irritated him. But ultimately, the Lihua cat chose to forgive his Miao since Miao opened the world's most delicious canned food for him. Occasionally making small mistakes was indeed forgivable. What Spartan didn't know was that photos and videos of him acting cute while wearing the Elizabethan collar had already gone slightly viral. Shocking. A left-eyed scarred cat actually does such a thing to its owner after neutering. To console the manless Spartan, Xianqi specially ordered an exclusive large golden chain for cats online. It was the first time she bought jewelry for the Lihua cat, seeing it not very resistant, she put it around the cat's neck. Around Spartan's neck was a proud white Elizabethan circle, and before his chest swayed the shiny large gold chain. When walking, he remained steady and majestic, radiating strength. When standing motionless with eyes half closed, his gaze was sharp, appearing fierce like focusing on prey. However, whenever Xianqi approached, he immediately tilted his head and meowed sweetly, producing a call that was sugary and cloying. Fans praised endlessly for this indescribable contrasting cuteness, it was simply delightful. Finally came the day to remove the disgraceful ring. Xianqi decided to document this memorable moment. She set up the tripod in the living room, aligning the lens towards the cat. Wearing her mask, she walked to the center of the living room, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, calling out to Spartan. Not long after, the Lihua cat thundered into sight, peeping around from the corner for a while, and then confidently strutted out with its Elizabethan circle like a running sunflower. Miao. Why do you wear something weird? You look like a doctor. Come here, Spartan, lie down. Xianqi tapped the floor lightly with her finger. She never trained Spartan specifically and wasn't confident whether the Lihua cat would understand her commands. Spartan's head followed Xianqi's arm moving up and down, wagging its tail thinking the human wanted to play a game. Wow. He extended his front arm exaggeratedly, leaping over. Xianqi effortlessly pressed her hand, pinning the Lihua cat down. With a quick flip, the cat revealed its furry spotted belly. Spartan was quite generous, spreading its hind legs wide open without any qualms about Xianqi checking his testicles part. After checking Spartan's wound, Xianqi once again marveled at the amazing recovery ability of cats. The wound healed exceptionally well, scabbed over already. The area below the testicles looked somewhat smaller, with only intact skin remaining, fortunately retaining a decent shape. Xianqi bent down, and through her mask, she kissed the Lihua cat's big head. You're so great. After saying that, she reached out to untie Spartan's Elizabethan collar. Spartan rolled over and sat up. I'm free. He rushed to the side at lightning speed and immediately coiled his body to start licking himself. Paws, lick, arms, lick, belly, lick, testicles, meow, the testicles seem a bit strange, let me lick more. How blissful it is for a cat to be able to groom itself. Apart from causing some psychological impact on Spartan at the time, the neutering surgery didn't leave any aftereffects on his healthy body. This young cat realized much more profoundly that this was a vast world, his human was fragile, and he needed to take good care of him. But if he couldn't even understand what the human said, how could he take proper care of him? Suddenly, Spartan became extraordinarily enthusiastic about learning. His fighting spirit blazed like a fiery flame. I will definitely pass the kindergarten entrance exam. Chapter 20, A Discussion on Sparta's Neutering. After the scar from the operation on Sparta's eggs completely disappeared, one day Sparta talked to Dai Mashu via a video chat online about this issue of his being neutered. Recalling the experience that day, Sparta still harbored resentment towards the ill-intentioned human doctor. He took me away from Miwu. Sparta complained indignantly. To his surprise, after hearing this, Mashu just covered his mouth with his paw and meowed loudly, laughing. Sparta was confused and asked, "What's so funny?" Mashu quickly licked his paws, trying to forget the joke to appear more serious. "Actually, I knew long ago that you were going to encounter this misfortune," he said. Sparta couldn't help but sit up straight and curiously asked, "How did you know?" "That day when you were examined at the clinic, I heard Dr. You and your human talking about removing your eggs." Sparta became even more puzzled, pacing back and forth somewhat impatiently as he continued asking, but Miwu obviously didn't know about this. "Don't talk nonsense." Don't get upset," Daimashu hurried to comfort the anxious tiger-striped cat. "Why do you get angry so easily without your eggs?" Sparta slapped the camera lens with his paw, saying, "I'll beat you if you talk nonsense." Still lying down, Mashu spoke slowly and casually, paying no heed. "Let me finish. You can't beat me right now. Actually, your human already knew, and it was him who arranged for you to go to that scary hospital. But he did it for your own good. Besides, it's just about removing the eggs, right? I don't have them either. Not only me, many of the pet cats you'll meet later also lack eggs. And you'll find that these cats without eggs are actually the truly easygoing ones. Adult cats without the procedure, well, they seem quite rude and disliked by other cats." Sparta remembered that Daimashu had once mentioned that he was a stray cat before, then later adopted by doctors from a pet clinic, becoming their mascot. He never imagined that Mashu too had undergone this procedure. Sparta wrinkled his nose, sat back down, suppressed his emotions, and waited for Mashu to continue. Mashu suddenly changed the subject and asked Sparta a question instead of continuing the previous topic. "Hey little tiger-striped, do you remember your estrus period before?" For cats, discussing estrus and mating face-to-face isn't a shameful thing. Sparta replied indifferently, "Sure, but what does that have to do with my human wanting to remove my eggs?" "Then do you remember how you felt during the estrus period? In other words, do you like your estrus period?" "Do I like my estrus period?" This question had never crossed Sparta's mind before. For a cat, reaching a specific season when the air is filled with alluring scents, triggers their mating season, a natural event just like eating, drinking water, or catching mice. Regardless of whether he liked it or not, he couldn't refuse. But upon really thinking about it, Sparta realized that he didn't have any particularly deep impressions of the 2 estrus seasons he experienced in his feline life. Being a spring estrus season-born cat, he entered his first estrus in early spring the following year. His mother passed away early, and for a long time when he was young, Sparta suffered from malnutrition. Even at the age of 1, he remained a relatively thin young tomcat, not favored on the battlefield of mating, gaining no benefits. Perhaps due to underdevelopment, Sparta wasn't enthusiastic about competing for mating rights with other strong adult male cats. Although the scent in the air made his body restless and uncomfortable, Sparta still chose to stay far from the battleground, quietly passing through the estrus period. The second time he came into heat was this autumn. By then, he was already a fine young gentleman and, as he should have been, would become a big winner in the seasonal mating game. Unfortunately, around that time, Sparta just received a letter from his aunt informing him that he could inherit the custody of a human. He was uneasy inside, and didn't focus much on the seductive female cats. Thus, speaking of mating, Sparta didn't have many beautiful memories. With this in mind, Sparta honestly shook his head. Mashu glanced at him and sighed, "Young cats these days. Back in my prime, I was very popular with the female cats. There were many females waiting in line for me, those scenes." He narrowed his eyes and recalled for a moment, then patted his head and continued, "But there were also a lot of troubles. In the wild, cats only had one mating season a year. Now, pet cats are well taken care of by humans, with all the good nutrition, our mating seasons have been prolonged. Especially those female cats, from spring to autumn, almost every season they're in heat. And whenever they are, we male cats must follow suit and go into heat as well, which is extremely tiring. During those days, we act like fools, can't focus on anything, fighting each other and even risking injuries. Moreover, mating itself isn't much fun. You often end up dazed, and everything from start to finish happens so fast that before you know it, you've got to beware of the sudden mood swings in those female cats. I've heard about lots of male cats getting clawed after mating, really pitiful. Thankfully, I run fast, otherwise, this cute face would be ruined." You know lions, right? They're distant relatives of ours. If a male lion doesn't run away in time after mating, he could get killed by the female lion. So cruel. This was all new knowledge to Sparta, who listened wide-eyed and dumbfounded, just like a foolish cat. Are female cats really that fierce? Although Sparta knew that many female cats were tough and strong, male cats generally outweighed them, so the fact that females could win in fights with male cats still left an impressive impression. I once asked a female cat I knew. She told me that mating was painful for them, making them want to hit something, Mashu said with a sigh. As you can see, estrus isn't just troublesome for us males. Sparta thought for a while and suddenly understood. Are you saying that human removed our eggs so we don't have to suffer such torment? As far as I know, that's correct. You're pretty smart, Mashu wiggled his lips, trying to smile but looked more menacing with his heavy face. Sparta's fur stood up. Seeing this, Mashu lowered his head dejectedly. Hey, I'm practicing smiling these days. Sparta couldn't comprehend. What's a smile? Why do you need to practice that? You'll understand when you get familiar with human society. Mashu licked his paw. In any case, without the eggs, we are less affected by female cats. Many female cats will undergo surgery too, avoiding endless estrus issues. Also, I overheard Dr. Dai talking to another person's cat owner about how sterilization prevents certain diseases, which is good for our health. Most domesticated cats will undergo this operation under human arrangements. Even though it involves surgery, it has long-term benefits. Of course, not all cats think this way, but whatever, since I didn't get a choice, I feel freer this way. Seeing such an open-minded Mashu, Sparta envied him. After careful reflection, Sparta realized he wasn't too attached to the estrus period. Had it not been instinct-driven, he wouldn't have felt such impulses. Previously, his annoyance might have stemmed from subconsciously thinking Miwu shouldn't deceive him. But if Miwu believed it was for his own good, he could forgive him. After all, I am a magnanimous cat, and Miwu is the best human ever. Chin Xian noticed recently that his tiger-striped cat had become particularly obedient, liking to curl up beside him. Even when Chin Xian was fully focused on gaming, the cat stayed quietly by his side. It probably proved the online rumor, neutered cats tend to become clingier. Chin Xian was flattered and quickly placed orders for more cat treats and toys. Another piece of good news was that Chin Xian had successfully signed a contract with the cat fishing live streaming platform. Of course, he was now just a small streamer, and achieving financial independence was still some distance away. However, thanks to Sparta's accidental debut, Chin Xian's fan base began diversifying. Diversification meant more female fans, and more female fans meant his live streaming room and Weibo pages began filled with cute conversations, warm greetings, and voluntary advertising. Ha ha ha, when Sparta pounced, it was like he was shouting, "This is Sparta." What a great name. Big gold chains, tiger stripe arms, 3 meals of dried fish every day. Brother, do you need a helper for peeling garlic? My proud Chinese Mauser. Even through the mask, I can see how handsome Sing is. PRPR. Recommended by my friend, good luck to the streamer. The cat is so cute. Sparta had no idea about his newfound popularity. After letting go of the egg removal issue, he quickly faced a new concern, graduation season. Graduation also meant finishing preschool, which was troubling for the tiger-striped cat. The content of preschool wasn't hard, it was all common knowledge about cats, with classes only 3 times a week and a light study load. Spartacus, being an experienced older cat, easily outshone the younger kittens who hadn't even lost their baby teeth yet. Despite Mr. Jiang Debao's strictness, his lessons were engaging. Time flew by, and before they knew it, they arrived at their last class. Mr. Debao announced that the final project for this session of the kitten preschool would be speeches. Meow, speeches. With the exception of some unusual breeds, cats in general are not a noisy bunch. Most of the time, they prefer to stay silent. This habit likely stems from self-preservation instincts since cats have highly sensitive hearing and need to stay vigilant, channeling these abilities into hunting. Therefore, rather than rowdy environments, cats usually prefer quiet and peaceful places, gravitating towards humans who do not make odd noises. From this perspective, cats who are naturally less talkative are unlikely to become great orators. Evidently, education aims to help kittens understand themselves and challenge their limits. However, what challenged Spartacus even more was the topic of the graduation speech, if I were an adult cat. As a cat brother who'd already been an adult for quite some time, Spartacus silently swung the large gold chain around his neck, feeling somewhat disrespected. Chapter 21, First Live Streaming Experience. Xin Qin noticed that her Li Hua cat had been acting a little strange these past few days. Every morning and evening after meals, Spartan would slowly walk to the floor-to-ceiling window, sit down neatly, then look up at the sky with an unwavering gaze, as if she was watching or thinking about something unknown. This state would often last for an hour. For a cat with ADHD, this was practically impossible. Xin Qin started to worry if she was sick, so she took Spartan to the pet clinic. Dr. Dai said everything was normal, no need to worry at all. After they came back, Spartan continued behaving this way. Xin Qin became a bit troubled, so she posted pictures on Weibo seeking advice from netizens. The replies she got were, it was contacting Cat Planet through cat waves. Of course, Spartan wasn't contacting aliens. He was just seriously thinking about his graduation speech. The graduation grade would be determined based on the cat's daily classroom performance and the score of their graduation projects. And the daily classroom performance specifically depended on attendance rate and class participation degree. During the period when he lost his testicles, Spartan only attended 2 classes, so his attendance wasn't particularly good, plus he had the unfortunate record of dozing off during class and being publicly criticized by teacher Dabao. Spartan didn't have high hopes for his regular scores. Therefore, this graduation speech was crucial. If he performed well, there was still a good chance to improve his grades. But this topic was truly too difficult, worrying him to death. Xin Chin, trying to cheer Spartan up, brought him along during her live gaming sessions in the evenings. Normally, Spartan loved this. He could snuggle on Xin Chin's lap, scratch her hair while perched on her shoulder, and even mess with her mouse. Unfortunately, today Spartan seemed uninterested in making trouble. He lazily lounged on Xin Chin's leg for a while before deciding it wasn't comfortable enough, then jumped down, finding a suitably sized spot on the bookshelf to curl up into. Xin Chin, having no way to deal with him, let him be. She played 2 rounds, intending to take a short break to use the restroom and get some water downstairs, so she paused the game. Spartan had taken a short nap, waking up to find Miwu gone. He called out a few times, but receiving no response, he grew a little upset. As he roamed around the bookshelf, Spartan's attention was drawn to the computer desk. Miwu's computer screen was still on, showing a beach scene in the background of the game, where seagulls occasionally flew by. The fleeting presence of birds drew Spartan's intense interest. His muscles tensed in preparation for a leap. Eyes fixed on the screen, he waited for the next appearance of his prey. The moment the seagull reappeared, Spartan coiled his body, propelling himself like a spring off the bookshelf, landing perfectly on the keyboard. His golden chain slapped onto the screen with a "pa" sound. He extended his paw, swiftly swatting at the shadow of the seagull. Huh. There's nothing there. He withdrew his paw, looked down, then stared back up at the screen. The beach resumed its tranquil state. Huh, is he back already? That was fast. Feels kind of weird though, is Singh rolling his face over the keyboard? Confused beyond measure, Spartan stomped on the keyboard, accidentally turning on the live stream camera. The camera window could be resized freely. Unaware that he had already appeared on camera, Spartan continued stamping away, causing the window to grow larger and smaller, looking like it was malfunctioning. Meow woo, there's a cat. Spartan, looking up, instantly bristled with alarm. Instinctively arching his back, he prepared for attack, his left paw hovering mid-air, waiting for the right moment. Oh, it's me. Recalling what he looked like on video chatting with other cats, Spartan calmed down immediately. Feeling a lingering unease, he licked his fur sitting upright. After licking for a moment, Spartan raised his head again, only to be startled once more by his own shadow. By now, the camera window had been enlarged unintentionally to full screen. Suddenly seeing a cat, it was quite startling indeed. With his plane-like ears tilted, Spartan slowly shifted his gaze. In a natural setting, if 2 cats met and made eye contact, they'd inevitably fight. Wait, isn't that me? After calming down for a while, Spartan relaxed again, pretending nothing happened as he glanced left and right nonchalantly. Soon, however, he couldn't resist glancing at the screen again, tilting his head toward the camera, mimicking the tilt seen on screen. Meow, I'm rather cute myself. At this point, the live stream chat exploded. Grab them quickly, comrades. Ah, want to bury my face. What a handsome cat. Gold chain, big scar. Bro cat, who are we hacking today? Ha ha ha, so dumb, scaring himself. My gosh, he tilted his head. Medic, I need treatment. The comments increased rapidly, and Spartan became increasingly nervous as he stared at the continuous stream of words on the screen. This prompted him to go back to playing his Chase the Bird game. Pa. 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 He slapped the computer screen while emitting meows. To a Lihua cat like him, it was just a small game. Health bar is drained. What the heck, it's seen me. Come on, come alive already. A certain streamer live streams cat destroying the screen for monthly earnings of millions. Spartan leaped up and down in chaos, unintentionally starting a new game session. As soon as the match began, his team was quickly formed and they entered the map. Spartan got a fright, paused, and tilted his head to listen to the sounds coming from within the game. Holy cow, there's actually a cat that knows how to play XF. Mommy, there's a cat climbing the ranking ladder. You'll never know who your teammates are. Ma'am, this livestream name wasn't a lie, we truly caught it. Meow. The player representing Shinchin took a long time selecting a hero, which made his teammates lose patience. They turned on their microphones directly to ask, are you even going to play? Just pick a support if you're playing. Shinchin didn't particularly like wearing headphones. His microphone was external and paired with decent speakers configured for external voice projection. It seems like there's some human speaking. Spartan approached the speaker and sniffed it seriously. No humans inside. Hey, buddy, are you still online? Ranked match, please don't AFK, the game's about to start. Spartan flicked his tail and decided to ignore the strange voice. His attention quickly shifted to the mouse nearby. He remembered how Miwu often touched this smelly thing with a tail. Humph, what kind of thing? Aiming at the mouse, he visualized it as a rat, crouched low, crept forward, jumped, and swiftly hit the mouse with his paw. Oh man, buddy, why'd you choose an assassin? We need healing, brother. A single healer can't carry the entire team. Anyway, whatever the people inside the box were saying made no sense to Spartan. So, he entertained himself with the mouse. He side-lay on the keyboard, picked up the mouse, hugged it to his chest, and kicked it with his hind legs quickly while deliberately making fierce expressions as if dealing with prey. Unbeknownst to him, in the game, the assassin hero stumbled forwards but somehow successfully exited the spawn point. Ha ha ha, my cat master slicing through the enemy backline with no fear. Ha 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 ha, tremble, humans. How can cats not be assassins? Can you climb walls or can I? The chat room flashed with laughter-filled messages. In contrast, the interactions among teammates in the game weren't so harmonious. During ranked matches, one of the most crucial things is communication among teammates. Without talking, teamwork becomes impossible. Especially when climbing high ranks, individual skills are rarely enough to carry the entire game, it depends heavily on cooperation. From start to finish, Sing's account hadn't spoken a word, choosing heroes autonomously and likely turning into a toxic player in the game. Two easily irritable teammates immediately started cursing. Meow, this thing is too noisy. Spartan pushed away the mouse, jumped, and proceeded to slap the speaker rapidly with his paws several times. The external speaker wobbled, creating a jarring electric crossover sound with the microphone. There was cursing in the game. It's too loud. An agitated Spartan jumped back a step and glared angrily at the speaker. Holy cow, giving up heads within 1 minute of the game start. Assassin, are you toxic? Buddy, turn off the mic. My ears are gonna go deaf. How come I hear a cat's meow? Holy cow, if you're not going to talk, I'm reporting you. You're not AFK anyway, still giving up heads. If you're gonna AFK, find a quiet place, holy cow. Spartan also couldn't understand it, squatted to the side, stared at the speaker for a while, and confirmed that the other party stopped yelling chaotically before becoming bored again, letting out a big yawn. The chat viewers rejoiced in the misfortune. Sing God's Downfall series. Famous XF streamer reported and blacklisted, reason being. You can be as strong as you want, meow 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 meow. Shinchin boiled a kettle of water specially to brew coffee, delaying a bit of time. When he returned to the room with the kettle, he was still completely unaware of all that had happened. Patient little fish fishing for cats was swamped with gifts on the live stream. Super luxurious gifts would even trigger network-wide notifications, drawing passers-by to the broadcast room. Cats doing game streaming probably was unprecedented. Even though this platform was named Catch Cats, they've never seen a genuine cat host before. Curious onlookers stayed and left hilarious remarks in the comment section. Spartan had lost interest in the flying barrage of comments and the wailing speakers, and just then noticed Miwu coming in, making him excitedly stand up. Miwu, where have you been? Why were you gone as soon as I opened my eyes? This thing is so noisy, throw it away. Xin was startled to see Spartan stepping on his keyboard and worried that the Bengal cat might have accidentally pressed some disastrous keys. He hurried over, put down the kettle, and with both hands lifted the cat up. Turning his head to look at the screen, his heart immediately sank. The game was ongoing, the barrage filled with ha-has, almost obscuring the gameplay entirely. Through the voice chat, teammates were still cursing. With Spartan held around the waist by Xin, its body stretched unconsciously, feet still resting on the keyboard. It turned its head innocently, giving Xin a curious glance before meowing softly. Xin took a deep breath, patted Spartan's head to calm him, then cradled the cat in one arm while shutting off the camera, readjusting the microphone and speaker. Glancing quickly at the game situation, he explained to his teammates, sorry, there was an issue with the connection earlier. Let me switch, push forward while I cover. Fortunately, his cat had managed to kill his hero, allowing Xin to swap to a support role and quickly re-enter the game. After grumbling a bit, the team saw Sing's cooperative attitude and stopped complaining, focusing back on the match. Though they started poorly, their coordination picked up and they gradually began playing better. Xinchin's support hero was the first to go full throttle, continuously using abilities throughout the game, ensuring everyone's health bars stayed strong, providing powerful backup for his team's offense. Once again, the comments section erupted in admiration. Just not happy about losing the camera. Agree with the above, I wanted to keep seeing the cat. Actually, I'd rather watch Sing God. Although only glimpsed briefly, but he definitely looked handsome. Exactly. Thought he was just a shut-in. Previous poster, please no personal attacks. So what if he's a shut-in? Does being a shut-in mean you can't be good-looking? No, most shut-ins aren't attractive, like me. Sing God is just too handsome. Xin focused completely on the game, occasionally calling out points, otherwise remaining mostly silent. Perhaps exhausted from the earlier chaos, Spartan had calmed down, quietly settling on Human's lap after a while. His tiny body leaned between Xianqing's arms toward the computer screen, propping his head on the desk's edge. Large green eyes peered curiously at the ever-changing display on the computer screen. What little Spartan's small feline brain didn't realize was that during those brief minutes of webcam broadcasting earlier, it had brought Xianqing over 1,000 yuan in gift revenue, perfectly offsetting the cost of canned food, cat litter, and toys that Xianqing recently bought for him. Chapter 22, Preschool Graduation. Sparta's live streaming debut was an instant hit, and due to its highly engaging nature, it was quickly featured in the live platform's weekly classics recap and placed prominently on the homepage. The short video, lasting just a few minutes, was edited by netizens with various titles and spread rapidly across major websites, sparking heated discussions in the XF gaming community. Who exactly is my teammate? There's a feline among the top 500 players. Gamers joked around. A post from one of Spartan's teammates during the stream went viral, recounting the experience of having a cat as a teammate in first person, full of humor and wit, and it gained even more traction, eventually making it to XF's official blog homepage for further distribution. Within 2 days, both the XF gaming circle and pet lover groups learned about a scarred cat brother who could play games and was particularly skilled at being an assassin. Chao Dan quickly found Xianqing. This is a great opportunity, buddy. If only we had known your cat was so good at gaming, we'd have been famous celebrities a long time ago. Xianqing was also surprised. He always viewed that day's incident as a live stream mishap, but judging from feedback from fans and viewers, people seemed to have an extraordinary tolerance for an inexplicable fondness toward cats. What are you waiting for? Strike while the iron is hot. This season, let your cat play on your behalf. Xianqing sent back a series of ellipses. Haha, just kidding. But the camera has to be on. Your cat is extremely popular now. You should take advantage of this momentum, create more content for promotion. Then use the effect of the rise of a dog lifting all other animals to promote you. Afterward, you'll gain fame, sign better platforms, take ads, make money, and reach the pinnacle of life. Xianqing hesitated. Originally, he had no intention of letting Sparta debut in live streaming. In his view, as a house cat, Li Hua should happily play every day, eat when hungry, and sleep when tired, without worrying about anything. If it were made to stream, would it enjoy it? Would it feel bored? Stop hesitating. These days, popularity is the most unreliable thing. It can vanish in the blink of an eye, like a cold drink exposed under the summer sun, it disappears instantly. If you don't seize this chance, it might slip away, and you may not get another opportunity like this in your entire lifetime. Xianqing decided to carefully consider the matter. Even if he planned to feature Sparta in streams, he would devise a completely appropriate plan, avoiding blindly using his cat to pursue superficial fame. Sparta did not seem troubled by his newfound fame or any human-like concerns. In reality, he knew nothing about it. He was still just a student anxious about his final exams. Fortunately, after days of deep thought, Sparta finally figured out how to solve the problem. If I imagine myself going back to several months before I grew up, telling myself this, when I wake up one morning, I discover that I've grown larger, my claws stronger, and I can jump higher and farther. I left my mom and now I'm leaving my sisters too. I'm an adult cat, beginning to take on responsibilities. One night, Sparta suddenly ran up to Xianqing, sat down neatly, and arranged his front paws neatly together. Chin held high, his lips slightly curling upwards in pride, he began mewing seriously. Initially, Xianqing assumed that Sparta was either hungry or had some other request. He stopped the game, focusing entirely on understanding the cat's intentions. However, after more than a minute, the cat showed no signs of stopping, clearly not asking Xianqing to do something for him. His meows were calm and steady, as if conveying a message, speaking solemnly, almost as if giving a speech. Xianqing couldn't help but set up the camera, recording the grand speech by the cat. I never imagined I'd be managing a human being. A long time ago, when I was still young, I stayed huddled with my beautiful sisters, and many different humans came and went, appearing and then leaving. Some looked friendly, others unappealing to cats, but none ever paid attention to me. My 2 sisters were successively taken away by humans. They cried as they left, imploring me to behave cuter, to find suitable humans soon. I once tried that too. What does it mean to be cute? I attempted to respond to their random cries, even though I didn't like it. I worked hard to appear active and playful, but I was always rejected. No human wanted to choose me. Later, as I grew larger, I became even less suited to entering a human family. I began to hate the waiting life, fantasizing that one day when I grow strong enough, I would go outside to a broader world and be a happy, free cat. I didn't need humans, nor did I want to take over any of them. Then, one day, I left for real. I grew stronger, also scarred and battered, and I was proud of myself. No matter spring or winter, I always had enough to eat. One night, the moon was big, round, and sparkling. The moonlight fell on the grass, between the leaves, and even on the tip of my tail. It was so beautiful that I didn't even feel like catching mice. Suddenly, I wanted a companion. So if there were ever such a beautiful moon again, I could tell him, meow, look at the moonlight on my tail. Maybe it was because of this feeling that I agreed to take over the management of my only human. My human wasn't my own choice, and he never chose me either. But strangely, we belonged to each other. My aunt said that my human's parents abandoned him, and just like me, he felt lonely. I'm willing to give all the moonlight on my tail tips to him. I took charge of my human. If I could return to the past, once again becoming a kitten, would certainly make this decision earlier. When I become an adult, I'll take over my own human. He will be my company, and he will also be my responsibility. Cats will never get lost in the past, because we own the future. A mature cat won't trade its essence for temporary comfort. We are free, but we are also alone. When we manage to navigate through the crossroads of freedom and solitude, we have truly grown up. Sparta rambled on for more than 3 minutes before stopping. Xin Chin walked over, patted his head, and asked softly, "What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?" Sparta rubbed his cheek against the human's fingers. Meow. For some reason, Xin Chin wanted to hug his striped cat, and that's exactly what he did. Spart rested in his arms, making contented purring sounds. On the day of the graduation speech, Spart especially licked his head fur until it looked sleek and handsome, then stood spiritedly in the center window and began his address with a loud meow. Preschool was just the beginning of his cat life learning journey, but it marked the first step toward success. Before he met his human, being well-fed was good enough. But now that he has his human, he also has ambition. He has goals and fighting spirit. Just as he learned how to catch mice, he will definitely pass university exams and take one more step towards his meow. Sparta's graduation speech was a great success. In fact, the cats cheered wildly, waving their fluffy paws endlessly. Song Baohui started crying too. He realized that his selection of a human was random compared to Sparta's enlightenment, and felt that a large part of his feline life was missing. "Does your human really not intend to welcome another cat?" Song Baohui tearfully asked Sparta. Sparta had the system delete Song Baohui as a friend. On the other hand, after Xin Chin uploaded Sparta's mewing video online, it sparked a new wave of interest. People guessed that Sparta was a messenger sent by the mother planet of Muyans to Earth, delivering a declaration of independence to humanity. Being taken over is secondary, the key is Sparta's voice is so soft, so cute, and sounds so melodic, like reciting love poems. Jealousy sing God. Jealousy makes me unrecognizable. I've already clipped the audio to use as a ringtone. Hit me up privately if you want it. Sparta knew nothing about his growing popularity among humans. He had successfully graduated from preschool and enjoyed a rare week-long vacation. However, having gotten used to staying up late surfing the web every night, this striped cat continued pulling all-nighters, transforming into a genuine night owl. One evening, Maju chatted with him, suddenly mentioning, "Do you know how popular you've become on Humans Weibo?" Sparta tilted his head, "Weibo? What's that?" Driven by extreme curiosity and gossip mongering, Maju taught Sparta how to control his voice to access Humans Weibo. Though he couldn't yet read human characters, he could recognize pictures inside, and seeing they were all of himself, he was very satisfied. Although Maju also couldn't understand human text, he could recognize numbers, and thus still had a basic grasp of Sparta's popularity. "More than 10,000 humans like you now." Sparta shook his head indifferently. He didn't care how many 10,000s meant, he only needed one human. Maju continued, "If you become famous, it should be a good thing for your human, right?" Upon hearing Maju mention Miwu, Spart straightened his body and finally became somewhat interested. "Why is it a good thing? Do you know how much money it costs for humans to take care of you?" Sparta shook his head. What was money? Was it canned food? Seemingly understanding his confusion, Maju patiently explained what money was and its function. In short, the cat food, canned food, freeze-dried treats, nutritional pastes, all kinds of snacks you eat, and your toys and cat litter are bought with money. Without money, you won't be able to eat canned food anymore in the future. Sparta's ears suddenly stood upright as he tensely flicked his tail. Does my human not have money anymore? Humans have to work very hard to earn money. For example, my humans don't make much money either, so now I have to save on eating canned food. Maju sighed and continued, but some humans find it easy to earn money. As long as enough humans pay attention to them and like them, they can make money. Is this what you call popularity? Yes, you just need to know that popularity can bring money. As for how to make money, that's your human's business. As far as I know, many house cats help their humans accumulate popularity to earn more money and buy more canned food. Didn't I send you a photo of a ragdoll cat before? He's a big star in the human world, and has high popularity. I remember, Sparta yawned, but he doesn't even look good. You wouldn't understand. Humans like that kind. Of course, human preferences might also be strange, such as when they like cats like you. Sparta grew unhappy and growled at Maju. Alright, maybe it's because you have cat charisma. Anyway, if more and more humans like you, your human will live better and better. Sparta was somewhat confused, these matters had never crossed his feline mind. Is my human struggling to earn money now? Probably, Maju didn't really know either, so he vaguely agreed. After all, most humans were quite poor. Sparta immediately fell into deep worry, the big gold chain around his neck seeming to instantly become heavier, pressing him so he couldn't lift his head. Chapter 23, The Awareness of Supporting the Family. If Miwu didn't have money, would he not have food to eat? Sparta thought about this question for the first time. Humans were amazing, always conjuring up a can out of nowhere, and even more miraculously, they could open it. Spart had once tried opening a can with his teeth and claws, but all attempts ended in failure. This impressive human had never caused Sparta to worry about his food issues. Miwu could just open a can and eat when hungry. It wasn't until Dai Mashu told him that most humans don't eat canned food that Sparta was shocked into realizing that his human might actually be going hungry. This understanding quickly made Sparta nervous. He decided from today on he would supervise humans' eating habits, starting by learning what humans eat. Xin Qin noticed that the Lihua cat suddenly became interested in what he ate. He recently studied some books about raising cats and learned that in most cases, cats shouldn't eat what humans eat. He had always been careful about this, but since Spart hadn't shown any interest before, Xin Qin didn't deliberately hide his food from him. However, during breakfast today, Spart showed no interest in the cat food in his food bowl but instead jumped onto the table, pacing around his breakfast. Xin Qin's breakfast consisted of egg pancakes, millet porridge, and pickled vegetables bought from the early morning stall at the entrance of the residential complex, still steaming hot. It smells okay but has no meat. Spart hesitated, extending his paw to touch the human food. It was warm, soft. Smelling it, there was an unusual scent, not quite appealing, but I am curious about its taste. Xin Qin watched Spart closely. The moment the Lihua cat opened its mouth to take a bite of the egg pancake, he reached out and moved the plate away. You cannot eat this, Xin Qin seriously informed Spart, emphasizing that cats couldn't just eat human food. But the Lihua cat softly mewed, rubbing against his arm as if insisting on tasting a bite. Helpless, Xin Qin ladled a spoonful of millet porridge, cooled it down, and placed it under Spart's nose. You can try licking this, you'll soon realize your cat food tastes much better. Spart tilted his head, thinking, this thing smells gentle, but I wanted to taste the other one. Meow. Alright, let me try this. Carefully adjusting his whiskers for the perfect angle, he gently licked the food given to him by the human. It doesn't taste good. Seeing Spart shake his head and quickly lose interest in his food, Xin Qin slowly walked towards the edge of the table. Smiling, he couldn't resist petting the round head of the Lihua cat and said to him, go eat your cat food, and next time, I'll let you try something new. Spart jumped off the table and came in front of his food bowl. The cat food Miwu bought smelled delicious and was his favorite. It contained chicken, which was tasty. Now Spart had the concept of money and purchasing things, realizing such delectable cat food must be extremely expensive. Miwu spent a lot of money taking care of him and may not have enough money left to buy good food for himself. If this continued, would Miwu starve? Spart grew sadder as he pondered, silently staring at his cat food for half a day. Suddenly, with a loud thud, he pressed his head against the ground, the big golden chain around his neck falling onto the tiles with a snap. Spart fell deep into contemplation. After finishing his breakfast, Xin Qin found Spart strangely prostrate in front of the food bowl, the cat food seemingly untouched. Surprised, Spart usually had a good appetite and cherished his food, never refusing to eat. Concernedly squatting down, he touched Spart's back and asked, why aren't you eating? Do you feel unwell or dislike the food? The Lihua cat remained motionless, face down on the floor. Frowning worriedly, Xin Qin stood up and fetched a can of food. It was a mix of chicken and salmon, a flavor Spart liked a lot. Holding the can, he approached Spart, shaking it to attract his attention. Unexpectedly, after Spart looked up, he merely glanced at the can and quickly fled, leaving a confused Xin Qin behind. Miwu, I won't eat canned food anymore. Cans are too expensive. I will never eat canned food again. Sparta thought and decided to catch mice for his human. Mice were delicious and nutritious. When he was little, his mother told him that kittens needed to eat mice in order to grow up strong and healthy. If Miwu ate mice, he would stay fit and healthy too. Unfortunately, here in the city, ever since he came to live with Miwu, Sparta realized that there were hardly any mice around. Back then, he had food and drink every day, plus fake mice toys to play with, so he didn't really care. Now, he wanted to catch a fat, plump mouse for Miwu, but it gave him quite a headache. Where on earth could I find a mouse for Miwu? When evening arrived, Sparta secretly went online and found Dai Mashu, who also stayed up late like he did. He voiced his doubt and sought help from Mashu. Unexpectedly, after listening, Mashu just chuckled, unwilling to offer any assistance. Forget about catching mice for your human, humans don't eat mice. Sparta became anxious, then what can he eat? Would sparrows do? Yeah, sparrows are good too. If only I could go out, I could even catch him a rabbit. Dai Mashu thought to himself that rabbits could indeed be eaten, but doubted whether Miwu would be willing to eat them. He yawned, stopping Sparta who was pacing nervously, and said, have you forgotten the main principle I told you before? What principle? Sparta perked his ears. Earning money. If you can earn money for your human, then you won't have to worry about catching mice or sparrows for him. He can use the money to buy himself food. Sparta pondered and asked, can money buy cans of food that humans can eat? Daimashu nodded, that's pretty much the idea. I'm going to earn money. Sparta puffed out his chest and meowed loudly, I'm going to buy my human lots and lots of cans. I'll fatten him up. He doesn't have fur anymore, if he loses any more weight, when winter comes, he might freeze to death. Daimashu didn't rush to correct the Lihua cat but instead wagged his tail, encouraging him, get your human to take more pictures of you, and then you'll gain more popularity. Sparta's eyes lit up, and he confidently held his head high. Suddenly, he remembered something and deflated, lowering his head and quietly asking Daimashu, but, when the people at the shelter took pictures of me, they always seemed dissatisfied, and I wasn't able to find a home through my photos. Does that mean my pictures aren't good enough? If so, if Miwu shows pictures of me to other humans, will he be ridiculed? I don't want him to be mocked by others. Daimashu twitched his whiskers and thought for a moment, it won't happen as long as you strike cute poses. You'll soon become even more popular and famous than you are now. What are cute poses? Sparta humbly asked. Well, Daimashu scratched behind his ear, hey, aren't you about to start primary school soon? Your primary school curriculum will teach you how to look cute. 2 days later, Sparta received a new email delivered by Mr. J, the acceptance notice for Cat Primary School. Mr. J screeched loudly, congratulating the Lihua cat first, then read out the attached introduction to him. The Cat Primary School was the elementary stage of the cat school, mainly teaching skills such as acting cute, being charming, and luring humans, all with the goal of guiding humans, controlling them, and achieving personal targets. Mr. J also brought along a pre-reading assignment. All cats participating in the primary school had to learn 3 designated moves before classes officially began, showing their bellies, stretching out their claws, and tilting their heads. These 3 moves were not difficult for cats, nor unfamiliar. But the cats had to determine the appropriate time, find a human, perform these 3 moves, and then summarize the human's reactions before and after. In the first class, under the teacher's guidance, the classroom discussion would begin where everyone shared their insights from the pre-class homework. Sparta thought to himself, what's so hard about this? That same evening, he seized an opportunity to complete the assignment. He even devised a coherent set of actions, breaking down the 3 target moves and incorporating them into one fluid motion. This is easy meow. Sparta turned off the large lamp in the living room and planned to take him to the game room. Spartacus had suddenly lost his appetite earlier, but later it came back as if nothing had happened. Xin Chin couldn't let go of this matter. He found a paid online veterinary consultation platform and specifically asked about this issue. The online vet also couldn't explain it well, only saying that if all other indicators were normal and eating had returned to normal, generally there would be no problems. Sometimes cats display inexplicable abnormal phenomena, and their owners should observe more and spend more time with their pets. Because of this, Xin Chin decided to bring his Lihua cat with him every day while gaming, keeping it by his side. Fortunately, Sparta was very sensible, apart from occasionally being mischievous and causing a little trouble, most of the time he would stay obediently, playing with his toys or sleeping. The light suddenly went out, and Sparta curiously turned his head, hearing his human talking to him. He turned around and meowed at him. The standing desk lamp still emitted a warm yellow light, and his Miwu stood in the warm brightness, gently calling out to him. Sparta suddenly wanted to make a purring sound. He fell down, rolled over, exposing his lightly patterned belly. His big gold chain immediately got tangled in his fluffy fur as he moved. Sparta extended his 2 round paws, crossed them in front of his chest, loosely swiped at the air, then tilted his head and looked at his human. In his heart, Sparta gave himself a perfect score for the set of actions. Miwu, come take pictures of me. With enough likes, we can buy you cans of food that you can eat. Sparta watched as his human approached, squatted down, and stroked his belly with his paw. Meow, that tickles. Sparta wanted to laugh and rolled over again, pinning his human's paw under his belly. Miwu picked him up, petting his fur more tenderly than usual, talking to him. Sparta felt so comfortable. His soft body stretched upward, his neck leaning back, allowing him just the right angle to see the floor-to-ceiling window. The curtain wasn't fully drawn, letting light seep through. Sparta gazed intently at the bright crack in the curtains, when suddenly, he noticed that tonight's moon was especially beautiful, just like the one he often saw back in the abandoned factory in the countryside. Unconsciously, he meowed. Xin Chin realized his cat was daydreaming, following its gaze to discover that the moonlight was particularly bright tonight. For some reason, he couldn't help but hold the cat and walk to the window, pulling the curtain open. Moonlight streamed in like water, spilling onto the furry body of the Lihua cat. Sparta seemed happy, rhythmically wagging his tail. Miwu, look, my tail tip has moonlight on it. Grr. Xin Chin lowered his head, looking at his Lihua cat. I love you too, baby. Chirp. Chapter 24, The Elementary Student Bearing a Heavy Responsibility. On his first day of elementary school, his human gave Spartacus a present, a collar. The collar was specially customized by Shinchin. Prior to this, she had done extensive research on the pros and cons of cat collars before finally finding a reliable store that sold safety collars for cats. This type of collar was newly designed and tested. In case the cat accidentally got stuck, the plug of the collar could stretch a certain distance with just a little force, preventing the cat from being strangled. Shinchin's main reason for customizing the collar for Spartacus was her worry that it might get lost. Even though Spartacus was now a house cat and already had a microchip inside, a collar with an owner's tag usually helps well-meaning passers-by contact the owner immediately. Shinchin had previously given Spartacus a big golden chain, which was purely decorative, a cat chain specifically made longer so Spartacus could easily break free. However, Spartacus seemed to like it. Once it was put on, he would wear it obediently without attempting to escape. Shinchin therefore speculated that Spartacus wouldn't dislike the collar. Compared to the previous golden chain, the collar customized for Spartacus was much simpler in style, its deep red base embedded with gold threads and featuring a small, bone-shaped, gold-plated nameplate at the buckle. Shinchin thought that the bone shape suited Spartacus more, ignoring the seller's strong advice to use another design, and inscribed her contact details on it. The collar fit Spartacus's neck snugly and facilitated his movements better. After Shinchin received the actual collar, she meticulously checked it and even tested it herself. Confirming there were no issues, she placed the collar close to her body for a while before calling Spartacus over, rubbing the collar back and forth against its cheeks. Due to the scent of Shinchin, Spartacus would not be repelled by the collar. Letting the collar take on his own scent too, it would make acceptance much easier when worn. Shinchin took off Spartacus's golden chain and then put the new red collar on him. She observed nearby, allowing Spartacus to adapt himself, but still concerned, she rehearsed a few times with him how to quickly remove the collar. Although others might think that if a cat learns how to escape the collar, then the collar becomes meaningless, Shinchin always had this strange feeling that as long as she reminded Spartacus not to remove the collar, the cat would obey her. It was an extremely smart cat. Shinchin reached out, adjusting the collar for the cat while scratching behind its ears. Spartacus closed his eyes comfortably. Patiently, Shinchin spoke to it, "You already know that this collar isn't scary at all. As long as you wear the collar, no matter where you go, I will have the chance to find you again. So, unless it's uncomfortable, you shouldn't take it off yourself, alright?" Spartacus involuntarily let out gurgling sounds. He liked Miwu's human petting, he liked Miwu talking seriously to him, and he liked Miwu giving him gifts. Although wearing it around his neck felt strange and interfered with his scratching, as long as it was something Miwu's, he liked it. That shiny object from before was also nice, it smelled good because of Miwu. If Miwu often scratches his neck for him, then he can accept not scratching his neck himself. Meow, even though Miwu keeps saying things I don't understand, I'll still respond casually. It seems humans love to chatter. Shinchin played with Spartacus for a while afterward, ensuring everything was fine after the cat wore the collar. Spartacus looked happy, his tail held high, showing no signs of discomfort. However, it appeared that his previous golden chain was much liked, and after it was taken off, he treated it as a toy, even carrying it in his mouth and jumping around. The golden chain, though shiny, wasn't metal and very light. After pondering, Shinchin decided to reattach the golden chain onto Spartacus. Thus, Spartacus's neck carried a double-layered necklace, the glittering golden chain, the shining golden thread, and the gleaming gold-plated nameplate, all complementing each other beautifully. The green eyes contrasted splendidly against the gold, making Spartacus look exceedingly noble. Shinchin couldn't help laughing aloud. "You truly are a vulgar little nouveau riche." Saying this, she kissed Spartacus. Miwu, confused, Spartacus lowered his head, trying to identify what was around his neck. Upon noticing the golden chain had returned, he quickly brightened up again. "Meow, I like Miwu's things. My sisters used to tell me, if a human likes me, they will give me many gifts. Some may seem strange, but it is their way of expressing affection. Alas, so many presents, Miwu must really love me a lot. Meow." With his neck decked out in a collar exuding the air of a nouveau riche, Spartacus began his first class at Cat Elementary School. Once in elementary school, the number of cats per class decreased to about 10. Most of the cats entering elementary school were between 3 to 6 months old, already separated from their mothers and siblings, capable of independently occupying their own video window. As expected, Spartacus was still the oldest cat, standing out for his uniqueness, opting once more to nestle in the top left corner with eyes closed, paying no attention to the social activities across the screen of greeting and making friends. "Hey! Spartacus! What a small world!" A bright meow woke Spartacus. He flicked open his eyelids to glance, instantly alert. How did Kongbui show up again? In contrast to Spartacus's irritation, Kongbui seemed very excited. "We truly have a special bond. Never thought we'd end up in the same class again." He happily wiggled around, his chubby chin bouncing. "By the way, why can't I find you among my friends anymore? Do we need to add each other again?" Spartacus bent down to lick his paw, acting as though he hadn't heard. Fortunately, at this moment, the teacher teaching the class appeared in time, stopping the noise in the classroom, and announcing the official start of the lesson. The cat classroom opened precisely at 2 a.m. The teacher was a white curl-haired cat, whose beautiful curls made Spartacus unconsciously recall those teddy dogs he had seen before. The curly-haired teacher had big ears and an elf-like delicate head, wearing a large flower around his slender neck, looking quite sophisticated. If Spartacus were human, he would have noticed that the male teacher's flower was pink, adding an air of luxury. He introduced himself, "You can call me Chiron teacher." His voice and appearance didn't match at all, extremely coarse and deep with a heroic aura, causing Spartacus's approval to instantly rise a notch. "First of all, let us congratulate everyone here on successfully passing the kindergarten learning. Now we begin our classes." Without much ado, Teacher Chiron quickly went straight into the subject. Today's topic is, Introduction to Human Training. Spartacus pricked up his ears. Meow, humans can also be trained. Presumably everyone has already completed the pre-class practice. Now, please share with everyone the difference in your human's reaction or attitude before and after you performed lying down, extending paws, and tilting your head. The kittens were chirping like birds, eager to share their experiences. Among them, Kongboi's meows were the loudest. "My human opened a can of food for me. I don't know why, but recently they haven't been feeding me canned food. Unexpectedly, just by lying down and showing my belly, my male human gave me canned food. It was amazing." Spartacus yawned widely upon hearing this. Could it be because of anything else? Just look at this fatty. Other kittens also expressed that they experienced magical things. Teacher Chiron listened carefully while nodding, inspecting the kittens. Finally, he fixed his gaze on Spartacus. "Spartacus student, do you have anything you wish to share with everyone?" Spartacus lifted his head, thought seriously for a while. "No," he replied. "Miwu has always been good, nothing has changed like it has for other people's cats, doing something unexpectedly pleasant. Miwu is the best." Upon hearing this, Teacher Chiron quietly looked at Spartacus for a moment, then turned back and summarized slowly, "So most of you have discovered an interesting fact, human behavior can actually be predicted and influenced. And as a house cat, learning how to correctly influence human behavior is an important required course, and also a skill you need to master at this stage of your studies. First, after you take over a human family, you need to quickly judge which human is the key target for your efforts. If there is only one human in your human family, there's no thinking needed. But if your human family consists of multiple humans, then a clever cat will always figure out who is worth spending effort on. In most cases, the ones you can first exclude are those who clearly express friendliness and affection towards you. This part usually comprises the female humans in the family, they pose no threat. Next, you can exclude the offspring. While they may sometimes cause danger, they hold no say within the human family. Usually, just taking some effort to play with them prevents any risk of being thrown out. This is a simple process of elimination. Once you exclude the above categories, you will find that in a family, the ones who require the most effort are adult male humans. They are usually the breadwinners of human families and possess absolute authority. Since they cannot establish their territory by urinating at will, they like to insist on their own way and other things to show off their pitiful male dominance. If, when you take over this human family, only the female humans agree, while the dominant male humans disagree or even oppose from the beginning, then you need to pay extra attention. You must quickly, generally within 1 to 2 months, woo this nitpicky male human, otherwise your days ahead will be very difficult, if not significantly worse. But if you succeed, you will replace this male human and become the most influential creature in this human family. Of course, the above refers to the general case. If there are special circumstances, for example, in the human family you've taken over, the roles of males and females are reversed, then naturally your target needs to shift accordingly. Likewise, if you only have one human to conquer in order to establish your own authority, you can also use the following tutorial to achieve your goal. Such simple truths, as an intelligent cat, you must understand on your own. In our next class, we will use an unfriendly and authoritative male human as an example. The main steps you need to master to win him over are as follows. 1. Ignore him. Chapter 25. All are key points. Ignore him. Sparta, who was intently listening and trying to remember the knowledge points, paused in confusion, then scratched out the notes he had just taken on the sofa with his paw. Impossible, he thought to himself. Mio is so nice, I wouldn't ignore him. However, when he looked up, he noticed that the other classmates were fully engrossed in the lecture. Song Bao Hui was even purring happily. Sparta sympathetically glanced around at all the cats. Meow, poor cats. Teacher Chiron made no indication about the small actions happening in class. Unlike Jiang Debao, Teacher Chiron was a very special teacher. It seemed like he didn't care whether his students were paying attention or understanding the content of his explanations. The essence of conquering humans lies in appropriately ignoring them. Even though we predetermine a key target for conquest, this doesn't mean we must conquer them first. The ones we deal with first are often those humans excluded from our primary targets. The reason is simple, we need allies. Conquering these humans who already have an affinity for cats is far too easy. All we need to do is let out meaningless meows and rub their cheeks and bodies against them, which usually results in loving caresses. Remember, smart cats will choose to exude friendly vibes towards female humans when unfriendly male humans are present. Male humans, although pretending not to care as they stare at glowing screens or hold newspapers, let me just add, newspapers are useless things except for tearing into shreds, will try everything to act indifferent to you, treating your affectionate behavior with disdain. Don't worry, don't be deceived by their appearances, they will definitely look at you secretly when you're not paying attention. What you should do is the same, ignore them and pretend not to care. Only play with the friendly humans and only fawn over those who treat you kindly. The reason for choosing the longer path is twofold: cats love challenges, and a suppressed human who eventually opens their heart can become unrestrained. They will indulge you without principle, perhaps even more than those who liked you from the start. These are the sweet fruits of training humans. Despite the difficulty, you must persevere. Victory will be yours, and soon too. By giving male humans enough neglect, it sparks their interest sufficiently for them to want to approach you. Remember, there's an important key point here: you ignore them but don't avoid them. Ignoring and avoiding are entirely different. When you appear disinterested, humans feel challenged. However, if you show fear or avoidance, humans may become annoyed. Yes, humans are such unreasonable creatures. 2. Entice him. With your persistent ignoring, the curiosity of male humans has risen. One day, when you pass by him, he can't help but quietly lean down and try to touch you. Here's another key point for the students to note. At this moment, you shouldn't jump away, nor should you completely allow the human to succeed. Timing the movement of your body is crucial. Just as his fingertips graze your soft fur, you need to lift your head, glance at him briefly, without making any sound or further eye contact, then quietly walk away. At this time, you could find another human ally and ask them to pet and massage you. Alternatively, you can jump to a high place within the male human sight, meticulously grooming your fur, especially the fur on your belly, patiently licking until it becomes fluffy and soft, making it look irresistible to touch. If the male human hasn't walked away quickly, instead staring at you pensively, then congratulations, you're one step closer to success. Sparta hung his ears in distress as he took down one knowledge point after another. In his view, there was no need for him to learn these techniques. Meow is the most cat-understanding human in the world. If he wanted to stroke my fur, I would be very generous and let him do so anytime. Meow, I want to sleep in Meow's nest right now. However, Teacher Chiron did not hear Sparta's inner resistance and continued to explain methodically. 3. Encourage him. Next, you need to challenge yourself, break one rule established by a male human. Many clever cats, even if they can't understand human language in the early stages, can still discern some invisible rules from human behaviors and postures. A lot of male humans who initially dislike cats enjoy setting rules, attempting thereby to solidify their authoritative position. Believe it or not, many cats encounter such illogical rules created by humans, like no feeding on the dining table. As free-spirited cats, we should inform humans that we have the right to be fed anywhere. You can choose a good moment, like when dinner is your favorite stewed beef. When your humans are all gathered around the table, starting to enjoy their food, you should skillfully remind them that this food also belongs to you. At this time, your target shouldn't be those humans friendly to you, because making them break the unreasonable rules set by male humans has no significance in your conquest journey. On the contrary, their betrayal could provoke the male human's rebelliousness. Humans are all so immature, once they feel their self-respect is hurt, they won't reflect on their mistakes but instead will become even more unreasonably defiant. Therefore, our goal should be the male human himself. We must tempt him to make his own mistakes. Achieving this isn't difficult, students. This is an important point for practical exam questions. You quietly approach the male human, choosing an appropriate position beside his foot. Don't sit too far away where he might ignore you, nor too close to make him uncomfortable. Then you quietly look up, gazing at your male human. Initially, you may choose to remain silent, letting the male human naturally notice your presence. Of course, if your male human is dim-witted, you may let out a soft call to get his attention. Remember, here's another crucial key point: your call expressing longing should not be hurried or continuous, but instead, should be a soft, gentle meow barely audible. At this moment, the male human will notice you. He'll behave strangely, seemingly ignoring you, but don't worry, they'll soon reveal their vulnerabilities. Stay firm in sitting before him, looking up with wide eyes at him. He'll soon become restless, glancing down at you every now and then. Once your eyes meet, softly utter an encouraging meow. These steps may need to be repeated until eventually, the male human gives up. The sign of giving up is when the male human suddenly shifts the topic, with wandering eyes pretending to talk to other people while actually fidgeting with a delicious piece of beef in his bowl. At this moment, you need to be smart enough not to draw the attention of other humans. If they notice you, they'll also notice the male human's abnormality. For male humans, exposing such embarrassing moments would mean total loss of face, which implies we might lose the next opportunity to subdue him. You can move closer lightly, standing tall, maintaining your upward gaze. He'll pretend to pay no mind but will secretly toss the piece of beef in front of you. Sparta, upon hearing this, became increasingly confused. What kind of human was so troublesome? Meow never did anything as boring as this. If he wanted to feed me beef, he would put it neatly in a clean bowl just for me. You need to quickly run over, acting as though you've just found a piece of beef that grew from the ground itself. Grab the beef, turn around, and find a suitable corner where the male human can see you without drawing the attention of others, then silently eat the beef that rightfully belongs to you. After finishing, you can lick your paws and rest for a while, but don't forget to express gratitude. Walk to the male human as if nothing happened earlier, gently bumping your head against his trouser leg. This male human might quickly move his leg away, but it doesn't matter. When you see him tossing a second piece of beef your way, you know you've won. Meow meow, soon you'll be able to freely lie on the knees of this male human, indulging in tearing apart all his newspapers. He might even reserve a sofa seat exclusively for you, and no one will dare invade your territory. Sparta proudly flicked his tail. I already have my exclusive sofa seat, I didn't even ask Mio to do that. My Mio must be university educated, smarter than any other human. Teacher Chiron extended his paw, scratched the big flower on his neck, adjusted its position, and then returned to the lecture hall. He said, next, we are going to start practical exercises. After entering elementary school, a lot of your courses will involve substantial hands-on practice. You need to focus. Our first exercise is expressing an encouraging short meow sound. This sound does not align with our natural instincts, but for conquest, we need constant practice. It's not difficult. Now, sit up straight, look up proudly, tilt your head back, and follow my lead, meow. Meow, aouyu, Sparta opened his mouth, involuntarily letting out a big yawn, which earned him a silently penetrating gaze from Teacher Chiron. He quickly lowered his head and rubbed his eyes with his paws, trying to drive away his drowsiness. Great, let's do it again, meow. Meow, because of the wrong tone, Sparta's voice sounded especially awkward. A group of furry heads all turned toward him in unison, making Sparta's close his mouth shyly and stomp on the sofa cushion with his paws. Follow me once more, meow. Aouyu. Meow. Woo. After the first class of elementary school ended, Sparta received a great deal of after-school practice homework. The advantage in common knowledge accumulated due to being older in preschool had vanished without a trace once he entered elementary school. Life as a cat was truly harsh. Sparta curled up in Mio's arms and fell asleep sadly. Chapter 26, Diligence compensates for awkwardness and harmony brings wealth. The next morning, very rarely, Xin woke up first. His tabby cat was still snoring loudly, his round head using Xin's arm as a pillow while the sound of his snores could be heard clearly, with Xin's blanket covering his belly as if it were a serious matter. Unable to resist, Xin retracted his hand and embraced Spartacus in his arms. The tabby continued to sleep sweetly. Xin stared at his Spartacus for a long time, always feeling that the tabby's face seemed a bit larger than before. He grabbed his phone from the bedside table and took a picture of Spartacus who was sleeping soundly, then posted it on Weibo asking everyone, do you think Spartacus' face has grown bigger? What if the face is big? It's all because. Ah yes, it's because he eats your small fish crackers. Hahaha, after you mention it, the face does indeed seem a bit bigger. Is this really a Chinese countryside cat? Although his face is round, he looks handsome. The host's cat is quite attractive. Ah, such a chubby cheek, I want to pinch. Oh, Spartacus' mouth corner is curling upward, it seems like he is smiling. The fans can only fantasize about the feel of Spartacus' cheeks in the comments, but Xin just went ahead with it. He extended his finger and gently pulled on Spartacus' cheek meat. The touch was pretty good, and when he let go, the cheek slowly bounced back. Why hadn't he noticed before that Spartacus' face was so round? Could it be that he gained some weight recently? Cats do gain weight easily after being neutered. Xin had not specially weighed Spartacus in this period. With these thoughts, he felt something wasn't right. Taking the risk of possibly angering the tabby, Xin decided to continue rubbing Spartacus' face, trying to wake him up. Who's pulling my face? Annoying. Half asleep, Spartacus swatted his paws in the air, trying to get rid of the pesky movements, but the other side seemed not to give up easily and even played rougher. Spartacus got angry, shook his head, finally opened his eyes, and immediately saw his human. Oh, it's me Woo. He yawned, used both paws to prop himself against the human's chest, trying to make the human not come near. Me Woo, stop playing, I want to sleep. Daimashu said that after starting primary school, cats must ensure enough sleep every day so they won't fall asleep in class. I'm still sleepy. If you disturb me again, I'll hit you. Would you like breakfast? Today I've switched the cat food flavors for you, why don't you try it out? Wake up, little lazy cat. Xin watched Spartacus drift further into slumber due to the disturbance and chuckled lightly, lifting him up and holding the tabby in his arms as he rubbed its neck. Let's go have our meal. It wasn't until the human carried him to the living room that Spartacus slowly came to his senses. Miwu didn't release him but held him up standing on some strange object. He stared at his human's footpaws for a long time. The weird object had a blue screen on which black dots kept jumping around until eventually coming to a stop. At that moment, Miwu finally let him go. Xin weighed himself before and after holding Spartacus and drew a conclusion. Spartacus was truly half a catty heavier. Although for Spartacus' build, 9 genes was not a large number, Xin was worried that rapid weight gain could cause health issues, so he decided to slightly control his food intake and exercise. Spartacus keenly sensed that today's breakfast was a tiny bit less than usual, but it was a new flavor, delicious. The tastier it feels, the less there seems to be today. He buried his head and munched through it hungrily, then groomed himself thoroughly, fur by fur. Then he started to ponder, why is today's breakfast smaller than usual? After blanking out for a long time, he suddenly remembered, Miwu needs to earn money to buy cat food for him. Wow, I'm so stupid. Is it because Miwu doesn't have enough money and thus has to make me eat less? Suddenly energized, he jumped onto the dining table, circled around his human, and began observing the human's food. Meow, it seems like the strange steaming thing Miwu ate a few days ago. Has Miwu been eating this recently because there's no more money to buy canned human food? Xin Chin had recently taken a liking to the new kanji shop at the entrance of his housing complex. The millet porridge paired with an egg pancake made for a delicious breakfast, the grains were sweet and glutinous, the pancake surface was crispy, and it was all served steaming hot. With the recent drop in temperature, he felt very comfortable after eating it. He hadn't even finished half of his meal when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his tabby cat sneaking closer, evidently interested in his breakfast. Xin Chin stopped eating and watched as Spartacus carefully sniffed around his egg pancake, but did not dare to take a bite. Probably due to curiosity yet hesitation, Xin Chin reached out to rub Spartacus' neck and loosen its fur flattened by the collar, softly speaking to him, "Good boy, you shouldn't eat this. Cats can't have pancakes because," after pondering for a moment, he continued, "because eating pancakes will give you a big pancake face, just like the one you already have, and it'll only get worse." Finishing his thought, he stared at Spartacus' pudgy cheeks for a long time, realizing how perfectly round they were, and couldn't help laughing. "It's almost like a pancake. I should give you a nickname. A lot of cats have nicknames. Let's call you Xin Big Pancake. Without Spartacus knowing, his nickname had been decided. Xin Big Pancake. Spartacus circled around his human, Miwu, quickly losing interest in human food. He moved close to Miwu's head and began licking his hair gently. "Meow," said Spartacus. "Don't worry, I'll earn lots of popularity so I can buy canned food for you." Determined to gain more fans to afford cans of food for his human, Spartacus started implementing his popularity earning plan that evening. Perched right next to his human, he kept an eye on Miwu as he played games, never leaving his side. He already knew that every day Miwu would interact with other humans using that huge computer. Daimashu had once told him that the camera on the computer worked like the lens used in class. If you performed actions or made sounds facing the camera, the people on the other side could see and hear you. Many popular house cats attracted fans and gained popularity this way. Spartacus believed he could do it too. "Didn't I just learn how to encourage humans?" he meowed. "Mew, turn on your camera. I'm ready." As soon as Miwu started playing the game, Spartacus approached and began rubbing his cheek against Miwu's face and neck, making soft purring and mewing sounds that were transmitted through Miwu's microphone into the live stream, causing a frenzy among his fans. "Turn on the camera quickly. We want to pet the cat." After some consideration, Miwu paused the game. He put on a mask, gave Spartacus a little kiss on his round head, and turned on the front-facing camera, adjusting the angle to focus the lens on Spartacus. Ah! Front row cat petting session. For the first time ever, such HD quality. Hey, isn't that Spartacus? So cute. Oh my gosh, look at that collar. That flashy gold color is blinding me. Miwu patted Spartacus' ears, extended a finger, and gestured towards the screen. The tabby followed his finger until it reached the computer screen where he discovered the chaotic flood of comments on the screen. Curiously tilting his head, he also noticed his own projection and froze. "Oh, that's me. Did Miwu turn on the camera? How smart Miwu is." Excitedly, Spartacus nudged Miwu's nose hard with his mouth. Despite the barrier of the mask, Spartacus still felt deeply satisfied and brimming with confidence. "I'm definitely going to gather plenty of fans." "Meow, hello everyone. My name is Spartacus, do you like me? Give me all your popularity points, please." "Ha ha 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 ha, what's it saying? Such an adorable voice. So cute. Has Spartacus gained weight?" In good timing, Miwu answered a few comments from the chat. "Yes, he has put on a bit of weight, mainly in the face. Actually, he now has a little nickname, Big Pancake, like the scallion oil pancake." "OMG, Big Pancake. Huh, so silly. Why are you doing this to Spartacus, ha ha ha. Big Pancake is pretty cute though. Is Sing introducing this seriously? It's okay, he's healthy. In fact, a little more weight wouldn't hurt him either, just don't let him gain weight too quickly. The collar is newly replaced. It has a nameplate to prevent him from getting lost. He probably knows his name is Spartacus, but doesn't yet understand his nickname. Xin Big Pancake." Spartacus stared for a long time at the reflection of himself in the window, muttering incomprehensibly. This made him somewhat unhappy. "Miwu, don't meddle, you need to be good. Otherwise, how will I gather popularity?" Spartacus turned around and nuzzled against Miwu, giving his human some reminders. "So cute. Seems like he really understands what we say. This cat is something else. I'm going to practice now, so you need to be a good boy." After finishing, Spartacus dashed back to the camera. He remembered the homework Kai had given him, deciding to use this opportunity to practice. Although he couldn't see the humans on the other side of the lens, following his teacher's advice would surely help him earn popularity. Encouraging himself inwardly, he shook his whiskers and abruptly flopped onto his side on the keyboard. After lying down, Spartacus momentarily froze, suddenly forgetting what the next move should be. "Ah, it doesn't matter, just do something random." Anyway, these people don't know what homework Kai assigned. Vaguely remembering that he needed to stretch out one paw, which one was it? The front or the back? Oh well, doesn't matter. Spartacus straightened his right hind leg, raising it into the air as he arched his head and struggled to lift his upper body. A thick layer of flesh piled up under his belly, making this action quite challenging. Straining his neck, Spartacus mewed softly towards the camera. This was a trick Kai had taught him. If he wanted humans to like him more, he could call out using baby kitten sounds, like he would with his mother. Unfortunately, such a pose was exhausting. Spartacus couldn't hold on long before thudding onto the keyboard. Surprisingly comfortable, lying on the uneven keycaps, Spartacus rolled over, causing his shiny golden collar to collide with the keys, creating crisp data sounds. Huh, I see a crispy fried chicken thigh. Adorable fool, haha. Cute enough to vomit milk. Poor keyboard. Unable to resist, Miwu picked up Spartacus to stop him from continuing to torture his mechanical keyboard. With his head tilted, Spartacus weakly mewed. Miwu placed his two front paws on his shoulders and cradled the tabby's rear end like holding a child, supporting the waist of his mottled cat with the other hand. Don't play anymore, stay near me while I play games, okay? Miwu rubbed his head against Spartacus, receiving a response rub. Pant, I'm tired. Let's practice again tomorrow. Facing the direction of the camera, Spartacus mewed, remember to send me your popularity. I'll come back tomorrow to play with all of you. Don't forget to give me popularity. Miwu reached out to turn off the camera. His big-faced tabby seemed exhausted, curling up on his legs and closing his eyes for a rest. Miwu tenderly massaged its round head and started today's game stream officially. Unfortunately, the fans' attention had already drifted away from the game. They were talking about the round-faced tabby all night long. Xian Big Pancake is too adorable. I want to pinch his cheeks. Feels like Xingtian is super gentle, oh. Although it seemed his live streaming room was becoming increasingly unserious, the good news was his number of followers kept increasing. Among them, most were waiting in the live stream room for the cat broadcaster to go online. Happily, this cat broadcaster was very diligent. Ever since that day, it went online almost every evening, engaging in one-sided interactions with fans for about 10 minutes each time. Miwu noticed his big-faced tabby was becoming more and more affectionate, often coming to rub against his leg and calling out in a sweet voice, making him think the surgery might not have been clean, and his cat was entering heat. But after searching online, he found the sound of male cats in heat wasn't pleasant, nothing like Spartacus at all. In fact, he had already realized that a male tabby with sweet, soft sounds like his was actually quite rare. Most cats still had normal calls. An adorable big pancake. Spartacus also detected something strange. Recently, his human had started calling him with a different intonation. At first, he felt odd and secretly asked Dai Mashu about it. Mashu told him that it was perfectly normal. Humans often got whimsical ideas, sometimes giving cats various names, even ones with no connection. For instance, his real name was Dai Mashu, yet he had over a dozen nicknames ranging from Stinky to Coalball. As long as the human kept calling out in a foreign frequency while making inviting gestures, it meant they were likely calling him by a randomly invented nickname. Spartacus understood and was not bothered by it. As long as Miwu liked it, that was all that mattered. However, I don't plan to give Miwu a nickname. The name Miwu is already great, and I will keep calling him that forever. With Miwu's cooperation, Spartacus' extracurricular practice was proceeding smoothly. Chiron's advice had proven correct, plenty of practice could compensate for weak areas. Meanwhile, through this exercise and flotation, Spartacus had gradually figured out Miwu's preferences. His Miwu loved when he rubbed his cheeks against his nose and mouth, enjoyed pinching his face, and adored petting the fur on his belly. Hehe, I love the fur on my own belly too. But cats generally didn't like humans touching their stomachs at will. After all, soft and defenseless bellies were their Achilles' heel, something they rarely exposed. Therefore, Spartacus was rather stingy with showcasing his fluffy belly, allowing Miwu to touch it only 9 times out of 10. Compared to discovering Miwu's preferences, Spartacus wasn't as enthusiastic about interacting with his audience. He typically used the 15 minutes in front of the camera to do homework. Chiron always emphasized the principle that diligence makes up for clumsiness, urging everyone to seek knowledge through practice. Spartacus couldn't fully explain what it meant, but there was definitely a lot of homework involved. He had endless after-class assignments and practical drills every day. Honestly, these exercises were ridiculous. Why should every cat learn so many tricks to deal with humans? After all, most cats owned only a few humans. For example, he only had Miwu, who was so well behaved that he didn't need to exert much effort. So, what was the point of learning those cutesy skills? Of course, despite these complaints, Spartacus still worked hard to keep up with his classmates' progress. After all, he was a cat who wanted to go to university. If he couldn't even graduate from elementary school, Dai Mashu would laugh until his canines fell out. Sigh, school was truly difficult. Even Song Bao Hui, the little fatty, had already learned how to slouch lazily and look cute. Meanwhile, he himself was still stuck at, hello, do you think I'm cute? A beginner-level skill. Fortunately, Dai Mashu often brought Spartacus good news, telling him that his fanbase was growing every day. He now had over 30,000 human fans. Spartacus had no concept of numbers, but an increase in popularity meant he could earn money, and earning money meant he could buy more cans for Wu. As for how popularity translated into money, he had absolutely no idea. Unfortunately, the diligent cat broadcaster soon discovered that he had hit a plateau. He was losing his ability to be adorable. The word plateau was given to him by Daimashu, meaning a hole he couldn't get through. For a cat, failing to conquer such a hole felt almost like disgrace. The specific manifestation of this plateau on Spartacus was that he began finding his daily repetition of strange and meaningless actions childish, making his performances somewhat exaggerated. To think, humans were such crafty creatures, they could see right through a lackluster performance. The most obvious sign was, his popularity stagnated, and for 3 consecutive days, he didn't gain a single new fan. This made Spartacus so angry that his whiskers were crooked. Without popularity, how could he buy cans for Wu? The frustrated Tabby suddenly became listless, doing everything half-heartedly. It was time for his routine checkup, and Wu took him to the familiar pet clinic, Eat More. Spartacus decided to vent his frustrations to Daimashu once he saw him. Xin just carried the cat carrier containing Spartacus into the clinic when the big black cat came rushing down from the record rack, leaping straight to his feet and mewing loudly around the carrier. Xin thought, oh, so the two of you have become friends then. Taking advantage of the waiting period before registration, Xin released Spartacus and held him in his arms, allowing him to chat with the large black cat named Mashu. Sigh, Mashu, I've been feeling so discouraged lately, Spartacus muttered, sprawled out comfortably in Wu's arms, unwilling to move an inch. He rested his head in Wu's elbow crook, half closing his eyes as he stared at Mashu. Mashu squatted beside them, washing his face with a puff-puff sound, perking up his ears curiously upon hearing this. What's wrong? Are you sick? No, I don't feel unwell. Mashu scratched behind his ears and switched questions, so, what exactly is going on? It's just, Spartacus hesitated, then said listlessly, I don't feel like moving or studying at all. So? Before Spartacus could reply, Mashu yawned, completely losing interest, who wants to study? School is so boring. Spartacus felt a bit puzzled. He had always thought that Daimashu was the kind of cat who worked hard and strove for progress. After all, he had gone to college, without diligence, how could he have possibly attended university? Never would he have expected that an excellent, well-educated cat like Mashu could also lose interest in learning. Suddenly forgetting his own troubles, Spartacus instead became concerned about Mashu's struggles. Why don't you want to go to school? Isn't it obvious? Daimashu licked his paws clean and lazily climbed down, stretching out his front paws. The natural instincts of cats are hunting and resting. Play is a manifestation of our hunting instinct, while laziness is the outward expression of our resting instinct. Going to school completely disrupts the innate biological rhythms of a cat. We need to expend tremendous energy to overcome our dislike and discomfort. Spartacus carefully pondered this, finding it quite reasonable. At least as far as he was concerned, every night when he went to class, he would wonder why he couldn't just be snuggled up with Wu in a warm bed. Yet, without learning, one wouldn't gain skills, and acquiring knowledge was never a simple matter. Daimashu glanced at the tabby cat and said, but my intuition tells me that you're not depressed simply because you don't want to go to school. Spartacus tilted his head and thought about it, carefully organizing his words before spilling all his recent troubles to Daimashu, how his progress had been negligible, his achievements non-existent, his plan to cater to humans utterly failing, feeling like if he continued aimlessly drifting along like this, he might not even graduate from elementary school. Daimashu remained silent throughout, listening with half-closed eyes. So absorbed was Spartacus in venting that he hadn't even noticed his voice going hoarse. Halfway through, his human handed him some water and worriedly patted his head. Mew, finally, Spartacus stopped complaining and leaned his head against the human's shoulder, rubbing back and forth. Daimashu continued sitting upright beside them, eyes closed as if asleep. Spartacus felt somewhat disheartened but also slightly embarrassed. It was clearly his lack of resolve that led him to unload his woes onto another cat. Making others feel down too was truly inappropriate. He quietly apologized to Daimashu. The big black cat finally opened his eyes. Go ahead and say it. You'll feel better after saying it aloud. Actually, I anticipated you'd encounter all sorts of problems sooner or later. After all, most cats start school at an age where they're most receptive to external environmental influences, but you've long surpassed that range. I initially thought you'd drop out halfway, given that for an adult cat, discarding your established understanding of the world and rebuilding a new worldview is extremely challenging. The fact that you've had the courage to make such a decision is already remarkable. Of course, I thought you'd develop a desire to quit later on, not this early. After hearing what Mashu said, Spartacus felt even more ashamed. Was he really a cat lacking determination who could accomplish nothing? He didn't deserve Wu then. But then Daimashu changed the subject and suddenly asked him seriously, there's only one thing you need to consider now, has your sense of frustration become enough to make you abandon your original dream? Spartacus froze. He had never thought about it this way. If you can be defeated by your current stagnation, then you might as well stop trying. You won't succeed anyway. But if you're unwilling to stop here, you will certainly not be held back by such small difficulties. Spartacus felt that what Daimoshu said was profound, yet strangely made perfect sense. After careful consideration, he firmly replied, I don't want to give up like this. I still need to learn human language so I can understand what my human is saying to me. If I can't even comprehend his words, in this world, there won't be anyone who takes him seriously. Auntie mentioned in her letter that Miwoo's parents were not good people and had abandoned him when he was young. Spartacus wasn't sure what abandonment meant in the human world. But in the cat world, unless absolutely necessary, cat mothers never easily abandoned their kittens. In times of danger, they would fight fiercely to protect their offspring. Helpless kittens left alone would almost certainly perish once abandoned. Miwoo grew up all alone, it must have been very lonely. I want to become his mother, his family. I want to protect him and stay by his side. That's why I need to learn human language, to become smarter and take better care of my human. Daimoshu seemed quite satisfied with Spartacus' answer. He slowly stood up, stretching his front paws in a lazy yawn. I don't think I need to say much more. You just need to always remember your goal, why you made this decision, and you won't have any problems. I still believe in you very much. Hearing this, Spartacus was deeply moved, realizing that Mashu had so much confidence in him. He twitched his whiskers, about to say something, but Daimoshu had already continued talking on his own. Besides, giving up in elementary school is too early. Any cat with normal intelligence can graduate from elementary school. You should at least persevere until high school, By the time you reach high school, you'll probably think it's great not to attend college. I can't wait to see you all tearful. Spartacus angrily tried to claw at Daimoshu, but Miwoo stopped him. Miwoo, he's waiting for me to fail, how mean of him. Spartacus ululated and complained to his human. Unfortunately, his human couldn't understand a word he said, but Miwoo still gently massaged his back to help him relax. Once I get to university, I'm definitely going to be more successful than Daimoshu, humph. Let him mock me. Spartacus growled fiercely and pulled a face at Daimoshu. Daimoshu didn't get angry at all, instead, he chuckled happily and ran off. As the clinic's mascot, he naturally had work to do, such as welcoming customers. Despite being a big strong black cat, when Mashu jumped around in an adorable manner, it looked perfectly natural. Welcome, he mewed to the guests. Hope to see you again. He escorted another group out. Spartacus quietly watched Daimoshu at work from within Miwoo's embrace. He could sense Daimoshu's joy, it was probably his way of giving back to those who loved him. To achieve such a goal, Daimoshu must have worked hard before as well. At this thought, Spartacus reignited his fighting spirit. In our lives as cats, it's impossible to like every single human. We usually aren't very greedy, we only need one favorite human. Then relatively speaking, not all humans need to like me, right? That would be fair. If I don't have enough popularity, it doesn't necessarily mean I'm not good, it could be that I haven't met the humans who like me yet. So as long as I keep doing what I want to do and do them well, I will eventually meet the humans who like me. And I don't necessarily have to like all of them, as long as they like me. Seeing their calico cat getting spirited again, shaking its tail for no reason, Xin couldn't help but laugh, even though he didn't fully understand what had made him so happy. Thankfully, the checkup results were all normal. Dr. Dai explained that every cat has its own personality, sometimes they're like children, other times like little devils. It's all like a riddle. This unpredictable and illogical life is probably one of the pleasures of raising a cat. To cheer up Spartacus, Xin started making daily time plans, scheduling more playtime with him, and even inventing many games suitable for cats. Interacting with the cat through games increased his exercise unintentionally. With regular sleep schedules, 3 meals eaten on time, and no more opportunities to stay up late gaming, he was healthier than before and physically fitter. No wonder everyone says having pets benefits physical and mental health. Xin pinched Spartacus' cheeks, saying, "You're really a little lucky star." As for the humans' time arrangements, no one was happier than Spartacus himself. Of course, the more Miwoo played with him, the better. Chi-Ron once said that one principle of playing with humans is that their attention must be focused on us cats, not on anything else strange, like computers, books, or their phones. Look at me, Miwoo, don't play on the computer. Aw. Miwoo hung a glowing yarn ball on the ceiling of the room, which looked fun. The ball was hung high, but no problem, I can jump and reach it. Teasing Spartacus by making him jump for the toy ball hung high was a method devised by Xin. He first let Spartacus get familiar with the ball and enjoy playing with it, then used a hook string to hang it up. Initially at 1 meter high, he gradually increased the difficulty by shortening the length of the rope. Eventually, Spartacus could effortlessly jump 2 meters high to knock down the toy ball hanging from the ceiling. After completing each height, Xin would reward Spartacus with its favorite small snacks. The intelligent Spartacus quickly understood the meaning of the game, if it performed well, it could play with the ball and receive delicious rewards. It has to be said that Spartacus's performance exceeded Xin's expectations. He had once seen overseas cat owners conduct leap tests with their felines, the results were astonishing, but he always assumed only certain special cats could achieve this. Never did he imagine Spartacus could do it too, and with such agility, turning his body in the air with ease and swiftly swiping a paw to complete the task like a mini leopard. Of course, a chubby little leopard. Xin patted Spartacus's round face and kissed the top of its head as encouragement. In less than a week, Spartacus could already easily handle the jumping game. Xin figured out a way to set up a camera in the living room, live-streaming Spartacus leaping up to catch the toy ball, and immediately gained enthusiastic reactions. Daimashu, who had been closely following Spartacus's popularity project, promptly found the cat to inform him of this good news. Spartacus thought it was quite strange. Lately, he hadn't done anything particularly extraordinary, still just practicing the practical actions learned in class, then playing games with Miwu, and those games were so much fun. However, now he was a cat on a different level. The old him cared too much about popularity, narrow-minded like a mouse, rat-sided. Daimashu corrected quietly beside him, but the new him wouldn't make such mistakes anymore. Miwu was most important, then studying hard, and lastly, casually interacting with other humans. Oh woo, it must be because I am so cute that they like me so much. Now, I won't fall for you all easily. Spartacus's meteoric rise in popularity happened on an ordinary weekend evening. Xin turned on the bright light and placed Spartacus's toys in the living room, letting it choose which ones to play with. Spartacus picked an electric mouse that could run and staged its own cat and mouse battle. A camera was set up nearby, already adjusted to a suitable angle to fully show the situation of the living room. Xin looked down at his phone, scrolling through the chat messages during the live stream, somewhat helplessly thinking that perhaps he could give up his career as a gaming streamer since whenever Spartacus appeared for just 10 minutes, the heat of the live stream often surpassed what he could generate in an entire night. While mindlessly browsing the comments, suddenly something cold brushed past his ear, and a dark blur flew past his face. Instinctively, Xin looked up. A cockroach. A cockroach the size of an egg. Xin dropped his phone, frozen in shock, unable to react, when he suddenly felt a weight settle on his shoulder. From the corner of his eye, he saw Spartacus darting out. Meow. Spartacus stretched his body mid-air, elegantly turning a circle, impossible to see how he exerted force. It seemed like a lightning strike as the mackerel Tabby Cat lunged toward the cockroach. Just as it turned around, the cockroach was already caught in Spartacus's mouth. Almost simultaneously, it lightly touched the ground with all four paws, landing steadily. Xin stared in astonishment, utterly speechless. The weather in this season had already become very cool, mosquitoes and insects gone, and due to rarely using the kitchen, the indoor area was relatively clean and dry. He hadn't seen such a large flying cockroach for a long time. Despite wearing a mask, he could still imagine his own ridiculous expression. But his mackerel Tabby Cat didn't seem to disdain him at all. Spartan released the cockroach on the ground, carefully prodding it with his front paw as if confirming whether it could still move. Then, it gently picked up the cockroach again with its mouth and trotted back to Xin, cheerfully circling around him, before spitting out its prey and calling to him with a meow. Meow, do you want to eat this? I've eaten these before, not much meat, but the taste is decent. Not entirely dead or perhaps responding through nerve reflex, the cockroach lay on its back on the ground, continuously twitching 6 legs and 2 antennae, liquid oozing from its head. Xin was somewhat relieved he was wearing a mask. Meow, what's wrong with you? Spartacus rubbed his head against the human's body and unexpectedly discovered that his human was as stiff as a board. Could it be that Miwu just got scared? Are you afraid, Miwu? Spartacus placed both front paws on Miwu's kneecaps, supporting his body to stand upright. He stretched himself as far as he could, but still couldn't reach the human's face with his mouth. So, he stood up on his hind legs, bringing one paw close to the human's chin and patting it lightly. Miwu, don't be afraid. I've already bitten it to death. Do you want to try it? You'll feel better once you eat it. There's nothing to fear from food. As he thought this, Spartacus jumped off the human and returned to the cockroach. He slapped it hard with his claw for Miwu's sake, since it had dared to frighten his human. Then, he lowered his head, picked up the black bug with his mouth, and carried it over to where the human sat, trying to place it in his hand. Miwu, hurry up and eat. Xin stiffened again. Oh my gosh, Mr. Dominant CEO. What's happening? Did a cat just flirt with me? Suddenly jealous. Ha ha ha, only laugh and accept the gift from the cat master, cannot refuse. Xin quickly thought of a solution. He first leaned over and grabbed some tissues, then gently lifted the Tabby Cat and laid it on his thigh, belly up. Spartacus still refused to let go of the cockroach, looking up curiously at him. Seizing the moment, Xin scratched the Tabby Cat under its white chin. As soon as it loosened its grip, he wrapped the cockroach in the tissue, quickly balled it up, and hid it behind his back. Huh? Spartacus looked around blankly, confused. Where did my bug go? Miwu. Xin used his hand to rub the Tabby Cat's face, softly stroking it. You're amazing, big pancake. You're such a strong big tabby. Having said that, he pulled a meat strip from his pocket. It was originally a little snack he had prepared for Spartacus. Spartacus enjoyed the treat immensely, making soft meow rumbling sounds, happily curling his fluffy tail. Miwu must really like my gift, it's great. Next time, I'll catch him mice instead. Although Daimashu said humans don't eat mice, they haven't tried them. How would they know if they dislike it without tasting? Picky eaters aren't good. Feeling the favorite Miwu's affection and having the delicious meat strip as a reward, Spartacus felt fully satisfied after completing today's task of gaining popularity. Before wrapping up, he deliberately moved closer to the camera, meowing farewell to those unseen viewers. Hope to see you again soon. Hope to see you again soon. Chapter 27, Lies About Cats. Sparta Dabing Xians, good to see you again. Live broadcast segment reached an all-time high in viewership, and the microblogging followers of Sparta the Cat quickly climbed to 100,000. Though, strictly speaking, this follower count belonged to Xian Chin. If Sparta the Cat could have gone on Weibo by himself, he would probably want to attribute all the credit to himself, and his human wouldn't have any objections. 100,000 followers on Weibo, especially for a pet influencer, is merely the threshold for being considered somewhat popular. It's almost negligible. Despite this, when Xian Chin's follower count broke through 100,000, she posted screenshots and sincerely thanked her fans. When I had 10,000 followers, I didn't take screenshots to celebrate, and I forgot when it hit 50,000. Now, before we know it, we're already at 100,000. There's nothing much I can do to thank everyone but help forward 2 raffle posts, wishing you all good luck. Xian Chin forwarded 2 egg scramble raffle posts, and was sarcastically remarked as the stingiest pet influencer ever by egg scramble, because not only did she use someone else's raffle, but her thank you post didn't even include a single photo of the star herself. Apparently, the main star who had made it into the small circle of 100,000 follower influencers cared little about these complaints, instead happily playing with a new toy bought by her human. It was a colorful 3-tier rotating disc ball that, when pawed at, spun quickly while producing dong dong dang dang sounds, yet the ball never escaped its cage. It was extremely fun. Snap. Snap. Huh, my paw got stuck. Xian Chin was working on a computer, editing pre-recorded videos of Sparta, when suddenly she heard a sharp cry from her spotted cat. Alarmed, she hastily abandoned the notebook. She tried to get up but noticed Sparta jumping toward her with a peculiar gait. Only 3 paws were on the ground, while the 4th, his left one, inexplicably clung to her newly purchased toy, the spinning disc ball dragging along the carpet, making tinkling sounds. Meow. Sparta rushed over and buried itself into her arms, wildly flicking its paw, trying to free it from the terrifying thing that was biting it. Xian Chin immediately steadied the spotted cat and carefully examined its claw. Sparta's nails were long, likely during playtime. Its claws extended into the disc slot and got stuck, making it impossible to pull out. Every time Sparta used force, it let out loud cries, possibly indicating intense pain. Xian Chin sympathetically stroked the neck of the spotted cat and softly consoled it. Don't move, I'll help you get it out. Meow meow. The spotted cat struggled violently, crying louder whenever Xian Chin applied a bit more strength, attempting to break free from her embrace. Having no other choice, Xian Chin held it tightly and retrieved a metal tin cutter from the toolbox, planning to dismantle the rotating ball. Spartacus' left paw was already warm, which worried Xian Chin greatly. After holding it still and calming it down for quite some time, she secured the cat with one hand while using the other to cut the plastic turntable apart with scissors. After much ado, she finally managed to rescue Sparta's paw. As soon as Xian Chin let go, the spotted cat bolted away, crouching aside to lick its paw quickly. Watching Sparta in such a state reminded Xian Chin of their first meeting when its left paw was injured too. It really was a calamity-prone paw. Dabing, come here, let me see your paw, she called several times before the spotted cat slowly emerged from the corner, stepping awkwardly on the floor, cautiously avoiding the remnants of the rotating ball debris. It then jumped onto the couch and lay down on Xian Chin's lap. Xian Chin flipped open its paw for inspection, finding a clear red mark on the pad of its paw but thankfully no external injury. She gently massaged the spotted cat's paw, consoling it. I'll buy you other toys, this one isn't good. Sparta felt aggrieved and buried its head, pressing it against the human's abdomen just like how kittens seek comfort from their mothers, curling up in her arms. After a short while, the forgetful spotted cat seemed to forget the earlier mishap and found comfort in her human's embrace, eventually falling asleep. Because of the incident earlier in the day, Sparta lost interest in playing, compensating by getting ample sleep. However, after classes started in the evening, he was energetic and distinctly different from the listless group of kitten students around him. The weather grew colder, becoming a perfect season for nesting and dozing off. Forcing oneself awake to attend class truly was a cruel task. However, according to teacher Chiron, today's material was incredibly crucial. It would be the focus of the exam. Alright, probably in Chiron's eyes, there weren't many key points unimportant or irrelevant to the exam. Today, teacher Chiron changed to a different color of large flower, a shiny fluorescent green that actually complemented the color of his eyeballs. Though cats can distinguish green, colors don't hold much meaning for them, so none of the kittens appreciated teacher Chiron's new outfit. Not even Chiron himself was particularly interested in the big flower around his neck. Just 5 minutes into the class, he couldn't help but paw at the flower more than 10 times. Today's lesson is about lying. Yes, we cats also tell lies. There were astonished meows from the classroom as everyone looked curiously towards teacher Chiron. Teacher, what is lying? One kitten asked. Chiron, who had been thinking about scratching the big flower again, suddenly froze, realizing that discussing human-like behaviors in front of a group of mostly underage kittens would indeed require some lead-in. He pulled his claw back, sat up straight, and began explaining to his students what lying meant. In simple terms, lying is when you've actually caught a mouse, but you tell your mother that you haven't. That's lying. Ah. Kangboyi listened with difficulty and asked perplexedly, why do humans do something so strange? Can't I just say that I have a mouse? Teacher Chiron seemed disinterested in answering questions outside the curriculum. He yawned widely and replied, this isn't important. Anyway, you need to remember that because we are domesticated cats, sometimes we need to learn how to get along with irrational humans, including telling some necessary and kind lies. Today we'll learn about the 3 big lies cats tell humans. Lie number 1, when we lie down with our bellies up, we want humans to rub our bellies. Ha! How ridiculous. Any cat with a bit of common sense knows that sometimes we lie down not because we're asking for caresses, and definitely not inviting humans to place their hands on our precious bellies. More often, it might be an invitation to fight or just us trying to calm down due to irritation. At this moment, if a human places their hand on our soft belly, most cats will feel the urge to scratch them, or grab their hand and bite it hard. Humans are too impolite and too provocative. What's worse is that from a human perspective, because of their ignorance, they don't think they've done anything wrong, instead labeling us as unpredictable demons. It's exactly due to this self-centered view and arrogance of theirs, which prevents them from understanding the truth, that our image in human literature is portrayed as so despicable and evil, often cast as the main villain. In contrast, those foolish dogs, whose characters can be read through like a book from start to finish, receive countless admirers from humans, who consider them extroverted, optimistic, and easy to tame. Humph, how stupid. What a misrepresentation. The crowd of kittens growled in agreement, how stupid. Nevertheless, such misunderstandings sometimes bring about pleasant moments. For instance, if you want to teach your human a lesson without being too direct, you could exploit their self-righteousness to create illusions, using the opportunity to punish them. Pay attention now, if your human makes a mistake, you can casually lie down as though basking contentedly, seemingly exposing our precious bellies. When your flawed human can't resist and reaches out to touch your tummy, extend a claw and pounce on their wrist, biting them with your teeth. This way, the human receives a very deep lesson. Of course, remember that such punishment methods should be used sparingly. Though humans are famous for doting on cats, they are also irrational. One moment, they may treat you kindly and even indulge you, but the next, they might turn against you, criticizing all your faults, and in the worst case, act insane enough to abandon you. Therefore, clever cats should never overly trust the bottom line of humans and take responsibility for their own actions. It's preferable to engage in small skirmishes, things both sides can endure. Remember, there must be no bloodletting. If it gets too severe, we might only see you again at shelters or on the streets. Sparta listened with a chill running down his spine. He had noticed a scratch mark on Meow's paw before, which looked self-inflicted, and it must have bled deeply since it took Meow a long time to heal. The worst part was that he couldn't remember when he scratched himself. So that's why Meow put that strange thing around my neck to stop me from licking my balls freely. Was that a punishment? But how could I have done something like that to Meow? Unbelievable. It took him many days to digest this fact, and later he anxiously awaited Meow's recovery, often licking Meow's paws, feeling quite upset inside. According to Teacher Chiron, Meow could have easily thrown him out of the house after getting injured. Meow. No, I don't want to leave Meow. I don't want to be apart from him. Luckily, Meow didn't do that. He didn't even get mad, but instead bought him some treats. Meow is so good, I really like him. Lie number 2, we cats cannot understand our own names or human language, so we don't respond to humans calling us. Oh, sorry humans, we are not as stupid as those obedient dogs who come at your every beck and call. Of course, we understand the silly names you gave us cats. As for those highly educated cats, they can even comprehend most of what humans say. The reason we don't turn back is simply because, we do not want to pay any attention to you at all. It's not mealtime, your hands don't hold snacks or toys, so why should we let you distract us? Do you humans have nothing better to do than play with cats? Your lives are as boring as dried fish. Kangboyi raised his paw and interjected softly, but dried fish is delicious. Teacher Chiron glared at the little fatso and resumed teaching. Speaking of calls, here is an important point. Humans always think our cat language is just, meow meow meow. However, unless absolutely necessary, we generally don't meow. Meowing is a special language only for our mothers and the humans who feed us, and each meow is unique, not identical as it sounds to human dull ears. Therefore, humans, when we meow at you, please do not meow back. That sounds incredibly stupid, and your accents are strange, we cannot understand you. Of course, if you're extremely hungry and want to encourage the human to open the can for you, or if you're bored and want them to play with you, you might let them believe they can communicate with us using meow language. There's no need to specially enlighten them to the truth, let them remain in their own world of assumptions. We cats have plenty of other things to do, such as sleeping, drinking water, eating, playing, or doing absolutely nothing. Sparta tilted his head seriously and thought about it. It seemed like Meow never used the artificial meow language created by humans to talk to him. Even the first time they met in the grass, Meow didn't meow stupidly at him. From this perspective, Meow should be the smartest human around. Thinking of this, Sparta got so excited that his tail began to swish wildly. Maybe if Meow comes to school, he'll quickly learn the cat language and understand what I'm saying. Oh, I really hope Meow understands what I'm saying. Line number 3, cats express kissing through eye gestures. Let me laugh for a moment. Yes, I've said this idea countless times already. If this topic appears in your next exam, I believe no cat would fail this question. Humans usually seem very foolish and stubborn. Once they decide that something benefits them, they will firmly believe it, even if it's a lie. For cats, one of the most serious yet boring lies imposed on us by humans is, when we stare at someone and slowly blink our eyes, that slow blinking actually means kissing in cat language. Really? The cat students were shocked, meowing in surprise. Wow, humans are truly weird. But what does kissing mean? Here, let me explain what kissing is, and what it means for humans. Simply put, in an ideal situation, humans like the family model where two fixed humans live together, they eat canned food together, play together, then mate together. This differs from our carefree cats who live life with no fixed rules. Most humans insist on the purity and exclusivity of their emotions. This feeling, which humans call love, is a complex and selfless emotion that tends to exclude others and cause a lot of stress. And kissing is one way they express this love. Of course, humans also have relationships that don't involve mating, but usually, kissing pertains to those feelings linked to mating. Therefore, for humans, it's a precious and private act. Now suppose, if the human you've taken over thinks that you are using your own way to kiss them, this feeling of being loved by a cat would drive them crazy. They might float around happily, believing they've won all of our affections. Then, if I may ask, Sparta suddenly interrupted Mr. Chiron's lecture, twisting his body awkwardly as he asked under the pressure of everyone's intense gaze, what does a normal human kiss look like? Mr. Chiron gave him a sidelong glance and calmly informed him that this topic was beyond the scope of the syllabus and wouldn't be tested. In short, humans mistakenly believe that the slow blinking behavior represents a unique way that cats show love towards humans. Obviously, they're wrong. The origin of this rumor is untraceable, but it's likely some idle fancy concocted by a bored human. We cats have many ways to express affection, such as rubbing our bodies against them, grooming their hair, or bringing them gifts. But there's no natural equivalent to kissing in the feline world, even if domestic cats aren't overly fond of it. But again, we wouldn't want to shatter the little fantasies humans hold dear. Let them keep misunderstanding. Sometimes, we can use this misconception to make them happy, so we can reach our own goals, like getting strokes or a can full of love. Meow. Sparta thought, listening to all this, that it seemed like every lie told by cats starts with human misunderstandings. So to speak, it's not like we deliberately lie, it's just that humans misinterpret things. Can we blame ourselves? Apparently not. Humans are truly prone to irrational behavior. But still, how do humans kiss each other, the kind involving mating? Chapter 28, Our Goal is No Cavities. Regarding human kissing, Spartacus decided to consult Mr. Daimayushu instead. After all, in his perception, Mr. Daimayushu wasn't just the most knowledgeable cat he knew, but also the most gossipy one. Spartacus was sure that he must have studied this area. Sure enough, when Spartacus threw the question at Mr. Daimayushu, the other cat's face lit up with excitement, meowing on about it as if no one could stop him, and even providing a bunch of short videos as examples. Human kissing, in general, is very simple. You just try the taste of their mouth and see what they've eaten recently. Although it sounded a little strange, it was quite easy to understand. Spartacus comprehended, quickly deciding to put this newly learned knowledge into practice. The best opportunity for practice was none other than when waking Mio up in the morning. The next day early in the morning, after finishing drinking water in the living room downstairs, Spartacus tilted his head and closed his eyes, savoring the taste of the sun. He waited quietly for a while until his biological clock told him that his Mio should be awake. Spartacus walked upstairs lightly, arrived at the human's bedroom, leaped lightly onto the foot of the bed, then walked forward over the human's feet all the way to Mio's chest. Mio Mio, it's time to get up. Spartacus tilted his head to examine Mio for a while, slowly lowering himself, extending his front paws long and climbing over Mio's shoulders, stretching lazily before bringing his head close to Mio's chin. He lowered his head and carefully sniffed around Mio's mouth. There was no other scent except Mio's. He extended his tongue and licked Mio's lips, rubbing his own cheeks thoroughly against Mio's lips until Mio's mouth was covered with his own scent. Spartacus was satisfied, perhaps this was what kissing was all about. Under the relentless disturbance of Lihua, Chin Xian finally couldn't continue sleeping. Dazed, he opened his eyes and only saw a blurred furry shadow. Just as he was about to speak, he was unexpectedly licked by Spartacus' tongue. His tongue and front teeth felt as though they'd been brushed by something. Chin Xian immediately woke up startled, sitting straight in one motion, which surprised the Lihua cat, making him jump far away and secretly observe him with his head peeking out. Chin Xian covered his mouth with one hand, sat crookedly, and hugged the quilt while coming back to his senses. The crafty Lihua cat jumped back onto the bed again, pretended to circle around, and then returned to Chin Xian's side, purring coquettishly. Chin Xian massaged his face and laughed aloud, then rubbed the round head of the Lihua cat with his hand, saying, "Do you know how sharp your tongue is?" Spartacus tried to jump into his arms through the blanket. Chin Xian gathered the Lihua cat into a ball and held him together with the quilt. Let's go. There should be sunshine today, so we'll dry the quilt. Spartacus stretched his round head out from the pile of quilts and mewed without understanding. Are you hungry? Chin Xian bent down to talk to him. I'll brush my teeth and then give you food. A sudden thought struck Chin Xian, cats needed to brush their teeth too, right? Although during the kiss earlier, there didn't seem to be any weird smell. Spartacus hid inside the floor-length window, curiously watching his human fuss with the quilt. The quilt was super big, almost covering half the balcony when laid out. It looked like fun. Spartacus swiftly wagged his tail, eyeing the soft cotton quilt eagerly. Unfortunately, his human had no intention of letting him go out on the balcony. As soon as his paws touched the balcony ground, he was scooped up by Mio and taken back inside. Arg, so frustrating. Fortunately, breakfast was as delicious as ever, which helped ease his bad mood. Mio was truly wonderful. Rub rub. After playing the cat-teasing game with Spartacus for a while, Chin Xian let him roam freely in the living room while he picked up the kitten-raising guide he bought earlier. He specifically found the chapter about brushing a cat's teeth and read it seriously. Under Spartacus' persistent interference, Chin Xian persisted and read it all. Afterwards, he decisively took out his phone and placed an order, buying a whole batch of things. Before Chin Xian's new purchase arrived, Spartacus enthusiastically accompanied him unpacking the boxes, unaware that his nightmare was about to begin. Before actual practice, Chin Xian did some psychological preparation. After all, De Bing was already a plump adult cat with his own temper, and unfamiliar things easily provoked resistance, making it difficult to form new habits. However, the book introduced toothbrushing as beneficial for a cat's dental health. He verified it repeatedly online and discovered that cats often suffered from oral issues as they aged. He believed that preventing dental problems in cats should be approached daily just like with humans. Xin Ching specially bought a tube of pet toothpaste. After opening it, he gave it a sniff to confirm that it didn't have any strange smell. Seated on the living room carpet with his legs crossed into a circle, he beckoned Spartacus, "De Bing, come over." Spartacus jumped onto the sofa, took a few turns around the other side of the living room, then finally came back to Xin Ching in an offhand manner. Xin Ching teased him and made him jump into the circle between his legs, creating a cozy enclosed environment for the cat. Clearly enjoying this intimate and secure atmosphere, Spartacus gently flicked his tail and tilted his head, looking extremely well behaved. Xin Ching had Spartacus sit directly across from him and started playing a game, rewarding the cat with a small snack when he did well. Spartacus mewed happily. Xin Ching looked at him with a mysterious smile before quietly smearing a bit of toothpaste onto his finger while Spartacus wasn't looking. Spartacus sat upright, his head raised high, eyes wide open, his whole body tensed as he focused intently on waiting for the next move from his human. Meow. He stuck out one paw and wiggled it in front of Spartacus. Huh, this is too easy. Spartacus stood up and lunged forward, quickly grabbing Meow's paw, sticking out his tongue proudly to lick it. What's this? Such a strange taste. Ugh. As soon as Spartacus realized he'd fallen for the trick, he sneezed and snarled, trying to run away. Xin Ching suppressed his laughter, clapping his hands to catch Spartacus' attention. De Bing, bow bow, look here, yummy treats. He held the treat close to Spartacus' nose to tempt him. Spartacus hesitated, retracting his paws, unsure whether to escape or eat the treat. In the end, the lure of Meow's paw and the snack won over his disgust toward the strange thing on Meow's claw. Fine, this time I'm here for the food, you're not allowed to make me lick that terrible stuff again, yuck yuck, you're so dumb, that can't be eaten. Xin Ching rested his chin on his hand, amusedly watching Spartacus finish the snack happily. The cat contentedly licked his paws, quickly forgetting about the unpleasant experience of eating toothpaste earlier. He reached out to pat De Bing's head and played with him some more, deciding to continue training later in the afternoon. Being a good student, Spartacus adapted to the taste of the toothpaste after only a week. There were several occasions where Xin Ching smeared some toothpaste on Spartacus' nose. Although Spartacus was somewhat unhappy, he still licked it clean without needing treats to coax him. Another success in training was that under Xin Ching's persistence, Spartacus could stay calmly inside his circle, feeling relaxed and joyful. When Spartacus calmed down afterward, Xin Ching would half lie down, forming a protective circle with his body, allowing Spartacus to comfortably sit within it while starting to get used to brushing teeth. Having prior experience with a hairdryer, Xin Ching knew Spartacus was relatively accepting of vibrating objects, so he directly opted for a children's electric toothbrush with the softest bristles available, a model even higher end than his own, costing more than 50% extra. Xin Ching turned on the toothbrush, its vibration level was quite low, and Spartacus curiously smelled it for a moment before showing no further interest. Once they became familiar with each other, Xin Ching began searching for the right angle, carefully prying open Spartacus' mouth to brush his large canine teeth on both sides. Because of his awkward posture, it was hard for Xin Ching to apply pressure, especially since he was too nervous to press hard. Within minutes, he was drenched in sweat on his back. Fortunately, Spartacus behaved well enough, resisting only mildly. After brushing one tooth, Spartacus refused to continue, refusing to run away but instead flopping straight into Xin Qing's arms, leaving only his fluffy tail swaying and mewing pitifully. Xin Qing didn't force him further. He immediately turned off the electric toothbrush, cuddling Spartacus in his arms, giving him a massage to comfort him, and promising a mountain of goodies. Following a pace of brushing one tooth per day, Spartacus gradually became familiar with the process and stopped resisting altogether. Eventually, Xin Qing managed to cradle the little tiger in his arms, tipping him on his back, and opened his mouth to thoroughly brush his teeth. By the time Spartacus mastered brushing his teeth, autumn had completely slipped away. Winter arrived abruptly during a dim morning, sweeping cold winds across the land, scattering chill everywhere. Spartacus had finally grown into a senior elementary school student. The older students were about to learn more sophisticated methods of communicating with humans. The first movement introduced by Chiron teacher was the high-five exchange with humans. To break the action down into simpler steps, Chiron teacher demonstrated it for the class and also showed a video clip of cats giving high-fives that had been widely shared online by humans. First, you need to know the right timing for a high-five. When humans bring their paws up, pads facing you, and extend them toward your face, that's the moment you should strike with your paw. All you have to do is place one of your claws lightly on top of their hand, and they'll be overjoyed, rewarding you with delicious treats. Of course, there are other variations of this action. For example, humans might extend their paws vertically toward you. The rules are still the same, just touch their paw with yours. Remember, this gesture is reserved especially for humans you like. You don't need to fulfill every request. You can decide whether or not to put your paw down based on your own judgment. However, there's one situation I must warn you all about, and it applies not only to this specific move but to all our knowledge. If your human happens to be a bragger, and yes, 9 out of 10 people living with cats have this habit, so endure it, they will always find ways to showcase how adorable we are in front of their human companions. These human visitors may intrude into your home under the pretense of being guests, or they might lurk invisibly on the internet through your photos or videos, admiring your cuteness. In such cases, if your human asks you for a high five, it's usually an act of pure bragging. Even though high-fiving is just elementary level learning material, the global cat education system is woefully inadequate. Not all cats can master this skill. So if you happen to be one of those cats who can high-five, your human will want to announce it to the entire world. They may endlessly demand that you repeat this childish game at any time and place. Don't worry, I can confidently tell you that in most cases, you can say no. However, when their human friends visit or when they intend to record your adorable behavior to share online, I hope you'll cooperate fully and pretend to be a well-behaved kitty, without exposing their flaws. By cooperating during these moments, you give them face. Once you've given enough face to your human in front of others, their confidence and vanity will skyrocket, making them mistakenly believe in your unshakable devotion. As a result, behind closed doors, your human will completely belong to you. They'll obey all your commands, fulfill all your wishes, serve you the best food, and feel proud of it. Advancing by retreating and maintaining balance is also part of training your human. As winter approached, Xin Qing noticed that Spartacus no longer slept sprawled out in the living room, but curled up into a tight ball instead. He walked over to Spartacus' cat bed and gently stroked the drowsy striped cat resting there. Come on, bow bow, stretch out your paw. Let me see if your paws are cold, Xin Qing said, spreading his hand wide. Spartacus slowly opened his eyes and looked at the open palm offered by Myo. He hesitated for a moment. There were no other humans around today, so did he really need to satisfy Myo? Unfortunately, his instinct worked faster than his brain. By the time Spartacus realized it, his paw was already resting on top of Myo's hand. Ah man, fine, let him be happy for a bit then. Xin Qing stared in surprise at Spartacus' movement. He hadn't trained the striped cat to do anything like this. Unless it was for Spartacus' health, Xin Qing rarely subjected him to unnecessary training. He simply wanted Spartacus to remain a free-spirited, healthy, and happy domesticated striped cat. Yet involuntarily, he tightened his grip on the white paw of the striped cat. Spartacus, you're definitely a genius cat, aren't you? Xin Qing murmured as he lifted Spartacus into his arms. Your paws feel icy cold. Are you feeling cold? I'll add another blanket for you. Once winter gets even colder, we'll turn on the heater. You need to eat well recently so you don't get sick, or else you'll suffer. Myo mewed softly, I can smell winter coming. In my old hometown, winters were unbearable. My stomach would growl from hunger, and my fur wasn't warm enough. But this year, my coat has grown wonderfully thick. And you don't have fur, so you must feel the cold more than me. I can lend you my belly to keep you warm. Xin Qing chuckled softly, meowing away, I have no idea what you're saying. If you're cold, why don't you crawl onto my lap later? Huh. This winter feels different from previous years, as if it's worth looking forward to. Chapter 29, Dabing goes out for a walk. Xin had been carefully planning the act of walking his cat for quite some time. Although most domestic cats prefer staying indoors, some even fearing open spaces, his only Hua Mao, a type of Chinese feral cat, used to be a stray, still retaining its wild side. If he could take it out for walks, it would make for a fine form of exercise. Despite the weather growing colder, seeing Spartata daily peering curiously out at the balcony convinced Shinchin to expedite putting the walking plans into action. Shinchin had already conducted thorough reconnaissance of his neighborhood's terrain and surroundings. His residential area was far from the central traffic routes, so it was quiet. The majority of residents were permanent homeowners, making the environment stable. Although an older neighborhood, it featured good greenery which made it very suitable for walking pets. The only downside might be that there were quite a few pet dogs around, with stray cats also commonly roaming about. This could potentially lead to conflicts if he took his cat out. But with Spartata, Shinchin wasn't overly worried about it being bullied. In his heart, he believed Dabing could protect itself just fine as long as it didn't get frightened and run off. Shinchin purchased an entire set of cat walking equipment online, using the money Spartata earned from live-streaming adorableness, fortunately without its knowledge. The cat leash was best style, safer than other options. Its color design was extravagant pure gold with dark red coiled dragon patterns, though inexplicably, it seemed fitting for Spartata as it highlighted what could only be described as the trendy vibe about the cat. Shinchin had never dressed Spartata before, worrying it wouldn't adapt, so he started a week-long training session for acclimation. Firstly, without attaching the leash, just the harness was put on, allowing Spartata to play in the living room. Initially, Spartata appeared uncertain, stumbling often and seeking refuge in Shinchin's arms after donning the vest, but it quickly adapted. Now it can run and jump comfortably while wearing the harness, even freely playing games like leaping to catch balls. Later, Shinchin attached the leash to Spartata, leading it around the living room and upstairs. Each training session was short. When Spartata performed well, it received treats and affection. It seemed to really enjoy this new game involving walking humans. The official outing day was scheduled on a bright, sunny afternoon, warm and radiant. Shinchin chose a weekday for fewer people. Just before heading out, Shinchin armed Spartata fully and spent several minutes at the entrance, patiently talking to the Li Hua Mao, calming it down and focusing its attention on him to avoid any extreme emotional reactions once outside. The moment the door opened, Spartata's green eyes widened in shock. Except for necessary medical checkups, Spartata hadn't left the house in a long while, especially not under its own power, rather than being placed inside a carrier bag. Surprised, Spartata looked up for its human companion. Luckily, Mio remained right behind, ensuring no escape. What is Mio trying to do? Unsure, Spartata hesitantly took a couple of steps, then remembered its past patrols as a stray. Mio must intend for me to patrol the streets. Fantastic. I am no longer a timid indoor cat. Spartata eagerly tried speeding up, only to soon feel the tension of the leash around its shoulders. Mio walked closely behind, conversing with it. Spartata, Dabing, don't run off yet, wait until I lock the door, said Shinchin. Tying the leash securely to his waist and soothing the now excited Li Hua Mao, Shinchin turned and locked the door behind him. As a precaution, he still carried along the kitty travel bag. With Spartata's increasing weight, single-hand carry bags were becoming impractical. So, Shinchin procured a space-themed backpack to accommodate water, snacks, and small toys for Spartata, much like a parent setting out on a family trip. Spartata had been too long confined indoors and was almost unbearable excited. After trotting downstairs briefly, it began to remember its feline instincts. Slowing down its pace, it strutted proudly, its gaze sharp like a king leisurely inspecting his domain. Its ears perked high above a prominent M-shaped marking on its forehead, broad head with piercing almond green eyes pressed downwards. A distinctive claw scar beside its left eye only augmented its regal demeanor. Covered in thick lustrous golden-brown fur, the fishbone-patterned tiger stripes extended all the way from its cheeks down to its tail, gleaming warmly under the sunlight, adding a warm halo effect. Strong limbs, wide paws, and firm shoulder blades accentuated by an almost invisible neck added an aristocratic bearing. Every step taken was elegant yet powerful, claws lifted high and falling lightly, neck leaning forward while maintaining pressure on its shoulder blades, projecting gracefulness and strength. Though there's a slight out-towing, it doesn't affect Spartata's commanding 18-pound aura one bit. Spartata walked steadily with the human in tow. Wherever they went, the stray cats fled. A few of the braver ones observed this newcomer from a nearby hiding place, silently assessing its strength. Fortunately, cats usually don't start conflicts unless necessary and will avoid fighting as much as possible. Thus, despite Spartata's majestic bearing and imposing presence, it didn't instigate any trouble with the other strays. Shinchin couldn't help taking several pictures of Spartata. He reaffirmed again, his Li Hua Mao looked exceptionally good, completely different from when it had first come to him. It was like two separate cats. Shinchin felt a great sense of accomplishment, even more satisfying than leveling up his rank on the game ladder. Maochun City was a city that loved cats. Well-fed feral cats could be seen everywhere, their glossy fur shining brightly. However, because there were so many strays around, house cats rarely ventured outside. Not many people would walk their cats as confidently as Shinchin did. Hence, within 15 minutes of stepping out, both he and Spartata drew significant interest from the neighbors. Although it was the middle of a weekday afternoon, a few people passing by stopped to greet Shinchin and Spartata, praising them, taking pictures, and even wanting to pet the cat. Unfortunately for these strangers, Spartata wasn't a very hospitable model, it swatted anyone who dared approach. Shinshin tried his best to prevent any unnecessary physical contact between Spartada and strangers while also fielding various enthusiastic questions, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Normally not one for much talking, Shinshin spent most of his time indoors except for occasional conversations with Spartada. Suddenly becoming the center of attention surrounded by unfamiliar faces made him feel awkward and uneasy. Meanwhile, Spartada lounged beside Shinshin with an air of dignity, chin lifted high, eyes half closed, observing everyone. Sitting perfectly upright, it wrapped its long thick tail meticulously around its body, ensuring every part of its tail was neatly positioned, looking proud and spirited at once. Wow, what an energetic cat. Little kitty, do you want some peach? Young man, you're quite handsome yourself. Which building are you from? Why haven't I seen you before? You're tall for your age, well built too. What do your parents do? Where do you work? Do you have a girlfriend? Mostly idle seniors and retirees, these unoccupied neighbors had little else to occupy their time. Spotting a young man like Shinshin casually strolling around with a big spotted cat provided ample curiosity and intrigue. Feeling at a loss amidst all this, Shinshin was still figuring things out when Spartada suddenly stood up, determinedly heading forward, pulling the leash taut. Shinshin called after it, Dabing, should we keep going? Let's go, these humans are so noisy. Follow me, meow. Shinshin managed to break free from the crowd following Spartada only to encounter another challenge. The boss in this scenario was a cream-colored chihuahua named Mainan. The feisty male dog lived next door, although Shinshin, being a homebody, hadn't seen much of it, but he'd certainly heard about its reputation. Sometimes passing by the building, he could clearly hear Mainan barking fiercely at him from the balcony upstairs. It evidently disliked strangers very much. Mainan left an indelible impression on Shinshin. When he noticed the dog's owner approaching from the corner of the small garden, his instinct was to halt and consider if it would be better to detour through another path. Spartada, caught by surprise, looked at him questioningly. At that moment, Mainan moved faster than expected and launched into action. Since it was such a small breed, the elderly owner never put it on a leash when walking it. Upon spotting Spartada, Mainan instantly began sprinting over with swift legs, startling Shinshin enough to make him crouch down protectively to shield Spartada, attempting to lift him. But Spartada remained remarkably calm, intently watching the dog dash towards it. To the cat, the short-legged chihuahua scurrying furiously seemed rather silly rather than intimidating. Pfft, what a joke of a dog. In the blink of an eye, the chihuahua had rushed to Shinshin. It skidded to a halt, barking furiously at the Li Hua Mao while jumping up in an attempt to pounce. In a panic, Shinshin tried to block it with his hand. The chihuahua grew even more frenzied and opened its mouth as if to bite Shinshin's arm. At that moment, Spartada swiftly extended its claw, delivering several swift strikes directly to the chihuahua's head, instantly stunning Mainan. Whimpering, it backed off, its tail tucked between its legs as it hopped around in circles. Meanwhile, Spartada's striped fur bristled as it took 2 steps forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Shinshin. Side on to the chihuahua, it glared menacingly at its opponent, emitting low threatening growls. One of its paws hovered in the air, clearly poised for another offensive strike. Just then, the chihuahua's owner ran over, shouting, "How dare you hit my dog?" She was a plump old lady dressed in vibrant colors, her short black hair curled stylishly. Despite her wobbling gait as she hurried, her voice carried a commanding presence. As she repeatedly questioned Shinshin and bent down to pick up her distressed pet, her energetic demeanor shared similarities with her spirited little chihuahua. Upon seeing its owner, Mainan regained its vigor, barking ferociously once again at Spartada. Teeth bared and eyes wide, it appeared ready to explode at any moment. Shinshin, unwilling to quarrel with the elderly woman, decided to carry Spartada away. However, Spartada moved faster than he expected. Before Shinshin could react, the cat had already darted out like a shadow, letting out a fierce cry as it tackled the chihuahua, biting into its neck. With a heart-wrenching scream, the cream-colored bundle wriggled free and leapt far away. Its tail pressed against its belly and its limbs trembling, it emitted pitiful whimpers. Although it looked quite miserable, there were no visible wounds. Relieved, Shinshin realized that if Spartada had bitten the dog badly, they might face complaints and endless disputes. He knelt down beside Spartada, attempting to check if the cat had been injured. Spartada remained tense, its pupils constricted into fine vertical slits, staring unwaveringly at the chihuahua. If it hadn't been restrained by the leash, it would have already pursued the small dog to force a complete surrender, giving it no room to protest further. Pfft. It spat out a tuft of dog fur, showing sharp teeth while hissing disdainfully. "Stupid dog, next time you dare to bother my meow, I'll beat you every time I see you. Go away." The chihuahua chirped nervously as it retreated, constantly turning in agitation but no longer daring to approach. Helpless, its owner had no choice but to scoop up her dog and scold loudly as she stormed back home. Spartada emerged victorious from the battle. Later, the chihuahua's owner spread the word around the neighborhood. She claimed that someone on floor X was an irresponsible owner, harboring a savage cat that viciously attacked their beloved baby. Their baby was covered in scratches and bleeding profusely, now suffering from anxiety so severe that it refused to walk and only allowed its owner to carry it. The owner accused the other party of showing no remorse, not even apologizing, indulging their cat in acts of aggression despite looking decent outwardly. Several dog owners, upon hearing this story, sighed sympathetically. They looked up Shinshin's address, expressing their intention to send cat food to Spartata. Among them, a woman who owned a husky even asked if Spartata wanted a banner in praise. Of course, all these happened later. To Spartata, this fight was merely a minor episode in his feline life. His opponent was too weak to be memorable. He quickly forgot about the victory and tossed the event aside without a second thought. All he remembered was that after dealing with the foolish dog, Meow led him to the bench in the small garden. The bench, made of stone, was old and cool to the touch. Spartata kept pawing at the seat, somewhat reluctant to sit down. Fortunately, his understanding Meow lifted him and placed him warmly on his lap. Instantly cheered, Spartata acted like a kitten, treading around happily on Meow's pants, trying to make this warm spot more comfortable. This action made Spartata feel a bit shy, but then he reasoned that since Meow wouldn't mock him, he decided not to care. Chin helped Lihua Cat find a comfortable position and gave it a massage, which made the cat more relaxed even with the vest on. He also pulled out a few cream-colored hairs from Spartata's paws, likely remnants of Mainon's fur. Once Spartata relaxed, his facial expression seemed quite at ease. Chin had heard that cats have less developed facial muscles compared to dogs, limiting their expressions and often leading people to misinterpret them as cold and indifferent creatures. But perhaps due to Chin's preconceptions, he always felt he could discern some subtle expressions of Spartata and thereby judge its emotions. For instance, right now, Spartata was very relaxed, lazily flicking its tail, eyes narrowed into slits, and the corners of its mouth slightly upturned as if smiling. It had won a fight but showed no pride, appearing peaceful instead, which reassured Chin. His Lihua Cat was powerful but didn't revel in fighting, making it less prone to getting into trouble and getting hurt. To show encouragement, Chin opened a pack of Spartata's favorite snacks and fed it slowly. Big Pancake, did you enjoy the walk? Chin gently scratched Spartata's head. Spartata purred contentedly. It was so comfortable in winter. Who would have thought winter could be this enjoyable? Every day there was plenty to eat, things to play with, and MIW together around. I must be really lucky. Cats originally don't have a concept of money, but influenced by Daimashu, Spartata had become a little money enthusiast. He knew that getting rich meant great luck, like when you're hungry and suddenly a mouse bumps right into your claws. How incredibly fortunate. They sat under a big tree. The wind blew past, causing the leaves to continuously fall until hardly any were left, leaving the crown bare and ugly. Spartata recognized this kind of tree. It was a pear blossom tree. There used to be one in his hometown. According to the old cats in town, the tree had been over 100 years old. No one knew exactly how long 100 years was, they only knew that every spring, that old tree would rain down snow like flowers. Spartata was born in an unnamed white flower raining spring morning under that century-old pear blossom tree and was thus named after pear blossoms. His mother had initially found a warm secluded small nest, but an unpleasant family of humans drove her out. Helpless, dragging her pregnant body, she fled around town, and eventually couldn't hold on any longer. Passing the big pear tree, she delivered Spartata and two sisters onto a blanket of pristine petals. Spartata once had a younger brother too, but his mother said the brother had died right at birth. Spartata still remembered, it was much colder back then than it is now. He couldn't open his eyes, shivering in the cold, clinging tightly to his sisters within their mother's embrace. Amidst fear and terror, he smelled a sweet scent of pear blossoms. Their mother hadn't eaten for a long time, lacking sufficient milk while having to constantly guard against incoming enemies and couldn't leave to hunt. That sweet floral aroma accompanied Spartata through his earliest days. Later, one day, the mother took them away from the pear blossom tree, leaving the first home of Spartata's feline life. That home was full of white petals and his baby brother who never opened his eyes. Afterward, the mother disappeared, and so did his sisters. Spartata returned several times to the pear blossom tree, where a big calico cat had claimed it as its territory. Unable to get closer, Spartata could only catch a whiff of the familiar sweet floral fragrance from afar. For cats, death is an ordinary matter. Almost daily, some cats vanish quietly without ever reappearing. They aren't ones to dwell in memories. If possible, all cats choose to live in the present. Spartata didn't feel particularly sad about this. On the day he left the town, he didn't know what lay ahead. A long journey was a major decision. He might die en route to Mao Spring City, never to return. Before departure, he visited the pear blossom tree one last time. It bore unripe fruit, fragrant as ever. Like saying goodbye, Spartata rubbed against the tree stump and quickly ran away before the owner of the territory returned. Throughout this journey, he never looked back, rushing resolutely to be by his human's side. Now, Spartata nestled in his human's arms, sitting under the same pear blossom tree. Those events seemed to have happened so long ago, so far away, as if they were a dream. This tree wasn't as big as the one in his hometown, it probably hadn't reached 100 years old yet, and there was no sweet aroma either. What Spartata didn't know was that the fruits of the pear tree had already been harvested by the aunties from the neighborhood in the fall, and now it was the season for the leaves to fall, so it naturally didn't look good. Yet, for some reason, Spartata felt a wave of homesickness-like sorrow rise in his heart, as if he suddenly caught a whiff of the familiar pear blossom fragrance from his childhood. He suddenly thought about his mother. His mother had died unexpectedly, Spartata hadn't been forcibly driven out of her care like ordinary kittens and thus never learned to survive on his own or experienced a normal parting. In his memory, his mother was always gentle, strong, and would always open her arms to him. Spartata sniffed with his nose for a while and finally realized that the scent seemed to be emanating from MIW. He affectionately leaned his head against his human's chest. MIW. If only he could stay by MIW forever, without having him leave again. Chin noticed that the Lihua cat in his arms was curling up little by little and assumed it was cold. He opened his coat, wrapped the cat inside, and gently patted it. Let's go home, okay? MIW. Chapter 30, A Great Emotional Crisis. Xin Chin spent every day taking care of his cat, deeply immersed in various theoretical knowledge and practical activities, almost forgetting his original intention to become a game streamer. It wasn't until Chao Dan bombarded him with messages that he realized this season was about to end. If he didn't rank up soon, he would be stuck outside the top 500. Only then did Xin Chin realize how much more ladder climbing awaited him. Rumors had it in gaming circles that out of players ranked above 4,200, 9.5 out of 10 were streamers. Playing ranked matches against a group of game streamers meant greatly increasing the chances of appearing on screen, thus also increasing the opportunity to grow one's fanbase. A player who could climb far in the ladder rankings would never remain unnoticed. Even as just part of the background, they might still attract attention from some curious crowds. In order to better provide for Spartacus, his cat, and himself, Xin Chin had a long road ahead, inevitably needing to ascend the ladder rankings. Xin Chin refocused his efforts on gaming and started forming teams with Chao Dan and others. In the final heated stages of the season, they fought desperately to raise their rankings. As a result, his daytime playtime with Spartacus drastically reduced. At first, the mackerel Tabby Cat didn't pay too much attention and continued playing by himself during the day, only going upstairs at night to attend classes. However, after a few days, Spartacus finally became aware of this serious issue. Recently, Miwu, Xin Chin's nickname, had been very negligent in showing affection towards him. Whenever it was mealtime, all Miwu did was quickly give him a peck, scratch him a bit, then go upstairs to continue gaming. Normally, Miwu would hug him while taking naps, and play with him for an hour afterward. But now, nap time was skipped entirely, and the gaming session had been cut down to half an hour. Even when Spartacus humbly came to the game room to seek attention from his human companion, Miwu only held him briefly, keeping his focus solely on the game. Disgraceful. The worst part was that Miwu had started staying up late at night, preventing Spartacus from sneaking downstairs to attend classes. Because of this, he had missed 2 classes already. The Cat Elementary School regulation stated that if attendance fell below 90%, students wouldn't be allowed to graduate. Which meant, if Spartacus missed 3 classes unjustifiably, graduation would likely slip away from him. Spartacus was furious. I need to teach Miwu a lesson. As an exceptionally intelligent cat, Spartacus had no intention of resorting to direct violence or loud quarrels. After basking in the morning sun for hours in front of the window, he formulated a perfect plan for revenge deep within his heart. This was truly an excellent opportunity to apply what he had learned. We shall see, between games and me, who is more important. Spartacus' first plan was fasting. Of course, he didn't intend to starve himself completely but decided to eat slightly less than usual. That way, his human would mistakenly assume that he was sick and would naturally stay by his side non-stop to care for him. By leaving a little extra cat food in the bowl during breakfast and dinner, Miwu would definitely take notice. How simple. I am so smart. Spartacus proudly swished his tail, as if he had already plucked the fruits of victory. Unfortunately, reality often proved more challenging than plans. On the first morning of his intended fast, Spartacus accidentally ate most of the cat food without realizing it and could only leave the last piece to pretend he lacked appetite. This single leftover pellet failed to catch Miwu's attention and looked entirely like Spartacus forgot to lick the bowl clean. So, during dinner, determined to succeed despite previous failure, Spartacus pushed on with his plan and successfully left behind 2 pellets this time. Yet again, Miwu failed to notice his loss of appetite. Spartacus' fasting plan went much less smoothly than expected. He attributed the failure to Miwu buying cat food that was too delicious. Cats who didn't cherish their food weren't worthy of respect. Finding an excuse for himself, Spartacus stepped smoothly off the situation and decided to execute Plan 2. Plan 2 was absolutely flawless. After carefully reviewing his new scheme, Spartacus felt confident that there was not even the slightest loophole. He couldn't help feeling proud. To reward himself, Spartacus meticulously licked his entire body, from fur to whiskers. After cleaning himself thoroughly for half a day, Spartacus was satisfied with his appearance and thought, how adorable I am, Miwu simply can't resist. With full confidence, Spartacus stealthily crept upstairs, ready to put his plan into action immediately. Spartacus quietly approached Miwu's game room, carefully pushed open the door, peeked inside, and observed his human companion. Miwu hadn't slept all night and took only a short rest in the morning. By noon, he was already back in front of his black box, engrossed in another gaming session. Sighing, Demaisu had once said, humans' games are all played on screens, no running, no jumping, just sitting in front of their computers to play. What kind of game doesn't involve running or jumping? Absolutely boring. According to Spartacus' understanding, humans ate 3 meals a day. Miwu had only drunk some strange liquid in the morning and hadn't come downstairs at noon, which meant he didn't eat lunch. So thin yet neglecting proper eating habits, truly troubling for the cat to deal with. In a feline's eyes, lacking thick fat equaled being scrawny, which meant hunger, illness, and death. Spartacus sighed gloomily and gently walked into the room, approaching Miwu's feet. He sat properly and extended his paw, lightly hooking Miwu's trouser leg. Miwu. Xin glanced down at the mackerel tabby under his feet. What's wrong? He asked softly, his finger operations continuing as the keyboard clattered away. Spartacus tilted his head slightly, suddenly standing up on 2 legs, his front paws clasped together, swinging rhythmically back and forth, as if bowing. This was a New Year's greeting pose he'd newly learned from Chiron teacher. Never mind, better use it ahead of time. Xin froze briefly, then got knocked out by an opponent's punch. Taking advantage of this period of death review, he bent over and picked up the mackerel tabby, kissing its round head. Are you bored? After these few days are over, once the season ends, I'll take you out to play, okay? Spartacus had never made this pose before. Bowing usually required special training by the owner before cats could master such actions. Xin found this rather odd, not knowing where his mackerel tabby had learned it. But right now, he had no time to investigate much further. His respawn timer arrived. Xin placed Spartacus on his lap, his attention returning to the game. My wild intuition tells me, Spartacus has arrived. Cat. 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 We need to pet a cat. Not petting a cat for a day feels like 3 autumns. The last time I saw my cookie felt like 10 years ago. Xin reflected, recently busy climbing the ranks, rarely allowing Spartacus to appear live. While operating his hero, he quickly adjusted the camera and turned on the video live stream. Cheers erupted in the live stream chat. Originally, after getting kissed by Miwu, Spartacus thought his plan had succeeded and was ready to boast, but unexpectedly, Miwu ignored him again. This made Spartacus a bit upset. He stood up, circling around the human's thigh, then turned his butt toward Miwu, propping himself up on the table with his front paws, blocking the human's line of sight. Now let's see how you continue playing. Xin tilted his body, circumventing Spartacus from behind, and continued playing. You're quite persistent, Spartacus thought to himself. He leaped lightly onto the desk, stepping back and forth between Miwu's hands. His long tail swung rhythmically, several times hitting Miwu's face. Xin didn't lose his temper, instead adjusting his arm movements according to Spartacus's actions, all 10 fingers never leaving the mouse or keyboard. Surprisingly, he managed to capture a point smoothly. Chow Dan teased him within the team chat, I say Sing, your positioning is pretty seductive here, climbing walls in an S-shape. Xin replied, my cat doesn't approve of me gaming, so he's messing around. Chow Dan burst into laughter, isn't this the classic is the game more important or am I, question. That's what we call a no-win situation. Haha, do you even need to answer? Of course, you choose the cat. Cookie seems moody, Cookie is not happy. Mate, might as well break up and climb ranks later. Seeing that Miwu remained unmoved by his disturbances, Spartacus became somewhat discouraged, sitting firmly on Miwu's wrist. Xianqin's right hand grew heavy, almost unable to lift the mouse. He quickly glanced at the sullen mackerel tabby, freeing his left hand and waving it in front of Spartacus. Big Pancake, look here. This was a small game between them, Spartacus would take his hand as prey and pounce to play. Spartacus looked up and fell for it, jumping up and wrapping his 4 limbs around Xianqin's left arm, pretending to bite with his mouth wide open. However, it would never really bite down, its teeth just barely touched his wrist, even tickling. Xianqin pressed his arm against Spartacus, letting him play while his hand stayed on the keyboard. After playing with Miwu's arm for a moment, Spartacus suddenly regained awareness. Oh dear, Miwu is cunning, taking advantage of my guard being lowered to divert my attention. That should be my job. He immediately released his 4 limbs and irritably mewed. Xianqin bent over and quickly blew a breath towards the mackerel tabby's whiskers. Spartacus quickly covered his face with his paws, rolling over, burying his face on the desktop, curling up into a furry ball. Xianqin couldn't help but laugh. Actually farming rank and petting the cat at the same time. There's such a move. Ha ha ha, Big Pancake is so stupid. Even with just a chin, I could tell Sing's beauty, PRPR. Smiling so charmingly. Spartacus lay on the desk for a while, idly flicking his tail tip, suddenly getting angry again. Playing games all the time. What's so fun about playing games? He stood up briskly, bringing his face close to Miwu's chin and rubbing his cheek against Miwu's mouth. Here, let me kiss you, stop playing games already. Xianqin stayed still. When Spartacus came to nuzzle him, he reciprocated, but his eyes remained glued to the computer screen. After kissing for half a day, Miwu didn't respond much at all, and Spartacus's anger kept rising until it exploded. With an "Yua," he leapt away, arching his body like a bow, showing both his butt and head towards the human, his tail moving anxiously. Miwu, how dare you dislike me now? Why don't you come play with me? Always playing games. What's so fun about gaming? Am I not as cute as games? I won't like you anymore. You see this cup? With one swipe of my paw, it will break. Humph. Xin looked up, noticing that his mackerel Tabby was standing on the table edge, extending a paw toward his water cup. Don't, he instinctively said. As soon as the words left his mouth, there was a slap, and the water cup tumbled down, spilling water, immediately wetting Spartacus' paws. The mackerel Tabby used all four limbs to jump loudly, staring wide-eyed at the rolling water cup on the ground as if greatly startled. Xin couldn't help but laugh. Chow Dan, give me half a minute, Xin told his teammate and then gestured to his cat, Pancake, come here. Let me check your paws. Spartacus reluctantly shook his wet paws, hesitantly walking over to his human. Miwu, he complained. Come on, lift your paw. Xin opened his palm, waiting for Spartacus to put his paws on his hand. The mackerel Tabby tilted its head, slapping its soggy paws into Xin's hand. Xin pulled out some tissues, drying the mackerel Tabby's paws. Alright, don't play with water. Let me win 2 more rounds, alright? After saying that, Xin scratched Spartacus' neck and kissed him. Go play. My god. I'm type A blood. Repeat, I'm type A blood. I need a medic. Ah, Spartacus is super adorable, he even knows how to give a high five. I can't help but raise a reasonable doubt, this cat actually understands human speech. Big Pancake, don't believe him. There are 2 states in which men cannot be trusted, one is in bed, the other is in a game. Brother ahead sounds like someone with a story behind them. Feeling sulky, Spartacus licked his wet paws for a bit longer. Looking up, his human was once again engrossed in the game. Distressed, Spartacus sighed, dejectedly jumping off the desk and walking to the door, glancing back at Miwu. This time, Miwu didn't look up. Spartacus felt a little sad and hung his head as he squeezed out the door. As a cat who had taken lessons in basic human control techniques, I have really failed this mission. Spartacus jumped onto the sofa in the living room and fell into deep thought about life. Involuntarily, he collapsed, sitting back against the cushions, his rear legs spread out horizontally, paws resting on his belly, his head hanging low. Chiron teacher called this position cat slouch, simulating the pose of a midlife crisis male human, also considered a higher-level move in the art of conquering humans. When a cat made this pose, hardly any human could resist taking a picture. If the layer of fat on your belly was thick enough, it worked even better. Like their classmate Song Bao Hui, who'd once topped the homework ranking with this move. But at this moment, Spartacus didn't want to use this pose to charm any human. He simply found the posture inexplicably comfortable, perfectly fitting his current mood. Ah, time without Miwu is so boring. Just then, Spartacus heard some sound from the balcony. He perked up, his ears vibrating rapidly as he quickly identified the source of the noise. Is Spartacus home? Oh, it's Machi. Spartacus flipped himself off the sofa, trotting over a few steps to the floor-to-ceiling window. Daimachi was lounging on the balcony comfortably, her paws tucked under her. Today's sun was perfect for sunbathing. Spartacus pressed his nose to the cool glass, greeting Machi. Why did you come? I know your teacher Chiron, we were classmates before. I chatted with him these past few days, and he mentioned that you skipped classes twice without a reason. So, I figured I'd drop by to check on you. Is something wrong? Are you sick? Speaking of Spartacus, it brought sadness. He coiled his body and lay down, sharing his recent troubles with Machi. Ho ho, what's the matter? Machi leisurely licked her own whiskers. Isn't this a severe problem? Spartacus meowed anxiously, Miwu doesn't play with me anymore. And because of this, I've skipped classes twice already, if I do it one more time, I won't be able to graduate. Machi remained calm, this is not much of an issue. If you need to take leave next time, you can let the crow deliver a message to Chiron. I'll teach you how to summon a crow shortly. Spartacus stared in amazement, isn't it said that we can't skip classes without cause? No reasons don't work, but you have valid reasons, so it's fine. Daimachi casually replied, anyway, for many basic courses, you can always review online after class. It won't affect anything. As long as you pass the exams, you'll graduate smoothly. Spartacus finally felt reassured. As long as he could graduate and continue his studies smoothly, his worries weren't as big as they were before. And then there's the issue between you and your human, which is actually a great challenge facing all our feline race. Daimachi's voice grew deeper. Lifting his chin, he put on a profound expression, unsolvable, completely unsolvable. In modern society, there are too many temptations, and humans lack firm willpower. We just need to do our best to capture their attention. Success or failure cannot be judged by a single standard. What does that mean? It means that, from your perspective, you might think that you've lost the affection of your human. But from other cats' points of view, your human has done quite well. You just set different standards than other cats, so you're not satisfied. Spartacus thought for a moment and humbly asked, so, am I being too strict with Miwu? Hard to say, really hard to say. Daimachi profoundly shook his head. Spartacus hated his mysterious attitude the most. He yawned, stood up, and didn't want to keep talking with Daimachi anymore. Don't go. Daimachi hurriedly called out to Spartacus. He had left home early today and hadn't eaten any snacks at home, and now he was hungry. Won't you invite me in to take a look around your house? Not planning to. Spartacus naturally replied. Cats aren't a hospitable species. Daimachi pondered for a moment. How about this? You treat me to some delicious food, and I'll tell you how to improve the relationship between you and your human. Spartacus stopped his steps. That was worth considering. But I don't know how to open the glass door on the balcony anyway. You're dumb. I can teach you. Daimachi got excited, demonstrating enthusiastically how to open the sliding door. The movement wasn't difficult. Just as Spartacus was about to try it out, he heard the sound of Miwu coming downstairs. He twitched his ears and meowed at Daimachi. My human is coming. Are you still coming? Daimachi pawed his paws a few times. Your human seems nice enough. Let him invite me in. Saying this, he began grooming himself, carefully tidying up his appearance. Xin Chin called out for the mackerel Tabby as he descended the stairs. Walking into the living room, he heard Spartacus meowing at the floor-to-ceiling window. Xing Qin went over and was surprised to find another cat on the balcony. It looked familiar. Is that Machi from the clinic? Xing Qin squatted down, looking at the big black cat outside the door, and asked. Daimachi meowed in acknowledgement. Your friend has come to see you. Xing Qin stroked Spartacus' head, picked him up, then opened the floor-to-ceiling window, allowing the big black cat to come in. Sorry to disturb. Daimachi said while using his paws to rub against the doormat, then gracefully walked in. Xin Qin found the black cat amusing. He put Spartacus down and let the two of them play in the living room. I'll fetch something to eat. Spartacus, take good care of the guest. Your human told you to take good care of me. Daimachi nudged Spartacus with his waist. He probably likes me a lot. Spartacus nimbly avoided and sidestepped, staring fixedly at Daimachi. I'm very good at fighting. Do you want to give it a try? Xin Qin made a call to Dr. Dai to confirm that it was fine for Machi to be out alone and that there were no dietary restrictions. He relaxed and prepared some small snacks, carrying them to the living room. For some reason, the previously energetic big black cat was now listlessly sprawled out on the carpet, while Spartacus proudly licked his paws nearby. Xin Qin approached, crossed his legs and sat down, holding Spartacus in his arms, and then fed both of them some snacks. 1 piece per cat. Daimachi ate with delight, meowing happily as he continued to chat with Spartacus while chewing. Actually, I think your human treats you quite well. Didn't you say he's been ignoring you these few days? Spartacus tilted his head, a little confused. Maybe it had something to do with my antics at noon. Tisk, perhaps you set the bar too high, Daimachi sighed. Do you know that most cat owners aren't home during the day? They have to go out to work, and we cats can only entertain ourselves at home. Your human being around you all the time is already pretty rare. Is that so? Spartacus asked in confusion. Don't the other cats get bored during the day? They do. Daimachi cheerfully munched on a tasty piece of dried beef, which is why many people keep more than one cat. That way, they can play together during the day. Spartacus suddenly realized the significance of this statement and was shocked enough to forget about his favorite snacks. He stared at Daimachi, mouth agape in bewilderment. Humans could be shared. Struck by this revelation, Spartacus immediately lost his appetite. He turned and burrowed into Miwu's arms. Even though Miwu sometimes has bad habits, I don't want to share my Miwu with any other cat. Miwu belongs to me alone. Xin Qin still had a small piece of snack in his hand, and somewhat puzzled, he patted Spartacus back. What's wrong? Taking advantage of the situation, Daimachi flatteringly rubbed against Xin Qin's hand and sneaked a nibble at Spartacus' share of the snacks. That night, when Xin Qin started another gaming live stream, fans were surprised to find a cat seemingly growing out of Sing's chest. And no, this wasn't a metaphor, it was literally happening. Xin Qin was wearing a zip-up hoodie. Spartacus crawled under the hem and sprawled himself across Xin Qin's torso, making the hoodie bulge awkwardly, while his head popped out from the zipper opening, fluffy like a ball. Spartacus swiveled his round head, nervously scanning the surroundings and meowing towards the camera. Hey, all you random cats out there, if you're watching this video, let's get one thing straight, this human is mine. Nobody is allowed to come near my house. I fight really well, so back off. Did you hear that? Chapter 31, Solo Dining. The long season finally came to an end, and Xin Qin managed to secure a spot in the top 10 of the national server. Ordinary players usually draw the attention of professional gaming teams when they reach this level. As soon as Xin Qin's battle for the top 10 ended, several well-known domestic team brokers or directors approached him through various channels to subtly inquire about his interest in joining professional esports competitions. Xin Qin was very upfront. Once he realized their intentions, he bluntly told them, I am 26 this year. The golden age for esports generally begins at 16 or 17 years old, with talented players peaking at 18. Most people choose to retire at around 23 or 24 and return to a quieter life. Being 26 is considered quite advanced in esports terms. After Xin Chin revealed his age, the professional teams gradually abandoned any further probing. Xin Chin might be the only veteran in his mid-20s standing in the top 10 rankings, and perhaps also the only one who plays alongside a cat. After the season ended, Xin Chin suddenly had a lot more free time. As a casual player, after climbing the ranks to the top, he had already been thoroughly analyzed by game commentators and strategy guides on various public platforms. He was described as having skilled techniques and incredible awareness, like a walking cheat sniper, with godlike prediction and positioning. These accolades were impressive and attracted many fans of the game. However, Xin Chin didn't intend to overanalyze himself, leisurely editing highlights from his previously recorded gameplay sessions into short videos that offered greater appreciation value. These clips were then placed in the Sing for the Moment video album. He also wrote a couple of beginner's guides for climbing the ranks with heroes. More time was spent on his bicolored domestic shorthair cat. Xin Chin dedicated an entire video series to Sparta, titled The Cat Before My Eyes Is My Heart's Cat. This collection included videos large and small, all centered around Sparta, meticulously post-produced to capture the cat's journey toward its ever-expanding girth, and it updated more frequently than his personal gaming channel. Sparta's fans found immense satisfaction, indulging in a decadent daily routine of cat adoration. Sparta could not have been happier about this shift in human activity. He no longer needed to struggle pointlessly with the black box every day nor worry about why Miwu stayed awake at night. Now Miwu would cuddle with him in the sunlight and under the moonlight. During the day, his fur smelled like the sun, at night, it smelled like the moon. Each happy moment stretched endlessly yet passed quickly, every second brimming with joy and bubble-like sounds. One day, light rain began falling outside. Sparta sat on the windowsill, curiously looking out. Drops of water rolled down the transparent glass, the front ones rolling away while the back ones caught up. Sparta tried to swat at them with his paw but caught nothing. Somewhere, Miwu found something strange that made a don-don sound when touched with a claw. Sparta was curious and jumped off the window, circling around Miwu, trying to sniff or pat the object. But when Miwu sat cross-legged beside him and started singing for him, Sparta suddenly became quiet. As a cat, he couldn't understand human songs. Cats sang too, usually expressing themselves freely, howling aimlessly, and enjoying their own voices. But Miwu's singing was different. It was as pleasant as the wind, as gentle as today's raindrops. Sparta closed his eyes and remembered his pear blossom tree. Unplanned moves are the sexiest. BGM, a song at midnight, no thanks necessary. Who knew he could play guitar and sing? Isn't this generation of otaku just brutal? Dabao seemed so absorbed, even closing his eyes. It had been a long time since Xin Chin last played the guitar. Perhaps it was still during his sophomore year in university when a classmate, full of enthusiasm, signed up for a guitar class where buying one got you another free. That was when Xin Chin became the free package. Later, his classmate gave up, but Xin Chin continued practicing for 2 years. Back then, universities stipulated that students must participate in campus clubs to enrich their extracurricular lives, which affected their overall evaluations and, consequently, scholarship allocations. Not being much of a talker and far less capable at interacting with others, Xin Chin only focused on gaming, eventually gaining entry into the anime club based on his guitar and vocal skills to provide background music for the girls there. When he left the club, he received an anonymous love letter, not knowing who sent it. Xin Chin's previous roommate always joked with him, saying that learning guitar could easily charm girls, although with his face and looks, it wasn't really necessary. But at that age, which boy didn't want to appear cool, romantic, and sophisticated? Nevertheless, to this day, Xin Chin has never sung or played guitar for any girl. Where was he when he was 18 or 19, and what was he doing? After the college entrance exam, he no longer had a home. On his 19th birthday, his mother called to tell him that she had another little sister. Later, he met his father again, accompanied by a half-brother only 2 years younger than him, wearing a pair of sneakers he liked for a long time. When he was very young, Xin Chin acutely realized that their family was not as complete as it seemed on the surface. When he was small, he thought it was broken because of himself. When he grew up, he suddenly realized that breaking was inevitable. His parents did not love this family, nor did they love him. He could not have any hobbies, could not go astray, had no festivals, and had no expectations. 2 years later, Grandma found Xin Chin. He hadn't seen her much before, knowing only that she was not his father's biological mother but had promised to treat his father like her own child, never wanting children of her own. Xin Chin lived with his grandma for 4 years. In his memory, his grandma was a meticulous old lady who always wore skirts, kept her silver hair neatly styled, smiled politely when speaking to others, and was as elegant as her cat. She was an excellent cook, and Xin Chin never dared to tell her what he liked to eat, but she always figured it out. She didn't talk much, and the two of them lived with the cat in silence like a library. Until Grandma fell ill and passed away, Xin Chin couldn't clearly articulate his feelings towards her. Later, one day, while commuting to work by bus, the weather was bad, and the bus was crowded, with wet umbrellas pressed against his pants. Due to his tall stature, he saw an elderly woman through the crowd, wearing a plain dress and standing tremulously at the exit, her back looking exactly like his grandma's. For some reason, tears immediately streamed down his face. Xin paused. At some point, his tabby cat climbed onto his lap, curling into a fluffy ball, tightly hugging him, its claws hooked onto his jacket zipper as if unwilling to let go. Xin laughed and patted Sparta's round head. "We won't listen anymore, let's watch a movie instead." Sparta raised his chin, letting Xin scratch his neck as he contentedly swayed his tail tip. Mew. The DVD player at home hadn't been used for years, covered with thick dust. Xin meticulously wiped it clean with a cloth, tested it, and found that it still worked. The DVDs were neatly stored in a storage box under the TV cabinet by his grandma, filling 2 boxes completely. All these discs were handpicked from old DVD shops by his grandma. She herself didn't watch many films, but when Xin first moved in with her, she assumed all young people liked movies, so she specially went to inquire and was deceived by the shopkeeper into buying outdated equipment. Most of these DVDs were from the last century. Xin had only sporadically watched 2 or 3 of them with his grandma. However, she appeared to truly enjoy them, holding a cup of hot tea, and focusing intently for hours. Xin picked out one of the familiar discs and held it under Sparta's nose. "Smell it, it's grandma's scent." Sparta curiously sniffed at the DVD, quickly losing interest. Xin rummaged through the DVD storage box, trying to find a decent-looking one, unexpectedly discovering a few homemade discs. Finding this strange, he took out these discs. They were marked with numbers in marker pen, resembling his grandma's handwriting. Xin weighed the discs in his hand. Sparta approached and sniffed around in his palm. Xin scratched the cat behind the ear. "Let's see if grandma hid any secrets." Xin selected one of grandma's handmade DVDs, coded as 1. He inserted the disc into the player, sat cross-legged on the carpet with the cat. It looked indeed like a disc that grandma had made herself. He wasn't sure how she learned to record and burn CDs. The picture quality wasn't great. The start showed grandma adjusting the camera nearby. Seeing grandma again after a year filled Xin's heart with indescribable emotions. Sparta had originally been curled up in his lap, but upon seeing the moving image, his ears immediately perked up, and he playfully examined the figure on the screen. Grandma was wearing a pink skirt set slightly oversized, making her appear even paler and thinner. It was during her serious illness period. The camera was aimed at the kitchen countertop. Grandma adjusted the lens, slowly walked to the counter, smoothed her hair, and smiled at the camera saying, "Xin, even alone, you must eat well." Xin stopped petting the tabby cat and focused seriously on the screen. A beautiful long-haired gray-brown Persian cat darted past the camera. Sparta instantly stood up, stretching his neck as if trying to catch the scent of a fellow feline in the air, sniffing intently. No success. Was that just my aunt? She wrote in her letter that she was a Persian cat. It felt like her. But who's the human next to her? Her human. So is that Miwu's grandma? What exactly is a grandma? Sparta tilted his head in thought for a while but couldn't figure it out. He turned around and gently rubbed against Miwu's chest. "Miwu, what's wrong with you?" Instinctively, he realized his human was sad, like when he sang songs to himself. But he didn't know why. As a cat, he still couldn't grasp the complex and ever-changing emotions of humans. Sparta rolled over, attempting to shove his soft belly under Miwu's hand. "It's okay, Miwu, just rubbing my belly will do." Xin snapped back to reality and looked down at Sparta. His legs were spread wide open, revealing his soft floral-patterned belly, his big curious eyes gazing at him quietly. Xin smiled and buried his palm into the thick fur of the tabby. "This is my grandma. That one is Coffee." Xin lifted Sparta up and slowly introduced him to the screen. "Grandma was teaching me how to cook. Olive oil mixed with honey according to proportion, then thickly coating the chicken breast, massaging it all over before putting it into the fridge for overnight marination. A flat pan, on low heat, adding a thin layer of oil, heating the pan first then cooling the oil before placing the whole chicken breast into the pan for frying. Flip once it's colored evenly, be sure to control the heat. Remove after thoroughly cooked, cut it into pieces while hot, it'll be crispy outside yet tender inside, juicy and can either make sandwiches or serve as a main dish." Sparta smacked his lips, gradually getting entranced by what he saw. Roar. It looked so delicious. He wanted to taste it. Unable to contain himself, he started pawing at Xin's thighs and sat back down, only to lose balance and dangle in the air while staring fixedly at the screen, continuing to swallow saliva. Xin was distracted by Sparta's antics and instinctively patted his furry head. After finishing teaching how to prepare chicken breast for humans, Grandma took out another large piece of meat, glancing at the lens, seemingly somewhat embarrassed. "If you're full, occasionally you could make something for cats too. It's not hard. Cat food requires no seasoning, following the ratio, include chicken breast, offal, eggs, carrots, etc., grind them into paste, form them into small meatballs. This would be quite an excellent meal for cats. Judging from Coffee's reaction, the taste should be pretty good." Sparta's tail wagged more energetically now. He started wriggling around in his human's arms, calling out cutely. "Miwu, I'm hungry. Can we eat some canned food?" Xin Chin had been scratched all over his stomach with cat hair and grabbed Sparta's two front paws to make him stand upright facing him. The fur on top of Sparta's head was tousled from his own rubbing, sticking up messily, his droopy eyes pleading adorably, looking utterly silly. Xin Chin couldn't help but laugh. I've never even cooked for myself. Meow meow. Forget it, who let you be my beloved cat? Meow. Following grandma's recipe, Xin Chin ordered ingredients online for making cat meals. On the day the ingredients arrived, Xin Chin kept Sparta waiting outside the kitchen door, closing himself off like he was meditating in seclusion, messing around in the kitchen for half a day all alone. What was Miwu doing? Sparta played on his own for a while but, seeing Miwu kept him locked in the cage, began to worry. Miwu. He tried calling out to his human at the doorway. Usually, his human would respond to his calls. But today, though he called out several times, Miwu remained quiet inside. Sparta became worried. The kitchen door was made of glass, and through the frosted glass, only a blurred shadow could be seen. Sparta leaned on his hind legs and stood up, scratching the glass continuously with alternating forepaws. The sharp claws sliding across the glass door produced a harsh, raspy sound. Xin Dabing, stop scratching, it's painful to hear, Xin Chin said, busy working and couldn't help stopping him. Hey, it's Miwu. Hearing his human's voice, Sparta became even more confident in his efforts, increasing his speed at scratching the glass. Meow meow. Hurry up and come out. This noise was too irritating, and Xin Chin finally couldn't bear it. He pulled the glass door open slightly, crouching down. Sparta immediately stopped his action, trying to squeeze its round head through the crack of the door, but unfortunately, it had underestimated its own size. Xin Chin extended a finger to touch its head. Bing bing, let's make a deal. When you come in, don't eat anything randomly. You'll feel bad if your stomach gets upset. After he finished speaking, he found himself chuckling. Sparta probably understood none of it, so there was no choice but to keep a close eye on it. Sparta grew impatient and began to meow pitifully. Xin Chin then opened the door. The tabby cat quickly jumped into his arms. Mew, I miss you so much. Sparta pressed its head against Mew's chest, rubbing hard against him. Come on, darling, hop up here, said Xin Chin, supporting Sparta as he helped it climb onto his shoulder. This position was familiar to Sparta, who soon found a comfortable posture, curling its soft body around Xin Chin's neck like a thick scarf draped over his shoulders. Oh, this is a good pose, I can see what Mew is doing. Sparta excitedly wiggled its tail tip. What are you doing, Mew? It stuck out its head, trying to see what was in Mew's paws. Bing bing, do you know how heavy you are? Xin Chin, pressed down upon, struggled to lift his neck, freeing one hand to pat the paw Sparta had rested on his chest. Don't move. Overjoyed, Sparta swatted at Xin Chin's hand. Every time Sparta moved, Xin Chin felt the weight pressing heavily on his head, so he instinctively raised one shoulder to prevent Sparta from falling. With helplessness, Xin Chin thought, I should strengthen my neck muscles. But Sparta paid no attention to his discomfort and happily swatted away with delight. Despite being a kitchen novice and having Sparta's interruptions, Xin Chin's first cooking experience still ended perfectly. As he looked at the few little meatballs on the plate, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Unexpectedly, his very first homemade meal turned out to be cat food. To mark the occasion solemnly, Xin Chin arranged the dish for Sparta in accordance with international delicacy standards, a large plate holding a small serving, garnished with a sprig of emerald mint, finishing off the sauce. Whatever may be said, Xin Chin was satisfied with his creation. He took a picture of Sparta enjoying his first cat food meal and posted it on Weibo, cooking for my dearest cat. Sparta circled around the plate, seriously sniffing and using its paws to poke the meatballs, attempting to drag them outside the plate to eat. If the portion size is too large, cats instinctively want to take the food outside their dish and hide it in a corner, then eat it secretly. Xin Chin broke it apart by hand, allowing Sparta to slowly lick everything clean from the plate. Watching his carefully prepared food be eaten with dedication filled him with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Was the first cat food Xin Chin made delicious? After licking the plate clean, Sparta eagerly sought out the crow and sent a short message to Daimashu. My human knows how to cook, and it's super tasty. Envious? Not even a bite for you, Awu. Chapter 32, The Cat Club. After peeing, humans won't cover it up themselves, so they are very curious about our way of burying waste. If you see your human kneeling by your litter box, smiling and peeking, don't panic. They are just secretly learning from you. After all, humans are an ungainly species. Of course, if you feel very uncomfortable, you can refuse and then leave quickly. Also, if the toilet is too dirty and your human isn't hardworking enough, you have the right to protest, such as deliberately urinating outside the litter box and making your human clean it up. This method also applies when you think the cat litter isn't comfortable enough. Humans cannot concentrate on one place for long. If they really do, they may be falling into a dementia-like state where they can neither hear nor see anything. As a responsible cat, you must be wary of this condition in your human. The best remedy is to keep their attention always on us. Reading? Not allowed. Doing homework? Not allowed. Watching TV? Not allowed. Playing with a phone. Not allowed. Petting my belly. Not allowed. Over time spent living with humans, you'll find it surprising that they can't breathe underwater either, even though they seem to love water, like bathing every day. Unlike cats who know our limitations well, they should not be left unattended in the bathroom for too long. You must watch them carefully, or else they might suffocate and die. Sparta meowed softly while struggling to read his notes from the claw marks he'd left on the couch cushion. Humans always thought cat claw marks were random and meaningless. In reality, each cat leaves distinctive claw prints from which they can discern different meanings, reminding them of the purpose behind marking. As the elementary school curriculum deepened, Sparta's claw-marked notes grew in number, to the point that without frequent review, new notes would quickly overwrite the old ones, losing sight of the last lesson entirely. Worse still, Chiron the teacher announced there would be a midterm exam in 2 weeks. The midterm was the second most important exam after the final. This worried Sparta, who was already 2 years old. His learning ability was much less sharp compared to kittens under 6 months of age. To top it off, much of what he learned in theory couldn't be applied in practice. For example, his Miwu always tidily maintained the litter box with perfect cat litter, leaving no faults for Sparta to pick at. And Miwu wouldn't ignore him for long periods, even if occasionally indulging in games, they would still take a moment to pet his belly. Is the belly forbidden for touching? Still, does Miwu fear water too? Chin tucked in, Sparta adopted a serious expression. Dimeshu had said that the essence of studying is applying knowledge practically. If one could apply classroom learning efficiently in real-life scenarios, passing the final exam would definitely not be a problem. Thinking was action. Sparta decided to follow Miwu into the bathroom tonight. Shinshin had already prepared Sparta's dinner but hadn't seen the striped cat come over. This was unusual, as Sparta's appetite was always good, and he never delayed eating. Shinshin tapped the food bowl and called out a few times, yet the striped cat remained unseen. He stood up and looked for the cat in the living room, only to find Sparta squatting on the sofa, burying his face in the cushion, lost in thought. What's wrong, Bings? Hungry? Shinshin bent down, scratching Sparta's head. Sparta raised his head, calling softly to him. Miwu, going to school is so difficult. Shinshin couldn't help but laugh at Sparta's serious and distressed look, pinching his round face. What are you thinking about? Come on, let's eat. With that, he lifted Sparta and hoisted him on his shoulder. Sparta used his claws to gently scratch the back of Shinshin's shirt, his tail shaking with worry. Despite the worry, Sparta finished his dinner spotlessly. Tonight, Miwu had prepared a shrimp puree for him, mixed with a bit of sweet corn puree. It tasted fantastic. Afterward, Sparta completely forgot his troubles and looked forward to exploring the bathroom with Miwu happily. Meow. He'd never been inside while Miwu was taking a bath. Tonight Sparta seemed a little strange. When Shinshin almost stepped on the striped cat's paw again, he confirmed it. Somehow, Sparta was clinging to him more than usual tonight. Although it usually liked to be affectionate, it had never followed him around so closely, sticking tightly to his side whether in the kitchen or the living room, rubbing against his pant legs covered in cat fur. To avoid stepping on its paws, Shinshin simply carried Sparta on his shoulder. After tidying up the kitchen and living room, Shinshin was about to take a shower when Sparta still clung to his collar, seemingly unwilling to leave him. Shinshin patted Sparta's round head and negotiated, Bings, would you play by yourself for a while? I will take a shower and then play with you afterward. Sparta licked Miwu's ear, responding cheerfully with a meow. Miwu, go take your bath. I'll watch over you. The tabby cat wouldn't let go, leaving Shinshin no choice but to bring it into the bathroom. He had gotten used to living alone and rarely locked the bathroom door. Sparta wasn't usually interested in water and hardly ever came in. However, today was different. Once inside the bathroom, Sparta stopped sticking to him and instead sat neatly before the toilet, gently flicking its big fluffy tail, its 2 green eyes round and curious as it tilted its head to look at him. This made Shinshin, who needed to relieve himself, feel somewhat uncomfortable. Not everyone can smoothly excrete under the innocent gaze of a cat. Wow, Miwu doesn't bury waste either when he uses the restroom. Does he not know how to use cat litter? Sigh, clumsy Miwu. Under tremendous pressure, Shinshin completed his business expressionlessly and began to undress to take a shower. He wasn't very afraid of the cold, so even in this weather, slightly cooler shower water wouldn't bother him. But because Sparta was in the bathroom, Shinshin specially turned on the heat lamp to keep it warm. He also laid out a towel on the tiles. Sparta, sitting on the towel pad, mewed happily at the warmth provided by the bright light. Shinshin quickly stripped off his clothes, stepping 1 foot into the shower stall, and bending down to pat Sparta's head. Do you really want to stay in here? The steam will make your fur wet. I'll leave the door slightly ajar, so if you want to go out later, just open the door yourself. Go ahead, Miwu, take your bath. I'll be watching you, don't worry. The shower partition was made of glass, and after the steam rose, from outside only a shadowy outline could be seen. Sparta tensely stared at Miwu's shadow for a while, listening to the sound of the splashing water, suddenly feeling anxious. It stood up, uneasy, turning around once. Miwu. Shinshin couldn't open his eyes due to the water and hearing Sparta's meows, shouted back to it. Bings, go out yourself and play in the living room. The air became damp, and Sparta felt his fur getting heavier. Looking at the water-covered glass, he hesitantly lifted his paw, stepping onto the edge beyond the towel. Sparta swiftly scouted around, narrowing his eyes and focusing on the glass door partition. With just one glance, he identified the perfect leverage point, crouched down, kicked off with his hind legs, using the pool of water to boost himself, leaping atop the top of the glass door in an instant. Shinshin had just washed his hair, and hearing the sound, wiped his face instinctively and looked up, startled. His tabby cat had somehow climbed onto the glass door, found a comfy spot between the doorframe and towel rack, lay sideways, and greeted him with a meow. The towel rack was specially designed to avoid the water flow. Sparta lay on it, anxiously upright, flicking his tail back and forth. Although there was no need to worry about falling, being in an environment where his fur might get soaked would make any normal cat nervous. However, he couldn't let fear show. Miwu was still in the water, and as a qualified house cat, he must take responsibility. Miwu, be careful. If you are submerged in water, I will come rescue you. Sparta intently watched his human, never letting down his guard for a moment. Shinshin exchanged a few moments of eye contact with Sparta, confirming that his cat was seriously determined to supervise his bathing. Feeling powerless, he sighed and continued washing without looking at it again. Under the vigilant gaze of the diligent overseer, Shinshin finished his shower faster than usual. Soon, he stopped the water and reached for a towel to dry and wrap himself up. Once certain that Miwu's body no longer dripped water, Sparta quickly jumped onto Miwu's shoulder, stepping on his arms and nesting into the naked human's embrace. Watching others bathe is not comfortable. Shinshin lowered his head, his damp hair dripping water. Sparta lying on his back stared at Shinshin's hair curiously, reaching out his claws to try and grab the falling droplets. Shinshin held him tightly, the feeling of chest directly touching the fur slightly strange. Alright, let's go change my clothes and I'll dry your fur afterwards. You don't like baths yourself but enjoy watching others take them. Are you not ashamed, Big Bings? Miwu, today's mission has been successfully accomplished. Aside from some new habits it seemed to have developed, Sparta was getting increasingly smarter overall. It was like a mischievous imp, always knowing what people were thinking and how to charm them in the most likable ways. Yet, no matter how hard Xin tried, he could never figure out what was on Sparta's mind. In order to take better care of Sparta, Xin went out of his way to find many books and materials on feline psychology. To help cats maintain their physical and mental well-being and adapt to indoor living, many experts would recommend keeping more than one cat. That way, even when the owner wasn't home during the day, the cats could keep each other company and wouldn't get bored. Xin had never considered getting a second cat. For him, Sparta was like a gift from the heavens, something rare and precious. He wasn't the perfect cat servant others might expect, and among all the varieties of cats in the world, he didn't have any desire to become overly intimate with any besides Sparta. Likely, Xin would never pamper another cat as carefully as he did Sparta. His heart belonged solely to this one cat. Randomly taking in another cat would be an act of irresponsibility. Since keeping a second cat as a playmate wasn't an option, Xin decided to find other ways to enrich his tabby's life. Thankfully, he wasn't a typical office worker and had plenty of time during the day to spend with his cat, ensuring it didn't feel lonely. But would the mere presence of a human be enough for a cat? Xin wasn't entirely sure. He worried that his decision might negatively impact Sparta. After all, research on cats was far from complete, and no one could guarantee what kind of companionship was healthy and beneficial for cats. Thus, Xin focused on figuring out, how could Sparta make feline friends and engage in normal social activities with other cats. For this purpose, Xin meticulously searched for all local cat-related information and finally found a valuable lead. In the eastern part of the city, just 2 streets away from their neighborhood, there existed a special cat club where lifetime memberships were only available for cats themselves, not their owners. This kind of cat club was quite innovative. It provided first-class and comprehensive cat playhouses, full-time monitoring, and dedicated staff to ensure the health and safety of the feline members. Owners could either fully entrust their cats to the club or watch and take pictures from an adjacent glass room. The club also regularly held themed events for playful owners to attend alongside their pets. Club activities were usually limited to daytime, but at night, it transformed into a cat hotel offering comfortable cat cabins and one-on-one personal caretakers. Though expensive, according to online reviews, this club filled a gap in Machuan City's pet market and had a commendable reputation for its thorough management. The cat club, however, wasn't open to just anyone. All cats applying for membership must have been spayed or neutered. After initial screening and matching, based on each cat's behavior, they would be assigned to different groups. There were currently 2 groups, Not Meow Meow and Bean Beater, suitable for quiet, gentle cats and more active ones respectively. Cats with extremely strong personalities unsuitable for playing with others would be turned away. This ensured different cats could play together peacefully and amicably. Xin found the homepage of the cat club and discovered that in a few days it would be Christmas, and coincidentally, the club had scheduled a special event, Christmas Cat Night. He immediately filled out the application form for Sparta without hesitation. Soon after, Xin received confirmation asking him to bring Sparta to the cat club for personality matching. Before setting off, Xin specially groomed Sparta's fur, brushing its short, satin-like coat until it gleamed like oil, completely tangle-free. Sparta usually behaved very well during grooming sessions, never causing trouble. Occasionally, if it felt particularly comfortable, it would reveal its belly and fall into a deep sleep. Xin finished grooming it, then gave Sparta a kiss, saying, "My baby boy looks good today too. Let's go." Sparta had no idea where it was going, but going out with Miwu was certainly fun. This road doesn't seem to lead to the clinic. I thought we'd meet Dr. Daima today. Never mind, it's probably for the best, otherwise, he'd tease me for being such a snuggler again, huff. I'm not a snuggler. Hey, look, there are sparrows in the tree. Oh wow, I'm starving. Miwu. Sparta rested its head on the transparent cover of the carrier, sniffing the warm scent of humans through the ventilation holes. It began to miss Miwu already. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long. After about 20 minutes, Xin spotted the sign for the legendary cat club, a very conspicuous cat paw. Outside, a sign hung, "No humans allowed without invitation, no dogs permitted." Xin had originally thought that such a large club would surely be bustling with activity, but upon entering, he was surprised to find it unusually quiet, almost devoid of people. The front desk warmly greeted Xin. Xin took out an eager-to-explore Sparta from the cat carrier and cradled it in his arms while signing the registration form. Sparta reached out its paw to cause some mischief, making the young lady at the front desk burst into laughter. "Sir, your cat is adorable, full of energy. It might end up in the bean beater group." 5 minutes later, Xin stood with Sparta in front of the testing room door, feeling just like taking a child to a school entrance interview. Soon after, a supervisor dressed in club uniform appeared. He was a tall, thin young man with glasses, who quickly jogged over with a smile on his face. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm number 12. Please follow me shortly." All the staff here were referred to by their number codes, simple and easy to remember, which inexplicably reminded Xin of the hairdressers in a barber shop. Thankfully, this number 12 was anything but exaggerated, leading Xin into a small room. The room was entirely covered with thick, soft carpets. Without hesitation, number 12 sat cross-legged and gestured for Xin to place Sparta on the carpet. Various cat toys were scattered around the room, some moved, others didn't. Sparta observed the surroundings carefully, confirmed that Miwu was nearby, and sensed no danger, then happily started playing by itself. Number 12 attentively watched every move Sparta made, occasionally using a toy to provoke it and observe its reactions. Sitting aside, Xin dared not make a sound, for fear of affecting Sparta's performance. Unexpectedly, whatever Sparta found, it would carry back to Xin excitedly, placing the toy in his hand, nudging him with its head to encourage him to play together, completely ignoring the enthusiastic overtures of number 12 beside them. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xin glanced at number 12, only to find there was no apparent expression of dissatisfaction or negation. Still, he wondered if this overly affectionate behavior towards its owner was a plus or minus. The test didn't last long, and soon enough, number 12 called it a stop. He scribbled down a few words in his notebook and looked up at Xin, asking, "Does your cat usually like fighting?" Without thinking, Xin shook his head, Dabing is very well behaved. Realizing immediately afterward that it might not sound right, he added, "Unless the other one initiates the fight. Sorry, we have only one cat at home, so conflicts like these never happen." Number 12 glanced unconsciously at the claw marks on Sparta's left eye. Xin touched Sparta's round head gently as the tabby cat bit at his clothes. He explained, "It used to be a stray cat." Number 12 smiled and said, "Sparta has performed pretty well, alert in unfamiliar environments but not uneasy, and not rushing to mark territory to declare sovereignty. It's active and fond of humans, yet maintains a certain independence toward strangers. Its emotions are very stable. If this state continues, I believe your cat is more suitable for the not meow meow group." This evaluation result was beyond Xin's expectations. He thought that Sparta, the big brother with a scarred face, would at least be sent to Bean Beater, though he didn't really know who this bean was. "So, is this decision already confirmed?" Sorry, not yet. For precautionary reasons, during the first meeting, we will initially let Sparta stay with our trainee group for a while to confirm whether it can truly integrate into the not meow meow group. Members of the trainee group consist of extremely steady adult cats, acting like our staff members. Their personalities and structure roughly mirror the not meow meow group. If Sparta gets along well with them, it can officially join. This encounter counts as a free trial, no charge. After becoming a formal member, monthly membership fees will apply, and detailed rules will be further explained to you. Xin felt reassured, knowing at least procedurally speaking, the club's staff were quite cautious. This way, Sparta wouldn't have to rush into adapting to a new environment. Sparta didn't know why Miwu was holding him and whispering so many words to him. He couldn't understand them, so he yawned and blankly stared into space for a moment. When his awareness returned, he found himself inside a spacious glass room. Unsure what to do, he turned around and spotted Miwu standing outside the glass, gently looking at him. Feeling reassured, Sparta began observing his new surroundings. He had already realized he wasn't alone, there were about 4 or 5 other cats moving around. But everyone remained quiet, seemingly uninterested in the newcomer. After memorizing all the unfamiliar scents and confirming no threats were nearby, Sparta let out another yawn. It was time for a nap. Miwu, come inside and take a nap with me. Xin Chin squatted down, tapping on the glass. Bing Bing, go meet your new friends. Sparta tilted his head and lazily pressed his paw against Miwu's paw resting on the glass. Xin Chin chuckled. At that moment, he noticed an incredibly beautiful Devon Rex cat elegantly walking toward Sparta, exuding the aura of an admissions officer. However, the rose-red flower hanging from its neck looked somewhat peculiar. Xin Chin immediately held his breath, glancing anxiously at the still rather confused Tabby Cat. Sparta heard movement behind him but was too lazy to turn around. Sparta. The cat behind him called out lazily by name, causing Sparta to turn around in surprise. Standing behind him was none other than Chiron the teacher. This was the first time he'd ever seen Chiron as a real cat, and it left Sparta momentarily stunned. While Sparta wasn't sure how other students might react, meeting one's teacher unexpectedly outside the classroom felt slightly awkward for him. He had no idea how to casually greet his teacher. What should he say? How do ordinary elementary school kids usually address their teachers? Chiron didn't seem in any rush either, stopping half a meter away and sitting upright, steadily gazing at Sparta. After hesitating for a moment, Sparta finally opened his mouth. Hello, teacher. What will we be testing on during this midterm exam? Chapter 33, The Tense Review Week. In general, Xin Chin was satisfied with the cat club. Spartacus seemed to have made a new friend there, a beautiful Devon Rex. The two cats babbled at each other upon meeting, and before parting ways, they even smelled each other's noses and rear ends in a friendly exchange of scents. Especially after Spartacus returned home that day, he was thrilled, running around the living room with his tail up, seemingly rejoicing for reasons only known to himself. Due to Spartacus' good mood, Xin Chin immediately decided to join the club and paid the membership fee for the first quarter. Unfortunately, just after paying, when he turned back to his Lihua cat, he noticed something was off. Spartacus's ears were drooping, his big eyes glistened with moisture, and he curled up beside Xin Chin's feet. Confused, Xin Chin quickly picked the cat up and gently stroked him. What's wrong with Bing Bing? He asked. Spartacus buried his head into Miwu's clothes sorrowfully. That afternoon, he had encountered Chiron, who told him that anything emphasized in class as a key point would be on the exam. This initially made Spartacus excited. He thought he had already grasped the main points and happily played all afternoon. After dinner, while seriously reflecting, Spartacus suddenly realized that 9 out of 10 things Chiron mentioned in class were marked as key points. How could he possibly review everything? Miwu, I don't want to take the exam, Spartacus lamented softly. Unsure how to console the Lihua cat, Xin Chin held him close and spoke softly to him, even bringing Spartacus along during his gaming sessions that night. But Spartacus remained gloomy. When the live stream began, fans were surprised to see the webcam turned on today. Spartacus was slumped over Sing's shoulder, his front paws dangling limply, his ears not standing up like they usually did, and the whole cat looked utterly dejected. Ha ha ha, today's Bing Bing is a despondent pancake. What's wrong with my Bing Bing? I feel so heartbroken. It feels like seeing myself not wanting to go to work. Not wanting to go to class. Not wanting to start school. Not wanting to endure military training. On another note, having this lump of meat draped over my shoulder makes my neck ache. Yet Sing can still play games smoothly. What do you mean by lump of meat? Are you calling me fat? Yes, Spartacus is getting heavier, but... Xin Chin patiently explained to the fans that Spartacus might not be feeling well today, though he didn't know why. He estimated there wouldn't be any singing tonight, apologies. Spartacus, whose aversion to studying reached unprecedented levels, finally entered the review week where classes were paused for focused study. However, the review week did not bring relief. After entering this phase, Chiron would no longer introduce new material, instead focusing mainly on past learning highlights. Cats could either choose to revisit lessons online or participate in teacher-led Q&A sessions. After racking his brain to self-study for 2 days, Spartacus eventually gave up and called for backup. Daimashu wasn't unfamiliar with going out at night, but this was his first time acting as an in-home tutor. He confidently arrived at Spartacus' balcony, politely knocking. Hearing the knock, Spartacus jumped up from inside, unlocked the door, and ushered Daimashu in. Under the moonlight, Daimashu glanced at Spartacus and asked curiously, "Why are you looking so disheartened? Didn't you eat dinner?" Spartacus didn't want to admit it, but due to his sadness earlier, he kept pestering Miwu for snacks after dinner and ate more than he should have. He said nothing else and led Daimashu to the sofa, where both cats hunched together to carefully look at past exam papers on a tablet. Meow meow, has elementary school coursework gotten this difficult these days? Daimashu murmured, his whiskers twitching in distress. I don't remember it being this complicated when I was younger. Spartacus stared expectantly at Daimashu, who then lowered his black head in embarrassment, concealing himself in the shadows. I don't know how to solve this problem, he admitted sincerely. Spartacus sighed dejectedly. I'm probably going to fail. Daimoshu awkwardly consoled him, "You won't, primary school exams are relatively easy to pass. The real challenges come later." However, his words clearly offered little comfort, watching Spartacus become so miserable he was almost flattened like a pancake. Quickly, Daimoshu added, "Actually, it doesn't matter how much you can memorize about the key points. The critical thing is to figure out the intent behind the test questions." Spartacus tilted his head, asking, "What does figuring out mean?" "Well, it's about making a guess, but not any kind of guess. You've got to work really hard at guessing. Once you understand why the test maker created this question, you'll know how to solve it. Like this question right here." Daimoshu randomly pointed at one question, and a mechanical cat's voice came from the tablet, reading out the question systematically. It was a multiple-choice question, and after hearing the question, one had to choose the correct option from 4 answers. 4 answers. Spartacus hesitated. Most cats were not good at counting. Generally speaking, they could count up to the number of siblings in their litter, with female cats being slightly better at it than males. Cats like Spartacus, who grew up in a small litter, struggled to count beyond 3 and only gradually learned to count to 5 after school started. The best student in his class could count up to 10. Therefore, whenever he saw questions involving numbers, Spartacus felt a headache coming on. The mechanical cat continued, "Question, knowing we don't like water, why do humans like giving us baths? 1. They want us dead. 2. They like water. 3. Our fur is dirty or infested with unpleasant bugs that we can't groom away ourselves. 4. They want to capture our embarrassing state while bathing us to post on social media to mock us." This question seemed rather straightforward, and Daimoshu regained confidence. He cheerfully crossed his paws and asked Spartacus, "All right, try to deduce why the teacher would include such a question. What's your answer?" Spartacus thought deeply for a while before hesitantly answering, "Because they want us dead." Daimoshu paused momentarily. No, think again. Would your human think like that?" Myowu certainly wouldn't. Spartacus seemed to have caught onto the trick. He could relate each problem back to Myowu's habits. "I know now, the answer must be because they like water. After all, Myowu looked quite fond of water. He'd supervised Myowu during many baths already." Daimoshu sat up straighter, scratching his neck anxiously. "Ugh, still wrong. Think about the intent behind the test maker's decision." Spartacus obeyed, trying harder to guess the solution, and then suggested, "Because he wants me to fail." Daimoshu sounded somewhat defeated as his tone deepened. "In fact, you should consider things from another angle. The reason for the questions always aims to help you coexist better with your human, guiding them in managing their behavior better. Hence, by explaining the rationale behind what humans do, the questions encourage you to select the right option, allowing you to understand why humans do strange things, thus facilitating better communication with them. Understand now?" Spartacus honestly replied, "Not really." Daimoshu sighed, "All right, if you come across multiple-choice questions you're unsure about, just pick the third option." Spartacus perked his ears, surprised that there was such a rule. Daimoshu twitched his ears ambiguously. "Close enough, just remember that for now." Next, the mechanical cat announced the second question. "Why should we act disgusted when humans smoke? 1. We cats despise everything. 2. Humans are one of the allergens for cats. Peculiar particles may cause asthma in cats. Keeping a distance from smoking humans makes them feel regretful, thereby helping them quit smoking and safeguarding our health. 3. Inhaling secondhand smoke also causes addiction, but we cats don't have money to buy cigarettes. 4. We simply don't want humans to enjoy themselves." Spartacus shouted loudly, "I know, the answer is the third option." However, the system indicated an incorrect response. Spartacus felt greatly disappointed, staring wide-eyed at Daimoshu with suspicion on his face. Daimoshu awkwardly fiddled with his ears, "This differs from when I was studying. Why has the rule changed?" In any case, let's return to analyzing the test maker's intent. We cannot rely solely on luck when taking exams. Spartacus squinted his eyes halfway, clearly unpersuaded. Daimoshu turned away and said, "There's actually a little trick. Among the 4 options, the longest one is usually the correct answer." The mechanical cat read out the third question. Since this was a bonus question, it was above the standard difficulty. How to determine if a human has experience interacting with cats? The incorrect method among the following is, 1. If this human thinks all cats like catnip, then he is a beginner or has never been around cats. 2. If humans arbitrarily disrupt our routines, change feeding times, introduce us to unfamiliar environments without warning and forcibly interfere with our daily habits, they are unreliable because they don't realize that this can make us sick. 3. Sometimes when we use our paws to scoop water, it might just be because we don't like the shape of the water bowl as it makes our whiskers uncomfortable. Humans who know this surely understand how to treat us better, for, if this human doesn't know that the earliest case of cats successfully taming humans to become house pets occurred in China, it shows he is ill-informed and not trustworthy. Spartacus hesitated for a moment. The second one sounds longest. Should I choose 2? The system indicated that his answer was wrong. After an awkward silence, Daimoshu suddenly stood up, "Well, I have something else to do. I'll go back first today and visit you after your exam." With that, he darted along the wall base and ran away. This incident showed that so-called exam mysticism was completely unreliable. On the contrary, Spartacus became more open-minded, gaining a sense of peace in accepting things as they come. He adopted a calm attitude towards studying and taking exams, believing that as long as he made efforts, he would reap good results. However, achieving this mindset proved to be extremely difficult, mainly due to nothing other than Myowoo's attachment to him. Because of this, Spartacus was constantly busy and had hardly any time to settle down and review. For instance, after finishing breakfast, Spartacus wanted to quietly reflect on the problems he did last night. However, Myowoo kept pacing in the living room, moving sofa cushions, scraping carpets with strange objects, and hanging clothes that danced in the wind on the balcony. This captivated Spartacus's attention, making it impossible for him to concentrate on studying. Another example would be at noon, during the golden hour of sunlight. Spartacus planned to utilize the shadows cast by light to recall relevant knowledge points mentioned by the teacher. At that moment, Myowoo suddenly brought a reclining chair, placed it under the sun, sat down, and started quietly scrolling through his phone. How could Spartacus bear this? Enraged, Spartacus jumped into Myowoo's lap, finding a comfortable spot, pressing Myowoo's phone beneath his belly. At that point, Myowoo started petting his belly fur incessantly. Feeling too comfortable, Spartacus inevitably fell asleep. After waking up, he would feel hungry, thus pestering Myowoo for snacks, resulting in wasting yet another afternoon. By evening, Myowoo would urge him to eat. The food was so delicious that after eating to satisfaction, Spartacus couldn't help but take a nap. When he woke up, Myowoo began streaming live videos, which Spartacus had to join to greet the viewers and remind them to visit often. While Myowoo played games, Spartacus had to keep watch, ensuring Myowoo didn't get lost in the game. After finishing the stream, Myowoo went to take a shower, and Spartacus accompanied him, making sure he didn't choke on water. Exhausted from all these activities, it was already time for bed. And even then, Myowoo needed Spartacus to purr before falling asleep. And with such warmth in the blanket, Spartacus inadvertently fell asleep himself, rendering overnight study absolutely unrealistic. Early the next morning, Spartacus had the responsibility to wake the human up. It wasn't giving the cat any peace at all. Such repetitive life continued every day, leaving Spartacus sighing. Before he realized, the review week ended, and he faced the dreaded midterm examination. Chapter 34, The Night of Christmas Meow. Sparta's midterm exam was scheduled on the eve of Christmas Eve. Although facing a major exam in a festive atmosphere might seem tragic, cats don't have the concept of Christmas, so for Sparta, it was just another ordinary terrifying night. Before the night fell, Daimasu sent Mr. Jaybird with an all-pass charm to Sparta. It was said that it worked well in the human world and would help him pass the exam smoothly. While Sparta was preoccupied, Mr. Jaybird slipped the charm under his door. Sparta picked it up and placed it under his special sofa cushion. He didn't know what the charm was exactly, but as long as it could foretell a good exam result, he was willing to give it a try. In the human world, this is called superstition. Sparta, along with other cats in his class, anxiously waited in front of the tablet computer for Chiron's teacher to come online. Song Bao Hui said he was so nervous that he felt almost deformed. Yet he was usually the best cat at completing homework and now had the audacity to lament how difficult the test questions were, which made Sparta feel indignant. This indignation only made him more nervous. What if I failed the exam? What if I couldn't graduate from primary school? What if MIW doesn't adopt any cats anymore? What if MIW adopts other smart cats instead? These chaotic thoughts weighed heavily on Sparta, making him start to deform as well. He collapsed on the couch, staring blankly at a spot of light on the screen, feeling so tense that he wanted to go to the bathroom, eat an entire can of food, and wake up MIW by stepping on her. But nothing brought back the exam questions he had reviewed. Chiron's teacher came online 15 minutes later than usual. As a responsible teacher, this was the first time Chiron had been late. This short but unusual quarter of an hour made the ready-to-go cats almost unable to breathe. As soon as Chiron's curly-haired head appeared, the cats all perked their ears up in unison and stared apprehensively at Chiron. Today, Chiron wore a big blue flower. After adjusting his flower with a few claws, he slowly began speaking. The exam begins. Sparta heard a thud faintly in a daze, snapping out of it only to discover that an American Shorthair had fainted due to excessive shock and fallen directly off the sofa. Just like an infectious disease, Sparta also started feeling weak in the limbs and dizzy. He took a deep breath and shakily stood up, trying to preserve his dignity. If I fail, I'll retake the course. I will definitely come back after learning. But, before that, I really want to use the restroom. After the American Shorthair was woken up, the exam started quickly. The cats had 5 minutes to test their exam environment. All windows were system controlled, so each of them could only see Chiron's window on their screens and hear only Chiron's voice. The exam questions, previously recorded by Chiron, would be played automatically at certain time intervals. The cats simply mewed their answers aloud, and the system would automatically save and upload their responses to Chiron's grading platform at the back end. As a long beep sounded, the mechanical cat began to announce the question. Sparta gazed hazily at the screen, with his tail trembling and fur falling out. The first question is multiple choice. Please listen carefully. From the following 4 options, select the one most fitting to describe teacher Chiron. 1. Handsome. 2. Suave. 3. Good-looking. 4. All of the above correct. Begin answering after the beep sound. Sparta looked up, confused and looking around, trying to read the intention of the question from the faces of the other cats. Unfortunately, he had been isolated by the system and couldn't see the answer states of the other cats. Anxiously, he lifted his hind legs, scratched his neck, then bent over to lick his belly. By the time the answer period was nearly over, Sparta hesitantly gave his response, option 4. The exam is over. Meow. Sparta stared blankly, tempted to slap the tablet with his paw to check if there was a system error. But nothing happened. Soon, the exam interface disappeared, and the classmates once again saw each other's small windows, only to find a stunned cat head in every window. Song Bao Hui was still holding his paw up, looking foolish as he asked, "Teacher, there is something wrong with my exam system. I request a retake." His words immediately drew glares from classmates. Chiron yawned, his eyelids half drooping, without even looking at the group, and lazily said, "No mistake, today's exam consists of only one question. The midterm exam has ended. Class dismissed." After that, he flicked his tail gracefully and disappeared elegantly from the window. The students all looked dumbfounded, glancing at each other. However, things had come to this point, seemingly leaving acceptance as the only option. Everyone moved with a lost look, as if they had already forgotten what had just happened. Sparta watched as his classmates' small windows disappeared one by one, still unable to calm down. It was like when a mighty cat suddenly appeared on your territory, and you prepared for an epic battle, but then you realized it was a fake cat that got blown away by the wind without you needing to even lift a claw. The built-up energy released so abruptly left a feeling that was tough to swallow. Sparta scratched his head for a long time and decided to chat with Daimasu. As expected from a night owl, Daimasu was still online and hastily accepted Sparta's video invitation. After the failure of the late-night tutoring session, Daimasu hadn't taken the initiative to contact Sparta for quite some time. Today, he assumed Sparta had finished the exam and had a belly full of words to say to him. "How did it go?" Daimasu asked bluntly. Sparta thought for a while before answering. It was complicated. Daimasu didn't understand. Were the questions too hard? Sparta tilted his head, not really. Were they simple then? Daimasu felt glad on behalf of Sparta. Sparta tilted his head in the opposite direction. Well, I wouldn't exactly say that either. Daimasu was thoroughly confused. If it wasn't hard nor simple, how did it go exactly? Sparta briefly described today's exam experience to Daimasu. As soon as he finished, Daimasu suddenly perked up his ears, eyes gleaming, and excitedly said he wanted to find out more from Chiron. In his memory, Chiron, as a teacher, was very responsible whether it came to teaching or proctoring. Such leniency did not fit Chiron's usual image. Stressed out for half the night, Sparta already felt sleepy and dozed off on the sofa for a bit. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Daimasu returned with some juicy gossip. "I figured it out, ha ha ha, Chiron, that silly cat." Turned out, Chiron had originally prepared a set of questions, but his human suddenly restored the tablet to its factory settings, wiping out all of Chiron's data. His human was also very clingy to cats, leaving Chiron no private space and thus no time to prepare new questions. So, he hurriedly put together a makeshift test and handed it over to his group of kittens as a kind of unexpected blessing. After hearing this, Sparta somewhat sympathized with teacher Chiron. It seemed the teacher also had a sticky human problem at home, something he could relate to. Daimasu laughed so hard he rolled around on the floor. He and Chiron had been classmates from high school through college. His old classmate always appeared perfectly composed, paying close attention to his appearance, so today's incident of making mistakes certainly didn't match his normal demeanor. Watching his peers stumble, Daimasu felt a sense of satisfaction he couldn't quite suppress. After all, years ago, Chiron had won the last spot on the teaching team over Daimasu thanks to his looks and lineage. But, enjoying secret schadenfreude aside, Daimasu didn't want Chiron to lose face in front of his students. He was, after all, still a good friend. Of course, Chiron teacher probably had compassion on all you little kittens anyway. If he had made regular questions, probably half of you wouldn't have passed 10 out of them. Right? Right, the study challenged Sparta didn't have the strength to refute that. Moreover, maybe it was because of the charm I sent you that helped pass the exam. Thinking about this, Daimasu suddenly became quite smug, as if this were truly his doing. Oh well, I guess I have excellent foresight. Find me before future exams, I'll paint a sure-pass charm for you. I am truly the great feline deity. Sparta didn't have the patience to listen any longer to his laughter and directly turned off the device to go offline. It wasn't until he reached the stairs that Sparta gradually came back to reality. He had passed. The joy of surviving a crisis settled deep within and grew stronger as time went by. Sparta rolled on the ground for a moment, grinning foolishly to himself. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming urge to share this good news with MIW. Unfortunately, his MIW was still sleeping soundly, deeply submerged in the warm cocoon of her blankets. She looked extremely peaceful and smelled so nice. Sparta didn't know how humans define beauty, but he believed his MIW was undoubtedly the most beautiful and gentlest human in the world. MIW, I'm sorry. I'm still a bit slow now, but I'll study harder in the future, I promise. I will never be lazy again. I will become the smartest cat ever, and I will understand every word you say. Sparta lay on MIW's pillow, his limbs curled up, with his head gently resting on MIW's hair. The ticklish sensation from the strands of hair made him sneeze accidentally, and he quickly looked down at MIW to see if she was still asleep. She had not woken up. Relieved, Sparta nestled closer to his human in contentment and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Sparta woke up in MIW's arms. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw his human quietly watching him. Sparta immediately became cheerful and struggled to swing his tail inside the thick blanket. MIW, I passed the exam. Xin Chin pinched Sparta's furry ears. Good morning, Sparta. We're going out today. Xin Chin had received an invitation from the cat club a few days ago for their Christmas Meow Night event. All participating cats were required to wear outfits matching the holiday theme. While most cat owners might have thought of Santa Claus costumes, Sparta accepted accessories like headwear or bow ties more readily than full clothing, so Xin Chin prepared a pair of reindeer antlers and a green bow tie adorned with a small Christmas bell. The bell was solid and looked quite cute. After breakfast, Xin Chin teased Sparta into putting on the antlers and bell. With his round head topped by a big set of antlers, Sparta looked rather silly. Bighorn bun, Xin Chin managed not to laugh as she took several pictures of Sparta. Before he could knock the antlers off, she removed them and attached them to the bow tie, making it look like Sparta had horns growing from behind. Sparta shook his body, feeling something pressing against his back. Though not heavy, it felt strange and made walking difficult. He looked at MIW questioningly, noticing her apparent happiness. Meow, oh well, I'll just humor her. When Sparta appeared at the cat club wearing the reindeer antlers and Christmas bell, there was a small stir. His unique and adorable appearance stood out among all the other cats, drawing many cat owners who gathered around, raising their phones to take pictures of the Tabby Cat. Unaccustomed to being surrounded by people, Sparta West sighed, his tail curled up as he cautiously eyed the strangers trying to approach. Xin Chin smiled at the crowd and led Sparta to a corner. She scratched his back to help him relax, then untied the antlers from his head and kissed him. Go play, there are lots of cats here, make friends but don't fight. Go ahead. Sparta rubbed against her pant leg before quickly getting distracted by the numerous cat toys in the room, happily diving into this feline grand party. For today's party, the club had specially redecorated the original cat activity room. The restrictions between the not meowing and bean beating groups were temporarily lifted, allowing all the cats to socialize in one large space. The area was filled with various cat toys, and servers were arranged to patrol periodically, carrying trays with assorted small cat treats, which the owners could decide whether to feed their cats. In contrast, the humans' treatment was much simpler. To prevent accidental ingestion by the cats, the event prohibited owners from bringing human food, offering only purified water. Although it sounded strict, judging from the owners' cheerful expressions, no one minded. After leaving MIW's side, Sparta quickly blended into the circle of cats. Being one of the few cats not wearing any small clothes, he was far more agile than others. Disdainful to greet those slow-moving and oddly dressed fellow cats, he soon focused on the top of the climbing frame, eyeing it carefully before leaping up with a few quick climbs to claim the highest spot, looking down on all the other cats. Hey, there's MIW. MIW, I'm over here. Shoo, who are you? This is my territory. Xin Chin observed Sparta for a while, assured that he was relaxed now, stopped watching him closely, found a comfortable corner to rest, and pulled out her phone to scroll through Weibo. The photo she posted in the morning had received enthusiastic responses from her followers, with already over 500 comments. Take a breath of reindeer biscuit. OMG, so cute, this blogger is making me want to get a cat again. Sparta and sing God, Merry Christmas. Xin Chin was scrolling through the comments one by one when she suddenly felt a weight on her knees. She shifted her gaze from her phone and realized she had been surrounded by a circle of cats without noticing. Ragdoll, British Shorthair, Himalayan, the one lying on her leg appeared to be a very bold and extroverted cat, a plump orange Garfield-like feline. Seeing her look up at him, the chubby kitty opened its mouth and meowed casually, as if saying hello. Xin Chin smiled faintly, scratching the Garfield's short neck while avoiding eye contact and not moving her legs, continuing to scroll through her phone. After a while, a beautiful silver Persian also mustered the courage to approach Xin Chin's side, peering at her phone with its big glassy eyes curiously. One by one, more cats gradually gathered around Xin Chin. Cats are creatures who love gatherings. If just a couple of them get together, other cats might become curious and join in, eventually forming a surrounding crowd. The scene of the cats surrounding Xin Chin was so impressive that many owners paused their conversations and pulled out their phones to capture the moment. So this is the legendary, cat-attracting, constitution. People like this shouldn't be banned. The owners envied as they watched their usually indifferent cats suddenly show interest in a stranger. The commotion below finally caught Sparta's attention from his high perch. As soon as he looked down, he spotted Bing Bing, that little fatso, comfortably lounging on MIW's thigh, acting freely. Roar! Sparta angrily leaped off the cat tree and darted onto MIW's legs. He raised his paw and swiped at Bing Bing immediately. But before he could strike again, MIW picked him up. Bing bing, no fighting, Xin Chin warned Sparta in a low voice. If you're too aggressive, you'll get kicked out of the club. Sparta shouted loudly at Bing bing, go away. MIW doesn't need a second cat. This was the first time Bing bing had met Sparta. Although the initial hit confused him, he was still quite happy. Standing up, he excitedly greeted Sparta, hi there, Sparta. I'm Bing bing. Your human is really nice. He smells so good. Don't sniff, don't sniff. Sparta wriggled fiercely in the human's arms, eager to give the fat cat another swipe. Bing bing didn't mind and grinned as he tried to jump down from the human's leg. Unfortunately, being a bit overweight, he lost balance as he landed and accidentally rolled off the knee. Xin Chin reacted quickly, catching the little chubby cat before it fell completely. Gently placing the Garfield on the ground, she patted its head, it's alright, go play. The crowd of watching cats was initially startled by Bing Bing's sudden tumble, creating a brief gap in the surrounding group. Gradually, they returned to their observing mode, amusedly watching the little fat one's embarrassment. Luckily, Bing Bing had a large heart and chuckled to himself, rubbing his head against the human's pant leg as a sign of gratitude. This thoroughly enraged Sparta, who struggled even harder to escape MIW's embrace to rough up that stubby-mouthed chubby cat. Xin Chin rummaged in her pocket for Sparta's small snacks and held them in front of him to divert his attention. This move worked wonders. Sparta soon forgot about his conflict with the little Garfield and started circling Xin Chin while meowing. However, the scent of the snacks also attracted the other nearby cats, many of whom, emboldened, directly began brushing against Xin Chin in hopes of getting some treats. Xin Chin was a bit flustered. Glancing around, she raised her voice to announce the type of snacks she had, asking whether any of the cats were forbidden from eating them. The owners then realized it was time to feed their own cats, and the group dispersed accordingly. No one was happier than Sparta about this development. Proudly raising his tail high, he chewed on his snacks while proclaiming his ownership over MIW. See. This human is mine. I'm super fierce, stay away. From afar, Bing Bing stuck out his tongue and made a face at Sparta. After eating the snacks, Sparta quickly became satisfied, lying limp in Xin Chin's arms and purring contentedly. Xin Chin gently stroked his fur. At that moment, a tall, muscular man approached. He smelled faintly of perfume, and although his face was covered in a neatly trimmed beard, it was clear each hair had been carefully sculpted, much like his shiny slicked-back hairstyle. Wow, you're the legendary person who attracts cats, how envy-inducing. This man looked robust, with muscles clearly defined beneath his clothing, yet he gestured wildly as he spoke in a soft tone. Xin Chin gave him a polite smile, not intending to respond, and continued to stroke Sparta while looking down. The man introduced himself enthusiastically without waiting for an invitation. Oh, by the way, my name is Fang Jia, you can call me Jia. Fang Jia, hello, Xin Chin greeted him briefly, I'm Xin Chin. Fang Jia exaggeratedly praised Sparta with animated expressions, this cat really has a unique look, it's a handsome kind of uniqueness. And it looks very lively, which shows it's well cared for by its owner. Xin Chin wasn't good at chatting with strangers and could only manage short replies, leaving most of the conversation to Fang Jia. Luckily, Fang Jia was quite talkative and could chatter endlessly on his own, from sharing tips about raising cats to discussing history spanning thousands of years, all without taking a breath. Sparta yawned widely while lounging in MIW's arms, flicking his tail. This human was so noisy, and not even someone he recognized. At that moment, he caught sight of Chiron walking steadily toward him from afar. Sparta suddenly became alert and straightened up, stepping off MIW's arm. What is teacher Chiron doing here? Could it be that he found my test paper and is calling for a makeup exam? Sparta's mind raced with worries and calamities. Before he could think further, Chiron had already approached. He stopped and cast a cold glance over the two humans before sitting down calmly near MIW's feet. Xin Chin recognized the noble Devon Rex and was just surprised when Fang Jia suddenly jumped up and exclaimed loudly, Chiron. Sweetheart, did you come for me? Oh, come to daddy here, little baby. I missed you too. Come give me a kiss. Sparta couldn't understand what this chatty human was saying, but he swore he saw the unmistakable disdain in Chiron's eyes. Oh, so this human belongs to teacher Chiron. Suddenly, Sparta felt endless sympathy for Chiron. A well-learned cat, master of all skills to conquer humans, able to casually dictate an exam paper, was stuck facing such a weak human who collapses without needing to be conquered or trained. How frustrating it must be. Cat life is unjust, cat life is unfair. Chapter 35 The First Snow of Today. Xin finally realized that the delicate little curly cat was Fang Jia's. He sincerely praised, your cat is very beautiful. Chiron held his chin high, proud and elegant, and glanced at Xin. Spartacus, who didn't understand, still looked foolishly around with his paws. As soon as they talked about his cat, Fang Jia's eloquence rose to a higher level immediately. He gestured with both hands and vividly told Xin the bits and pieces about his own cat. While stroking Spartacus' back, Xin listened attentively. It turned out that this Devon Rex was named Chiron, already over 4 years old, roughly equivalent to 40 years old for humans. According to the current way young girls would put it, he was already an uncle. But Chiron's looks were very deceiving, slender figure, clear eyes. Feng Jia usually liked to put a colorful large flower around his neck. There was nothing wrong with Chiron except that he embodied all the aloofness of cats and elevated that coldness by an entire level. When Feng Jia first got the cat, he had wanted one that was affectionate and clingy, oh, just like your tabby, which could be hugged tightly and not let go. After searching through numerous posts about cats, he fell in love at first sight with the Devon Rex breed. He read more from other owners saying that these cats had gentle temperaments, being true sweethearts. So, without further ado, he decided to keep one. Through many connections, he found a reliable cattery and waited almost half a year before bringing Chiron home. Originally, he thought that with such a sweet appearance, Chiron would surely have a gentle and affectionate personality, but cruel reality gave him a big slap in the face. No kissing, no hugging, no touching. Even during meal times, Chiron acted like a picky grandpa with icy cold eyes. If there was even the slightest wrong movement, he'd get swiped instantly. Sometimes when Feng Jia saw Chiron lying alone on the sofa looking quite relaxed, he thought the perfect moment had come, so with a leap, he flew over intending to pounce, only to be kicked hard in doubt by Chiron lifting his hind leg. Feng Jia recounted various heart-wrenching stories using his fingers, making Shen Xian break into a cold sweat. I clearly don't have much experience raising cats, so should normal cats all be like Chiron? Shen Xian couldn't help but glance down at his own tabby cat. Spartacus was sticking his butt up high, striving to drill through the hole of his sweater to squeeze into his embrace. Feng Jia's eyes seemed even sadder now. Shen Xian cleared his throat and began consoling, every cat expresses affection differently, just like people. Since they had no prior choice, it's our responsibility as human beings to shoulder greater accountability. Feng Jia drooped his head, his tone despondent, actually, I didn't do anything terrible. Despite this marital emotional estrangement, I've been enduring for more than 4 years already. Let's say it's my debt to it. Who else would nestle beside my pillow when I fall sick, break up, or feel utterly miserable except for this guy? At this point, Chiron yawned loudly and commented, idiot. Upon hearing this, Spartacus pricked up his ears and struggled desperately to twist his head and rump around, unfortunately getting stuck in the thick layers of his sweater. Luckily, Miwu reached out and pulled him out. With a shake of his head full of messy fur, Spartacus asked curiously, Teacher Chiron, it seems like you don't really like your human, right? Teacher Chiron responded lazily, you're too young to understand. It's like how I told you to study well, why can't you remember? Spartacus retracted his head, turning up his ears as he softly meowed, I just can't remember. Half closing his eyes, Teacher Chiron wasn't convinced, if you can't remember, then you need to work harder to remember. Speaking of which, isn't it always for some special purpose that cats of your age decide to attend school? I want to learn human language so that I can understand what Miwu says. Since you have a goal, why can't you persist? Think carefully yourself, aren't you trying hard enough? If after trying it still doesn't work, isn't your direction possibly wrong? Do you really think learning is done for the sake of humans? Originally feeling scolded beyond redemption, Spartacus suddenly paused. Wasn't it exactly that? Teacher Chiron looked at him and spoke solemnly, the purpose of education isn't torture, nor is its essence pain. Exams aren't our ultimate goal, they're merely tools we use. Education exists to help you, as a cat, survive better in the world we share with humans, helping you understand and offering you freedom. One day, when you become smart enough, you can freely choose to continue living in the way you wish. Isn't becoming such a cat precisely our initial aspiration? Spartacus fell into deep thought. He had never reflected this deeply before because the things he wanted to do, and the life he aspired for, were closely related to Miwu. But if he really broke it down, the focus should be on what he desired. Because he wanted such a life, he decided to become smarter through learning so that he could fulfill his wishes. From this perspective, studying and exams weren't just about pain and helplessness, they also became proof of his progress towards his goal, just like how he journeyed from Kyulyu far away to Maochan. Suddenly, Spartacus felt an unprecedented sense of clarity and ease. At this moment, it wasn't merely about encouraging himself to work hard, rather, he suddenly believed that there was another path he could take, one that would eventually lead to brightness. Teacher Chiron closed his eyes halfway, revealing a relaxed expression that resembled a smile. Feng Jia, who had been secretly observing the interaction between the two cats, sighed sorrowfully all of a sudden and complained, Chiron likes you quite a lot, even your cat too. It seems like Chiron likes everyone except me. Shen Xian found this somewhat amusing. No matter how optimistic or open-minded a person was, they still had things they cared about and emotional barriers they couldn't get over. Just as Shen Xian was about to say something to console Feng Jia suddenly let go of the feeling himself. Seeing him beam with joy while glancing at Shen Xian, his tone seemed to be gloating, oh, what kind of talent show have you prepared for today? Talent show? Shen Xian was taken aback. Seeing the puzzled look on Shen Xian's face, Feng Jia became even happier, sure that the other must have prepared nothing at all. You'll know soon enough, he said cheerfully before bidding farewell to Shen Xian to go help prepare the stage. Since he was good friends with the founder of the cat club, he often volunteered as staff to assist them. Even his cat Chiron worked here, responsible for screening membership applications and stabilizing members' emotions. As Feng Jia left, he tried inviting Chiron to join him enthusiastically. Chiron licked his paw without responding. Left with no choice, Feng Jia walked away sulkingly. Not long after, Chiron got up, following not too close behind. Shen Xian continued contemplating the talent show. He pulled out the invitation letter for Christmas Meow Night again and carefully reread it. Finally, he noticed several small lines on the back of the invitation, reminding participating cat owners to prepare a talent performance in advance. Halfway through the party, they would arrange for a performance session, encouraging everyone to participate actively. Actively participating meant, not necessarily mandatory participation, right? Shen Xian worriedly thought. His tabby was simply a common homegrown kid, no skills, no performances. He rubbed Spartacus's belly playfully. Spartacus made a motion to bite his fingers but ended up licking them instead. When the party reached its halfway point, the host really did step onto the stage to announce the start of the performance segment. Shen Xian originally thought there wouldn't be many volunteers willing to sign up, but to his surprise, nearly half of the attendees were highly enthusiastic, eagerly queuing up to perform. The cat talent shows were mostly very simple acts, jumping through hoops, bowing, lying down, etc. There was even a smart cat that could tell which hand had more snacks. The cat's performances were endearing, earning continuous applause from the audience. Spartacus sat neatly beside Shen Xian, craning his neck forward as if showing great interest. Looking at his round little head, Shen Xian chuckled quietly to himself. Unfortunately, this carefree and pleasant time didn't last long. Just when the host announced that the last performance was coming up and Shen Xian thought nothing unexpected would happen, he suddenly heard Spartacus's name called out. All eyes turned toward the man and his cat, causing Shen Xian's stress levels to skyrocket. Someone started clapping, and under the group pressure, Shen Xian reluctantly carried Spartacus onto the stage. It reminded him of being forced to perform a talent show in school days, unable to refuse. The host explained that each themed activity of the cat club reserved 5 minutes for new members to showcase their pets' talents, mainly focusing on performances by the cats themselves. Owners could briefly supplement the stories of their precious ones if they wished. For a moment, Shen Xian's mind went blank. Speaking publicly in front of others wasn't his forte. Still cradling Spartacus in his arms, whose tail swayed leisurely, unaware of the awkward situation at all, Shen Xian took a deep breath and gently placed Spartacus on the display platform used for the performance. Patting the tabby's neck, he attempted to soothe the cat's emotions. The host handed over a microphone, signaling that the performance could begin. Shinshin had no choice but to quickly gather his thoughts and began, "I sincerely apologize for this sudden situation, we haven't prepared anything." There was a moment of slight commotion in the audience, but amidst all the brightness, Shinshin couldn't see their expressions nor did he pay attention to much else. Spartacus was still comfortably squatting on his hand, emitting a warm sensation. Suddenly, Shinshin felt at ease. He continued, "This is the cat that came to my home, a regular domesticated cat, probably the most ordinary kind of native striped tabby. I named him Spartacus. However, if I call him Big Pancake, he would be equally delighted." Seemingly hearing his name, Spartacus suddenly sat up and rubbed his head against Shinshin's palm, provoking a ripple of laughter from the audience. "Before meeting me, Spartacus wandered as a stray in my neighborhood. One day, he hurt his paw and lay by himself in some bushes, which is when I found him, took him to the hospital, and got his paw treated. Afterwards, he moved in with me. It's a rather dull, simple story. But our relationship has been pretty harmonious, it might truly be destiny. Spartacus used to be a stray, and I've never had any particularly high expectations for him. I only hope that he stays healthy and happy, lives as a cheerful cat every day without troubles. So, I am very sorry, I'm not someone who's good at training cats. In fact, before adopting him, I didn't know much about keeping cats. Everyone here will likely be disappointed, we have not prepared any performances today. If absolutely necessary, the only skill Spartacus could demonstrate is eating snacks with great eagerness." The audience responded with waves of kind-hearted laughter. Cats are extremely mysterious creatures. They come in different shapes, breeds, and temperaments, always leaving you perplexed. Their joys, sorrows, anger, and grief seem entirely detached from you. As owners, it's inevitable to feel disheartened at times. However, it's comforting to know that scientists are just as clueless as us. There is scarce research on cats thus far, let alone breakthroughs, because no cats willingly cooperate, even if you're the smartest human scientist. Perhaps to a large extent, cats simply do not wish for us to fully understand their world. They don't care about human curiosity either. They might possess a highly independent realm, parallel to our perception of the world, a colorful and magical existence. If indeed Spartacus resides in such a world, I'd be pleased. It leads its own life each day in its own unique way, not wasting time, without needing me to define it. Even though I may not fully understand it, I'm still proud of it. Today marks exactly 3 months and 20 days since Spartacus came into my life. Our story remains remarkably simple, and it will continue to stay that way. Thank you all." Unaware why everyone suddenly fixed their eyes on it and Miwu, Spartacus couldn't make sense of what Miwu was saying either, and became agitated, attempting to bite its own tail. "Meow meow. What are we supposed to do? Why are they staring at us? Are they bullying you?" Shinchin bent down and noticed his striped tabby pacing restlessly, making low moaning sounds. He gently stroked the cat's head to silently reassure it. At that exact moment, Spartacus abruptly stood up, climbing onto his arm and reaching his chin close to Shinchin's lips for a soft nuzzle. A paw forcefully patted Shinchin's cheek as if forbidding him from turning away. A kiss. Meow, I'm here. The cat owners in the audience emitted envious cries and started clapping. Among the crowd, Fang Jia appeared especially excited, her eyes shining with what seemed like tears, dancing wildly with excitement, her hands turning red from clapping. Shinchin pressed his lips together and smiled. As Shinchin stepped out of the taxi with the cat carrier, the first snowflake fell from the sky, so small, almost like a speck of dust, drifting slowly under the yellowish light, spinning around as if it would melt and disappear in an instant. Shinchin tilted his head upward, gazing for a long while until more snowflakes started falling heavily, giving him the realization that the first snowfall of the season had arrived. And winter had truly begun. Shinchin removed his gloves carefully, pulling Spartacus gently out of the carrier. Big pancake, look, it's snowing. Spartacus looked up, meow, there are so many cotton-like petals from the pear tree in the sky. Oh, wrong, those are snowflakes. Spartacus sneezed and struggled to want to run on the ground. He hadn't seen snow in a long, long time. The snowy days always reminded him of the pear flowers falling from trees. Shinchin took a moment to feel the temperature of the ground and decided it wasn't too cold. Spartacus seemed somewhat disheartened, singing softly in his arms with a meow meow. Shinchin smiled and pulled out Spartacus's leash, putting it on him. The moment Spartacus's four paws touched the ground, he started trotting happily. The snow was still light, melting quickly upon contact. But Shinchin knew that as long as the snow continued to fall through the night, by the next day, the entire world would lose its colors. Then, the bugs would vanish, the rats would be silent, and the world would seem to have only one cat left, himself. Spartacus glanced back uneasily. Miwu was closely following behind. Meow, it's not true, the world won't have just one cat left. Spartacus shook his head, slowed down, and quietly walked home. Shinchin softly hummed a tune. I really like you, like the wind traveling for thousands of miles. In front, Spartacus strolled along, holding up his fluffy big tail, swaying his but rhythmically from side to side. His hips swayed gracefully, keeping time with the melody as if marking the beat. Chapter 36, Elementary School Graduation. Xinchin returned home, dried Spartacus's paws and fur, did a quick wash, and then fell asleep hugging the cat. Upon waking up the next day, she found the world outside the window bright and white as far as the eye could see, with no clear boundaries between heaven and earth. The brick road and tree branches were heavily laden with snow. Snowflakes continued to fall in layers upon layers, covering and erasing pedestrian footprints one by one. With this rate of snowfall, within another day, they would witness a world draped in silver. Xinchin carried the striped cat to the bay window, pointing at the snowflakes sporadically hitting the glass as she spoke to it. Bing bing, look. These are snowflakes. Spartacus curiously swiveled his head, focusing intently on the swirling snowflakes. So all places' snow looked exactly the same, huh? What was different was that it was warm at home now, without cold wind or melting snow seeping in. He could watch these moving snowflakes to his heart's content without worrying about his fur getting wet. Xinchin didn't turn off the air conditioner in the room, instead, she laid a thick blanket on the bay window platform, leaving Spartacus to sprawl on it while she gazed at the falling snow alone. Despite its repetitive nature, Spartacus found the sight of snow captivating. Around noon, Xinchin received a file sent by Fang Jia. Yesterday during the gathering, Fang Jia had exchanged contact information with her, though the two hardly talked. The received file was merely an audio file titled, For Spartacus, and Fang Jia hadn't explained its intent. Xinchin played the audio for a while. Inside, there was a lazy and low-pitched cat sound, meowing continuously. Confused, Xinchin handed the phone over to Spartacus, allowing it to listen to the cat's call. To her surprise, Spartacus immediately sat up, tilting its head closer to the external speaker of the phone, seemingly very interested. Xinchin stroked Spartacus's head. This is for you. Do you like it? It's the voice of Chiron. Spartacus wondered why Chiron's voice was on Miwu's phone. He tapped the back of the phone with his paw, wanting to flip it over to investigate further. Clever Miwu quickly understood his intention and helped him accomplish this step. Happily, Spartacus placed his paw on Miwu's hand as a sign of praise. Unfortunately, there was nothing visible on the front of the phone. All he could see when he leaned in was a fuzzy reflection. If you like it, it's yours. Xinchin wasn't sure why Fang Jia sent him such an audio file. She threw the phone to Spartacus, letting him play with it while she went to the next room to play games. Spartacus calmed down and sat cross-legged on the blanket by the windowsill, focusing intently on listening to Chiron's audio message. Spartacus, this is a special tutoring material I've prepared just for you. For an adult cat, learning like a normally aged kitten is extremely challenging. But I believe you are willing to work hard to learn and go even further. This audio contains all the key knowledge points I've compiled. I send it to your human under my name, so you can review it openly during the day. Remember, cling to your human and show that you're highly fond of it, making them take the initiative to play the audio for you during the day. Well, don't sit there idle, let's start class. Since this was a condensed review material, Chi-ron expressed himself very succinctly. However, precisely because of this, Spartacus didn't have to memorize too many explanation examples and instead felt it easier to understand. After yesterday's enlightenment from Chi-ron, he had figured out many things. When studying, he gradually began to comprehend the meaning himself and even discovered some interesting aspects. For example, he learned that Miwoo didn't drink water like a cat by licking it. How clumsy. Drinking water elegantly like a cat ensures that one's chin and whiskers stay dry. Afterward, Fang Jia often mysteriously sent small segments of audio, without offering more explanations. Although Xin Chin thought it was strange, Spartacus showed great interest and would hold her phone, listening for long periods. Xin Chin automatically categorized these audios as sounds that made cats happy, always keeping the phone available so Spartacus could listen to them himself. In the mode of relentless private tutoring and classroom learning, Spartacus improved rapidly, achieving results that pleased everyone. Though he was not a genius student who mastered everything overnight, his diligence compensated for his shortcomings. And learning itself is a wonderful thing. If starting is difficult and continues to be so, with the rewards much smaller than the efforts invested, one may easily become dispirited and failure grows like a snowball. On the contrary, if one achieves a victory, even a trivial one, it might change their entire state, triggering a virtuous cycle and a positive snowball effect. Thus, becoming an excellent cat began to seem simple. As long as you succeed once, you'll turn excellence into a habit. When Spartacus placed first in a classroom test, he was exuberant and brimming with pride, as if he had already received a university graduation certificate. Smooth learning brought about a shift in his mindset. Spartacus felt happy every day, he ate well, slept soundly, became increasingly confident, and even approached his daily live streaming tasks with much more vigor. Miwoo installed a cat tree for Spartacus in the gaming room. Various small toys were scattered around on it. Spartacus loved it so much that every day, he would perform his I climb up and jump down, full-action little theater. When the performance ended, he would sway his hips, shake his tail, and call out to the screen, let's do it again. Today's Spartacus seems very happy. Stroke my belly. I don't know why, but I feel like Spartacus looks very familiar. Today's pancake is a high-spirited pancake. Spartacus's efforts at work paid off, with the number of avid Weibo fans steadily climbing. He also received a lot more private messages and comments, many regarding pet rescue information. As an atypical cute pet blogger, Miwoo generally only forwarded lost pet notices. The adoption information was varied and difficult to discern, and adopting pets themselves often touched on areas where principles were unclear. Miwoo always cautiously refrained from giving opinions. Because of this, he was looked down upon by many adoption organizations and individuals. It was said that even before one becomes famous, they start putting on airs, not truly loving cats. Chow Dan mocked Miwoo for losing the public's goodwill at such an early stage of fame. It was a major taboo. However, Miwoo didn't mind. He didn't need to prove to anyone whether or not he loved Spartacus. Moreover, did anyone remember that he used to be a game streamer? During the off-season, XF updated hero skins and some gameplay modes, so Miwoo occasionally went online to play a couple of rounds. The rest of the time, he started streaming other popular games. His style differed from the mainstream commentators. He himself was not witty or humorous, and during games, he was never the comedic type. In any game, Miwoo remained very calm, almost as though recording afterward. He played logically, not passionately, preferring to dissect game rules to their core. This was one of the pleasures he found in gaming. Miwoo's style was defined by fans as stoic. Strictly speaking, this style made it hard for audiences to become deeply invested, which was also why Miwoo had remained relatively unknown for so long. But popularity was strange. Once you had it, whatever you did, there would always be fans willing to buy into it. This contrast was particularly strong when Miwoo played horror games. Audiences would mistakenly think they were watching a robot play. No matter how terrifying the visuals, Miwoo remained unfazed, his voice steady. Strangely enough, viewers who watched him felt reassured, as if having a powerful teammate, one might feel scared, but never run away. As long as the pedestal stood firm, the mentality of admiring strength wouldn't collapse. Miwoo's videos still focused on technical analysis, reserving all warm tones and tender background music for his beloved cat's daily life. It was hard to imagine someone like this raising a chubby, dopey cat. When pictures of Miwoo spread on Weibo, the dopey calico cat was lying on his lap basking in the sun. Miwoo stopped scrolling through Weibo, frowning at the picture as he finally remembered, it was from the Christmas Eve event. He was wearing a turtleneck sweater, surrounded by a group of cats. The person who posted the photo was also a somewhat famous pet blogger. She posted a wide shot of Miwoo and a close-up of Spartacus, calling them the most affectionate master and pet pair she'd ever seen. Fans quickly recognized Spartacus and tagged the picture for Miwoo. The discussion under Miwoo's Weibo post grew larger, and the clamor for him to post more photos reached fever pitch. I bet on a big pancake, I've discovered the peak of attractiveness among game streamers. Peak attractiveness 1. When a young man acts aloof, he is usually handsome. The ancients spoke true words. Ask Sing for Spartacus Coppermine. Spartacus nudged his furry head closer, wanting to see what was on Miwoo's phone. Miwoo zoomed in on the picture and showed it to Spartacus, saying, "Look, it's you." Spartacus yawned, squinting at the image for a while. "Is this me? This angle makes me look quite adorable." But he soon lost interest, pushed aside Miwoo's phone, flipped over onto his back, and laid his paws on his belly. Miwoo put down his phone, stroking Spartacus' furry belly. Indulgence in broad daylight. By the time Xanchin logged back on, it was already evening. He had received a private apology from the pet blogger who had shared his picture without permission. She hadn't expected anyone to recognize him in Spartacus. The blogger's Weibo ID was interesting, Cafeteria Auntie. She owned a Persian and a Siamese cat, with the Persian being the big-eyed silver one that had shown such affection toward Xanchin before. After exchanging a few words, Xanchin and Cafeteria Auntie followed each other as friends. She sent over many pictures of her Persian named Shook. Though its name suggested masculinity, it was actually a female. "Our Shook really likes you," Cafeteria Auntie sighed. Beta is also a girl, but too shy. She didn't go that day because she dislikes crowded places. But at home, Beta's quite talkative. Chatting with another cat owner turned out to be an amusing experience. Xanchin reciprocated by sending 2 or 3 photos of Spartacus, prompting Cafeteria Auntie to exclaim how cute he looked. "Next time we visit the club, we can let them become friends." Even though they're neutered, cats still need their social circles. What neither human realized was that their cats had already begun forming their own friendships. In the cat chat room, under the group "We Just Love Learning," Spartacus had added a Persian named Shook as a friend. Shook mentioned they had met during Christmas cat night. Spartacus scratched his back. "What's Christmas cat? Huh? You don't know?" Shook was surprised. She assumed a cat of Spartacus' apparent age should have graduated from university by now and would understand more about the human world. Spartacus sheepishly admitted, "I'm in primary school." The 1-year-old Persian was shocked. Upon reflection, though, the vast world contained all sorts of oddities, and perhaps older cats starting school wasn't such a rare phenomenon after all. "Oh, Christmas cat night was when we visited the cat club earlier. I remember you're human, a very gentle male." After some effort, Spartacus finally recalled it as the day of the first snowfall. Hearing praise for Miwoo made Spartacus feel uneasy, but since it was directed at a female, he felt too bashful to voice his true feelings. Instead, he meekly stomped on his own paws and muttered, "Miwoo is great." Shook, a chatty young lady, told Spartacus about the woes of being a college student. Listening intently, Spartacus was astonished to learn that even university students had stressful workloads. "It's almost winter break, so our final exams are coming up too. Plus, there's a major project due during the holidays. It's all so annoying." Spartacus empathized deeply. Sharing these concerns, the 2 test-takers instantly bonded, creating a review-study alliance. Every night, they agreed to stay up together to study late into the evening. Encouraged by having a companion, reviewing became much more invigorating. Spartacus was now full of confidence for the upcoming finals. Final exams were scheduled for the end of January, 2 weeks before the spring festival. Despite thorough preparation, Spartacus still felt tense, constantly rushing to the bathroom and anxiously licking his belly fur. Miwoo took him to the hospital once more. Upon seeing Daimashu after several days apart, Spartacus received a charm labeled, "Guaranteed to pass exams." It was clearly drawn by Daimashu's own paw, bearing a prominent feline print. Daimashu said, "I've been observing the constellations lately, and the star governing wisdom is shining brightly. You'll definitely ace it." Though Spartacus understood only bits of what Daimashu said, he accepted it as a wholehearted blessing. Perhaps due to Daimashu's confident prediction, Spartacus went through his final exam smoothly. Although there were still many questions he couldn't answer, the ones he could handle seemed slightly more abundant. Teacher Chiron announced that the results would be published a week later and wished everyone a happy new year in advance. With the spring festival atmosphere thickening, Xanchin and Spartacus' home still felt somewhat lonely. This was the first time Xanchin spent the festival season alone, and he felt a bit disoriented. Reflecting on his grandmother's old traditions, he ordered a couplet and some window decorations online during the last courier wave before the new year, planning to paste them up on New Year's Eve as a way to celebrate. Food was another issue. During the holiday period, food delivery wouldn't be available, and supermarkets would shorten their operating hours. Fortunately, Spartacus' food supply was ample enough for the moment. Xanchin made himself a shopping list and planned to visit the supermarket while the weather was clear. Before leaving, worried Spartacus might feel isolated at home, Xanchin turned on the living room TV and set it to play videos on a loop. These videos, downloaded from the Discovery Channel, featured various types of birds, a sure delight for any cat. Xanchin placed Spartacus in the living room and played with him for a while before bidding farewell. "Bing bing, I'll be back in about an hour. Stay safe at home." Spartacus swung his big head, his attention entirely captured by the birds on the video that could fly and move. After thoroughly checking the house to ensure there were no safety hazards, he sneakily glanced at Spartacus who was intently watching TV, then slipped out the door. Spartacus quietly watched TV alone. A few times he jumped off the sofa, trying to hit the TV screen to catch those annoying birds inside. But after several failed attempts, Spartacus became frustrated. Curiously, he walked around behind the TV but found nothing. Unhappy, Spartacus finally remembered that it had been a long time since he'd seen Miwu. But Miwu wasn't in the living room, the kitchen, or even the bathroom. Spartacus climbed upstairs, neither the gaming room nor the bedroom had Miwu. Miwu had disappeared. Miwu's scent was still in the air, but he couldn't be found anywhere. After crawling out from under the bed with effort, Spartacus confirmed that Miwu really wasn't in the house. This was the first time Miwu had gone missing, so Spartacus anxiously paced circles in the living room, suddenly realizing he should ask Daimoshu for advice. Although it was broad daylight, Spartacus remembered Daimoshu saying his human went to work during the day and was rarely home, meaning Daimoshu would be online. What should you do if your human is lost? Daimoshu was really online. As soon as he heard this question, Daimoshu was playing with a toy wool ball and dropped it in shock. Is your human lost? Spartacus anxiously described how Miwu had disappeared. Before Spartacus finished, Daimoshu laughed and meowed. Don't worry. Your human hasn't gone missing. He might have just stepped out for something. Spartacus calmed down. Why does he need to go out? You silly thing, humans need to buy things they eat and use. With the new year approaching, they'll all be rushing to the supermarket to stock up. Sigh, by the way, my human will also take holidays soon, so I won't be able to play online during the day. We'll chat at night then. With a sigh of relief, Spartacus put his mind at ease and silently resolved to study harder in the future. Otherwise, if he didn't understand what Miwu said, and a real issue arose, he'd end up foolishly playing at home. Seemingly sensing the mackerel Tabby's thoughts, Daimoshu told him, you don't need to worry. When you enter junior high, you can choose courses. There's one called Dummy-Style Human Language, Chinese, which teaches some basic human language. Once you complete that class, you'll grasp the essentials of human language and won't feel like you're clueless about everything anymore. Really? Spartacus excitedly raised his tail. Of course. After the results are announced in a few days, you'll receive your course selection form. Recalling his own middle school timetable, Daimoshu said that generally once cats entered junior high, they could choose different subjects based on their preferences. The basic subjects include Introduction to Human Language, cat literature, basic use of human appliances, and elective classes such as singing, dancing, food appreciation, foreign languages, dog language, etc. For sports, options include cat boxing, rat catching, closet crawling, or curtain scratching. Each cat can select 6 courses in junior high, which reduces to 4 in high school. By university, each cat discovers their most skilled subject and delves deeper into it. Spartacus was full of anticipation for his upcoming junior high life, provided, of course, he passed this graduation exam and successfully obtained his primary school diploma. After waiting and waiting, finally, the day for the results announcement arrived. Spartacus had been restless since morning, running back and forth between the upper and lower floors with a thud-thud-thud. Even when resting in Miwu's arms, he couldn't stay still, sitting barely a moment before jumping down again. Xianqin assumed Spartacus was just bored inside, so he took him for a walk around the neighborhood. The weather was very cold, nearing the spring festival, with almost no one willing to venture outside, let alone bring their pets. On the snow-covered path, only a series of chubby little paw prints remained. After walking for a while, Xianqin worried Spartacus might catch a chill, so he picked him up and went home. Once back home, Spartacus obediently sat on the door mat and lifted his paws for Xianqin to dry them off. Miwu, I'm so nervous, the mackerel Tabby mewed softly, and Xianqin affectionately stroked his big head. After winter arrived, Mr. J, who had been busy all year, finally went on vacation and hid in the woods with his wife to eat fruit, ceasing to deliver messages outside. Spartacus's elementary school exam results would be directly announced online. As soon as it passed midnight, he could refresh to check them. Miwu was still playing games and hadn't gone to sleep yet. But Spartacus, anxious and impatient, quietly sneaked downstairs, ran into the living room, and dragged out the tablet computer buried under the sofa cushions. Recently, Spartacus had been worried that Miwu would compete with him for the tablet, so he always hid it carefully, only bringing it out when it needed charging. The result page was still loading, and Spartacus anxiously paced a circle, his big tail swinging rapidly. Since it was holiday season, there were many more people in the game. Xianqin and Chao Dan formed a team, which took much longer for matchmaking than usual, leading them to play later than they normally did. When he looked up at the time, he realized it was already midnight. Surprisingly, Spartacus hadn't rushed in to drive him to bed, which was quite strange. Xianqin thought if this game ended, he would look for Spartacus to see if he had fallen asleep in the living room and whether he might catch a chill. Before he could finish the current game, Spartacus suddenly dashed in from the door, yowling. Xianqin quickly turned to him, and the mackerel Tabby flew straight into his arms like a ball of fur. Jumping into Xianqin's embrace, Spartacus was restless, pacing on his legs, stretching his neck, constantly rubbing against Xianqin's chin, and his tail was even flicking onto Xianqin's face. Xianqin gently stroked Spartacus' fur and asked, Bing Bing, why are you so happy? Miwu Miwu. I passed the exam. I'm so excited. Soon, I can start learning human language. Are you happy? You must also be happy, right? Looking at the mysterious prideful expression on the mackerel Tabby's face, Chin couldn't help but laugh. You're such a silly thing. Chapter 37, Happy New Year. Chin didn't know how others celebrated the 30th day of the year, but in any case, the first thing he did after waking up was to search online for how to celebrate the Spring Festival. However, due to the vast territory and diverse customs, almost every household had its own way of celebrating. In his memories, Grandma seemed to not have particularly formal things either. With a small family, a reunion dinner was sufficient. After searching for half a day, Chin decided to put down his phone and do as he pleased. Putting up the Spring Festival couplets was relatively simple, with Spartan locked inside. Chin managed it all by himself. When pasting the Fu character, meaning blessings, thanks to Spartan's help, 3 out of 8 Fu characters were pasted incorrectly. Chin could only console himself that this was a good omen for the arrival of the 5 blessings. For lunch, it was just a serving of frozen dumplings. Chin picked out the parts suitable for cats and gave Spartan a taste, calling them reunion dumplings. Dinner was slightly more lavish, with 3 dishes all bought from the supermarket by Chin, just needing heating before eating. He laid out 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, along with 2 cat food basins. To Spartan's surprise, today he could eat double the amount of cat food. Was this really what Daimashu said was the human celebration of spring? Quite generous indeed. Swinging his tail unhurriedly, he finished eating what was in his bowl and turned his head towards the adjacent basin when Miwu quickly took away the food basin. Spartan sniffed around on the floor, bewildered. Huh. After dinner, Chin held Spartan and weighed him, secretly feeling that it was right not to let him eat too much. Spartan had gained another 3 ounces. Chin decided that once the Spring Festival ended, he would start mixing weight loss cat food for Spartan. Unbeknownst to Spartan, who felt no regret at all, after dinner, he wandered around the living room chasing the new toy mouse Miwu gave him, enjoying himself immensely. Miwu came over and hugged him while lying on the sofa for a bit. The TV showed continuously changing images, and Spartan attentively watched for a while before soon getting bored. Stretching out a lazy yawn with his long claws, he curled into a ball and closed his eyes resting on Miwu's knees. Chin scrolled through all the information on his phone, and then began feeling bored too. The New Year's Eve gala was even worse than what he remembered. Lowering his head to play with the cat for a while, he finally decided to turn off the TV and go upstairs to play games. Bing bing, I'll teach you how to play games in a bit, Chin said as he scooped Spartan up. Spartan had learned to sit like a kid on his arm, even hooking his front paws around his neck, sitting steadily. Spartan was awakened by the commotion, letting out a yawn, and propped his chin on Miwu's shoulder. By the time he fully woke up, he realized he was already in Miwu's game room. Miwu placed him on the computer desk, and Spartan plunked himself squarely onto the keyboard. Were we going to gain popularity again today? He yawned widely, still feeling lethargic. Despite being sluggish, Spartan always kept his responsibilities in mind, sitting straight to happily greet everyone online. Unexpectedly, Miwu also brought up his study-use tablet and placed it in front of his paws. Spartan tilted his head curiously. Had Miwu discovered he was secretly studying on the tablet? Tense with apprehension, he straightened his body. Chin cradled Spartan back into his arms and turned on the computer, entering the live streaming room. Originally thinking that with it being the new year, the live streaming room would be very quiet, but unexpectedly, within 10 minutes of coming online, over 10,000 viewers had already gathered. It seemed everyone shared similar opinions about the CCTV New Year's Gala. Excited. Originally, I just wanted to come in and check in, but I didn't expect to catch the front row of a live stream. Sing God and Spartan, Happy New Year to both of you. New year, new vibes, we're here to admire the cat. The comments grew more and more. Even though everyone was exploring in the virtual world of the internet, Chin indeed felt the festive atmosphere, which was much livelier than just watching TV alone with a cat. He turned on the webcam, and Spartan, seemingly realizing that the other end of the camera connected to the network, would approach each time the lens adjusted, turning his head and meowing. Hello there, people. Are you celebrating spring today too? Did you eat 2 bowls of rice today? I think Bing Bing got a little fatter. Ha ha ha, must have been the delicious New Year's Eve dinner. Isn't the point of New Year to indulge and enjoy, and maybe gain some pounds here and there? Here's a booster pump for Big Pancake. Chin reached out to lift Spartan and settled him properly on his chest, aiming him directly at the camera. Then he pinched its face. Today's streamer is Spartan, and it will broadcast, cutting fruits. After speaking, Chin extended both hands behind Spartan, typing on the keyboard and temporarily renaming the live stream room to, The Broadcaster is a Cat. 6666666 a cat cutting fruits, no problem there. A broadcaster streaming fruit cutting, making $1 million yuan a month. Want to pinch its cheeks, it looks like it would feel amazing. Spartan curiously watched Miwu's every move. Miwu opened the tablet and swiped across the screen until he landed on a page that emitted sounds. He tilted his head and suddenly saw something fly out from the bottom of the tablet. Startled, Spartan stood up, leaning his body to observe the screen. Miwu then quickly swiped its paws over the tablet, making the flying objects disappear. What is this? Xin patiently demonstrated the gameplay of fruit slicing to Spartan. On second thought, it had been several years since he himself had last played such games. Spartan initially seemed hesitant, holding his paws high in the air for a long time without landing them. But being intelligent, he quickly grasped the essence of the game: all martial arts under heaven, none can withstand speed. Xin and tens of thousands of fans aimlessly watched a cat playing fruit slicer, finding it surprisingly interesting. After 2 or 3 rounds, Spartan already became skilled at the game. Xin set him up with an unlimited version, so as long as Spartan cut enough fruit, he could continue playing indefinitely. Soon, his score climbed to 3rd place in the online rankings. Ha ha ha, he's really good. Nowadays, are there still people playing such old games, and actually caring about rankings? Perhaps the ones ahead are all cats too. Perhaps everyone's activities were quite monotonous on New Year's Eve, or perhaps there weren't many broadcasters going live tonight. The number of people in the live stream room kept growing, peaking at 150,000. Tens of thousands of people keenly watched a cat engage in an online match of fruit slicing, and he even won. If the opponent knew they were competing against a cat and lost, I wonder what they would think inside. No ripples inside, maybe they'd even laugh. The other party feels defeated and types GG amidst cheers and laughter. When people get bored, their patience seems endless, but a cat's patience easily wears thin. After a few matches, Spartan quickly lost interest. The things flying out were too slow, and it took too long for his paws to react. It was no fun. Waving his tail, he rubbed against Miwu's chin, cooing several times as a sign of affection. Are you getting bored? Xin softly asked Spartan. Miwu. Xin glanced at the clock. It was about half an hour until the new year. We should stay awake till midnight. Let's go to sleep a little later. He pinched Spartan's cheeks. Once Spartan stopped playing the game, the crowd slowly decreased, most of those chatting being regulars, creating a very warm atmosphere. Oh, since it's like this, let's chat then. Yep, we want some benefits. We need new chats. Tearing shirt excitedly. Lock the doors, it's a ride to the edge of the city, no one gets off halfway. Quickly tie the lighting designer to the passenger seat. Never seen such a down-to-earth sing god before, I'm not sleeping tonight. In the live stream room, central comments can be set up. That is, after a certain interval, the system randomly selects one comment and displays it at the main position below the screen, similar to appearing on TV within a game. Xin decided that starting now, he would answer any question posted in the highlighted comments. This interactive method proved very effective. Fans actively participated, and soon the comment pool filled up. Spartan leapt onto the computer screen, his eyes following the moving comments, treating the act of swiping comments as a new game. Sing God, what breed of cat is Spartan? How do you take care of it? It's just a domestic cat. It wasn't probably me who decided to keep it, but rather Spartan who decided to keep me, that's why it came home with me. How much does Spartan weigh now? Recently, he has grown a bit, almost reaching 10 pounds. It's cold now, so he needs more protein, but still, we must control it, otherwise, if his weight increases too fast, he might get stuck in doorways in the future. Haha, stuck in a doorway bun. Stuck in a doorway bun, sounds like a pretty decent name. What is it like to have a clingy cat? Not bad. I don't have much experience raising cats, so I don't know how other people's cats behave. In Spartan's case, he's pretty good. He plays around by himself most of the time, and sometimes I can't find him for hours. Yeah, hugging and kissing him are fine, you can rub his belly too, yes, pinching his cheeks is okay as well. He doesn't refuse much, sometimes pretending to be angry, but it's quite fake. I'm not sure if it's due to the breed, maybe he's naturally closer to people. Not true, he's still alert toward strangers, you wouldn't be able to pick him up. He's heavy now, it would be challenging for girls to run 100 meters while carrying him. Such enviable words said with utmost seriousness. I wonder, what's the most touching thing Spartan has done for you? The most touching thing? It's just being by my side. Spartan tilted his head back to stare at Miwu. What are you talking about, Miwu? He stretched out a paw to reach Miwu's chin but was caught by Miwu instead. You're fooling me into getting a cat again. I want to know why Spartan likes you so much. This might be hard for me to answer. Maybe let him talk to you himself. Xin brought Spartan in front of the microphone. Spartan sniffed the microphone hesitantly and meowed softly. Good, do it again. Before they knew it, the minute hand had already hit 11. In 5 more minutes, the new year would begin. Xin touched Spartan's fluffy head and said, that's about it. Let's end with one last question before we welcome the new year. So annoyed, the entire night, 10,000 people got their questions answered, but not me. Happy times always pass quickly. Let's all sing Unforgettable Tonight together. I still have questions. Me. At this point, the last on-screen question appeared. I don't really have any questions, but I beg for a photo of Sing and Spartan together. Spartan likes you so much, yet you've never taken a picture together. Sing, isn't your conscience hurting? Upon seeing the question, Xin was momentarily stunned and instinctively glanced down at Spartan. Spartan was lying sideways on the computer desk, aimlessly swiping the mouse with his paw. Xin smiled, all right. He picked up Spartan gently. Spartan lazily glanced at him, yawning with his mouth open. Xin adjusted the camera, soon both he and the Tabby Cat were on screen. Huh. It's Miwu. Spartan opened his eyes wide, suddenly becoming energetic, trying to paw at Miwu on the screen. I'm in the same frame as Miwu. Spartan lifted his head, rubbing Miwu's chin with his own. Xin also kissed Spartan lightly, then looked into the camera and said, wish everyone a happy new year. After that, he turned off the camera and took Spartan to sleep. The next morning, Xin woke up due to firecrackers. Squinting, he checked the time, it was only 6:30. Spartan seemed annoyed by the noise as well, burying his ears in a challenging position, squeezing his head into the gap between Xin's arms and continued sleeping. Xin held the position quietly, unable to fall back asleep anyway, and began scrolling through his phone with one hand. Xin's Weibo notifications had reached 999. Opening it, he saw that many people had screenshotted the moment when he exposed his face during yesterday's live stream, sharing it on Weibo. Among them, an illustrator's post gained the highest amount of shares with over 30,000 likes. At first, I just wanted to watch a technical player's live stream, didn't expect to get into a cat pit, and even less expected to be bowled over by the little brother's looks. Started with skill, ended with looks, no complaints. Attached images, attached images. The hope of the game host circle. Watching someone play games suddenly makes me feel like a failure. Esports doesn't need good looks, buy manually. This little brother ranks in the top 10 in the national server of XF Game. Strongly recommended videos on X Station. The correct way to promote should be, he has an extremely cute tabby cat. Mood ruined watching. Huh, Big Biscuit is the cutest, won't take any opposing views. I knew it, usually those who say they aren't good looking, 9 out of 10 times they're handsome, cry. Xin casually flipped through some comments and quickly closed the app. Looking at Spartan, who was still snoring softly while sleeping. Xin took out the red envelope prepared from under the pillow and gently placed it between Spartan's paws. The envelope was a bit large, so Spartan moved his paw slightly, tightening slowly and hugging the envelope in his arms. Xin took a photo of him and posted the first Weibo message of the new year, a brand new year full of health and happiness. Hahaha, there's such an operation. Want to know what's inside the red envelope? Snacks. Ever since I've seen the real face of Handsome, all I want to do now is joke around. Haha, what kind of nickname is Handsome? Who's Jian Jian, and who's Kong Kong? If you mention names like this, Bing Bing will be angry, let me tell you. On the first day of the new year, Xin and Spartan, one person and one cat, lay on the living room carpet, playing the game of whose paw is on top for a long time, idling away the hours. By afternoon, starving, Xin got up to cook himself a bowl of noodles, eating it hiding from Spartan. At the beginning of the new year, it is the best time to look back at the past and look forward to the future. After Xin finished eating his instant noodles, he took out a notebook and began to make New Year plans. Spartan squatted on the side, curiously tilting his head as he looked at Xin's notes. In the past year, my savings and davings were. Xin checked the bank account and filled in the numbers. In the new year, our expected income is. Xin quickly made an income and expenditure plan and pointed to Spartan's head, warning him, we have basically gotten out of poverty, but we still need to work hard. We need more savings in case of emergencies. Therefore, this year's primary goal is to increase our revenue. The best way to increase revenue would be through Spartan. In fact, several sellers of cat food and pet toys had already contacted Xin wanting to advertise and promote their products. However, since they might cause discomfort or health problems for cats, Xin did not want to take chances and declined all offers. As a gaming live streamer, his main source of income came from the platform. In the new year, if his fan base could stabilize, Xin would likely get the chance to participate in offline activities, which would come with some appearance fees. Additionally, some gaming platforms doing promotions tended to cooperate with well-known gaming streamers. This route was actually suggested by Chow Dan. To put it plainly, it meant selling his face. Though it could lead to criticism, it was better than letting Spartan become too famous. After finishing the plan, Xin sighed deeply. The tabby cat heard the sound, immediately jumped over, and curiously approached his nose, meowing softly. Xin scratched its neck and suddenly thought of a joke, I am responsible for making money, and you are responsible for being as beautiful as flowers. Spartan did not understand human worries. As a cat, he had his own troubles. His primary school graduation certificate and middle school course selection form were sent 3 days after the new year. Faced with dozens of subjects, Spartan felt overwhelmed and quickly sought advice from military strategist Daimashu. Daimashu, who gained significant weight after the new year, soon offered his suggestions. Firstly, since you will be studying human language later, you should definitely select beginner human language. Secondly, I suggest you learn feline literature, recognize more of our writing system, so that you can conduct academic research in the future. Then there is Home Appliances Introduction. This course isn't just about home appliances, but also introduces small tips for living comfortably in the human world, which I believe is very useful. Finally, it depends on your interest, choose subjects that may be beneficial to you later. For instance, aren't you aiming to become a web celebrity? You can study subjects according to your needs. Web celebrity was a new term Daimashu had recently learned. The development and changes in human culture were too frequent and complex, it truly was lifelong learning. Spartan didn't fully understand, so he humbly asked questions. Eventually, he realized, so, I am supposed to become a web celebrity cat. To become a web celebrity, you must gain the affection of more people. Managing fans is complicated and requires brainpower. Therefore, I recommend these courses. The most practical one is photography. It doesn't teach you how to take photos of yourself, but rather how to let humans take photos of you. Spartan was confused, aren't those the same? Of course not. The photography course will teach you to improve your lens presence and how to appear cuter during photo or video shoots. Your popularity mostly comes from the photos or videos taken by your human, and this course is custom-made for you. Spartan twitched his whiskers, finding it reasonable. Also, you can choose either dance or vocal music, both are quite demanding. To graduate easily, mastering one of them is sufficient. By learning dance or vocal music, you will then possess presentable talents. In case you need to go on stage or give gifts to fans, you'll have something to perform. Spartan started taking notes diligently. Finally, the last course I highly recommend is drama. This is a newly added comprehensive skills class that wasn't available when I went to school. What is drama? Spartan was confused. It means acting, creating your own story and immersing yourself into the scenario as if it were real. Humans are animals full of rich inner lives, and sometimes you need to match their strong desire for performance. More importantly, humans' expectations for web celebrity cats are getting higher. Being good-looking or having nice pictures is no longer enough to satisfy their insatiable desires. At this point, you need to become a drama queen. Spartan nodded, finding it very reasonable. Since he didn't know how to act, Spartan silently drew a circle on his sofa notebook. Once you become a drama queen, you will have rich material to entertain them. Believe me, humans who seek entertainment will never get tired of it. And your human will be very happy too. The last sentence firmly resolved Spartan's determination. After a night of discussion, he finally decided on his courses: beginner human language, Chinese, basic feline literature, human appliances and other usage guides, photography, dance, and drama. He also took 2 elective courses, mouse catching, and human psychology therapy. Elective courses would not affect the credits and grades of the main subjects but would serve as a reference for performance, affecting the final comprehensive score to some extent, which in turn affected the graduation level. Starting from junior high, each cat was no longer simply judged by whether they graduated or not. Graduates had a more complex grading system. All graduates would be divided into 3 levels: second class, first class, and special class. Special class graduates would have the opportunity to advance to the next higher level courses and enjoy better teaching resources. Spartan quietly made up his mind: I'm no longer the elementary school version of myself. The situation where I barely passed the elementary school graduation exam must not happen again. Meow, let's go. Chapter 38, Busy Junior High Students. On the first day of junior high classes, Spartacus quickly noticed that the number of cats in the class had decreased significantly. He looked around nervously but was relieved to see that Song Bao Hui wasn't there this time. Maybe the little fatty didn't pass the graduation exam at all. Spartacus strutted proudly with his tail held high. Alas, after just a few minutes, more and more small windows lit up on the screen, so many that Spartacus couldn't even count them. As he was marveling at this, a familiar call pulled him back to reality. Oh, Spartacus, it's me, Song Bao Hui. We're together again. I'm so happy. Song Bao Hui stuck his stubby nose close to the camera and greeted Spartacus enthusiastically. Spartacus gave a loud sniff, his whiskers curled upward as he hesitated while looking at Song Bao Hui. Meow, what a small world. Thankfully, the teacher soon appeared, bringing the noisy classroom back to silence. The teacher was an elegant-looking large female cow-patterned cat with her whole chin and chest white, like a large comma drawn on her chest. She seemed young and her voice was very playful. Hello everyone, my name is Duya, your tutoring teacher for this stage of learning. Duya announced they would now proceed with a 10-minute introduction session for new students. What is a tutoring teacher? Spartacus sat cross-legged, watching the screen confusedly. After entering junior high school, due to different elective choices, the students were no longer learning in one fixed classroom. Each subject teacher would stay in their respective classrooms, and students had to move between classes based on their chosen subjects. Although the system would handle this process automatically, memorizing the schedule remained the responsibility of each individual student. 30 cats would belong to the same virtual class with a dedicated tutoring teacher responsible for management and teaching administration among other daily matters. Usually, classmates would not meet unless they shared elective courses or there was a school-wide announcement. Upon hearing this, Spartacus cheered up again. Therefore, it was less likely that the little fatty Song Bao Hui would take the same classes as him. He swung his tail happily, the little fatty had always been scheming about meowing around him, and despite so much time passing, he hadn't given up. This grudge Spartacus could hold on to forever. After introducing various freshman precautions, Dia cheerfully waved goodbye to everyone. Wishing you academic success. At this moment, all the CAT system screens updated. Based on their chosen courses, they would be transferred to corresponding classrooms to begin their first lessons. Spartacus' first course was Beginner's Human Language, Chinese. It was the class he had dreamed of for a long time, and he had been too excited to sleep for several days. He quickly scanned the classroom. Besides him, there were only 6 other students. Excellent, no Tsong Bao Hui. The face of the human language introductory teacher was completely dark until he moved away from the lens a bit. Then Spartacus recognized him as a Siamese cat with a pair of beautiful lake blue almond eyes, and his voice was very gentle. Hello, my name is Kolbal, you can call me Kolbal teacher. Today is our first class, and we'll start with self-introductions. I need to know your names, ages, and why you want to study human language. Oh, another self-introduction. Spartacus felt somewhat uninterested. As the oldest cat in the class, he didn't particularly like this part. However, thanks to his preschool and elementary education, he was already proficient in handling this task. So when it was Spartacus' turn, he introduced himself smoothly. My name is Spartacus. Yes, I do look old, I am 2 years old this year. I want to learn human language because I wish to enroll in university for a degree in human language so I can understand what my human is saying. Wow, going to university. The other classmates let out gasps of admiration. Although every cat started school with dreams of attending university, very few continue to strive towards those dreams. There was a clear sense of admiration in everyone's eyes, which greatly pleased Spartacus. After all, he was a proud cat. Teacher Kolbal gracefully flicked his whiskers in approval. Very good, your goal is very clear, and I hope this course will truly help you achieve it. Alright, let's officially begin the class. First of all, this course is called Dummy-Style Human Language, meaning it's a human language even dummies can learn. As cats, you must know that human language is an extremely broad concept. Unlike us cats, who can communicate seamlessly with any cat in any region using cat standard language, humans are quite peculiar. Humans from different regions speak different branches of human language. For cats, mastering all these branches is impossible. Humans themselves cannot master multiple branches simultaneously. Therefore, our focus will be on the common human language spoken by most humans around us. After all, cats don't like traveling far. Mastering one branch will allow us to understand most of the daily communication intentions of humans. Of course, our course is just at the beginner level. As Spartacus mentioned earlier, you'll have the opportunity in the next or even further stages to study more complex and comprehensive human languages, such as regional dialects. Among the currently known minor human language systems with qualified instructors, there are Cantonese, Sichuanese, Changsha dialect, Hangzhou dialect, and Minnan dialect. Most of these dialects have only one professor nationwide, making learning opportunities very rare. To enter these advanced courses, hard work and diligence are essential. Everyone, keep pushing yourselves. Spartacus exclaimed, wow, I didn't realize there were so many categories of human language. Sounds tough. Fortunately, he only needed to learn the common human language to understand what Miawu was saying. Phew, what a relief. He licked his fur to calm down. Although the theoretical knowledge sounded challenging, the introductory course on human language was highly practical. Kolbal teacher used multimedia teaching methods combining video and audio, breaking complex concepts into easily digestible parts. This quickly brought the students into real-life scenarios and helped them grasp the learning techniques effortlessly. For the first class, the teacher had low requirements. Students only needed to master 2 commonly used human phrases, come here and, are you hungry? Come here, listen again to the human pronunciation. Remember? This is an instructive phrase often used to call us, usually when we're not nearby. So, as cats, how should we respond to the humans, come here? Simple, pretend you didn't hear it and ignore it. You must already understand that humans love to act cute and expect all our attention to be focused on them, assuming that we'll happily rush over whenever they call. In reality, this unrealistic fantasy is actually one of the reasons why many humans initially choose to be taken over by us. But reality is cruel. As cats, we dislike being summoned and dismissed so easily. The sooner humans realize this, the healthier the cat-human relationship will become. When we take over humans, do we brutally demand their immediate response to every single call we make? No, we reason with them and make them realize that responding to our calls is always their best option. Therefore, when a human asks you to, come here, you can decide whether to respond based on your mood. You can flick your tail to pretend you heard it but don't care, or even completely feign hearing nothing since humans can never be 100% sure if you truly understand their language. Of course, if you're in a good mood or if the human has some tasty canned food in their hands, you can run over cheerfully, rub against their legs, and they will happily open the can for you. The second phrase is very important, are you hungry? Listen to the audio once. Are you hungry? I strongly recommend that all cats remember this phrase because it is extremely useful. It's a way to ask if you want something to eat. When humans say this, it means they believe you should probably eat something. Since cats are always hungry, you can seize this opportunity to ask for some benefits. Just meow back, it doesn't matter what you meow since humans won't understand anyway. As long as you respond, they will figure out what to do. Hearing this, Spartacus raised his paw high. Teacher, I have a question. Kobold teacher was kind and friendly, fully welcoming questions even if they interrupted the class, showing no sign of impatience. I want to know how my human calls my name. As soon as Spartacus asked the question, many cats responded enthusiastically. Yeah, we also don't know the actual human pronunciation of our names, although we can memorize the syllables, we don't know what they exactly are. Teacher Kobold flicked his ears and said approvingly, Spartacus is truly a studious kitten with a great spirit of inquiry. Indeed, humans have all sorts of strange and varied ways to call us cats, and they are not singular in nature. Thus, it's very hard to identify our names from the many seemingly meaningless syllables we hear every day. To fully understand all the variations of how we're called, that will likely have to wait until you enter the advanced stages of human language study. But I do have a little trick that can help you figure out the meaning of your name early. The method is simple but requires help from the cat voice system as well as a flexible mind and adaptability. You can choose a hidden spot at home to hide devices like your tablet, phone, or any other tools capable of launching the cat voice system. Once you activate the recording system, at this point, you need to use your cuteness to attract the humans over. The humans won't be able to resist talking to you, and the system will automatically record their audio, intelligently breaking it into different sound blocks. Afterward, you review these sound blocks and identify the ones matching your name, then pass them on for system recognition. Answers will soon follow. This method also applies if you want to learn out-of-syllabus vocabulary that interests you, and if properly utilized, you could even rely on the system to translate human language. With the system's help, your learning potential is limitless. Of course, I don't need to remind everyone, though this method is excellent, achieving perfect results isn't easy. You might need several failed attempts before succeeding once. Therefore, patience is key. As Spartacus listened, he got excited and wagged his chubby neck. This method was good. All he had to do was record Meowoo's voice, and soon he would know what Meowoo said every day. Though it was a bit troublesome, it sounded very promising. Spartacus sharpened his claws, eager to run upstairs right now and record Meowoo's sleep talk to see what he was muttering about. Of course, being a middle school student, Spartacus still had heavy academic responsibilities and couldn't skip classes just like that. In the middle school phase for cats, they only get 1 day off after every 3 days of class. On teaching days, courses were scheduled tightly according to the students' timetables, even the break times for naps compressed down to 20 minutes. After the somewhat leisurely elementary school years, cats must face fierce competition in middle school. After finishing with human language, Spartacus entered the photography course. Just as Dimashu introduced, the photography course wasn't about teaching cats how to take pictures, but rather how to become the perfect cat for photo shoots, what humans might call modeling pose training. The teacher of the photography course was named Xiao Wangzi, a handsome tabby Norwegian forest cat with an elegant white fur scarf and gloves around his neck and paws, and big golden green eyes. He looked the epitome of a qualified flat model. As a responsible cat, Xiao Wangzi began, how can you make the humans under your charge happier? Catching mice? That's too basic, and often backfires. In modern society, humans willingly accept management by a cat not only due to some inexplicable reasons but mainly because. He paused dramatically until all the cat's gazes were focused on him, then continued proudly, of course, it's because of our cuteness. Our furry faces are cute, our furry bellies are cute, even our less furry paws are cute. Due to how incredibly adorable we are, humans simply can't refuse us. Of course, this applies to most humans. Some have peculiar aesthetics and may find us unattractive, but who cares? We're still the cutest. Humans are so infatuated with us that they naturally wish to share our cuteness with other unfortunate humans without cats. It's a mix of their kindness and vanity. As cats, we should understand their feelings. They provide warm homes and delicious food for us as much as possible, so occasionally we need to satisfy their vanity in return. Besides, it doesn't require us to do anything extra since we are already naturally cute. Upon concluding, teacher Xiao Wangzi tilted his head slightly to the side, raising one paw softly resting against his cheek, staring wide-eyed straight at the camera without blinking. Even Spartacus, a completely untrained illiterate cat in terms of photography theory, had to admit, teacher Xiao Wangzi was undeniably cute. In summary, as a model cat, no matter if your human wants to take photos or videos of you, the most important thing is your camera presence. Then, how can you gain that camera presence? Spartacus stretched his neck, waiting for the answer. It's very simple. The most important thing is that you have to look good. Spartacus's whiskers unconsciously drooped. There goes another knowledge blind spot for me. Of course, if you don't look as good as I do, don't be too disheartened. Camera presence can be cultivated later. Here are a few simple tips. After you get home, you can use every opportunity to train yourself. Soon, all of you will become little kings and princesses in front of the camera, giving your humans a big surprise. Tip 1 for cultivating camera presence, always know where the camera is. Knowing where the camera is, you can then know how to work with it to show off your cutest side. Knowing where the camera is does not mean your eyes should always follow it around. That's too silly and basically entry-level posing, so adorable cats shouldn't attempt this. Sometimes, we must also learn how to ignore the camera. Tip 2 for cultivating camera presence: adjust your mindset. The secret is just one: always believe that you are the cutest. If you're not confident like me, then every morning after waking up, stand straight in front of the mirror and shout 3 times, "I am the cutest. No cat is cuter than me." It helps greatly with boosting confidence. Tip 3 for cultivating camera presence: know why you're cute. No matter from what angle the camera comes, you should know which pose is the cutest at that angle. This requires knowing yourself thoroughly, even down to the direction each fur on your body grows. For instance, unlike humans who try to make their heads appear smaller in photos due to being less cute, we cats often look cuter with bigger heads, bigger eyes, and closer to the lens. Therefore, if you find the camera directly in front of you and it's close, you might want to get even closer, for example, sniffing the camera lens. Trust me, humans can't resist such poses from cats. Basically, mastering the above 3 tips and practicing diligently will turn you into an excellent feline in front of the camera. The theoretical knowledge is introduced here temporarily. Now let's move on to the practical segment. Xin found his tabby cat had recently developed many new habits. For instance, previously it always lay on the sofa, sleeping on its back with its belly exposed. Now, it would lie face down with outstretched limbs, the tip of its tail neatly tucked between its hind legs, staying in that position for over 10 minutes. He didn't know how this trendy loss of dreams posture was learned. Bing bing, what's wrong with you? Xin couldn't help but touch Spartacus's round and smooth back of the head. Was it sick? He heard that many cats took various strange poses when ill. Should he take it to the clinic for another checkup? Spartacus's face pressed against his own whiskers. Although this pose wasn't entirely comfortable, the teacher said it exuded cuteness, enticing humans the most. Meowwoo, hurry up and hook yourself. Hurry and say my name. This way, I can soon have the system translate for me. Thinking about the tablet computer hidden under the sofa with its recording function activated, he chuckled softly. Seeing Spartacus still lying down, Xin couldn't help but sit beside him, pinching his ears, teasing him to move. Who's lying here like a pancake? Hearing that his plan was almost succeeding, Spartacus proudly wagged his tail. Suppressing laughter, Xin continued, what kind of pancake is it? Scallion oil pancake. Meow meow, this word seemed familiar yet unfamiliar. Is it my name? Egg-stuffed pancake. Pancake crepe. Hand-pulled pancake. Mixed grain pancake. Spartacus silently lay on the sofa cushion, thinking, learning really is so hard and painful. Wedding cake. Spartacus rolled over, shouting toward Meowwoo, so annoying, Meowwoo stop naming me. Human language is so difficult to learn. However, Meowwoo could not hear his troubles and laughed while hugging him instead. How annoying. Chapter 39, The Daily Life of a Middle Schooler. Even though Meowwoo had a character flaw as sharp as a claw, in order to quickly master his human language name, Spartacus still diligently studied during his free time. Through a systematic voice recognition process, he was learning the name that Meowwoo had given him. After the system repeatedly prompted, "This is a type of human food," more than 10 times, Spartacus worriedly twitched his beard and thought, so my name is just a kind of food? Like cat food, canned food, or meow fresh packs. Sounds pretty random. Definitely, the name Spartacus is much more imposing. A bit unhappy, he listlessly turned to the next audio clip. Wife, usually female, generally refers to the spouse of a male human. Spouse, human term, referring to an object with mating rights. This relationship is mutual, unique, and exclusive. Pancake, a type of human food. Spartacus suddenly sat up, tilted his head, pondered for a long time, and then fretfully said, "But I'm not female." The diligent and inquisitive Spartacus threw this question at Die Sweet Potato. The other side scratched while replying, usually female means not necessarily always female, this isn't important. Ah, I see. Spartacus became suddenly enlightened. Besides, it's not great to be a spouse anyway. Die Sweet Potato opened his mouth, then realized that actually he hadn't been someone's spouse either. Why wasn't it good? He couldn't say why. Thus, he cautiously did some rhetorical adjustments. This sole and exclusive relationship is very exhausting for cats. It means you can no longer get along well with any other humans. That suits me perfectly. Spartacus laughed out loud happily. Die Sweet Potato thought about it. Yeah, since taking charge of one human, why bother getting along well with other humans? Also, this word is mutual, meaning Meowwoo can only get along with me best in the world. Isn't this exactly what I want? Die Sweet Potato was quickly convinced. However, as an old cat, he obviously had much more serious and profound concerns about this topic. Humans always have trouble after limiting their relationship with their spouse. Cats never make such decisions. Since we cats are smarter than humans, such decisions must be bad ones. Why? Spartacus didn't understand. You think, as a single cat, all you need to do is to eat yourself full, but if you're a married cat, you need to take responsibility for your family. You need to feed them, take care of them, and make sure they live happily. Spartacus tried hard to digest the information in Die Sweet Potato's words and felt a little strange. But, doesn't my human treat me like this too? If I don't want to be his spouse because I think it's tiring, wouldn't I be a very unsuccessful cat? With no principles to speak of, Sweet Potato was once again persuaded. These two cats discussed back and forth for a long time and eventually unanimously believed that once the spousal relationship was established, both the cat and the human would need to jointly shoulder the responsibilities. Unfortunately, these two inexperienced cats didn't realize that they were ignoring a very important point of the topic. But for now, this small problem wouldn't cause much trouble. The only change Spartacus felt was in his mindset. Meow, starting today, I am a married cat. Being married is even more complicated than taking charge of a human. I need to support my family and shoulder my responsibilities. With this in mind, Spartacus went to class with great enthusiasm. After all, there was no fatty meat or thick fur on his Miwu, she must be quite frail. I must become a well-cultured cat to better take care of my human. After 2 weeks of study, Spartacus touched on every subject listed in the curriculum. So far, he liked human language the most because through this course, he could already understand simple daily human phrases like, come here, are you hungry, and eat dinner. Although each time Miwu said, come here, to him, it was hard for Spartacus not to trot over. Most importantly, through learning the human language, Spartacus finally knew his own nickname, Pancake. Allegedly, a type of human food. Even though Spartacus thought naming something after food wasn't impressive, since Miwu liked it so much, he was willing to, marginally, agree. After all, the more Miwu likes him, the more nicknames she will give him. As for the wife Pancake, that's completely Miwu's way of showing affection. Hey, this sticky human makes me blush. Next, his second favorite subject was catching mice, because it was simple. After class started, the teacher was almost never seen, and everyone just played around while the video was on. All they had to do was close the window after class. Spartacus still didn't know which teacher taught them about catching mice. But come to think of it, catching mice is instinct for cats. Aside from a few unfortunate ones who have lost this survival skill, most cats, even if they've never seen a mouse, already know how to catch one without any instruction. Spartacus privately thought that this course was only offered so students could get better attendance scores. As for the dance course, well, he wasn't particularly fond of it. The teacher was a white lion cat with different colored eyes named Yunduo. It was said she was born deaf in one ear but loved rhythmic sounds. As long as there was music, she could twist her body and dance. But for Spartacus, it was quite challenging to wiggle his hips and spin circles. He could never be as graceful and cute as teacher Yunduo and would always end up falling over, which hurt. Although he didn't like it, Spartacus still planned to learn the belly dance and perform it for Miwu. Teacher Yunduo said humans love watching cats dance. And the photography course became interesting once he gradually understood its secrets. More importantly, since taking the photography course, Spartacus noticed that Miwu enjoyed taking more photos and videos of him. Maybe it meant he was developing the star quality and camera presence mentioned by teacher Little Prince. Spartacus couldn't help but feel proud. Sweet Potato said, the more photos Miwu takes of me, the more popular I will become on human social platforms, making me a better earning cat. Spartacus also liked the introductory home appliance usage course. The teacher was an 8-year-old yellow-spotted old cat who gave very clear lectures that were easy to understand and apply quickly. It was also very practical. After only 2 class sessions, Spartacus had basically mastered the use of the human TV. Human TV was truly a wondrous device. Just by turning on this big black box, the reflection of the human world would show up inside it. There were birds that could fly, people moving around, and all kinds of magical images. Spartacus heard that many cats who study at home take advantage of when humans are out to turn on the TV and independently learn human language through systematic translation. That's a really good way to study. Spartacus also wanted to try, but unlike most cats, his human was his biggest obstacle. Miwu didn't leave home much. Spartacus liked this fact most of the time because Miwu could play with him, scratch his itchy spots, and nap with him. But sometimes it could be quite frustrating because Miwu being too attached to him significantly reduced his study time. In comparison to other ambitious cats, Spartacus' after-class self-study time was far from enough. Because of this, Spartacus had once tried to improve the situation. He attempted to persuade his human to go out into the world to play, to return after he'd finished reviewing for the next lesson. In the morning, when Miwu placed the food bowl in front of Spartacus, Spartacus would stand proudly and tell Miwu, go out and play for a bit, you can come back early. At noon, when Miwu was eating, Spartacus jumped onto the table, walking back and forth between Miwu's arms, muttering, I mean it, you really should go out and play for a little while. In the afternoon, as Miwu lay on the sofa playing with his phone, Spartacus sprawled across his chest, resting his head under Miwu's chin, sighing, staying in the house all day isn't good for you. I allow you to stay out a little longer, just be back before dinner. Unfortunately, Miwu couldn't understand what Spartacus was saying and stayed indoors all day long. After dinner, Miwu directly started playing games. Spartacus felt gloomy and had no choice but to give up dejectedly. Initially, he still felt a little resentful, but then he thought, I am a responsible cat, how can I blame Miwu for such a small issue? Thinking this way, Spartacus rekindled his determination. If I don't have as much study time as other cats, it doesn't matter, I can study extra while Miwu sleeps. I am an intelligent cat. With such a positive attitude, Spartacus's middle school studies progressed relatively smoothly. The only thing that gave him a bit of a headache was the drama class. Drama class was held about 2 to 3 times a week. Although it wasn't particularly frequent, the workload for each class was quite substantial. The drama teacher was a brown tiger tabby with white American shorthair named Xiaomi Gao. She had a sweet appearance and a gentle voice. With the help of her humans, teacher Xiaomi Gao had recorded a large number of daily performance scenario videos for classroom teaching. From a cat's perspective, these performances were indeed quite impressive. Teacher Xiaomi Gao passionately taught her students her theories and techniques of acting. Humans always boast that they are the only species capable of creation through imagination. But no. Because of her rumored overseas lineage, she occasionally threw in phrases that were difficult for cats to understand. Cats are also pretty smart when it comes to using our imaginations. When I say this, some of you may find it strange. But think about it carefully. Sometimes, when we get bored, we choose a spot, usually human beds, where soft, bouncy quilts are an excellent choice, and repeatedly jump, dive, and pounce. At those moments, what do you have in mind? That's right, we're playing with imaginary companions. In our brilliant imaginations, the quilt isn't just a lifeless quilt, and the bed is no longer just a small area. We return to the wild like our ancestors did, hunting and chasing prey, being the perfect killers. Therefore, imagination is a talent innate to us cats. And this drama course is designed to help you better explore your imagination, adding fun to our otherwise monotonous lives full of eating and drinking, while incidentally bringing joy to our humans. Spartacus listened intently, his mouth wide open in astonishment. As a cat, he had never realized that he could act or even write scripts. What an ingenious idea. Spartacus was highly enthusiastic about scriptwriting. Even as a kitten, he used to play alone, imagining an invisible companion. This ability was sacred and important to lonely cats like him. Therefore, Spartacus was confident in his own imagination. However, writing a script was not as easy as he had imagined. When it came time to actually sit down and brainstorm ideas, Spartacus started to hesitate. What kind of story should I tell? The teacher said that art originates from life, so perhaps I should retell events from my life but refine them artistically to make them more interesting. So what has happened in my life? Sitting on the windowsill, coiled up, Spartacus sank into deep thought. Spring was approaching quietly, and within half a month, new branches would begin budding. The birds would soon return to the trees, chirping loudly, quarreling, feasting on fruits, fighting each other, and hatching brood after brood of plump chicks. Spartacus licked his lips, suddenly feeling hungry. But now was not the time to be thinking about hunger, he had to create. He needed inspiration. After pondering briefly, Spartacus mused, lizards taste good too. Xin noticed early on that his house Tabby Cat had been sitting quietly on the windowsill all morning, tilting his head now and then, smacking his lips occasionally, lost in thought. He wondered if he should call Spartacus over for some distraction games. Just at that moment, Spartacus stood up, leaped down with a thud, and dashed into the corner of the living room. Xin kept a close eye on Spartacus's movements without making a sound. Spartacus ran shouting, "Oh gosh, how dumb I am. The most dramatic story in my life is surely the one between me and Miwu. Ah, is this what the teacher calls a rush of inspiration? I'm amazing. Miwu, please move aside. I'm creating now. I'm a real performing artist." Although the story between him and Miwu was real, it didn't need to be completely factual, otherwise, it would just become a meaningless retelling of a story with no artistic value. Spartacus remembered teacher Xiaomi Gao's advice well, planning to shift the story to winter, giving it a fictional beginning. Ah, it was a cold winter, just as harsh as the one when I was 1 year old. Yeah, I should stay away from the warm air vent, it's getting hot. Darting around the living room with a swishing tail, Spartacus tried hard to appear weak. Ah, I'm so weak. I haven't eaten anything in a whole day. I'm starving. But winter has come. Where can I hunt? With that, Spartacus kicked his food bowl aside. My paws are too stiff to lift. My tail can barely keep my balance. Just a few more steps and I'm already out of energy. Look, I've fallen down. Spartacus collapsed on the ground, curling up his body and emitting feeble meows. At this moment, if only I had a rat. Ah, isn't that exactly the rat I have longed for? Spartacus struggled to get up and moved inch by inch towards his toy rat which lay under Miwu's feet. But Spartacus was so absorbed in his performance that he completely forgot where he was. Rat, rat. Sweet rat. Even though you're a dead rat, you're still the best gift I've ever received. Thanks to heaven. He stood up, leapt forward, then realized he was supposed to be weak, and crashed back down. He slithered slowly toward the toy rat, let out an ow, and bit into its throat. Ah, this sweet taste. Pft pft. Ah, sweet. Spartacus flipped over onto his back, holding the toy rat tightly in all 4 limbs, shaking his head joyfully as if he really tasted the deliciousness of the rat. Now, we need a climax in the story. Teacher Xiaomi Gao's words echoed in Spartacus's mind. Oh no, the rat is poisoned. Spartacus suddenly threw the toy rat away, rolled over, stuck his belly against the floor, spreading his 4 legs helplessly. Could it be the rat meat has gone bad? Oh, I ate the spoiled rat meat. Ow, I feel so terrible, will someone please come and save me? Spartacus rolled again, face up, placing both front paws over his eyes, peeking at Miwu through the fluff between his paws. Ow, there's a human here. He looks like a kind-hearted human. Would he help me? I'm so cold, I'm so hungry, and I feel so sick. Xin remained motionless, staring at his tabby cat. Through Spartacus's relaxed expression, Xin determined that nothing was wrong with Spartacus, but what went through Spartacus's mind, he had no clue at all. Spartacus rocked himself to sit up, slowly stood, and walked to Miwu's foot. Mew, strange human, would you be willing to help a cute and helpless kitten like me? He pushed his head hard against Miwu's leg, faked a soft fall. Ouch, regardless, you've knocked down a weakling like me, so you're responsible. From today onwards, you'll be my human. Xin witnessed the entire process of being extorted, struggling not to burst into laughter. He coughed twice to disguise his amusement, squatted down slowly, and looked at Spartacus. Spartacus tilted his head, stared widely at him, and emitted faint calls. Xin extended a finger and gently poked Spartacus's fur-covered head. Spartacus pounced on his finger, fiercely biting it. It didn't hurt at all. Xin uploaded Spartacus's nonsensical performance art video to Weibo, posting, "Does anyone know what this ritual is?" Soon, he received replies from concerned netizens. No idea, all I know is that cats are all crazy. These humans without any appreciation ability did not know that Spartacus' cat drama piece earned 5 claw praises from teacher Xiaomi Gao and scored the highest marks for their class's drama subject classroom assignment. Chapter 40, People Fear Fame, Cats Fear Being Overweight. Xin stared at the number on the scale, staying silent for a long time before saying to Spartacus, "Bing bing, you really should lose some weight." Spartacus only understood his name and tilted his head, curiously looking at Miw. In order to choose a suitable weight loss cat food, Xin consulted Dr. Dai from the online platform and the Chi Duo Duo clinic after paying for their services. After carefully selecting among many options, he ordered a type of weight loss cat food that was said to be very popular and effective among most cats. He mixed it into Spartacus's regular food according to a specified ratio. The effect was indeed quite noticeable. Spartacus would always take a big bite at first, but gradually, he would lick the preferred cat food clean and spit out each pellet of the weight loss food, sweeping them all aside with one paw. After eating, Spartacus licked his lips and meowed at Xin, clearly not feeling full yet. Xin began to feel a headache. He posted Spartacus's leftover weight loss food on Weibo, attempting to ask experienced cat owners how to deal with picky eaters, but received little more than a lot of ha-has in response. Helpless, Xin restructured Spartacus's diet and exercise plan, changing the 2 fixed daily meals gradually based on calorie intake to more frequent smaller portions, increasing the proportion of protein in the food, strictly controlling snacks, and enhancing both indoor and outdoor activities. Faced with these sudden changes, Spartacus seemed a bit at a loss. He always felt hungry, but if he was actually starving, it didn't seem like it either. This hollow feeling in his belly made Spartacus naturally want to cozy up to Miw, rubbing against Miw's paws, then his chin. Now Miw was clinging to him, wanting to follow every second behind his steps. Every time he called, Miw would squat down and gently talk to him. "But I don't really understand what you're saying, foolish Miw, I just want to eat." Unfortunately, every time he cooed to Miw, they were caught playing games in the living room. Though the games were fun too, as he played, an indescribable sense of emptiness would arise again, making Spartacus somewhat unhappy. He sprawled on the carpet, lazily swinging his tail, unwilling to move even a single paw. Xin began to feel a headache again. He picked up the listless Spartacus, pinching his soft, chubby paws. "No, Spartacus, being overweight is really bad for your health. If we don't control it, you'll have to go back to the hospital." "You don't like going to the hospital, do you?" "Meow, hospital." Spartacus was now at the middle school level and could already understand this human word. He desperately flailed his 4 limbs, trying to show through his resistance that he absolutely did not want to go to the hospital. "You don't want to go to the hospital, right? So work hard. When your weight is under control, I'll buy you some delicious treats." After saying this, Xin kissed Spartacus on the top of his head. With his ears drooping, Spartacus weakly mewed once, making Xin feel incredibly sorry. But when humans live with cats, humans must always become the more principled ones. Not having eaten well during the day, he lacked energy in class at night. As soon as school was over, Spartacus rushed into the kitchen, rummaging everywhere for food. But Miw had hidden all the tasty treats securely. He only smelled a faint whiff here and there but couldn't find anything. Dama Shu said that when humans are still young, they also play many silly games, one of which is hide and seek. At that time, Spartacus didn't understand why humans would hide from such adorable cats. It seems that Miw must be a master of hide and seek, because he couldn't find her. Thinking of Dama Shu, Spartacus suddenly perked up his ears. "Yes, I can ask Ma Shu about this." He quickly cheered up, went back to the living room online, and found Dama Shu watching a small movie. He told him about his recent troubles. Damashu, as expected, was a knowledgeable old hand, and quickly hit the nail on the head. Are you getting fat? Confused, Spartacus looked down at his own paws. Blocked by my belly so I can't see them. So what? He asked. Isn't it normal for cats to gain weight? Fatty cats are more secure. Damashu narrowed his eyes and swayed his head, because humans always worry that we might develop various issues. In the wild, no matter how much a cat eats, it's unlikely to get dangerously overweight. However, under the meticulous care of humans, we are likely to grow into balls. If we turn into balls, we may fall ill easily and won't be able to move flexibly, leading to great suffering. Therefore, appropriate weight loss is understandable. After hearing W's explanation about eating less for his own good, Spartacus decided not to dwell on it too much, but he still felt deflated. Would he never be able to eat as much as he wanted from now on? Meow, how painful. Damashu comforted him, don't worry. You don't look very fat at the moment, so you don't need to work too hard. Just pretend to lose a pound or two, then maintain your weight. This will make your human happy, and when they're happy, they might buy you some delicious treats. Besides, if you're more active in daily life, that can also help with weight loss. Once you increase your activity level, your human will naturally consider giving you a bit more food. Upon hearing this, Spartacus felt reassured. I must tell W that I'm a determined cat who can lose weight by myself. The next day during mealtime, Spartacus carefully counted out each pellet of his diet cat food and neatly arranged them at the bottom of his bowl. W, come take a look. These things, I won't eat. He said resolutely. To show his determination, Spartacus pretended to approach the bowl, then forcefully sneezed, turning away disdainfully while scratching the feeding bowl with his hind paws, making a protesting sound, dong dong dong. If Xiaomi Gao had seen this performance, she would have been quite amused. Xin Qin found it hilarious and stroked Spartacus's round head. Alright, your point is clear. I know you don't like it. But without eating the diet food, it'll be difficult for us to control the total intake. How are you supposed to lose weight? Stop patting my head. I'm being serious right now. Spartacus frowned and extended his paw, gently sweeping W's hand off his head. Xin Qin laughed aloud, so because of this weight loss thing, we can't be good friends anymore. Are we breaking up? Spartacus instinctively swatted his human's open left palm with his paw but quickly pulled it back. It doesn't matter how you ask for forgiveness, I won't give in easily, I am not just any ordinary cat who blindly follows humans. Take your paw away, my neck itches, and I can't talk seriously like this. If you think I'm fat, I can lose weight by myself. Damashu already told me, exercise helps with weight loss. Xin Qin pinched Spartacus's chubby cheeks. What are you even saying? Spartacus sighed through his nose, feeling powerless against his human. He lifted his rear and trotted over to where W kept his little jacket. Spartacus already knew that if he wanted to go outside, he needed to wear this and walk with W, staying indoors was so boring. W, let's go out and play. That way, I'll exercise, and you must promise me not to reduce my dinner. I've learned how to count, so I'll definitely notice. Do you want to go out? Xin Qin looked curiously at Spartacus's actions, finding it amazing. His cat seemed capable of thinking critically and solving problems independently. Probably every cat owner feels their pet is the smartest one, just like proud parents boasting about their children. After checking the weather outside, which turned out to be quite pleasant despite a slight chill, Xin Qin thought the spring sun provided a warm, inviting atmosphere perfect for both humans and cats to take a stroll. Spartacus led his human down mossy brick paths, strutting proudly with his tail held high. Look, this is my human. Yes, once again, I'm taking my human for a walk. After walking for a while, Spartacus began to feel bored and sat on his butt in the grass, refusing to budge. With no other choice, Xin Qin found a nearby bench to sit on and loosely held the leash, allowing Spartacus to play freely in the grass. He watched Spartacus for a moment to ensure everything was fine, then took out his phone to scroll through messages. Chao Dan had already left him a long string of text. Skimming through it, Xin Qin learned that Chao Dan and another game streamer had differing opinions about a certain hero's skill, desperately seeking an ally to join their heated discussion. Though their debate was interesting, Xin Qin quietly followed the thread without commenting. Just as he reached the most exciting part, Xin Qin suddenly felt a strange sensation, sensing something was wrong, so he instinctively looked up. Spartacus was still sitting with his back to him in the grass, occasionally lowering his paw with a few swift swats, perhaps trying to catch insects. Feeling slightly uneasy, Xin Qin put his phone down and stood up, approaching Spartacus. Bing bing, what are you doing? Xin Qin stopped behind Spartacus and asked. At this moment, upon closer inspection of the grass, Xin Qin couldn't help but gasp sharply. In front of Spartacus, there was a coiled-up speckled long snake, part of its body hidden in the grass. The head of the snake stood upright, facing Spartacus and icily flicking its tongue, hissing threats. And there was his Spartacus, foolishly turning his head, seriously looking at him. Xin Qin failed to take a breath in shock and coughed a few times. At this moment, the snake, as if startled, suddenly uncoiled itself, raising its upper body and opening its mouth for a bite toward Spartacus. Xin heart skipped a beat. Just then, upon closer inspection of the grass, Xin couldn't help but gasp sharply. At this very moment, the tabby cat swiftly turned around, exerting all four limbs simultaneously to leap and flawlessly evade the speckled snake's attack. The snake's first strike having failed, it cautiously retracted its body and continued standing tall, maintaining confrontation with Spartacus. Spartacus tilted his head, lightly pressing his four paws into the ground before slowly lifting his right paw. Appearing leisurely, he then instantly exploded in motion, fiercely slapping the snake's head several times with a speed too fast to be seen, suppressing the speckled snake's offense. The snake immediately shrank down, slowly sliding its body and readjusting its position. From afar, there were several stray cats either squatting or sitting quietly observing the situation without any intention to intervene. Xin had limited knowledge about snakes, not knowing whether the snake was venomous or not. He was worried Spartacus might get bitten, yet also concerned that any sudden movement on his part could affect the battle and instead put the tabby cat at a disadvantage. The snake appeared nearly 2 meters long with its spotted pattern, a difficult opponent indeed. After much consideration, Xin decisively pulled out his phone and called the security room, simply explaining the situation. The security guard on duty took it seriously, saying he would immediately contact the Forestry Bureau and asked Xin not to make any reckless moves. After hanging up, Xin thought to himself, I don't want to move recklessly either, but I'm not sure if my Mr. Big Pancake agrees with me. For the tabby cat, it seemed snakes were just another item on its menu, though rarely eaten, there was no fear involved. Observing the scene of the standoff, it was clear Spartacus and the speckled snake had been circling each other for quite some time. Retracting its claws, it took 2 steps back, sat down, appearing completely nonchalant about the speckled snake. Instead, it opened its mouth wide for a yawn, blinking its eyes, seemingly drowsy. Xin couldn't help but worry cold sweat beads for Spartacus. Hey, at least fight seriously, what if the other party makes an unexpected move and launches a surprise attack? As if confirming Xin's concerns, the speckled snake suddenly shot upward, fiercely attacking and biting towards Spartacus's claw. From Xin's perspective, it looked like the speckled snake had succeeded. Instinctively, he wanted to rush over to protect his beloved tabby cat. However, Spartacus reacted faster, calmly leaping away from the snake's range of attack again, and swung its claws once more, stunning the speckled snake. Meow, see? It's a snake. Edible, delicious. I didn't eat enough today, let's catch one and bring it home. Meow. Spartacus lifted its head, mewing loudly at Xin, its tail swaying proudly. Xin wanted to beg it to take things more seriously. What if you got bitten by the snake? The security guard soon arrived at the scene. The young security officer was skinny and small, apparently inexperienced in handling such incidents. Upon seeing the speckled snake, he trembled visibly and his words came out jumbled. Brother, can your cat actually win? Xin could only force a smile at him. He wasn't entirely sure himself, but now it wasn't appropriate to interfere with Spartacus. Although Spartacus seemed relaxed, Xin believed it was certainly in a high alert state, every single movement of the opponent under its complete control, interference being risky, in case the snake took advantage of Spartacus's distraction to strike. Xin quickly dismissed the horrifying thought from his mind. Spartacus is strong, he will definitely be fine. Xin kept a close eye on the speckled snake, hyper-focused. It was like playing a game where you needed to analyze the situation continuously to make the most advantageous and logical conclusions and act accordingly. If the speckled snake bit Spartacus, Spartacus would likely instinctively flee. He needed to control the lead tied to Spartacus's collar, helping his tabby cat escape from the snake's grip amidst chaos while paying attention to the force so as not to hurt Spartacus with the rope. The commotion in the little garden quickly caught the attention of passing residents. Although the appearance of the snake caused some disturbance, the spectacle of a tabby cat battling a speckled snake fascinated many who stopped to watch, several people pulling out their phones to capture this rare moment. As the crowd grew, the stray cats scattered, forming a bizarre scenario where a group of people surrounded a cat and a snake. Xin felt somewhat amused. The speckled snake seemed to have lost interest in fighting, trying several times to escape from the tabby cat's field of vision but was intercepted every time by Spartacus. The speckled snake was now exhausted, with its attacks gradually decreasing in frequency and force. However, Spartacus remained highly spirited. Adjusting his own pace steadily, he continuously attacked the head of the speckled snake, even attempting a few times to bite its head. On the last attempt, he succeeded. A gasp of amazement went through the crowd. Spartacus picked up the speckled snake with his mouth, dragging the long snake tail, strutting proudly as he bounced over to Xin, as if wanting to hand over the snake to him. The security guard was dumbfounded, astonished to the point where his mouth wouldn't close. Ah, well, the Forestry Bureau will be here in a moment. This snake still needs to be handed over to the state. As he said this, he instinctively bent down and reached out, grabbing the snake's tail, trying to pull it away from Spartacus's mouth. Spartacus did not let go, baring his teeth at the security guard instead, lowering his body while emitting a threatening growl. It seemed the speckled snake wasn't completely dead yet, occasionally twitching. In this situation, Xin dared not let Spartacus release the snake, so he just stayed beside the Tabby Cat, jointly guarding its hunting achievement. Spartacus tightly crouched next to Xin, motionlessly staring at the security guard, making the other side very uneasy. Fortunately, the Forestry Bureau staff arrived quickly, bringing professional snake-catching tools. They informed Xin that the snake was likely a rat snake, though fierce, non-venomous. This came as a great relief to Xin. But Mr. Spartacus was unhappy. He was hungry, had finally caught a snake, and Meow gave it away. Humph. Xin had to use a large amount of snacks to placate the upset Tabby Cat. Alright, today's weight loss plan is shot. We'll eat our fill today, and reduce tomorrow. What neither the man nor the cat struggling with their weight knew was that the video of Spartacus battling the rat snake had already been uploaded online and spread rapidly, becoming a hot topic for a time. What is the most lacking spirit among modern cats? That's right, the artisan cat spirit. A cat that can catch mice, hunt snakes, and drag its prey home to hand over to its owner seems much more charming than domesticated pet cats whose limbs have degenerated and seem only capable of being cute. This is the talent needed for cats in today's society. This view resonated deeply, being quickly forwarded and widely shared by netizens. And thus, without realizing it, Xin, as the owner of this artisan cat, became somewhat famous again. Chapter 41, An Encounter with a Foreign Teacher. Sparta has once again gained fame in battle. This time, not only did he establish his name throughout the neighborhood, but due to a humorous snake video circulating online, he became an overnight sensation, even making local news. The Dragon vs. Tiger video was first edited and spread by a marketing account, then enthusiastically propagated by fans who dug it up from everywhere. As a result, when Xin woke up, she unexpectedly found her Weibo followers had surged nearly to 500,000 overnight. Sparta is unbelievably handsome. Sing God makes a real-life appearance, unbelievably handsome. This incident tells us, only those who are handsome can own a handsome cat. This is called the law of handsomeness conservation. You could say I'm seriously thinking of marrying him. However, even as a celebrity cat, Sparta still faced the grim fate of needing to diet and go hungry. In order to fight for his right to eat, Sparta used every trick in the book, truly putting into practice the knowledge he learned in class. He put on a dramatic show for Meow every day, sold out his furry belly, and even cuddled with Meow like a little kitten. Unfortunately, none of it worked. Why was that? Judging by Meow's behavior, he clearly liked me so much. Sparta was utterly confused. Aside from the troubles in life, Bao Bing, a middle schooler, also had academic concerns. Of course, his middle school days were much better than his elementary school years. It might be that after studying for a long time, one naturally learns to summarize efficient study methods suited to oneself. Sparta no longer trembled in fear during exams, passing all quizzes big and small with minimal effort. Although merely passing wasn't exactly a high standard, low-altitude flying still counted as flying, one might even say it required more advanced techniques for scoring control. Regarding this, Sparta felt basically satisfied with his academic situation. What made him happiest was that he acquired some truly useful knowledge through learning. For instance, during human psychological therapy classes, Sparta learned how to judge human emotions based on their sounds, facial expressions, and actions, thus choosing the appropriate way to make them relax again. The most useful trick he mastered was the meow massage technique. The movements were rather simple, just like when he was a kitten using his paws to step gently on his mother's breasts, lightly treading on the shoulder or neck parts of humans, or other convenient areas. One time, while Meow was playing games, Sparta gave him a serious full-body massage routine, causing Meow to embrace and kiss him affectionately, truly delightful. Cat language was also quite interesting. Before, Sparta didn't recognize any words, cat text meant nothing to him, just like human characters. Through half a semester's Chinese language course study, he had already mastered the basics of cat script. Modern cat writing evolved from human modern text and was simple and easy to understand, extremely user-friendly for cat's paws. For cats that could access the internet at any time, words could be typed out by stepping on keyboards. One benefit of cat text was that from a human's perspective, it looked like cats were randomly pressing keys and unintentionally entering random codes. Unbeknownst to them, cats communicated many important contents within these seemingly random strings. They even set up a world cat forum, which could be logged into through a specific path online. These web pages were only friendly to cats, and if a human accidentally logged in, they would be baffled, mistakenly believing it was a malicious page infected by a virus, and quickly leave. Through this small trick, cats already occupied a seat in humanity's vast digital network. Of course, there were challenging aspects of cat language too. For Sparta, the hardest part was undoubtedly word translation. Since the range of characters available for input in cat text was limited but what needed to be conveyed was abundant, translating written text into daily spoken language was quite a time-consuming task that required high linguistic talent. Sparta still remembered that Wang Xiuzhai, the old cat in their town, used to be an excellent cat text translator. Lacking this natural talent himself, Sparta struggled with the conversion work, barely reaching the pass line. Sparta's main concern was some of the more unique subjects. First and foremost was the dance class. Initially, he had chosen dancing purely to make Mio happy. But after starting the course, he discovered that cat dancing was much harder than he'd imagined. Take belly dance, for example. It required cats to stand on their two hind legs, continuously shifting the weight between their legs in order to sway their hips. This basic movement had to be maintained for at least 15 seconds. Every time Sparta practiced, he almost exhausted himself, his thighs trembling so much that even his tail couldn't move properly. It was at these moments that he regretted his choice of courses. Singing, for instance, would have been better. Song Bao Hui, the little fat one, chose vocals, and rumor had it that he did pretty well. By the middle of the semester, he already learned the Meow Meow song. Song Bao Hui also confided in Sparta that he enjoyed singing, and if he could get into college later, he intended to study music further, specializing in death metal. What exactly death metal was, Sparta didn't know. But seeing Song Bao Hui become so proud and quickly discover his purpose in life made him a bit jealous. However, upon hearing that Song Bao Hui lost his testicles, Sparta managed to feel somewhat happier. Ah, I should have taken voice lessons too. Then next time Mio sings, I could harmonize with him. What can I do now? Be a backup dancer. Sparta clutched his soft abdomen and collapsed onto the sofa, sinking into deep, conflicted thoughts. Another subject troubling him was the rat-catching class. It seemed ridiculous. How could a tabby cat possibly struggle with catching rats? But what made this course strange was its lack of difficulty. Every day in class, the teacher disappeared without a trace, leaving the classroom full of cats to figure things out on their own. The students played around during class and simply checked in when the session ended. After a few classes like this, Sparta began to feel uneasy. As an adult cat, he differed from those carefree kittens and had more complicated thoughts. He suspected that perhaps this course didn't assess daily performance but would instead focus on a crucial final exam where one's pass or fail would be determined. This was far more difficult than normal courses with regular homework and quizzes. Although as an elective, this rat-catching class didn't affect his core curriculum grades, its scores still influenced overall evaluations. Sparta grew anxious for a while, yet reached no conclusion. Even Dai Maisua didn't understand the situation. Back in his school days, such bizarre courses like catching rats didn't exist. Classes nowadays are becoming increasingly diverse, emphasizing comprehensive development and personal interests. But given limited resources, not every class can be equally exciting, Dai Maisua told Sparta. So don't worry. Even if the final exam is hard, aren't you afraid of any tests related to catching rats? Admittedly, Dai Maisua was quite good at comforting others. While Sparta might not dare say much about other things, hunting was always something he took pride in. Just a few days ago, he hunted a snake. If he'd brought it home, it could have provided several meals and even fed Mio. Alas, thinking of that snake made Sparta brood in silence. How could Mio give the snake to someone else? Were those humans bullying him? Ah, how frustrating. He shouldn't have compromised so easily. Mio hadn't even tasted the fresh snake meat he caught. Thinking of Mio, Sparta couldn't stay seated any longer. He wandered around the house aimlessly until he finally found his human in the bedroom. Mio was lying on the bed, playing on his phone. Sparta stretched out his limbs and jumped up onto the bed, landing squarely on Mio's chest. Bing bing, do you know how much you weigh? Xin Chin said, turning over while simultaneously scooping Sparta into his arms, never looking away from the phone. Mio, what are you doing? Sparta curiously leaned toward the human's phone screen. The phone screen was much smaller than a tablet, making it hard to see clearly. But Sparta quickly realized that Mio's phone showed him a picture of himself. Oh, and that snake he didn't get to eat. Xin Chin rubbed his chin against Sparta's head and pointed at the tabby cat on the screen with his finger, softly speaking to Sparta, look, it's you. Someone recorded your fight with the snake and uploaded it online. They're all praising you, saying how amazing and handsome you are. Sparta tilted his head and watched the video of himself punching a snake with great interest. I am truly adorable. Sparta extended a paw and tapped on the phone screen to pause the video. Let me admire my burly back. Unfortunately, he had been so preoccupied with thoughts of eating snake meat that he hadn't noticed the camera at the time. The angle wasn't very photogenic, his face would look much better if it were slightly turned, showcasing his handsome straight nose. While sighing in admiration, Sparta patted the screen again to resume the video, pausing shortly after for more self-appraisal. These were theories learned in photography class. Indeed, there was still much room for improvement in practical application. Xin Chin found it amusing and assumed Sparta was playing around. He took out his second phone and filmed Sparta watching the video of his battle with the spotted snake, posting it on Weibo with the caption, conducting a thorough match review, a diligent Sanzho champion. My goodness, is this cat possessed? It knows how to pause the video. Possibly been possessed since before the founding of the country. A snake just awakened from hibernation met its greatest nightmare, candle. This perfect big face deserves a kiss. Sparta stopped and played the video several times until he had finally admired his own heroic pose thoroughly. With a swipe of his paw, he pushed Mio's phone away and looked up at his human. Mio, I'm bored. Let's go out and play. This time, if I catch another snake, I can't give it to anyone else. That's what we've agreed upon, right? Ever since Sparta subdued the vicious dog and fierce snake, he had become nearly a household name in the neighborhood. As one of the few resident cats, a Lihua cat, and the only one that walked its human, with a prominent face and scarred eye, he was instantly recognizable on the road. People asked for selfies, others wanted to pinch his cheeks. Sparta struggled to flee with his human. After walking for a while, Xin sat down on a stone bench with Sparta in his arms, right under their favorite pear blossom tree. It was early March, and the tree was covered in white flowers. Sparta seemed particularly fond of this pear blossom tree, always rubbing against the stump and sniffing every time they strolled by, as if greeting an old friend. As Xin stroked the furry ball in his arms, his thoughts wandered freely. He wondered where Sparta used to be before they met, and what kind of circumstances he might have experienced. Was he carefree every day? Sparta quietly groomed himself, licking fur and even Miao's fingers. Man and cat idly spent their springtime together when suddenly, a boisterous group interrupted their peace. The group consisted of a young short-haired girl leading a white schnauzer and a light-colored husky. Though still small in stature, the husky, named Zhang Taijun, was going through an awkward phase, looking almost bald, wearing a peach-colored fluffy vest. At his lively age, he continuously barked, "Oh," overjoyed upon seeing Sparta. His owner could hardly hold on to him. On the other hand, the schnauzer was calm and composed, sitting down immediately when its owner paused, gazing ahead without distraction. Xin recognized the dog owner. It was the lady who had previously wanted to present Sparta with a banner. Clearly, she also recognized him and greeted him warmly. "Hello. Is this Sparta? How cute." She grinned, turning to kick the husky and shouted, "Zhang Taijun, sit down." The husky named Zhang Taijun whined unhappily, crouching low with his front paws on his mouth, his eyes staring upwards, revealing most of the whites, looking both pitiful and stupid. The dog owner chuckled apologetically to Xin, "Sorry, too foolish. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself earlier. My name's Zhang Yi. What's yours?" Xin. They formally exchanged greetings. Zhang Yi adored Sparta immensely, repeatedly calling him cute and wanting to reach out to touch him. Seeing the excitement of his owner, Zhang Taijun began wagging his tail eagerly, trying to approach. Unfortunately, Sparta maintained a raised paw, signaling no entry to strangers. When it came to the husky, he was merciless, directly clawing at it. Xin quickly hugged Sparta tighter, tucking in his claws. Sparta let out an unhappy meow. Xin leaned down to gently soothe him. Seeing how well-behaved Sparta was in Xin's arms, Zhang Yi felt an itch of envy. Sigh, raising a cat really is better. I originally wanted one too. She glanced reproachfully at Zhang Taijun, but he's too mischievous. Afraid he'd harm a kitten, so let's wait till he grows up a bit. Xin said, huskies are quite cute too. Zhang Yi gave an expression of complete disdain. What's cute about them? They're a walking disaster. If it weren't for a friend giving him to me, he'd already be served as a dish. Despite her words, she still fondly rubbed the husky's head, which was rewarded with enthusiastic leg humping. As the humans were talking, Sparta nestled in Miao's arms yawned. That stupid dog probably wouldn't pose much threat to Miao. Should he take this opportunity for a nap? He was just thinking this when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Sparta opened his eyes and glanced down. It was that schnauzer. The schnauzer's name was Zhang Jingguo, a 5-year-old male black and white dog. His 2 large ears stood upright, and his fur had been trimmed neatly, adorned with a blue plush vest, looking very spirited. His eyes almost blended into his fur, but Sparta could still feel the schnauzer's gaze on him. Sparta let out a breath, puzzled. Who are you? How do you know my name? Zhang Jingguo seemed a little embarrassed, shaking his ears. I'm your teacher. Eh? Suddenly intrigued, Sparta sat up straight, scrutinizing the schnauzer back and forth with deep suspicion. What kind of teacher? Zhang Jingguo became even more flustered and reminded him, I'm your teacher for the rat-catching course. Sparta felt utterly dejected. What? The teacher for the cat's rat-catching class was another dog. Stuttering, Zhang Jingguo began to explain. While cats and dogs don't speak the same language fluently, they can engage in simple exchanges. Deeper conversations were impossible. Fortunately, Zhang Jingguo's cat common tongue, catpoo, wasn't bad, allowing Sparta to believe some parts of what he was saying. But a dog teaching a cat how to catch mice? It was ridiculous, something never heard of before. Zhang Jingguo didn't seem particularly surprised. Actually, schnauzers used to also be working dogs and we specialized in catching rats for humans. Sparta sneered at this idea. Ah, Zhang Jingguo sighed, it's actually because your cat's education system has developed so quickly that there aren't enough teachers. Many courses can't find instructors, so they hire external tutors. It's not only me, there are many other dog teachers teaching cat courses, and even birds sometimes teach them. There's nothing unusual about this. Sparta drooped, realizing how dire the state of feline education had become. No wonder the teacher for the rat-catching course had never shown up. Thinking of this, Sparta couldn't help but feel frustrated. A teacher who didn't need to show their face, it sounded too easy. Sparta openly questioned Zhang Jingguo's teaching ability. Zhang Jianguo stole a glance at his human, finding no abnormalities, then turned back to Sparta. Actually, I don't intentionally avoid showing myself. It's just that many cats are very proud, and if they discovered their instructor is a dog, they'd completely break down. So unless absolutely necessary, for optional courses like rat catching, we try not to appear. Anyway, you guys can catch rats without needing us to teach. To be honest, most of the cats selecting this course already know how to catch rats, or are even experts at it. Who teaches it isn't really important. This comment struck right at Sparta's sore spot. His eyes darted around as he feigned indifference. Of course, we don't need to learn it. Whatever, as long as it doesn't affect my graduation, I don't care who teaches it. At this moment, that pesky husky pushed closer, puffing and wheezing, muttering broken cat poo. Study. Study. Taijun must study. Zhang Jianguo affectionately swatted the husky's head with a paw. Yeah, that's right, you should study well. Noticing Sparta's curiosity, he explained, just like cats, we dogs have our own educational systems. Unlike your modern teaching methods, most of ours are home-based. Nowadays, cat poo, as a foreign language, has become quite popular among dogs. Taijun loves it, setting it as his first elective choice. Although he doesn't learn particularly fast, he works hard. Sparta secretly mocked, so dumb, judging by your appearance, you'll likely never master it. Zhang Taijun remained blissfully unaware, continuing to wildly wag his tail, trying to invite Sparta down to play. Sparta ignored his invitation and turned around, burying his head in Miao's embrace. When Zhang Yi saw Sparta's move, she sighed in envy and quickly took out her phone to take a few pictures of Sparta. Unsatisfied with just taking photos, while Sparta's back was facing her, she swiftly reached out and touched his back. The fur felt so soft and comfortable, completely different from touching dog fur. Zhang Yi was delighted and rummaged through her bag to find a welcoming gift for Sparta. Luckily, she found it. She pulled out a white plush rabbit toy, waved it in front of Sparta, and said, Sparta, look, it's a bunny. Isn't it fun? Do you want it? Xin Qin coughed twice, as he was holding Sparta who was facing Zhang Yi like a child, which made Xin Qin feel a bit awkward. He rarely spoke to Sparta in such a tone. However, for pet lovers, speaking to their pets in a childish voice was the most natural thing. Seeing that high and mighty Sparta didn't even glance at her, Zhang Yi pouted her lips, slightly deflated. She turned around and handed the rabbit to Xin Qin, give this to Sparta. It's a pet toy and it's brand new. Taijun and Jianguo haven't bitten it yet, no saliva on it, don't worry. Xin Qin couldn't help but laugh and accepted the gift on behalf of Sparta. Though Sparta showed apparent disdain at the moment and wouldn't spare it a glance, as soon as Zhang Yi left with her two dogs, he immediately jumped on the plush rabbit, treating it as prey, and fiercely clawed it a few times before biting its throat and picking it up. The plush rabbit was quite large, about twice the size of Sparta's head, almost blocking its view entirely. Fortunately, the rabbit was still light, so Sparta could carry it without any discomfort. Seemingly liking it for real, Sparta refused to let go after biting it. Xin Qin let him be. Watching this fluffy mass carrying another fluffy object, happily wagging its tail all the way home, was truly amusing. Xin Qin also recorded Sparta's behavior and posted it on Weibo, captioning, "The king has abducted a lady-in-waiting, rabbit, very pleased. What a good day today. There's a double update. Ha ha ha. How ridiculous calling it a lady-in-waiting. Who exactly is the one being called the lady-in-waiting? Cutely my cake. Blood bar empty." When they returned home, Xin Qin refreshed Weibo to discover that the number of fans had exceeded 500,000. To celebrate reaching 500,000 fans, under strong requests from countless fans, Xin Qin specially produced a gratitude video, achieving the feat of 3 updates in one day. Dear friends, everyone good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. As a novice-turned-cute pet blogger, today's video will return to basics by teaching all of you how to raise a cat like Sparta. Since this is an applied instructional video, please make notes beforehand. As a treat, Xin Qin didn't wear a mask and dressed in simple casual clothes, standing before the camera, seriously explaining. Of course, no need to get nervous because the steps are extremely simple, just one step. First, you must own a Sparta. How do you obtain one? A simple summon will suffice. Xin Qin concluded and shouted toward the doorway, Sparta. A muffled thumping sound came from the doorway. Not long after, a fuzzy round head squeezed itself through the crack of the door. Sparta tilted his head, curiously staring at Xin Qin. Meow, what did you call me for? Come here, Bing Bing. Sparta opened wide eyes, still looking at Xin Qin but standing motionless. Will you come if I say wife pancake? After pausing quietly for a moment, Sparta suddenly meowed and retreated. Not long afterward, he reappeared, dragging the plush rabbit, trotting rapidly over to Xin Qin. He jumped into his arms, placed the plush rabbit into Xin Qin's hands. Meow, why did you call me? Rumble rumble. Well, that concludes today's tutorial video. Isn't it incredibly simple, guaranteed to work? If you're feeling inspired, hurry up and put it into practice. Next time, we'll teach more practical tips for raising cats, and we won't miss each other. Big liar, furious unfollow. Chapter 42 Singing All the Way, Part 1. Xin Qin woke up early in the morning and immediately noticed something was amiss. Spartacus wasn't in his arms, not on the pillow, and wasn't even in the room. Since Spartacus moved into his home, he hadn't slept in his cat bed at night but instead stayed with Xin Qin, waking him up by stepping on him in the morning. Today, he was nowhere to be found, and Xin Qin felt a little disoriented, taking some time to fully wake up. Xin Qin dressed and opened the door, confused, but as soon as he stepped out with one foot, he saw Spartacus sitting neatly on the doormat, looking up at him with a hint of a smile on his mouth. "Meow, you're awake." Xin Qin couldn't help but smile and squatted down to pet Spartacus's head. "So well behaved today." "Meow, I'm about to take my junior high school graduation exam, and I'll soon enter high school. Are you happy?" Xin Qin leaned in and kissed the Siamese cat. "After I brush my teeth, I'll prepare your food." As Xin Qin washed his face and brushed his teeth at the bathroom sink, Spartacus sat under his feet, staring up at him without blinking, his tail swaying gently from side to side, looking content. Unlike during primary school exams when there was anxiety, Spartacus had devoted more effort to his middle school studies, learning more seriously and with purpose, leading to more anticipation than worry for the graduation exams. The thought that if he passed the middle school exams, he would become a high school cat, advancing towards his dream of attending university, made him too excited to sleep all night. Happy. Happy. Spartacus rubbed against Miwu's pant leg, wanting to share his excitement. Miwu held him gently, and Spartacus was so joyful that he wanted to sing. "Meow, life feels so pleasant when it has a goal. When you can confirm every step takes you forward, you feel a drive to do everything with energy, just like walking towards the sun in winter without feeling cold." This warm feeling dampened slightly after noticing another reduced breakfast. Spartacus pushed his bowl with his head, silently protesting. "Meow, I'm an examinee, I need nutrition." Xin Qin sat cross-legged next to Spartacus, petting his head while trying to reason with him. "Look at this picture." Xin Qin pulled up a photo of body type comparisons for cats on his phone. "You're still at position 4. We need to work harder. I don't expect you to reduce to 3, but we should stay around 3.5. Alright? Can't see it, won't look at it." Spartacus turned his head away, showing Miwu only his rear. However, no matter how much he protested, his empty stomach soon forced him to compromise once again. "Well, I still love my cat food, though it's as scarce as paw covers." Miwu watched over him closely, ensuring he licked the food bowl clean. "You're still hungry." Xin Qin touched Spartacus's belly, and although he might have imagined it, it seemed firmer than before. "If you're still hungry, we'll eat some grass at noon." Spartacus favored foxtail grass, which could easily be plucked in bunches from the neighborhood. Xin Qin always picked fresh ones for him, washing them thoroughly and arranging them neatly before offering them to Spartacus's mouth. After eating the grass, Spartacus knew to go to the litter box to vomit. Xin Qin followed him with wet wipes, helping him clean up afterward. Once finished, Spartacus nestled upside down on Xin Qin's knees, allowing Xin Qin to rub his belly. "Meow, so comfortable." While rubbing Spartacus's tummy, Xin Qin browsed through Weibo. Every day upon logging in, Xin Qin could feel that Spartacus had truly gained fame. One of the clearest signs was the proliferation of Spartacus-themed memes, such as, "Is my big pancake's paw dull, or are you getting cocky, a cat's life still needs a garlic-peeling sister," and, "Big brother observing secretly." Interestingly, Spartacus initially took photos quite solemnly, but later on, whenever he was on camera, his expressions became vivid and rich, making him incredibly entertaining. Each time Xin Qin posted pictures, the comments section would be flooded with newly created memes. Thinking about this, Xin Qin decided to take another set of photos of Spartacus as the "afternoon greetings" image of the day. As soon as he picked up his phone and aimed it at Spartacus, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked sideways, and quickly stood up. Xin Qin originally thought Spartacus didn't want to be photographed, but unexpectedly, Spartacus meandered across the living room, turned back to look at him, then started walking toward him again. His walking style was unlike Spartacus's usual stride. Spartacus usually walked with a slight pigeon-toed gait, exuding confidence, but now his paws moved in a straight line, his waist swaying rhythmically along with his tail movements, looking rather seductive. "Meow, do you think my catwalk is up to standard? I learned it from dance class. The teacher said cats should walk the catwalk, that's what elegance looks like." "Oops, stepped on my paw. Cough cough, let me start again. To be a good cat means to assimilate everything, I use such a highbrow word, can you believe it? My Chinese is pretty good. Knowledge from dance class and photography lessons can also be combined, so maybe I'll become even more popular, huh? Hey, Miwu, why aren't you taking pictures of me?" Xin Qin watched as Spartacus trotted back to restart his catwalk mid-step and realized that perhaps the cat wasn't opposed to being photographed, he just wanted specific poses captured. Xin Qin found this both surprising and amusing, so he lifted his phone and recorded a short video clip, uploading it online. Model pancake. Today's midday greetings are quite substantial. Sultry and indirect, yet a rogue gleam remains in his eyes, still revealing his actorly nature. A big pancake whose modeling career has been delayed by brother business. After finishing his catwalk, Spartacus jogged over to stand next to Mi-woo, putting his forepaws on Mi-woo's paws while standing upright, wagging his tail and poking at the phone screen with curiosity. Mi-woo myo, check if more people like me. Xin Chin scratched under Spartacus's neck and kissed the top of his head. Bing Bing did great today. I did well, I understood. Spartacus's tail wagged even harder. Oh, I know how to build popularity now, yay, I'm learning. Spartacus repeatedly tried to hook his claws onto Xin Chin's phone, showing keen interest. Xin Chin tossed the phone to him and started tidying up the trash. After getting a cat, he had become cleaner than ever. For the health of their cats, pet owners always need to take more responsibility. Spartacus clutched Mi-woo's phone in his paws, sneaking glances at the busy human to ensure he wasn't paying attention. Once certain, Spartacus skillfully opened the phone, tapping out the camera function and switching to selfie mode. Then, dragging the phone to a sunny corner, he lay down on his side on the carpet, found the best angle, raised an eyelid, blinked, and snapped a picture. Perfect, this one makes me look cute. Let's try another. Snap snap snap, after taking over a dozen pictures, Spartacus was finally satisfied. At this moment, he saw Mi-woo approaching and quickly kicked the phone away, pretending to play innocently while stretching himself out into a perfect arch. Mi-woo, come look at my fur belly. Xin Chin snatched the phone from beneath Spartacus's behind and stroked his mottled belly. So fat but practicing lower back movements, be careful not to pull a muscle. Spartacus swiftly folded his body and grabbed at the human's hand with all four legs, giving it a gentle push. Xin Chin checked his phone and noticed it was still in selfie mode. He felt curious and opened the photo album, laughing upon seeing the contents. Tips on how to make your face appear smaller in selfies, image. Huh, that works, the face is small, no issues. The state forbids becoming spirits. There's actually a wink. Mom, there's a cat flirting with me. I want to hack the beautiful phone so I can own 5 GBs of Spartacus, wah. In the afternoon, the sun was especially warm, and after walking a bit with Mi-woo, Spartacus returned home feeling hot and thirsty. He decided to drink some water and review the knowledge he gained from the home appliance class. Spartacus headed to Mi-woo's bathroom, squinted at the sink for a while, jumped up with his hind legs, squeezed himself into the sink in a tidy little ball. Aside from some fluffed-out fur, it was a good fit. Happily shaking his head, he tapped the faucet with a claw, controlling the flow so it formed a steady stream. A thin column of water hit the top of his head, splashed open, and water droplets flowed down through his fur. Spartacus extended his paw, caught a few drops, and licked them. Tasty. Thanks to his teacher's guidance, Spartacus was no longer as scared or helpless around water. This position allowed his whole body to nestle safely inside a secure, enclosed circle, his limbs firmly placed, leaving him without any of the previous unease of being in water. This made Spartacus feel incredibly relaxed. I am such a practical kitty. I will surely pass the exam. I'm going to high school. Xin de Bing, your fur is all wet. Hee hee, Mi-woo must be happy too. Chapter 43, A Song of Triumph, Lower. The pear blossoms in the residential area had fallen, covering the ground with a blanket of white. Finally, it was April, the most beautiful month of the year. Mi-woo washed and dried all the winter bedding, storing it at the bottom of the cabinet. Spartan occasionally still went inside to nap, reminiscing about the warm winter. Each time, he would be picked up by Mi-woo. On the carpet, on the sofa, even in the air, tiny fur particles floated around. Ah choo! Unknown tree seedlings had sprouted new buds, and unknown little insects were flying around them. Mr. J had also returned to work and brought Spartan a leftover pinecone from winter. Spartan finally faced the junior high school graduation exam. It seemed that one's psychological state could influence a cat's physical performance. On the night of the exam, Spartan walked proudly, passing through every challenge along the way. This question, no idea, skip. That question, no idea, skip. Of course, in the end, the questions he knew outnumbered those he didn't know. Compared to his classmates, Spartan was already quite proud of himself. The entire exam lasted for 2 hours, with all subjects mixed together. In addition to objective questions, the junior high school graduation exam included practical performance questions where the system would randomly display a question. Students were required to perform on the spot, with scores given by 4 judges. When it was Spartan's turn, he saw that the 4 judges were his subject teachers, Little Prince, Xiaomi Gao, Cole Ball, and Zhang Jianguo. Meow, will I have to take a rat-catching exam today? Spartan was secretly dissatisfied with being evaluated by a foreign teacher. But of course, when it comes to catching rats, I won't lose. The 4 teachers formed a circle, sitting or standing, quietly staring at Spartan. Not a bit shy, Spartan stood tall, stretching out with a big yawn. Soon, the system's voice rang out, please simulate a situation and use your knowledge to explain or perform it. Duration, 1 minute. Preparation time, 5 minutes. The topic is, my human abandoned me, what would I do? Time starts now. Meow. Mi-woo abandoning me? Spartan widened his eyes, shaking his head uneasily. What kind of question is this? So mean. Mi-woo wouldn't abandon me, humph. After undergoing systematic educational training, a cat's intelligence improves. They develop a deeper understanding of their own circumstances and environment. Moreover, an education system more closely aligned with human habits can change a cat's emotional patterns, encouraging them to think and feel more like humans. When a cat chooses to live with a human, they are equal. The cat takes care of the human, and the human assumes the responsibility of daily care. However, cats are a very self-centered species. They enjoy life and prefer living beautifully as they like. At the same time, they love helping humans understand the benefits of such a lifestyle. If a human fails to meet their needs or loses their love for life, cats generally wouldn't linger, and if they get the chance, they'll leave forever. But as cats receive higher levels of education, they increasingly understand human emotions, thereby creating stronger emotional bonds. If one day the human decides to end this co-living mode, it would be a major ordeal for a cat. They need to detach themselves from their original lives and create new ones, which is a serious challenge for cats who always prefer fixed behavioral patterns. They must quickly forget their original human and fully immerse themselves into survival games. The younger they first come into contact with humans and the longer they live with them, the more painful the process will be. Cat education aims for all feline students not only to gain more knowledge and survival skills but also to maturely and rationally handle their own emotions. Teacher Coleball gently reminded him, "Please start your performance." Spartan hesitated, looking upstairs. He could still hear Miwu's soothing, slow breathing as she slept. He began slowly. "If, one day, I leave my human, I imagine. It's not something under my control. I was born with fur. I was born with claws. But I was not born with my human. I imagine. Loss is normal. It certainly wouldn't be abandonment. It certainly wouldn't be a breakup. I imagine. That must be the closest moment between me and my human. Because we both share the same sadness. But if, one day, I really leave my human, I will silently and cautiously return along the path I came. I possess remarkable abilities. I will not let suffering define my life. I will not need another human. I will not give up my life. Miwu. I will continue thinking of my human from afar." After Spartacus finished his performance, there was a moment of silence in the examination room. The four teachers continued to stare at Spartacus intently. Under immense pressure, Spartacus summarized, "That was my recitation based on the test question. Thank you." After saying that, he attempted to perform a bow but lost his balance, tumbled over, and ended up sprawled out on the ground with all four legs sticking up. Teacher Xiaomi Gao broke the silence, waving her two front paws forcefully. "Good. This modern poem is absolutely perfect. I think it should be recommended to the cat publishers." Teacher Coleball also nodded in agreement. "It's written very well, showing the style of human modern poetry. Our human language course didn't delve deeply into such advanced content as poetry, so this level of accomplishment is quite impressive." Teacher Little Prince added, "The stage presence was also excellent." His heartfelt and passionate performance didn't neglect the audience's feelings either. Suddenly realizing it was his turn to give the concluding remarks, Teacher Zhang Jianguo became instantly nervous. He stuck out his tongue, looked left and right, and finally ended the exam with a bark. Later, Spartacus learned that his performance scored 4.5 paws, ranking first in the practical section among those present. However, at the time, he wasn't immersed in the praise from the teachers. This strange test question had suddenly stirred something deep inside Spartacus. He wasn't a particularly sentimental cat. He just happened to recall an event from long ago when he visited his sister Mimi. She told him about a neighboring long-haired white cat that had been driven out by its humans due to illness. It seemed that the mutual contract between cats and humans wasn't eternal. Cats always aged first. Although he was healthy now, if one day he grew old and fell ill. Just thinking about it made Spartacus feel sad. Meow. Spartacus curled up on the sofa and unconsciously fell asleep. The next morning, he woke up later than usual. When he went to sleep, saddened, he curled up his body tightly. When he woke up, he found himself naturally stretched out, belly exposed, covered with a little blanket. It must be Miwu. When Spartacus woke up, he turned over and saw Miwu on the balcony hanging up a clean rabbit toy for drying. Using clothespins, he hung the rabbit's ears next to his white shirt. When the wind blew, the rabbit's backside swayed back and forth, looking quite funny. The living room window was open for ventilation, allowing the gentle spring breeze to drift through the gauze screen, carrying the slightly intoxicating scent of pear blossoms. Suddenly, Spartacus felt uplifted. Miwu was indeed the best Miwu in the world. If time could only last briefly, then I would make sure these short moments are filled with happiness every day. With that thought, Spartacus kicked off the small blanket and leaped off the couch with a thud, running over to the glass door leading to the balcony. Miwu, good morning. Hearing the noise, Miwu turned around and saw his tabby cat looking up at him and meowing. Unable to resist smiling, he said, "Morning, sleepyhead." Spartacus acted clingy all day. He walked closely beside Miwu's feet, supervised his meals, watched him go into the bathroom, even jumped onto his shoulder while he played video games, lying there and singing songs that nobody understood. During the evening's live gaming session, fans protested online, claiming they hadn't seen Dabing for ages and missed him greatly. At the exact moment Mi Woo read the comment, Spartacus was wrapped around his neck like a scarf, with his furry tail dangling down, occasionally flicking around. Mi Woo reached out to scratch Spartacus under the chin. Bing bing, do you want to get to work? Spartacus opened his mouth, yawned, revealing 2 tiny white sharp teeth. Mi Woo turned on the camera and adjusted the lens. Oh wow, today we have scarf Bing, suck it up. Has Spartacus successfully lost weight? Pinch Bing's face. Looks good. I saw some unfavorable situations regarding raising cats on Weibo earlier today. I originally wanted to adopt a stray cat, but now I'm hesitant. Can you share your experiences of raising Spartacus? When Mi Woo read this question, he paused for a moment and then spoke. Do you all think Spartacus is the perfect cat? A flurry of course, replies appeared in the chat. Smiling, Mi Woo said, I think he's pretty good. At that exact moment, Spartacus stretched his neck close to Mi Woo's face and rubbed his chin against it. Are you praising me, Mi Woo? Yippee. However, before adopting Spartacus, I hadn't considered everything thoroughly. As I've said before, I'm not a qualified cat owner. The bond between me and Spartacus is almost like a whimsical fate. But there's one thing, though I didn't fully understand it at the time, I made a commitment to Spartacus when I decided to adopt him. I would take responsibility for all possible risks after adopting him. In other words, no matter what problems might arise, I was willing to solve them. Even if he were an imperfect cat, I wouldn't abandon him, and I would love him with all my heart. If you've never kept a cat, I still suggest that you seriously reconsider. First, you don't know the personality of the incoming cat yet. Each cat has its own temperament. It could be aloof, affectionate, timid, or even explosive. They may quickly adapt to your presence, or they might ignore you for quite a long time. Almost everyone who adopts a cat will have certain expectations about its temperament beforehand. This is especially like finding a partner. You always have certain expectations. What if your expectations aren't met? For example, if at first your expectations are realized, say you want a good-looking cat, and it is, you want a docile cat, and it is. But over time, as life changes, the good-looking cat gradually ages, and the gentle cat may become indifferent. What if you gain something only to lose it again later? These are all potential risks. Second, you need to be responsible. Love sometimes cannot last forever, day after day, year after year, but responsibility can. When you gain enough experience in cat raising, many things will become routine, day by day, year by year. Cats love cleanliness, but sometimes they get dirty too, creating issues you could never anticipate. Also, extremely clean people or extremely careless ones both need serious consideration. By the way, sometimes cats can harm you, and at that moment, you may feel very annoyed. Cats cannot entirely comply with your wishes, so people with extreme control tendencies should also make careful decisions. Third, you need to put effort into nurturing this relationship, which requires continuous investment. Just like building human relationships, the relationship with a cat also needs cultivation and management. Often, your efforts will pay off. The connection between humans and cats is actually equal. We need them, just as they need us. We have demands on them, and they similarly have demands on us. A healthy relationship is mutually beneficial, interdependent but also independent. It involves both love and responsibility. You shouldn't regard the cat as a substitute for your emotional deficiencies. The cat doesn't bear the responsibility of filling your voids. Only when you're a mature, rational person who understands love can you better love a cat, or a human. Fourth, you need to know how to live well. Believe me, once you start keeping cats, you'll find out they're amazing geniuses at leading more elegant and calm lives. If you can't love yourself or balance your life, adding a cat, or several, won't help you. Cats also don't enjoy living in an environment without any sense of vitality. Lastly, and perhaps most importantly, you'll need to spend a lot of money. Cats need food, space, toys, and medical care when they're sick. This is probably the biggest difference between the relationship between cats and humans compared to relationships among humans themselves. Cats cannot meet these needs on their own. In terms of money, they are usually takers. Are you willing, determined, and capable of bringing him a better, more stable life? I've talked a bit much today, sorry. On this issue, I can't provide any professional advice. I just hope that when you make a decision, you've already become a sensible and gentle person. That way, the world will have one more, or even a few more, happy, healthy cats. Sniff, sniff, suddenly I feel like I can't keep a cat. Maybe virtual petting suits me better. Those who already have cats say it's no problem at all. Cats are little angels, and they are willing to give for her. Then Mr. Singh, I wonder, does Big Pancake have any flaws that drive you crazy? If we grade Pancake, how many points does our Pancake get? After some hard thinking, Xian carefully lowered the fur scarf around his neck, raised it to chest level, and examined it closely. Spartacus didn't know why, staring at the human with big eyes, but didn't struggle, just lightly flicked his tail tip and meowed softly. Xian pondered aloud, my Pancake scores 100%. After saying that, he hugged Spartacus in his arms and kissed him gently on the cheek. 100% means 10 points full marks. Meow, just a kiss is enough, don't go overboard. Spartacus propped his 2 paws against the human's chin. Alright then, I'll let you kiss me one more time. Peck. Chapter 44, Social Practice, Part 1. The short and enjoyable holiday was about to come to an end. On the day Spartan received his junior high school graduation certificate, the pear tree in the neighborhood he loved most just dropped its last flower. The transition between spring and summer always makes people drowsy. After taking 2 naps, Spartan finally decided on his high school courses: elementary and intermediate human language, Chinese, intermediate cat literature, drama, and vocal music. In the new semester, Spartan planned to switch a subject and study vocal music. Partly out of personal interest, partly because he found Miao enjoyed singing. As a pet cat that loves humans, how could he be completely ignorant of human interests? Normally, high school studies lasted for 4 months, allowing him to learn more detailed and in-depth knowledge compared to elementary and junior high. Spartan was confident about his future studies. A new season was about to begin, and Xin had resumed his fixed gaming mode every night. In the previous season before last, he ranked in the top 10 of the national server, an impressive position that attracted a large number of gaming fans. In the following season, as his focus was mainly on celebrating the new year and taking care of his cat, he did not concentrate much on climbing the ranking ladder and stopped at master level. The new season updated the competition rules. If one did not log in for competitive matches for more than a certain amount of time, their rank would gradually fall according to offline duration. This made Xin pick up his game routine again. Thankfully, whenever Xin played matches, Spartan usually either played or slept on his cat perched behind him, occasionally jumping into his arms to nap, which made Xin feel less lonely while playing alone. Chao Dan continued to persist in gaming too, and had also gained quite a few fans. He often joked about adopting a cat, saying it could help him rise quickly and attract female fans to achieve ultimate success in life. However, being exceptionally lazy, from the beginning of the year until April or May, he still hadn't implemented the plan to adopt a cat. According to him, taking care of himself, a single dog, was already hard enough. But under Xin's recommendation, Chao Dan sponsored the spay/neuter project for stray cats in his city and insisted on becoming Spartan's godfather, sending many cans of food, somewhat satisfying his craving for cat ownership. Xin and Chao Dan played together for half a day, eventually getting bored, as they kept matching with players of the same tier ID, knowing each other thoroughly. Chao Dan suggested using a minor account to play easier games in lower tiers, often referred as fish ponds. Xin had only one main account and hadn't played in the lower tier 2000 to 3000 range for a long time. He borrowed a low-tier account from one of his fans, which had a pretty unique ID: I'm Long Ao Tian and I'm in trouble. His buddy's account was named, You Calling Like This. Together, these names formed the phrase, You Calling Like This makes Long Ao Tian in trouble. Roar roar roar, it's my account. Sing, I am one of your rare male fans, believe me, cherish me. Anyone fishing for attention, please scram. Ha ha ha, male fan. Esports doesn't need male fans, if necessary, all can sacrifice, cut little chirp. The pond was filled with mixed types of players, more challenging to navigate than the master level where teammates were crucial. Both Xin and Chao Dan were playing auxiliary roles, focusing on entertainment. Given that their teammates all wanted to rank higher, it was simply about not losing. However, as soon as Xin used the Long Ao Tian account, he met the notorious bad teammate. Having been stuck in the ranking list for a long time, Xin hadn't encountered players who blindly brought along girls and shifted blame for so long, let alone 2 at once. In the first round, our team was wiped out. When the match score was revealed, Chao Dan couldn't help but curse out loud over voice chat. The players bringing along girls were quite defiant, quarreling furiously. Being impulsive, Chao Dan immediately apologized to the only stranger player on our side, promising that he'd ruin this fool today, then suggesting that next round, they should group up and guarantee his rank advancement to recover the loss. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ridiculed by the girl-bringer player, resulting in a direct voice chat confrontation, neither willing to back down. The situation became increasingly dire, leaving everyone disinterested in the game. Comments exploded in the chat room. The argument was so loud it caught Spartan's displeasure. He jumped off his cat perch and curled up in Miao's arms to lodge a complaint. Miao, they're fighting so loudly, I woke up. Xin caressed Spartan's head apologetically, did we bother you? Sleep a bit longer in my arms, I'll turn off the voice. Spartan extended a paw toward the speaker but was hugged tightly by Xin. Seeing the distressed Spartan, Xin suddenly smiled, turned on the microphone, and said, in a moment, I'll switch to an output role. Chao Dan hesitated for 2 seconds, chuckling slightly, this isn't good, bullying newbies is despised. It's not me playing, Spartan wants to play. Saying that, Xin turned on the camera. The comments section erupted instantly. Come on, Bing Bing, let me show you how to play. Xin placed Spartan on the desk. Spartan turned around curiously to look at him. Xin guided his attention to the keyboard while controlling the mouse and movement himself, pressing a few skill keys before letting Spartan try hitting them with his paws. At first, Spartan was very confused, not knowing what Miao was talking about. But after observing for just a short while, he quickly understood what Miao intended. Is Miao wanting me to mimic him? This is pretty simple. Cats all have excellent dynamic vision. Snap. Spartan accurately pressed his paw on the spot Miao indicated. Spartan's paws were a bit too large to hit individual keys precisely, but with Xi and Qin there to correct and help, the hero they controlled, whose ID read, "I'm Long Ao Tian and I'm in trouble," wobbled its way out of the gate anyway. And it even smoothly secured 2 kills, one of which was a random headshot. This wave operation 6666. Giving applause to the Bing Bing player. First place cat server, no refuting. Hell, my account got played by the Spartan master, I dare not log in again. After securing only 2 kills, Spartan earned an instant gold medal. Chao Dan burst into laughter over voice chat. Xin Qin also chuckled slightly and said to the female players, "My cat plays better than he does. Let's switch." Amidst a chorus of curses and complaints, the match unsurprisingly ended in defeat. Chao Dan asked if they should blacklist that idiot. Xin Qin smiled, blocking him would be too boring. If by chance we get matched with him next time on the opposite team, wouldn't that be a waste? It was just idle talk from Xin Qin, but the next match indeed placed the female player with their teammates on the opposing side. Chao Dan gave 3 cold laughs, thank heavens. Xin Qin, Chao Dan, and the other random players put all their effort into restraining their former teammates, relentlessly targeting them. By the end of the match, Xin Qin had scored 93 kills, nearly 2/3 of which came from their previous teammates, causing significant psychological damage. As a result, Xin Qin was praised by fans as the fish fry killer. Spartan did not understand the love and hate in human gaming. After lulling Miao to sleep, he went to the living room as usual, intending to go online to find others to chat. Upon logging on, he unexpectedly saw Shu Ku online. After the new year, it was rumored that Shu Ku's academic pressure had increased drastically, so it had been a long time since he'd come online to wander aimlessly. Spartan kindly greeted him. Shu Ku was delighted to see Spartan. "Long time no see. I heard you passed your junior high school graduation exam, congratulations." Spartan felt a little bashful, modestly shaking his ears. "By the way, we're going to participate in social practice today at Wutai Mountain Park. Would you like to come along?" "What social practice?" Spartan humbly asked. "It's a type of extracurricular homework. You'll encounter it once you enter university. For this session, we have 5 cats planning to visit the base of stray cats in the park for a teaching support activity." "What's teaching support?" "It means providing free teaching to other cats. Many stray cats don't have access to schooling, right? So, we go into their community to give speeches and offer free trial classes. The more cats who receive education, the more chances there will be for them to survive better." "That sounds quite interesting." Spartan swished his tail. He indeed knew how to open windows but always kept it secret from Miao. Daimashi had reminded him that cats should always keep some secrets of their own. If humans knew he could open the windows, they might change the locks to something harder, making it difficult for him to slip out later when he wished to do so. So far, however, Spartan had never wanted to sneak out on his own. Miao regularly took him out to play, there was food available, and occasionally he would visit the cat club to spar with friends. There was practically nothing lacking. However, if I secretly slipped out, Miao probably wouldn't notice, should be fine, meow. Chapter 45, Social Practice, Part 2. Sparta trotted upstairs and quietly squeezed through the door crack, peeking at Miwu who was sleeping soundly in bed. Excellent, Miwu showed no sign of waking up. He softly jumped onto the pillow and sniffed Miwu's nose. "Miwu, you have to be a good girl. I'll be back when it's dawn. You'll see me right when you wake up," he whispered. Spart slowly backed out of the room and went downstairs into the living room, skillfully using his paws to unlock the window latch and slipped out through the narrow gap. Bathed in the bright moonlight, Sparta stepped lightly and quickly made his way to the meeting place with Shook. Generally speaking, cats have a pretty strong sense of direction. They possess an amazing biological clock inside them related to the position of the sun for navigation. When they leave home, cats remember the location of their home relative to the sun and constantly adjust any deviation to return safely. Of course, this is only true within a certain range. If the distance is too far or if the cat has weak instincts, then getting lost is still very likely. But as a former stray himself, Sparta had confidence in his skills, placing each step firmly. He even planned that if he had time after the so-called social practice, he would climb a tree and catch a sparrow for Miwu to eat. The sparrows were especially delicious this season. In no time, Sparta arrived at the agreed spot and saw Shook along with 4 other unfamiliar cats. Among them was a large white long-haired male cat with a pair of golden eyes, looking rather bad-tempered. He didn't give Sparta a pleasant look, simply turning his head to ask Shook, "Is this the high schooler you mentioned?" Shook felt somewhat awkward, stepping back and coming beside Sparta as she introduced him, "This is Sparta, whom I mentioned. Although he is in high school, he's been an adult for quite some time now and has much experience with surviving in the wild. He will be a great help and won't cause trouble for our activities." Sparta let out a small yawn, wondering what the problem was. The white cat coldly glanced at Sparta and quickly averted his gaze, not saying anything more. Sparta thought he was quite rude. Among cats, unless necessary, they usually don't maintain much eye contact. "Do you want to fight?" Shook led Sparta aside and quietly explained everything. Originally, this social practice activity was managed by 5 university cats together. That white cat was their group leader named Mantu. Their plan was to go to the area in the city where stray cats often gather, which was also infamous for violent brawls, to carry out educational support actions. In this group of 5 cats, only Mantu had experience being a stray and could handle some emergencies in the wilderness. Since Sparta had previously lived in the wild and possessed impressive abilities, Shook wanted to invite Sparta to help. However, she forgot to inform Mantu and the other group members in advance, and when Mantu heard that a high schooler cat would join them tonight, he became extremely angry. A high schooler cat? Forget about helping, they probably wouldn't even be able to find their way home, and who would take responsibility if something went wrong? After hearing the story, Sparta carelessly shook his head. Helping was fine, but the attitude of this one called Mantu was really poor. How could he possibly get lost? By the time they got lost, they'd need him to guide them, annoying indeed. Helping isn't a problem, Sparta told Shook. I think it sounds interesting. But can we go home before the sun rises? I still have to wake up my human. Shook hurriedly promised, it won't take too long. We've already informed a few big cats in Wutai Mountain Park beforehand. Today, our main task is preliminary promotion, which can be done quite quickly. Mantu grew impatient waiting on the side, swishing his tail forcefully, yelling at Shook, are we going or not? Shook stuck out her tongue and whispered to Sparta conspiratorially, don't mind Mantu. He's not usually like this. Today, because he's going to meet his good friend, he's in a foul mood and is being critical everywhere. Sparta was puzzled, shouldn't meeting a good friend make him happy? Shook wasn't very clear about the reason either, just hearing that during his wandering days, Mantu once had a best friend named Doshir, who was inseparable from him. Later, when Mantu took over a human household, Doshir became upset, and the 2 cats went their separate ways, only reuniting during the mating season. Oh, those kinds of friends. Sparta flicked his tail. He'd seen many pairs of such friends in the countryside too, finding nothing strange about it. Yet, why did they always end up arguing? Male cat's world was indeed difficult to understand. Because of the weather, this season's mating season ended earlier than usual. However, during this seasonal transition, heading to a place where stray cats gathered still required a lot of courage. By the time the 6 cats reached the park lawn, dozens of other cats had already arrived. Most of them were male cats who had been notified by a few elder cats. Each cat had found its most comfortable spot, lying or sitting in different poses. Though their gazes weren't exactly friendly, they remained restrained. Under normal circumstances, cats wouldn't initiate fights with each other. Sparta quickly noticed that there was a robust black long-haired cat dominating the highest vantage point on the site. Ever since they stepped onto the lawn, he had been staring at them intensely, his eyes sharp, muscles taut, definitely not one to be trifled with. Mantu immediately halted his steps and looked up at the black cat, planting his hind paws firmly and staying alert. Shook edged closer to Sparta and whispered, look at that big black cat over there, that's Dobao. He and Mantu have been arguing recently and are in a Cold War period now. How worrying. Despite expressing worry verbally, Shook's bright eyes gleamed with obvious excitement and curiosity, not showing any real concern for her friend. Sparta wasn't particularly interested. With a sigh, he shook his head and sneezed. At this moment, an elderly tortoiseshell cat emerged from the shadows, breaking the tense standoff between the two. In a lazy tone, he said, those who could come are here. Mantu, tell everyone about your plan. Mantu continued to fix his stare on Dobao without moving an inch. After a short while, Dobao turned away and retreated to one side, licking his fur as if dismissing any concerns. Finally, Shook let out a sigh of relief. They had come to complete their project, and if Mantu and Dobao had started a fight, the plans for today would have fallen through again. With the crisis averted, Mantu relaxed somewhat, stepping to the center of the gathering, adjusting his volume so every cat present could hear him. Good evening, everyone. We've been here once before, so I'll skip the unnecessary pleasantries. The purpose of today is primarily to find out how all of you feel about the homeless cat education plan we proposed last time. Any thoughts? A tabby cat called out, you told us last time that the biggest goal of learning was to take control of humans. But I don't see why controlling humans is so important. I'm pretty content right now. Learning sounds really exhausting for cats, and it doesn't seem useful either. I don't need to flatter humans like you do, losing my dignity as a cat. Sparta lowered his head to lick his paw. Mantu, apparently expecting to face such doubts, remained unruffled. In a calm voice, he responded, this question, I've actually explained it before. We haven't forced anyone to necessarily take control of some human. In fact, every cat has the right to decide whether or not to live with humans. However, regardless of anything else, our current environment may be wild, but it's also shared with humans. Our lives are closely linked to humans. To completely avoid contact with humans is almost impossible. Acquiring more knowledge will help you survive better in this larger context. What's not to like? The tabby cat and several other stray cats didn't reply, leaving the scene once again enveloped in an uncomfortable silence. Mantu licked his lips and went on, it seems that only I am talking every time, and perhaps my arguments alone aren't convincing enough. Today, we brought a new friend along, one who used to be a stray cat too, and took charge of a human after reaching adulthood. He is currently still attending school. Perhaps he can share his personal insights with all of you. Sparta, it's your turn. Mew what? Sparta had only managed to clean half his paw when he paused, realizing all the cat's attention had gradually focused on him. Being stared at by more than 30 cats wasn't an enjoyable experience for any cat. Sparta couldn't help letting out a breath. He hadn't expected that coming here today would involve actual work. But public speaking, this was something he excelled at. Sparta adjusted his position carefully, reflecting for a moment before speaking. Before I begin, let me make one thing clear, I've taken charge of the best human in the world. So, whichever human you end up choosing to control in the future can only be ranked second or third. The stray cats exchanged looks, unsure what kind of persuasion method this was, but found it quite novel. I don't care whether you want to take over humans or not, I'm just not interested. All I know is, for me personally, my life has gotten better since I took charge of a human. When my paws get injured, my human treats it and makes sure it doesn't hurt at all. When I'm hungry, my human prepares food for me, much more comfortable than outside. After all, not every day or season is suitable for hunting. If I'm bored, my human will play with me, go out with me. My human helps groom my fur, gives me massages, talks with me. This kind of life is the one I like. Just as he finished speaking, a mocking sounded. Sparta looked up and saw Dobao sneering sarcastically, saying, in plain terms, you're fond of a doll-like life. You've lost all cat-like pride, really disgracing us. He didn't even glance at Sparta but instead looked at Mantu standing nearby. Sparta bared his teeth. Yes, I lead that kind of life, you being so cat-proud, having no friends, going solo, aren't you also lonely? Dobao, taken aback by the comeback, quickly glanced at Mantu again. In that instant, unable to find a good counterargument, he was left speechless. Seizing this opportunity, Sparta immediately continued. Haven't you heard what Mantu said earlier? Not all cats are required to take control of a human. Moreover, have you ever considered yourself seriously? Do you think it's that easy for any cat to manage humans well? Do you think we haven't put in any effort? Sparta added with disdain, you're overly conceited. The stray cats were stunned. They'd only ever had other cats urging them to live with humans, but no one had ever told them that not all cats had the qualifications to manage a human. What qualifications were necessary for managing a human? Was it that hard? As proud cats, they felt a little annoyed. Of course, some skills are needed, you thought. Sparta muttered while looking away. Ignoring the glares from the surrounding cats, he went on, raising his voice, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Hunting your prey isn't effortless either, right? Domestic cats just exchange their labor for food differently. Frankly, this ability, most of you likely won't learn. Big clumsy cats, do you know how to read? Can you understand human language? Can you ensure that the human will willingly love you? His tail swished arrogantly with an air of triumph, and a smirk appeared on his lips. It seemed as if he'd entirely forgotten that he too was illiterate just a few months ago. Mantu and Shook had been nervous on behalf of Sparta throughout. He really said anything without fear. If it came down to fighting, there were so many wild cats, they wouldn't stand a chance. Surprisingly, though, this taunting method proved effective. A few young male cats immediately expressed their determination not to back down, willing to accept the challenge. Mantu and Shook were about to express their joy when Sparta, rather rudely, flicked his whiskers and casually remarked, come talk big after completing your study tasks. Go sign up quietly first. And those cats really did obediently register with the member cats. It's hard to start, but once there are cats willing to set an example, curiosity-driven felines are quite willing to give things a try. Soon, the practice team had gathered information from over 20 cats. Some of the remaining cats were still uncertain, others too timid to dare approach. However, the gains this time far exceeded expectations, proving more efficient than their previous actions. The team members couldn't help but look at Sparta with renewed respect. Though just a high school student, he was quite proactive. The university-educated cats admitted their inferiority. Shook complimented Sparta happily, you're really talented as a leader cat. Being a teacher would be great too. Sparta yawned. Can we go back now? Meow woof? Shook looked at Mantu, who turned his gaze towards Dobao. Since the stray cat started registering, Dobao hadn't uttered a single word. He just sat quietly in the corner, coldly observing all the cats. Mantu lowered his head, seemingly saddened by his stubborn friend. Shook turned to Sparta pleadingly. With a sigh of helplessness, Sparta shook his head. These cats were truly too evasive. Hey, black giant! Sparta called out, successfully capturing Dobao's attention. Facing the intense stare, Sparta wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Come what may, who feared whom anyway? Sparta continued calling out, Mantu has already been neutered. If you wish to remain a stray cat forever, he probably won't show up anymore. Anyway, he has no need to work so hard running around these days. He can make many new companions in the university, black, white, patterned, or even hairless ones. Tee-hee. After finishing his sentence, Sparta turned around and walked off, without looking back. Mantu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly stood up and followed Sparta. However, Sparta walked faster and faster, almost breaking into a trot in the end. If they didn't leave soon, the sky would brighten, and his sparrows would appear. Woof. Chapter 46, The Biased High School Student. Sparta ultimately failed to climb the tree to catch sparrows. The activity of catching sparrows was too time-consuming, and by the time he hurried home, the sky had already begun to turn gray. If he didn't go back soon, Miwu might wake up. If Miwu woke up and couldn't find him, meow, that wouldn't be a fun situation. Sparta squeezed through the crack in the window he opened last night with difficulty. Just as he was about to jump down from the windowsill, he suddenly realized a very serious issue: how exactly should this window be closed? All cats are good at creating problems, but solving them is beyond their realm of knowledge. Sparta squatted on the windowsill and thought hard for about 10 minutes, then began to panic. There was no way he could restore the window without Miwu noticing. Sparta became afraid. He remembered Daimashu's warning: most humans wouldn't allow cats to roam freely outside because only a small number of cats were suitable for outdoor excursions. What if Miwu got angry thinking he was too mischievous? How unfair, meow wayo. Sparta struggled to stand upright on his hind legs, attempting to use his paws to bring the two window panels closer together. It looked like it had some effect, but it wasn't enough. While trying hard to cover his mistakes by moving his rear, he suddenly heard rustling sounds coming from upstairs. Oh no, Miwu has gotten up. Sparta paused for 2 seconds, then quickly made a decision. Instinctively, he fled toward his secret hideout, the gap between the sofa and the wall corner. In a hurry, he forgot the function of his whiskers, which made him fatter than before. As he tried to squeeze his body into the crevice to hide, he got stuck halfway, unable to move forward or backward. Helplessly, he swung his tail as he heard Miwu's voice getting louder. Sparta. Shinchin got up early and couldn't see the Tabby Cat at first. He wasn't particularly worried at first since recently Sparta liked sleeping alone. However, after finishing washing up and still not seeing Sparta come over, he started to feel uneasy and went downstairs to look. There was no sign of him in the living room. Shinchin's heart sank, and his voice trembled slightly. Sparta. He quickly checked all the doors and windows. He clearly remembered checking everything himself before bed last night. It was something he did every evening. And now, one window latch in the living room was left unfastened. Even though the window itself was tightly shut, it was possible that Sparta could have jumped out from there. Shinchin opened the window briefly to take a look, fastened it again, and decided promptly to grab his phone and shoes, intending to go outside to search for the cat. At the moment he pulled the door open, he heard a faint cat meow. His heart suddenly calmed down. In the end, Shinchin found Sparta's rear end tucked away in the corner of the sofa. It seemed unclear what he was doing, wanting to squeeze into such a narrow gap. Shinchin was both annoyed and amused. Carefully moving the sofa aside, he dragged out the limp Sparta, who was lying flat like a pancake. Sparta buried his face under his two front paws, not daring to make eye contact with his human. Shinchin thoroughly inspected Sparta's body first, and upon confirming that there were no traces of injury, he finally exhaled a breath of relief. He collapsed onto the floor, silently looking at Sparta, saying nothing, nor petting him. The two sat quietly for a while. Sparta eventually couldn't help himself and let out a meow. Shinchin didn't respond. Sparta anxiously lifted his head from between his paws, glancing at the human. Miwu wasn't speaking. He felt a little anxious and silently climbed up, sitting properly, keeping his head low, staring at his own paws. When I called you just now, why didn't you answer? You were obviously stuck, why didn't you ask for help? Shinchin finally spoke. His tone was calm, yet lower than usual. Sensitive cats can easily detect human emotions from such subtle changes. Sparta raised his head as if he hadn't heard, looking around aimlessly, his eyes darting nervously. Shinchin almost burst out laughing but quickly restrained himself. This kind of behavior from a cat, although seeming less sincere or like they're being cheeky, often means they've already recognized their mistake and are reflecting on it. Looking at Sparta's nonchalant demeanor, Shinchin found it hard to stay mad. Actually, once he confirmed Sparta was fine, he stopped being upset. Another period of silence passed. Sparta secretly turned his head, believing he was doing a good job hiding his intentions. With his head tilted and eyes squinted, he peered sideways at the human. Seeing no reaction from Miwu, he quietly adjusted his body to face forward, extended his left paw, and gently hooked the human's hand with it. Still, Miwu said nothing. Sparta licked his lips and kept tapping him with his paw. Miwu, next time I'll learn how to close the window properly. He thought inwardly, sigh, I should have brought back the sparrow instead. Perhaps if Miwu ate the sparrow, he wouldn't be upset with me. Then again, why would Miwu be angry? Shinchin sighed heavily. It wasn't necessarily that Sparta had snuck out alone, maybe it was just an oversight on his part. He could have forgotten to double-check everything. Besides, Sparta's paws were dirty, but perhaps that was because he crawled under the sofa. Shinchin suddenly remembered the cat named Machi from the clinic. She seemed capable of going outside by herself as well. Reflecting on this, Shinchin decided to increase the frequency of Sparta's health checkups and discuss it further with Dr. Dai. Thinking of these resolutions, Shinchin finally broke into a smile, reaching out to pet Sparta's head. Stick out your paws, let me clean them for you. Sparta happily extended his paws and was immediately scooped up by Miwu. He was laid supine on Miwu's thighs, his back leaning against the warmth as he relaxed into the comforting position. His tail flicked lightly in contentment. Shinshin wiped Sparta's 4 paws clean with a damp towel, intending to trim his claws as well. But upon picking up the nail clipper, he thought, if Sparta were outside without sharp nails, wouldn't he be more vulnerable? Considering this, Shinshin decided not to trim them after all. If you feel uncomfortable, scratch the scratching post yourself, understood? He gently stroked Sparta's ears. But don't ruin the sofa. Look what you've done to it already. Mew. Little silly cat. Although Shinshin sometimes thought Sparta was a bit foolish, even this slightly clueless Sparta was about to enter high school, becoming one of the few learned cats in feline society. Due to limited educational resources and varying capabilities among individual cats, very few made it through junior high. As a result, the high school class size was nearly a third smaller than the junior high, with only 4 or 5 classmates per course. Sparta unexpectedly found out that Komboi had failed the junior high graduation exam by just 2 points and was currently preparing to retake it. This news made Sparta somewhat smug. He truly believed he was among the smarter ones. If Komboi couldn't pass the retake, he'd need to repeat the junior high curriculum. The cost of repeating classes was significant, so most cats who couldn't clear a certain stage of learning usually chose to drop out altogether. Meow gurgle. In Sparta's opinion, reaching junior high was sufficient for Komboi anyway, since he'd already taken over his own human family. There was no point stressing too much about academics, or trying to take over Miwu's attention. Sparta felt completely stress-free about this. However, on the first night after the start of school, Sparta quickly experienced the unique demands of high school education. Unlike junior high's play-based teaching, high school delved deeper into knowledge, placing greater emphasis on building comprehensive academic systems and cultivating practical skills. In short, the expectations placed on students were much higher. For Sparta, who had always barely scraped through primary and junior high, this came as a surprising challenge. But he wasn't the same 2-year-old 8-pound kitten anymore. Faced with this new challenge, Sparta was full of confidence and determination. The other subjects were relatively familiar to Sparta, as he had some prior knowledge from previous lessons. However, vocal music represented an entirely new experience for him. The vocal music teacher was a chocolate-colored Burman named Coco, whose meows were melodious and beautiful. She taught the students how to produce more harmonious and refined sounds, controlling pitch and frequency so that their meows sounded less monotonous and more like song. Teacher Coco also used multimedia presentations to teach the students how to harmonize with human music or participate in choir-like performances. Sparta became extremely fascinated with this subject and quickly began applying what he learned. Shinshin noticed that his tabby cat recently developed a keen interest in his guitar, often sitting silently on the stand where he kept it, staring intently until he picked it up. Whenever Shinshin started strumming and singing, Sparta would obediently lie down beside him, half-closed eyes enjoying the sound. When Shinshin sang something particularly catchy, Sparta would chime in with meows, rhythmically responding as if creating a harmony. Puzzled, Shinshin wondered if cats could evolve to develop a talent for music. He searched online for videos of cats singing, finding some laughably fake while others astonishingly convincing. So, did his Sparta have a hidden dream of being a musical cat? Regardless, as long as Sparta enjoyed it, Shinshin was happy to oblige. He even recorded a video of Sparta singing along with him and uploaded it to social media, sparking heated discussions. In the video, Shinshin strummed a slow version of Small Hands Holding Big Hands. Spartacus sat on the cat perch beside him, his 2 paws crossed over his chest. Eyes closed, he swung the tip of his tail rhythmically to keep the beat, meowing at every bar in perfect synchronization with the music. When the song ended, Shinshin raised his hand and said to Spartacus, "Let's celebrate with a high five." Spartacus slowly opened his eyes, tilted his head and looked at the human's paw for a while, then slowly placed his own paw onto it. He licked his lips. "Miwu sang pretty well today. What shall we do now, Spartacus? Performing folk songs doesn't seem to have much future anymore. Do you want to try out a hip-hop style instead? Come on, adjust your gold chain properly. A cat needs some hip-hop spirit." Meow. What nerve. Ha 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 ha. Yo, what's this to bing for homie from Cat City? Listen up. I think it's okay. With Miwu's full help, Spartacus made an astonishing debut in the vocal music class and soon rose to be one of the top students that drew significant attention from the teacher. Although progress was something worth being proud of, Spartacus began showing new signs. He became imbalanced across subjects. This problem is quite common among cats. Each has areas where they excel and others where they struggle. Teaching according to individual talent means breaking free from rigid patterns to nurture the most diverse talents among cats. However, as the education system still uses test scores as a benchmark, strategic choices for academic advancement are inevitable. Spartacus did exceptionally well in human language and vocal music. His earlier acceptable performances in cat literature and drama started lagging behind his classmates due to the increased difficulty after entering high school. Unlike junior high graduation exams, which only required sufficient scores for moving on to the next level, graduating high school allowed students to select specialized fields based on their preferences, but universities could also review student performance during the high school period and final exams to determine their eligibility. Therefore, any sign of imbalance or slow learning would possibly impact a student's entry into advanced studies. And Spartacus' goal, mastering human language, was by far the hardest discipline among all feline subjects. Spartacus paced anxiously in circles, eventually seeking advice from Daimachu. Embarrassed to directly ask about his uneven subject performance, Spartacus chose a relatively easier question first. By the way, Machu, the other night I snuck out for a social practice activity. I almost got caught by Miwu when I came back. I remember you once said humans dislike us wandering around too much. But I don't understand why he seemed so upset. Daimachu yawned and said, that's very simple. According to human understanding, cats cannot discern advantages from disadvantages themselves. If a domesticated cat sneaks out, it may easily encounter accidents, like getting hit by cars, attacked by other animals, or even eating things they shouldn't and falling sick. Some cats might even get lost or overly playful and never return home, causing the people who love them deep sadness and heartbreak. Of course, if you can show self-discipline and responsibility towards both yourself and the human, avoiding these problems and making regular checkups with doctors, then roaming around during the day isn't necessarily a bad thing. At night, however, there are more strange animals out there. If something unexpected happens, fewer humans will be able to help. Additionally, limit the time outside to what humans find reasonable, so they know you'll come back for sure. Most importantly, you need to let your human know you're a smart and responsible cat. Responsible cats won't let their humans worry. Holding his paws thoughtfully, Spartacus mumbled, makes sense. I should communicate better with Miwu, taking responsibility for him and not giving up on him lightly. Daimachu went on sharing many of his personal experiences and earnestly reminded Spartacus to take notes. Spartacus glanced at the sofa, resembling a furry sweater, remaining silent. He wondered how to steer the conversation toward the issue of his imbalanced subject performance. He decided to start politely before diving deeper. Machu, judging by the way you look now, you must have been imbalanced across subjects when you were younger, right? Confused, Machu wrinkled his nose. Embarrassed, Spartacus turned his head, looking elsewhere. So, what did you do when you found yourself imbalanced? Daimachu finally understood. It turned out this little one had problems with subject imbalance. He remembered during his high school years, his grades were quite stable. He was the class representative for 2 subjects and unsurprisingly ranked first in the class. Because of his good grades, he was often asked by teachers to help underperforming students, so he indeed had plenty of experience with troubled elementary-level students like Spartacus. First of all, you need to think about why you're experiencing an imbalance across your subjects. Spartacus twitched his ears. Is there a reason for subject imbalance? Of course, cats must carefully consider problems before solving them. You must find the root cause and target the issue specifically to address it effectively. Spartacus humbly lowered his neck, though he didn't really understand. Simply put, you need to know why you're not doing well to make improvements and get better. Oh, I get it now, but I don't know why I'm not excelling either. I think I've been trying very hard. Spartacus tried to show Daimachu the sofa worn down by sitting too much. Daimachu waved his paw, effort is not important. If the direction is wrong, it's all wasted effort. First, you need to ask yourself, are you interested in the subjects you're struggling with? Interested? Like drama, Spartacus used to love it. He would always play for hours at a time, sometimes pulling Miwu to act alongside him. But since entering high school, he couldn't recapture the joy he once found in studying drama. High school had lots of theoretical knowledge that wasn't interesting at all. You see, if you think carefully, you can analyze the reasons behind your failures. You said you were interested, but the things you just mentioned actually confirm that your interest is fading. Why? Because this subject no longer brings you joy. Without sufficient motivation, your studies suffer, leading to worse results, which then affects your learning mood further. This forms a vicious cycle. Spartacus widened his eyes. Though he didn't fully understand, what Daimachu said made sense. Then, what should I do? Daimachu scratched his neck. Actually, he wasn't sure what to do himself, since he had never faced the frustration of finding learning uninteresting. So, pretending to be profound, he seriously asked Spartacus, you need to answer this question first after some thought, and only then will I tell you the answer so you can have a deeper understanding. Oh, I see. That makes sense. Then I need to think it over. He sat up properly, tilted his head back, and began to ponder earnestly. His thoughts drifted from upstairs to Miwu, to tomorrow's breakfast, to the sparrow he hadn't yet caught, and then to something Shuck had told him the other day, how the education outreach program was in full swing, though Bao and Manta reconciled and jointly took charge of a human. His scattered thoughts circled around aimlessly, eventually coming back to himself. Right, I should think this through carefully. Spartacus plunged into deep contemplation. After a while, he raised his head and said to Daimachu, I've got it. Daimachu was pleased and paused, licking his claw halfway through to ask, tell me, then. I've decided that for the subjects I can't get into, I won't study them. Daimachu nodded happily, but suddenly froze. Originally, he intended that after Spartacus figured out a solution on his own, he would give suggestions to improve the plan. It was about studying, and there's no shortcut, one has to work hard at it. But although he imagined a good outcome, what conclusion did Spartacus come up with? Daimachu stammered, what do you mean? Don't you want to go to college anymore? Of course not. Spartacus puffed out his chest. I believe a cat's energy is limited. How can limited energy deal with infinite learning? Therefore, smart cats should know what they need to focus on most and invest their time and energy accordingly. As for other things, abandon them if possible, or dedicate less effort. In this way, I can adjust my study plan better and avoid being busy without results at both ends. Hey, I just used a human idiom, how awesome am I? Daimachu pondered for a long time and hesitated. The reasoning sounds correct, but how do you judge to what extent you should give up? After all, based on the current educational system, completely abandoning a subject is absolutely impossible. If you let one of your subjects become too weak, it may affect your university major choices later. Spartacus flicked his tail. I'm pretty smart, I'm sure I can come up with a good study plan. I do really like feline literature and drama, but I probably won't be getting too involved in these two areas in the future. Keeping them as hobbies should be enough. So, all I need to ensure during high school is that I don't end up at the bottom of the class or fail in these subjects. There's no need for me to put too much pressure on myself. Currently, I'm just slightly behind average students, so as long as I pay a bit more attention, climbing into the middle ranks will be fine. As for human language, it's my strong point and also my future direction. If I can focus further on this, it will definitely help my applications. I truly am a thoughtful cat. Daimachu thought for a while but couldn't find a strong counterargument, eventually having to admit that Spartacus was indeed a very smart cat. Knowing when to give and take is the way to success, meow. Chapter 47, The Cat Storytelling Conference. As an intelligent cat, Spartacus increasingly realized that learning was not confined to classrooms but could be found in every aspect of life. Before moving to the city, he disliked interacting with other cats and showed no interest in world events unless they affected his food or lifestyle. However, now that Spartacus no longer worried about eating or drinking, he developed a natural curiosity for the various joys and sorrows in feline life. The best time to listen to these gossipy stories was at the cat club. Chin Xian, the owner of Spartacus, was a relatively leisurely cat parent who could bring him to the cat club around 3 times a week. During weekdays, there weren't many cats at the club, making it hard for Spartacus to enjoy making friends and playing with other cats. However, during holidays, the scenery changed dramatically. Every day, dozens of cats of various breeds would visit the club, making it lively and bustling. Therefore, Chin Xian always chose a holiday day to go to the club, allowing Spartacus to meet more cats his age. On the second day of the May Day holiday, it was a sunny day. Chin Xian took Spartacus out, planning to walk to the cat club. This was Spartacus's first stroll outside the residential complex, yet he wasn't afraid at all. He led the way, twisting and turning in front of Chin Xian. When encountering traffic, he would stop voluntarily, sit neatly, and wait for a safe opportunity to cross. Cats are colorblind, teaching them how to recognize traffic lights was meaningless, but their survival instincts made them naturally avoid potential dangers. Chin Xian followed behind Spartacus, observing his every move and privately evaluating how well Spartacus adapted to the outside world. Spartacus yawned. Walking on the road was easy, meow. His teacher had taught him before preschool how to correctly navigate human roads. Cats should consciously avoid roads with high speeds or heavy traffic and choose quieter, safer routes instead. Okay, the cars have stopped, meow, let's go. Walking this way, stopping that way, one human and one cat soon arrived at the entrance of the cat club. Since it was a holiday, the club was much livelier than usual. Just the no meowing group alone brought over 30 cats. The club had recently installed a batch of new cat toys, and when Spartacus arrived, many cats were already absorbed in the toy world. As per the rule, owners were not allowed to enter the cat's activity area. Chin Xian kissed Spartacus's round head as a farewell, reminded him not to fight, then let him enter the playroom by himself. Shuko and Beta's owner, Auntie from the cafeteria, was also there. Seeing Chin Xian, she greeted him enthusiastically. This time, she brought 2 cats over. After some training and adjustment, Beta had gradually begun to socialize with more people and cats. The cafeteria auntie was delighted and specially chose this bustling day to let Beta experience the wider world. It was Spartacus's first time meeting Beta. As a Siamese cat, Beta was exceptionally reserved. She looked young and evidently timid, tightly clinging to Shuko since stepping into the playroom. Her tail was tucked between her legs, her little claws quietly treading, her big round eyes constantly glancing around, not daring to make a sound. In contrast, Shuko hopped and bounded around, enthusiastically greeting every familiar cat beside Beta. Hey, Spartacus, let me introduce you to my friend, Beta, said Shuko after finishing his rounds. He turned sideways, revealing Beta who was hiding behind him. Unaccustomed to being so close to such a sturdy tabby, Beta was very nervous and let out a tiny meow, which passed as a greeting. Spartacus never paid much attention to timid cats. He opened his mouth to yawn, moved closer to Beta's nose, sniffed lightly, and asked Shuko, is your friend here for the first time? Shuko excitedly replied, yes. I heard there'd be a storytelling conference today, so I especially persuaded Beta to come with me and play. She always stays alone, afraid to even attend school. That can get lonely. Storytelling conference. Spartacus twitched his ears. This was new. He had been here many times but had never encountered such an event. Seeing his confusion, Shuko explained, the members of the cat club gather periodically in large numbers. If enough cats show up, a storytelling conference is held. All cats can participate, but a few regular storytellers are always popular. I heard just the other day that 3 of them would be here today, so I knew for sure a storytelling conference would happen. Spartacus also found it interesting. He followed Shuko, squeezed through to where more cats gathered, found a high spot suitable for lounging, comfortably stretched out, and waited for the storytelling conference to begin. Soon, all the cats gathered together, sitting in clusters, with some of the well-acquainted ones starting to groom each other. All the cats unconsciously formed a loose large circle. From a human's perspective, it might look as if the cats were partaking in some kind of strange ritual. The reality wasn't far off. Originally, the storytelling conference had started in the wild. As humans understood, cats weren't herd animals by nature. In fact, most cats were quite homebodies. If given the choice, many would likely choose never to interact with their own kind, and even when they accidentally encountered one another on the road, they'd pretend not to recognize each other, one looking at the sky, the other at the ground, avoiding eye contact to bypass the awkwardness of greeting. In short, they weren't accustomed to frequent social activities. But things aren't always so absolute. Even as independent creatures, there was still a need for cats to exchange information with other felines. This need stemmed not only from psychological reasons but also from their survival instincts. Cats may not be communal animals with hierarchical distinctions like alpha and subordinate cats, but most often, they work together in cooperation. Only through mutual cooperation could they jointly repel enemies and deal with unexpected situations. Generally speaking, cats within the same territory had a certain impression of each other. And since outdoor cats moved around frequently, these felines needed constant updates on intelligence in order to better understand the cat population status in their neighborhoods, whether there were newcomers or departures, what neighboring cats were like, or where those stray kittens came from. Unlike house cats who could enjoy human internet resources and chat with friends without stepping outside, outdoor cats required regular gatherings to become ideal platforms for exchanging information. When mating season arrived, these simple gatherings would also take on an additional meaning. Well-fed domesticated cats did not need to unite with their neighbors to fend off threats or exchange intelligence, yet they still relished the joy brought about by kitty meetups. Therefore, some pioneering house cats suggested modifying these outdoor gatherings into more entertainment-oriented cat parties, with the most popular form being the storytelling conference. Telling and listening to stories didn't consume much energy, rarely sparked disputes, and allowed them to take pleasant naps afterwards, truly achieving multiple benefits at once. Spartacus had previously only attended feline meetings in the wild, so this party centered mainly on entertainment felt novel to him. He perked up his 2 ears high, his eyes shining brightly, and his head swiveled frequently, fearful of missing out on any exciting content of the party. The host of this storytelling conference was teacher Chiron. Spartacus hadn't seen Chiron outside of class hours for quite a long time now. It seemed he was very busy, not attending every cat club event. Only then did they hear Chiron's distinctive lazy deep voice announce the beginning of the party. Right after speaking, Chiron yawned, paused for a moment, and then introduced the first storyteller, Dunbu. Dunbu was a long-haired large brown tabby cat, with one corner of his left ear missing. Spartacus recognized that mark, it signified sterilization for strays. It seemed Dunbu was a cat with a story to tell indeed. Thinking about this, Shuko beside him was already excited to the point of her fur standing on end. Dunbu is one of the most popular storytellers. His life experiences are rich, and his narration is fantastic. I love listening to his stories, she exclaimed before licking Beta awake a few times to stir up her excitement as well. Dunbu slowly strolled to the center of the circle, turned around, and then reclined sideways, gently slapping the ground with the tip of his tail as if trying to catch everyone's attention. If these cats had watched humans tell stories, perhaps they would have found some resemblance between Dunbu's tail tip movements and a gavel. Thanks to everyone for coming today. I am also rather embarrassed. Every time I say I won't come anymore and will let younger cats have a chance to shine, you guys drag me back here. Now, here I am again, and it feels a bit awkward. However, since everyone enjoys hearing me, I'll tell a few more stories. Your demands as an audience are my guiding light in art. What shall I talk about today? Let's go with something from my youth. Back then, using your modern words, I was super cute. Really, don't just look at me now. I used to have almond-shaped eyes, a big face, and back then, my ears didn't have this notch yet. With my flowing long fur, I looked handsome. Look at this tail, flick it, it was truly beautiful. And because of my good looks, something actually happened. Back when I was young, about 2 years old, I wasn't even that age yet. I remember, back then Mousen divided the city into east and west, with boundaries between them. Now those borders have been torn down and a bridge built over the river. How convenient it all is now to cross wherever you need to go. But back in those days, things weren't like this. Some of the older cats here might remember that running from East City to West City on 4 paws took around 2 hours. It wasn't near or easy. So normally cats would just stay within one territory, either East City or West City, and there were very few who traveled between the two. When I was younger, I was physically strong and loved wandering around everywhere. For me, 2 hours didn't feel like much at all, so I often ran back and forth between East and West cities. What could I do when I got tired or hungry from all that running? Extortion, naturally. In East City, I temporarily managed a human family. Nowadays, younger cats may not be familiar with the concept of temporary management. Modern cats usually bind themselves to one human for life. Once they've taken charge of them, they lock in and don't let go anymore. In my era though, it wasn't like that. The streets were full of stray cats, none of us were particularly picky. If you didn't have a human, neither did I, and no one looked down on anyone else because of it. Sometimes, if life became too hard, we'd find a family that caught our fancy and manage them temporarily. They'd take care of our meals, provide drinks, and sometimes scratch our itches. It was nice and easy going. The human family I managed in East City was a big household selling beef. Every day they brought hundreds of pounds of freshly slaughtered beef from the countryside to sell at the market. That beef was incredibly fresh. The young cats today probably can't get their hands on such good meat. You see, nowadays you don't like eating raw meat because humans' meat isn't fresh and doesn't taste as good. But if you tried some of that tender, juicy fresh meat and had a bite of it, you wouldn't want to eat rats for a whole week. Oops, I digressed again. Anyway, since I started managing these humans, I never ran out of fresh beef. All I had to do every day was stretch out by their shop's entrance, open my mouth, and they'd feed me directly. Of course, you couldn't choose to visit when they're busy, as that would be impolite. I typically chose around 9:30 in the morning, after the early market closed but before the midday rush began. At that time, the humans were usually bored anyway. I'd run up, lie on my belly, mew softly, and then, belch, I'd be full in no time. Once I'd eaten my fill, what did I do? Wander around West City. Usually by the time I reached West City, it was already afternoon, and I'd get both thirsty and sleepy. It occurred to me then that managing only one family simply wasn't enough. Thus, in West City, I also temporarily took another human under my charge. When Dunbu got to this point, a gentle murmur rose among the crowd of cats. Everyone sighed, whispering how disgraceful it was to manage two different human families. Spartacus twitched his ears, mouth agape, forgetting even to retract his tongue in shock. Managing two humans at once? How surprising. He tilted his head thoughtfully. If he were to manage a second human apart from Miwu, would that be possible? Before he came to any conclusion, he shook his head, dismissing the ridiculous idea entirely. Miwu was undoubtedly the best human in the world, why should he bother seeking out someone worse? It was absurd. Dunbu flicked his tail again, quieting everyone down. Raising his whiskers confidently, he continued without a trace of embarrassment, while there's a bit of an immoral flavor to what I did, you know cats, we always have these little schemes. Haven't you ever considered taking another human family into your charge beyond your current one? Just think about it, you'll have double the food, double the snacks, double the toys, and double the affection from humans. Doesn't that sound tempting? Moreover, he added, look at those humans. Don't they often end up managing several cats simultaneously? Isn't that like being surrounded by lovers and switching interests? Why should it be fine for humans to own multiple cats but not okay for cats to manage more than one human? That's just not fair. But listen, doing what I did does come with its technical challenges. It requires bravery, attention to detail, and a thick skin. Not everyone can pull it off easily. Here, I'll share my code of conduct if any of you accidentally cheat and need advice to avoid trouble. First principle, give both your humans top-notch 5-claw service. Make each of them believe they're unique and irreplaceable, indispensable to your existence. Humans are filled with love when they feel needed, and they'll do anything to please you with food and care. Second principle, plan your time impeccably. For instance, I used to eat beef in the East City mornings and arrive punctually in the West City in the afternoon for snacks. This way, neither side discovered my dual roles and no harm was done. Third principle, never leave evidence. Avoid anything that could lead to losing both your humans. At this point, Dunbu let out a long sigh. I was too young back then, didn't know any better, and I didn't guard the third rule well. That's when things went wrong. An inquisitive cat asked, what exactly happened? It was winter, really cold. The humans selling beef were worried I'd freeze, so they gave me a scarf. I was genuinely feeling the chill. When I ran to West City for afternoon tea, I forgot all about the scarf and got caught. The West City humans assumed I belonged to someone else and immediately became upset. Did they kick you out? Nope, he knitted me a little sweater that I couldn't take off either, insisting I wear it to the butcher shop early next morning. Oh, how strange humans are. All the cats chimed in with unanimous agreement. That's how Dunbu was alternately fed by East City meat and West City treats until he weighed 12 pounds. Later, it got impossible. He became too heavy to move around, his legs giving out under the weight, and one day he was captured by the humans and spayed. Then later, he moved in with the man from West City who could knit. And what about the family in East City? Later, when the two cities connected, the humans from West City started visiting East City to buy beef. One day, they even brought Dunbu along, and thus the two sets of humans met face to face. Upon seeing Dunbu, the beef seller turned pale, while the West City human smirked arrogantly. Still, Dunbu managed to feast on some good fresh beef that day. And so, the story ended, prompting all the cats to applaud. Chiram snorted disdainfully and said slowly, "You've always been trouble, having your cake and eating it too. Don't spoil the kids, we still have high school students here." He glanced meaningfully at Spartacus. Spartacus averted his eyes, pretending to stare indifferently at the ceiling, lost in thought. Dunbo felt aggrieved and retorted, "How can you call this double-dipping? This is utilizing my extra energy to promote shared prosperity between humans and cats. Think about it, there are only so many cats willing to hang out with humans. Humans outnumber us, so what do those humans without cats do? They're desperate, right? It's because of me, a big-hearted, unbound cat not counting pennies, that families without cats can experience a small sense of relief. When I was a stray, believe me or not, my service mindset was top-notch. I strove to make every human inclined toward friendliness feel welcome and comfortable. They mistakenly believed themselves highly liked by cats, very amiable. From the perspective of our whole species, this is actually beneficial. The more humans like us, the more cats will be welcomed into their homes. Am I right? Besides, I've trained a large group of strays with the potential to socialize effortlessly. I'm practically an ambassador of goodwill between the feline and human races." Dunbo's view was rather novel to Spartacus. He had never considered that a cat could manage multiple humans in such a way, making each of them feel happy and significant. Meow, life as a cat truly offers endless learning, with far too many questions to ponder. Later in the evening, Spartacus jumped onto the human's computer desk, leaning close to Miwu's chin, sniffing around. Gently flicking his tail, he thought, would Miwu like it if I spent time with other humans outside? Would it make him sad or indifferent? However, considering another angle, if Miwu brought other cats home, played with them, treated them kindly, would I be okay with that? Perhaps Miwu, just like me, thinks I'm the world's best cat. Gurgle, gurgle, Miwu. Jinshio kept her eyes glued to the computer screen, bending down quickly to give Spartacus a peck on the cheek. Probably hit his whiskers, it was prickly. Spartacus suddenly felt happy. That's right, in Miwu's heart, I must definitely be the best cat in the world. I have fluffy paws, a fluffy belly. Turning his head, I also have a fluffy big tail. My 2 ears can stand up straight, or spread outward forming a line. Which other cat is as capable and adorable as me? He pressed his head against the human's chest, rubbing back and forth, leaving his scent all over Miwu. Miwu obviously doesn't want me to seek companionship outside, that's why she won't let me go out alone. Pfft, such a possessive Miwu. Spartacus patted across the keyboard to the front of the screen, facing the microphone with a mew. Listen up, humans out there, I'm already taken and also a cat with noble morals, I will not take charge of you. I know it's hard for you, but stay strong. Just keep being good humans and some cats will eventually like you, maybe. A confused question came from the teammate in the voice chat, am I mistaken, or did I just hear a cat meow? I must be too eager to have a cat. Chapter 48, The Left Behind Pancake, Part 1. The promise of a fresh start in the new year, with plans to generate more income and reduce expenses, has already seen half the year slip by. It was only now that Qingxin finally had an opportunity to earn some extra cash, promoting a men's facial cleanser for a certain brand. Since it wasn't a cat product and was meant for external use, Qingxin felt more comfortable accepting this offer. He originally thought that as a pet blogger and gamer streamer with just over 600,000 fans, he would receive at most a few thousand yuan for advertisement fees, something he had no issue with until they said Spartacus's high-quality fan base and engagement levels merited adding another zero to the compensation. This put Qingxin in a bit of a bind. Was he supposed to design a hard-sell ad? He had always been less than adept when it came to advertising and promotion. Fortunately, the other party was easy to work with, imposing no restrictions on the promotional post and allowing Qingxin creative freedom. Of course, greater participation from the fans would be preferable. Preferably, Spartacus could also make an appearance. Only then, as they were parting ways, did the client mention their final and most crucial requirement. Getting Spartacus on camera wouldn't be too difficult. But how exactly do you tie a cat into a men's facial cleanser ad? Have the cat wash its face? Qingxin quickly dismissed such far-fetched ideas from his mind. Not long after, the trial products and advertisement props were delivered to his home. Sticking to the principle of earnestly advertising with integrity, Qingxin tried out the product himself for 2 days. There were no adverse reactions, nor any miraculous effects. With this reassurance, he felt slightly more confident. Since Spartacus entered high school, he has become highly passionate about his studies. Listening attentively in class and actively asking questions, he even reviewed lessons during breaks. His grasp of human language rapidly improved, soon he could connect different phrases and deduce the meaning of entire sentences. Of course, he still couldn't completely understand Miaowu's words. In fact, through guesswork and inference, he understood roughly 1/10. While 1/10 might seem trivial to a human, for a cat, being able to comprehend that much is nearly akin to reaching the brink of enlightenment. When I get to college, Miaowu will surely be shocked at how clever this little kitty can be. Just imagining Miaowu's approving eyes and gentle caresses was enough to make Spartacus beam with delight. As he indulged in these happy fantasies, suddenly, he heard Miaowu calling him. I'm coming. Spartacus trotted upstairs, walked briskly to the bathroom door, and peered inside curiously. There was his beloved Meow Wu drinking water directly from the faucet, wetting her face entirely. What a clumsy Meow Wu. Are you calling me to help lick your face dry? Spartacus leaped onto the sink, approached Meow Wu's face, and sniffed around. Qingxin adjusted the position of the camera and set the shooting mode before tapping his left cheek with his finger and telling Spartacus, "Big Pancake, come give me a kiss." Spartacus twitched his whiskers. Her face was so damp, and he didn't want to kiss her. Turning his head away, he prepared to jump down from the sink. Seeing Spartacus about to leave, Qingxin hurriedly blocked him with his arm. "Please, Big Pancake. Just give me one kiss, and we'll finish up with this ad right away. Once we've got the money, I'll treat you to freeze-dried food." Spartacus inwardly gloated. Look at Meow Wu trying to trick me into kissing her with snacks. Hey, I'm already in high school, how could she deceive me so easily? However, since she's sincerely offering to treat me to treats, let me humor her request. With a wag of his tail, Spartacus returned to the sink, finding a spot not as wet, and carefully sat down. Then, lifting his head high, he moved his chin close to Meow Wu's cheek and gently touched it. The final photo effect was excellent. A perfect halo radiated from the contours of Spartacus' side profile, highlighting the fuzziness of his entire face, forming a stark contrast with Qingxin's smooth features. Satisfied, Qingxin posted the picture on Weibo along with the slogan, "Let your cat fall in love with your face." Despite the trite nature of the ad line, it garnered over 1,000 comments and shares within an hour. Congratulations to Handsome for finally taking on ads. If you hadn't, I thought my Big Pancake would starve to death. Congratulations, Big Pancake. Today's Big Pancake is super cute. Ah, what a big round face covered in fluff. I need to pinch it. Handsome. So handsome. The manufacturer was extremely satisfied with the promotional results, promptly paying the ad fee and promising future collaboration. Upon receiving the money, Qingxin quickly kept his promise, feeding Spartacus duck meat freeze-dried snacks. Spartacus probably forgot all about the previous promise made by humans, considering this snack his own good fortune. He happily devoured every last bit. Honestly, Big Pancake is truly a lucky charm. Qingxin held Spartacus and gently rubbed his round head. Spartacus lay in Meow Wu's arms, digesting his food. Meow Wu's caresses were comforting, and he was greedy. He wanted Meow Wu to stroke both his belly and his back. Flipping back and forth, he finally pawed Meow Wu's arm and let her scratch under his chin. Gurgling with contentment, he purred. Qingxin had only mentioned it casually, but the opportunities for bringing good fortune came one after another. Soon, there was a new event. A summer festival of the culture would soon be held in X City, and the Fishhook Cat livestream channel also set up its own booth. The platform invited popular streamers to participate and interact with fans. The event duration wasn't long, including travel time. It amounted to 3 days and 2 nights. Qingxin hesitated. Since Spartacus came into his life, they had never been apart, not even when Spartacus slept. Now leaving for 3 days felt like too much. Would Spartacus get used to it? Chao Dan would also attend the summer festival and encouraged Qingxin to join. It's not just about the fees, Chao Dan said. This is the largest scale festival of the year, drawing lots of fans. There'll also be a 24-hour offline live stream interaction segment where almost all the famous streamers will appear. It could help increase our following. Honestly, I think participating wouldn't hurt at all. After thinking about it for 2 days, Qingxin decided to accept the invitation. Currently, Spartacus was in good health, maintaining a stable weight, with no special concerns. The immediate priority was finding a suitable boarding place for Spartacus. After screening several options, Qingxin thought the nighttime cat hotel run by the Cat Club would be a great fit. Though called a cat hotel, it was essentially a feline boarding facility. Based on their previous experience attending daytime events hosted by the Cat Club, Qingxin was satisfied with their service quality. He carefully reviewed the terms of staying at the cat hotel, signed the agreement, paid the deposit, and packed Spartacus items as agreed. Before leaving, Qingxin summoned Spartacus, stroked his head, and explained, "I'm sorry, Big Pancake, I have to leave for a while. You'll stay at the Cat Club for 2 nights, and I'll come back on the 3rd day. As soon as I land, I'll pick you up." Spartacus only understood that someone was going out and thought Meow Wu wanted to take him for a walk. Excitedly, he ran to the rack where his harness was placed and sat neatly, waiting for Meow Wu to attach it. "Big Pancake, come back, we're not going out." "Huh? Not going out?" Spartacus paused, then thought again. Oh right, the weather was hot now, stepping outside this time might burn his paws, so maybe they won't go. He slid into the living room, stretched out on the tile floor, and flicked his tail. "Meow, it's more comfortable here at home anyway." Qingxin chuckled wryly and followed Spartacus. Leaning down, he picked up Spartacus. "Only I'm going out, Big Pancake isn't. When we go out later, be good at the new place, okay?" Spartacus was utterly confused. Were they really going out or not? In the end, Spartacus was bundled up by the human and taken out the door. Recognizing their destination, the Cat Club, Spartacus wondered if there was an event today. But once he was placed in a strange room, he had no idea what had happened. Bewildered, he roamed around inside his cage and nudged close to Meow Wu, softly calling out. Meow Wu, are we moving houses? Xingqin's heart ached. He touched Spartacus' head and spoke softly, I'm leaving soon, Big Pancake has to be a good boy here, alright? I'll be back very quickly. I'll call you when I arrive. Of course, I'll be good. Spartacus yawned widely. But Meow Wu, I don't know how to make phone calls yet. The cat and human murmured to each other for a long time. Eventually, Spartacus realized Meow Wu wanted him to stay here for 2 days, and he immediately didn't want to. He trailed behind the human, rubbing his body against Meow Wu, trying to persuade him to take him along. Wherever Meow Wu goes, I'll go too. Spartacus insisted. Xingqin repeatedly comforted Spartacus until he calmed down, curling up in his arms as if accepting the reality. Xingqin leaned down and kissed Spartacus lightly on the nose. I love you the most. Spartacus lifted his chin and reciprocated by kissing Meow Wu's lips. Meow Wu, please come back to pick me up quickly. In the end, Meow Wu left, leaving Spartacus with a soft jacket filled with his scent. It smelled wonderful. Roar, I've already started missing my Meow Wu. Lethargic, Spartacus sprawled out on Meow Wu's jacket, burying his nose in the sleeve. Soon, 2 unfamiliar humans walked in, picked up Spartacus's cage, and brought him to a large room. The room seemed rather comfortable, with cages of different sizes, most of which were empty except for 2 or 3 that had their occupants. Spartacus immediately smelled the scent of Tsong Bao Hui, that little fatty. Achoo! Sure enough, Tsong Bao Hui, with his sharp eyes, recognized Spartacus right away and excitedly wriggled his round body to warmly greet Spartacus. Meow meow, Spartacus. Great! I've been here for a day already, and finally, I see a familiar cat. How are you? Did your human leave you too? Hearing this, Spartacus wanted to pounce on him. The 2 humans checked everything but didn't lock the cage and then left. Spartacus was a bit surprised, realizing they weren't going to lock him in. This room must be a public area for cats, they could choose to stay in their familiar cages or go outside to play or sleep. There weren't many guests at the cat hotel besides Spartacus and Tsong Bao Hui, there were 3 other cats, 2 ragdoll cats and 1 Persian cat, all female. After Spartacus inspected his new territory, he organized all the felines for a get-together meeting. During the meeting, he discovered that none of the other 4 cats actually knew why they had been sent over here. Tsong Bao Hui, carefree as ever, shook his head and frightened the 3 females. It's definite, your humans don't want you anymore, haha. You've been abandoned. You've been abandoned. He kept singing as he ran back and forth around the girls. Actually, he had no idea what abandonment meant, he just wanted to play and tease them to make them cry. A timid ragdoll started crying outright. Spartacus, annoyed by the commotion, swatted Tsong Bao Hui with a paw and flipped him onto the ground. Tsong Bao Hui flattened his ears, curling into a ball, and stopped singing. Even without singing, the cats still found entertainment among themselves. The lodging room was filled with cat toys of various kinds. The group of cats played happily. There was also a huge LCD television embedded on the wall showing fascinating moving images of animals. However, Spartacus wasn't interested in those childish games. Instead, he leapt onto the high windowsill, trying to look outside. It seemed something had been smeared on the window, so he couldn't clearly see out. Maybe it was to prevent cats from escaping since the mesh window was reinforced and looked sturdy. Nonchalantly, Spartacus began scratching the mesh screen. He'd wanted to do this for a while but wouldn't dare at home because he didn't want Meow Wu to be upset. Sigh, I miss my Meow Wu. I wonder if Meow Wu is doing alright. Is she being bullied by other humans? Why can't she take me along? Roar, I'm pretty capable. His thoughts were scattered as he accidentally tore off a corner of the mesh screen. Startled, Spartacus looked nervously around and noticed no one paying attention to him. Acting as if nothing happened, he casually kicked the corner back into place with his hind legs. At least outwardly, it appeared as though Meow Wu wouldn't have to pay any damages. Dinner arrived when a human who Spartacus recognized entered and handed him a phone. The phone had an unfamiliar smell, so Spartacus didn't care much about it. But soon, a familiar gentle voice came through the phone. Oh, it's Meow Wu. Spartacus pounced forward, covering the phone with his furry front paws, attentively listening to Meow Wu talk and occasionally mewing responses. Though Meow Wu couldn't understand his words, Spartacus earnestly told her that he was fine and hoped she would come fetch him soon. Today's night shift worker was number 12. While it wasn't unusual for pet owners to request a call with their cats, number 12 was surprised when the cat responded so earnestly. Finding it amusing, number 12 reached out to touch Spartacus's big head but got her hand swatted away. Spartacus bared his teeth, daring her to try again. After the food bowl was cleaned up, the human went out. Tsong Bao Hui wobbled over to Spartacus and spoke with him. The person on the phone was Meow Wu, right? Meow Wu sounds really nice. I wish I had a human like that. Spartacus huffed, I won't give you the chance to envy her. Don't you dare call her Meow Wu. Stingy. Fatty. You're not thin either. I'm thinner than you. The 3 female cats didn't bother joining their boring banter. As night deepened, all the cats, having played a lot during the day, quickly grew sleepy. They curled up in a circle, finding cozy spots, and each drifted off to sleep. Spartacus's ears suddenly twitched, waking him from his slumber. He raised his head alertly and sniffed the air. What was that smell? So foul. At this moment, he noticed a shadow standing by the glass window, dark and blurry, vaguely resembling the outline of a human. Who could it be? That shadow moved abruptly and quickly disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, the unsettling smell in the air grew stronger. Spartacus sneezed and gave Tsong Bao Hui, who slept not far away, a vigorous kick to wake him up. Tsong Bao Hui woke up groggily, shaking his head and struggling to open his eyes as he looked for Spartacus. Was it? He asked indistinctly. Is your nose just for decoration because it's so short? Spartacus swatted Tsong Bao Hui with his paw to fully awaken him, then gestured towards the movement in the corner. Cats have excellent night vision. As Tsong Bao Hui widened his eyes, he indeed saw an odd package that had appeared in the corner of the room sometime during their sleep. Bubbles were continuously oozing out from its opening, releasing an increasingly pungent odor. Chapter 49, Left Behind Big Pancake, Part 2. The other three girls had been awakened by the pungent smell of the cat. Dazed, they lay on the cat tree and watched Spartacus and Kongbawi. Cats are very sensitive to smells, and soon everyone felt their eyes burning and breathing becoming labored. Kongbawi started meowing loudly. After a while with no human appearing, his throat became dry. Spartacus made a quick decision, let's go. Kongbawi was stunned, but the doors and windows are locked. We can't get out. Without answering, Spartacus jumped onto the window and used his claws to widen the corner of the screen he had damaged earlier, barely tearing open a hole big enough for a cat to pass through. Kongbawi also came back to his senses, kicking his chubby legs as he struggled to jump up, trying to crawl out of the opening. Just as he bent down, he was pushed aside by Spartacus. Shouldn't we let the girls go first, said Spartacus in an irritable tone. Kongbawi was somewhat frightened but obediently stepped back after hearing Spartacus's words. Spartacus directed the three female cats to crawl out of the hole first. Luckily, all of them were small-sized and easily escaped successfully. When it was Kongbawi's turn, there was a problem. Although young, because of his fondness for food, his weight had shot up, making him short yet plump. To try to squeeze through such a small hole posed quite a challenge. Spartacus behind Kongbawi used his paws and body to push him through. All the while, he criticized Kongbawi, "You're too fat and won't admit it." Kongbawi wanted to argue back but decided to save his energy to crawl out. In the end, he kept silent. Fortunately, after pressing his fur, it went smoother. Soon, he also successfully crawled out. Spartacus was the last one. The broken hole seemed to have been stretched slightly by Kongbawi, so Spartacus felt confident that he could easily crawl out. Unexpectedly, halfway through, his belly's excess flesh piled up, jamming his waist and hips at the opening, leaving him stuck. Spartacus was shocked to wide-eyed amazement. If Kongbawi could make it out, surely he shouldn't be stuck. He took a deep breath, twisting his body, his four paws clawing at the ground, attempting to move forward another step. Ouch, that hurts. Spartacus clearly felt some of the fur on his rear caught by a piece of wire, causing a sharp pain whenever he moved. But regardless of the discomfort, he gritted his teeth and continued pushing. Finally, with a loud meow, Spartacus arduously squeezed his meaty figure out of the torn window. Exhausted. My butt really hurts. Underneath the window ledge was the lawn. Spartacus tumbled down onto the grass, collapsing onto the ground with no energy left to even lick the sore spot where his fur had been pulled out. Even as he felt uncomfortable, he met Kongbawi's round gaze full of suspicion. Instantly, Spartacus stood up vigorously using all four paws, declaring, "The hole was deformed by you, it's hard to climb, humph." He elegantly pranced a few steps ahead, approaching the three lady cats, sat down, and looked seriously at them. These elegant cats, having lived with humans since birth, had never experienced such incidents before, shaking in fear, huddled together. Even Kongbawi followed over, looking presentable despite his droopy fat ears indicating his own fright. Spartacus sneezed and shook his head. "Oh, bunch of delicate indoor flower cats." Spartacus shook his whiskers, asking each cat one by one about their situations, gradually learning everything. Surprisingly, among them, there were 2 junior high school students, 1 elementary student, and Kongbawi, who had failed his junior high graduation exam and had to repeat the year, making Spartacus, being a high school student, the most educated and knowledgeable. Had it been a regular day, Spartacus would have proudly raised his tail long ago. But considering the unique circumstances tonight, Spartacus deduced that the shadow he had seen deliberately placed something nasty into their room. Humph, one bad human. He didn't understand what had happened to the humans from the club, as none appeared just now. They shouldn't return to the club under any circumstances now. Shaking his ears thoughtfully for a moment, Spartacus asked, "Do any of you know how to get back to your humans' homes?" The other 4 cats all shook their heads. Sigh, relying on these delicate ones wasn't possible. With a stern expression, Spartacus contemplated, realizing taking them home wouldn't work either. They likely stayed at the cat club because their owners were away and unable to care for them. Therefore, this night, they would have to find a safe place and somehow ask for help. Ouch, if Miwu were here now, licking his paws. After Spartacus finished licking his paws, a plan formed in his mind. He opened his mouth and said, "We don't know who wants to harm us right now. It's best not to stay around here anymore. I know a friend who lives a few streets away. If we run over there, it'll probably take about half an hour. My friend can shelter us and also look for human help. I hope you'll go with me so you won't get lost. If you do, your humans might never find you again, and then you'd have to wander on the streets, searching for food yourselves. Street life is tough, definitely unsuitable for all of you. Now, let's vote. Raise your paw if you agree with my plan. Spartacus had become the leader cat of this temporary unfortunate group. His plan was unanimously approved. The friend Spartacus spoke of was Mashu. Spartacus still remembered when Mashu had told him a few days ago that the number of rats at the clinic had increased recently, so he would stay overnight at the clinic to keep watch. Eat more than enough, clinic wasn't too far from here. Judging by the current time, they should be able to arrive when the moon climbs to its highest point. Spartacus tilted his neck, sniffed quietly in the air for a while to confirm the direction, then organized the group and set out soon after. He walked ahead, with the 3 female cats in the middle, and Kombawi bringing up the rear. Taking advantage of the night, this cluster of fur balls moved swiftly down the road. Even in the dead of night, cars occasionally zoomed by on the road, producing tremendous roaring sounds that frequently frightened these fur balls into jumping wildly. Spartacus sighed helplessly but could do nothing about it. Other than him, none of the other cats had ever wandered the streets themselves before. They were completely clueless about what to expect, staring with wide, frightened eyes. Spartacus had no choice but to keep looking back constantly, urging the members of the fluffy squad to stay in formation, and not leave his sight no matter how scared they got. Fortunately, although the team members were timid, they listened reasonably well. While crying in fear, they clung tightly to Spartacus and ran forward. Under Spartacus' guidance, his buddies skillfully wove through human streets and alleys, eventually reaching the front door of Eat More Than Enough clinic. Spartacus stopped and motioned for the other cats to wait aside. Then he took 2 steps forward and called out, "Mashu, are you home?" A moment later, there was a noise from inside the door, and a black round head emerged from the small cat flap at the bottom of the door, emitting 2 sharp beams of light. "Welcome," said Mashu cheerfully as he greeted Spartacus. "Why did you come? Come in quickly. How come you brought friends? Are you here to continue the snack session?" The group of cats followed him through the cat flap into the clinic. There were no humans in the clinic at night, leaving it pitch dark. Luckily, for cats with perfect night vision, this posed no problem. Mashu led them to the comfortable waiting room, where there were soft cushions. Kombawi and the female cats huddled together on the cushion, unsettled and nervously grooming each other. Spartacus sidled up to Mashu, giving him a brief summary of their experiences from that night. After hearing Spartacus' story, Mashu wrinkled his nose, sensing something fishy about the situation. But exactly what seemed off, he couldn't quite articulate, so he decided first to seek help from humans and settle these cats properly. "What are your plans now?" he asked Spartacus. "Dr. Dai has gone back to her birth nest and won't be back for a long time. So, the clinic's humans are taking a vacation these days and won't show up even when the sky brightens tomorrow." Spartacus was perplexed, looking down at his paws. Suddenly, he realized that he still wore the collar Miwu had given him. During class one day, the teacher had mentioned that some humans leave contact information on collars so that, if a cat gets lost, other humans can use the information on the collar to help it get home. Thinking about this, he quickly lifted his neck to ask Mashu to check if Miwu's contact information was engraved on his collar. Mashu twisted his neck and looked hard for quite a while before finally confirming, "Yes, your human printed his phone number on your collar. As long as we call this number, you will be able to speak with your human. However," he scratched his neck worriedly with his hind legs, "your human won't understand cat language either. What good would calling him do?" Spartacus believed that as long as he could contact Miwu, even though Miwu wouldn't understand his words, Miwu would surely come up with all sorts of ways to rescue him. It was late now, and Miwu usually slept at this time. Should he call Miwu? As Spartacus hesitated, Kombawi suddenly spoke up, his tone sounding a bit urgent. "This cat said her stomach doesn't feel well." He lowered his head and sniffed one of the ragdoll cats curled up beside him. The ragdoll cat had wrapped herself tightly, either because she was frightened or because she had inhaled too much harmful gas at the time. This wouldn't do. Domestic cats generally have weaker constitutions. If noticeable symptoms appear and are not treated in time, they might escalate into serious problems. Spartacus decisively made his decision and said to Mashu, "Let's call Miwu." Calling was no easy task for cats. Understanding those human numbers already exceeded the knowledge range of most cats. Fortunately, both Mashu and Spartacus were top students in the Human Appliance Usage Guide course. The two collaborated, and soon started their first round of tests. They used the clinic's landline phone, using their paws to open the handset, setting it on speaker mode. Mashu would recite the number from the engraved plate on the collar while Spartacus pressed the keys with his paws. It wasn't easy to press small number buttons with fuzzy paws. Before the call connected, they made mistakes several times. Twice, they accidentally dialed an unknown human's phone. The two cats were scolded harshly by a sharp female voice and shrank their heads, their ears flattened. Luckily, they didn't fully understand what was said, so they simply hung up and continued trying. After countless attempts, they finally got through again. It was still an unfamiliar human's voice this time. Spartacus unhappily shook his ears. Xianqin participated in the streamer offline event for the first time. She didn't expect game streamers to be having so much fun. After they landed and arrived at the hotel, they just had time to put away their luggage and rest for a while before being called to the venue where they began the summer festival's featured 24-hour non-stop live streaming program. Streamers from different platforms all gathered in the same gaming room and interacted with online viewers by playing games. Xianqin originally thought that the 24 hours was just an exaggeration since there were more important events scheduled for the next day. However, it turned out that even at 2 o'clock in the morning, the streamers were still playing dull card games with no sign of stopping. The number of people watching the live stream also remained high. With so many viewers, everyone seemed to be in great spirits, continuing multiple rounds of games without losing any enthusiasm despite their fatigue. Although those who were tired could sleep on the sofas placed aside, these sofas were all occupied by female streamers. Xianqin decided not to compete for the limited resting spots and stayed in her seat, persevering. I wonder how Bingbing is doing alone. Will he choose a different bed? Did he eat enough today? When the main players eventually got bored of poker, someone suggested they play the randomly call a friend to tell the truth game. This game sounded very dull. The person whose turn it was would need to give up their phone, and the host would randomly select a contact from the list. The selected person would then talk to the chosen contact according to the other member's requirements. It had some prank elements. Xianqin initially had good luck. Chao Dan had already been chosen twice, but she hadn't been picked once. Finally, when the host announced the last selection of the night and promised they'd end after this round, Xianqin let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, however, she heard her own name called out. While she was lost in thought, Chao Dan had stealthily grabbed her phone, and the crowd laughed as they said Sing had been too silent all evening without saying a word, so now it was time for her to participate more actively. Confess. Confess. Chao Dan loudly suggested. The chat exploded instantly, with everyone spamming, haha. Great idea. But if Sing confesses to her real-life friends unexpectedly, regardless of whether they're male or female, they'll probably take it seriously. Evil smile. Ha ha ha, why did you leave Bingbing home alone? Next time bring Spartacus too. We want to pet the cat. Damn, if Bingbing were also attending the summer festival, I'd fly to City X regardless. No one can stop me from cheering for Bingbing. Caught between a rock and a hard place, Xianqin had no choice but to unlock her phone. Chao Dan pushed her towards the front of the live stream camera. Being human means having a little entertainment spirit, she thought self-deprecatingly. There wasn't a single fixed contact in her phone, so she guessed they'd consider her some kind of weirdo. As she was deep in thought, she suddenly heard her phone ring. Chao Dan looked around in confusion and said, I didn't dial anything. I couldn't find the contacts just now. Someone guessed it must be an acquaintance calling. Given the late hour, it must be someone with a close relationship. Regardless, random selection beats careful consideration. Just answer it first. Xianqin slowly furrowed his brows, inexplicably feeling a bit uneasy. At this moment, Chao Dan had already quickly swiped to the answer button and mischievously pinched his voice, leaning close to the phone, loudly saying, this is the super handsome Sing God's phone. Who are you? Why are you calling him at midnight? Spartacus couldn't help but use his paws to fiddle with the telephone receiver. What was that? It was driving the cats crazy. He was just about to hang up when the familiar voice suddenly came through the receiver. Hello, how are you? Even though it was somewhat distorted, Spartacus immediately recognized Miwu's voice. Spartacus happily jumped over and meowed once. Miwu, it's me. Chao Dan and several other streamers who wanted to see the commotion looked at each other blankly. A cat? The cat called Sing. No, can cats even make phone calls? Xianqin was also shocked, blurting out instinctively, is it Bingbing? His unease gradually grew. It's Bingbing. Spartacus happily wiggled his butt quickly, his tail flicking back and forth. Miwu, you're so smart. Daimashu, who had been sitting quietly on the side, finally interrupted Spartacus, urging him to get to the point. Xianqin was puzzled. Another cat? Who? Spartacus unhappily glared at Daimashu, aren't you silly? Miwu won't understand. Daimashu lowered his eyelids, slantingly looking at Spartacus. Even if he doesn't understand, you need to act very anxious. That way, your human will realize something bad happened and think of helping us. Spartacus snapped back to reality. Oh, yes, now isn't the time to chat with Miwu. He then recalled the knowledge from drama class, brewed for a moment, and then painfully let out an ow. Miwu save the cat lives, it's terrible. Xianqin tensely stood up in alarm and quickly spoke into the phone, Bingbing, what happened to you? Where are you? Chao Dan stood nearby, thinking Xianqin must have panicked. Ask a cat. Can a cat tell you where they are? But if it's a cat that can call itself, it didn't seem as bizarre as imagined. Xianqin realized it might be an accident involving Spartacus. However, all the cat could do was meow a few times, not being able to explain what happened. Xianqin did not disconnect the call, continuously softly comforting Spartacus while indicating Chao Dan to lend him the phone. Using Chowdan's phone, he dialed the duty number at the cattery. The call was soon answered. Upon hearing it was one of the staying cat's owner, the staff seemed somewhat flustered but honestly informed them that the 5 cats currently staying at the cattery had disappeared without a trace. Toxic gas was found in the cat's living area, and they had already alerted the police. Detailed matters would only be clear after the police investigation, and they were putting their best effort towards finding the missing cats. Toxic. Shinchin instantly felt as if his blood had turned cold. Then he thought again, Spartacus must have escaped himself somehow and managed to call. A place capable of reaching him by dialing a landline, could it be a place they'd been to before? He rapidly excluded possible options, providing the clues to the Cats Club, hoping they could take advantage of this time to find Spartacus and the other cats. Bing bing, are there other cats with you? Yes, Miwu. Spartacus happily replied while glancing at Kongbui. Kongbui was curled up on the shelf, unwillingly giving a loud meow. Shinchin relaxed a little. It seems like Spartacus had escaped on his own and incidentally taken the other little friends along too. No matter what, they needed to be found as soon as possible. This absurd plot was truthfully broadcast live. In just a short few minutes, the chat exploded with messages. Who wants to harm my Bing Bing, mommy, perverts ah. Holy crap, what plot is this? Aia Spartan alright? Wait, meaning, some cats know how to make phone calls. The streamers present hadn't expected such a live streaming accident either, momentarily unsure what to do. Eventually, Shinchin made arrangements. First, he apologized to the viewers and other streamers for the interruption. Then he told Chowdan he'd immediately buy a plane ticket to go home, asking him to mail the luggage at the hotel afterward. Chowdan nodded repeatedly, reassuring him. Xinchin rushed out of the venue and ran wildly on the road for a long time before finally hailing a taxi. Fortunately, he had his credentials on him. On the way to the airport, Xinchin managed to purchase an airplane ticket and took leave from the event organizers and booth supervisors, expressing his willingness to cover all breach of contract losses. After everything was sorted, Xinchin stared at the ink-like darkness outside the window, thinking about his tabby cat, feeling as if his chest had been hit hard. Xinchin redialed that landline number. He didn't know if Spartacus would pick up the phone himself. He just waited, hoping to talk with him once more. The phone rang for quite some time before it was answered. A clatter came through, seemingly the receiver having fallen on the ground. Shortly after, Spartacus' soft voice came over the line. Mew, is that you? Xinchin couldn't help but smile, speaking into the phone, Bing Bing, I'll be home soon. Just wait a bit longer. No matter where you are right now, if you're already safe, don't move. I'll find you, wait for me. Spartacus understood the words, home, and, wait for me, happily emitting a purring sound. Mew, I'll wait for you. Chapter 50, Spartan, the hero makes the news. Spartan hung up on Miwu's call with a big grin. Though he didn't quite understand most of what was said, one thing was clear to him, Miwu was coming home soon, and she would take him back with her. He was reveling in this good news when suddenly he heard Kongbui let out a heavy sigh. Curious, Spartan turned his head and looked at Kongbui. The little plump one had his round head hanging low, burying his face into the cushion. But alas, his face was too big, part of his fur still poked out from between his paws. Kongbui, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Spartan leapt onto the rack and went over to Kongbui's side. After staying silent for a long time, Kongbui finally opened his mouth slowly, saying, I envy you so much. This wasn't the first time Spartan had heard such words, so he took it lightly and even proudly showed off his 2 tiny fangs. Heh, I know Miwu is great too. I've been abandoned by my human. Huh, you've been abandoned by your human? Spartan suddenly froze in place, startled. What? Your human left you? Kongbui lifted his large face, sighed, and said, actually, before this happened, I'd already stayed in a cattery for quite a while. There was once a tortoiseshell cat next door who was very smart. She understood human language. She secretly told me that the 2 humans in my life mentioned pregnancy and adoption when they brought me here. My female human became pregnant, so they don't want me anymore. They plan to let me stay outside for a while, then find a suitable adoptive family for me and send me away. As Kongbui spoke, tears filled his huge eyes. Sometimes I could feel that my female human wasn't fond of me. But I thought if I studied hard and mastered better techniques to manage humans, I could become an even more excellent and loved cat. Alas, if only I hadn't played around so much, if only I had passed the junior high school graduation exam. However, what Kongbui failed to tell Spartan was that he didn't pass his junior high exam mainly because during that time, his 2 humans were always arguing, during the day, and even in the middle of the night. He had no time for studying and could only hide in the corner until the humans calmed down. This situation persisted until his female human got pregnant. Spartan made an sound, unsure of how to respond for a moment. He lay down beside Kongbui and licked the small fatso's ear with his tongue. Maybe, he hesitated deeply, unsure. If Kongbui moved in with him, Miwu would definitely be good to him, and Kongbui would never be abandoned by humans again. But Spartan didn't know how to decide, looking down at his own paws. I don't really want other cats to share Miwu with me. He felt ashamed of his selfishness and saddened by Kombui's plight. Daimashu ran out from the inner room, calling out to the cats to have something to eat. My human has left plenty of food and water for me. You can share it with me. Spartan originally thought that the grieving Kombui would refuse Daimashu's kindness, but unexpectedly, after hearing this, he quickly stood up, waddling his hefty little body, and trotted inside to eat. Ah, indeed, nothing beats filling one's belly to bring comfort. After finishing eating, another beautiful nap awaits. When dawn comes, I'll see Miwu, and when the day breaks, everything will get better. After sunrise, Spartan did not immediately meet Chin Xian. In fact, as soon as Chin Xian landed, she went straight to the cat club to check on the situation. The police had already intervened in the investigation, officially citing cases of burglary and poisoning. From surveillance footage, they discovered that a mysterious man in black clothing infiltrated the cat club late last night, throwing a bag of unidentified substance into the room where borrowed cats were housed. It just so happened to be during the handover time of the nighttime staff, usually leaving a 10-minute gap. The black-clad man clearly had intimate knowledge of the internal staff schedule and workflow. The man was dressed head to toe, making facial recognition nearly impossible. Upon analysis, the mysterious substance turned out to be a combination of two chemical agents that, upon contact with water, produced highly irritating ammonia gas. Inhalation in large quantities could lead to respiratory burns or even fatty liver degeneration. However, according to the surveillance footage, the few cats awakened by the strong odor found their way to the exit and escaped in time, maintaining sufficient distance from the chemicals to avoid severe poisoning reactions. Nevertheless, due to limited coverage of the surveillance cameras, it was only seen that a group of cats left led by the spotted cat. Their destination remains unclear. Chin Xian was frantic with worry. He believed that Spartan, being extremely clever, would certainly find a safe place for himself and the other cats. Suddenly, he remembered the landline number and decided to retrieve it to ask the police to help track its location. However, their response was that this would take time. With no other choice, Chin Xian tried searching the number online. Although there was no exact match, there were similar landline numbers that seemed like consecutive ones, among which was the consultation hotline of Chi Duo Duo Clinic. Chin Xian suddenly understood, Spartan must have gone to Daimashu. When Chin Xian and the reporters who had rushed over upon hearing the news arrived at the clinic, they found its gates tightly shut, with a note reading, temporarily out of business, plastered on it. Chin Xian's heart, which had been temporarily settled, once again leapt with tension. Just then, he noticed a fluffy, round head emerging from the cat hole beneath the clinic door. It was Spartan. Spartan had originally only heard the commotion outside and wanted to peek out to see what was happening. Unexpectedly, as soon as he looked up, he spotted Miwu. Overjoyed, he eagerly squeezed his body out through the cat hole. Meow meow. Chin Xian opened his arms and tightly embraced the big tabby rushing into them. Meow, I've missed you so much. Spartan purred loudly, rubbing his cheek against the human's chin repeatedly. Oh, look. I've got a bald patch on my butt. My fur fell out, it hurt. Well, it stung quite a bit when it first came out, but after he licked it a few times, the sensation disappeared. Nonetheless, Spartan still turned his body around to let Miwu inspect the injured area. He complained pitifully, pouting, and then curled up quietly in the human's arms, enjoying Miwu's gentle stroking. Chin Xian caressed Spartan's bare spot on his bottom and tenderly kissed him, feeling sorry for him. The rest of the cats who had escaped from the cat club had all been found, but the club had already ordered a rectification and would remain closed temporarily. Their owners were still out of town and could not return immediately. Chin Xian was worried about how to arrange for these cats, but fortunately, Dr. Dai had returned hastily from her hometown earlier in the day. After she completed health checks for all the cats, luckily none of them showed any signs of illness. She arranged temporary boarding for them. Although Dr. Daimashu wasn't the hero of this particular incident, out of love, she praised him for his smart moves anyway and even printed a colorful photo specifically for Daimashu to hang in the clinic's display window as an exemplary employee. Unfortunately, since Daimashu is such a dark black cat, his color photo looked almost the same as a black and white one. 2 days later, the cat owners came to pick up their pets and learned that Spartan was the big hero in this crisis situation. They all came forward to express their gratitude, gathering around Spartan in the center and showering him with compliments. They collectively decided to buy Spartan a heap of canned food. The cats were picked up one by one, and the temporary hostel at the clinic gradually grew quiet again, except for Kombui who remained there. Chin Xian acutely observed that the owner of the orange Garfield cat he had previously seen did not come. He was puzzled because, logically, the cat club should have notified every family. Even if the owner was far away, they should have at least called to inquire and make arrangements. He contacted the cat club's manager and learned that Kombui's owner didn't intend to take him back and was looking for someone to adopt him instead. Kombui appeared to know that he had been abandoned. Quietly squatting in the corner, he watched as his companions were one by one carried home by their families, neither making a fuss nor protesting. Spartan sat obediently beside him, gazing upward at Chin Xian. Chin Xian squatted down, gently smoothing Kombui's fur on the head, and said to him, "You're a wonderful cat, and you've done great." Kombui lifted his eyes to Chin Xian, suddenly mewing softly and lightly brushing his cheek against his fingers. Spartan patiently sat aside watching the interaction between Chin Xian and Kongbowi, enduring for a minute before finally losing patience. He stood up and squeezed himself between Miwu and the little plump cat. "Miwu, pet me too. I'm great as well." Seeing that Miwu did not take the small plump one home, Spartan both sighed in relief and felt sorry for Kongbowi. But oddly enough, Kongbowi didn't share the same concern. Living well-fed at the clinic, learning how to work as a receptionist from Daimashu, he even gained a couple more ounces. Despite this, his affection for Miwu grew immensely. Every time he saw Spartan, he would chatter non-stop, reaching a point where Spartan became quite annoyed, hoping he'd quickly find a new owner. Chin Xian covered the costs for Kongbowi's stay at the clinic, asking Dr. Dai to help care for him and find a suitable adopter. He also posted Kongbowi's picture on Weibo, recruiting under a friend's name a long-term pooper scooper in return for payment. The adorable orange Garfield quickly drew widespread attention, with the adoption post being forwarded thousands of times. Compared to most Weibo adoptions, the requirements Chin Xian proposed seemed relatively simple, and the paid adoption excluded some people who just wanted to get a deal. However, potential adopters would also have to pass Spartan's interview. Chin Xian believed that when it came to determining whether a human was good enough to adopt a cat, Spartan was the one with the final say. Still, upon hearing they could meet the actual Spartan after applying, fans began to buzz with excitement. Some even decided to fly there just to catch a glimpse of their idol. Before long, the application forms started flooding into the clinic like falling snowflakes. This overwhelming situation delayed the vetting process and slowed down the progress significantly. In the end, Chin Xian had no choice but to entrust the vetting of the adopters to Dr. Dai and Chi Duo Clinic. However, the final chosen adopter turned out not to be one recruited through his Weibo post, nor a familiar customer of the clinic. Perhaps it was fate. One day, a man came to the clinic with a swallow injured by a windshield. The swallow had been discovered by him on the road, and he hoped the doctor could dress its wound. He was plump, with 2 dimples when he laughed. His hands carefully and earnestly held the wounded swallow, giving the impression that he was quite kind-hearted. Kongbowi jumped off the shelf, placing his chubby paw on the man's leather shoes. "Meow, I'm taking you over." And so, a new story began. For Spartan, a cat possessing unfathomable intelligence, the media also showed great interest. Despite Chin Xian's repeated rejections of all interviews, the local newspaper still managed to put together a news article accompanied by photos taken on-site, publishing Spartan's achievements. The headline read, "Believe it or not, this tabby cat organized a successful rescue." When Chin Xian saw the newspaper, he helplessly noticed that he himself had been featured in the article. According to an interview with the cat's owner afterward, he hadn't trained this cat beforehand, and it had never done anything as surprising as making phone calls. As for why the tabby cat could be so intelligent, the owner claimed to know nothing. The story spread wildly online. Videos showing Spartan leading a few cats to escape and the live broadcast of Spartan calling Chin Xian during the summer festival somehow leaked, causing netizens to marvel at how such an extraordinary smart tabby could secretly become powerful after the establishment of New China. After further investigation, they found out this cat had shown unusual intelligence even much earlier, which aroused immense interest from the public. In comparison, fans' sympathy towards Spartan was more affectionate. "Wah, I didn't check Weibo because I was taking exams the other day. I can't believe something this big happened. I'm so glad my bow is fine. May all those poison cat people go to hell. So what about the psycho? Just let it go because we couldn't catch them. Just thinking about these psychopaths still out there gives me chills. Poor Spartan. Feed Bao more meat, our Bao has worked hard. Keep supporting Bao." Chin Xian's Weibo account was dug up by nosy followers, and soon his popularity skyrocketed. So did Spartan's, attracting numerous favorable terms from collaborating manufacturers. However, Chin Xian declined, intuitively feeling that excessive exposure of Spartan might cause unnecessary trouble for the tabby cat. He continued to be a low-profile gamer streamer. Nevertheless, his prudence left a good impression on the newly acquired spectators, since cat lovers who don't capitalize on events were always popular. Even though Spartan was priceless, Chin Xian reached his streaming career peak due to his newfound popularity. The summer festival organizers did not blame him for breaking the contract but instead reimbursed his round-trip travel expenses and promised another collaboration opportunity. Chin Xian's live room on the Cat platform trended into the top 3. It was prominently recommended, and every night during the live streams, he garnered 30 to 40,000 viewers, becoming a pillar of the platform with finally stable earnings and gradually accumulating savings. The Cat platform took advantage of the heated moment and sent a large box of canned food to Spartan under the platform's name. Added to the cans previously sent by other cat owners and friends like Chi Duo, Spartan now owned a mountain of canned food. With his newfound wealth, Spartan guarded his canned food mountain every day, sniffing each can one by one, behaving like a true miser. However, there were too many cans, they would go to waste if not consumed in time, and eating too much would make him gain weight. Chin Xian often secretly gave the cans away to Chi Duo Clinic without Spartan knowing, so they could provide for stray cats. That wasteful meow. Spartan sighed deeply as he helplessly watched his canned food mountain shrink until only a small pile was left. By the time Spartan finished the last can from his canned food mountain, he finally welcomed his high school final exams. If there was any direct impact of the Cat Club escape incident on Spartan, it was that he unexpectedly learned about being awarded the Hero Cat medal by the Cat Association for his brave rescue efforts. This virtual medal could neither be eaten nor played with, but it gave him 5 extra points for his graduation exam, which was highly tempting and practical for a somewhat imbalanced student cat. Encouraged by the extra points, Spartan was confident about his dream of attending university. Soon, Spartan faced the most important exam of his feline life, the college entrance exam. As expected, Spartan achieved commendable high scores in human language and vocal music exams. Although his performance in the other 2 subjects was average, with the support of his consistent performance and medal bonus points, he effortlessly surpassed the key scoreline, becoming one of the top students at Cat University. Spartan filled out the application choice section solemnly with excitement, selecting his ideal major, human language. Spartan pressed his paw seriously. If he studied human language at university, he would become one of the few exceptionally intelligent cats who understood the human world. The thought was truly exhilarating. The Cat Association sent their congratulations without delay. Of course, along with encouragement came reminders. The association believed that Spartan was a rare and exceptionally smart cat, a fruit of their educational system. However, living in the human world meant that cats needed to know what they should do and shouldn't. Revealing all of one's abilities to humans could hinder the feline population's survival in the long term. Incidents could be occasional and situational, but if unchecked, things might spiral towards extremes. We are the imposters among humans, this is our species' secret. To inspire Spartan's continued advancement while preserving his original intention, the Cat Association specially quoted a famous cat proverb attributed to Comrade Wang Teku. To achieve great success, one must remain patient and determined, meow. After being ordered to reform his manners and words, Spartan led a considerably long life of pretending and acting silly. As his understanding of human language deepened through daily exchanges with Chin Xin, he increasingly grasped the meaning behind human words. To appear as an ordinary cat, Spartan had to frequently pretend ignorance, shaking his big head as if completely baffled, or even making actions completely opposite to the instructions, all aiming for Chin Xin to believe that he had no special abilities. Meow, I don't understand what you're saying with, come here, don't move, jump higher. Who's, bing bing. Totally incomprehensible. In Chin Xion's eyes, Spartan clearly understood what he meant but always pretended to be stupid, thinking his acting skills were good enough. In reality, his every action betrayed him, making him look foolish. However, fortunately, Chin Xion wasn't a curious or showy human. Spartan's and his species' little secrets remain safe today. Meow. Chapter 51, The Way of University. Recently, a strange creature has appeared at home. It's round and flat. Although it has no smell, it can move. Its name is Dibao, floor. Every day, it begs many times, making loud noises asking Miwu to pick it up. Humph, this irritates the cat. Sparta hid his body behind the wall, quietly staring at Bao. Bao was happily running around, unaware of what was happening. Spart lowered his body, slightly swinging his hind legs while never taking his eyes off Bao. Just as he intended to launch an attack, he suddenly heard Miwu's footsteps from behind. Sparta instinctively raised his head and meowed towards Miwu. Ping ping, don't always pounce on the floor cleaning robot. It's here to clean up your cat hair. Xin Chin leaned down and spoke to Sparta. Sparta licked his lips, slowly sat up, and began relaxing, licking his own fur. Alright, then I won't beat it for now. Xin Chin bent down, scratching Sparta's head with his fingertips. However, you've been less active recently. He said, later, instead of playing with Dibao, let's play the high jump game. Sparta, who was halfway through licking his paws, suddenly paused, thought for a moment, and decided to pretend not to know. His body relaxed, and he lay sprawled on the side. What's this high jump game? I don't know. It's hot out, I don't want to move. He stuck out his tongue, gazing at the ceiling with a tilt in his eyes, and began to space out. Xin Chin laughed and tickled Sparta's paws a few times, confirming that the other party was faking ignorance and didn't want to exercise. He slowly moved to the center of the living room, then suddenly yelled, falling onto the ground, limbs spread wide, lying flat on his back. Hearing Miwu's call, Sparta quickly raised his head and took a look. What is Miwu doing? He carefully shook his ears but found no strange sounds. Miwu isn't uncomfortable. He still lay on his side, but his tail tip unconsciously began to gently tap the ground. Sparta held out for 10 seconds before finally giving in to curiosity, getting up to go over and sticking his face near Miwu's. Miwu, what are you doing? Xin Chin turned his head away, sighed, there's a super lazy cat in the house, and I'm in a bad mood too. If you're not going to move either, neither will I. Why are you in a bad mood? Sparta sniffed Miwu's head fur, extended his tongue, and earnestly started licking. Xin Chin tried hard not to laugh, grabbing a toy ball casually and lightly tossing it up a bit. In a bad mood, wanting to find a cat to play catch. Sparta's gaze followed the movement of the ball. Huh? What cat? There's only me here, dumb Miwu. But Ping Ping doesn't want to play with me. Xin Chin worked hard to frown, putting on his best acting skills, painfully saying, then I'll play with Dibao. Alas, Dibao is good, Dibao listens well, Dibao isn't lazy, Dibao doesn't eat canned food, Dibao won't get fat either. Ow ow. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Sparta gently slapped Miwoo's mouth with his paw, flicking his tail unhappily. I'm getting mad. Miwoo suddenly sat up, startling Sparta. Instinctively, he jumped back, staring at Miwoo with curious eyes. Xin ignored Sparta, calling out instead to the distant, hard-working cleaning robot, "Come, Dibao, good Dibao, come, catch the ball." Of course, the floor-cleaning robot couldn't understand human speech and wouldn't perform actions beyond its system settings. But Sparta wasn't aware of this. All he heard was Miwoo wanting to play with Dibao and praising it as being good. Humph, that stupid thing. As he watched Miwoo throw his toy ball toward Dibao, Sparta couldn't help himself but leapt and went after it. The ball flew over Dibao's head, directly colliding with the wall. Without any effort, Sparta found it, poked it with his paw, and returned it by batting it back toward Miwoo. Passing Dibao, Sparta turned his ear aside, hesitated briefly, and ultimately couldn't resist extending his paw to hit Dibao's head a few times. Bang bang bang. Can you even play with balls? Dumb thing, meow. Xin continued putting on the show of praising Dibao and loving Dibao, successfully entertaining Sparta for half an hour playing catch and searching for the ball games. Judging that Thieflower Cat had exercised enough, Xin finally grinned, snatching Sparta and hugging him close, rubbing affectionately. Alright, I'm not angry anymore. I was wrong, you're still the cutest and most handsome. Of course, I am the cutest. Sparta puffed up indignantly, flipping over and sticking his furry butt in the air. How annoying. Xin hugged Sparta and fell back onto the carpet, reaching out his finger to start the game of whose paw is on top with Sparta. Very soon, Sparta decided to forgive him. The gentle breeze passing through cooled their faces as the man and the cat snuggled together comfortably, both relaxing lazily, enjoying the leisurely summer time. The Dibao whirred as it passed by, bumping into Shinchin's hard-working legs. It couldn't get around and began calling out loudly, Dibao is stuck. Dibao is stuck. Neither Shinchin nor Sparta wanted to move, leaving the robot to cry for help all by itself. Sparta yawned with his mouth wide open. Ah, next time I must find a chance to knock this stupid thing down. So noisy, it's driving me crazy. Unhappy, he flicked his ears and buried his head in Miwoo's arms, starting to snore and take a nap. Even though daytime remained as leisurely as ever, Sparta, the university student, faced increasing academic burdens at night. University life truly wasn't like middle or high school, where you could simply pass exams methodically. The study period for cats in the feline university usually lasted 1 year, divided into 3 semesters. University emphasized creativity and practical ability, and classroom learning was no longer just teachers imparting knowledge while students absorbed information. More often than not, students were required to participate actively in class, asking questions, thinking critically, expressing their views, and doing hands-on practice after class. Since there were very few cats attending university, each class generally had only 2 or 3 of them. From the first day of class, teachers knew exactly how many whiskers you had on your face, there was no way to be lazy and skipping class. Not even an option. Fortunately, the university curriculum wasn't dull, which greatly alleviated the psychological stress brought on by academic pressure. Besides the main subjects, cats could choose elective courses based on personal preference from the course list and customize their schedules accordingly. To maximize the use of teaching resources, the faculty for elective courses matched that of the core courses, meaning professional students would attend classes alongside non-professionals. Although there was no upper limit set for the number of elective courses one could take, their grades still affected overall academic performance. Therefore, when selecting courses, students were required to be extremely rational. The elective course list was extensive, with some of the most popular being food criticism, human management studies, education studies, modeling, vocal music, and stylisty, for hair and clothing. Food criticism taught about critiquing cat food and canned foods. As an informed feline, merely accepting any food offered by humans was quite beneath them. This course aimed to cultivate a proper sense of food aesthetics and teach students how to say no to undesirable meals. Human management studies was one of the hottest courses in recent years and the major that Song Baohui had always wanted to pursue. This comprehensive subject primarily educated kittens on how to utilize executive skills, organizational skills, and leadership to implement plans to take over human activities. Among the upper-class cats with large families of humans, this course enjoyed tremendous popularity. Education studies, as the name suggests, involved studying theories and practices in education. Students ultimately used what they learned to contribute to the feline educational system. Modeling was a new discipline founded by a leopard cat. In recent years, as human internet communication tools advanced rapidly, regular feline posture and carriage lessons could no longer meet the high demands contemporary house cats placed on their outward appearance. Modeling courses tailored unique body planning programs for felines, cultivating poise, making it the top choice for many celebrity cats. Vocal music studies featured subdivisions compared to those in junior or senior high schools. Cats could opt to specialize in rock, folk, or classical music. Usually, vocal music majors were expected to have some foundational knowledge gained during junior and senior high, but if chosen as an elective, there weren't stringent requirements. Students merely needed to know how to sing the meow meow song. Styling courses were specifically established for human needs. Cats had long realized that humans were incapable of grooming themselves, they neither licked their fur nor kept their appearance tidy. Thus, Feline University specially offered this advanced course, teaching students how to proficiently manage human hairstyles and clothing through licking, scratching, and other techniques. Of course, these same skills could be applied to maintaining curtains, bedding, carpets, and other woven household items. Sparta chose education and management as his electives. The teacher for the education class was an old yellow and white cat with triangular eyes named Ryu. Don't let his unremarkable looks fool you, he gave excellent lectures. With 7 years of rich teaching experience, Teacher Ryu would share amusing stories from feline teaching and his personal experiences during class, making it anything but monotonous. What Sparta looked forward to even more was that this education course would provide numerous opportunities for practice and internships. If he wished to become a cat citizen teacher in the future, this course would give him invaluable and irreplaceable experience. During the first education class, Teacher Ryu shared his experience of becoming a teacher for the first time. That year, he was only 2 years old, fresh out of college. Full of youthful vigor and enthusiasm, he aspired to spread education to every cat. He chose the toughest internship position, teaching 10 brawny stray cats from Wutai Mountain Park known for their troublemaking. Back then, Teacher Ryu was quite thin, with a pointed chin. Carrying a stack of lesson plans, he found himself surrounded by a group of muscular adult stray cats, shaking all over and unable to lift his head. Right away, Ryu had second thoughts about how to even begin teaching them. At that moment, a giant Maine Coon mix stepped forward, bowed deeply to Teacher Ryu, and loudly called out, "Hello, teacher." Scared out of his wits, Teacher Ryu plopped onto the ground. Little did he know that these seemingly fiery and dangerous characters also harbored respect for teachers. Gradually, his guard fell, and he poured in more love and patience, eventually successfully guiding the 10 to the middle school level. 2 of them even completed high school courses, becoming rare high achievers among the stray cats. The future teachers in the class who were prone to sentimentality were moved to tears, even students who seemed impossible had pure, eager-to-learn sides, they couldn't give up on anyone. Sparta secretly yawned. He chose education probably due to Daimashu's influence. Sparta thought that if he could find work as a teacher after graduation, it would be nice, so he'd have the chance to draw a big cross on all the cats' report cards and tell them to retake the class. It sounded quite meaningful indeed. Whoa. Compared to the education classes, management courses were tighter and the learning atmosphere tenser. The instructor was a long-haired tortoiseshell with a sweet voice named Hua Hua. Teacher Hua Hua adopted the most advanced flipped classroom model from the human world, where students studied independently after class, while the classroom was mainly used for answering questions, interaction, and deepening understanding. The pace of the lessons was often fast, and without thorough preparation, it was difficult to keep up with the high-intensity learning schedule. In each class, there would be case analysis discussions and presentations organized, and the cases were usually handed out beforehand to participating students. Students needed to thoroughly read the case in advance and prepare well. Shook had been a student majoring in management previously, and after finding out that Sparta intended to choose this course, she had briefed him, so he knew what to expect in terms of the future study demands. Despite having a mental preparation, when entering the first management class, Sparta still found it somewhat challenging. The case for review before the class was about a mother cat with milk-colored fur failing to balance her new family member's management effectively. The case wasn't hard to understand, but how to distill more profound and applicable theories from an ordinary case. No matter how much Sparta scratched his bald head, he couldn't figure it out, so he just brought the questions to class as required by the teacher. Unexpectedly, once inside the classroom, Sparta was shocked, not by the teaching model, but because there was a strange classmate present. A dog. To be precise, the husky named Zhang Taijun. Sparta hadn't seen Zhang Taijun in a long time. Now, free from the awkward phase, the husky sported lush fur, clearly defined features, and looked oddly both feline-like and canine. But why would there be a dog in the cat classroom? Teacher Hua Hua soon clarified for the equally confused kittens, Zhang Taijun is this semester's exchange student. His grasp of cat language is excellent, and he gets along well with dogs. I hope you all can be friends with him. Meow, an exchange student. Sparta sneezed as he shook his head. Zhang Taijun immediately recognized Sparta, his tail wagging excitedly as he called out into the camera with his tongue lolling, greeting Sparta warmly. Even through the screen, his foolishness hit Sparta like a wave. Instinctively raising his paw, Sparta backed away, go away, go away. However, as an exchange student, Zhang Taijun performed fairly well in class. He actively participated in the kittens' discussions, listened carefully in class, and barked whenever he didn't understand. Teacher Hua Hua was very pleased with his performance. Sparta, however, disdainfully lowered his eyelids, glaring at the other with sharp eyes. Why should a dog occupy the resources of a cat classroom? Whoa. However, Spartacus was indeed not well versed in the history of friendly cooperation between feline and canine worlds in the field of education. More than 20 years ago, educational pioneers from both groups proposed a cooperation plan for education. Representatives of higher education institutions and educational elites from both sides gathered together, and through the game of guessing pause, they determined to explore and cooperate deeply in many channels and fields regarding education. Due to the fact that modern dog education is also heavily influenced by the Wang Special Zone educational system, the educational systems on both sides are essentially of the same origin, without too many major differences. Moreover, each side excels in its own specific fields. For example, dog education specializes in human physiotherapy and human behavior research, while cat education focuses on human management and human guidance. Such collaboration undoubtedly helps cultivate more well-rounded feline/canine talents for the new era. The cooperation program also provided countless opportunities for exchange and learning. Students could apply for overseas study based on individual needs, and after approval from both parties, they could join equivalent education programs on the other side as exchange students. Credits earned during the exchange period could be shared within both educational systems. With the deepening of such interdisciplinary exchanges, the Cat Association predicted that in the future, there would be more cat-like dogs and dog-like cats to meet the diversified demands of human society for feline/canine talents. Meow Woof. Chapter 52, The Cat and the Dog, Part 1. Before they knew it, Shuko had already successfully graduated from college. Although she wasn't an outstanding graduate, among all the cats, it was already a great achievement. She specially sought out Spartacus to share this good news with him. Shuko also said that if the timing was right and she found an internship opportunity, she might become a middle school teacher. Why did she choose the career of a middle school teacher? Shuko said that when she first went to university, she hadn't thought about going to work afterward, let alone becoming a teacher for cat citizens. Later, her home welcomed a new cat, Beta. Beta was very shy, whether interacting with humans or other cats, she showed severe social anxiety disorder. Shuko believed that during the period when cats should receive junior and senior high school education, some unique personalities among the cats couldn't get reasonable special treatment. Modern feline education is efficient and widely popularized, but it overlooks the educational needs of non-standard cats. Not all cats are extroverted and active, nor do all cats like fully interactive classroom teaching methods. If we use uniform standards to treat every cat who has the right to be educated, some cats won't find suitable learning methods, leading them to become more reclusive, less adaptable, and more closed off from the wider world. Realizing this issue, in addition to her main courses, Shuko studied pedagogy as a minor, determined to practice theoretical knowledge in her future life as a cat and provide educational assistance to more cats like Beta. Not all cats want to work after finishing college, most cats still enjoy the leisurely carefree times at home, being stay-at-home matriarchal cats. The fact that Shuko had such ideas shows that she is a kind-hearted and highly aspiring cat. As a member of the Mutual Help Review Alliance, Spartacus was also happy for Shuko. Meow, diligent cats will always have food to eat. Although I'll be the only reviewer from now on, I will continue to strive. By the time we meet again, I must become a better cat too. However, Spartacus and Shuko haven't seen each other for a long time. Since the last poisoning incident, the cat club had been undergoing indefinite renovations. Later, it was said that there were changes in the operators and management, but it still failed to reopen smoothly. Despite being an excellent idea, and providing services much needed by modern cat clans, the most unacceptable thing for humans is when the safety of cats is threatened. Humans are fragile, once trust is damaged, it's hard to return to its original state without reservations. In fact, for the cats themselves, the previous incident had long been forgotten by the few involved cats and others who'd heard rumors secondhand. Even if there were remaining traces, they were all within carefully controlled limits, not affecting their normal need for friendship and desire to go outside. After the cat club closed, these local members lost their platform for communication. Although online video chat is convenient, seeing a real cat makes a difference. When cats are in a good mood, they groom each other's fur, which is an affectionate gesture that video chatting can't convey. Spartacus didn't have so many troubles. He also missed the cat club somewhat. After all, there were so many novel and interesting toys there, and lots of kitten friends he couldn't overpower, so it was quite fun to visit occasionally. But he has Miwu. Miwu, the best in the whole world, would accompany Spartacus to play games, take walks, talk, buy cans of food, buy toys, and comb his fur, though Miwu is a little clumsy and doesn't know how to use her tongue to lick fur no matter how many times he teaches her. Luckily, Miwu didn't have to attend university. As a mature male cat, Spartacus had no more desires in life. The happiest time for Spartacus every day was when the best human in the world took him out. It was getting too hot recently, walking around in the daytime would scorch his paws. Miwu always waited until after sunset before taking him out. Such a delicate Miwu. However, changing the outing time also had its advantages. After the sun sets, it's easier to catch some entertaining insects, which gave Spartacus another hobby, jumping into bushes. Miwu, do you want to eat grasshoppers? What about crickets? How about cicadas? Don't you eat anything? Gosh, why are you so picky, Miwu? For a cat with a family, having to take care of a frail human was indeed exhausting. Of course, the delightful times of jumping into bushes can also be interrupted at times. Because of the hot weather, many pet dog owners also choose to walk their dogs after dinner. Spartacus inevitably has to deal with a group of silly dogs. However, his acts of beating up the handsome Chihuahua have been blown out of proportion on the neighborhood dog forum, and most civilized dogs still respect him. Unlike cats, dogs are an extremely social and friendly species that highly values herd order. A troublemaker like the handsome dog would have long been expelled from the herd. If any cat were to discipline him, they would be quite welcoming. Precisely because of this, Spartacus has gained the recognition of most dogs, earning himself a place among the ranks of human leashed dogs. Shinchin was initially worried about Spartacus. The tabby cat wasn't fond of interacting with dogs. Should there be a bloody fight, the consequences could be unimaginable. He considered changing the time to walk the cat but was surprised by Spartacus's surprisingly good behavior. Despite showing indifference towards the dogs, he maintained a friendly appearance and refrained from easily using his claws. And those dogs appeared comfortable with his presence, some even showing strong desires for friendship. All of which Spartacus coldly rejected, of course. Among them, Zhang Taijun, a husky, was the most excited. Shinchin was already familiar with this husky. Its owner always went out at fixed times with it and a spirited schnauzer, meeting Spartacus's team under the pear tree in the small garden. Zhang Yi remained interested in Spartacus. Every time he saw the tabby cat, he would attempt to pat Spartacus's head but fail every single time. However, Zhang Tiejuan's interests have evolved in another direction. Under Zhang Jiangwo's tutelage, he had become a humble and studious good dog, despite deficiencies in self-control and learning ability. Still, he remained a commendable student. People often have stubborn prejudices about huskies' intelligence. In fact, huskies are not stupid, they're just large working dogs requiring immense amounts of exercise and high job demands that an average human household cannot provide. Unfulfilled huskies tend to exhibit overly excitable and forgetful behaviors. Zhang Jianguo believed that with patient instruction and scientific exercise plans, their Junjun would become a new-age husky that made all humans take notice. Stupid dog. Zhang Jianguo was happily daydreaming about the future of the husky when his thoughts were interrupted by a lofty call. Lifting his eyes, he saw Spartacus nestled in his human's arms, looking down disdainfully at Zhang Taijun. Meanwhile, that husky was wagging its tail around the human, meowing and barking excitedly as it conversed with the tabby cat. Zhang Jianguo sighed deeply, knowing there was still much more education ahead for the husky. The husky didn't understand the sorrow of the schnauzer. He was cheerfully talking with the favorite tabby cat, eager to discuss knowledge points he couldn't grasp in class. This tabby cat was amazing, his classroom contributions were always brilliant, capable of composing poetry too. Truly impressive. One liked him. Spartacus yawned, then disdainfully pushed the big husky's nose with his paw. Keep away from my Miwu, he doesn't like dogs. Before he could finish speaking, his human reached out and patted the husky's head. He just politely touched you, don't get overconfident now. Spartacus said irritably. Suddenly, he realized something. Wow, I actually know what getting overconfident means. I'm so clever. Let me lick my paws for praise. The husky suppressed his excitement, sitting on the grass while tilting his head upwards. I know that. Your human seems very nice. That must be because you've managed him well, right? You're truly excellent. Spartacus tried to control his pride, glancing at Zhang Taijun while resting his paw under his chin. Of course, I know how excellent I am. He wanted to flick his tail, it was held tightly by Miwu, impossible to move. Shinchin noticed the subtle movement of the tabby cat, leaning down to look at him while scratching Spartacus's chin. What's wrong? Miwu, I want to flick my tail. Shinchin adjusted his arm's position to make Spartacus more comfortable. The tabby cat began to rhythmically sway his tail, his lips curving into a proud smile. Despite Spartacus frequently dismissing his international students, facts have shown that foreign dogs like Zhang Taijun, who can bring diversity to the team, still play crucial roles in some projects. After Shuk graduated from university, she still did not give up on the Wutai Mountain Park Stray Cat Grassroots Education Program. She combined her internship with a welfare education plan, succeeding Mantu as the leading cat of the program. However, Mantu didn't step away from the plan either. After graduation, he became one of the administrators of the largest online cat interaction platform, where he answered questions for cats who were struggling with learning and daily life issues. In his spare time, he would also make time to participate in the Wutai Mountain Educational Initiative, striving to secure more welfare for stray cats. Currently, this grassroots education project is piloted at Wutai Mountain Park. With continuous improvement, it has attracted more cats to join and gradually expanded into various communities and cat congregation points. It has now become the flagship student practice project of Cat University and received official recognition from the Feline Society. Spartacus, being one of the key minds behind the practice project, naturally gained importance. The proud Spartacus wanted to contribute his best and racked his brain thinking about how he could add value to the grassroots education plan. He meticulously searched the internet for existing research materials on stray cat education, hoping to find some inspiration. According to an inspired calculation by feline scholars, they discovered that for stray cats wishing to dominate humans, acting somewhat dog-like gave them a competitive edge in this human-conquering market. Therefore, adding theoretical knowledge from dogs about how to deal with humans in the stray cat education plan would help these stray cats better identify their positioning and successfully charm humans. Of course, once they entered human homes and officially took over, whether they wished to reveal their innate cat nature was entirely up to the individual cat's preference. How could the wisdom of dogs, if there was any, be integrated into this plan? Spartacus knew that because dogs are generally more unreliable than cats, humans rarely allow them to wander freely. If a dog went out on its own, it was usually because a missing dog notice had been posted. Under such strict human supervision, it was difficult for dogs to personally join the grassroots education initiative. Otherwise, Zhang Taijun might have made a good teammate, stupid, obedient, and quite popular with humans. Spartacus thought hard without arriving at any solution and bounded upstairs to see what his human was doing. Woof, Miwu was playing games. No, I must supervise. Spartacus gently leaped onto the desk, stepping on Miwu's hands, then climbed onto Miwu's shoulder. He yawned widely and poked Miwu's shoulder with his paw, feeling a bit sleepy. Looks nice, can we pet you? Shinshin turned her head and rubbed cheeks with the tabby cat. This typical way of greeting between cats obviously pleased Spartacus greatly. He slightly swished his tail, and the fluffy tip tickled Shinshin's nose. Bingbai, do you want to greet everyone? Spartacus affectionately pressed his cool nose against Miwu's cheek. Shinshin switched on the webcam so the fans who'd been nagging to see him could check if Spartacus had recently put on weight. Spartacus had tried very hard, he hadn't gained any meat recently, just more fur. Spartacus easily maneuvered himself near the camera lens, greeting his viewers. Yo, humans, are you guys still aimless today, only able to watch me? Look at my fur, my side profile, you're not allowed to see my belly. Anyway, am I not just adorably irresistible today? Bingbai is getting cuter. This isn't scientific. Spartacus, I like you. Ha 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 ha, this angle, girlfriend perspective. Boyfriend perspective secured. Spartacus faithfully completed his live streaming duty. As he was about to snuggle back into Miwu's arms, suddenly an idea struck him. Aha, yes, video is indeed a great communication method. The tablet wasn't heavy, he could definitely figure out a way to carry it to Wutai Mountain Park. Then, let the silly dog pass on his knowledge through video, allowing the strays to engage in cross-platform offline/cat-dog exchanges. I'm so smart. Miwu, why am I so brilliant? Spartacus rubbed his head against Shinshin's chin, and Shinshin reached out to scratch his fluffy chin. Bingbai is the best. Spartacus emitted a pleased purr. Did you hear? I'm the best. Chapter 53, The Power of a Cat's Influence, Part 2. Though Spartacus' plan was well conceived, putting it into practice proved quite challenging. First, he needed to get the human to fall asleep. Spartacus gently pushed the door of the gaming room open with his body, peeking in at Miwu and reminding him, Miwu, you should go to sleep now. Xi and Shin, under the watchful eyes of the raccoon cat, stayed focused and played 2 more rounds. By 11 o'clock, unable to resist any longer, he logged off, turned off the computer, and went to brush his teeth and wash up for bed, carrying the cat as he went. He brushed Spartacus' teeth, washed his paws, and finally laid Spartacus on the soft pillow. Xi and Shin leaned down to give the raccoon cat a kiss. Good night, Bing Bing. Spartacus joyfully rolled over on the pillow, exposing his furry belly to Miwu's nose. His front paws wrapped around Miwu's head while his tail swished rhythmically. He began to sing a lullaby to Miwu. Meow me me me, mew, purr purr. Xi and Shin was already feeling a bit sleepy, yawning repeatedly, and reached out to rub Spartacus' belly. Be good, Bing Bing. If you don't want to sleep, play a little longer, but your singing is keeping me awake. Miwu should not talk, if you talk, you won't fall asleep. Just listen to my song. Meow me me me, mew, purr purr. The cat's melody continued until midnight. Spartacus' voice grew softer and softer, and looking down, he noticed that Miwu had indeed fallen asleep. Licking Miwu's hair one last time to confirm his rest, Spartacus stretched lazily, yawned, and jumped off the bed, trotting quietly into the living room. I'm full of energy tonight too. Spartacus quickly found his tablet, only to discover there wasn't an easy way to carry it with his mouth. How could he drag it? Shaking his ears, he looked around and suddenly spotted the small bundle he had brought from Chulu town. The bundle, clean as ever, sat peacefully on the TV cabinet next to his little rabbit toy. Ah, I can use the bundle. Spartacus' small bundle was too tiny to fit the tablet. But he remembered Miwu also had a larger bundle hanging on the wooden rack by the door. Spartacus quickly reached the door, jumping up to hook the shoulder strap of the single-strap bag with his claws. However, his strength was excessive, and when the bag fell, it pulled on the wooden rack, which wobbled ominously, almost collapsing. Spartacus immediately leapt aside, eyes wide as he stared at the swaying wooden frame. Mew, if the rack falls, it will make a sound, waking Miwu up. Spartacus instinctively perked his ears, crouched low, and waited by the wall corner. Nothing happened. The wooden rack remained firmly upright. Relieved, Spartacus happily dashed over, grabbing the bag strap with his mouth and dragging it back to the living room. Made of canvas, though somewhat heavy, it was durable and spacious enough for his purpose. Spartacus used his paws to figure out how to fit the tablet inside Miwu's bag. Phew, this was hard work indeed. As Spartacus wrestled with the backpack, he noticed a slight movement outside the window. His ears shot up as he quickly turned toward the window. Soon enough, a shadowy figure appeared outside the glass window. Sorry to bother, said Dai Mashu politely as he greeted Spartacus. It's Mashu. Spartacus hopped over and opened the window for Mashu. What brings you here? I heard you're doing a countryside educational activity at Wutai Mountain Park tonight. Shuko said I have experience and invited me to help out. Spartacus gave Mashu a skeptical glance. You just want to tag along for fun and cause trouble. You love making stuff up during class. Caught red-handed, Mashu coughed and retorted, don't be like that, I can really help. For example, I hear you're inviting a dog as a guest lecturer this time. What's your plan for that? With pride, Spartacus pointed his tail tip at the tablet he was partially stuffing into the bag and said, I've planned it all out. I'll drag the tablet over there and set up a live connection with Zhang Taijun. After he gives his lecture, we can even do live Q&A and interaction. Mashu bent down and sniffed the tablet slowly before saying, not a bad plan, but how do you intend to connect? Spartacus instinctively wanted to reply, are you stupid? Of course, we'll connect online. But as he was about to speak, a very serious problem hit him. There's no Wi-Fi in the park. Spartacus' previously spirited ears immediately drooped. Alas, I am so foolish. Such basic knowledge, wasn't it emphasized in the Human Household Electronics Guide class? How could I forget? Without a network connection, how will we connect? Without a connection, how will we hold the class? I've already prepared tonight's lesson plan, can I even revise it in such a rush now? Why didn't I have a backup plan? Shuko and the others still don't know about these unexpected incidents. They trusted me so much, and I messed things up. I just don't want to face it, I wish I could hide in Miwu's arms. Mashu sat properly by Spartacus' side. Seeing that Spartacus had reflected enough on his mistake and was sufficiently distressed, he finally continued with ease, I have a solution, though. Spartacus abruptly lifted his head. Do you really have a way? Mashu proudly flashed two little canine teeth and said, of course. Who am I? I'm the smartest cat in this area, cough, one of the smartest cats around here. Come on, drag your tablet along, and I'll help you solve the Wi-Fi issue. Spartacus looked at Mashu with admiration. Mashu is really great. His enthusiasm instantly returned, and without another word, he quickly resumed his paw actions. With a single effort from Mashu's claws, Spartacus managed to squeeze the tablet into Miwu's backpack, dragging it onto the windowsill and then down to the ground. The tablet stayed snugly inside the bag. With his heart eased, Spartacus set off alongside Mashu under the cover of night, dragging the single-strap bag swiftly towards Wutai Mountain Park. When Spartacus and Mashu arrived at the gathering lawn of the park, they found that almost all the participants had already gathered. This session's students consisted of 11 adult stray cats, each planning to integrate into human families and live within their households. Besides Shuko, the volunteer instructors also included Mantu and Do Bao. Mashu and Do Bao, both large black cats, sat together, making it hard to distinguish them at first glance. Initially, Spartacus worried whether Do Bao would fight with Mashu. However, as it turned out, Mashu was a friendly and polite cat, and Do Bao, ever since living with Mantu and managing human interactions, had become noticeably more gentle. The two of them sat side by side calmly, neither showing any interest in knowing each other better nor displaying hostility. While Spartacus pulled out his tablet from Miwu's bag, he curiously asked Mantu, so, are you now living together with Do Bao and your human? Mantu seemed a bit embarrassed and replied, no, actually Do Bao isn't yet considered a true house cat. He merely agrees to stay at my home overnight but refuses to acknowledge any relationship with my human. Do Bao only sleeps at my place every night and goes out to patrol his territory during the day, it's like a semi-free-ranging arrangement. Do Bao yawned stiffly and stated, I don't owe anything to that human. Every day, I bring him prey back home. I'm doing my duty for the family. It's just that I don't want to officially agree to manage that human yet. Mantu sighed, in fact, those hunted animals were mostly eaten by me. But your human still really likes you, and always worries when he can't see you. Do Bao shook his head. It doesn't matter. Whatever you eat or give to the human, it's all the same. I'll take responsibility for it. Spartacus remained silent, realizing it had been a long time since he last brought Miwu food. Sigh, I'm so lazy, yet Miwu still loves me so much. Miwu is undoubtedly the best human in the world. Aowo, I must hunt something special for Miwu when I get the chance. Mashu wasn't interested in the love-hate dramas between the younger ones. After sitting there for a while, he couldn't help reminding Spartacus, you should go online now. Startled, Spartacus snapped back to reality, oh yes, he still had a mission to accomplish. Skillfully using his paws, he opened the tablet computer and then beckoned Mashu to come and make some usable Wi-Fi appear. Moving unhurriedly, Mashu approached and let the system search for available wireless networks nearby. Unexpectedly, they did find one. It had a strong signal, though its name seemed a bit peculiar. Its full name was, Here You Are. To connect, a password was required. Without any panic, Mashu instructed the system to enter, beef canned food tastes good. Spartacus was thoroughly confused. Why beef canned food? Chicken canned food also tastes good, right? Mashu explained to him that beef canned food was the favorite flavor of Wang Teku's companion. Spartacus was still puzzled. Is this the wireless network specially established here by the Cat Association? What does it have to do with teacher Wang Teku? Dai Mashu tilted his head. Actually, we don't know why there is a wireless network here for cats to connect to. Since I started school, my teacher told me that near Wutai Mountain Park, this network can be found and all cats can use it. The signal seems to come from the institute on the mountain. The research institute at the top of the mountain. A thin white cat suddenly interjected. I know. It's said to be a terrifying place. Right? He turned to his companions, trying to gain their agreement. All the other cats nodded in unison. That's right. How is it terrifying? As an outsider, Spartacus hadn't heard of any related legends and was somewhat curious. The white cat lowered his voice, carefully looking left and right before saying, it said that the institute at the top of the mountain was established by a strange human who would capture all kinds of cats for experiments, and those who were taken away never came back. Terrifying. The other cats all nodded again. Terrifying. This story was probably a horror legend mothers often used to warn kittens not to leave safe areas. How much truth there was in it still needed examining. However, in the hearts of local cats, especially local stray cats, the institute at the peak of Wutai Mountain was a no-go zone, one that must never be approached. Shu Ku shivered and said, You're scaring the cats, stop it. In the dead of night, it's very frightening. She intended to pull the cat's attention back to the main issue. Let's quickly start class while it's still deep into the night. Afterward, she looked at Spartacus. After going online, Spartacus found Zhang Taijun, who had been waiting online, and made a video request. The request was quickly accepted, and Zhang Taijun's big dog face instantly appeared on the screen, making all the cats retreat a step with necks drawn in. Aowo, Spartacus, you've finally contacted me. To mark the solemnity, Zhang Taijun had worn a red bow tie today, which made his long face look even sillier. Some bold stray cats curiously and cautiously gathered around, sniffing at the tablet. They had all seen such novelties from the human world for the first time and were quite amazed. A dog was speaking Catlish, he was confined in a small box, had no smell or physical form, but they could hear his voice. How magical. Spartacus proudly held his head high and said, Isn't it interesting? Haven't seen anything like this, have you? After you take over the humans smoothly in the future, you'll have the chance to experience even more fun things. Now, let's start the class. In order to avoid shocking the stray cats too much, Shuku had already informed all the students about the special mode of this class beforehand. Nevertheless, Spartacus still gave a brief introductory speech. He sat up straight beside the tablet computer, ears perked up as he addressed the group of stray cats. Today, we have specially invited a dog as our guest lecturer, to teach you the first lesson, how to approach humans. You may find it strange that why do cat matters need the involvement of dogs? Through practice, we have discovered that dogs are rich in experience in the field of quickly conveying friendliness and winning the affection of humans. That's their advantage. Humans say something insightful, defective cats should learn from non-defective cats so that their defects will no longer be defects, and they will become stronger. And the process of learning is not limited to species. Dogs also have places worthy of our learning. I hope everyone can listen attentively, absorb as much as possible, and apply what we've learned in today's class to your practice and quickly find suitable humans. Wishing you success. Zhang Taijun was undertaking a responsibility for the first time, and the first few minutes showed him overly excited, leading to a mix of doglish and catlish that was hard to decipher. Luckily, Zhang Jinguo stood nearby, giving timely reminders and supplements. Without doubt, although Zhang Taijun might be foolish, after calming down, he did perform rather well, looking professional. My doggy experience includes what I learned when consulting my comrades during walks. Here's my summary. I think the reason you cats find it hard to get close to humans is because of your innate independence. Most of the time, humans seem optional to you, you don't feel the need to genuinely like them. This aloofness easily manifests in your every move, giving humans the impression that you don't actually need them. However, we dogs are different. Most dogs naturally like humans. We genuinely like humans from the bottom of our hearts, we like playing with them, we like leaning against them for spontaneous affection, and we take joy in their happiness because of us. Therefore, for dogs, approaching humans is almost instinctive and doesn't require training. But you don't need to feel bad about it, we'll find a way. We will succeed. Spartacus interrupted, Teacher, can you teach without reading from the script? Listening to someone read aloud so mechanically was exhausting. Zhang Taijun scratched his head sheepishly with his paw, quietly moving the script out of camera range. The schnauzer beside him silently encouraged him. After some thought, the husky's eyes darted around a bit before he continued haltingly. Actually, it's very simple. Since you've decided to join a human family, you must quickly adjust your mindset. Humans are not just another species, they will become your family, your friends, your closest partners. They will be your leaders, and also your mother. A little cat on the grass mumbled softly, not leader, it's takeover. His comment was met with much agreement from the other cats. The husky looked blankly, clearly not understanding everyone's confusion. Daimashu yawned and smoothed things over by saying, cultural differences, let's continue. So Zhang Taijun went on. Once you've adjusted your mindset, every time you see a human you like, consider them as your favorite toy or food. You'll feel genuine fondness and trust from within. Naturally, you will approach them fearlessly and show them your cutest side. How do you show it? I have summarized what we dogs believe are the most effective postures. Next, I'll demonstrate them one by one, and you can follow along with me. It's very simple. After speaking, the husky tilted his face towards the lens, widening his eyes to show mostly whites, opening his mouth widely, pulling back his lips, sticking out his big tongue, and panting quickly. He called this pose, Happy Smile. All the cats were stunned looking at the dog on the screen, all involuntarily letting out a disdainful meow. No, I absolutely refuse to make such a pose, even to please humans. No, no. The white cat who had started telling the story protested first, earning enthusiastic support from others. Zhang Taijun maintained what he considered a friendly and cute expression but received no response from any of the students. Perplexed, he tilted his head, sticking out his tongue even more vigorously. The scene was at an impasse. Though Spartacus realized that he needed to maintain classroom order, as a cat, he also could not force himself to do something as stupid as a dog would. Troubled, he shifted his paws awkwardly. At this moment, Daimashu, who was the most experienced among them, spoke up to break the deadlock. Everyone, don't worry too much about the thoughts behind this action. Although it may look silly, through generations of tests by dogs, it's highly effective at making humans happy quickly. Actually, you don't have to strictly imitate teacher Zhang Tiejun's expression, it's too difficult. In my opinion, based on your level of acceptance and understanding, you can adapt it yourselves. Teaching practice never has a standard answer. The stray cats looked at each other, eventually deciding to reconcile and return to the intense class learning. Watching all the cats try hard to widen their eyes, stick out their tongues, and pant, Spartacus felt his feline worldview shaken. He was very glad Miwu was a human who loved him dearly and hadn't asked him to do anything disgraceful or foolish. In fact, once the cats put aside their preconceived notions and took the difficult first step, learning from the dogs turned out not to be as hard to accept as they initially thought. Though Zhang Taijun wasn't an experienced teacher, he had a good temper and would tirelessly repeat the action essentials. Under Zhang Tiejun's repeated guidance, the cats gradually learned how to stick out their tongues and pant, frantically wag their tails, and leap toward human legs, all high-difficulty actions. All in all, tonight's class was fruitful. Spartacus finally breathed a sigh of relief, and while the stray cats were surrounding teacher Zhang Taijun for after-class questions, he wandered to the other side of the lawn by himself. Their classroom wasn't set in the prominent center of the lawn this time but at the intersection of the lawn and the shrubs. Looking from this direction, most of the cats' figures were obscured by bushes and trees, making their actions unclear. Spartacus trotted cautiously while glancing around. Suddenly, Spartacus stopped in his tracks. He raised his shoulders, bowed his head low, and his two ears slowly pressed down on both sides. He smelled the scent of a strange human. Spartacus felt inexplicable fear. His fur bristled up as he moved backward slowly, hissing loudly to warn his companions on the other side to conceal themselves. Suddenly, he saw a black silhouette gradually appearing from afar. The morning mist swirled, with tiny droplets filling the air. The silhouette was blurred and indistinct. However, the uneasiness inside Spartacus only grew larger. At this moment, a glaring flashlight beam shot towards him, blinding his eyes painfully. With a loud yowl, he jumped aside but did not flee. He decided to hold out a little longer so that the other cats would have more time to retreat and hide. Luckily, the human seemed reluctant to step forward rashly, only holding the flashlight from afar. The glaring light followed Spartacus, pausing briefly on the red collar around his neck. Spartacus then heard a series of muffled human murmurs. Although he couldn't understand them, he keenly sensed that the human was slowly getting closer. Carefully backing away, he concealed his figure among the grass and quickly seized an opportunity to escape in the midst of the shifting lights. Spartacus ran swiftly. Ever since coming to Miwu's side, he hadn't needed to flee danger as desperately as he had to do at that moment. He gritted his teeth and stretched his limbs forcefully, moving like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing into the shrubs within the blink of an eye. Spartacus and a few other cats who didn't manage to escape quickly hid quietly in their hiding places until they were certain that the unfamiliar and dangerous human had left, then slowly revealed themselves, checking each other's safety. Spartacus silently watched the direction where the human disappeared, his heart full of suspicion and restlessness. The white stray cat also lingered behind and muttered softly, recently, I don't know what's happening, there are always strange humans approaching our living area, and we're not sure why. Maochun was a city of cat lovers, so kittens of his age rarely encountered incidents where humans harmed cats. I've heard some pretty-looking cats have already gone missing. Not sure if they went to join humans or something happened to them. If it weren't becoming increasingly unstable outside, we wouldn't be in such a hurry to find a human to bond with. Muttering to himself, he and a few other cats then departed. Spartacus and the remaining friends returned to the city together in silence. Mantu and Dobao bid farewell to Spartacus at the street corner, they would take care of sending Shook home. Dai Mashu helped Spartacus drag the tablet back to his house. After delivering Spartacus home, Mashu hesitated for a moment before saying, you shouldn't worry too much. Danger is a price we must pay to progress. No cat can gain without giving. While overall conditions for us cats remain good, dangers always exist. From the very creation of cat education, its mission and responsibilities were clear. We do not fear danger nor challenges. We need to prepare ourselves and try to enjoy every moment of life as well. There may be a great many humans who wish us harm, yet those who love us and are willing to share their homes with us always outnumber them. Hearing these words, Spartacus felt much more reassured. He sent Mashu away and returned to his warm home. Yes, indeed, today was just an accident. Cats in the human world truly need to be more low-key and cautious. If more cats could realize the importance of knowledge and arm themselves with it, then as a species, we will undoubtedly become stronger. We can learn to embrace the good and avoid the bad, learn to protect ourselves, and learn to control ourselves to secure more freedom. Spartacus leaned by the window, staring blankly at the moon for a while. He suddenly realized how great being a teacher was. A teacher can impart everything worth mastering in this world to a naive kitten. This kitten will become the future of their kind and the next generation's protector and instructor, continuing endlessly. Meow. I want to become a teacher. I can do more than just taking care of my human, I can also help many, many cats who used to be as ignorant and weak as I was. After Spartacus made up his mind, he suddenly felt a broadened chest, as if there were endless energy, filling his whole body with strength. He wiggled his 2 ears and heard familiar rustling sounds coming from inside the wall. Spartacus flashed a quiet feline smile in the dark night. The next morning, Xin was awakened by Spartacus licking him. He found it strange, squinting his eyes and looking at Spartacus for a while. Bing bang, Xin furrowed his eyebrows in confusion. Why are you sticking out your tongue like a little dog? Spartacus joyfully wagged his butt, sticking out his tongue and exhaling slightly. Meow, a new family of mice has moved into the neighboring building. We have edible neighbors now. Are you happy? Chapter 54, The Test from the Lynx Cat. Sparta, who already possessed great ambitions, believed that his life as a cat was no longer chaotic. This state of thinking beyond one's own survival intrigued him somewhat and also left him feeling somewhat lost. After all, cats aren't suited to selfless thoughts like this. It was as if he had been reborn, reorganizing his worldview, values, and outlook on life once again. This process could not be called painful, but it was full of unease. After being confused for several days, Sparta found his human language teacher, Lottery. Lottery was a gentle British shorthair with a round face, head, neck, paws, waist. He spoke slowly because of his deep love for Chinese, so during university, he studied the Chinese branch of human language and later became a teacher for feline students. Lottery was erudite, even knowing how to elegantly tear open snack bags. Sparta thought the wise Lottery should be able to answer his doubts. After listening to Sparta's question, Lottery fell silent for a long time, lazily licking his paw before attempting to lick his belly after finishing. Unfortunately, due to the layers of fat, he couldn't reach it. Rising up, Lottery slowly began to speak. In fact, your having such thoughts is quite rare. As you know, we cats are not suitable for social roles. However, almost every educated cat will experience such confusion when their knowledge reaches a certain level. Especially those of us who study human languages, every time we get closer to the human world, we can't help but begin to ponder the meaning of our existence. This isn't a strange thing, on the contrary, this reflection on oneself and the world is a manifestation of wisdom, naturally formed. You don't need to feel uneasy about it. You want to use what you've learned to benefit your fellow cats, which is a very good thing. Relying on nature's power, our population can grow and reproduce infinitely. Yet, our survival as domestic cats depends to a large extent on the development of human society. Where human society will eventually go, no cat can answer. Given these uncertainties, we must do our best to consider our future. The future of cats will undoubtedly be a future of cooperation with humans. We depend on each other, taking what we need from one another. This concept is not understood or accepted by all cats, but you can help them. The more cats correctly understand the world, the more they can live healthily and longeviously. But I also hope you know that our world is secret to humans. Our secrets can only be known to ourselves. Any act of leaking information could lead to enormous disasters for our race, even extinction. You need to be cautious, extremely cautious. Perhaps, in the end, you'll find that you're the only cat left, so lonely. But you still need to be cautious, extremely cautious. Just as our great pioneer, Teacher Special Zone, once said. Lottery paused. Sparta immediately continued, no success comes easily. We may have to pay the price of our claws and teeth. We may never be able to catch mice again, we may even have to give up fish jerky and beef jerky. Lottery stared fixedly at Sparta for a moment, then yawned and said, all right, that's enough. I'm going to groom myself now, you can go. Sparta sat on the sofa, mulling over the words of Teacher Lottery. He thought of himself, the world, and everything that had happened. Meow, so it was normal for me to have such thoughts. But, are humans really all untrustworthy? Sparta flicked his ears, getting tangled up in thoughts. Still, Miwu was quite good. If Miwu knew I am an intelligent cat, would his attitude towards me change? Must the secrets of cats remain guarded solely by cats? Can we not seek any help from humans? Sparta shared this dangerous idea with Daimashu, who after hearing it, wagged his tail repeatedly. No, Sparta, we need to keep our secrets, remaining silently determined till the end. Sparta tilted his head, but I don't want to expose all the secrets of our cats to Miwu. I just want to tell him that I am an extraordinary cat. I want him to be proud of me. Daimashu sighed. Human minds can be fickle. Although he seems to like you now, it's limited to what he knows about you at the moment. Can you be sure that after revealing more unknown secrets, your human can still remain calm, treating you indifferently like before? He looked sternly at Sparta. Sparta sat upright. I will not reveal the secrets we guard, he asserted firmly. But I always feel that there's more to the world of cats than what we know. Mashu, have you ever thought about cat education? Although we are smart cats, our educational system is entirely built upon human intelligence. This means that since its inception, cat education has been significantly influenced by humans. Even now, everything we need and see daily seems to be strongly guaranteed. Did all this really happen solely because of the cats themselves? Daimashu was startled by Sparta's words, his back hair standing on end. Sparta looked calmly at him. Has no human ever known anything about all this? Daimashu hesitated. He had never thought about it at such a level. As an urban cat, although he experienced a few years of wandering life, his environment was convenient, and he easily came into contact with cat education and other novel things. For him, these magical things were no longer magical. He accepted this worldview from the start and stopped doubting, thus making no unnecessary conjectures. But Sparta was different. He came from a relatively underdeveloped town in terms of cat education. The impact of all this on him was undeniable. Perhaps, under this impact, he was compelled to think constantly and break through his own mental limitations. Thinking about this, Daimashu couldn't help but respect Sparta deeply. When a cat crawled into a cardboard box, it would be hard for it to notice the world outside. Thinking beyond the box was precisely the kind of height education should achieve. He sincerely said, what you say makes sense, but we don't have factual evidence, so we can only keep it in doubt. I think you're a smart and reliable cat, and you'll certainly find your way to verify your ideas. Encouraged by Daimashu, Sparta began to devise his meow testing plan. At first, he was still a bit uneasy. But as the plan progressed, he became increasingly excited and eager to try. He had absolute confidence in Miwu. If Miwu knew I am one of the smartest cats in the world, would he be happy enough to curl up his tail tip? Oh, I forgot, Miwu doesn't have a tail, how pitiful. However, if Miwu knew I'm a clever cat, he'd surely have more confidence in me. He might even let me go out alone, giving me more freedom to do interesting things. Although this plan is called a plan, Sparta didn't intend to make things complicated. His Miwu was a silly Miwu, and Sparta didn't want to scare him. Therefore, the first step of the testing plan was a small attempt. Teaching Miwu to understand his name. Sparta took advantage of the moment when Miwu was sitting on the couch scrolling through his phone. Sitting far away, facing the human, he neatly tucked his paws and called out to the human, Miwu. He kept repeating Miwu's name until Miwu realized he was being summoned. Once Miwu got off the couch and walked to him, Sparta stood up, rewarded him by rubbing against Miwu's pants legs, licking his claws. You did a good job, Miwu. Next, Sparta planned to increase the difficulty and set a few obstacles for Miwu. He sat next to the food bowl and called Miwu's name. If Miwu focused on the food or asked Sparta if he was hungry, Sparta would run far away, preventing Miwu from touching him. This was to tell Miwu that he guessed wrong about his meaning. After repeating this several times, until Miwu clearly understood that Sparta calling him was just shouting his name, without wanting food or asking him to play. Miwu is quite impressive. Although it took a few repetitions, he already did very well. You might be the first human in the world to understand cat language. In the following training sessions, Sparta gradually added other calls. Although Miwu couldn't clearly understand the meaning of each tone, he had already understood that Sparta's calls were meaningful. Every night, after Miwu fell asleep, Sparta would find Daimashu and share the day's achievements with him, asking for analysis. Miwu's progress was very obvious. Sparta had already affirmed that his human was the smartest human in the world. Daimashu taught Sparta how to log into Weibo, an online platform humans use to share their daily lives, and how to use a voice translation system to convert human text into cat language. Although the voice translation system was not entirely accurate, guessing along could still give a rough understanding of the Weibo content. Sparta listened to all of Miwu's recent Weibo posts but found none related to his abnormal behavior recently. Miwu is truly a humble and intelligent human. Soon, Sparta increased the difficulty of the training. He summoned Miwu to the window and, right in front of the human, skillfully used his weight to push the window lock open. Daimashu stood stiffly on the side, expressionless as he watched his orange tabby jump onto the windowsill, opening the glass window with his fat butt, then, going outside. Then, as if nothing happened, he squatted down and started washing his face. Sparta licked his face for a while outside the glass window, then slipped back inside, deftly using his rear to close the window again. To better solidify the knowledge newly acquired by the human, Sparta repeated opening and closing the window 3 times. Covered in dust, he plopped down on the ground with a smug look at Miwu. Miwu, did you see clearly? I can open the window, but I can also come home. I have the choice to go out or return whenever I want. Daimashu felt conflicted. In the past few days, he had clearly noticed something odd about his orange tabby. It seemed as though the cat had an urgent need to communicate with him. But how could a cat communicate with a human? Daimashu reflected, probably due to lack of rest, it was ridiculous to interpret normal feline actions as peculiarities. But. At this moment, he couldn't convince himself that this was just a simple accident. Daimashu remained dazed all day, but Sparta was happy, finishing his dinner completely and even pestering Daimashu for some snacks. When bedtime came, Sparta cuddled up as usual in his arms, making a soft purring sound. After licking his own paws, he was already so sleepy that his head tilted slightly before quickly dozing off. Holding him gently, Daimashu continued browsing his phone. He hesitated for a long time and finally decided not to post the question on Weibo. What if, just what if, his Sparta had become wise after the founding of the country and accidentally exposed, wouldn't that be undesirable? Daimashu mocked himself for having too wild an imagination. Suddenly regaining his senses, he noticed the search terms he typed on the webpage. What should I do if my cat becomes wise? After a short pause, Daimashu decided to continue searching. My cat seems to have become wise. Such questions often attracted strange and even ghostly replies, some developing into supernatural events. However, none of the supposed wise incidents seemed to indicate any desire in cats to communicate with humans. Most stories merely portrayed cats as smart and spirited animals, yes, just animals. Daimashu browsed for a long time, calming down a bit. Maybe his orange tabby was simply a clever and performance-driven cat. Perhaps it was trying to tell him in its way, look, I can leave on my own. You can't lock me up anymore. Imagining how Sparta would sound if he could speak human language, Daimashu chuckled lightly. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but purchase a glow-in-the-dark buckle chain online. The buckle chain could be attached to the collar and emitted fluorescent light in the dark, like children's glow-in-the-dark shoes. This way, if Sparta walked on the road at night, it would be less likely for cars to misjudge and harm him. After purchasing the item, Sparta was sleeping sprawled out with snoring. The air conditioner emitted faint noise, cool breezes circulating around them. Daimashu pulled part of the blanket over Sparta's spotted belly. Feeling somewhat drowsy himself, he decided to browse Weibo one more time before sleeping. As he scrolled, an eye-catching blog post caught his attention. My boyfriend is a cat, a post-founding wise story. Instantly, Daimashu experienced a tingling sensation, similar to encountering something eerie, as if you had a lingering thought in your mind, believing it had been forgotten only for it to reappear unexpectedly and scare you. Though wanting to take another look, a feeling of unease crept in. After hesitating for a long time, Daimashu clicked on the link at the end of the post. As an online writer himself, he thought the author's writing was decent. However, the story seemed somewhat cliché. The plot began with a cat demon descending from the mountain, accidentally getting injured and unable to restore his magical power within a short period. Therefore, he had no choice but to remain in his feline form and was adopted by a human. Thus, a heartwarming life between a man and a cat started. The cat demon possessed an ethereal spirit, being clever and capable, secretly doing lots of interesting things when the human wasn't paying attention. Unfortunately, his human never noticed these peculiarities, treating him as just an ordinary cat. Daimashu murmured inside that this storyline felt overly familiar, too old-fashioned. However, after reading several chapters, Daimashu suddenly realized something. The master in this story was male, and seemingly, so was the cat demon. He exited the story and looked again at the title. Unwilling to let it go, he specifically registered an account, recharged, bought reading points, and skipped to later chapters. After verifying several times, he finally confirmed it. This was indeed a love story between a man and a male cat. As a veteran netizen who has been immersed in the world of gay romance stories for years, Daimashu could read through such pure love tales without batting an eyelid. This cat demon was silly yet lovable, prompting Daimashu to happily send the author a bomb as appreciation. Unfortunately, the author hadn't finished the story, leaving Daimashu clueless about how a human could truly fall in love with a cat demon. After finishing, Daimashu suddenly found the whole thing somewhat amusing. It must be because he's been too tense about Sparta lately, indulging in random daydreams. He tossed his phone aside and glanced over at the curled-up spotted cat sleeping soundly, lightly flicking the smart tuft of fur on its ear. Even if you were truly a cat demon who gained wisdom after the founding of the nation, since you eat my food and drink my water, you're my cat now. The next morning, when Daimashu woke up, his head still felt heavy. Last night, he had stayed up late reading and though his biological clock roused him, his mind was still sluggish. Instinctively reaching out to pat beside him, he found Sparta was already up. Daimashu scratched his head, got up, opened the door, and nearly stepped on a dark lump with his foot. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick enough to pull his foot back. Rubbing his eyes and focusing, he saw 3 mice neatly arranged outside his bedroom door, from largest to smallest. The smallest one appeared to have only recently grown fur. And there sat the culprit nearby, sitting upright with a proud air, looking at him with 2 gleaming green eyes. Meow meow. Good morning. You remember the new family of mice that moved in next door? I counted them, there are quite a few. Since I didn't know your taste preference, I caught a random sample for you. Eat them while they're fresh. Eating them will make you smarter. Happy? Meow meow. Chapter 55 Master Wang the Craftsman. Ever since adopting a cat, Xian Qin had already grown accustomed to calming himself down in the shortest possible time. Therefore, even when faced with 3 lifeless mice, he could remain completely unperturbed while greeting Sparta with a cheerful, bing bing, spelt cake, good morning. Sparta was vigorously swishing his tail, still looking up at the human. Meow, good morning. Xin calmly said, we're not eating mice today. Come on, let's go downstairs, I've prepared breakfast for you. Seeing the human step over the mice and walk directly towards the staircase, Sparta looked confused and quickly grabbed the largest mouse, following the human hesitantly. Meow, you haven't eaten breakfast yet. Xin felt a headache coming on. After pondering for a moment, he sat down heavily on the steps, pointing to the empty spot beside him as he called out to Sparta, bing bing, come over here and sit. Sparta hesitated for a moment before slowly walking over and carefully placing the mouse he'd been holding in his mouth down. Originally, he had placed the mouse between himself and Miwu, his meowing counterpart, but then reconsidered, thinking it inappropriate. He extended his paw, pushing the mouse to the center of the step. Having caught this mouse with great effort, it shouldn't roll away now. After licking his lips, Sparta finally settled leisurely next to the human. Meow. Xin couldn't help laughing at how amusing Sparta was, reaching out instinctively to scratch under his neck. He asked, did you eliminate all the people last night? Sparta tilted his head, urging Miwu to keep scratching under his chin. Ah woof, what are you talking about? With a yawn, he relaxed, closing his eyes comfortably. Scratching under the chin feels so good. After petting Sparta for a bit, the leaf-flower cat began purring and tried to burrow into his lap using his claws. Xin stopped him immediately, saying, bing bing, come, I have something to tell you. Let's first sit properly. Regardless of what it is, we must approach the conversation seriously, right? Sparta tilted his head, looking at him in confusion. Although you don't have your eggs anymore, I've always respected you as a man. This current conversation is between men. To maintain a healthy relationship, we must be honest and open. Do you agree? If so, let's high-five. Xin held out his palm. Hesitant, Sparta placed his paw into the human's hand. What exactly are we doing? Xin gripped Sparta's paw tightly. Only after letting go did he remember that this was the same paw that had touched a rat. Ignoring such thoughts, he maintained a serious expression as he continued talking to the leaf-flower cat. Firstly, I declare that you are an intelligent, capable, cute, handsome, powerful, one-of-a-kind leaf-flower cat. Our Bing Bing is the best cat in the whole world. Agree? Then let's high-five again. It seemed like Sparta understood it was praise. Clearly, catching mice brought the most benefit. Happily, Sparta extended his paw once more. Next, we've lived together for so long, and our feelings have deepened day by day. I feel there are some things I need to tell you the truth about. Sincerity is the cornerstone of maintaining a lasting relationship. Xin looked down at the leaf-flower cat. I do not eat mice. Sparta stared silently at Miwu. Xin patiently repeated several times, and it seemed like the leaf-flower cat finally realized what he was saying, shrinking his neck, ears gradually drooping, his bottom moved slightly, and he unconsciously took a step back. Xin couldn't help but stroke Sparta's head gently. Thank you. I know you worked hard, getting up early to hunt, bringing your catch to me. You're the best Bing Bing. Miwu, why don't you like my rats? Sparta felt aggrieved. But I don't eat rats, just like you wouldn't eat prescription food. We each have our own foods we don't eat, right? There's still so much in this world that we enjoy eating, there's no need to focus only on the food we dislike, right? Xin gently stroked Sparta's thick back. Gradually relaxing, Sparta little by little drew closer to Miwu again, placing his round head on Miwu's knees. His soft cheek pressed against the edge of the human's thighs, resembling a lump of melted chocolate oozing downward. Still, Miwu, why don't you like rats? While stroking Sparta, Xin praised him and informed him that humans generally can't eat raw meat. Sparta raised his head and glanced at the kitchen downstairs. Xin laughed helplessly. Even if it's cooked mouse meat, we wouldn't eat it. Sparta dispiritedly placed his head back onto Miwu's leg. You really are picky eater, Miwu. Sparta sighed heavily. That look was like a mother worrying about her child not eating. Xin chuckled and directly picked up Sparta, cradling him in his arms. Alright, don't be mad at me anymore. Let's go downstairs. I've prepared your favorite breakfast for you, alright? Sparta sulkily flicked the tip of his tail. But you're still so picky. And then I'll wash your paws. We should brush our teeth too. Xin fed Sparta breakfast, cleaned his paws, belly, and mouth, all under Sparta's wistful gaze. After disposing of the 3 mice and taking a shower himself, everything was finally sorted out. Xin held Sparta as man and cat nestled on the sofa to watch TV. Sparta was an extraordinary cat. He didn't just watch television, but laughed while watching, joyfully wagging his tail as if he understood it all. Xin had little interest in the drama series, hiding behind Sparta to scroll through his phone instead. He was searching for local information, how to get rid of mice. While catching mice is a natural instinct for cats, modern society has too many artificial chemical substances, even the mice can't be guaranteed to be naturally harmless. Xin worried that Sparta might ingest something bad from catching mice. Most methods to get rid of mice were chemical attacks, and what could harm the rats would likely harm Sparta too, so Xian wasn't willing to take the risk. After browsing aimlessly and finding nothing useful, just when Xian was about to give up, he noticed a small ad on the local forum. Are you still troubled by the mice in your house? Are you embarrassed that your cat isn't catching any mice? Now's your chance. Manual mouse removal, no toxic substances, no preservatives. Seal holes, repair walls, and manually craft a rodent-free environment. Contact person, Master Wang. The advertisement also listed Master Wang's phone number and contact information. Xian was skeptical, so he searched with keywords again and found Master Wang's main post. It turned out that this manual rodent remover did have some customers, and most gave good reviews. Very magical, almost all our family belongings were moved, yet we couldn't find any mouse holes. Master Wang instantly located them, it's like he was born with a radar. The rodent removal process wasn't bloody at all, although a bit disgusting. Most of the mice were chased away, scurrying everywhere all at once. Not a single one was missed, they were all caught by Master Wang. The holes were sealed tightly without affecting aesthetics. Master Wang truly is a skilled artisan. I waited a period before writing this review, and there's not a trace of the mice now. 5-star review. Xian decided to give it a try and quickly got in touch with Master Wang, agreeing on time and price. Master Wang's voice sounded rough, like a middle-aged uncle, but his laughter was hearty and unconcerned about haggling over prices. However, regarding the rodent removal timing, he acted somewhat strange. After asking for the general location of Xian's house, he said he needed to go home, observe the stars at night, calculate the best time to perform the exorcism, and only then would he contact Xian again. Deposit? Ah, no need, young man, wait for my message after I calculate it properly. After hanging up, Xian felt a bit puzzled. Nevertheless, at least one issue was resolved, and he began to relax. Sparta lay sprawled across his lap, the show he liked best on TV had already ended. Feeling bored, Sparta began dozing off with half-closed eyes. Suddenly, Xian became curious, did Sparta miss the taste of raw meat? Why do cats eat mice? Some say that eating mice makes cats sharp-eared and keen-sighted, hence mice become an essential meat on their dinner table. In reality, though, if alternatives exist, cats don't necessarily have to rely on mice. Just like how many cats don't actually like fish, their dietary habits are influenced by their living environment and hunting convenience. Human intervention also partially affects the feline menu. That being said, cats are pure carnivores with a natural preference for meat. Should Sparta be given some raw meat occasionally? With this thought, Xian did some research. Most experts still advise against feeding raw meat lightly, mainly because current food safety cannot fully guarantee the edibility of raw meat. Bacteria or parasitic eggs left in the raw meat increase the chances of infection in cats. However, many cat owners still endorse the raw bone and meat feeding method. Opinions varied widely. But seeing someone worrying that their pet cats would become more wild after eating raw meat made Xian laugh uncontrollably. Their leaf-flower cat was already wild enough, so this concern basically didn't apply. In any case, increasing the frequency of physical checkups and deworming was necessary. That will be quite a sum of money. Xian rubbed Sparta's pudgy belly affectionately. Let's go to work, Bing Bing. We need to make some money. Sparta yawned. Although poverty drives people forward, Sparta was actually quite lucky. The cat just sat at home, and meat fell from the sky. On that evening during the live stream, Xian received a message from Chow Dan. Recently out on an adventure, Chow Dan had stumbled upon a type of beef said to be of top-grade quality, meeting raw eating standards. Chow Dan specially bought a portion for Xian and had it air-shipped over. The next early morning, Xian received the package. When he opened it, the meat still exhaled icy coldness, its appearance tender and drool-worthy, very fresh. Seeing Sparta curiously peeking into the styrofoam box, Xian washed his hands, picked up a small piece with chopsticks, and fed it to Sparta. Sparta sniffed for a long while before finally opening his mouth to lick it once. Not bad. Xian knew cats were extremely picky about their meat, so he didn't expect Sparta to particularly enjoy it. However, this unexpected indifference from the leaf-flower cat slightly surprised him. After all, according to human standards, this beef was already of extremely high freshness. Don't you like it? Xian asked. It's not fresh enough, meow. You shouldn't eat it either. Yesterday, I caught those fresh mice for you, but you didn't like them either. Hey, this is maddening. Since Sparta wasn't interested in eating it, Xian decided without hesitation to treat himself. Following his grandma's recipe, he gently pan-fried a plate of beef and made a tomato beef soup with the leftovers, creating a sumptuous lunch, which satisfied him thoroughly. Sparta curiously moved towards the corner of Miwu's mouth, licking only a trace of saltiness. After tidying up the kitchen, Xian received a message from Master Wang confirming that the rodent removal could take place at 3 p.m. Xian confirmed the location and precautions with Master Wang, then putting down his phone, called out to Sparta, Bing Bing, come here. Your toys need to be put away, we have guests coming this afternoon. As instructed by Master Wang, Xin neatly packed away all clutter and smaller pieces of furniture, leaving only a small space for Sparta to play. Unfortunately, right after he finished, the delivery for Sparta's glow-in-the-dark collar buckle arrived. Xin tore open the packaging, finding it bigger than what the picture depicted. Under the daylight lighting, it looked no more than an ordinary plastic rope. After some consideration and confirming it posed no danger, Xin motioned Sparta to come and wear it. Unexpectedly, Sparta, who usually appreciated his gifts, displayed reluctance for the first time. "It's not pretty, meow. I don't want to wear it. Other cats would laugh at me. Can we skip it?" Sparta folded his entire body together, burying his head under his belly, showing his backside to Xin, refusing to lift his head despite all pleas. As the stalemate continued between man and cat, Master Wang arrived. Master Wang turned out to be even sturdier in person than in his profile picture, with tan skin and sharp eyes, carrying a black tool bag, grinning broadly as he walked in, giving off vibes of loyalty and simplicity. Despite being a big man, Master Wang carefully changed shoes in the entrance hall and then entered the living room upon invitation, catching sight of Sparta immediately. "Wow, what a fine cat," Master Wang remarked appreciatively, seemingly taking a liking to Sparta. "He doesn't like wearing that thing, it's not good looking," pointing to the glow-in-the-dark buckle Xin placed on the sofa. Sparta was trying to push the ugly buckle under the couch when he heard the comment. He lifted his head curiously, observing the stranger who had just come in. Xin somewhat bashfully gathered up the glow-in-the-dark buckle. He found it strange because Sparta usually dislikes strangers, often displaying aloofness or even hostility. However, facing Master Wang for the first time, Sparta showed curiosity rather than dislike. He even hopped off the couch, cautiously circling around Master Wang, trying to sniff his scent. "You're really well liked by cats," Xin couldn't help but marvel. Master Wang chuckled, somewhat shyly scratching his head. Xin liked this simple, honest uncle-like figure, someone approachable. He pointed out the house layout to Master Wang. Originally expecting some grand actions to get rid of the mice, Xin was surprised when Master Wang merely explored small areas without bringing any magical tools or making grand gestures. Worrying about Sparta bumping into furniture while playing and jumping, Xin covered all sharp corners in the house with safety material. The house was spotlessly clean, with hardly any visible cat hair on the ground. The litter box was neat and odorless, and the water in the feeder fresh and clear. As Master Wang glanced around, he nodded approvingly. As he moved, Sparta quietly followed him, head tilted, wanting to get closer yet showing a bit of hesitation. Xin feared Sparta might cause trouble and shouted at him, "Bing bing, come over. Don't disturb Master Wang's work." Sparta glanced at Xin, then trotted over reluctantly, leaping into Xin's arms. Master Wang chuckled, revealing his white front teeth. "No problem, no problem. The house is very clean, and from the sounds, there shouldn't be too many rats, so it will be handled quickly. This little guy is pretty capable, the home is well taken care of." Sparta seemed to understand, proudly flicking his tail. Finally, Master Wang finished his inspection and walked toward his black bag. Xin thought it would be full of tools, but unexpectedly, when Master Wang unzipped the bag, a beautiful big cat with cream and white markings slowly walked out. It calmly sat down, lifting its head, and politely meowed at Xin. "Sorry for the visit, I'm Newanbeo." Sparta sneezed. Xin was surprised, "I didn't notice you brought a cat along. Is it here to help? Should I get it some water?" Instinctively, he treated the guest cat as any other guest. Master Wang shook his head repeatedly, no need, this is my little assistant Newanbeo, will be done in a bit, don't bother." Sparta began to struggle. Xin bent down, stroked his head, and warned him, "You mustn't fight with the guests." Then, he put Sparta on the ground. Sparta jogged over to the visitor cat, examining it sideways. "Aoyuyu, what are you doing here?" "I came to catch mice." "Humph, I can catch mice myself, why do I need your help?" The two cats went back and forth for quite a while. Finally, Newanbeo was called by Master Wang to work. Sparta was not giving up, he followed behind Newanbeo, carefully sniffing his rear before letting it go. The entire rodent removal process turned out to be surprisingly simple. Master Wang almost hesitated not a bit to lock onto the location, summoning Xin together to move the obstructive furniture. A blotchy patch of the wall appeared, with a narrow-looking crack which Master Wang said was the entrance to the rat hole. Xin thought to himself, rats really know how to perform bone-shrinking techniques. Then, Master Wang took out an equipment resembling a radio from his pocket, constantly turning the round button as if adjusting frequencies, yet Xin heard nothing. Both cats stood high alert with their ears perked up, squatting in preparation to attack, staring intently at one position. Before Xin realized what was happening, quick as a flash, 5 or 6 dark rodents suddenly surged out of the crack, scattering wildly without choosing direction. In the blink of an eye, Sparta and Newanbeo each pounced on a rat, while the rest were skillfully caught by Master Wang with tongs and stuffed into a specially made cage. Newanbeo obediently handed over his loot. However, Sparta looked proud, using his paw to step on the thin tail of his rat, semi-closing his eyes as he gazed at Master Wang. I won't give it up. I caught it, it's mine. Master Wang looked troubled at Xin Qin. Xin Qin sighed, crouched down, and reasoned with Sparta while patting his head. In the end, under Xin Qin's persistence, Sparta unwillingly handed over the rat, his whiskers bending out of anger as he retreated to lick himself alone. Neiwanbeo approached him, meowing gently, probably chatting about something they both understood. Master Wang collected all the rats. Unpleasant squeaking noises came from inside the cage. Swiftly, Master Wang patched up the rat hole and cracks with cement and lime plaster. His skills were excellent, efficient. Soon, the crack disappeared, blending seamlessly with the surrounding walls, leaving no trace. He even responsibly inspected the other corners of the house and plugged every crack. In less than an hour, the job was complete. At last, Master Wang stood up and smiled at Xin Qin. Alright, those rats won't come through this hole again. With a cat in the house, rats generally won't appear easily. They might come from neighbors, so just don't leave too much food around. If it still doesn't work, feel free to call me again. After pondering, he suddenly added another sentence. By the way, I live in a research institute at the top of Wutai Mountain. Below Wutai Mountain, there's a pear orchard, and when the flowers bloom, it's incredibly beautiful. You can bring your cat to visit. Confused, Xin Qin still nodded in agreement. Sparta jumped off the sofa, tugging at his trouser leg while meowing. Meow Wu, the research institute at Wutai Mountain, it's reportedly dangerous. Don't go there. Neiwanbeo leaped at him from behind, loudly refuting, the institute isn't dangerous at all. Come see for yourself. Sparta buried his head between the gaps of Master Wang's ankles, refusing to speak to the shameless cat who had taken away his prey. Xin Qin paid Master Wang for his work and handed him a drink, thanking him for his help. Master Wang called over Neiwanbeo, put him back into the black bag, picked up the cage of rats, waved goodbye, and left with a cheerful laugh. From then on, there wasn't a single trace of rats in Xin Qin's home for a very, very long time. Chapter 56, Spartan can go out alone. Debeo is stuck. Debeo is stuck. Xin Qin peeked out from the kitchen and saw Spartan sitting nonchalantly on the robot vacuum cleaner, lazily swinging his big fluffy tail. When he noticed Xin Qin looking at him, he proudly lifted his chin. The weight of the Tabby Cat was too much for the vacuum cleaner to move, so it emitted a dangerous distress signal. Xin Qin sighed helplessly and called out to Spartan, Bing Bing, come over, don't bully Debeo. Spartan pretended not to hear, lowered his head, and raised his paw to pat the stupid thing's head. Run faster, don't be lazy. After patting a few times, his entire body was lifted up by his human. Well, sitting on MIW's shoulder is also quite comfortable, meow. Xin Qin lifted Spartan's bottom, letting him find a more comfortable position to lie down on his shoulder. Come on, Bing Bing, tuck your furry tail in, be a good boy. Spartan slowly coiled up his tail and yawned. He lay there watching MIW prepare breakfast for him, licking his lips repeatedly. Meow, today's breakfast looks pretty abundant, add more, add more. Today was the first day Xin Qin decided that Spartan could go out alone, so he decided to prepare a hearty breakfast for Spartan. One reason was that Spartan's outdoor activities would increase after going out, and the other reason was that he was worried if Spartan stayed hungry, he might eat unclean things outside. Spartan ate his large breakfast contentedly, crouching beside MIW while listening to his human softly talk to him. MIW, what did you say? Don't fight when you go out, don't catch birds, don't eat things outside, and come home early. Come, give me a kiss. Spartan stretched his neck and rubbed against MIW's chin. Until his human carried him out of the door, Spartan still felt dazed, thinking MIW wanted to take a stroll. But I'm not wearing a vest. Confused, he looked up and received a gentle caress. Go play. Huh. Is MIW letting me go out alone? Spartan instantly stood tall with his tail high up. Wow, I've finally become an independent big kitty. I can go out alone. Excitedly, he rushed outside, took a few small steps, then turned around. MIW was still standing by the door without entering. Spartan ran over and affectionately rubbed against MIW's pant leg. MIW, I'll only be out for a bit. Don't worry, love meow. After saying goodbye, Spartan walked briskly, arriving at the vast world beyond home. This world is so big. Starting from that day, as long as Spartan was willing, Xin Qin would let him go out alone for a while. Usually, Spartan only went out for half an hour before quickly returning. Aside from slightly dirty paws, there were no abnormalities on his body. After a few days, Xin Qin gradually relaxed. Spartan's favorite time to go out alone was right after noon, when the sun was just starting to set. The taste of autumn had gradually become intense, although the weather was still somewhat hot, the entire world seemed full of vitality. There were the sounds of insects chirping, birds flapping their wings, stray cats fighting, fruit growing, and leaves falling. It was so lively and crowded, as if the whole world had awakened, celebrating the rare leisure time of the year. He stepped lightly under the cool tree shade, feeling incredibly happy. After aimlessly patrolling for several days, Spartan suddenly had an idea, maybe he could use this rare free time to do something interesting. MIW was usually too attached to the cats, so it was hard for him to have such freedom. What should I do? After considering for a long time, Spartan finally came up with a brilliant plan. The first semester of university had already passed halfway through. According to the regulations, every time a semester ended, they needed to create a semester paper, with the topic chosen by themselves. As he delved deeper into the study of human language and teaching, Spartan had already determined his topic of interest for this semester, on the current demand status and future development suggestions for homeless cat communities regarding human language learning. As an idealistic and ambitious big cat, Spartan didn't merely want to write a literature review paper with no practical value. In the research and promotion of human language, there was still a vast blank space left. This blank space would require the joint efforts of generations of cats, and without pioneers, those who followed wouldn't know where to start. Spartan decided to be the pioneer, firmly leaving his paw print on this blank ground. Spartan had devised his research plan. He needed a large amount of real data, and the best way to collect this data was through in-person interviews. Spartan began using his short time outdoors to visit feral cat communities across Maochan, screening for suitable research subjects. To improve the effectiveness of the data, Spartan also consulted his human language teacher, designing and refining questionnaires with questions that could be more easily analyzed statistically. The improvements in research methods greatly increased Spartan's efficiency. However, with each day's accumulation of new data, Spartan faced the daunting task of statistical analysis and interpretation. For a cat, this was almost an impossible mission. Spartan barely managed to count his own paws clearly. Fortunately, the university's required word count for the paper was not substantial, and the necessary data volume wasn't too large. Furthermore, computers could assist with calculations and analyses. With Daimapu's help, Spartan gradually became proficient in using artificial intelligence tailored for cats to handle tedious calculations and analyses. All he needed to do was to classify and input the new data daily. The size of the feral cat population in Maochan was enormous. During his research, Spartan realized he needed a control group consisting of former feral cats now living as house pets. However, house cats rarely ventured outside. Daimapu suggested setting up questionnaire stations at Chiduoduo Clinic, where many formerly feral cats could be found. Unfortunately, this meant that Spartan would have even more extensive data to process and analyze. This project progressed extraordinarily slowly and arduously. Every night when summarizing his research progress, Spartan felt as though the goals he accomplished were merely a tiny tip of an iceberg. The glacial pace inevitably left Spartan feeling somewhat discouraged. Whenever he felt sad, Spartan would run to MIW, flipping over to show his belly and asking MIW to cuddle him and kiss him. "I'm already a big kitty, I can't give up because of some small setbacks, it'd be embarrassing. Meow." Fortunately, teacher Caipiao submitted Spartan's research topic to the Feline Association, and Spartan instantly received attention from all quarters. The association highly approved of Spartan's individual research and encouraged him to make it as fruitful as possible. To accommodate Spartan's timeline, the association exceptionally permitted him to combine semester papers into one major thesis. In other words, this single thesis could substitute for 2 semester papers and even the graduation thesis. As a result, Spartan suddenly found himself with much more time. However, his pressure didn't lessen. More time for research meant more detailed areas he needed to focus on. Meanwhile, while other students' overall grades depended on several papers combined, for Spartan, one paper alone would decide the fate of his entire college career, a pretty risky situation. Despite the immense pressure, Spartan somehow successfully slimmed down, a little imperceptibly. Xin Chin assumed that Spartan's increased outdoor time improved his physical activity, allowing him to maintain a healthy mindset, thus balancing various health indicators. Although Xin Chin pitted the muscle mass he had carefully cultivated, he still felt happy for Spartan. He began appropriately adjusting Spartan's nutritional ratio, enabling the Tabby Cat to adapt to his weight changes. With good food, good sleep, and MIW by his side, Spartan happily endured every tough day. His outdoor time was extended by half an hour daily so that Spartan could have sufficient time to conduct surveys at the Chiduoduo Clinic. Daimapu would help him pre-screen and confirm the list of interviewees, saving a lot of time. The doctors and nurses at the clinic naturally welcomed this clever and spirited Tabby Cat. Dr. Dai even specially prepared a water bowl for Spartan. After completing his work, Spartan sometimes had leftover free time. To express gratitude, he and Daimapu would lounge together at the clinic's reception desk, wagging their fluffy tails and warmly greeting customers coming to Chiduoduo. "Welcome. No urinating or defecating randomly, please. Please pay over here. Hope you come back again." One day, after finishing his volunteer work, Spartan was about to go home when Daimapu suddenly stopped him and informed him that there would be no need to come tomorrow since humans were celebrating an upcoming festival involving eating pancakes. They wouldn't be working. Hearing about humans eating pancakes, Spartan perked up his ears in surprise. Why do they eat pancakes? That's because, Daimapu shook his head slowly and glanced outside the window. Humans thought that the moon in the sky looked just like a large pancake. They wanted to eat the moon but couldn't fly up there like birds, so instead, they ate pancakes that resembled the moon. Because eating these pancakes was such a delightful experience, they celebrated this day as a memorial occasion every year. On this fixed day, people from all over the country gathered to happily enjoy their pancakes, continuously savoring them. Spartan's ears folded back while listening. How terrifying, humans gathering together just to eat pancakes. Terrifying. Spartan scurried off with his tail tucked between his legs, moving very quickly for fear of being captured by pancake-loving humans. Unexpectedly, halfway down the road, he did not encounter any pancake-eating humans, but instead saw a foolish-looking husky standing alone on the sidewalk. The dog seemed lost, looking confused and disoriented. Several times, it attempted to rush onto the street, narrowly avoiding collisions with passing cars. Isn't that Zhang Tiejuan's stupid dog? Spartan stopped, curiously tilting his head as he observed the husky. Yes, it was indeed Zhang Taijun, who had somehow gotten himself lost. Xin Qin heard about this when the owner of the husky was already in a panic. That day, Spartan returned slightly later than usual. Concerned, Xin Qin went downstairs to wait for his tabby cat. But right as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he encountered Zhang Yi, who was frantically searching everywhere for her husky downstairs. Zhang Yi quickly narrated what happened, speaking rapidly and incoherently due to her anxiety. However, Xin Qin managed to understand the situation clearly. Zhang Yi's elderly parents were visiting her, but as inexperienced pet owners, they hadn't properly supervised the dog during its walk. The husky broke free and chased after a stray cat far away. Zhang Yi searched through the entire neighborhood but found no trace of her husky. She feared it might have run outside. This dumb dog, both stupid and cowardly, even afraid to cross the road. Who knows where it has gone? Zhang Yi wiped her tears while pacing anxiously. Calm and composed, Xin Qin helped Zhang Yi analyze the current situation, advising her to draft a pet lost notice to print out and distribute immediately throughout nearby streets and neighborhoods. Since it hadn't been too long since the incident, there was a higher probability the dog was still close by. Meanwhile, Xin Qin posted Zhang Tiejuan's photo on Weibo under a friend's account, asking netizens to help spread the word in hopes of finding more information. Under Xin Qin's guidance, Zhang Yi soon calmed down and quickly printed the pet lost notice. Xin Qin specially brought glue from home to facilitate easy cleanup and actively assisted in posting notices. He devised an efficient search plan for Zhang Yi, splitting the tasks so they could each cover different directions. Unfortunately, after an hour, neither of them had any success. At that moment, Zhang Taijun, whose well-being was constantly on Zhang Yi's mind, had already been comforted by Spartan, gradually calming down. His large head rested on his front paws, whimpering pitifully. I just thought that cat looked familiar. It was one from Wutai Mountain Park that comes for classes. I got excited and wanted to chase it to ask if everything was okay, or if it had found a suitable human. Unfortunately, it ignored me, running faster and faster until I lost it, finding myself in an unfamiliar place. Woo, I'm lost. Spartan yawned and patted the husky's big head with his paw. Deserved it. A normal stray cat seeing a large dog coming would instinctively flee first, wouldn't it? You're a dog, and you've managed to get yourself lost. You can leave our university class chat group. We can't afford to be embarrassed by you. Zhang Taijun sobbed, please don't send me away. I promise I'll behave better from now on. By the way, Spartan, you're so smart, you must know the way home, right? My humans must be worried sick. And I haven't eaten any bones today. Eat, all you think about is food. Spartan irritably slapped the husky's head again with his paw. However, upon mentioning food, he realized he was hungry too. Phew, today's delay has gone on too long, MIW will worry. Alright, I'll take you home, but make sure you don't lose me, I'm short on time. If you lose me again, I won't bother helping you. Okay, I promise. As long as I can go home, I promise to listen. The husky happily stood up, wagging his tail furiously and opening his mouth wide in an attempt to lick Spartan's fur to express his gratitude. Spartan disdainfully avoided Zhang Tiejuan's saliva-laden tongue. Shaking his whiskers, he walked around the husky reluctantly before picking up the leash of the stupid dog. I'm only holding your leash so you don't run off again. If you try to pull me around, I'll scratch you to death. The husky, having already suffered once, nervously tucked his tail and dared not act recklessly anymore. Thus, a tabby cat held the leash of a sturdy husky, parading as if it were a very serious matter. Passers-by stopped in their tracks, looking curiously at this magical duo of one cat and one dog. Spartan was already very familiar with the way home. He didn't need to look around for guidance but walked determinedly toward home. At the red light, he instructed the husky to sit patiently with him while waiting. Although cats cannot fully discern traffic lights, Spartan cleverly judged when the vehicles would stop. No matter how intimidating the traffic seemed, there would always be moments when cars would halt, and when they stopped, they could cross the street leisurely. The usually frightened husky about crossing roads now stared wide-eyed at the tabby in front of him, almost petrified. Woof, Spartan, you're so amazing, you actually know how to cross the road by yourself. Upon hearing this, Spartan felt immensely proud yet wanted to remain humble and dignified. He subtly tightened his jawline before replying calmly, what's the big deal? I'm smart, this little trick of crossing roads, I learned when I was just a kitten. He glanced at the road conditions, stood up, and repositioned the lead in his mouth. Let's go. Zhang Taijun dragged himself on the asphalt pavement, his limbs powerless, tail tightly tucked in fear, shaking incessantly. But he dared not break free from the tabby's control. If he got lost again, there would probably be no one left to help him find his way home. Woof, I'm so scared. Spartan was completely unbothered by the husky's worries and troubles. Carrying the leash's end in his mouth, he swayed his round waist rhythmically, tail high in the air, walking steadily with unwavering focus. Drivers lined up at the zebra crossing couldn't help but take out their phones and lean forward, eager to capture this astonishing scene. This era, where cats can walk dogs, is truly exciting. With his tabby cat always on his mind, Xin had returned to the community first, intending to feed the cat and then bring some food for Zhang Yi. As soon as he reached the entrance of the neighborhood, he saw exactly such a scene. There was his proud Spartan, leading a husky triumphantly with an upright gait and chest puffed out. Upon spotting Xin, Spartan meowed happily, quickly releasing the husky's leash, and bounced joyfully towards him. Meow wah. Xin instinctively embraced his tabby cat and deftly grabbed hold of the husky's leash. Holding Spartan in one hand, he softly asked, "How did you meet Zhang Taijun?" "This dumb dog got lost." Spartan unreservedly told his MIW about it. "Just as you'd say, he's really stupid." Meow. Embarrassed, the husky buried his long snout and kept his eyes shut, refusing to face anyone. "So MIW, do humans eat pancakes tomorrow?" Spartan thought back to Demapu's story, anxiously wagging his tail. "We shouldn't eat pancakes, they're no good." "Our pancake is truly remarkable." Xin leaned down and gave Spartan a kiss on his big head. Soon, fans keeping tabs on Xin's Weibo noticed new updates. "Thank you all for your enthusiastic retweets. Sharing a piece of good news, the husky has been found. He was led back by our biscuit cat. Picture. Oh my gosh, the Chinese retrieval cat. I must offer all the mooncakes I have this year to this incredible biscuit spirit." Chapter 57, A Bigger World, Part 1. The next day, humans celebrated the Pancake Festival. Spartan was scared all day, but he didn't see the horrifying scene of people gathering to eat pancakes that had been rumored. Miwu still prepared breakfast for him as usual, brushed his fur, and held him in the sun. However, his Miwu did receive a gift early in the morning. Xin opened the holiday gift sent by the cat fishing platform. It was a mooncake, yes, just one, but it was an enormous mooncake almost as big as Spartan's face. This mooncake was said to be this year's internet sensation, simple and rustic, with a large, bing, meaning cake or pancake, carved on its huge surface, without too many gimmicks. Xin felt a bit troubled because he didn't like sweet things. His Lihua cat, however, kept moving closer to him, showing great interest in this giant mooncake. "What is this? What is this?" Spartan crawled under the human's arm and curiously sniffed at the strange thing. "Is it edible?" "This is a mooncake." Xin reached out and patted Spartan's head. Spartan's paw hovered awkwardly in midair. "So this was an edible pancake, it wasn't even close to what I thought." After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but hook the surface of the mooncake with his paw when Miwu wasn't paying attention. He knew Miwu wouldn't want him to eat this kind of thing, but surely trying a taste would be okay, right? He retracted his paw and licked the crumbs off his pads and between his claws seriously. It has no flavor at all." Spartan opened his mouth and yawned. Two little fangs caught on his lips, staring intently while imagining countless terrifying humans watching him menacingly, deliberately presenting an aggressive little face. Roar. "Today no human dare eat my pancake." Soon, Spartan lost interest in the large mooncake and began to relax, lying down sideways on the table. Xin placed Spartan's head next to the large mooncake, took a series of comparison pictures, and then posted them on Weibo, captioning, "Pancake and the pancake. Ha 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 ha, they're practically identical. It's a face collision. Universe-level fierceness. Don't know why, but Spartan feels so familiar somehow. I once saw such a stray cat who looked almost exactly like Spartan, a small Lihua cat. Unfortunately, when I went back to look for him later, I couldn't find him anywhere. It might be that we weren't destined. I hope that little guy now is as happy as Spartan, and has found someone who loves him. Hug the OP. It will happen. Good-looking Spartan and Mooncake have a happy Mid-Autumn Festival." After the Mid-Autumn Festival, the long vacation where humans could slack off was coming soon. Daimashu said that the reason humans celebrated National Day was because most people worked hard normally, and they needed a holiday where they could sleep in and spend money. "We don't need to eat pancakes for National Day, right?" Spartan asked uneasily. No. Daimashu shook his head. "If all humans in this country don't work during the holiday, does that mean Miwu can stop working too?" "Oh, wait, Miwu doesn't seem to work anyway." "Hey, lazy Miwu." Unfortunately, Spartan guessed wrong again. During the National Day holiday, streamers also had to work, not only work, but because the number of viewers increased during holidays, they had to work overtime to solidify their popularity and increase income. In the first 3 days of the break, Xin never left the house, reaching 8 hours of streaming every day, sacrificing time spent idling around and playing games with Spartan. Fortunately, Spartan was quite busy now and didn't mind much that his human was addicted to gaming and no longer focused solely on him, well, just not minding much. "After I finish my research, I'm definitely going to tell Miwu what a healthy and correct lifestyle is. But for now, let me continue with my research task." Spartan was already quite proficient with his research topic, and after repeated trials, he believed that his research was progressing very smoothly. While collecting data, Spartan gradually discovered a problem. Although the modern education system for cats was becoming increasingly sophisticated and solving the educational needs of a considerable portion of domesticated cats, modern education largely favored those cats who were privileged enough to have good environments and resources to attend school. As for stray cats, or some of those who were unable to connect to human devices, they were unable to enjoy the convenience provided by modern education. Modern cat education, as advocated by Comrade Wang Teku, is an extension of human education, with all educational philosophies and implementations relying on human science and technology. Without the larger context of human society, it would be impossible to carry out. Thus, to a certain extent, what's known as modern cat education is essentially an exclusive benefit for house cats who don't worry about food or livelihood. It's a division in the feline world. However, stray cats make up a vast portion of the feline population, and if knowledge cannot be disseminated to them, it means that over half of the individuals cannot enjoy the benefits and opportunities brought by modern education. When the majority of individuals within a species cannot guarantee synchronous progress, it will slow down the entire species' advancement, potentially leading to regression. So, when we are in the wild, can we return to traditional education, passing down knowledge through one cat teaching another in practical terms? Before Comrade Wang Teku, there was no concept of traditional education in feline society. After modern education matured, to distinguish this turning point, the Cat Association categorized all mother-to-child family education before Wang Teku introduced modern feline educational ideas as traditional education. But Spartan believed that the concept of traditional education isn't as narrow as mother-to-child transmission. Any non-virtual dissemination should also be considered a form of traditional education. For example, we could bring education to the countryside, delving into the communities of stray cats, using face-to-face instruction to allow them to receive campus-style education. Alternatively, we could pilot adult cat education programs where qualified and interested cats attend fixed teaching locations, a concept very similar to human schooling. Spartan wagged his tail, excited by his own ideas. The teachers say that feline society always moves forward, and with the advancement of human technology, their teaching methods will change dramatically. But who can guarantee that moving forward is the only mode? Perhaps, when targeting special groups and environments, they should think from a different perspective. Taking a step back might help better land abstract plans. Spartan decided to conduct more detailed research on the suggestions of education outreach and adult cat education, eventually providing a valuable report. Research must not stop, and field visits must continue. Every day, Spartan scurried around the streets and alleys of Mayakunching, gradually spending more time outside. This quickly alerted his human, causing some unease. Despite his busy life after class, Spartan was still a family-oriented cat. He didn't want Miwu to worry. How could he more conveniently visit each investigation site, reduce travel time, and get home earlier? Spartan squatted at the entrance of the neighborhood, secretly observing for 2 days. He realized he had overlooked something important. He lived in the human world, and humans every day traveled without walking themselves. So why did he need to? Oh, how stupid of me. Riding along with the humans would be just fine. The ambitious Spartan quickly mapped out the most convenient bus routes. In Miwu's human housing complex, buses were regularly dispatched to the main roads of the Mayakunching district, meeting almost all of Spartan's travel needs. These buses were free for residents, and obviously, a cat wouldn't be charged either. After all, earning money was hard for Miwu. Moreover, the passengers were all neighbors living in the same complex, many of whom owned pets and were familiar with the mischievous Lihua cat. These friendly humans would be more lenient about Spartan hitching rides. Spartan's prediction proved correct. On his first morning, when he hopped onto the bus heading to the Eastern District, he faced no obstacles whatsoever, and the driver didn't even notice him. Spartan deftly weaved between the legs of multiple humans and chose the last seat by the window, leaping up boldly to claim it. Soon, the humans on the bus noticed the Lihua cat, gasping in amazement and standing up to look toward the rear seats. Among them was the owner of the husky dog. She approached quickly, attempting to pet Spartan. After much hesitation, Spartan did not dodge. Meow, since I'm getting a free ride, it's not fair not to give anything in return. This was the first time the Lihua cat voluntarily offered his head to anyone, sending Zhang Yi into a shiver of excitement. She quickly composed herself and dialed Miwu according to the contact number on Spartan's collar. The bus was about to depart, and if Spartan had run away on his owner must be worried sick. Xinjing was confused when she answered the call. You said Spartacus is on the community shuttle bus. Wasn't Spartacus just going out to play? Then. Could you please ask him to take the phone? Zhang Yi was equally bewildered and hesitantly brought the mobile phone near the Lihua cat, activating speaker mode. Bing bing, what are you doing on the bus? Ah, it's Miwu. I'm riding a bus for free. Don't worry. Spartan happily moved his head. Spartan's voice sounded relaxed. He had gone out alone many times before, so Xinjing wasn't particularly worried. However, this was the first time the Lihua cat had taken a bus by himself. After clarifying the shuttle bus's stopping position with Zhang Yi, Xinjing realized it was a nearby neighborhood where he had once taken Spartan for a walk. Xinjing comforted the alarmed Zhang Yi, telling her that Spartacus knew how to return. My goodness, you're serious. Zhang Yi's jaw nearly dropped as she stared at the Lihua cat. While there were plenty of cats in Mayakunching, loved by many people, none of them had ever been heard of going out and taking buses all by themselves. Has he become super smart or what? The shuttle bus started moving soon after. The atmosphere inside the bus was completely different from the usual quiet, meditative one where everyone ignored each other. The presence of the Lihua cat seemed to instantly spark everyone's conversations. They marveled at the intelligence of such a clever cat, eagerly snapping photos of him, sharing tips about cat care, and exchanging numbers to share good angle photos of the cat. Some even took advantage of the red light to run back and pose for pictures with the Lihua cat, showing a V sign. Though emotionless, the Lihua cat fully cooperated and showed excellent camera presence, resulting in satisfactory photos. The cheerful atmosphere even made the usually stern driver smile, humming an unknown little tune. In contrast, Spartacus remained the most silent figure on the bus. Indifferent to the noisy humans, he didn't feel like responding. When the owner of the husky slightly opened a rear window, the cool autumn wind blew in, bringing a refreshing air. Spartacus placed his fluffy chin on the small gap, closing his eyes while enjoying this leisurely moment. Ah, it's comfortable. It would be better if Miwu were here. Her lap is the most comfortable place. They arrived at the destination amid lively chatter and joyfully disembarked. Reluctantly bidding farewell to Spartacus, they watched as he strutted off towards his target without looking back. What a cold-hearted kitty he is. After finishing interviews and collecting data, Spartacus waited for the shuttle bus again to return home. After making the driver comfortable, Spartacus received some clean water for free in return. Of course, in gratitude, he allowed his fluffy back head to be stroked. But parts like the bottom, tail, and stomach were strictly reserved only for Miwu. This smart plan for taking the bus greatly reduced Spartacus's travel time, allowing him more hours to stay with Miwu. What made Spartacus happiest was that sometimes Miwu accompanied him on the bus, holding him and rubbing his belly. On these occasions, Spartacus would proudly bring Miwu to his research site, almost bragging to all his newly acquainted friends about his beloved human. This is my human, jealous. Remember to answer my questions, and don't forget, your cousin promised to come tomorrow. Miwu also cooperated perfectly with Spartacus's work, remaining calm and waiting until Spartacus grew tired. Then, she would conjure up sweet water and delicious snacks, making Spartacus thoroughly satisfied. Working outside while having family around is really the best situation. What probably annoyed Spartacus most was that too many stray cats were eyeing his human. Every time Spartacus turned his attention elsewhere, upon turning back, he'd find Miwu surrounded by shameless strays. Even some young cats understood how to control humans, which was surprising. Looks can truly be deceiving. At these moments, Miwu fed them water and gave them food. You think I didn't see? I saw everything. Oh no, go away. Miwu doesn't want a second cat, stop dreaming. However, thanks to Miwu's subtle help, stray cats who were originally hesitant to participate in interviews and surveys gradually opened their hearts. An increasing number of cats agreed to join Spartacus's plan, allowing the survey project to progress more smoothly. Fine then, I'll forgive Miwu for now. Not long after, the Lihua cat who commuted by bus alone made it to the lifestyle section of the local newspaper, becoming a fascinating topic among cat lovers during their leisure time. Reality could indeed be so magical. Sometimes, what makes life more enjoyable and comfortable are often some trivial matters, such as encountering a fellow traveling cat on your way to work. It quietly lay beside you, as if that was exactly where it belonged. Meow. Chapter 58, A Bigger World, Part 2. Wow, the weather is so good today. Ever since Spartan proved that he was a responsible cat who didn't wander off recklessly, Miwu put fewer restrictions on him. On good weather days, Miwu would always open the windows and doors to let the house ventilate. At this moment, Spartan was perched in a gap of the windowsill, his two front paws resting on it while basking lazily in the sun with his eyes half closed. Feeling unsatisfied after a long time, he struggled to flip over using the window frame and revealed his soft, furry belly. What could be more relaxing than exposing your tummy to the sun? Nothing. A gentle breeze softly ruffled the fine hairs on his belly. It felt cool for a moment but was quickly warmed by the gentle autumn sunshine. He could feel every single hair lightly dancing, a ticklish yet comfortable sensation that made Spartan want to giggle out loud. Being so comfortable, Spartan had grown sleepy. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to slack off came upon him. The survey task for today still hasn't been completed. But never mind, I don't care anymore. Running errands outside can't compare with enjoying the sunlight. Anyway, I have plenty of time before graduating from university. This paper isn't due today or tomorrow, there's no need to rush. Besides, I'm just a little kitty. What's wrong with cats slacking off sometimes? Spartan quickly convinced himself, deciding not to go out that day but stay home and bask in the sun. Miwu would probably be very touched, he thought. Just as he started thinking about his human companion, Spartan suddenly heard Miwu's footsteps approaching. However, he didn't want to open his eyes and merely lazily flicked his tail twice as a sign to let Miwu know he had heard her coming. Chinshin held a soft pillow in hand, looking helplessly amused at her orange tabby cat. Bing bing, all the fat on your belly is showing. Miwu. Come on, Bing bing, get up. With great reluctance, Spartan opened his eyes. What are you doing? Chin scooped up the tabby cat in one hand and pushed the window open slightly wider with her elbow, creating more space. She placed the soft pillow on the windowsill and gently set Spartan down on it. The pillow was extremely soft, and once Spartan landed, he sank right into it. Chin casually handed Spartan his cherished plush rabbit, scratching under his chin and said, "Sleep well. Come inside if it gets cold." Spartan yawned deeply, fidgeted with his paws, hugged the rabbit tightly, curled his body, and drowsily started falling asleep. Before drifting fully into unconsciousness, Spartan thought, if only Miwu were as small as my rabbit, then I could hold her and sleep. Or if I could become as big as Miwu. When Spartan woke up, the sunlight had already receded to the edge of the windowsill. The air was cooler. He slowly rose, stretched with a lazy arch, used his bottom to push the pillow back indoors, and then carried his rabbit upstairs with excitement, planning to find Miwu to play. Miwu was playing games in the room. Spartan squeezed through the door crack, rushed over to the human side, and jumped onto Miwu's knees with the rabbit in tow. Miwu wrapped an arm around him and scratched beneath his chin gently. "Miwu, what are you looking at?" Curious, Spartan stood upright by gripping the table edge and looked closely at the computer screen. Chin was reviewing the invitation letter for the November Anime Carnival. This carnival event was renowned within the industry for its favorable reputation and was held in City X, known for its high foot traffic and advanced anime industry. The Catfish platform had set up a subsidiary booth prominently next to the main stage, inviting all popular broadcasters to come for live streaming at the event. Both the timing and content of the activities seemed quite fitting, but Chin vividly remembered the incident when Spartan led the cat squad on a great escape and didn't want to leave Spartan alone at home. Lowering his head, he rubbed his tabby cat's fur-covered head with his chin. "Maybe I'll just skip it and stay home to play with you." "Play with me?" "Yes, yes." Spartan buried his favorite rabbit toy in Miwu's clothes with his claws. Chin politely expressed his refusal to the contact person. Still, the other party remained courteous and persistently encouraged Chin to reconsider. "Our official announcement will be sent out about a week later, so you have until then to decide. If you're worried about Spartan." The contact person also followed Chin's Weibo and had a deep impression of the tabby cat. "I think he's intelligent enough. You could consider bringing him along to participate in the event." This was something Chin had never thought of. He had never taken Spartan on a trip before. Would he be willing to go? Would he get stage fright in a crowded place? Would he like it? Chin agreed to provide an answer within a week. In the meantime, he needed to confirm some things. Chin placed Spartan on the computer desk, facing him, stroking his head and speaking, "Dabing, come, look at me." Chin snapped his fingers. Instantly, Spartan raised his head, eyes following the movement of his finger until they locked gazes. This was a way Chin had discovered to quickly grab Spartan's attention when speaking. Spartan licked his lips and stared wide-eyed. "Meow, what's up? Let's discuss something. A few weeks from now, I might have to go out again." Chin repeated this idea several times until Spartan dropped his ears, finally understanding. "Why do you need to go out again?" "This time, it'll be like last time, probably no longer than 3 days. Bingbai, do you want to stay home alone?" "I don't want to stay alone. However, we do have a compromise solution." Still not getting it. "That is, you can go with me. Together?" "Yes, yes." "Calm down, take your seat first. If you're going with me, then you absolutely must listen." "I'll listen, I promise. To make sure everything goes smoothly, we'll have special training this week." Meow. First, Chin wanted to confirm whether Spartan would easily get startled in crowded places or feel stage fright. Actually, back when they were part of a cat club, Chin had taken Spartan to group activities before, where he performed excellently. However, those events usually screened participants in advance, creating a friendly and amiable atmosphere that wouldn't easily stress out the cats. Chin decided to test Spartan's adaptability in an unfamiliar environment. He took Spartan to the largest park in Maichun, People's Park. Established early on, it had undergone 2 expansions and become a landmark of the city due to its scenic beauty. It was quickly claimed by square dance groups, dividing up their territories within the park. After dinner every day, the neon lights of the park lit up as various sound systems vied for dominance. One team after another showcased their performances, creating grandiose yet chaotic scenes of competitive dancing. The massive presence of these square dancers had turned into a bustling spectacle. Such a park would be perfect for testing and training Spartan's reactions in a crowd. That evening, as Chin arrived at the entrance of People's Park with Spartan, he took a deep breath and said, "Look, Dabing, this is your new world." The scene of the dance competition was more intense than Chin had imagined. 2 teams were practically right next to each other, so much so that Chin suspected the waving hands occasionally reached over into the neighboring territory. Both teams fought fiercely with unrelenting spirit. Completely mismatched music blared through separate speakers without rhyme or reason, shaking the ground itself and perhaps even setting the tone for a new age standard of aesthetics. Chin felt regretful almost immediately, not just for the cats, but for himself too, since staying here was becoming unbearable. Standing right in the middle of both squads, it was as if he were reviewing troops, all he could see were waving handkerchiefs and fans. But to some extent, such an atmosphere was oddly anime-like. Chinchin glanced down at Spartan, only to find that his orange tabby cat faced the situation with calm composure, sitting squarely on the floor with his front paws spread wide apart, chest proudly puffed out, steady as a rock. His gaze was fixed intently on the swirling sea of dancers resembling butterflies. Looking at Spartan, who watched so earnestly and absorbed, Chinchin felt somewhat ashamed. With Spartan's cooperation, Chinchin managed to complete the training session amidst the explosive energy of the square dances. After offering Spartan a few snacks and treats, Spartan became able to respond swiftly to Chinchin's snaps in the midst of all the noise, bringing his attention back to Chinchin instantly. As long as this was achieved, Chinchin considered it satisfactory. If a cat's focus stayed entirely on unsettling factors, it would be nearly impossible to completely relax them, increasing the chances of unexpected incidents in a crowded place. Over the following days, Chinchin brought Spartan to the square dance scene multiple times, and each time Spartan improved. Even when his attention temporarily wandered elsewhere, he could always bring it back himself, remaining calmly by Chinchin's side. In the last couple of days of the week, Chinchin confirmed pet travel arrangements with the airline, flying from Maichun to City X, a journey lasting nearly 1.5 hours. Normally, Spartan could sleep for that long on his own, which reassured Chinchin slightly. He soon searched for pet-friendly star-rated hotels near the carnival venue. In principle, these expenses exceeded the agreement, requiring Chinchin to cover them himself. But if arranging for Spartan to have a comfortable outing was worth the effort, Chinchin thought all sacrifices would be worthwhile. Chinchin soon confirmed that both he and Spartan would participate in the carnival event. The cat fishing live stream announced that Singh would be attending with the legendary cat as a major draw, creating much hype and publicity, which the organizers enthusiastically capitalized on. Extra, extra. It may be this century's smartest orange tabby about to make its TV debut. When word spread that Spartan was set to appear at the carnival, fans went wild. Many who originally had no plans to attend now scrambled for tickets, some even ready to travel from neighboring cities or further just to see him in person. For a time, excitement rippled through the masses as everyone's interest was piqued. Chinchin hadn't foreseen such an explosive response. His original intention was simply to avoid leaving Spartan alone at home, while also using this opportunity to let Spartan explore the outside world, thinking it would be beneficial. What started as a simple plan spiraled into more than expected due to the fans' growing enthusiasm. If the very cat you've been only watching online suddenly appeared beside you, wouldn't you be thrilled? Wouldn't you want to pet it in real life? And for a carnival ticket costing merely 50 yuan. 50 yuan, no way could you possibly lose out on this deal. Oh gosh, we're finally going to meet Spartan. We need to check if there really are cogs inside him. Chapter 59, A Larger World, Part 2. Just before departure, Xin was still on Weibo urging Spartan's fans to remain calm. After all, the carnival wasn't their main event, and even the fishing cat live booth had only invited Xin as a guest participant. Spartan was more like an extra warming act, rumored to have only 10 minutes on stage. Moreover, due to many uncertainties on the day of the event, Xin couldn't confirm exactly how Spartan would interact with his fans. Therefore, he advised the fans to be cautious, keeping their expectations at the lowest possible level. If they were in City X or if travel was very convenient, they might consider coming. Otherwise, if it was too much trouble, there was no need to make the journey. In addition, Xin purchased an expensive pair of smart glasses, which could directly record video after wearing them, allowing him to broadcast Spartan's live moments immediately to the fans who couldn't attend. Never seen such an honest on-site guest actually telling fans not to come 233333. It's too late. I've already booked my flight and hotel. Biscuit, wait for me. Don't give me videos, I want front row cat cuddling. If the organizers don't give us a chance, we request an offline fan meetup. Fan meetup 1. I'm being greedy, I hope for a paw-shaking session. Hahaha, paw-shaking session, let's go for it. In the lively chatter, the day of departure arrived quickly. After arranging a physical examination, vaccinations, quarantine certificates, and other required materials for Spartan, Xin packed up the luggage 2 days in advance. His own items fit into a simple backpack, barely full, but for Spartan, he prepared a 28-inch large suitcase and a carry-on bag, filled with various cat supplies that might be needed. When organizing the luggage, Spartan really pitched in. It took Xin much longer than usual to organize the suitcase. Once done, he pulled Spartan out from among the toys, stuffed anti-vibration fillers into the cracks of the suitcase, pulled Spartan out again, sealed the package, pulled Spartan out once more, and finally affixed his contact information. Everything was ready, and Xin then arranged with the hotel to send the large luggage ahead, leaving him with just Spartan. Xin didn't overfeed Spartan but instead played with him carefully, hoping Spartan would sleep soundly during the flight. Before leaving home, Xin spent some time ensuring Spartan was in good physical condition and emotionally stable. Holding the Siamese cat in his arms, he spoke softly to him, "Biscuit, we're about to leave. Are you happy?" "Happy, of course." With a wagging tail, Spartan said, "I told Sweet Potato that I'm going to take a plane, and he was so envious. Not all kittens get the chance to fly." Xin kissed Spartan, receiving a return kiss. "Let's go." The check-in process went smoothly. Spartan adapted well to the new aviation crate and soon fell asleep hugging his little rabbit doll. Even after the plane landed and Xin came to retrieve him, Spartan remained curled up, sleeping soundly. After handling the formalities, Xin gently woke Spartan. Spartan yawned and looked around dazedly. Did I just take a plane? We've arrived. Xin scratched Spartan's chin, massaged his limbs, and finally put a leash on him, letting him down to move around a bit. Wow, this place is so big. Spartan quickly woke up, restored his vitality, and boldly explored the airport, basking in the admiring gazes of those around him. However, he was soon picked up by Mew and climbed into the car with the humans. Clearly, the taxi driver had never seen a cat riding in a taxi before, and couldn't close his mouth in astonishment, repeatedly asking, "Will your cat urinate or defecate anywhere?" "My car has just been washed." Xin replied, "No, it won't. When he's less curious, I can put him inside the pet carrier." Still worried, the driver kept checking through the rearview mirror, finding the cat really well behaved, not making any sounds, stepping lightly on the owner's leg, using its paws to grasp onto the person's arm, standing like a child, peering through the back window with its head tilted. Gradually relaxing, the driver began chatting with Xin. "What kind of cat do you have? So obedient, what breed is it?" Xin politely answered a few questions. Spartan's paws moved all over him curiously, glancing around everywhere. With the leash in hand, Xin let the Tabby Cat freely move within the confined space. Just as he predicted, Spartan soon lost interest, beginning to curl up and yawn on his master's lap. Seeing that the driver no longer insisted on putting the cat in the carrier, Xin silently held Spartan all the way to their destination. The hotel service was pretty good. The receptionist carefully issued Spartan a pet visitor card, which could be hung on his leash. Xin held Spartan's leash and took the elevator to their room under the gaze of people around them. Spartan sat upright on the carpet in the elevator, head high, staring intently at the shiny elevator buttons. The bellhop who helped them with their luggage couldn't help but stare at him, struggling to suppress a laugh. They occasionally saw guests bringing pets to stay, mostly unnamed precious breeds. A cat like Spartan from China was rarely seen. The room was spacious, with a giant floor-to-ceiling window offering a view of the city at night. Spartan pressed against the glass, dumbly staring at the neon lights outside. This was the first time he had seen such a large and bright night. Wow! In the past, when he was still in Sulyo, he had never imagined there was a world beyond Sulyo. Later, he came to Maochun and realized just how vast the world was. In his mind, Maochun was already a big city. Now, unexpectedly, he arrived at a brand new city. Daimasua said planes were birds that humans couldn't eat but could ride to go anywhere in the world. These places might be very far away, but they really existed. It was truly magical. Being in such a vast world made some things that seemed self-evident in daily life seem insignificant. His existence felt small, his strength gradually disappeared. He devoted himself entirely to marveling and admiring this world, forgetting his ordinary self completely. Xin organized the luggage, placing Spartan's items properly, and began preparing dinner for him. After eating, both man and cat watched as Xin confirmed Spartan used the litter box normally. Then, he cradled Spartan comfortably in an armchair, aimlessly watching TV. Xin asked Spartan, "Did you enjoy going out today?" "Yes, I'm really quite a well-traveled kitty." "You behaved especially well." You did well too." Soon after, Chow Dan sent a message asking to come see Spartan. All the invited guests were uniformly arranged at a hotel near the venue, not far from them. Xin gave him the address and room number, and soon Chow Dan arrived with gifts. Xin put Spartan's leash on properly. As soon as the doorbell rang, Spartan rushed excitedly to the door, tilting his head and observing the newcomer curiously. Xin stood behind him and greeted Chow Dan inside. Compared to Xin, Chow Dan appeared more like a typical otaku, wearing a t-shirt under a sporty jacket with sneakers, slightly plump build, fair complexion, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He always jokingly referred to himself as the original real shut-in, while Xin and others were all internet scammers. "Wow, your room is amazing!" Chow Dan exclaimed, then bent down, shouting in an even louder voice towards Spartan, "Wow, you're so cute. Meow meow." Spartan flapped his ears but quickly lost interest in this new human. He looked so stupid. Once Meow released him from his harness, Spartan jumped aside and started playing with his toys alone. Chow Dan didn't give up easily and tried to tempt Spartan with silver vine wood, but unfortunately, it didn't have any effect. "Little kitty, Spartan, come over here." Xin suppressed a laugh and said, "Spartan doesn't like these." "What?" Chow Dan, who had never raised a cat before, felt as if his worldview was being challenged. "Sing, you must have a fake cat. Isn't silver vine supposed to be the feline aphrodisiac?" "Scam." However, Spartan's indifference didn't deter Chow Dan's desperate desire to touch him one bit. He chased after Spartan all over the room, trying desperately to feel his fur. Spartan meowed loudly as he ran, getting angrier and growling. Finally, he plopped onto the carpet, lay down and exposed his belly. Seeing this, Chow Dan thought his persistence had finally paid off and eagerly wanted to rush forward to stroke Spartan's belly, but fortunately Xin was quick to stop him. If you touch him now, be prepared to get scratched. Although you don't need to worry about rabies, it'll hurt. Deflated, Chow Dan reluctantly pulled his hand back, confused. Isn't it true that when a cat shows its belly to you, it means he likes you? Xin, caught between laughter and crying, said, that also depends on the situation. Right now, Spartan is just mad at you and wants to lie down quietly. If you dare to touch, it might end in bloodshed. Xin stood next to Spartan for a while, waiting for him to groom himself and calm down before squatting down and reaching out to scratch Spartan's chin. Spartan closed his eyes in pleasure, completely forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. Xin then rubbed his belly, and Spartan didn't resist at all, willingly being rolled around. This left Chow Dan envious. Xin sat cross-legged on the carpet, holding Spartan on his lap, and gestured for Chow Dan to come closer. He extended his hand toward Spartan and said, come on, Bing Bing, give me your paw. Spartan licked his lips and slowly extended his paw. Xin indicated for Chow Dan to hold Spartan's paw. Chow Dan carefully pinched it with his fingertips, and Spartan didn't refuse. So soft, and furry. Chow Dan gently grasped Spartan's paw, nearly shedding tears of excitement. Spartan pulled back his paw and began licking it earnestly for quite some time. Chow Dan played with Spartan a bit longer before getting up and heading back to his own hotel room. The next day would be the first day of the event, also a Saturday, and it was expected to see a peak turnout of about 10,000 people. A tough battle lay ahead, so they needed to rest well to perform excellently on stage. Spartan relaxed in his human's arms and fell sound asleep, utterly unaware of the grand event that awaited him the next day. Chapter 60, Claw-Shaking Meeting. The next morning dawned bright and clear, with the sunlight beaming beautifully, a rare and refreshing autumn day. Xin dressed Spartan in a handsome lead vest, custom designed with a pattern that represented a hero from the XF game, also Xin's most skilled character. She also put a brand new golden chain around his neck. The old one had become too tight as Spartan grew fatter, so it was retired. This new chain preserved the social essence of its predecessor, projecting an aura of royal dominance through its simple yet sincere design, perfect for outdoor trips, dancing at clubs, singing karaoke, and even, fan meet and greets. After styling Spartan, Xin checked him over from all angles and nodded approvingly. Looks good. Spartan nudged her face affectionately with a joyful rub. 10,000 spectators were not just talk. Well before 9 o'clock, when the event officially began, a long queue had already formed at the ticket checkpoint. As expected in past anime carnivals, Xin guessed these fans were here to grab popular and scarce merchandise or freebies. The carnival featured various themes, but most of the attention went to the main anime exhibition halls. Gamers like Xin, who were live-streaming platform-bound, didn't expect too many visitors. Their primary function would be to divert overflow crowds when the main events got too crowded. This time, the Diao Mao, Fishing Cat, live-stream booth was divided into two sections, gaming and non-gaming areas. The gaming section focused on XF. To increase fan engagement, the platform arranged water-friend matches where fans could go head-to-head with their favorite streamers. A few of the more standout streamers would participate in this. Of course, anticipating any potential awkwardness if no fans signed up, the platform ensured capable staff stood ready to step in. Because Xin brought her cat, her duties were actually to float between the gaming and non-gaming zones. Spartan had been well behaved on the way there, but after getting out of the car, he refused to be held or stay inside the carrier bag. Instead, he climbed up her arms onto her shoulders, wrapping himself around her neck, holding his large head high like the Egyptian Sphinx statue. Xin privately thanked herself for consistently exercising to support Spartan's weight recently, focusing especially on strengthening her shoulder and neck muscles. While carrying Spartan wasn't effortless, she could easily handle him for half an hour. Xin stayed at an external hotel and hadn't received a guest pass, so she waited at the entrance for Chow Fan to bring hers. Unexpectedly, as soon as she reached the queuing area, a swarm of spectators gathered around her, instantly targeting her with their cameras. Many attendees were prepared with full equipment to capture better cosplay photos, and now they unleashed a storm of rapid-fire snapshots aimed directly at Spartan. Ah! So cute! Kitty! Several young girls shrieked in delight. Xin exhaled, feeling momentarily disoriented. She wanted to tell everyone that her Spartan wasn't just any kitty. Whose kitty could crush an adult man's neck? Unhappy with the noise level, Spartan moved his head from side to side and swung his tail restlessly. It's so noisy here. He lowered his head, licking her ear. Meow. Why aren't we moving? Xin raised her arm and gently scratched Spartan under the chin to soothe him. Wait a little longer. When Chow Fan arrives, we'll get inside, and I'll treat you to some yummy food. This cheered Spartan up again, and he started rubbing his head against hers. Yummy food. Chow Fan was late, and the crowd grew larger. More people abandoned their positions in line to snap pictures of Spartan, and some tried striking up conversations with Xin. Hey, your cat's pose reminds me of something in a movie. Are you cosplaying? What's your cat's name? Can I pet it? Where is your booth? Will the kitty be a mascot? Is it a boy? Then it should be called Mascot Brother. A rugged male voice suddenly shouted from the crowd, "Brother, you're so handsome," causing a wave of boos and laughter. Xin maintained an awkward smile while tugging the leash lightly to keep Spartan calm, edging quietly toward a less crowded corner. Growing increasingly impatient, Spartan shook his head and shifted uncomfortably on Xin's shoulder. Suddenly, he noticed a human hand trying to reach for him. Too rude. Spartan quickly extended his paw and slapped the intruding hand away. Go away. Don't touch my arm. Watch out, I might hit you. Xin hurriedly grabbed Spartan's dangling paw and gently stroked it to soothe him. Spartan, don't be mad, they mean no harm. Spartan buried his head and encircled Miwu's neck with both front paws. These humans were so annoying. I don't want my picture taken anymore. I'm going to hide my face. Though Spartan was unhappy, the audience on site found him endearing anyway. Watching his puffed-up demeanor reminded them of a little piglet. It was adorable. Spartan lifted his head and quickly shook his ears. Xin touched him again, whispering, "No, Spartan is not a little pig. Spartan is a strong big kitty." Humph. I'm not a little pig. Pigs are food, don't fool me. Spartan slowly licked his paw, ignoring those rude humans altogether. Thankfully, Chow Fan appeared just in time and escorted Xin and Spartan into the venue, diffusing what could have been an ongoing cat and human showdown. As they walked inside, Chow Fan couldn't resist turning back occasionally to tease Xin, "I didn't expect you and Spartan to already be such crowd pullers before we even started." To be exact, Spartan alone caused all the commotion. Once backstage, Xin brought Spartan to a quiet corner to check up on his condition. Despite everything, Spartan still had plenty of energy, continuously pestering Xin for snacks. Not wanting to overfeed him, she gave him only a symbolic bite to satisfy his cravings. He wasn't picky though, swiftly rolling the small snack into his mouth, scrunching his round face as he chewed happily with smacking sounds. Xin gently adjusted the gear on his body. From time to time, guests and staff surrounded them, attempting to pet Spartan or asking for photos together. Spartan especially disliked cosplayers with heavy makeup, and also wasn't fond of male colleagues who smelled too strongly. His refusal for group photos was quite clear. He would push away approaching cameras with his paws, trying hard to move his large head out of sight. Xin had no choice but to explain that these brothers and sisters were his work partners, which seemed to make sense to the Tabby Cat, so he began reluctantly cooperating to finish the photo session, but still refused anyone to touch his fur. "Don't touch my fur, it's off limits." Spartan snuggled closer to Xin, attempting to hide his 12-pound body entirely. Xin hugged Spartan tightly and played a game of patting where they alternated turns between them, allowing the Tabby Cat to gradually calm down. Fortunately, everyone was kind and didn't insist, simply taking many pictures from different distances. The official cameraman for the Jiao Mao live stream team specifically captured images of Xin playing with Spartan, posting them on their official Weibo account, captioning, "A rare high-definition look at Sing God and his super cute large Tabby Cat." After more than 10 minutes, Spartan gradually adapted to the new environment and began exploring everywhere. He swung his golden chain proudly as he moved forward, pulling the leash taut. With no other option, Xin had to tug him back regularly. "Rawr! My name is Spartan, and today, I am the only cat here. Therefore, I shall claim this land as mine." The main program had already begun outside, accompanied by boisterous sounds and loudspeakers making a chaotic racket. Disliking the noise, Spartan made his way toward the spectator area for the Jiao Mao live streaming booth. Xin originally thought there wouldn't be too many fans present at this moment. However, unexpectedly, Spartan had barely dragged him over when they were met with a series of shrieks. "Ah! It's Sing Chin and Bing Bing." The first 2 rows were already filled with people, mostly girls. Some of the excited ones stood up from their seats, waving objects in their hands to attract Spartan's attention. Xin paused briefly, realizing it was Spartan's fans who had come. Surprisingly, he held Spartan back and stopped him, pointing far ahead towards the fans and saying, "Bing Bing, these people really like you. Say hi to them." Humans who like me? Are these my fans? Hey, I have so many fans. Suddenly, Spartan stood on his hind legs, raising his front paws in a bow-like gesture while swaying his waist and hips joyously. "Hello there." The shrieks grew louder, and the front row spectators ran to the stage edge, pulling out their phones and snapping countless pictures of Spartan. Seeing how thrilled his fans were, Spartan casually performed a few tricks he'd learned in his modeling class, naturally earning even more enthusiastic applause. "What a graceful and elegant cat I truly am. Look at how popular I am." One of the staff members nearby grumbled as he stared at Spartan. When he had asked for a photo earlier, he didn't receive this kind of attention, spending so much effort only to get half a face and a disdainful little glance in the picture. "I'm going to pay more attention to Sing Chin soon." Xin helplessly stood behind Spartan, waiting until he finished showing off before picking up the Tabby Cat and waving toward the fans, then brought Spartan back to the backstage. "Meow meow, I have so many people cheering for me, I can't even count them all." Spartan flicked his tail happily and swung it gently, excited to share with his human. "Ping Ping is the best. Xin lifted Spartan and gave him a kiss. The pre-show event hadn't yet begun, and Xin was hiding in a corner with the cat while scrolling through Weibo. Quite a number of posts from the carnival were already online, and Xin received countless notifications about new updates. Most of them were talking about Spartan. The real cat is cuter than its photos. Absolutely stunning from every angle. My hands are shaking from excitement, even the blurry photos don't hide how cute he is. Xing also looks great. He's handsome. And when he talks to Spartan, he looks super gentle. Ah, it's too noisy over there. When will our segment start? Can we interact with the cat on site? Can I queue up now? The whole world is enjoying Bing Bing, but I, just another fish, cannot join, feeling utterly hopeless. Those who can't attend are crying loudly in the corner. Xin reposted Jiao Mao Livestream's official Weibo post, replying, "Spartan is very happy to see all of you." As he browsed through Weibo, unaware, the warm-up show outside began. Chao Fan sneaked a peek at the front and returned to inform Xin that the turnout exceeded expectations, filling all seats. The organizers had added several rows of small chairs which were also filled up. "I think it's probably because there are so many female fans here for you, attracting even male audiences," said Chao Fan animatedly, reaching out secretly to touch Spartan's fluffy head. Fortunately, last night he had built a temporary business friendship with Spartan, so his suspicion wasn't evident, only gently stepping back and forth while rubbing his head against Xin's coat. Due to the unattractive performance and overly intrusive advertising, most of the audience had their heads bowed down, browsing through their phones. They chatted under Xin's Weibo posts. "The opening acts are so awkward. Super embarrassing, but fan behavior should reflect well on the idol. Let's maintain good impressions of Bao Bao Bing. Conscientious high-quality fans, 100%. Ready with the call and response poses, but when is Bing appearing?" The advertiser, dissatisfied with the on-site effect, approached the responsible person demanding an increased product exposure rate. Having no choice, the supervisor temporarily called a meeting with the team to brainstorm ideas. Someone suggested that they should have Xing and his cat give it a try. Spartan was already at the top of the search trends for this anime carnival. Thus, Xin and Spartan were entrusted with a crucial task without any warning, walking onto the stage completely unprepared. As Spartan jumped down from Xin's arms and walked to the edge of the stage, it caused quite a stir among the audience. It took the host several minutes to calm the crowd, eventually leaving Xin to take over the microphone and serve as a guest host, shifting the focus back to the advertisements. Spartan strolled around, carefully sniffing the air. There were so many complex scents, it was packed with humans, even more than before. Were they all here for him? Spartan never imagined he could be this popular. Suddenly climbing to the peak of his feline career, Spartan felt a bit lost, stepping cautiously while nervously glancing around. Then, he suddenly heard meowing behind him. Spartan turned to look at his human. Xin walked to Spartan's side, bent down, and gently stroked his head, introducing himself to the audience. "Hello everyone, my name is Xing. This is my cat, he's named Spartan, or you can call him Big Bing. Nice to meet all of you here. Thank you for liking Big Bing so much." Applause erupted from below the stage. Leaning by Meow's legs, Spartan suddenly became unafraid. He discarded his fleeting confusion and quickly regained confidence. "Hey, I really am a cat with incredible popularity. Are there any cats in the world better than me? I'm so capable." Xin snapped his fingers, successfully capturing Spartan's attention back to him. He bent down, looking at Spartan with a smile and pointed at his own lips. Spartan stood upright, his front paws resting on his face, leaning forward and kissing him near the mouth. The crowd went wild again, screaming loud enough to lift the roof. Xin continued, "Just now, Bing Bing was bored backstage and heard that there are games on stage, so we came up here. Are you guys bored now? Do you want to play games?" "Yes." Xin carried Spartan onto the presentation table, where a tablet computer was placed. The tablet had the game platform app they were promoting installed on it. Xin opened the app, flipped through to the casual games interface, and let Spartan choose one himself. Tilting his head, Spartan hesitated before swiping his paw at a match-3 game. Xin rewarded Spartan with a kiss and told the audience, "Some of you may have seen Spartan play Fruit Ninja before, knowing he is a gaming pro. This match-3 game also has a player versus mode. Is there anyone in the audience who wants to challenge Spartan's status as a gaming legend? If you win against Spartan, you'll get either a friendly handshake or take a photo with him." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into excitement. Fans who hadn't even understood the rules yet scrambled onto their seats, raising their hands high and shouting, "Pick me! Pick me! Pick me!" Xin gestured for everyone to calm down and then said, "Thank you all for your enthusiasm. Now, please open your phones and scan the QR code to download our XX app. Once installed, log in and enter this match-3 game and add Spartan before we can start the competition." He turned to look at the person in charge of the advertiser and asked, "Do we have free Wi-Fi on site to download the app?" Seeing the audience's feverish enthusiasm, the person in charge was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Of course. If the network speed isn't fast enough, I'll provide personal hotspots." Xin Chin originally thought that letting one or two fans come up on stage for a show-off would be sufficient, but never expected that the effect on-site was so explosive. The platform directly added another half hour of interaction time, pushing back all subsequent events. After all, satisfying sponsors is key. Thus, after everyone downloaded the software and logged in, 10 fans were drawn out to come on stage. They were chosen by Spartan pressing the rolling bar with his own paws. Spartan licked his lips, not entirely sure what to do, just sliding his claws left and right as Meow told him. Oh well, this was easy. How hard is it to beat a cat at a match 3 game? The answer was, it's actually pretty hard. Originally, Xin Chin thought the winner could be decided within half a minute, but unexpectedly, the girl opposite was too excited, her hands shaking more erratically than Spartan's mistakes, leading to a quick loss when she hit a mine. She angrily threw her phone aside and looked at Spartan with disappointment. Xin Chin was momentarily stunned, not expecting someone to lose that badly. Clearing his throat, he tried to sound calm while explaining gently to the girl, I'm really sorry, but, you've lost. The girl screamed in despair, triggering loud laughter from the audience below. Reluctantly, she stared at Spartan for a few more moments before standing up dejectedly, about to leave the stage when she was suddenly called back by Xin Chin. I didn't make the rules clear earlier, if you win, you can choose either a handshake or take a photo with Spartan. But if you lose, Spartan gets to decide himself. The girl gaped at Xin Chin for a long moment, finally comprehending his meaning. Excitedly, she jumped up and dashed straight to Spartan, shouting, Bing bing, love me again. Under Meow's insistence, Spartan reluctantly contributed his claw despite being visibly unenthused. Although his expression froze solid, the human seemed blissfully happy. Is she okay? Spartan worriedly glanced at her, thinking that humans, who don't eat mice, aren't smart and have many flaws indeed. Seeing that losing also brought rewards, the selected fans instantly felt as though blessed by divine light, breaking out into broad smiles. The audience below couldn't help but feel envious. However, Xin Chin promised that if given the opportunity later, he would arrange online PK matches between Spartan and the fans. This slightly consoled those who weren't chosen. The advertisers beamed with satisfaction, thus giving birth to an all-new promotional plan. In the end, with a record of 2 wins and 8 losses, Spartan concluded his prolonged battle sequence. Yawning, he approached a stranger, tilted his head, put on an adorable expression, and dutifully completed the last group photo. Then, he turned around, burrowing deep into Meow's arms, refusing to show his face any longer. Xin Chin affectionately stroked Spartan's back and took him off stage to rest. Although with reluctance, the fans who had received abundant were still satisfied. Later, Xin Chin went on stage again and participated in Thek's Water Friends match, winning the reward of the Water Friends Cup, 20 bear hugs from male fans, with 3 gold medals and the title of the best performer of the whole field. The female fans became more and more excited and their screams grew higher and higher. Even after Xin Chin left, they didn't retreat but persisted until all activity segments ended, giving sufficient popular support. Tabby Cat Live was happy, the sponsor was happy, and the organizer was also happy. Only one cat, Spartan, wasn't happy. Meow, he lifted his paw and indicated to Meow, hey, look. My paws are swollen from all those handshakes. High popularity is truly a heavy burden. Xin Chin kissed Spartan and took him back to the comfortable hotel, rewarding him with a sumptuous dinner. Then, Spartan cheered up too. This was truly a win-win situation. Chapter 61, Revisiting Familiar Grounds. That night, Xin Chin didn't join the other game streamers in their celebration, instead, he slept a long sleep with Spartacus. The next day was sunny in City X. The carnival section hosted by Tabby Cat Live had ended, meaning theoretically Xin Chin could leave City X. However, neither needing to go to work nor school and being quite at leisure, Xin Chin did not have any urgent itinerary plans. He also had enough supplies for Spartacus, so he decided to spend one more night in the city and take his Tabby Cat out for a stroll. City X was the place where Xin Chin spent his university years, and it evoked mixed feelings within him. His university was located in a suburban university town of City X, far from downtown but offering scenic views and fresh air with great greenery. He vaguely remembered that near the university town, there was a quaint little town famed for its suitability for photo-taking. It had many interesting sculptures, brightly colored wooden houses, and an artificial beach and seascape that Spartacus might enjoy. After finishing breakfast, Spartacus strolled around on the soft carpet of the hotel room, then exercised a bit on his scratching post. Unfortunately, this scratching post was small and portable, so it wasn't very satisfying. Stretching his body lazily, Spartacus returned to his human side, curiously poking Miwu's current activity. Miwu, what are you doing? Xin Chin was once again packing Spartacus' cat bag, having prepared a backpack-style carrier for convenience. This way, if Spartacus got tired, he could simply carry him back home. After everything was packed neatly, Xin Chin lifted the cat and kissed him. Bing bye, today I'll take you out to play. Play. Great, absolutely great. Spartacus happily swished his tail tip. As the location was relatively far and Spartacus couldn't ride public transportation easily, Xin Chin rented a car and drove there himself. He arranged Spartacus in the back seat, providing him with a cozy nest made of soft cushions. Spartacus was very well behaved, sitting quietly all by himself without causing any commotion. Being a rural cat since kittenhood, Spartacus lacked a strong concept of big cities. This was his first time traveling in a car for over an hour, crossing the entire city. Lying along the window, Spartacus soon fell asleep. When he woke up, they still hadn't reached the destination completely. The sun had already risen high, and the warm sunlight streamed through the glass window into the interior of the car. Spartacus let out a tiny meow. Xin heard Spartacus' voice but didn't turn around. He just looked at the Tabby Cat via the rearview mirror and spoke gently to him, "We'll be there soon. Do you want some water?" Spartacus leapt down from the back seat, climbed onto the front seat, and carefully placed his paws on Xin's thighs while looking up at him with round eyes. Xin took a moment to rub the Tabby Cat's head. Just as Xin had anticipated, 10 minutes later, they arrived at the parking lot of the quaint little town. It was a weekend, so judging by the number of cars parked, there were quite a few tourists. After securing his parking space, Xin donned the cat carrier and confidently led Spartacus inside the town. Naturally, Spartacus attracted the attention of countless passers-by. Having gone through yesterday's experience, Spartacus now no longer feared such passionate gazes, carrying his tail proudly amidst the gasps of admiration, leading his human steadily through the crowd. Xin found a relatively quiet shady spot to give Spartacus water and snacks. In good spirits, Spartacus licked Xin's palm heartily after eating a small amount of treats. "You can't eat anymore. You'll get more when you've done your exercise." Xin scratched under Spartacus' chin to shift his focus. Although taking Spartacus out for play, Xin had no particular place to visit in mind, and Spartacus, having eaten, only wanted to nap in his arms rather than expressing interest in any specific sight. The pair aimlessly stayed idle in the same spot. Xin came to senses first, glanced down at his Tabby Cat, and pinched Spartacus' nose. "Bingbai, would you like to chat with people who like you?" Spartacus yawned wide. Including preparation and travel time, this outing meant Xin had been off-stream for 3 days, quite an unprofessional behavior compared to other full-time streamers. On this trip, in order to film videos of Spartacus, he conveniently brought along smart glasses capable of connecting for outdoor live streaming. Having set up all the equipment, Xin announced the live broadcast on Weibo with the message, "Spartacus' first outing experience in the first-person perspective. Click here for the live stream link." When Xin went online later, he unexpectedly found over 10,000 viewers in his live stream room. Watching the rapidly scrolling list of gifts, Xin worried silently about his sudden influx of traffic. "Front row, everyone. Good morning, Sing. Went out to play but ended up live streaming a cat rub session. Sounds pretty much like a stereotypical otaku. The scenery can't match Bingley's charm, let's continue supporting Bingley." Xin pretended to be on a call, avoiding curious glances from passers-by. He whispered, "Today I took Spartacus out but now this little lazy cat doesn't want to move anymore. I'm really sorry for not being able to go live the last few days due to the event. Did you watch the live or recorded broadcast back then?" "Yes." "Did you like it?" "Yes. But so mad because I couldn't make it. Made it but wasn't chosen to go on stage, I'm even angrier. And worst of all, my boyfriend got picked to hug Sing God bear hug style. And there was no way he would give up his spot. Before I knew it, he had queued up and I couldn't stop him. Frankly speaking, that activity made more sense for male fans, didn't it? Let me ask, is this girl's boyfriend still alive after that?" To make up for some friends' regrets, today I'll specially release a tutorial video teaching you how to pet Spartacus. This lesson will be very simple. First, please have one Spartacus ready and place it on your lap just like me. Xin lowered his head, allowing the audience to see Spartacus' round and fluffy head from his perspective, complete with a wagging long tail. Do you think we'll fall for that again? This angle, could it possibly be the legendary petting angle? Suddenly excited. Ah, that fluffy and round little back brain, just begging to be stroked until bald. From this angle, it's as if I owned Bingbai. Spartacus sat leaning against his human's chest, letting Miwu pinch his cheeks, ears, belly, and paws. Ah, he yawned again. What a nice day, perfect for a nap. He lazily flicked his tail tip. That was the full action of petting Spartacus. Next, I'll slow down each motion to help everyone clearly grasp its technique. The first step, position both hands around Spartacus' neck. This part may be a bit hard to find, but get an idea. Once roughly located, with your palms facing outward, use gentle pressure to lift the masseter muscles upward using the force from your palm. Remember, control the strength properly, aiming for comfort. Do not push too hard. Spartacus' cheeks instantly bulged, reducing his eyes into slits. Then, gradually loosen the force of your hands and slide gently upward along the contours of Spartacus' cheeks towards his ears, applying pressure while pressing lightly on his ears. Hold here for 2 seconds before continuing backward, reaching the nape of his neck. Repeat this action 2 or 3 times to test Spartacus' ear elasticity. This set of actions seems eerily similar to the V-shaped face massage technique I've practiced. So, proven fact, massage does not slim the face. Heartbroken. Spartacus shook his head and yawned again. Next, relax Spartacus' shoulders and neck by gently massaging his back and forearms twice, he loves it. Like a small kitten, Spartacus softly mewed. The following action moves downward to his 2 front paws. Come on, Bingbai, lift your paw. After hesitating briefly, Spartacus lifted his right paw first. This movement can either be done simultaneously on both paws or separately. Use your palm to surround Spartacus' paw, gently squeezing before releasing. Pinch his pads with 2 fingers while holding his paw with the remaining fingers, then apply slight pressure. Now Spartacus' paw will be revealed. Ho ho ho, having touched Spartacus' paws yesterday, I've reached my life peak. Jealousy makes me fail the TOEFL test. That touch sensation, at first it feels like cotton, then you can feel the hardness of the claws. It's magical, comforting, and so good, making me wish to squeeze hard, though I dared not. The next step is Spartacus' belly, which is the best area to stroke. As long as Spartacus feels comfortable, any kind of stroking is okay. Spartacus' belly was patterned with flowers, just lighter in color. In the sunlight, fine fur could also be seen fluttering. When Xin pressed his hand down, the soft hair emerged between his fingertips, almost covering them immediately. After being rubbed by his human for a while, Spartacus finally woke up from his drowsiness, kicking his 4 limbs in an attempt to stand. Miwu, let's go play. I'll catch sparrows for you to eat. Miomo, suddenly hungry. Xin helped Spartacus flip over and was rewarded with a wet kiss right away. Spartacus nuzzled against his chin, rubbing his cheek continuously while emitting a soft purring sound. Alright, that concludes today's practical tutorial. Did everyone learn it? Big liar, expose him. Spartacus, don't be so affectionate, it's embarrassing. The drama queen up front 233, 3333. Xin led Spartacus along the artificial beach for a loop. The sand was white and fine, looking very clean. After walking for only a short while, Spartacus' claws were clogged with sand, and he kept lifting his paws and shaking them, but he seemed to enjoy it, walking stop and go like a little puppy, sniffing around everywhere. However, he didn't like the artificial seawater, keeping far from it, and only stayed in dry areas. Xin didn't force him, instead taking some pictures of Spartacus against the water as a backdrop, faking him out as a seasoned seaside cat. In the photos, Spartacus lifted his big tail, his longer back fur was blown by the wind, half-closed eyes smiling at him, looking incredibly silly. Xin and Spartacus spent about an hour touring and took many pictures of Spartacus. There's no denying Spartacus has great camera sense. Although not every photo featured good or beautiful poses, each one showed a lot of spirit, some were goofy, some interesting, others looked like memes. Finally, Spartacus didn't want to move anymore, sprawling on the ground. Xin carried him in his arms, slowly making his way back along the same path. This road wasn't the main route nor had particularly dazzling sights, so it remained relatively quiet, with only a few scattered pedestrians. Stone paths, bronze European-style streetlights, shop entrances featuring blackboards where white chalk scrawls listed the day's menus. Some shops without many customers had their owners sitting on wicker chairs outside, lazily scrolling through their phones. Xin spoke to Spartacus while lowering his head, when we have more money later, we can also open our own small store. Then, I'll put you on the counter, and you'll be my lucky cat. If anyone doesn't give you money, you go scratch them. If all the customers are scared off, I'll just sit there hugging you under the sun. Spartacus softly meowed once, as if in response. After Xin and Spartacus left the themed town, it was still early. He drove toward the university district and brought Spartacus back to his alma mater. Students, being much more enthusiastic toward Spartacus, asked for group photos or a touch, all of which were gently declined by Xin. Spartacus was already tired from yesterday and did not want to be hugged again. Xin wrapped Spartacus tightly in his jacket, disguised as a student, sneaking into his alma mater campus. He found himself drawn towards the library building automatically. A small path ran beside this area, lined with French plane trees connecting the library and the canteen. It saw fewer people outside of meal hours. This was the most important path during his school days, walked countless times regardless of weather, he always alone, sometimes in deep thought or simply wandering aimlessly. Today, Xin stepped on this familiar path once again, this time, he wasn't alone. His tabby and white cat walked ahead, swaying his body, causing the leash to bounce slightly with each movement. Spartacus joyfully used his paws to stomp on fallen leaves of the French plane trees, amused by the crunching sounds. Occasionally, he looked up, seemingly searching for birds hiding among the branches, though many had already gone into hibernation for the coming winter, leaving no trace behind. Watching him, Xin's heart brimmed full. Just then, his phone rang, its monotonous built-in tone breaking the surrounding tranquility. Looking at the caller ID on the screen, Xin frowned involuntarily. He glanced at Spartacus further ahead, hesitating briefly before answering the call. The screen flashed 3 words, Mrs. Dong. It was his mother. Mrs. Dong's voice sounded no different than it had in the last couple of years, still the same boneless gentleness. First, she exchanged pleasantries with Xin, advising him to adjust with the changing seasons and maintain regular eating habits. Without interjecting, Xin listened silently until she paused. Politely, he asked, "Is there anything specific?" Mrs. Dong hesitated, seemingly finding difficulty expressing herself, eventually asking, "Are you home?" "I'm now outside Grandma's house. I knocked but it seems no one is there." "Sorry, I'm not at home." "I see." Mrs. Dong laughed, seemingly changing her position while listening to the call. The connection had a brief interruption, but soon her voice came through again, even clearer. "Actually, there's nothing much, I just wanted to see you. It's been so long since we've eaten together." "Sigh, it's my fault, I should have notified you beforehand." Xin didn't respond, and silence fell on both ends of the line. Aside from faint breathing sounds, only the uncomfortable static remained. He asked again, "Do you need something?" No, I just wanted to see you. I also knitted you a sweater for winter, and I brought it today, but you're not home. Are you coming back tonight?" "Not going back." Then I'll visit another time." "What about New Year's? Do you have plans during the New Year's celebration? Your company must give holidays too, right?" Xin paused briefly before answering, "I can't confirm. And I don't need the sweater, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. You should go home early as well." After that, he waited 2 seconds and ended the call. Such conversation seemed familiar from his university days. But after a long time without contact, this sudden talk felt somewhat uncomfortable. Xin held his phone, unsure of how he truly felt. Suddenly, he noticed an itch at his ankle. Something soft and fluffy was trying to poke into his trouser leg. It was Spartacus. He lay on the ground, stretching out his claws, attempting to insert them inside Xin's jeans. Unfortunately, Xin wore straight-leg denim with little room to spare. Despite all Spartacus' efforts, his fluffy paw couldn't get in. Frustrated, he shook his head and sneezed. "Meow meow, stop talking and play with me." Spartacus sensitively picked up on his human's mood change. Though he didn't understand why, he simply knew that he wanted to stay by his meow meow until his human felt better. Unable to help himself, Xin chuckled and bent over, lifting Spartacus entirely off the ground as if preparing to throw him sky-high. As Spartacus clung tightly to his sleeve with all 4 paws, Xin quickly pulled him back into his arms. "Just teasing you, how could I possibly toss you away?" Spartacus squeezed himself into his human's embrace, pressing his nose against Xin and rubbing vigorously. "Don't rub your snot on my clothes," Xin said lightly, yet his grip around Spartacus did not loosen one bit. "Are you hungry?" "Yes, I'm starving. Let's find somewhere to feed you something." "Good idea." In the end, Xin took Spartacus to Lake Heart Garden, a secluded corner. Here, near the artificial lake, stone benches offered places to rest. The scenery was pleasant, and thanks to the dense forest obstructing sightlines, this spot provided a peaceful escape. In the past, foreign language majors often gathered here every morning, practicing their spoken English freely and unabashedly. The stone bench was cold, so Xin hesitated to put Spartacus down. Instead, he sat himself and placed the Tabby Cat on his lap. From his bag, he took out water and some small snacks, slowly feeding Spartacus. Spartacus bulged his cheeks as he chewed quickly, suddenly pausing mid-action and freezing, his eyes fixed toward the side, like a hunter sensing prey. Following Spartacus' gaze, Xin spotted a slim figure emerging from the shadows after a moment. Ah, it's another Tabby Cat. Chapter 62, Another Tabby Cat. It was a tabby and white cat, its belly and 4 paws all white. However, it was so dirty that the color was almost indistinguishable. It was probably a male, skinny to the point where its fur clung to its bones. It was hard to tell its exact age, somewhere between being an adult and not yet fully grown. Around its neck hung a faded bell, likely put on when it was a kitten. Time had passed, and the thin rope of the collar had sunk deeply into the flesh. The unfamiliar tabby cat took a few more steps forward, stopped, shrank its head, and quietly crouched in a corner observing. Spartacus also tensed his body, tilted his head towards the cat, but after a moment, Spartacus began to relax, chewed on the snack in his mouth again, and moved closer to Shinchin's side to lick a bit of water. The small and thin tabby arched its back, moving cautiously with a strange posture towards Shinchin's feet before crouching again. Shinchin looked down at Spartacus. Seeing that he didn't seem to mind, he slowly reached out to approach the little tabby. The small tabby wasn't particularly afraid and gently nudged its cheek against Shinchin's hand as it approached. Spartacus yawned widely, lay down on the human's leg, and stared silently at the strange cat. Shinchin felt something was off, though he couldn't quite place what. He retrieved another bottle of water, intending to feed some to the little tabby, since stray cats rarely get clean water. But the little tabby seemed uninterested, sniffing it briefly and then ignoring it. Shinchin then took some of Spartacus' snacks, dipped them in water, tore them into tiny pieces, and fed them to the little tabby. The little tabby only licked it once. Shinchin lightly stroked the fur on the small tabby's head with his finger, looking at him with concern. At this moment, he finally remembered what was amiss. Normally, if he touched another cat in front of Spartacus, Spartacus would have already been upset, and wouldn't be sitting so calmly like now. Shinchin scratched Spartacus under the chin and asked him softly, "What's wrong with the little tabby?" "He must be sick." Shinchin glanced at his watch and said to Spartacus, "Let's take him to the hospital." Spartacus doesn't have great feelings about the pet hospital, but since the one getting the injection this time wasn't him, he didn't care much. He stood up and stretched lazily on the human's thigh. Off to the hospital. The little tabby raised its head, casting a curious and timid glance at him. Shinchin freed up Spartacus's cat carrier, laying a soft blanket on the bottom, Spartacus's favorite blanket, which was usually used to cover his belly. Concerned that Spartacus might be angry, he comforted him, saying, "Let's temporarily lend the carrier to the patient. Would you like me to carry you instead?" Spartacus swished his tail unhappily but quickly forgave. "Being held by Miwu is cozier." "All right." Shinchin took off his coat, wrapped it around his hands, and gently enveloped the little tabby. As soon as he grabbed it, it struggled violently a few times, seeming very afraid or perhaps uncomfortable somewhere. Shinchin didn't dare to hold it too tightly. After confirming the little tabby's emotions had stabilized, he carefully placed it inside the carrier. One man and one cat squatted outside the carrier, quietly staring at the little tabby inside. The tabby cat quickly found a comfortable spot for itself, curled up into a ball, and remained motionless. Shinchin thought the situation didn't look optimistic. He slung the cat carrier over his shoulder, picked up Spartacus with one hand, checked his phone for nearby pet hospitals with the other, and hurriedly walked toward the parking area. Spartacus apparently realized the urgency of the situation and curled himself up as much as possible, trying not to burden Shinchin. Unfortunately, he was a bit heavy, and holding him with one hand caused him to slide down through the arm's gaps before long. He twitched his limbs restlessly and mewed involuntarily. Shinchin quickly caught Spartacus and carried him onto his shoulder. Spartacus stepped around on the human's shoulder and eventually nestled his plump belly into the gap between the cat carrier and Miwu's neck. Perfect fit. Ah, comfortable. Spartacus closed his eyes contentedly, suddenly remembering something. He extended his body dramatically, bent his head downward, and leaned close to the ventilation window of the carrier, staring intently at the unexpected guest inside. Unfortunately, the stupid cat didn't move at all. Spartacus watched for a while, found it boring, retracted his head, and dozed off nestled in Miwu's fur. By the time Spartacus woke up, they had already arrived at the nearest pet hospital. Shinchin registered the little tabby for an emergency appointment, and after the doctor conducted a thorough examination, it was determined that the cat suffered from urethritis and needed immediate hospitalization for the blockage to be cleared. Shinchin stood at the door with Spartacus in his arms, wanting to go inside to check on the little tabby. It was surrounded by strangers and likely feeling pain, so it might be scared. But he also worried about bringing Spartacus along, as witnessing surgery could make him afraid as well. Spartacus had just woken up, still groggy from playing too much during the day. His short fur was tousled, and he half closed his eyes, resting his head against Shinchin's chest. After a moment of thought, Shinchin wrapped Spartacus up gently in his coat, leaving only a breathing hole. Adjusting the soft bundle in his arms, he whispered softly, "Bing bing, go back to sleep." And thus, Spartacus dozed off again. When Shinchin entered the operating room, the doctor had already cleared the urine passage of the little tabby. Soon, the little tabby expelled half a bottle of bloody urine. The doctor said the cat's bladder had already developed sediment. If it had been delayed even slightly longer, it might have died. Shinchin reminded the doctor to remove the little tabby's bell. During the ride over, he didn't dare to do it himself, fearing that he might hurt the wound further. Soon, the ring of rope around the neck of the little tabby and its bell were taken off. The rope had embedded itself rather deeply, so the doctor carefully used scissors to cut it into small pieces. The broken ropes were soaked in thick, dark brown bloodstains. The doctor sighed. Most likely, it's one of those college students nearby who kept it secretly in their balcony since pets aren't allowed in dorm rooms. They never took care of its physical exams properly. Once they lost interest or graduated, they would just throw it away. Judging from the state of the rope, it must have been tied tightly when it was still a kitten. The sound of the little bell being thrown onto a dish made a clear ringing noise. The little tabby shook its ears and opened its big eyes to look quietly at the bell. It remained weak and could only lie down in a cage. Shinchin extended a finger and gently touched the little tabby's nose, saying, "You'll have better days ahead." The little tabby looked up at Shinchin, its bright eyes glistening. "They're such beautiful green eyes." Shinchin smiled. The little tabby required hospitalization, so Shinchin brought Spartacus back to the hotel. On the way, Spartacus woke up again and sluggishly climbed onto the front seat, curiously looking at Shinchin. "What about that silly little kitty? The little tabby needs to stay in the hospital. We'll visit him tomorrow. Bing bing, let's stay one more day." Spartacus didn't understand, but yawned widely. After spending the whole day busy, both human and cat felt lazy when they returned to the hotel. Shinchin struggled to brush Spartacus's teeth and clean his paws before placing him on the bed. By the time he finished cleaning himself up and came out, he saw Spartacus sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking up at the sky and casually swaying his tail tip in rhythm. "What are you watching?" "Meow, tonight's moon is so round, like a pancake." Thinking about this, Spartacus couldn't help but squint his eyes and smile. Bing Bing is watching pancakes, it's hilarious. Xin Chin failed to understand the humor in the feline world and lay down on the windowsill as well. The windowsill had a furry pad, which wasn't cold. Lying stiff muscles flat on the hard surface created an odd tingling sensation. He lay on his back, relaxing his joints and exhaled deeply, closing his eyes contentedly. Seeing Spartacus' antics, he leapt up and pressed most of his weight on top of Xin Chin's chest with a playful, "Hiya" sound, attempting to imitate humans by sighing deeply, though all that came out were huffing noises. Xin Chin chuckled, opening his eyes to find himself staring directly into two beautiful green ones. Stretching his arms behind his head, Xin Chin looked at Spartacus' oversized head and said, "Do you know how heavy you are? And yet you jump right onto me?" Spartacus cautiously placed a paw down, avoiding eye contact guiltily. "Not that heavy, though. My chest hurts." Spartacus silently put down the other paw, sitting beside Xin Chin, staring anxiously. Xin Chin pulled out a hand, gently squeezing Spartacus' chubby belly. "What's this? Isn't it fat?" Ashamed, Spartacus turned around, presenting his rear end toward his human. "Hey. Cats shouldn't be considered heavy, it's actually attractive. In the wild, if a cat doesn't eat enough to grow plump, it gets bullied by others. I've worked hard for my fluffiness. Grr." Xin Chin leaned over to bring Spartacus into his embrace, kissing him on the forehead and softly murmured, "All right, fine. You can be fat as long as you're healthy. Bing Bing is the best-looking cat in the world, no one can compare." Spartacus purred happily. Spartacus covered his eyes with his front paws, rolled over once, and snuggled close to the warmth of Xin Chin's chest. Before long, he started purring softly. "Sleep," Xin Chin gently stroked Spartacus' belly. Spartacus soon fell asleep again. However, Xin Chin wasn't feeling drowsy at all. He took out his phone and started going through messages. On Weibo, he asked for suggestions on well-established animal rescue organizations in City X. Quite a few people sent him private messages with practical recommendations. Finally, Xin Chin got in touch with a local stray animal love association that had been around for many years. One of their members lived fairly close to University City and could come over to pick up the tabby kitten the next day. After setting the meeting location and time with the association member, Xin Chin logged off Weibo and started dealing with emails. The sponsor of their booth during the carnival had wasted no time drafting a promotional contract requiring Spartacus' participation. The live streaming platform also updated the contract materials and promised to reimburse Xin Chin for the extra accommodation and travel expenses he had paid. This was good news indeed. Holding his money-attracting cat, Xin Chin went through the contract terms clause by clause, edited the feedback carefully, and returned it. The night grew deeper. Spartacus slept soundly, his limbs loose and relaxed, basking in the moonlight as if he were glowing. The next morning, Xin Chin checked out of the hotel, renewed the car rental, and drove toward University City to visit the little tabby. He packed Spartacus' luggage along just in case they needed to stay one more night nearby. They could then look for a suitable hotel. On the way, they passed by a pet supplies store where Xin Chin stopped. He entered the store with Spartacus. Though the shop was small, its goods were comprehensive and dazzling. The boss smiled and complimented Spartacus on his healthy appearance. Xin Chin selected a set of living supplies for the little tabby. He declined the boss's enthusiastic recommendation of an eye-catching toy and instead bought a plain gray mouse toy that emitted squeaky sounds like a real mouse when squeezed by fingers. The boss seemed a little embarrassed, explaining that this mouse toy had been in stock for quite some time but nobody wanted to buy it yet. Actually, the materials and craftsmanship were all excellent. Spartacus continuously tried to rub his cheeks against the mouse toy, showing great interest. Xin Chin felt a bit troubled and negotiated with the Tabby Cat. "This is for the little tabby. I will buy you a different one separately." Though uncertain whether cats could experience various emotions like humans, Xin Chin believed that the little tabby should receive a unique first gift. Spartacus made cooing mews. Xin Chin picked a gaudy golden rattle ball from a pile of cat toys especially for him. Spartacus clearly loved it, immediately picking it up in his mouth and refusing to let go. When Xin Chin and Spartacus arrived at the pet hospital again, the volunteer from the Love Association was already there waiting at the door. She was a woman in her early 30s, with meticulously combed hair and a clean, tidy suit dress, looking as though she had just rushed over from her office. She introduced herself as Dora. Dora smiled and greeted Spartacus before apologizing to Xin Chin. "Sorry. I just finished work, otherwise, I would have come earlier to understand the situation." Spartacus yawned widely, not interested in a conversation between humans. Xin Chin held Spartacus and visited the little tabby together with Dora. The little tabby appeared much livelier now, capable of eating some prescription food by himself. Still, due to the prolonged lack of proper nutrition and urethritis, his body remained frail. From afar, when he saw Xin Chin, he struggled to stand up, approaching the edge of the cage, mewing. Xin Chin gently stroked the little tabby, scratching under his chin. The wound on his neck seemed to be healing, revealing fresh red flesh. Spartacus quietly squatted beside them, for 10 minutes, finally unable to resist, stood up, and started rubbing his body against the little tabby. "Meow meow, I'm getting better already. Don't touch me anymore." Xin chuckled, saying, it seems he really is getting better. Mr. Jealousy has kicked in again. Leaning down, he lifted the plump vinegar bottle, hugging him tightly. Spartacus proudly flicked his tail, staring intently at the little tabby. The little tabby turned his nose up disdainfully, humming, what's so great about it? Spartacus wrinkled his nose proudly and replied, of course it's amazing, my human is the best human, you can't take him away from me, go find yourself the second best human. The little tabby turned his head away, not wanting to see the big fat cat anymore. Big fat cat Spartacus didn't realize he'd been judged again for his size. Staring at the little tabby, he suddenly realized he hadn't done any investigation or homework for days. He felt somewhat guilty, looked around pretending to examine things, lowered his voice, and said to the little tabby, hey, my human helped you, so you need to help me with something too. The little tabby originally didn't want to pay him any attention, but then reconsidered, agreeing that this was true, after all, his human was indeed a very good human. Lazily lying in the cage, he raised an eyelid and asked, what do you need help with? Can you fill out a survey for me? The little tabby was also a stray cat, making it an appropriate survey subject. This was actually Spartacus' first interprovincial sample collection, a truly milestone event. The survey was extremely simple, all done orally since Spartacus could barely remember many things every day, and making the questionnaire too complicated would render the data collected meaningless. Puffing up his cheeks, Spartacus struggled to note down the little tabby's answers, planning to input them into his cloud drive as soon as he got home. Sigh, if only I could use electronic devices like humans anytime, anywhere. Spartacus looked down at his furry round paws and involuntarily sighed. The little tabby hesitated, finally unable to resist, pretending to casually bring it up with Spartacus. What are you working on? Spartacus proudly perked up his ears, shaking his head smugly, hee, illiterate cats like you won't understand. Apparently forgetting entirely that not long ago, he himself was a completely illiterate cat. Feeling somewhat frustrated, the little tabby closed its eyes, deciding to no longer bother with this fat tabby. Spartacus stood upright, placing his front paws on the edge of the cage, whispering to the little tabby, I'll tell you, but you have to keep it a secret. Don't let your future human find out. The little tabby pricked up its sharp ears. Xin handed all the items he had bought for the little tabby over to Dora, saying, I will cover all medical expenses for this phase until he fully recovers, including necessary deworming, vaccinations, and checks. Please help him find a suitable adoptive family. Thank you. Xin hadn't encountered cats with urethritis before. Hearing that this disease was prone to relapse and required meticulous care, he realized this would certainly be a long and winding process. Dora glanced at the little tabby tilting his head listening to their conversation, unable to resist asking, actually, he likes you a lot. If. Xin smiled warmly, gently interrupting her, I believe his destined person isn't me. Dora also smiled, sighing, then continued, could you give him a name? In our association, whoever rescues gets to name. Xin looked at the little tabby, thinking for a moment, then said, let's call him Fu Man. Do you want to disclose your name or your Weibo ID? No, anonymous is fine, thank you. I see, Dora replied, then smiled and added, my younger brother really likes you. He's been following your Weibo account. A few days ago, he even attended that carnival event and heard that Spartacus was there too. It was he who saw your question on Weibo and dragged me here to take a look. Xin gave a gentle smile. Sigh, he's always online, but liking someone like you, I think, is pretty good. Dora explained that the Animal Rescue Association would arrange members to take turns caring for Fu Man until he was discharged from the hospital and found a proper adopter. With nothing else to do, Xin and Spartacus could return today. Xin hugged Spartacus and bade farewell to Fu Man. The little tabby, perhaps sensing the impending departure, was reluctant to let go, sniffing at Xin's fingers with his nose as if trying to memorize his scent. Xin shoved the squeaky gray mouse into Fu Man's arms, telling him, this is for you. You're a good kitty, eat well. He patted Fu Man's head. Fu Man lowered his head and stared at the gray mouse in his arms for a long time, only then realizing that this was a present from the human. He looked up, slowly rubbing his wet eyes against the human's hand. Thank you, human. You're the first human to be so kind to me. Although I can't stay with you, I will remember you forever. As Fu Man was overwhelmed by sorrowful feelings of parting, raising his eyes, he saw that fat tabby winking and gesturing toward him subtly. Little tabby, don't forget to find time to study. Don't lose my contact info. I'm in Maochun, you're in City X, so later you can help me collect data. Together, we can dominate the feline scholar associations in both places. The tabby gang, very impressive, huh? Ha ha ha. Fu Man remained still, staring at Spartacus, then clamped his gray mouse in his mouth and ran back into the cage, refusing to turn around again. Behind him, the voices of the human and the fat tabby grew fainter and fainter, gradually fading away. What are you mumbling about, The tabby gang, isn't that funny, meow. Today, we can go home. We won't take a plane but drive back. Are you happy? Yes, I'm happy. Good, as long as you're happy. Chapter 63, The Human Language CET for Exam. After going crazy for a few days, Spartan suddenly felt out of place with the current hard-working mode of conducting surveys during the day and taking classes and doing homework at night when he returned home. Howl, Spartan yawned with his mouth wide open. Autumn was always the best season for sleeping. With such rare comfortable and leisurely days, they were actually used for studying. Spartan swayed his fluffy tail, feeling very unhappy. Just as he was hesitating whether to skip class tonight or not, the glass door of his house was knocked on. Is Spartan at home? Ah, it's Daimachi. Spartan clattered up the stairs with his forepaws and repeatedly shouted towards his human, Mew, can I play with Daimachi for a while? Can we eat snacks? Xin followed the tiger-striped cat downstairs and found that Eat More, from the Machi clinic had arrived. He opened the glass door and welcomed Machi in. Daimachi pretended to rub his paws on the doormat, politely nodding to Spartan's human, sorry for disturbing. Xin served small snacks and water to entertain the guest. Daimachi and Spartan leaned their heads together, happily eating pastries. After finishing, the two cats curled up on the couch, grooming themselves. Daimachi chatted with Spartan while licking himself. I haven't seen you for a few days, was X City fun? It was fun. I took an airplane. There was a very tall building, looking down from it, the humans' cars looked so small. Spartan excitedly shared his observations with Daimachi. I also saw lots of humans, hey, they all liked me. After hearing the news, Daimachi closed his eyes contentedly. I have some good news to share with you too. What is it? I'm going to be a teacher too. After saying this, Daimachi proudly lifted his chin and pursed his lips. Oh my, Spartan stared with widened eyes in surprise, that's really a great achievement. Ever since Daimachi graduated from college, he planned to apply for a teaching position. Unfortunately, the year he graduated coincided with the 10-year teacher training reform plan for feline education. Due to fierce industry competition and severe employment conditions, teachers needed to pass strict evaluations and internship tests. Daimachi barely missed out by a paw and was left without a job, so he went back home and became a welcoming cat. However, his passion for the teaching profession never faded. During his spare time, he continuously upgraded his knowledge and stayed active in feline educational forums, becoming a well-known educational expert in the field. Finally, luck came to the diligent cat, and Daimachi awaited his opportunity. The Cat University intended to expand its recruitment for the new school year, establishing new disciplines and enriching the existing team of teachers. Among these was a subject called business etiquette, specifically designed for those cats who provided reception and hospitality services for humans. With the increase in demand for service-oriented cats in modern society due to the growing number of cat cafes and corporate pet cats, the Feline Association responded to the times by founding this emerging discipline in spring, recruiting experienced teacher cats. As an experienced front desk cat at a clinic, Daimachi successfully secured a position, becoming an honorable feline educator. Upon hearing this, Spartan patted his tail repeatedly and applauded for Daimachi. That's amazing. Is the course fun? If it is, I'll choose it as an elective next semester. The curriculum is still being improved. Daimachi couldn't contain his excitement, stomping around on the sofa and even scratching a few marks on the cushion, messing up Spartan's notes. But I'm very confident, I already have countless ideas in my head that I want to put into practice. Seeing Daimachi clawing at the sofa, Spartan instantly got upset. He walked over and squeezed Daimachi to the side with his plump body, deliberately changing the topic. So are you here just to share this good news with me? If that's the case, then you can leave after telling me. You've eaten the snacks, go now. Daimachi paused, remembering another task for today. I also have something else, which I almost forgot because of your question. It's about the school reminding everyone to prepare for the CET for exam quickly. It's happening next week, especially for cats like you who are facing major exams soon but took long leaves unexpectedly. Such carefree attitudes aren't good. Spartan shook his head and mewed in response, freezing abruptly. What kind of fourth-level exam? Daimachi felt strange, answering, human level, for exam. Weren't you notified more than a month ago? Don't you know about it? Do. I know about it. Sparta was completely dumbfounded. Only now did he realize that he had forgotten all about the grading exam. After all, for cats, a month is a very long time, and within just less than a week of the notification being issued, everything would be forgotten clean. He's going to die. Sparta buried his head between his two paws, so nervous that he kept twitching his tail. This situation continued all the way until evening. Xin worked hard for the first time seeing the tiger-striped cat look so disheartened even while eating, licking a piece of cat food and then sighing each time. He worriedly patted Sparta's head and asked, "What's wrong, Bing Bing?" Sparta leaned his head against the human's palm, agonizing over the situation. I don't want to take an exam, I don't want to study. I just want to be a meow little kitty. Studying is such a difficult thing, like rowing a boat. If you stop paddling, you will be carried away by the current and submerged in the water, wetting your fur, meow. It takes great effort to keep moving forward. Although Spartans didn't clearly know how to operate a boat, this didn't stop him from developing an aversion to falling into water. Xin held Sparta close and slowly fed him dinner, then carried him around in the living room for a while. The tiger-striped cat finally became more spirited and licked his cheek. Hey, it's not worth mentioning, I've already promised myself to study hard and become a kitty who makes meow proud, so I can't give up halfway. Tonight, I will turn on the big lamp and study till dawn, but why do you have to light a lamp when studying? Cats don't need too strong a light source in the dark. Once again, Sparta's confusion towards human idioms surfaced. If this state of confusion continues, he definitely won't pass the level 4 exam. That night, Sparta's cheeks puffed out as he spent some effort catching up with lessons missed during his leave. He then pulled out the study materials for the level 4 exams, Human Language CET for exam real question sentence-by-sentence analysis, CET for examination past papers, and CET for examination all-in-one. Daimachi had also recommended him an additional book called a Sure-Pass Miracle Book for the CET, The Prayers of Maiden Cats. In case he felt a lack of motivation and needed encouragement, there was Wang Teku's novel-style biography to refer to, My Struggle Meow. Sparta looked at these numerous titles, resembling whiskers, immediately feeling deflated, and flopped onto the couch, unwilling to move even one paw. I should really eat more mice to nourish my body. Unfortunately, the neighboring family has moved away. Being a cat is so hard. The Human Language CET for exam consists of 4 modules, listening comprehension, closed test, sentence construction, and question and answer. Among them, the listening part is to select the appropriate option based on dialogues extracted from daily interactions between cats and humans, depending on the oral expressions provided. The closed test requires selecting options that fit the missing parts of sentences, ensuring they make sense to humans once filled. For sentence construction, similar to closed testing, it needs to form correct sentences following the usage habits of the human language, but here candidates are required to form complete sentences using the given phrases independently. The question and answer section is open-ended, consisting of theoretical questions where students need to answer according to their learning and own understanding regarding points related to the human language. In the feline world, passing the Human Language CET for is considered an advanced qualification certificate. Those holding the CET for certificate can engage or enter multiple fields related to human society, becoming professional working cats. Beyond CET 4, there is an even higher level CET 6 examination available only to human language majors, which regular students cannot register for. Those obtaining the CET 6 qualification can teach the human language and work in foreign exchange positions. Due to its extreme difficulty, many students continue retaking the exam throughout university and still fail to obtain the certificate before graduation. Students who belong to this category are unable to attain the excellent graduate rank diplomas. In summary, if Sparta wants to become a learned big kitty worthy of pride for his human, he must surely secure his CET for certification. Eventually, he aims to initiate a challenge for the CET 6 certificate. Sparta studied diligently all night, so absorbed in the books that his eyes sparkled with stars, words, and idioms jumbled up in his brain. He rolled off the couch, dizzily climbing upstairs, burrowing into Mio's blanket and clinging to his human. Soon after, he fell sound asleep. Unfortunately, early the next morning, Sparta was shaken awake by his human. What is it? Sparta shook his head, trying to fling the stars from his eyes. I'm very sleepy, meow. Sparta, good morning. Xin leaned down and kissed the tiger-striped cat. Good morning, this question should be answered with, good morning. Sparta yawned. Xin pinched his paws and shook them. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the day you came into my life. You must be 3 years old now. I don't know when your birthday is, so let's celebrate it today, okay? Happy birthday, Bing Bing. Birthday, on a birthday, you should reply, happy birthday. Sparta's eyelids drooped as he yawned again, then suddenly perked up, his ears shooting straight. What? Whose birthday? Xin picked up the still drowsy tiger-striped cat and carried him downstairs. He had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, little cakes made from minced meat, in 3 flavors, shrimp, beef, and chicken. The small cakes were neatly arranged on a brand new white food dish, decorated with pieces of carrot that resembled tiny candles. Sparta used his paw to tug at the human's collar, curiously inspecting his new food dish. What is this? It looks so delicious. Whose birthday is it? Xin released Sparta's paw, setting him down before the food dish. He stroked Sparta's head and said, I don't know where you come from, but thank you for finding me. Happy birthday, darling. Is it my birthday? Sparta flicked his fluffy tail, eyes shining as he looked up at his human. But I remember it's not today. Never mind, today is my birthday. Xin bent down and kissed Sparta's cool little nose, saying, let's eat first, and then we'll open your gift. Sparta licked Mio's nose in return. Gift, I love gifts. He lowered his body, swaying his head happily and took big bites of his meat cake. The gift for Sparta was a cat villa, made of solid wood with 3 stories, complete with various fun walkways and scratching boards inside. The small rooms were also filled with toys that Sparta liked. Sparta darted up and down in his villa, pulling out the toys one by one and scattering them all over the place. Xin caught the frenzied Sparta, holding him close and rubbing his soft belly, asking, are you happy, Bing Bing? Yes, I'm happy. I'll put your villa on the balcony, you can bask in the sun during winter. Xin scratched under Sparta's chin. Sparta responded with affectionate cheek rubs. From that day forward, Sparta acquired a new hobby. While studying at night, he would drag his tablet to the villa on the balcony, enjoying the bright moonlight while scratching his head and diligently practicing test questions. The villa was warm, and he loved the moonlight. It was the most comfortable reviewing state possible. Perhaps due to the motivational effect of receiving a gift, after adapting for 2 or 3 days, Sparta gradually grasped his own review rhythm. He paused his research work, spending more time sleeping and reflecting during the day. In the evenings, he extended his study sessions, striving to do one set of CT for practice tests every day. Preparing for exams is indeed a boring thing. The process is dull and easy to damage one's confidence. Yet Sparta was brimming with enthusiasm, facing difficulties head-on. He couldn't wait to see the amazed expression on Mio's face when she discovered how smart he truly was. On the night Sparta was scheduled to take his CET for exam, it rained heavily outside. The autumn rain soaked the earth, taking away the warmth that was gradually disappearing. The weather was getting colder. Sparta stood on the balcony, feeling the air temperature, sneezed, and helplessly abandoned his small villa. He dragged the tablet back to the living room, curled up on the sofa, tightly hugging his 4 paws. The serious CET for exam began punctually. There was a 10-minute piece of music at the start, claiming to relax the candidates and bring them to their best condition. After the music ended, there was a brief audio clip, allegedly the real voice of Wang Teku himself. "You guys." A deep and gentle voice emanated from the tablet. Sparta perked up his ears, curious about this legendary cat. Leaning his head to one side, he stared intently at the screen and listened. After a brief pause, the audio continued. "Just go ahead and take the exam casually. Anyway, you're bound to fail, so there you have it." Huh? Sparta shook his head, thinking something might be wrong with his ears. What did Elder Wang Teku say just now? But he didn't have time to think further because the system had already changed the screen, moving into the candidate verification page. Filled with doubts, Sparta placed his paw on the fingerprint verification zone, passed the inspection, and entered the official examination room. The listening comprehension section had 10 questions, with a difficulty level similar to the CT for practice test Sparta had done before. He easily finished it, his tail swaying smoothly. The closed test and sentence construction were a bit more challenging, especially since there were many questions involving idioms. With some guesswork and effort, Sparta barely managed to complete them. Finally, he moved on to the essay writing portion. This was Sparta's favorite segment as he could freely express his cat opinions without being too constrained by textbook knowledge. The question touched upon important concepts taught in their regular courses and asked students to summarize their learning experience. Sparta thought that he did exceptionally well on the summary part, which would surely make up for some lost points from the previous sections. It was rumored that getting 6 paw marks would be enough to pass the exam. Feeling satisfied, Sparta signed off with his paw print and handed in his paper. After finishing the exam, Sparta spent a little time on the class group chat where his classmates complained endlessly about how cruelly feline unfriendly the questions were. Their meows of dissatisfaction filled the air. Uninterested in their complaints, Sparta yawned, exited the chat, and went online to a cat community forum. There, he unexpectedly ran into Kombawee. Little Kombawee, who had grown into a large cat, still remained chubby and out of breath even after slight exertion. Sparta heard that he was preparing once again for the junior high school graduation exam so that he could advance to high school and learn dog poo, a dog language equivalent. Curious, Sparta asked, "Didn't you want to study vocal music?" Swinging his round head back and forth, Kombawee made a serious face and answered, "I'm now an adult, mature cat who needs to take responsibility for my human." It turned out that his owner had recently adopted a Russell Terrier named Zefantuan. Because of prior abuse, Zefantuan was extremely afraid of people. In just a few days at home, he had peed all over every corner and kept barking loudly every night. Concerned about her stressed-out owner, Kombawee had decided to master dog poo to help train the puppy. Thinking for a moment, Sparta encouraged him, "You should work hard, or your owner might learn dog poo before you get accepted to high school." Kombawee lay sprawled on the screen, gazing woefully at Sparta. His flat, broad face occupied the entire monitor. With a flick of his paw, Sparta ended the conversation. Life resumed its usual routine post-exam. Sparta started his daytime patrols again, enthusiastically gathering materials for his thesis. Teacher Tsaipiao occasionally checked in on his progress, offering advice on research methods and data collection. Once things got on track, the process wasn't bad, every day felt productive. Soon after, Sparta received the expected good news: he had passed the CET 4. Out of 15 cats in the class, only 3 had successfully passed the exam. Although not the top scorer, Sparta stood out for his excellent performance in summarizing learning experiences and was awarded by the Cat Association. Good news continued pouring in from friends. Daimashu finally conducted his first trial lecture, and it was a great success. As an experienced elder cat, Daimashu effectively summarized behavioral guidelines for cats engaging in commercial exchanges with humans. Due to his outstanding contributions, the Cat Association had chosen Daimashu to participate in revising the professional textbooks for business etiquette. This achievement undoubtedly marked a milestone in Daimashu's feline career. His name would forever be inscribed in the annals of feline education history. Inspired by Daimashu, Sparta secretly vowed to become a useful cat himself. Shuko and Mantu continued their missions in various stray cat communities, promoting educational outreach projects. Thanks to Mantu's persistence, Duchi had also joined the working team, mainly responsible for enforcing discipline among unruly students. From time to time, Sparta still supported their projects and applied the practical insights gained from these initiatives into his theoretical studies, contributing effectively to the refinement and enhancement of the feline educational theory system. For his exceptional achievements and contributions, Sparta was awarded a scholarship at the end of the semester, a sack of dried small fish, the highest reward set by the Cat Association. However, since Sparta didn't care for fish snacks, he chose to donate them to hungry stray cats to help them survive. Autumn had passed, and winter arrived in full force. Stray cats outdoors faced yet another severe survival test. Cats, unlike the emotionally rich humans, do not expect to be able to eliminate pain, hunger, and death. For every decision made by nature, cats harbor respect. All they can do is face it calmly and maintain their integrity as much as possible. But the Cat Association did not plan to turn a blind eye to the enormous population of stray cats. In fact, they would meet every year to ponder how they could help strays live in peace with humans and enjoy life to the fullest. On the first snowy day of the year, Sparta received a text message from a stranger. It read simply, "I'm fine, pass on my greetings to your human." The signature was an unfamiliar paw print. Sparta guessed it might be from that scrawny little tabby cat. Although life for cats wasn't easy, it seemed everyone had found something they wanted to do. Meow. Chapter 64, The Ups and Downs of a Cat's Life, Part 1. When the new year arrived, Spartacus had finally finished his first semester of university studies and entered the winter break. At the end of the term, he submitted an interim report to Teacher Tsaipiao, summarizing his current research progress. Teacher Tsaipiao did not reply. In fact, with the arrival of winter, the entire cat community had quieted down. No classes to attend, no exams or homework to worry about. Everyone could freely choose their favorite posture, stretching into a long line, curling into a circle, or forming a bowl shape, and then leisurely pass these coldest days of the year doing nothing much at all. In the chat room, everyone's profile pictures were changed to sleepy selfies showing them yawning or dozing off in a lazy fashion. In reality, this winter was much warmer than last year's. There wasn't much snowfall, even when it did snow, it was only sparse rain mixed with sleet. The thin flakes would fall to the ground and quickly disappear into dirty mud, vanishing without a trace. Still, clear skies were scarce throughout the entire winter, as fog and fine dust always lingered in the air, making the world between heaven and earth look somewhat dingy. Miwu told Spartacus not to go out. With this kind of weather, his paws and fur might get dirty, and bathing isn't easy during the winter. Spartacus also didn't feel like going out for walks anyway. Lying on a warm sofa or in Miwu's arms, sleeping, playing, talking, all that seemed much better. Recently, it had become very popular online to put cats in bowls. Xin Chin also bought Spartacus a large transparent glass bowl. The glass bowl was warmed up in advance by the heater vent, and Spartacus really liked it. As soon as the bowl was placed near him, he would jump in himself, curling up tightly and squeezing his chubby body into the limited capacity of the bowl, stuffed full. It felt like a good omen for the new year. Xin Chin posted Spartacus's photo in the bowl on Weibo, which attracted strong attention from her fans. Like a dough ball, if you flatten it, you can make a pancake. Surprisingly, he fits inside. Cats are made of water, aren't they? I can imagine a popping sound during mating. Spartacus's only time outside in the winter was when he participated with Xin Chin in the filming of a game promotional video. The filming location was in the neighboring city, and she rented a car so they could make the round trip the same day. Under Xin Chin's guidance, Spartacus performed quite admirably, efficiently completing his tasks while working closely with the director and photographer. To him, it was just practical content for a photography course. Meow. The promotional video was soon officially released. After post-production processing, Spartacus could make exaggerated facial expressions, wearing a battle robe, charging through the virtual game world, defeating enemies while boldly declaring, "The world has already been occupied by meows, whoever doesn't agree." Feedback indicated that the promotional video was effective, gaining support from many fans, and also attracting lots of casual onlookers who liked cats because of its fresh and interesting creativity. The advertiser expressed interest in continuing discussions for follow-up collaborations. As a cat, Spartacus's acting was not only recognized but perhaps overly praised. Of course, Spartacus didn't think he didn't deserve the acclaim. Instead, after searching through all sorts of flattering comments people made about him, Spartacus's confidence soared, inflating like a balloon, ready to float away the moment someone let go. Since there were no more heavy academic tasks at night, Spartacus could rest well. His days became livelier as a result. Every evening, he took part in Miwu's live streaming activities, diligently working hard to earn more popularity. Hey, Miwu is still so skinny during winter, she might freeze to death. So, folks, be kind and help buy some meat for Miwu. Each time I see Bing Bing, I think it's a bountiful year. Look at that big face and python-like waist, truly a New Year painting baby. Want a New Year picture featuring the Bing kid? Seriously, should Sing God consider releasing Bing merchandise? Calendars, postcards, pillows, I want everything. I want red envelopes with Spartacus patterns. I want an album sung by Bing Bing. Wow, my classmates have great ideas. Unfortunately, Spartacus couldn't read human text. If he knew he missed such a great money-making opportunity, he might be so sad that he'd only eat 3 pieces of cat food. Chin's ways of earning money were more comprehensive than Spartacus. Thanks to Spartacus' efforts, the two of them slowly started accumulating savings. Turning small gains into bigger wealth wasn't something that could be achieved simply by fan effects alone. Among numerous private messages requesting commercial cooperation, Chin carefully selected a clothing online store. This shop belonged to a mid-to-low-end young brand with a cooperating offline factory. Although the scale was not large, their operations were mature. Recently, their boss was considering reorganizing men's clothing and wanted to create an online promotion campaign. Chin had previously written product promotion plans for the project she worked on, even though it was like herding ducks to the shelves at that time. After cramming a lot of theoretical and practical knowledge, she managed to produce decent results and gain some valuable insights. She contacted the responsible person in charge of the online store and negotiated to obtain more information, then wrote a marketing promotion plan targeting the men's clothing line. The owner of the online store personally came to negotiate the investment terms, and after several rounds of discussion, Chin became one of the collaborators of the online store, allowing her to benefit from the profits through dividends. The cooperation plan was jointly drafted by both parties, and Chin sought legal advice to minimize disputes as much as possible during the collaboration. After all preparations were ready, Chin embarked on the second step of her career as an internet celebrity, selling clothes. And the first step? The first step was obviously raising a cat. Actually, among game streamers, quite a few had started their own online stores. Most male streamers who preferred staying indoors had a snack shop specifically tailored to their preferences, mainly focusing on selling spicy sticks and instant noodles. These businesses could perform well or poorly depending on how enthusiastically the fans supported them via social media promotion led by the streamers themselves. There weren't any extraordinary marketing strategies involved beyond this. However, Chin's main goal wasn't quick money, rather, she hoped for a more stable income that would provide better life guarantees for her and Spartacus. Stability implied building a brand, which couldn't be achieved merely through random Weibo promotions. For the very first time, Chin began to contemplate her personal fashion sense. The new clothing line trademark was registered as Spartacus, with its logo being Spartacus's Q-version avatar. Design and garment production did not require much involvement from Chin herself, only needing her to oversee general stylistic directions and trends. The target audience for Spartacus was primarily indoor enthusiasts, both male and female, focusing on comfortable materials and casual style, priced moderately. Additionally, Chin had to take on the modeling duties for most of the pre-production phase, a rather arduous task for someone unaccustomed to expressing themselves on camera. Fortunately, she had the highly energetic Spartacus helping her out, making things seem manageable. To create hype, Chin also collaborated with various online promotional teams to craft advertising scripts and promotional strategies. With everything arranged, they just waited until after the new year to start working. Despite finalizing so many critical decisions in such a short period, Chin didn't experience too many emotional fluctuations within herself. She always viewed the ups and downs of life rather indifferently. Once committed to action, whether successfully risking everything or calmly accepting failure, she remained steadfast. No matter what, she still had Spartacus, the tabby cat who was her ultimate fallback in life. Spartacus, meanwhile, had no idea about his human secretly pulling strings behind the scenes. He spent his days sleeping, eating, playing, and enjoying himself. Of course, he wasn't solely focused on playing either. As a large kid nearing graduation after half a year, now was the time to start planning his future studies. Originally, Spartacus had envisioned something relatively simple, becoming a top-notch college student and reaching the pinnacle of feline success. However, as he gained more knowledge and broadened his horizons, his understanding of the world grew more rational. A university diploma wasn't necessarily the summit of feline success, beyond his current horizons lay a much vaster, seldom traversed realm by cats. It was almost a mystical land, an ideal aspiration for every ambitious and aspiring cat. Nevertheless, as he delved deeper into discussions with his teachers, Spartacus gradually realized a strange yet sad truth: there hadn't been any cats obtaining postgraduate degrees in Mao Chun City for over 30 years. Throughout history, legends of doctoral cats indeed mentioned only one single cat. Chapter 65, The Ups and Downs of Cat Life, Part 2. Sparta irresponsibly speculated in private why there was no second cat doctor. Perhaps, cat doctors simply didn't exist in the world at all. This so-called Dr. Wang Teku might be nothing but a scam for cats because no one had ever seen him or even his pictures. Maybe this was a stunningly big deception, with all the cats being kept in the dark. Behind cat education stood human instigators, yes, humans. They had fabricated an imaginary doctoral cat to trick their feline kin into circling around aimlessly, pushing them to study independently and pursue higher education, which would promote harmony between cats and humans so that humans could forever enjoy the company of adorable cats. At this thought, Sparta shivered, his fur bristling. He felt proud for unraveling such a complicated and shocking cat deception, yet simultaneously terrified by the harsh truth. Nestled comfortably on a warm couch, he contemplated endlessly. By evening, after speculating all day, Sparta finally confided his concerns to Daimoshu. Cleverly, he didn't reveal all his suspicions, wary that it might be dangerous if he hit too close to home with the core deception, possibly inviting doom. However, upon finishing, instead of taking him seriously, the other cat responded with a series of snickers. "What's so funny?" said Sparta, slightly disheartened, feeling that his long-term worries were not taken seriously enough. "I'm not mocking you, I just find it amusing. Do you really think no cat has questioned this over the years?" Sparta widened his eyes, surprised to learn there were indeed cats as smart as himself. "The truth is simple, there are no graduate or doctoral cats simply because there are no teachers among us. We're all undergraduates. Who teaches whom?" Ha. Sparta froze, realizing the truth might have been this mundane after all. What an uneventful truth. It goes beyond this. Many fields of study have shut down due to a lack of inheritors and have been lost. A cat's life is finite, yet our level of educational development remains low, requiring tens or perhaps more generations of joint efforts from us cats. Much of the progress and breakthroughs we've achieved have vanished over time. This is our misfortune as cats, but it is also nature's choice. We should embrace gratitude and focus on the present. Licking his paw, Sparta acknowledged the validity. If achieving the peak were something any random cat could do, it wouldn't deserve being called a dream. Any endeavor one set out to do, even if it may not come to fruition eventually, was invaluable in itself. Because our time is limited, we must act braver and more decisively. However, there was still one more question. How did Dr. Wang Teku become a doctor? And since he's already one, why doesn't he train his students to also become doctors? That way, they could produce more doctors, and soon, we'd have many, many doctor cats. Daimoshu paused in deep contemplation before hesitantly replying, very few cats truly understand this. But I speculate, he looked around suspiciously before lowering his voice. Perhaps Dr. Wang gave himself the title. After all, distinctions like undergraduate or graduate were established by Dr. Wang Teku himself. As the first cat, he could call himself anything he wished. Yet even by himself, it would be hard to accomplish the entire institute's work. Hence, later on came the formation of the Cat Education Association and educational systems. When our times mature, there will definitely be new opportunities for advanced studies for other cats. On this, Daimoshu believed wholeheartedly. Sparta yawned. It sounded like a very distant prospect. However, the only thing certain was that he needed to continue his efforts and finish his education, preparing fully for the opportunity that may or may not arise. Being a cat was truly tough. He'd heard some humans daydreamed about turning into a cat and living like one. Where did these people get their confidence from? Living as a cat was more arduous than humans could imagine. Let alone mentioning the pressure brought on by cuteness and appearance, which wasn't something ordinary humans could endure. And as a regular tiger-striped cat, Sparta had his current life to worry about as well. Pancake. Indeed, as soon as the sky brightened, his human needed him again. Being a cat really was exhausting. Sparta sighed, stretched lazily on the sofa, and then casually turned off the tablet. He jumped down from the sofa leisurely, pawed around a bit, and raised his head to shout loudly, "I'm coming," and quickly dashed upstairs with a resounding rhythm. What Sparta did not realize was that being human also had its own difficulties. Humans, too, would encounter all sorts of injustices in life. The day after the spring festival, an uninvited guest came to the house. Sparta hid to one side and secretly smelled something strange and similar to Meow Woo emanating from the stranger. However, this smell was faint, masked by a pungent odor that was suffocating for cats. Meow Woo, could this human be Meow Woo's mother? But why didn't Meow Woo look even a bit happy? Indeed, the visitor was Ms. Dong. Since their last phone call, Ms. Dong had been calling Xianchin every few days. Sometimes Xianchin would pick up and chat indifferently. Ms. Dong had shown an unprecedented enthusiasm for her son's lifestyle, which made Xianchin feel very out of place. He had long passed the age where he hoped for affection from elders, neither feeling disappointed for the lack thereof nor overly delighted by receiving it. Probably fearing rejection from Xianchin, Ms. Dong specially picked a day when Xianchin was highly likely to be home before making an unsolicited visit. She was dressed in an elegant suit, holding a designer handbag, and had applied subtle makeup. Her thick black hair was neatly coiled into a perfect curve, exuding a graceful aura. After being invited inside, she sat elegantly on the couch, frequently stroking her hair, her fingers looking as if they were still well preserved despite not having done any manual work. However, Ms. Dong's perfect smile faltered briefly upon seeing Sparta. It was clear that this big tabby cat startled her. Her whole body involuntarily twitched as she almost sat perched precariously on the edge of the sofa, nearly slipping off. Quickly regaining herself, Ms. Dong adjusted her hairdo slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed as she smiled faintly and asked softly, "What is that?" Xianchin glanced at Sparta and calmly replied, "A cat." Sparta sneezed and looked silently at the unfamiliar human, eyelids half closed. "You don't smell like Meow Woo at all." "Pfft, my nose must have gone blind earlier." "You don't even recognize a cat, aren't you just stupid?" Chapter 66, The Ups and Downs of Cat Life, Part 2. Upon hearing the brief reply from Shinchin, Mrs. Dong's facial muscles tightened for a moment, but she masked it well. She raised her eyes, looked at Shinchin, and smiled again, saying, I know it's a cat. It doesn't look like the one your grandmother had before. In fact, her impression of Shinchin's grandmother was somewhat vague too, only faintly remembering that she had a beautiful long-haired cat. However, Mrs. Dong was not interested in any cat. On the contrary, she preferred dogs. She liked the feeling of always being noticed. Of course, she didn't want to raise a dog either. She only wanted to live her own life. Shinchin did not correct her, just emphasized, this is my cat. That's right, I am Miwoo's cat, and Miwoo is my human. Spartacus approvingly flicked his tail. He suddenly remembered that Miwoo's mother wasn't good to Miwoo before. Dads aside anyway, cats don't have dads themselves, so there was no real comparison. But all cat mothers were competent, right? A mom who neglected her kittens like this was not favored by other cats. Thinking about it, Spartacus couldn't help squinting as he sized up this particular Miwoo's mother. He decided to call her Ms. Cotton Swab. Cotton swabs were one of the items Spartacus hated most, something he would always encounter when visiting the hospital. Perhaps sensing Spartacus' low-pressure mood, Xin waved a hand to bring Spartacus closer to her. Spartacus decided to temporarily forget his disdain for this Ms. Cotton Swab, hopped onto the sofa, turned around once, placed his chin on Miwoo's thigh, and sprawled out into a pancake shape with all four legs spread open. Miwoo tenderly scratched under his chin to comfort him. Miwoo was the best. Mrs. Dong took a sip of tea, the jasmine tea Xin had brewed for her. Though it was just tea bags, at least it showed that Xin still cared about her preferences, which consoled Mrs. Dong immensely, restoring her smile. She continued, you're so busy working, you shouldn't keep a cat. Raising a cat requires much mental energy. Look at you, don't you often neglect meals? Every time she looked at this familiar yet estranged child, Mrs. Dong felt herself transform back into a mother figure. This thought softened her heart and made her tone more affectionate. Shinchin glanced at her but didn't respond. Mrs. Dong's original name was Chen Yanan, Shinchin's biological mother. Shinchin could never understand the marriage between her and Shinli, their father, which lacked both love and meaningful daily interactions. Chen Yanan was a very self-centered woman. She adored ephemeral beauty like reflected flowers and moonlight, gentle winds, and rains. She enjoyed seeing her value through others, favoring using soft methods to force people to fulfill her expectations. Her emotions were like vines, needing to attach to something to grow upward and absorb nourishment. When Shinchin was little, Chen Yanan bound Shinli tightly with these vines. As Shinchin grew older, Chen Yanan tried to bind him too. When realizing neither could meet her needs, she suddenly lost patience and sought another man upon whom she could depend and entrust. As for Shinli, he was a completely irresponsible man. There were never words like responsibility in his world. He promised casually during moments of interest and found excuses to leave when disinterested. He used Chen Yanan's constraints as an excuse for his cowardice, redirecting accusations towards his family. They were like two mismatched gears that no matter how much they rubbed against each other, could never align. And Shinchin was the scratch resulting from their forced assembly. They had tried to maintain it with lubrication at some point, but it ultimately left indelible marks. Spartacus shifted his hind legs, carefully stepped onto Miwoo's knee, curled himself into a ball of fur, and lay down close to Miwoo's body. My Miwoo is cold, let me warm you up. He pulled the human's hands into his furry embrace, covering them with his soft belly, sealing everything in tightly. Be careful about fur sticking, Mrs. Dong wrinkled her brows and could not help but give a reminder. Shinchin chuckled lightly, stroking Spartacus' head with her free hand, asking softly, how are things with Mr. Dong? How's home? Mrs. Dong wouldn't return looking for him unless she discovered her emotions needed another outlet. Did her new child fail to satisfy her maternal instincts? She wasn't entirely a mother without love, she merely enjoyed the feeling of being needed as a mother more than her actual care for the child. When Shinchin had grown cold, showing emotion to no one, she gradually stopped liking being his mother. On reflection, it seemed rather ironic that being a mother, this identity, was also something that could be chosen freely. Sure enough, upon hearing Shinchin's inquiry, Mrs. Dong paused for a moment, somewhat unnaturally adjusting her hair as she smiled and replied, there's nothing much. Everything is fine at home. The other day, your uncle asked about you, saying it's been a long time since he last saw you. Your sister too, remember Yaya? She's grown up already. How about? Never mind. Shinchin interrupted her, smiling as he asked, would you like some more hot water? It'll be cold when you go out later. Fortunately, the weather is good today. With that, he dislodged Spartacus from his position and stood up with him in his arms, but made no move to head for the kitchen. Spartacus squinted his eyes, drowsily looking around. Are we done talking? Meow, let's not talk anymore, can we play outside later? He tried stretching his body as much as he could, attempting to nuzzle Miwoo's chin. I couldn't reach. Spartacus smacked his lips and turned around to see Ms. Cotton Swab still standing there. What do you want? Are you thinking of having lunch with us? How shameless. Spartacus wiggled free from Miwoo's embrace, landed on the ground, yawned, and walked casually around the living room in a large circle until he ended up behind Ms. Cotton Swab. Squinting, he stared at the gently swaying fringe of her skirt. Ah, it's tassels. In an instant, Spartacus raised his paw and, faster than lightning, raked his claws across her skirt, instantly scattering the neat tassel strings into chaos. Mrs. Dong was taken by surprise, letting out a loud scream as she instinctively tried to pull her skirt back. However, Spartacus' claws had caught the fringe, and the forceful tug quickly tore a small hole, fringed with cat fur, into her expensive dress. Mrs. Dong's face contorted in anger. Shinchin apologized to Mrs. Dong and then crouched down, picking up Spartacus while scolding him. Back in Miwu's arms, Spartacus proudly flicked his tail, staring disdainfully at Ms. Cotton Swab as he began licking his paw meticulously. What hard work. After holding her composure for a moment, unable to stay mad at a mere cat, Mrs. Dong used her coat to cover the rip in her skirt, grabbed her bag, and left in a huff. Spartacus licked his lips and declared, "Don't come again, don't come again." Shinchin remained at the door, watching Mrs. Dong leave all the way. He had long since grown up and could decide who would linger in his life, and who would vanish forever. In the afternoon, Shinchin conducted a thorough cleaning at home, using the air freshener that Spartacus liked to eliminate odors. Spartacus was overjoyed, wiggling his hips as he ran alongside Shinchin. Anything with a smell in the house had to pass Spartacus' nose inspection, only what he approved of would remain. So in this house, everything smelled of what Spartacus liked. After finishing the chores, Shinchin arranged Spartacus' toys in the living room and played with him for a while. After their play session, Shinchin weighed Spartacus and solemnly announced, Spartacus' weight was under control. Spartacus didn't quite understand what this meant, but he knew that during dinner, he could eat an extra spoonful of cat food. Meow, what a great day, how generous Miwu is. While bending his head to munch on the cat food, Spartacus happily twirled around the food bowl, joyfully wagging his fluffy tail. This delightful feast continued right up until the end of winter when the pear trees sprouted flower buds, plop plop plop. Spartacus had long returned to classes, continuing his studies and research at the university, while his Miwu suddenly became busier. The most significant change was that Miwu started exercising early mornings and evenings. Spartacus had never really understood why humans needed exercise. Why exercise when eating well every day can keep one healthy? Later, Daimashu told him, human exercises are also for becoming more attractive, just like how your human makes you active so you can reduce weight and look better. Pfft, Spartacus retorted, my chub is beautiful. But if humans gain weight, they don't look good, right? Haven't you noticed that the humans considered pretty by other humans are always tall and thin? That's what they like. Stiffening his body, Spartacus stared wide-eyed in shock. Humans are so strange. What's wrong with being plump and soft? No matter what he thought inside, his human became increasingly firm. Though Miwu wasn't very soft before, sometimes even lying on him felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, my belly is soft, but Spartacus no longer minded it. Who would have thought Miwu would take things to the next level? Too much. Spartacus decided to interfere with Miwu's fitness plan, directly choosing to run and cause trouble whenever Miwu tried to work out. Shinchin was doing planks on the yoga mat in the living room when he suddenly felt a weight press down on his back, nearly causing him to collapse face first onto the floor. He steadied himself with his arms, adjusted his breathing, and then said firmly, Bing bing, get off. No way. Spartacus stomped around on Shinchin's back, spun in a circle, then lay down on his side, letting his big tail dangle along Shinchin's waistline as it swished lightly. Shinchin adjusted his breath again. Do you even know how fat you are? You're going to break my back. Don't know, don't care. Spartacus shook his head. I'm not fat. With Spartacus' enthusiastic help, Shinchin finished his weighted training goals early. Building muscle wasn't easy, but fortunately, Shinchin had a decent foundation. A scientifically balanced diet combined with an exercise plan soon yielded some success. He posted pictures of his abs and mermaid lines on Weibo, along with one of Spartacus working out alongside him, and captioned it, if you want abs, you need a cat. First lick, please. I must have followed a fake homebody. Is this why you're always slacking in the game rankings? I love it. Ha 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 bing bing, who's still a little baby anyway? Baby needs to be lifted up high. Knife-scarred baby, frightening. Afterward, Shinchin occasionally posted photos of himself working out with Spartacus, fitness meals, and specially made feline food dishes. Gradually, he began including styling tips for himself and the cat together. Although using cats to draw fans into a marketing strategy was pretty common, it remained quite popular. His production team wrote scripts and filmed small videos related to cats that highlighted Spartacus in various outfits and props. While these were less heartfelt than the intimate heart-on-cat series he made just for Spartacus, they were exaggerated, funny, and still had Spartacus charm. They were excellent at drawing more followers. After increasing his exposure rate, Shinchin's Weibo follower count broke through 1 million, and kept rising steadily, marking him as a rapidly growing online pet influencer. When the momentum for gaining fans was at its peak, Shinchin launched the Spartacus clothing brand. This move was enthusiastically welcomed by the vast majority of his fans. Finally, they had an opportunity to spend money on Spartacus. It felt like indirectly buying cat food for him. The clothes looked nice and weren't expensive, reviews were great. Even better, there was a chance to randomly receive a personalized autograph card stamped by Spartacus Paws after purchase. In no time, Spartacus' online shop took off in full force. While earning cat food money, inevitably, Shinshin received various criticisms. Some said he was taking advantage of the cat's popularity to make money under false pretenses, a low-down person. Others commented that he clearly didn't truly love cats, since his Weibo rarely shared posts about homeless strays. It's also true, they said, that his cat is getting too fat, which isn't healthy, probably due to unscientific feeding methods, possibly hiding serious diseases. There were even claims that the gamer streamer hooked up with female fans repeatedly, and someone from a gaming forum claimed to have exposed hotel booking records that his friends could verify. Lastly, someone said, "You people just look at his face, do you even know how ugly the real person is?" If Spartacus could read human text, he might have died of anger. Fortunately, he couldn't. Human emotions are so complex. All he knew was that he now had more and more toys, and his human companion spent more and more time by his side. Life as a cat is still pretty wonderful, meow. Chapter 67, The Tangy Path to Gaining Followers. When the hardworking Weibo followers reached 2 million, he installed a cat flap on Spartacus' house. The door of the hole and Spartacus' collar would have an induction effect, only when Spartacus squeezed in would the door loosen. This prevented unfamiliar animals from sneaking into the house and fighting with Spartacus. Spartacus didn't quite know how to use it at first, bumping his head around the opening, making a clunking sound with no method to it. Fortunately, he was pretty smart, and after a few attempts, he quickly found the trick. Every day, he happily entered and exited through his own dedicated opening, following a set schedule like a human who commutes to work. "I'm leaving. I will work hard today too." When the number of hardworking Weibo followers reached 3 million, he bought a cat-specific camera through overseas shopping. It was simple to operate, had strong battery endurance, was light, and could be hung on Spartacus' collar. Thus, when Spartacus went out with the camera, he could capture everything he saw and heard, creating invaluable video footage of cats. Unfortunately, due to some unknown fault, the cat camera couldn't be used properly when it arrived. Working on it himself, Hardworking dismantled it, added a few small parts, and fiddled with it all afternoon, finally fixing it. Spartacus originally disliked this black, strange box. Hardworking encouraged him to wander around the house with the camera for a while, then imported the video files into the computer and played them back for Spartacus. Smart Spartacus immediately understood the essence of the camera and enthusiastically gathered around the screen, watching the video he shot while wagging his fluffy tail, seeming to really like what this strange device could do. From then on, every time Spartacus went out to play, he would ask Hardworking to help tie the cat camera around his neck. For this, Hardworking even bought a new laptop and several large-capacity portable hard drives, specifically to edit and store Spartacus masterpieces. Hardworking organized all the videos by category and marked them with the time and location. These various video files were like Spartacus' own secret database. In the video footage, you could see Spartacus' furry chin and hear him chat with other cats with indistinct sounds. Though these dialogues might be meaningless to humans, for cats, they were probably conducting some secret experimental research that would shock humans. Though the cat camera had many advantages and provided much fun, it also had its shortcomings. The most obvious one was its size. Ever since Spartacus started going out with the camera around his neck, entering and exiting through his dedicated cat hole wasn't as comfortable anymore. Sometimes, Spartacus would get stuck at the hole if he wasn't careful, struggling for a long time without being able to escape, and had to mew for Hardworking's rescue. To avoid such embarrassing situations recurring, Hardworking figured out a way to install a doorbell for Spartacus' dedicated cat entrance. He spent some time and a small bag of snacks teaching Spartacus how to use the doorbell. Whenever he returned home feeling satisfied but didn't want to squeeze through the hole himself, Spartacus would ring the doorbell with his paw, alerting Hardworking that he had come back. The doorbell connected to every room inside the house, and when Hardworking heard it, he would go downstairs to open the door for Spartacus. "I'm back." Spartacus always said this upon entering the door and would sit upright on the doormat, waiting for Miwu to clean his paws with wet wipes. At this time, Miwu would bend down, gently pat his head, and say, "You're back." Miwu placed a little chair at the entrance. He would sit on it, first helping Spartacus remove the camera hanging around his neck, then cradle the entire cat in his arms with the fur facing upwards, starting to clean his fur and paws. Spartacus cooperated with Miwu's movements, re-cleaning himself. Spartacus tightly held onto his black box with all four paws, inside were all his treasures. Since he had this black box, the number of cats he could interview every day increased dramatically. For places where things weren't clear enough, he no longer needed to run back the next day to ask again. Just by retrieving the video materials, he could supplement the necessary information, significantly improving efficiency and accuracy. Miwu was truly clever. To better review his materials, Spartacus revisited the teacher from the electrical appliance usage course to learn how to use a laptop. It turned out to be simpler than he imagined, and Spartacus quickly mastered the tricks. While cleaning his fur, Spartacus would share his day's experiences and observations with Miwu. "Miwu, do you know? The little flower living next to Eat More has given birth to another litter of kittens, 8 in total. Big Fur really couldn't think of names, so he named them, Poo Poo Poo, you can never guess, Big Fur, Second Fur, Third Fur. Funny, right? But Little Flower said she doesn't want to have more babies. Time is too short every year, it's either giving birth or preparing for it, and she thinks it's meaningless. She can't even attend classes. I taught her to go and flirt with the humans wearing aprons so they could arrange a neutering operation. Come on, let's flip over. Hardworking helped Spartacus turn over and brushed his back fur. Today was fun, wasn't it? I don't know what you're talking about, little chatterbox. It was fun. Oh yeah, remember the mop that told stories which I mentioned before? His human just moved house, right next door to the human who used to feed him beef. Isn't that amazing? Mop now has 2 humans. But everyone says he's immoral, changing loyalties like this. Wow, I can actually use the idiom fickle now. How awesome am I? Let me lick my paw as a reward. Oh, and Ao Bangwi's little fatso, the big fatty, is about to graduate from high school. His dog Pup studies quite well. I heard the dog in his house is no longer afraid. Now, all the dogs in their neighborhood recognize Ao Bangwi. He often goes around trying to break up fights among dogs in the small garden, becoming a mediator for the canine world. It seems like he's pretty good at it. After Miwu finished tidying up Spartacus, the big tabby cat was clean again. He bit gently into his own camera and affectionately rubbed against the pant legs of his human. Miwu, I haven't seen you for an hour. I missed you so much. Hardworking picked up the tabby cat, gave him a kiss, and then took him upstairs to extract the videos from the camera, organizing them into files. Spartacus obediently sat by his side, intently watching him work, occasionally nudging Hardworking's hand with his head while mewing a few comments, probably critiquing his job. When the number of Hardworking's followers reached 4 million, Hardworking bought 2 shops on the most picturesque and promising street. With his rental income secured, he later purchased a second-hand car. Whenever the weather was good, he would take Spartacus out for drives. On the first day he brought Spartacus home, he had promised to take him to different places, see the best views, and eat the best food. Though Spartacus might have forgotten this promise, Hardworking remembered it vividly. Of course, not everything went smoothly. Since Hardworking started making money, there were always critics around. Every single one of his actions was scrutinized. One of the most criticized points was that Hardworking almost never forwarded adoption and rescue tweets, nor did he interact much with other pet influencers. If it weren't for the fact that he owned a tabby cat, people wouldn't consider him an animal lover. Everyone just wants what's best for those cute stray cats. After putting in so much effort rescuing them, isn't it hard asking you to forward posts for help? All you do is exploit your cat for money. What bad luck for Spartacus being picked up by someone like you. Enough already. If you dislike it, stop watching. Why can't you just leave? Forget about that nonsense. If Spartacus knew how foul-mouthed you are, he'd scratch your face bloody and teach you what bad luck means. I agree with the above. Initially, I followed because the cat was cute. But as ads increased, it became less enjoyable. Disappointing, isn't it? The worst part is those cowards who only dare to click like, but never comment openly. Contempt. Ha ha ha. Who else remembers that Sing was once a gaming streamer? Remember the Fishing Cat livestream channel? Interestingly enough, when there were no nasty comments, the fans were happy-go-lucky, they'd watch and forget easily. Now, though, whenever someone made a critical remark, it annoyed everyone even more, especially several active fans who grew angry quickly. They decided to unite against the trolls. This was likely what people called fan bashing. It stems from love, prolonged because of empathy. For example, after a fierce debate, one fan couldn't bear it anymore and posted a long Weibo update. He revealed that he originally followed Sing because of his excellent gaming skills, and Sing even helped him rank up in ladder matches using his friend's account. At first, he only offered his account for a casual game, but after Sing logged off, he even left detailed gaming advice behind, concise yet meticulous. As a male fan, he was deeply attracted, sticking through everything with Sing and Pai Pai, touched enough to want to offer himself in gratitude. Wasn't that touching? There is one thing I must say here. You trolls always claim that Sing only cares about money and doesn't really like animals. I usually wouldn't bother to refute this, such an obviously ignorant statement would probably only be believed by people who haven't watched Sing's Heart Cat videos or are blind. Spartan won't deceive us. Such a cat who loves his owner so much, do you really think it's possible if the owner didn't truly care for cats? Do you think Spartan is stupid? But there's another thing I want to mention. My sister works in City X and spends her free time rescuing stray cats. Some old fans may remember that last year, Sing asked on Weibo whether there were any reliable rescue organizations in City X. At the time, I had my sister contact Sing. Later, she told me that Sing saved a critically ill stray cat, covering all medical expenses and initial living costs, without leaving his name. Sing also never mentioned this on Weibo. Don't know if anyone remembers that Spartan used to be a stray cat too. After being injured, Sing rescued him and started raising him. But Sing rarely mentions these incidents. Watching his streams, it's clear he doesn't talk much and keeps things very low profile. If you genuinely believe that someone who wants to earn money, but neither cheats nor steals, is wrong, then I have nothing more to say. Besides, looking like Sing, even if he didn't sell clothes and just put up Alipay donation links, I'd still give him money, right? Why are you jealous? It's because you can't live like Sing, don't have your own Spartan, wake up. You're ugly and evil. Attached are 2 pictures of Spartan taken by my sister. The background is the pet hospital they went to, just in case you accuse me of making stories up. By the way, the last picture is the saved Bengal cat, which now lives well, has grown big and strong, and is pretty good at catching mice, haha. Finally, I'm attaching a private shot of me and Sing at the carnival event. It took tremendous effort, risking my friendships, to secure the chance to hug the legendary Sing. Sing smells so nice. The last sentence was quite memorable. Reported first, details later. I feel like I know who the original poster is. Greetings to everyone concerned. Am I troubling you, Long Chow Tian? Ha ha ha, today, I've realized who posted it. I don't care, I'm just here for the front row excitement. That little Bengal cat is adorable too, what great luck it had, meeting so many kind-hearted people. As for all of this, Hardworking chose not to get involved. Not knowing how to intervene properly, he simply let it all go and paid no attention. He had many things to attend to every day, and Spartan consumed most of his time and energy, leaving no spare room for distractions with irrelevant people. After a long period of hard work, Hardworking finally saved enough money and achieved a small goal in life. Upon reaching this milestone, the first thing Hardworking did was to donate, under Spartan's name, a road to a remote mountain village. On the day the road was completed and inaugurated, the Public Welfare Weibo thanked the anonymous donor and announced the new road would be named Dabing Road. Although the name was simple, this precious road would realize interconnectivity between 2 villages for the first time, helping more children attend school in neighboring villages. Hardworking invested the remaining money into financial management, cancelled the advertising and modeling jobs for online store brands, and returned to focusing fully on staying with Spartan. 1 man and 1 cat, like a pair of slow-moving sloths, spent their days figuring out how to eat comfortably and bask in the sun leisurely. For this, of course, Spartan was overjoyed. He loved having his human stay by his side, enjoying the moonlight together. If he could write a book one day, he'd definitely publish a poetry collection for his human, titled, Moonlight on the Tip of the Tail. But this was merely a thought. Recently, Spartan had plunged into preparing earnestly for the advanced level exam of human language. With experience from the intermediate exam, this time Spartan decided not to cram at the last minute but to start planning 3 months early, forcing himself to execute the study plan conscientiously. Studying, this decision probably ranked second only to taking charge of his human in importance in his feline life. Spartan wanted and believed he could do better. However, the difficulty of the advanced human language exam clearly exceeded the intermediate one. A notable feature was the addition of oral exams. Oral. Can you imagine a cat opening its mouth and speaking human words? It sounds like something mysterious and unknowable. But in fact, quite a few cats in the feline population have leaked this secret before. Attentive humans just need to do a quick search to find countless videos of cats preparing for the oral part of the human language proficiency test level 6. Fortunately, most humans aren't sharp enough or lack insight. In most cases, when they see these cats talking, they just find it funny and laugh it off without giving it another thought. This has, to some extent, allowed the secrets of the feline race to remain hidden. And now, Spartan also faces the challenge of preparing for the oral exam. Unlike other test subjects, speaking is an almost unnatural skill. It requires cats to have extremely strong learning and imitation abilities, overcoming their innate vocalization rules to produce pronunciations as close as possible to human language. Achieving this is extremely difficult, so the requirements for the level 6 oral exam don't demand that candidates be able to fluently engage in human conversation. That's an impossible task. Candidates just need to imitate more than 3 human phrases, and the more successful imitations with better quality, the higher the score in the oral module. The competitive Spartan was determined to learn more human language phrases. So one evening, while Hardworking was combing Spartan's fur as he held him in his arms, he was astonished to discover that his Bengal cat could talk. Spartan slightly opened his mouth, announcing his performance with great seriousness. Next, I will present a poetry recitation. The title is, Beef Noodle Soup. Noodles. Pulled noodles. Beef noodles. Noodles, noodles. Delicious. Hungry. Chapter 68, The Last Lesson. Shinchin hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. All he could think about in his dreams was beef noodles. One night, he even dreamt that Spartacus could talk. Standing upright on his hind legs, one paw magically held a bowl of beef noodles, and Spartacus opened his mouth to ask Shinchin, Human O, should I eat the noodles first or the meat? In a daze, Shinchin remembered himself answering, Eat the meat first. Spartacus proudly swung his big tail, chin tilted up high as he said, The meat's all gone, I've already eaten it. You can only have the noodles now. Shinchin felt a weight pressing down on his chest, and woke up with a start. He found Spartacus lying on him, the curve of his lips forming a smile, his eyes half closed, looking extremely contented. Myo, you're awake. I'm going to take my level 6 test tonight. Shinchin anxiously stared at Spartacus, worried that he might suddenly blurt out some human words while mewing. Fortunately, nothing happened, and Spartacus just meowed a few times towards him before sensibly jumping off his chest. With the pressure on his chest greatly reduced, Shinchin finally woke up fully. I must not be getting enough rest. Maybe I shouldn't play games tonight. Shinchin drifted through the morning in a haze. Unwilling to go out or make lunch by himself, he ordered some takeout. Without realizing, he ended up ordering beef noodles, and by the time he came to his senses, the delivery guy was already knocking on the door. However, this bowl of beef noodles looked pretty good from its appearance. Large chunks of beef, strong yet tender noodles, clear soup. Even though it was just takeout, the owner had carefully arranged the dish. Shinchin wasn't much of a fan of noodles, but after trying it, he found it quite delicious. Spartacus, having smelled the aroma of the meat, could no longer hold back. He jumped onto the dining table, using his cutest voice to softly call out to Shinchin. With his furry paws, he attempted to dip into the soup bowl, trying to get the largest piece of beef for a share of the feast. Shinchin held the beef noodles high, and told Spartacus, "Bing bing, sit properly. If you stay still, I'll let you have a bite." After spinning around a few times, Spartacus eventually sat correctly, gathering all four paws tightly beneath his stomach, head tilted upwards, big eyeballs gazing at the human earnestly. "I've been a good boy." Unable to help himself, Shinchin laughed out loud, leaning in closer as he said, "Come on, give me a kiss." Spartacus turned his head sideways, lightly tapping the human's cheek with his cold nose tip. Shinchin carried the bowl of beef noodles into the kitchen, washing the largest chunk of beef with drinking water to remove any added flavors. Then, he tore it into small pieces of meat and served it in Spartacus' small plate, bringing it to the table for him. Spartacus immediately gathered around the beef, sniffing it thoroughly with his nose. He then extended his tongue to lick a piece into his mouth, frowning as he chewed it thoughtfully. Meow meow, delicious. Happy, he swiped his tail once, crouched down, and began eating with great relish. Shinchin, holding the bowl of noodles without the beef, also ate heartily. With one person and one cat finishing their lunch, Shinchin stood up to clear away the trash, while Spartacus remained seated on the sofa licking his paws clean. Ho ho, eating meat in broad daylight is so blissful. Not long after, his human returned, sitting beside him, carrying a pleasant smell. Spartacus climbed onto Miwu's thigh, sitting facing his human. Shinchin looked at his tabby cat, when a strange idea suddenly popped into his mind. Before he could dwell on it, he blurted out, "Beef noodles. Noodles noodles." Shinchin furrowed his brows, correcting, "Come here, sit properly, speak clearly, beef noodles." Spartacus tilted his head, looking confused at his human. "Noodles noodles. Beef, meat, noodles dash. Noodles, noodles." Spartacus murmured quietly, burying his head into Shinchin's embrace, refusing to lift it. Shinchin laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around the tabby cat, planting a kiss. "Bing bing is the best, you can actually talk now." He, of course I'm the best." Maybe due to the enhancement effect of the beef or the extra tutoring provided by his human, Spartacus performed exceptionally well in his level 6 exam later that night. Especially in the oral segment, Spartacus not only managed to utter the most words among all candidates but also composed a short poem based on word meanings, earning admiration from the oral examiners. After the level 6 exam, there wasn't much time left in his university life. Come to think of it, a year's time should feel long for a cat. In a year, many things could happen. A kitten could grow into an adult cat, moving from youth into maturity. However, this most important year of Spartacus's life had passed by just like before, seemingly no different. He spent his days busy, fulfilled, and valuable, feeling love and having dreams. Countless brilliant moments eventually made up an ordinary time. His time was neither more nor less than any other cat's. Only the cat who experienced it truly knew the taste within. On the night of September 30th, Spartacus attended the last class of his university life. This was a special class because it was scheduled to take place after the final exams and before the issuance of degree certificates. In other words, it wasn't on every cat's timetable and didn't count towards credits or examinations. It was merely a general education course, a course that all cats were supposed to master according to rumor. The name of the course, How to Gracefully Leave This World. Lecturer, Dr. Wang Teku, Audiovisual Materials. That evening, it was the most important moment for the graduating cat students. They were about to know their university results. If qualified, they would be awarded their degree certificates, officially becoming educated cats. Their outstanding members would enter the feline education system, shining brightly and contributing their intelligence and wisdom to the educational advancement of the entire cat population. But before that, they were still students who needed to sit upright in the virtual lecture hall of the university, waiting for the start of the last class. This was one of the rare moments when classmates could gather together for a class. Spartacus looked around, seeing those familiar yet somewhat strange classmates. A wave of indescribable emotion between sadness and excitement surged within him. He remembered the first time he received cat education, sitting in the preschool classroom where, even when lying down, he was much bigger than his classmates. Back then, he understood nothing, possessing nothing except his human. Later, Spartacus gradually grew up, learning new knowledge every day, setting goals for himself, higher goals. He began to view himself, his environment, and the human he loved from a wiser perspective. Spartacus felt that he was probably the luckiest cat in the world. If anyone told him that he had to go through all those unhappy things in the past to exchange for today's life, Spartacus would agree without hesitation. Like other hard-working cats who reached the day of graduation, Spartacus was full of hope and excitement. He cherished the last class immensely, as if trying to hold on to his college years, the carefree, pure times dedicated to study and progress. But why was the university's last class filled with such sorrowful content? The last class began in a quiet and solemn atmosphere. Although the lecturer was officially Dr. Wang Teku, only landscape pictures and audio recordings of Dr. Wang Teku played throughout. It was said that this course was recorded by Dr. Wang Teku before his death, specially prepared for graduates stepping out of school. Later, it was designated by the Cat Association as a mandatory university subject, becoming the final course on the university schedule. First of all, congratulations to you all for successfully completing all your university courses and arriving at the last class. Although there's not much to celebrate, it hasn't been easy. You finally know that you're a little smarter than other cats, so allow yourselves a small celebration. Then, you will step outside the gates of the school and enter a wider world. Very soon, the illusion that you are smart will be cruelly shattered. In fact, as cats, we are always weak and helpless compared to the many unknown forces in this world. I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do. The students widened their eyes and couldn't help but let out a chorus of booing. Oh my, what a strange doctor this is. Spartacus twitched his ears but couldn't help but pay close attention. All cats die eventually, some because of illness, some because of injury, and some because of time. Our lives are filled with surprises, both good and bad. All these things are beyond our control, requirements placed upon us by the strict mother of life. Even with such a powerless life, we can only enjoy it for about 10 years. This is the truth of life, the reality you must face. I suspect you already know that, compared to many animals in this world, our lifespans may still be considered fairly good. However, compared to humans, our lives are very short. You are all house cats, so today we'll talk a bit more about the story of cats and humans. The vast majority of you have spent your adult lives learning. If you're lucky, after leaving your mother, you'll take charge of one or several reliable humans. They will replace your mother in caring for you, and your siblings in playing with you. And as you grow up and slowly age, they will become your friends, your children. Then, you will leave this world, while your human may still have a long life ahead. As a cat, you might realize when it's time for you to leave, but you cannot decide whether you should go. So, what you can do is determine how to depart gracefully. Spartacus hung his ears limply and listened quietly. If you love your human very much and wish to choose their next feline caretaker for them, I suggest you start making that decision and taking action around the ages of 7 or 8. At that point, you'll still have the strength and energy to thoroughly screen candidates for your human. You'll need to understand the age, personality, and learning ability of the cat who will take over from you, seeking the one best suited to this family, though remember, your opinion isn't the only standard. You could find a cat similar to yourself, or one vastly different. Correlation isn't crucial. Remember, the sole unchanging criterion must be that your human likes the chosen cat. In doing so, you may get hurt, you may feel sad, but since you chose to love, you must be brave enough to give all you can. If you're fortunate enough to find a suitable successor, and your human is willing to accept them, then you must use the remaining time to teach your human as much as possible about becoming an excellent successor. Play with them, let them learn, and tell them everything you want them to know about your human. This kitten will replace you in loving your human, take over their care, and remain by their side after you've gone. Sometimes, you may not be able to personally participate in this process, for example, if you don't have time to select a qualified successor for your human. In such cases, you might consider entrusting your human to the next successor through a legacy arrangement. This method has a long history and has recently been improved with more effective measures. For instance, nowadays, cats can transfer responsibility for their humans to the next successor through a legacy arrangement without limiting themselves to kittens of direct bloodlines. Many cats even research suitable successors online and send invitations. This method is particularly suitable for older cats who can arrange everything for their humans without leaving their homes. If this method seems appropriate for you, I recommend you investigate it further. The information available online about potential successors is extremely detailed, helping you make better decisions. Your successors will independently choose the right moment to appear in your human's life, fulfilling their own destinies. And once all this is done, it's time for you to reflect on your own life as a cat and plan your departure. We cats never fear death. To us, life is a journey with a clear beginning and end. We move forward while living and maintain our dignity when leaving. Most cats don't want others to witness their pitiful state, which is why we tend to avoid being seen by humans when we're sick, preferring instead to stay hidden in quiet corners. Though there's some arrogance in this behavior, I suspect that deep down, we don't want our beloved humans to face our departure. Humans feel extraordinary sorrow at the thought of death, they are unable to let go and struggle to match our sense of acceptance. Making them confront our death directly is cruel. After all, they are delicate creatures. Spartacus felt quite conflicted. He had never wanted to share his human with another cat. Mio could only belong to him. But what if I were gone? Wouldn't Mio then just have one person left? No other cat would warm his hands, snore beside his pillow, call him to wake up, or eat breakfast with him. If Mio wanted to watch the moonlight, wouldn't he feel lonely all alone? The house is rather large, and talking to oneself would feel strange. Wasn't I being selfish then? Chapter 69, Graduation from University. The theme of the last class, though it sounded a little heavy, was in fact very practical and interesting in its latter half. Dr. Wang Teku used witty and humorous language to teach everyone how to make farewell speeches, how to pick an appropriate resting place, and how to be a cat with no regrets. He even rarely shared some small stories about himself and humans. After all, although Dr. Wang Teku's deeds had been portrayed in various textbooks and extracurricular readings, his stories with humans were seldom mentioned. The students were all ears, listening with great interest. Sparta, however, was still preoccupied with his human, feeling somewhat sour inside. The list of graduates from Cat University had actually been announced long ago. Sparta was unsurprisingly awarded the title of Outstanding Graduate of the Year for his most valuable cat thesis. He was informed early on that he would need to speak publicly at tonight's graduation ceremony. For Sparta, speaking wasn't a difficult task, he had done it countless times before, quickly preparing a speech script of several thousand words. However, after attending the last class, Sparta's mood became quite complex. Originally planning to give a 10-minute speech as an outstanding graduate, he suddenly decided to make significant revisions. He wanted to say something truly meaningful, unrelated to honors or lofty aspirations. Because he had things on his mind, when Sparta's window was magnified and placed right in the middle, and the speech officially began, he did not exude his usual pride and joy. Instead, he appeared more composed, which, paired with the claw mark on his left eye, lent him a mature air. Sparta first thanked the Cat Association and his many teachers, then solemnly began, "I am very glad to be able to stand here today and share my graduation thoughts with you all. I've discovered a strange phenomenon. It seems that in making many decisions, we often act impulsively, randomly, only considering the present without looking far into the future. For example, when I decided to research stray cats, I didn't expect this project to become so large and successful. At that time, I just wanted to complete an assignment, and happened upon a topic that interested me, so I chose to continue with it. Before I knew it, one small decision followed another, and I had already been researching this topic for a year, collecting the data and profiles of over 1,000 stray cats, eventually turning it into a major subject and completing it smoothly. Reflecting on my initial motivations, I can only roughly say that I was simply interested. As cats, we probably use interest as our driving force. We are amazed by how humans don't wash their faces after eating, by their frequent visits to strange bathrooms, by their fondness for bathing, and even by the fact that they don't bury their own waste, though I don't know how my human ultimately handles it. Regardless, we are fortunate that our home isn't messed up by them. Laughter. Sparta's teachers and classmates responded with enthusiastic "Aowa" sounds, showing agreement. So because of interest, I have made many decisions, most of which I have forgotten now. It is said that many humans believe we cats can only remember things for a few days. This is pure slander. Humans always have strange and incorrect ideas about cats. But perhaps, to some extent, they think of us this way too. Laughter. In reality, we can remember a great many things, even those distant memories. The things that can be forgotten by us are likely unimportant. As for the important ones, they are cherished deeply within us, holding as much importance as our claws and tails. Deciding which memories are important and which are not is also a kind of decision. And sometimes these decisions carry significant weight. Just now, I suddenly regretted making hasty decisions about my past life. If I can only accompany my human for 10 years, have I missed many opportunities? Should I have been more obedient, carefully cooperating with him when he asks me to come or sit down? Would this have made him happier? Should I have groomed my human more often? Although he has only a little hair left, it still needs daily care. Without a cat licking his hair, it must be a lonely thing. Should I have eaten less meat? My human has always hoped that I could lose a bit of weight. Though I think my current figure is cute, if it is my human's wish, shouldn't I try to satisfy him? All of these are trivial matters, and making such decisions doesn't even require the effort of licking one's paws. If all of these things can make my human happier, I'm willing to do them. After all, the time I can accompany him is so short. But then again, there's nothing we can do about the past. Instead of regretting, it's better to focus on my next decision. Choosing to go to university was my last decision, and I've completed it. Becoming a teacher is my next decision, and I will unwaveringly work towards realizing it. As for my human, what has happened in the past is done, and I have decided that in the time ahead, I will continue making good decisions. And not every decision will necessarily satisfy cats or be perfect. I may still regret some, and might remain indifferent about others, but this does not hinder my desire to make more and better decisions for my human. The first decision of my remaining life is that I will forever stay by my human's side. I don't know how much time I have left. If I only have 10 years, I'll use those 10 years to be with him. If I only have a year, I'll use that year. If only a day remains, I'll use that day. If I only have an hour left, I'll use all 60 minutes. The future is a boundless state of time, seemingly endless. But my suggestion is, if you're willing to listen, don't think too far ahead. After all, we're cats, we always live in the moment. You have a day, use that day. You have a second, use that second. Don't think too long into the future, start from now, start from this very second, and make your decision. What I feel for my human is probably love. The concept of love was something I only understood after starting school. For cats, feelings seem somewhat complicated. We vaguely sense affection for our mothers and siblings, for our playmates, but these emotions seem intangible and lack structure. After learning human language and delving deeper into their world, I realized that humans define a certain long-lasting feeling as love. How amazing it is! This foreign word, love, from human language, I liked it from the first glance because it explained many moods that I could not describe before. I love my human, not like my mother, not like a sister, not like a friend. To me, he is a unique existence in this world. It's because of him that I became who I am today. And I know, it's because of me that he became who he is today. We both made smart decisions. Don't ask me why I know, I just know. Because my human also loves me. He doesn't need to speak for me to understand, just as when I purr, my human actually doesn't understand, but he always responds correctly. How does love need language? Of course, maybe you would say, the love humans have for us is not the same as what we give. In their eyes, perhaps we're merely cute pets. We wouldn't have our own emotions, unable to perceive joys and sorrows as precisely as humans. So, is this unequal love worth maintaining? I once tried to think if my human merely views me as a pet who understands nothing. The answer is, I don't know either. Perhaps, since I can't delve into the minds of humans. However, if that were indeed the case, I wouldn't be too sad. Because it's fair, after all, we keep studying the world of humans, while humans know very little about us. It seems too demanding for them to rationally understand unknown beings like us. That my human doesn't know I'm loving him does not hinder the fact that I am. I don't need my love to exchange for an equivalent or superior love. Cats make decisions based solely on ourselves, freely following our hearts. In fact, just now, I felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, my human doesn't know my thoughts. If he could understand my feelings, the day I inevitably have to leave him would bring him so much sorrow. Therefore, I will make my second decision for the rest of my life, train my human to become happier, teach him how to live well alone without me. This way, if one day I leave, my human will continue to live well. I know he can live for a very long time, and during this long period, he will have enough time to love another cat or several cats. But I will always be unique. These life decisions make me feel content. I hope you all can make choices that satisfy and even bring happiness to yourselves, just like me. I am also willing to use my strength to help more cats, especially stray cats that have never experienced the love of humans, to understand and feel this kind of life. Thank you everyone, I've graduated. Among these few high-achieving students who successfully completed their college education through various exams, they couldn't contain their excitement as they twirled around, waving their furry paws, eagerly awaiting the most important document of their cat lives. They took screenshots on the screen to commemorate their graduation with group photos, exchanging farewell messages. Sparta was one of the most popular ones, intercepted by his classmates and countless other cats who had come to celebrate. They asked all sorts of questions and extended various blessings. Many cats who hadn't yet started university wanted to screenshot Sparta's image for their own avatars, inspiring themselves to study hard and become useful members of society. Fortunately, it was a virtual platform, otherwise, Sparta would have been squished into a real pancake. Therefore, for a long time afterward, it became trendy among the student cats to use pictures of growling striped tabby cats as their avatars, with a cool scratch mark over the left eye of the tabby. Quite a number of students started wearing large gold chains, among which the tabby pattern cats were particularly favored. This trend was called tabby chic by the cats at the time. However, the originator of tabby chic wasn't particularly interested. He had long been accustomed to his immense popularity, and the increase in attention was nothing unexpected. Who could resist being an adorable giant tabby? As Sparta had planned, after graduating from university, he gave himself a 3-month break before diving into formal teaching work. Sparta was hired by Cat University and became an honored teacher, teaching human language courses. He participated in curriculum reform projects, consolidating and improving the current teaching model based on the learning needs of contemporary cats, making the human language subject one of the most popular and powerful disciplines at Cat University. In addition, Sparta worked tirelessly to fulfill his promise to create an adult cat education plan for the stray cat community. This adult cat program aimed to replicate online classes in offline settings, providing re-education opportunities to stray cats, especially those who were already adults. Due to resource and space limitations, the program progressed slowly. Fortunately, with the help of many good friends, their joint efforts led to the official approval of the Adult Cat Education Scheme by the Cat Association, which was expected to be implemented within the next 5 years. Of course, all of these were later developments. For Sparta, his top priority besides work remained spending every day alongside me Woo. That autumn, Xian again planned a birthday celebration for Sparta. He modified his old car and spent 2 days driving Sparta to the nearest coastal city so he could see the real ocean. This city wasn't a popular tourist spot, so there weren't many tourists, but the seaside scenery was quite nice, with clear water and clean white sand. When they arrived at the beach, they happened to catch the sunset. The sun resembled a yolk, splashing into the sea, casting a golden sheen across the surface, leaving Sparta mesmerized. Wow, is this the ocean? He cautiously approached the receding tide's edge. The sand was wet with seawater, topped with a layer of white foam. Grain by grain, they clung together, embedding themselves between his fluffy paw pads, making him quite uncomfortable. Sparta shook his paws vigorously, dipping them slightly into the seawater, using his claws to scoop some up. Hesitantly, he licked it. Yuck yuck, it tastes awful. Soon, Sparta's attention was captured by some bubble-spitting little lumps on the sand. Tilting his head, he rapidly flicked his ears. He could hear strange creatures moving under the sand, and there seemed to be a lot of them. What are they? Sparta tiptoed closer, crouched low, focusing intently on one particular lump. Xian carefully chose a flat rock, laid down the cushion, and upon turning back, he saw Sparta leaping joyfully in the sand pile, his belly fur covered in damp sand. Pancake, come here, he called out loudly. Sparta turned around, mouth full of a sand crab, tail raised high, his forepaws stuck in the sand as he struggled forward, sprinting toward Mi-Wu. Mi-Wu, I caught a big bug. Xian could not help but laugh and kneel on the ground as the Lihua cat jumped into his arms. Pancake, be careful, it might pinch you with its pincers. Xian took the sand crab out of Spartacus's mouth and released it. Spartacus tilted his head, watching his prey rapidly burrow back into the sand, letting out an unwilling meow. Xian rubbed Spartacus's furry head and realized he was all wet and dirty. Not minding at all, he opened his windbreaker and wrapped Spartacus in his embrace, using his shirt to gently wipe him off. Spartacus happily rubbed against Mi-Wu, finding warmth and comfort in Mi-Wu's arms. Then he pulled his head out of Mi-Wu's coat, looking up curiously at the human. Xian held Spartacus and fed him some food and water. Seated on a rock, after an indeterminate amount of time, a bright moon rose into the night sky. The heavens appeared high and distant, the ink-colored sea blending with the silent sky, making the world seem boundless, as if only the white stone beneath their feet still existed. Silver moonlight enveloped Spartacus, causing his fur to shine softly. His tail hung naturally from the edge of the stone, lightly swaying, appearing quite comfortable. The moon is beautiful tonight, Xian said softly, raising his eyes to the sky while scratching Spartacus's chin. Indeed. Spartacus wagged the tip of his tail, gazing upward at the sky as well, replying quietly. That stunning moon seemed to fall into their eyes, there above, reflected in the water below, captured within their very gazes. Xian put a birthday hat on Spartacus, who wasn't fond of it and kept pawing at it. Xian held Spartacus's fuzzy paws, comforting him, then sang him the birthday song. Mr. Pancake must be about 4 years old now, right? If we calculate, you're already an uncle. Xian bent down and kissed Spartacus's nose. The cutest uncle. Spartacus wrinkled his nose, shook his head, and finally managed to escape the birthday hat. Xian chuckled and embraced him. Now that Spartacus had grown into an uncle, he had become even more considerate. At least during Xian's meals, Spartacus no longer schemed to snatch bites from his mouth. Xian could confidently place the food on the table and eat without any pressure under Spartacus's watchful eyes. Of course, Spartacus still remained curious about Xian's food, sometimes wanting to try it, but his way of expressing this became much subtler. During breakfast, occasionally Xian would boil 2 plain eggs, placing them on a white dish to cool. Spartacus always showed immense interest in eggs, often nudging the round ones with his paws, doing so delicately before sneakily glancing at Xian, as if confirming whether or not he'd been caught red-handed. I'll just test if the egg is still hot for your paws, I'm not eating it. While muttering, Spartacus leaned down and licked his paw. It tastes like nothing. At this point, Mi-Wu would simply look at him and smile. Don't mock me. Spartacus extended his paw, lightly tapping Mi-Wu's lips with his pads. Yet after Mi-Wu laughed, he always peeled the eggshell, breaking off half an egg and feeding it to Spartacus, something which made Spartacus exceptionally happy for a long time. Another area where Spartacus demonstrated improvement was bathing. Although cats didn't need frequent baths, for those like Spartacus who frequently went out to play, the frequency of bathing and grooming increased slightly. Spartacus had originally been pretty good during bath times, quiet and cooperative. Now he could sit steadily in the basin himself, lifting his paws and tail as needed, perfectly compliant. Xian even tried washing Spartacus in the sink, a lazy cat style of bathing that seemed to appeal even more to Spartacus. He enjoyed playing with water for long periods, and retaliatorily splashed Xian with his tail. In winter, Spartacus attended another popular event with the human. There were far more attendees than last time, countless, more than the hairs on his whiskers. Lying calmly atop Mi-Wu's shoulder, Spartacus had transformed into a somewhat accomplished cat. Nothing could surprise or rattle him now. The fans cheered below the stage for Spartacus. After the performance ended, they queued up, holding small notebooks, hoping for Spartacus's signature. Mi-Wu pressed Spartacus's pads into some strange ink paste, and Spartacus looked serious, like grading students' homework, leaving solemn paw prints on those blank pages. Stop smiling stupidly, spread your notebook open. 1 paw print only, you need to work harder. Half a paw print, keep trying. There was a significant turnout again at the event Spartacus attended with Mi-Wu that winter. There were far more fans present compared to previous events, more than he could count, exceeding the number of whiskers on his face. Lying calmly on Mi-Wu's shoulder, Spartacus bore the confidence of a seasoned star, unfazed by the size of the audience. The crowd cheered for Spartacus below the stage. After his performance, they lined up, holding their notebooks, waiting for Spartacus to sign with his paw prints. Miwu carefully pressed Spartacus's pads into some ink paste, while Spartacus maintained a serious demeanor, treating each autograph like a crucial stamp of approval. "You're smiling stupidly again. Here are your 2 paws, let's do it again." In fact, apart from gaining popularity among humans, Spartacus had also developed his own fanbase in the feline world. This news was relayed by Tsong Baohui. Still grappling with high school, Tsong Baohui seemed to have given up on the idea of entering university, focusing instead on finishing his secondary education before returning home to train dogs. He told Spartacus that many of his classmates had joined the Spartacus fan club. "Staking our paw dignity, we aim to pass into Spartacus's human language specialty program," meow, had become a trending hashtag on the cat exam preparation forum. "Geez, you all like me so much, it's kind of troubling." Chapter 70, An Unexpected Journey. In the 8th winter after taking over his human, Sparta finally decided to find a qualified successor for his human. But he has recently started becoming lazy, unwilling to move, and not wanting to go out. Also, he didn't want to leave Miwu for too long. Perhaps it would be better to wait until the snow melts and spring arrives before he takes any action. When winter is over, the pear trees will bloom again. What kind of cat should he choose? A spotted cat? Spot cats are cute, but perhaps Miwu might want a different kind of cat. Sparta yawned, recalling the young cats who attended his classes. The long-haired cats were quite handsome, the Maine Coons were large and majestic. However, there didn't seem to be a suitable cat among the Maine Coons. Maybe choosing a stray cat would be better, they're tough and can protect Miwu. However, strays are more independent, will they like Miwu? Sparta sifted through possible candidates in his mind, dissatisfied with each one. It seemed that there wasn't a single cat he could trust completely with his human. This realization made Sparta worry unnecessarily. He then thought about how humans take good care of domestic cats, which can live up to several decades. Take Demopu for example, who was still alive and strong, beating up a misbehaving young male cat just a few days ago. He was now in his robust old age, still healthy, shiny fur, though less active, free from pain and even with his teeth intact. He might be able to stay with Miwu for a very long time yet, no need to rush at all. Still, an inexplicable unease rose within him. He vaguely remembered that elderly cats used to tell him when they are nearing the end of their lives, they have some kind of inner feeling. This indescribable intuition would guide them through the last part of their lives. At this thought, Sparta couldn't help but glance at the still sleeping human by the pillow. For some reason, Miwu still looked like the first time they met. In Sparta's memory, he had never changed, so gentle, just like the quiet pear blossom tree. Sparta raised his chin and gently rested it on Miwu's neck, feeling the steady beat of the human's pulse. Thump, thump, thump. This sound put Sparta at ease. Closing his eyes, he let out a soft purring sound. Woken up by the gentle purrs, Shinchi found his neck tingling as Sparta was wrapped around him like a furry scarf. Unable to suppress a smile, Shinchi tenderly stroked the spotted cat's back. Sparta raised his head, silently looking at his human. After getting older, Sparta's eyes became warmer. Sometimes, Shinchi wondered if Sparta now viewed him as a child who needed care. Shinchi embraced Sparta and lightly kissed the top of his head. "Good morning." Sparta opened his mouth but made no sound. Shinchi lowered his gaze to look at Sparta, slowly combing through his back fur with his fingers, teasing him into speaking. "Bing bing, look at you, sleeping with your tongue sticking out, do you think you're a puppy?" He pinched the tip of Sparta's tongue that stuck out. Rather than struggling, Sparta softly licked Shinchi's finger instead. Shinchi carried Sparta while getting up, preparing breakfast for him. Now Sparta eats less than before, nor does he have much curiosity towards human food anymore. Shinchi adds a certain proportion of prescription cat food, unsure whether Sparta likes or dislikes it, but every time he finishes it all up. After breakfast, Sparta would run to his favorite corner and lie down on the soft cushion prepared by his human. When the sun rises, this spot gets warm sunlight. His human will come over shortly, playing recorded recitations of essays written in human language. This was a recent interest added to Sparta's routine over the years. At first, he did it to improve his grasp of human language. Nothing suited practice better than slow and simple essay readings designed for listening comprehension exercises. Later, he began enjoying these soothing, complex emotional readings unique to humans. Sparta's favorite piece was titled, "If I Were a Deserted Island." It took him years to gradually understand its meaning. It was an interesting and strange article, yet one that he could listen to quietly for a very long time. Whenever he listened quietly to the recitation audio, his human would stay with him in silence. Sometimes, Miwu would trim his nails. Now that his activity level has decreased, his nails grow too long without shedding on their own. Sometimes, Miwu would brush his fur. He could not tell the color of his fur, but it seemed that part of his coat was starting to lighten. Sometimes, Miwu would suddenly pause while listening, stop his movements, then lean down and kiss the fur atop Sparta's head. After spring began, the weather gradually warmed up. Shinchi took Sparta to the clinic for a routine physical examination, and the results were very good. Sparta's weight was well maintained, he was extremely healthy, and his physical condition was even better than some younger cats. However, he was still growing older, becoming less active and more silent. Shinchi carried Sparta home in a cat carrier, and once they got home, Sparta curled up inside and continued sleeping, unwilling to come out. Shinchi didn't force him. At this moment, an unexpected guest arrived. Sparta just raised his head, sniffing the air. His sense of smell wasn't as sharp as before, but he could still recognize the scent of Cotton Swab Lady. He didn't like Cotton Swab Lady, but in recent years, she had been visiting more frequently, and Sparta had grown accustomed to it. He could sense that Miwu didn't like his mother, but he also hadn't refused her. Perhaps all humans remained steadfast on their deserted islands, getting used to solitude. Yet, they did not reject visitors because their island was so barren. Sparta lay down again, the voices of two humans talking faintly resonating in his ears, but it did not stop him from continuing to sleep. He drifted off into a deep slumber, dreaming that he was sitting on a small boat, just like the one Miwu had taken him out to sea on before. It swayed back and forth, yet it was oddly comforting. Today, Mrs. Dong came to tell Shinchi that she had agreed to sign the divorce agreement with Mr. Dong. Shinchi said nothing. Long ago, he had suggested something similar, but he was just an outsider with no right to interfere. Mrs. Dong was different from her usual self. Her makeup was messy, her coat and shoes weren't carefully coordinated, and her voice trembled as she spoke, likely due to the shock of the divorce affecting her mental state. Although Shinchi had little to say to her, he couldn't just shoo her away rudely. He went into the kitchen, boiled hot water, and prepared a cup of hot tea for her before she left. When he returned with the hot tea, Mrs. Dong was gone. And so was his spotted cat. When Sparta woke up, he found himself still inside the cat carrier, but the opening was tightly closed. The surrounding scents were unfamiliar, and Sparta realized that he wasn't at home. He tried meowing loudly a couple of times but soon fell silent again. He didn't know where he was, but if other strangers found him, it could be dangerous. He tried using his claws to pry open the zipper of the carrier but failed. Sparta frowned, crouched down, and started licking his paws while quickly thinking about how to escape. To get out of the carrier, he needed help from a human. But how could he find a trustworthy human? Through the ventilation holes, Sparta could vaguely see what was outside. It appeared to be a secluded area where few people passed by. Sparta stayed quiet inside the carrier for a while, passing over a human riding a bicycle and then an adult male human. Finally, he decided to signal for help to two human children. Children are curious and have weaker strength, increasing his chances of escape. As expected, the two children were attracted by Sparta's call and exclaimed in amazement when they saw a large cat. They showed no hesitation, directly opening the carrier, both vying to touch Sparta's head first. Sparta dodged the children's hands, seized an opportunity, and slipped through their legs. Sparta spent a little time inspecting the area and finally confirmed that he was indeed not at home, nor within his familiar territory. This was probably somewhere near Maochun, but it was far, far away from Miwu. Sparta had never been here before, it was too distant. His ears and nose weren't functioning well either, and his internal compass might fail to guide him in the right direction. Meow. I will need to seek help from humans again. Sparta sat upright, yawned, and began contemplating the next step of his plan. First, he needed to understand the situation nearby. There were no better residents aware of the local geography than stray cats. With determination, Sparta headed towards the area where the smells of stray cats mingled. Shinchi had called Mrs. Dong over 30 times, but none were answered. He waited until the afternoon before finally receiving the security guard's permission to review the surveillance footage of entries and exits from the neighborhood gate on that day. When he saw Mrs. Dong walking briskly out of the compound with a cat carrier containing Sparta, Shinchi's heart sank. He had no idea that such a frail and seemingly powerless woman as Mrs. Dong could move so quickly, carrying Sparta away in such a short time. Why did she take Sparta? Where would she have taken him? Shinchi called the police but was informed that, for family disputes, they recommended handling it privately first since they couldn't send anyone immediately. With no other option, Shinchi continued calling Mrs. Dong. His phone died, so he went home, recharged it, prepared another power bank, and set off to search nearby while still making calls. As twilight began to envelop the streets, Mrs. Dong finally answered the phone. Her voice sounded hoarse, and Shinchi barely recognized her. In a calm tone, she said, "I've already given your cat away. I've told you many times, don't keep a cat." Shinchi was stunned, speechless for a moment. Mrs. Dong continued undeterred, "I've warned you both many times, you didn't listen. Don't keep a cat, it's bad. You didn't heed me." She kept repeating these few sentences. Facing the large intersection, Shinchi felt utterly lost. Taking a deep breath, he tried to remain calm and shouted into the phone, "Mom." Mrs. Dong fell silent instantly. Through the line, her breathing became clearly audible. It had been more than 10 years since Shinchi last called her by that word. Choking up slightly, he continued, "I beg you, please tell me where he is." Silence reigned on the other end for what seemed like an eternity, before Mrs. Dong finally spoke. She said, "I don't know." The green light flickered and went out again. Neon lights flashed silently against the darkened sky. Looking up, Shinchi stared at the ink-black heavens. "Do you remember when I last called you Mom?" Mrs. Dong remained silent. "It was my 19th birthday. I'll never call you that again. In my mind, you're already a stranger, irrelevant to me. But you don't care about that, do you? You only think about yourself, about whether others are paying attention to you. You always want to control everything, and when you can't control it, you just throw it away. You abandoned me before, and now you took it upon yourself to dispose of my cat. Based on what? What gives you the right? Shinchi laughed, tears rolling down his cheeks, scalding hot. If I can't find my cat, I'll sue you. You should go see a psychiatrist, you're not normal. I think your husband, no, your ex-husband and daughter will be happy to cooperate with my lawsuit. And never show your face to me again. After saying those final words, Shinchi hung up the phone. It was almost dinner time, the usual time Sparta ate dinner. Was he hungry? Where was he? Maochun was just a mid-sized city, yet it now felt boundless. Shinchi felt utterly powerless. I'm hungry. Sparta let out an out sound. He bent his body and licked his belly. How he wished for some canned food. But there was no sign of Miwu. He spat out a tuft of fur and asked a nearby orange stray cat, when is that human you mentioned coming? Sparta had found a small group of relatively friendly stray cats. According to a young kitten named Wang Wang, around 10 o'clock every night, a female human came to feed them. This human was very kind and trustworthy. Wang Wang twisted his head, seeming quite confused. At just 4 or 5 months old, he was quite thin and small, speaking timidly without much confidence. He whispered, I don't know either. That human is usually very punctual. He looked anxiously toward the end of the alley. The gentle human always appeared from there, slowly walking and calling out to them with a pleasant voice. The stray cats were huddled together in clusters, listlessly dozing off. Although the weather was starting to warm up, the night breeze brought a sharp chill. Even though Sparta was well fed, he shivered from the cold. Meow, he missed the warmth of Miwu's embrace. The human was taking too long to arrive, and some of the strays grew impatient and left. Gradually, under the lamplight, only Sparta, Wang Wang, and a few other famished kittens remained. Without hesitation, Wang Wang curled up beside Sparta, so close that Sparta could hear his teeth chattering. No longer minding, Sparta stayed next to Wang Wang, understanding that 2 bodies keeping warm were better than 1. Together, their eyes fixed on the alley, awaiting the human's arrival. Finally, under the dim yellow streetlights, a black figure began to approach. The silhouette gradually came into focus. It was a long-haired human dressed warmly, carrying a bag of something that smelled delicious. Wang Wang involuntarily stood up beside Sparta and meowed softly at the human. The human gently responded, did you wait long? Sorry, I had to work overtime and missed the last bus. She opened the plastic bag in her hand and took out food for the cats, placing it on newspapers while inviting the stray cats to eat. Not long after, she noticed Sparta. Among a group of dirty and skinny felines, the plump figure of Sparta stood out conspicuously. The human whispered curiously, you have a collar, did you get lost or did your owner abandon you? While speaking, she tried to reach out and touch Sparta. Sparta shook his head. Absolutely not. Miwu would never abandon him. He protested but still lowered himself submissively, allowing the human to come closer. Suddenly, he perked up, his ears twitching alertly as he turned toward the shadows. He caught a scent that made cats uneasy. Another human was approaching. When Shaolin was suddenly grabbed from behind by a stranger, a drunk man, her body instinctively leaned backward, causing her to fall heavily onto the cold ground. The stray cats scattered in panic upon hearing the commotion. Although Shaolin's thick clothing protected her from injury, she was deeply shaken, her whole body trembling with fear. Instinctively, she tried to scream loudly, only for the drunk man to quickly cover her mouth with his large hand. His powerful grip pressed her down as his breath reeked strongly of alcohol, almost making Shaolin pass out. Sensing the other hand tugging at her coat, Shaolin bit down hard on the hand covering her mouth. The drunk man let out a pained cry, thrashing around and pressing his hands to the back of his head. Shaolin, still recovering from shock, didn't notice that the handsome big tabby cat leapt gracefully from behind the drunk man and proudly extended his claws. Oof, my waist. Sparta frowned. I must really be getting old. I used to be able to jump and play with balls on rooftops. Now, licking his sore waist was out of the question due to the urgency. The smelly human was too strong, this would not be an easy fight. He hissed loudly at the human while simultaneously warning the female human to run immediately. The other stray cats had already disappeared, leaving Sparta alone. Holding his ground like this meant little chance of winning. Shaolin struggled clumsily, finally managing to rise and running hastily towards home. The drunken man, now regaining his senses, lashed out and kicked Sparta forcefully before chasing after Shaolin. Sparta narrowly avoided the kick but felt even sharper pain in his waist. Watching the woman about to be overtaken, he prepared to rush forward when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wang Wang, the orange cat, hadn't fled. He shouted fiercely at Wang Wang, "Are you an idiot? Come help." Clearly shocked by what had just happened, Wang Wang snapped out of his daze after hearing Sparta's call. After hesitating briefly, he dashed out of his hiding spot, all 4 paws racing furiously, catching up to the man and mimicking Sparta's fighting style by scratching him with his claws. Under constant harassment from the 2 cats, the back of the drunk man's head was bleeding profusely, his steps chaotic. Ultimately, he failed to catch Shaolin. By now, Shaolin had reached the lamppost near the entrance of the neighborhood where distant silhouettes could be seen. The drunk man mumbled incoherently, either sobering up or still drunk, and swayed off in another direction. Sparta kept his eyes locked on the retreating human until he confirmed that he had truly left. Then he instructed Wang to follow him as they set off to track down the other human's trail. Meow, she still needs to help me find Miwu, she can't leave yet. Hey, wait for me, human. Chapter 71, Going Home. Shaolin turned her head and seeing no one chasing her, she still dared not stop, sprinting all the way. She took 3 steps as if they were 2, running upstairs, unlocking the door, rushing inside, and locking it from the inside. Her strength drained at once, she slid down along the door panel, falling directly onto the floor. She looked around blankly, feeling no fear, only a total void in her mind. After sitting there for who knows how long, Shaolin felt some numbness in her legs just as she was about to crawl up, when suddenly, she heard scratching on the door. Her tension spiked instantly, she froze, too scared to move. After waiting for a long time without hearing any more noise, she realized that each floor of the apartment building had an anti-theft lock, and one needed a card to enter. She was certain that no one followed her earlier, and she had locked the door. This reassurance made her slightly calmer. Gathering her courage, she peered through the peephole but saw nothing. Shaolin felt her scalp go numb, clutching her phone with uncertainty whether or not to call the police. At this moment, she heard a soft meow. The sound was faint at first, making Shaolin think she'd misheard. Later, the cat's cry grew louder, unmistakably coming from the doorway. That sweet and tender meowing somehow let her exhale in relief. Open up, human. It's me, Spartacus. Don't be afraid. Spartacus sat neatly outside the door, patiently calling out. Wang also tried mimicking him by sitting down and attempting to shout alongside, but his voice was too rough, earning him a disdainful glance from Spartacus. Ashamed, Wang curled his tail and lowered his head. After a while, Shaolin finally gathered her courage. She picked up a kitchen knife and nervously opened the door a crack. A calico cat squeezed in. His pudgy body required a little effort to squeeze through. Right after, another small orange cat also squeezed in. Shaolin let out a deep breath of relief, quickly locking the door again. Staring at these uninvited guests with the knife still raised in her hand, she felt utterly lost. Spartacus showed no sign of shyness. He found a foot mat, carefully rubbing his 4 paws clean. Then, he called softly, "Sorry for the interruption, I'm Spartacus." He twisted his waist gracefully and strolled into the inner room. Wang clumsily copied Spartacus' actions, trembling with excitement and following closely behind. Shaolin's house was small, the living room connected directly to the bedroom with various items placed along the corridor, it was obviously a place for single habitation. Spartacus hesitated before placing his paws carefully, finally finding a relatively clean area where he could curl up and sit. Wang closely imitated his every move. Holding the knife, Shaolin followed the 2 cats into the living room, standing frozen for a long while as her intuition and consciousness gradually returned to her body. Suddenly overwhelmed with helplessness, she loosened her grip, causing the knife to crash to the ground with a clang. The small orange cat jumped in fright, its back legs propelling it to roll over to the corner beside it, watching the human anxiously. Fear and exhaustion swept over Shaolin, and she lost control, wrapping her arms around herself as she burst into tears. She cried intensely and loudly, almost like wailing. The small orange cat stood up as if wanting to check the situation, but he was too timid and unsure what to do. Therefore, he merely cocked his ears, crouching cautiously in the corner. Spartacus snorted disdainfully, muttering, "What a coward." Turning his head toward Wang, he slowly rose to his feet, circling the human a few times. After confirming the human's emotional outburst was somewhat contained, he leapt onto the sofa and from a pile of clothes, pulled out a towel blanket. With his hind legs working hard, he dragged the blanket towards the human. This trick Spartacus had learned from a class on human mood therapy. When humans feel sad, you can find them a blanket or towel to wrap themselves up like a baby. Wrapped safely, they usually feel better. From this point of view, humans and cats do have something in common. Spartacus successfully transported the blanket, flicking it near the human's legs. Then using his 2 fur-covered paws, he propped them on the human's knees, leaning closer to gently rub against the human's cheeks, emitting soft purring sounds. All right, don't be sad anymore. I'll stay with you. You can use this towel to wrap yourself up, it's very comfortable, Spartacus coaxed gently. Please stop crying. Finally raising her head, Shaolin's eyes were bloodshot, crying so much she felt dizzy and congested. Through her blurred vision, she stared at the calico cat and impulsively embraced him tightly. Soft, furry, and humming, this warmth immediately provided her comfort. Gradually relaxing, a sense of rebirth washed over her. Even though held tightly in the human's arms, Spartacus didn't struggle. Raising his head, he gently licked the human's cheek, silently comforting her. Just don't rub your snot all over my fur, please. Meow washes me, and it's a lot of work for her, Spartacus added. Shaolin wrapped herself and the calico cat in a towel blanket. At this moment, the small orange cat finally crawled out from the corner and cautiously approached her, emitting intermittent purring sounds. He seemed very uncertain but walked determinedly to her side. Xiao Lin was amused by the serious demeanor of the little orange cat and reached out to scoop him up. The small orange cat's body stiffened, yet he did not struggle. Are you Wang Wang? Xiao Lin whispered softly. She had given names to all the stray cats she was familiar with in the neighborhood for easy calling. This small orange cat was particularly skinny, and Xiao Lin once worried that he wouldn't survive the winter, hence she gave him an auspicious name. Fortunately, Wang Wang was strong and made it through to spring. One person, two cats, hugged each other to keep warm on this chilly spring night. After quite a while, Xiao Lin finally recovered some of her energy. She got up and began preparing food for the two cats. She had stocked some canned food for the stray cats, just delivered, so it was perfect to take them out now. The calico cat seemed not very fond of this kind of canned food but, probably because he was hungry, buried his head and ate a little. The small orange cat, on the other hand, didn't hesitate at all, snorting as he happily ate, wishing to stuff his whole head into the can. While the cats were eating, Xiao Lin took a hot shower and tidied up properly. When she came out of the bathroom, the two cats had finished eating and were sitting together licking their paws and washing their faces. Xiao Lin had shaken off her daze and noticed the collar around the calico cat's neck again. She went over and wanted to take a closer look. The calico cat did not avoid her but instead lifted his chin boldly, as if encouraging her to do so. Xiao Lin felt amazed and couldn't help whispering, "Do you want me to help you find your owner?" "Yes, that's right." Xiao Lin suddenly chuckled, unable to resist petting the big head of the calico cat. "You are indeed a smart and clever calico cat." "Of course I am." Spartacus proudly swished his big tail. The small orange cat lay beside them, enviously watching their interaction. There was contact information on the collar, but it was already 2 a.m., and Xiao Lin wasn't sure if she could still reach the other party. Maybe this calico cat had been abandoned after all. But the moment the phone connected, Xiao Lin quickly dismissed her original thoughts. His owner must love him, she thought, his voice sounded so desperate and happy. Xiao Lin held the phone in front of the calico cat, who emitted a joyful sound even softer than before, rubbing his cheeks against her phone back and forth, looking extremely pleased. "Ping Ping, are you alright?" "I'm good. I've just eaten 1 tin of food, well, half a tin, but I don't really like the taste." "Meow, when will you come pick me up?" "It's too late at night now, the sister needs to rest, and letting her open the door for me is not safe enough. Let me go get you tomorrow morning, okay?" "Meow, then okay, you'll come tomorrow, right?" "Yes, be a good boy, sleep well, and you'll see me when you wake up." "Good, yeah." Watching this human and cat chatting without any barriers made Xiao Lin both astonished and amused. She always liked cats but had never kept one herself. She was moved at times and wanted to take home 1 or 2 stray cats from the neighborhood. In this city, she had no friends, and her family was far away. If she could have a cat for company, life would be nice, wouldn't it? However, she worked very busy and often overtime, worrying that she might not take good care of a cat. So she only fed some stray cats when they couldn't find food within her capability. But cats were simply too cute. She recalled how calming it was to have the calico cat nestled in her arms and suddenly wavered. The phone quickly returned to Xiao Lin's hands. The cat's owner was extremely polite in expressing gratitude and agreed on the time to collect the cat. Just as Xiao Lin was about to tell the address, she was stopped. "I'll confirm with you tomorrow morning. You can also give me any convenient address. Rest well tonight first. Spartacus is very well behaved. Just give him a place to sleep, truly causing trouble for you." Xiao Lin hung up the phone, suddenly realizing that she had unconsciously informed the other person that she lived alone, thinking of herself, how careless. After such a terrifying event, she still subconsciously trusted others. Thankfully, the other party was very considerate. Likely to make her feel at ease, although they were anxious, they did not directly ask for the address or come immediately to retrieve the cat but rather agreed to meet during the day when she was fully ready or prepared. What a really gentle person. She looked down at the beautiful calico cat and laughed, "Just like you." The calico cat closed his eyes gently, seeming to smile. In the living room, Xiao Lin had set up a temporary nest for Spartacus and Wang Wang with soft old clothes. Wang Wang clearly seemed a little weak, curling into a small ball and stuffing himself into a corner. Spartacus, however, boldly took the best spot, tucking all 4 paws neatly. He wasn't very sleepy, he just wanted to rest his eyes a little. The human had already gone to bed. She still seemed a bit scared, curled up in her blanket without turning off the bedroom light. Wang Wang lifted his head, constantly looking toward the human. The Lihua cat beside him suddenly spoke up, asking, "Do you want to take charge of this human?" Wang Wang got a scare, almost rolling out of the cat nest. He raised his eyes, panicking as he shook his head. Spartacus finally opened his eyelids, calmly glanced at Wang Wang, and yawned, "That's right, you're showing it pretty obviously, except that you're also quite timid." Wang Wang pressed his head tightly against his paws, drooping his ears. "But, I don't think I can take good care of this human. She's really nice." "Humph, yeah, she does look quite nice. Such a nice human, if you don't take charge of her, another cat might get her." Wang Wang widened his eyes in shock, clearly having never considered this. Cats don't know about modesty, you know. If you like this human, you have to fight for her. But, Wang Wang stepped on his own paws hesitantly, saying, I'm not a smart cat. I heard you could talk to humans, understand human language, that's amazing. And I don't understand anything at all. Spartacus let out another yawn, completely unconcerned, saying, before I took charge of my human, I didn't understand anything either. But now, I'm a college professor. Wang Wang gaped in amazement, exclaiming, you're so amazing. Spartacus flicked his whiskers, nodding contentedly. I do think I'm quite amazing too, ha ha ha. You can do it too, if you want. If you really want to take charge of this human, you need to be more proactive and seize the opportunity. The knowledge and learning can come later once you've really taken control of your human. Wang Wang thoughtfully lowered his head. Spartacus was a star lecturer at Cat University. Coaching such an inexperienced kitten came naturally to him. By the time dawn arrived, Wang Wang had fully decided. He would strive, take initiative, and work hard to become a reliable cat. When Xiaolin woke up, she found the two cats quietly squatting by her bedside, waiting for her. It felt incredibly warm. She almost forgot about last night's terrible experience, the sense of being defeated by life instantly dissipated, replaced by renewed hope. The Lihua cat named Spartacus truly had remarkable instincts. He followed her around as if he completely understood what she was doing, causing no trouble but also coming over at the right time to show affection, making her smile. What Xiaolin didn't know was that Spartacus was demonstrating to Wang Wang how to win a human's favor. Wang Wang anxiously trailed along, concentrating on learning everything as quickly as possible, hoping to immediately show the human his warm and reliable side. He didn't want to just be a shy, timid cat who hid in corners, watching from afar while always trembling in fear. He wanted to be brave, interesting, and make the human he liked also love him. A cat and a human are so far apart, as though they belong to two worlds with no intersection, like two islands unconnected by any bridge. You watch each other from afar. If one side turns away, you'll never meet. One must take the first step, muster the courage to narrow the gap and try to bring both sides closer. When Xin Qin arrived, Xiaolin was already waiting downstairs by her apartment building, with Spartacus sitting quietly beside her. Behind him stood a scrawny little orange cat. Xin Qin brought breakfast for Xiaolin. Before he even managed to talk to Spartacus, the cat crouched down, jumped up, and directly leapt into Xin Qin's arms. Xin Qin caught him steadily, kissing and comforting him, stroking his smooth fur soothingly. Were you worried? He asked softly, patting Spartacus' head. Spartacus used his front paws to hug the human's neck and mewed at him. I wasn't worried. But how did I end up outside my home? He actually wanted to say his waist hurt a little, but he held back. Maybe it was nothing serious, and if he had to go to the vet, his human would definitely feel guilty and sad. Xin Qin thanked Xiaolin and looked at the little orange cat, taking out a tin of canned food intended for Spartacus and giving it to the little orange cat. Xiaolin waved her hands and said, actually, I don't keep cats. Xin Qin glanced at her, then looked at the little orange cat, and smiled, saying, it's okay, just keep it for any cat that might need it in the future. Keep it, he repeated. Spartacus chimed in as well, winking mischievously at Wang Wang. After Xin Qin had walked far away with Spartacus cradled in his arms, Xiaolin stood there deep in thought, holding the can. She was about to head home when she turned around and saw the little orange cat slowly tipping over onto the ground, exposing his tiny white belly without any hesitation. His head tilted, filled with hope as he looked at her. Let me take care of you, human, the cat seemed to say. As Xin Qin carried Spartacus into their neighborhood, they noticed the pear tree blossoms in the small garden were beginning to sprout buds. Xin Qin stopped under the pear tree with Spartacus in his arms for a moment. Spartacus looked up curiously, examining the little flower buds that had just appeared. His clear green eyes reflected only white. Once the clinic isn't so busy in a few days, we'll schedule another checkup, Xin Qin told Spartacus, realizing his calico was daydreaming. Xin Qin gave Spartacus a kiss. Spartacus turned his head, gazing at him calmly. I've made my decision, meow. I won't find you a replacement cat anymore. The connection between a cat and a human is something magical. I can't make decisions for you. Don't be afraid, any cat who likes you will eventually gather the courage to come to you. In the future, you must behave yourself. Chapter 72, Deserted Island. Xin Qin bought a garnet bracelet for Xiaolin as a thank you gift. The gift was chosen by Spartan himself, although Xin Qin suspected he had just randomly picked it with his paws. After buying the gift, Xin Qin let Spartan choose one for him, and this mackerel tabby cat played around before finally selecting a bunch of red roses. The flowers were delivered that day. Xin Qin didn't know what to do with the red roses, so he could only put them in an empty glass bottle and place them in the living room. Spartan liked them very much and walked around the bright blossoms several times. Xin Qin plucked a vividly blooming rose and placed it carefully on Spartan's head, taking a photo of him. In the picture, Spartan had narrowed his eyes into a smile, his mouth forming a playful grin. He looked really happy. That day's weather was excellent, with endless blue skies and calm sunshine. Spartan quietly took a moment to feel the spring breeze with his nose. It was truly a day suitable for a long journey. It had been a while since he had gone out for a stroll. He licked his paw, feeling a bit bored, and decided to go out later. Spartan jumped slowly off the windowsill and then leisurely ran upstairs, peeking into the gaming room where Miwu was playing games. Spartan watched quietly for a while, then squeezed through the door gap, walking up to the human and rubbing against his calf leg affectionately. Xin Chin bent down and picked Spartan up to kiss him. "What is it?" "I want to go out." Spartan glanced toward the window. "Do you want to go out and play?" Xin Chin touched Spartan's head. "I'll go with you." Spartan gently licked his cheek. When Xin Chin went downstairs, he did not find Spartan. The draft blowing through the window exited from another window, making the curtain sway, leaving the spacious living room looking empty. Like always, Spartan had slipped outside through the cat hole and left. Xin Chin walked to the balcony, looking down from above, still catching sight of the furry figure moving ahead swaying from side to side. He passed the little flower bed where they first met, paused for a moment, then continued forward without looking back, eventually blending into the boundless spring light until he disappeared. Spartan wandered aimlessly, not really knowing where he wanted to go. He passed Dai Mashu's clinic and Song Bao Hui's home. Shu Ko and Bei Ta were basking in the sun on their balcony together. Do Bao was trying to catch newly hatched baby birds in the tree while Mantu waited patiently under the tree. He also encountered many friendly faces, his friends, his students, cats he didn't recognize, and people he didn't know. In this wonderful spring day, the city of Maochun was enveloped in soft and warm sunlight, bright and without shadow. Unknowingly, Spartan arrived at Wutai Mountain Park. This route was very familiar to him, but unexpectedly, the road seemed longer than he remembered from when he was younger. How did he run all the way here back then without stopping? Spartan stopped to catch his breath and groomed his paws. At this moment, he smelled a strong odor of blood. Spartan raised his head cautiously, staring at the source. A white cat with yellow spots darted out of the grass. She was missing one ear, blind in one eye, her tail shortened by a section, and her fur was clumped together, smeared with dried bloodstains. She looked terrible, but Spartan still recognized her. It was one of his former students from the adult education class, named Naitong. She was an excellent student who mysteriously vanished 2 months ago and never returned to class. Spartan had asked her friends, but no cat knew where she had gone. Naitong disappeared, only to suddenly reappear now, battered and in disarray. Apparently recognizing Spartan as well, Naitong stumbled toward him. Spartan stood up and trotted over to meet her, asking, "What happened?" Naitong was extremely weak and clearly suffered from extreme shock, speaking incoherently. Spartan paid close attention for some time and finally pieced together the story. It turned out that nearby lived 2 humans, brothers. They were terrifying people. These 2 brothers often used their rest time to go to the Wutai Mountain Park where stray cats gathered, targeting those that were either attractive or former domesticated breeds. Because there was a large population of stray cats and this place was far from human residential areas, no one generally noticed. The brothers would bring these stray cats back and confine them in a specially designated studio. This studio was perpetually damp and dim, filled with countless horrifying implements. Naitong had been tormented for 2 months with knives or scissors and other sharp tools by these 2 men. They also recorded videos and posted them online for similarly twisted people to watch, earning monetary rewards. In addition, the 2 humans frequently stole pet cats for experiments. In their enclosed studio, they poisoned cats, bred rats which they later poisoned and fed to nearby stray cats. Another black cat in prison alongside Naitong once mentioned that these humans had applied to adopt feline AIDS-infected cats and released them among strays, infecting even more felines. Most of the cats captured alongside Naitong didn't survive. Naitong managed to escape when the 2 men brought in new prey. But she was extremely weak, unsure what to do, and instinctively returned to the environment she knew best. After hearing her story, Spartan's fur bristled all over. Since coming to Maochun, he had only experienced love and kindness from humans, even if some weren't particularly fond of cats, they still coexisted peacefully. He had never encountered such cruel and evil humans. "We need help," Spartan decided immediately, telling Naitong to hide somewhere safe first. He planned to seek assistance from Miwu, knowing Miwu's intelligence would surely understand him. However, before they could act, they sensed a strange and dangerous presence approaching. Spartan adopted a defensive posture, positioning himself between the danger and Naitong. The shadow hiding under the tree gradually emerged, revealing his full appearance. Spartan narrowed his eyes and growled threateningly. He had never seen such an ugly face under the sunlight. This human carried a strange large white mask in one hand and a long-handled iron tong in the other. His silhouette stretched under the sun, casting a large shadow that enveloped both Spartan and Naitong. As he got closer, Spartan suddenly recognized him. This was the man whose shadow he had glimpsed during the night of the gas incident at the cat club, and also the man holding a flashlight he'd seen at Wutai Mountain Park. It was him. For some unknown reason, the human seemed to recognize Spartan too. His face split into a grin, exposing yellow front teeth as he spoke in a strange tone, "What a beautiful mackerel, Tabby Cat. I can't believe it's been so long." Spartan told Naitong to run first. Though injured, she wasn't very fast, but if Spartan could buy her enough time, being familiar with the terrain, she could still find a hiding place. The human seemed confident and made no rush to chase after her. Perhaps he suddenly lost interest in Naitong as she fled. Now, his gaze locked onto Spartan, making the Tabby Cat's fur stand on end. Regardless of why, the situation was grim for Spartan. He couldn't confront the man directly and needed to find a chance to escape and get help. If Nitong ran far enough. Unfortunately, the man seemed to see through Spartan's plan, making no direct attack but instead using the tools and terrain advantage to confine Spartan within his range, slowly draining his energy. Spartan dug his forepaws into the ground, twisting his body into an unusual attacking stance. His lower back hurt terribly, likely due to a strained muscle during movement, which severely impaired his speed and strength. However, he dared not lose focus. This man had terrifying power and agility, making him difficult to overcome. Just as he was looking for a breakthrough, the man suddenly stumbled, revealing a gap behind him. Ah, a great opportunity. Spartan gathered strength in his hind legs, tensed his muscles, and burst forward in an instant, dashing toward that direction. Just as he thought he might succeed, he was suddenly enveloped by a large white cloth. Thrashing with all his limbs, he soon realized he was trapped. As Spartan landed, he heard the man's shrill laughter. Then came a dull thud behind him, like something hard breaking. Immediately, a warm stream flowed down the back of his head. Spartan crashed to the ground with a thud. He didn't feel pain, only dizziness and disorientation as his strength gradually ebbed away from his limbs. His paws, his tail, his jaw, all were beyond his control. Lying on his side, completely immobile, Spartan expelled labored breaths through his nostrils, making a panting sound. What's wrong with me? After what felt like an eternity, the white cloth was pulled back again. Spartan could no longer lift his eyelids. All he saw was a stranger's face, a human, with large eyes filled with immense gentleness. It was a strikingly good-looking human whose scent was pleasant and oddly familiar, bringing him comfort. Who is this? Spartan wondered, but he was too exhausted even to utter a sound. Good boy, stay still. The man's voice was melodious and soft as his warm, dry hand rested gently on Spartan's belly, making him feel relaxed. Spartan immediately unwound further as a dull ache crept from the back of his head toward his forehead, instantly sapping his willpower. Struggling, he managed to mumble faintly, I want to go home. The hand resting on his belly paused momentarily before continuing its gentle caress. Spartan heard the man softly reply, all right. If he could go home, why weren't they moving yet? Where was Nitong? What about that villain? As these thoughts crossed Spartan's mind, his vision blurred with strange light spots and color patches as the human figure began to fade into obscurity. He suddenly felt overwhelmed with fatigue. Good boy, does it hurt? No. The man lightly touched Spartan's paws and realized they were trembling involuntarily. I don't want to be a hero, Spartan murmured weakly. But it's worth doing, right? Right. It's all I can do now. You've done well. Am I a good kitty? You're a good kitty, and every cat or human who knows you would be proud. Desiring to flick his tail, Spartan found he couldn't move it. After a quiet moment, his entire body suddenly convulsed with involuntary spasms. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he whispered softly, it actually hurts a little. Mew. The handsome man bent down, wiping away Spartan's tears with his fingertip, saying gently, good boy, don't be afraid. There are pear blossoms here, too. I was so rushed earlier, I didn't notice them closely enough. Through the gaps in the man's soft hair, Spartan gazed up at the vast pear tree above. The blossoms were in full bloom, so many, so fragrant. His green eyes shone clear and bright like glass beads, radiating curiosity and admiration. Then, that sparkle faded. When Xian arrived at the Wutai Mountain Park's pear grove carrying Spartan's ashes, a drizzle began to fall. He didn't open his umbrella, allowing the delicate raindrops to slowly soak through his windbreaker. He touched the rough bark of the pear trees, searching carefully from one tree to another. Finally, he stood under the pear tree where Spartan had once lain. This tree looked no different than any other, blooming gracefully in the wind and standing silently in the rain. But it was special because this was where his Tabby Cat had spent his last moments. No matter how much Xian had teased him about his round belly, Spartan's ashes were just a small handful. So little that, if handled carelessly, they could easily be lost to the wind. Xian split them carefully into two parts. One portion would be buried under this pear tree, while he hadn't decided yet where to take the other. Where would Spartan like to go? He had taken Spartan to many places, mountains, lakes, seas, flower blooms. Spartan was an easy-to-please cat, liking everywhere they went. Xian began digging. He worked meticulously to avoid the intertwined roots, spreading Spartan's ashes in the warmest soil layer closest to the earth's heart. The rain grew heavier, knocking petals off the pear tree one by one. The pristine white petals sunk into the mud. They would soon be buried by the earth, integrating with Spartan to become part of the land forever. After carefully covering the soil pit, Xian still knelt under the tree. The ground had been leveled out again, except for the color of the fresh mud, it looked as though nothing had happened. Xian remained silent, wanting to say something to Spartan, but when he opened his mouth, he found he had nothing to say. Perhaps his strange behavior drew the attention of two aunties. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be cleaning staff for the park's green spaces. They approached casually, leaning against a nearby tree trunk as if idly chatting. Their voices carried over on the breeze mixed with raindrops. Do you know about those two lunatics? There's been some new gossip lately. Weren't those two already arrested? No, there was an alarm raised, but the police said there wasn't enough grounds for a charge. They interrogated them, confiscated their tools, and then let them go. Such a lack of justice. Precisely. They've freed more than 20 cats. It was such a mess, the basement was covered in blood. Turns out they were outsiders who'd been living here for several years. Who knows how many creatures they've harmed. Now, the landlord won't rent to them anymore, and all their neighbors are driving them away. Many people want to beat them up. They've slunk off, I hear. They're planning to move. Speaking of which, one of my younger sisters mentioned something interesting to me. She lives close by. Lately, she's noticed cats frequently harassing those two lunatics. Even if the landlord didn't evict them, they wouldn't be able to stay there. Is that so? Cats do have spirits, don't they? The two I keep at home act like they're possessed. But after all, they're just cats, poor things. They can't really do much. I heard that when the older brother crossed a bridge, he was thrown off. Thrown off? What do you mean? Nobody knows exactly what happened, it might have been a cat. He has scratch marks on his face, but no one actually saw anything. Cats couldn't possibly have that kind of strength, could they? Unclear. Anyways, he fell straight into the river. Fortunately, the water level was high during spring, and he happened to land in a shallow area where his head struck a rock. By the time he was pulled out, he was already dead. Goodness. That must have been retribution. Exactly. His younger brother also lost his mind and was sent to the psychiatric hospital. They deserved it. Xin stood up, brushing dirt off his knees and touching the tree trunk. After a moment, he turned and left. He returned to his lonely house, leaving Spartan's belongings untouched. He lay down on the sofa, fiddling with the little bundle Spartan first brought home. The sky gradually darkened, ushering in a moonless night. Xian's phone rang, but he ignored it. It continued vibrating, repeatedly shaking until it eventually quieted, followed by the prompt tone of a dozen unread messages. Xian lay on his back, staring at the night sky outside the window. Midnight came and went without the moon ever showing its face. When dawn broke, Xian finally picked up his phone to check the messages. He thought it might be the usual from scrambled eggs, but upon opening, he found a message from an unknown number. Sing, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you at this time. I previously messaged you on Weibo, but I wasn't sure if you abandoned that account. I eventually tracked down another streamer who helped provide your contact information. I hope you don't find my sudden intrusion inappropriate. I merely thought you would wish to know this news. Xian had indeed decided not to use that Weibo account anymore. It had become intertwined with Spartan's life, full of numerous people who adored him. This reality was too difficult to bear. I once left a comment for you, mentioning how Spartan looked extremely familiar, but you may have overlooked it. I hadn't even thought much about it myself, considering it merely a coincidence. Recently, learning about Spartan's passing, I felt deeply upset, with a heavy heart. So, I started sorting through old photos. I live in Chilio Town, a very small township. Myself and 2 other friends might be the only 3 stray animal rescuers here. Several years ago, we rescued a litter of tabby kittens whose mother tragically died, leaving behind 3 siblings, a green-eyed tabby tomcat being the eldest. We attempted to find homes for the 3 tabby kittens. The 2 females were quickly adopted, one of them taken by my friend. However, the male could never find a suitable adoptive family. As he grew older, he became independent and chose to roam freely. I occasionally spotted him and snapped some photos, hoping someday he'd find the right home. The tabby often fought with other cats, leaving his fur marked with scars. One day, I noticed inflammation in his left eye, presumably caused by wounds from another cat's attack. Later, after healing, there was a noticeable scar remaining. At this point, Xian felt a tightening in his chest and trembled as he tapped to receive the color message picture. It was an old photo taken with a phone, showing a young tabby that looked only a few months old, thin and tiny, stubbornly raising its head, warily watching the lens. His eyes were a beautiful green, with a fresh claw mark on the left one. Many people have trouble recognizing cats, but each cat is different. They have their own patterns, shapes, and distinctive features. Xian gently stroked the phone screen with his finger. Later on, I never saw this tabby again. No one knows where he went. Maybe he really was Spartan, though it sounds unbelievable given the distance between us. If you're interested in his past, feel free to come to Chilio Town. I still have some photos without negatives that I can give you. When Xian arrived at Chilio Town, the weather had warmed up, birds chirping and flowers blooming everywhere. He found the girl who had sent him the message. Her name was Xiao, she was petite, her smile radiant. She took Xian to the former territory of the tabby's brother, the old factory in town. We never named him, thinking we'd leave it to his adoptive owner. We just followed the sister tabby calling him brother. I called him Spartan, Xian smiled. Xiao hesitated for a moment and then laughed. This name is great, it sounds heroic, perfect for tabby brother. Look, this was his old territory. Amazing, isn't it? This entire factory was his conquest, despite all the beatings he endured. The place used to be a paper mill, with all the equipment removed. It looked empty now, filled with dust in the air. In the corners, abandoned furniture lay scattered about, including a small tattered sofa full of claw marks. A large calico cat darted out from a corner and quickly disappeared from sight, perhaps the new owner of the area. After the paper factory relocated, the site was abandoned. The town had no money, so it has remained untouched until this year when they plan to start construction again, transforming it into residential buildings. Behind the factory was a temporary junkyard piled high with various debris and trash. Seeing these discarded items, Xian inexplicably recalled the broken shuttlecock, bouncing ball, and jumping bead Spartan gave him. He could almost picture a small tabby sticking his rear end in the air, diligently sifting through the pile for toys he liked, carefully carrying them in his mouth, hiding them, taking them far away, and finally willingly giving them to him. Such a silly creature. Xian smiled as he lifted the camera and recorded every detail of Spartan's former life. His tabby had grown up here, somehow deciding to embark on a long journey from here, eventually coming to his side. Before leaving, Xian visited Spartan's sister, a tabby cat named Nile Pichu. Nile Pichu's owner was a very kind middle-aged man who warmly welcomed Xian inside. With a bit of embarrassment, he explained that the cat's name was chosen by his daughter who loved comics. She looked so much like Spartan, with the same round head and chubby body. Xian immediately liked Nile Pichu at first sight. She slowly approached Xian, sniffed at his scent carefully, then curled up and lay down on his lap. Xian didn't know what this cat was trying to convey to him. He simply did nothing but gently touched her head. This feeling was both familiar and strange. She raised her head and tenderly licked his fingers. Xiao Rou escorted Xian to the edge of the town where the road leading to Maochun started. A huge pear blossom tree stood silently at the entrance, its wide canopy spreading with blossoms like a sea of white clouds or a floating island separated from the rest of the town. This tree is over 100 years old, Xiao Rou said. Xian gazed up at the sea of pear blossoms, lost in thought. He ultimately buried the remaining portion of Spartan's ashes beneath this pear blossom tree. This way, in next year's spring, when the bloom season returned, Spartan would return alongside countless white flowers in the bright spring light. A gentle breeze blew, causing snow-white petals to fall gracefully. Suddenly, a little tabby kitten emerged from the pile of petals, emitting a faint cry. It looked extremely small, barely larger than a palm, trembling in the cool wind. Xiao Rou softly picked up the kitten and cradled it in her arms, asking Xian if he wanted to take it home. Xian lightly touched the small kitten with his fingers, shook his head, and smiled, saying, "Sorry, my tabby has spoiled me. I might not be able to take care of any other cat anymore." Xian left his contact information for Xiao Rou, asking her to help take care of the little calico cat until it grew up, and he would cover all the expenses. When he's older, if he wants, we can find him a suitable adoptive home. Then why don't you give him a name? Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Let's call him Happy." Xiao Rou's eyes turned red as she smiled and waved goodbye to him. Xian looked ahead at the road stretching straight toward his hometown, just like the path Spartan had possibly taken on that journey to Maochun years ago. He once again came to stand beneath the big pear blossom tree. Suddenly, Xian remembered Spartan's favorite essay. He wasn't sure if a cat could truly understand human literature, but he softly recited it aloud anyway, as though talking to Spartan. "If I were a deserted island, I would still want to be embraced by the sea. Even after 1,000 years, or an even longer wait. Because I believe my lover, and all who love, will one day return." Chapter 73. Hello, my name is Ali, Part 1. Ali quietly squatted on the rooftop of a small turret at the research institute. With a lollipop dangling from his mouth, he stared intently at the eastern horizon. This was the highest point of the entire Wutai mountain. There were over a dozen cats curled up around him in clusters, yawning intermittently. Among them was a white kitten with a calico cap, lying prone with all four limbs stretched out, dozing off against Ali's foot. The little cat's eyes were closed, its head bobbing sleepily until it accidentally thudded to the ground with a thud, instantly waking up. The kitten shook its head and let out a big yawn before repositioning its paws into a snug bundle and softly asked Ali, "Big brother Bing, when will the sun come up?" They had been squatting here for 2 hours already. Although spring had arrived, the morning air was still chilly. Ali glanced down at the kitten and involuntarily yawned as well. He reached out and scratched the kitten's head, saying, "Don't follow suit, go back and sleep." Turning around, he called over a calico cat with white paws, "Nyen, come over and carry your brother away." Nyen and Yoyu are brothers, rare stray cats where the elder continued taking care of the younger even after growing up. They were picked up by Dr. Wang and kept at the institute, living together harmoniously with the other 100 or so cats there. Nyen and Yoyu got their names from Ali because they sounded festive. Nyen trotted over obediently, lowered his head, and grabbed little Yoyu by the scruff of his neck to take him downstairs. Little Yoyu meekly folded his legs, allowing his older brother to handle him but couldn't help but shout longingly, "Big brother Bing, I want to go out with you today." "What nonsense, you haven't even grown all your teeth yet and you want to go out." Ali stood up and shook his leg. He'd been crouching too long, and his legs had gone numb. Phew, being human sure isn't convenient, you can't even squat for that long without discomfort. The weather was truly cold. Ali couldn't help but sneeze and forcefully sniffled his nose. Just then, he noticed the clouds in the east beginning to lighten almost simultaneously, followed by a resounding bang as the sun emerged triumphantly from the clouds. Dawn has broken. Ali bit through the lollipop in his mouth, holding the stick in his hand and flipped down from the roof in one motion, startling the drowsy cats into fleeing in every direction. Ali dashed in 3 quick strides to the door of Mr. Wong's bedroom and started knocking vigorously. Teacher. Teacher. It's dawn. At the teacher's door were several big cats squatting as well, joining Ali's commotion with their own meows. Amidst the clamor, the bedroom door finally opened to reveal a pale and thin man in his early 40s. Dressed in a fluffy pajama set and fuzzy slippers, with disheveled light-colored curls atop his head and drooping eyelids, he exuded an unmistakable grumpiness. Ali still clutched the lollipop stick in his hand, releasing a sweet fragrance. Showing his white teeth in a cheeky grin, he emphasized to Teacher Wong, "Teacher, it's dawn, I'm going down the mountain." Teacher Wong ignored him and shuffled out while scratching his head, muttering to himself, "Where's my coffee?" After 10 minutes, with much ado, the teacher managed to brew himself a pot of coffee. Ali sat cross-legged on a small bamboo chair beside him, arms hugging the backrest, resting his chin atop it, staring at the teacher with half-open lids as the latter took a sip of coffee and swiftly declared, "Teacher, I'm going down the mountain." Teacher Wong said nothing, cradling the enamel cup and gazing into space. Ali tugged lightly on the teacher's sleeping robe sleeve with his finger, secretly smearing some candy juice onto the fluffy collar. Teacher Wong gave a huge yawn, his eyes finally focusing as he studied Ali for a while, then spoke, "Oh, it's Ali. Why are you here so early today?" "Because I'm going down the mountain," Ali replied with a smile. He suddenly felt he was sitting too far from the teacher. Lowering his legs, he kept his arms around the backrest and pushed hard, riding the chair forward a few steps before tilting his head to keep watching the teacher. Teacher Wong yawned again, then tousled Ali's hair, dissatisfiedly commenting, "Why is your hair all wet? Go dry yourself, then change your clothes. What a sight you are." "Yes, sir." Ali jumped up and inadvertently hooked his left foot on the leg of the chair, causing it to fall noisily to the ground. Just as Teacher Wong was about to scold him, he turned around only to find Ali had disappeared already. "Naughty boy," he muttered, then glanced at the neat line of cats lined up at the doorway, sighed deeply, and waved his hand signaling, "Come in one by one, don't be disorderly." Each cat that was going down the mountain today carried a small bundle in its mouth and entered the room one by one to listen to Teacher Wong's instructions. Don't fight outside, don't eat anything with an unknown origin, and if you're hungry, eat the cat food in your bundles. Teacher Wong patted each cat's head while giving his instructions, then added, "Go have fun, but come back early." The second-to-last cat was a large white long-haired cat. She had a bigger bundle in her mouth, preparing to take care of her human. Teacher Wong spoke with her for a little longer, asking her to take good care of the home and, if possible, to visit once in a while. After every sentence from Teacher Wong, the big white cat responded. The conversation between man and cat seemed quite pleasant. A.I. Lee at the end of the queue had already grown impatient, pacing back and forth with his backpack in hand, making tapping sounds as an interruption. Teacher Wong peeked at A.I. Lee over his half-lifted eyelids but continued chatting slowly with the big white cat until there was nothing left to say. He then gestured for A.I. Lee to come forward. A.I. Lee's heart felt like it was about to explode. As soon as the teacher beckoned him, he jumped right over, not even bothering to find a chair. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor, looking up at Teacher Wong. "Teacher, what do you want to say?" "I'm all ears." Teacher Wong deliberately paused, lifting the enamel cup to sip some coffee and letting out a long sigh. A.I. Lee felt like crying. Teacher Wong finally put the cup down and reached out to stroke A.I. Lee's head. "You've practiced for so long now, everything I should warn you about has been said. Remember well, don't go off course, don't let anyone find out, and secure the items carefully. The most important thing is, pay for the things people offer you, understood?" A.I. Lee nodded vigorously. "I understand, we're masqueraders among humans." Teacher Wong gently patted the top of his head and laughed. "Go play, but come back early." Excited, A.I. Lee bounced up. At this moment, the yard echoed with Master Wong's shout, "I'm heading down the mountain to chase mice. Who wants a free ride?" When A.I. Lee rushed into the yard, Master Wong's electric tricycle was already full of passengers. Seeing A.I. Lee jump towards them, they looked up curiously. Pouting, A.I. Lee adjusted his backpack without a word, climbed onto the tricycle, and cradled several cats in his arms. After comparing them repeatedly, he unhappily chose the thinnest cat and perched it atop his head. With the vehicle full, they set off. The pear blossoms on the mountain had fully bloomed, their sweet fragrance rushing to greet them. Greens, whites, blues, all colors were vivid, brightening the world. A.I. Lee's happiness overflowed from within him, and involuntarily, he started singing the Meow Meow song. With every verse, the cats traveling with him would respond in unison with a loud mew. After singing for a bit, A.I. Lee grew upset and pointedly criticized a yellow tabby. "Huang Do, you're off-key, it's very disruptive, you know that." Shamed, Huang Do lowered his cat head and curled himself into a ball. Despite the minor interruptions, the journey concluded happily. Ai Li waved goodbye to Master Wang at the foot of the mountain in the pear blossom grove. Just past this grove was the bus stop sign leading to downtown. Ling Ting arrived hurriedly at the bus stop. The bus had just arrived. Feeling somewhat anxious, she realized she was later than planned and might be late. Although she was supposed to start the evening shift today, her boss had something to attend to and had to leave earlier, so she'd agreed to meet ahead of time. While anxiously fishing her transportation card from her bag, she moved forward. As she swiped her card, Ling Ting was blocked by a tall boy. This individual carried a huge backpack, his head low as he counted coins in his palm, 2 1-yuan coins and 2 50-cent coins. He appeared uncertain which ones to put in. Impatient, Ling Ting forcefully tapped the boy's shoulder, hoping to get his attention quickly. Upon turning around, Ling Ting's eyes lit up unexpectedly. Before her stood a youth hovering between maturity and adolescence, with unusually large eyes whose irises seemed lighter than usual. His skin was impeccably clean, and in the slanted light, one could even see the faint fuzz on his cheeks, making him glow as though illuminated. Such youthful energy. This skin, this texture, truly impressive. Ling Ting marveled, originally believing her boss to be the most handsome person she'd seen. But here in Maochun, such a small city, there were others who were equally good-looking. Indeed, attractive people were each attractively distinct, while the less fortunate shared similar flaws. Just as her mind wandered, she noticed something glinting, a thick, exaggerated gold chain dangling conspicuously from the boy's chest, swinging back and forth. It was slightly blinding. Ling Ting suddenly choked up and couldn't speak. Chapter 74, Hello, my name is Ali, Part 2. Go to hell, this golden chain is so damn ugly. It totally doesn't match the image of a beautiful young man at all, ugh, it's so ugly it makes me cry. While Ling Ting's heart was in turmoil, her expression remained calm, and she kept smiling gently as she asked, "Excuse me, could you let me swipe my card first?" Only then did the boy realize he was in the way. He quickly nodded and stepped aside. In his haste, the coins in his palm rolled out. Distracted for a moment, he instinctively bent down to pick them up. Unfortunately, his backpack was too heavy, and as he leaned forward, it slid off his back and landed with a thud on the bus floor. The boy froze for a second before struggling to get up. The backpack straps wrapped tightly around his arms, making him look like a crab flailing its pincers. This stop was the starting point, and the nearby residential areas were all newly built within the past 2 years, so there weren't many passengers. As usual, the driver waited 10 minutes before starting the bus. At that moment, everyone on the bus was idle and happened to witness this scene. The driver watched calmly as the boy got himself tangled up in the backpack straps. Ling Ting's shoulders shook as she struggled to suppress her laughter and kindly offered to help. Unfortunately, the backpack was too heavy, and she couldn't lift it up at first. Finally, the boy figured out how to untangle himself from the straps, stood up, and put the backpack back on. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Ting helped him pick up the coins. Out of 4 coins, only 2 were found, one was a 1-yuan coin, and the other a 50-cent piece. The rest seemed to have vanished into thin air. Unable to find them, she returned the remaining 2 coins to the boy. "Thank you," he politely thanked Ling Ting and blinked. Then he lowered his head and looked at the 2 coins in his palm again, seemingly regretful. Ling Ting immediately felt guilty and generously said, "It's also my fault, let me swipe the card for you." With that, she used her own transportation card to pay the fare for the boy. The bus soon departed. Ling Ting and the boy sat in the same row. He placed his backpack on his knees. The bag was huge, making the seat feel cramped. He carefully squeezed himself together, looking somewhat pitiful. Ling Ting found this amusing and deliberately started a conversation with him. Perhaps because Ling Ting had paid for him, the boy appeared quite generous and answered every question she asked. "My name is Ali," he said with a laugh, then, somewhat awkwardly, opened his palm and pointed to the 2 coins, asking Ling Ting, "Can you tell me which one is more valuable?" One was big, the other small, but the larger one was 1, and the smaller one was 5. Shouldn't 1 be less than 5? Ali frowned in confusion. Ling Ting thought silently, wondering if this was a new way of flirting. She thoughtfully helped Ali distinguish between the 2 coins. Ali quietly repeated it once, then smiled happily at her. Only then did Ling Ting notice that the corners of his mouth turned upward, forming an attractive cat-like lip. When he smiled, 2 cute little tiger teeth would show. However, the name, Ali, sounded very much like a girl's name. Ling Ting secretly mused about it and introduced herself. "I'm Ling Ting, you can call me Ling." "Ling, hello. Are you a college student?" Ali thought for a moment and then smiled, nodding. Ling Ting found this strange but didn't think much of it, chatting casually with him. "I'll get off at Zaihui Road." "Where are you going?" Ali thought for a moment, took out his phone, tapped slowly, and then nodded. "Yeah, I'll also get off at Zaihui Road." "That's such a coincidence. Where are you heading?" Ling Ting asked offhandedly, just making polite conversation without expecting a detailed answer. However, his response was a bit unusual. "I'm going to find a very, very important human, person," Ali said, then laughed bashfully and looked down. Ling Ting's curiosity was suddenly piqued. As someone who designed characters and liked to add their own wild imaginings, she pressed him for more information. But unfortunately, Ali didn't say anything more, just smiled. Ling Ting thought to herself, he must be off to meet his sweetheart. Ah, what a wonderful and youthful age it is. Where are you going? Feeling obligated to return the favor, Ali also asked Ling Ting. I'm going to work. Ling Ting had just moved back home from City X at the end of last year. Her original full-time job was as a character concept artist, creating game illustrations. Later, her health couldn't keep up with the demands, so she returned to her hometown of Maochun where the living pressure was less intense. She bought a house in the newly developed suburban housing complex and relied on her accumulated network to take on jobs online, which was relatively relaxing. Her parents worried that she would be disconnected from society for too long, so they strongly urged her to find a stable job. Ling Ting didn't mind, but believed that engaging deeply with life could bring her inspiration. She carefully selected her options and finally chose to work part-time at a restaurant. The restaurant had an interesting name, Sparta's Full Belly. The working environment was simple, the restaurant was just starting out and wasn't very busy. The co-workers were all quite young and interesting. Most importantly, the boss was good-looking, a man in his 30s who understood life well. He often sat by the store entrance for an entire afternoon, drawing half the street's cats to him. He didn't worry about income or customer flow. Watching him, one couldn't help but imagine countless stories brewing in his head. Ling Ting almost decided to stay at this small restaurant the moment she saw it. How much she earned didn't matter, being happy in her working environment was what mattered. She secretly took a photo of the boss and shared it with her close friend, only to find out some old secrets about the boss unexpectedly. These weren't really ancient secrets but hadn't been that long ago. Actually, the story began years earlier. There once was a famous internet cat, a Chinese striped cat, Li Hua Mao, extremely popular with over 10 million fans. Its owner was called Sing, a well-known gaming streamer with a large fan base. Among these fans, there was one particularly loyal group of 50 people who had existed for 10 years and are still active today under the name, Sing's Longtime Station. Ling Ting's close friend happened to be in this group. And Sing was none other than her current boss, Chen Xian. The restaurant's name, Sparta, was named after his striped cat. 2 years ago, the Li Hua Mao cat passed away. At the same time, Sing completely exited the streaming world, vanishing from public view, leaving behind those more than 10 million fans. Ling Ting heard this slightly legendary story and became incredibly curious. Unfortunately, she wasn't familiar with her current friend back then and wasn't interested in a pet circle, so she missed out on such a great story. Now she fantasized every day about catching the boss and extracting all his secrets through torture, though that was impossible. Judging from the way he changed water buckets with one hand, she realized it was just wishful thinking. When Ling Ting's new picture reached Sing's retired fan group, it instantly set off fireworks. Some of the fans have already become wives and mothers, but that did not dim their fiery passion. Sparta's full belly, it was love. One day, they must visit en masse. Especially Ling Ting's close friend, upon hearing that such an old promotion could finally sell again, became so excited that she immediately sent Ling Ting a mobile hard drive filled with image packs, videos, and fan fiction. Ling Ting originally liked cats just fine, without any particular fondness. But seeing Sparta made her fall head over heels in love. She swapped her phone screensaver, drew comics for him, and even woke up one morning with a sudden desire to raise a Li Hua Mao herself. Unfortunately, this extremely smart and cute Li Hua Mao no longer existed. Thinking of this, Ling Ting quickly flipped through her phone album and said to Ali, "The restaurant I work at is called Sparta. Let me show you a super cute cat." She pulled out the photos of the Li Hua Mao and pointed to the large face on the screen, saying, "Look, he's Sparta. See his chubby cheeks, like a pancake." At first, Ali felt proud hearing others praise his cuteness, but when they mentioned his chubby cheeks, he suddenly felt a bit upset. Why were humans so impolite? What was wrong with being chubby? He now ate everything but never gained weight, something that truly saddened him. Ali took a deep breath, silently reminding himself, no arguments, no arguments. Ling Ting remained entirely unaware of Ali's gloom and continued talking, moving on to speak about her boss, how good he was. A man like this is simply the embodiment of gentle sweetness. Ali pricked up his ears and listened intently, but suddenly grew confused. What is gentle sweetness? Is it delicious? He knew that Suzy referred to something tasty. Uncle Wong had bought him some sweet ones that he liked very much. If there was any advantage of becoming human, for Ali, tasting sweetness ranked second place. Sweet food was indeed far superior to any cat food or canned food, and surely the inability for cats to taste sweetness was the biggest regret of feline life. However, when did Miao become food? Ali anxiously stared at Ling Ting. Could it be that Miao had been eaten? Ling Ting laughed and said, "You're funny. Gentle Su refers to someone being gentle and Su. Do you know what Su is?" Ali nodded. "I know, it's delicious." "Right, it means this person feels very Su because of their gentleness." Ali grew even more confused. "So does Miao taste sweet?" "Hey, in the past I couldn't taste sweetness, what a shame I missed out on so much." Originally, Maya was sweet, I like it so much. He couldn't help but smile, his mouth curving upward with happiness reflected in his soft gaze. After getting off the bus on Juehue Road, Ling Ting realized Ali lived along her route and he'd followed her all the way to Sparta's Full Belly restaurant. Surprised, she asked, so you were heading to our restaurant? Ali nodded. Ling Ting chuckled, why didn't you say so earlier? I kept going on and on about our place, and I even wanted to invite you over later. Ali remained silent, tilting his head and looking quietly at the restaurant sign. The shop that let Sparta eat until full. What a strange name. Ali smiled again. From the outside, the restaurant had an European village-style design. Gray brick walls were covered in fresh green vines, while under the red awning stood iron tables and chairs. Through the window, one could clearly see neat table arrangements inside. Outside the entrance was a small blackboard with a casual chalk-written message, special offer today. A filling set meal for Sparta and passion fruit soda water. Above the glass door hung a small sign reading, open for business. Beneath the sign dangled a few strands of tiny copper bells. As Ali reached to push the door open, he couldn't resist flicking the bells with his fingers, making them ring melodiously. At that moment, the door suddenly opened from the inside as a tall man walked out. He moved rather quickly, not noticing Ali bent down playing with the bells. With a heavy backpack, Ali lost his balance after being nudged and fell backward, but before he hit the ground, the man reacted swiftly and caught him just in time. Be careful. In that fleeting moment, Ali smelled that familiar scent. Without lifting his head, he directly leaned into the man's arms and hugged him tightly. Long ago, Ali once fantasized that if Mayao shrank to his size, he could wrap him up completely in his embrace, which would be amazing. But now, on the day he became as big as Mayao, greed took hold of him. If only he could shrink back down, small enough to fit entirely into Mayao's arms, that would be perfect. Xin Chinhao struggled for breath before being choked even harder. The grip around him was so tight he found no room to push the boy away. Startled, he looked at Ling Ting, who appeared equally shocked. You. Xin Chinhao managed to utter a single word before being embraced even more firmly. He signaled with his eyes, asking Ling Ting for help. Ling Ting snapped out of it, realizing she needed to save her boss. She reached instinctively for her phone. What's happening? Why did I pull out my phone? Oh no, I'm unconsciously switching to camera mode. And I already started taking pictures, and adding filters. Unbothered by her own behavior, she took several consecutive photos. Having no other choice, Xin Chinhao had to save himself. He fumbled with his hands in the air, finally finding a good grip point on the boy's clothes. Then with force, he slowly pried the young man off his body. Ali sniffed lightly, gazing intently at the man before him. Mayao hadn't changed at all, he was still as handsome. But Ali thought he'd grown super tall after becoming human, only to discover he was still shorter than Mayao. Xin Chinhao glanced at the boy, unsure why, but swallowed whatever words he intended to say. He was a cat-like boy, probably a college student. Still, these chunky gold chains were strange. Was this the latest fashion trend among students? Before Xin Chinhao could react further, Ali stretched out his hand again, gripping his wrist tightly. Xin Chinhao felt uncomfortable, he'd never been so intimate with anyone, especially another man. He subconsciously tried to wiggle free but heard the boy mutter softly, I'm hungry. Xin Chinhao studied him silently, then relaxed his grip gradually. After a long pause, he coughed slightly and said, let go, come inside. Using his free hand, he pushed open the glass door behind him, making room for the boy to enter. Ali reluctantly let go, head hanging low, silently following Xin Chinhao into the restaurant. There was a sweet scent in the air. Ali sniffed lightly and instinctively swallowed his saliva. Xin Chinhao silently handed him a stack of napkins. Ali curiously glanced at him, then wiped his face, only to discover he'd been crying without realizing it. He looked up, slightly embarrassed, accepted the napkins, dried his tears, and blew his nose forcefully. The loud sound of blowing his nose echoed through the restaurant, the few customers present exchanged glances. Ali didn't care about their gazes, cleaning his face instead. Remembering he couldn't litter anywhere, he balled the napkins into a small lump, tightly holding them in his hand. Xin Chinhao handed him the trash bin, asking where he wanted to sit. Ali dealt with the garbage. Seeing Mayao had made him feel much better. He quickly looked around and said, I want to bask in the sun. Xin Chinhao led Ali to a table near the window. From here, through the windows, one could see the shimmering lake surface. The sun filtered through green branches, casting its rays on their bodies. Though it was already noon, it wasn't stifling at all, it was incredibly comfortable. Xin Chinhao returned to the counter, washed his hands, dried them, and put on an apron. He had planned to leave but now motioned for Ling Ting to hand over the menu. Boss, let me handle it. Don't you have something to do? Ling Ting felt a bit guilty, since she promised to help cover the boss's shift. She hadn't helped much, and it seemed like this stranger was causing trouble. Though she did find it interesting. No worries, I'll take this order and then go. Xin Chinhao took the menu and a teapot, walking toward the new customer's table. Ali stared at the water glass on the table. It was transparent. Tapping it produced a ding-ding sound. He secretly looked around, finding no one paying attention to him, so he cautiously poked the glass with his finger, pushing it closer to the edge of the table. He pushed it again. And once more. The glass was intercepted by someone. Ali looked up and saw Xian Qinhao gazing emotionlessly at him. He felt a bit nervous, lowering his head and looking at his fingers. Fortunately, Xian Qinhao didn't say anything. He placed the glass firmly in the center of the table, far from the edge, and poured some lemonade inside. Ali curiously picked up the cup, brought it close to his nose for a sniff, wrinkled his nose, and said, "I don't want this." "Don't like lemonade?" "Yeah." Xian Qinhao took away the glass and soon replaced it with a cup of plain water. Ali took a sip, smacked his lips, and asked, "Can we add some sweetness?" Xian Qinhao glanced at him, spread out the menu, and said, "You can switch beverages. Are you ready to order?" The menu was text-based with just a few small pictures. Unable to clearly see what the images depicted, Ali struggled to make sense of the words he knew, focusing hard. Chicken, chicken. He pointed at a line of tiny characters, examining them back and forth laboriously, pronouncing each syllable, chicken, chicken, chicken. Neighboring tables couldn't resist sneaking peeks at him. Xian Qinhao cleared his throat, picking up where Ali left off, saying, "Chicken breast." "Ah, I'll have that." Ali relaxed his brow, smiling, revealing sharp little canine teeth. "Chicken breast is delicious." Xian Qinhao asked a few more questions about preferences and dietary restrictions before passing the drink menu to him. This time, Ali learned from his mistake and directly asked Xian Qinhao which drink he recommended. "Passion fruit soda special blend is our new product." Ali had no idea what passion fruit was, but being recommended must mean Maya liked it too. "Then I'll have that." Xian Qinhao wrote down the order and was about to collect the menu when Ali called out to stop him. Xian Qinhao paused and looked at Ali, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Ali stammered, "Please, don't go yet. Let's chat for a while." Neither waiters nor the owner were obligated to chat with customers. Xian Qinhao wanted to tell the person in front of him that fact. But for some reason, looking into his eyes, he found himself unable to utter any rejection. Instead, he handed the order to another server and stood nearby, asking, "What shall we talk about?" Ali couldn't suppress his smile but still tried hard to appear serious while chatting. He asked, "What's your name?" "Xian Qinhao." "Hee, I know." Xian Qinhao looked at him, silent. Ali quickly added, "My name is Li Yisin, you can call me Ali." As he spoke, he fumbled to open his backpack and started rummaging through it. His bag was stuffed full, and after half a minute of searching, he finally pulled out a pencil case, from which he retrieved an ID card. "Here, my name." Ali stretched out his hand and handed the ID to Xian Qinhao. Xian Qinhao continued to look at him, not reaching out to take it, asking instead, "Why show me your ID?" "To tell you my name." "You just already told me, didn't you?" Ali pondered, "Although I verbally said it, if you don't see the ID, how would you know I'm human?" That actually sounded somewhat logical. Chapter 75, No Fear in Fighting. Xian Qin calmly took the other person's ID card, gave it a quick glance. The ID photo was quite nice. Pear. Is Pear a last name? That's very rare. The age on the ID stated he was 23, but he looked younger. Xian Qin returned the ID card and politely indicated that he would not look at his ID. Ali didn't care and waved his hand, carefully putting the ID back into the black hole-like backpack of his. Passion fruit specially mixed soda came first. Ali sniffed it with his nose, found the smell to be pleasant, then gulped down a big mouthful confidently. "Pfft, it's too sour." His whole face crinkled up. Passion fruit itself is quite sour, but the specially mixed flavor has sweeteners added, making the taste sour yet sweet. It isn't much more sour than general beverages. Xian Qin helped Ali tidy up with a wet tissue, asking him, "Do you dislike sour flavors?" Ali shook his head forcefully, disliking it completely. Xian Qin fetched honey, letting Ali add it himself. If he still wasn't comfortable, Xian Qin would help replace it with a sweeter beverage. Ali added half a can of honey to his drink, finally adapting. He tentatively sipped a few times, sighed, then asked, "Do you have cola?" "Yes." "Ice-cold cola?" "Yes." "Can I get one in a glass bottle?" "Can I have this type of colored swirly heart-shaped straw?" Ali pointed at the straw stuck into the passion fruit soda water. "Can we also insert a little umbrella?" "Yes." Xian Qin nodded, returning behind the counter. Taking advantage of Ali not noticing, he slipped out the back door to buy an ice-cold glass-bottled cola from a nearby store on the street. When he returned, the other customers had all left, leaving only Ali sitting by the glass window table, making faces at a tortoiseshell cat outside. When delivering the cola to Ali's table, Xian Qin suddenly realized there wasn't a bottle opener in the shop. He hesitated as Ali raised his head and stared at the bottled cola in Xian Qin's hands intently. Xian Qin lifted his hand, aiming the bottle opening against the edge of the table, and hit it firmly before using his fingers to pry open the cap. Ali didn't see the movement clearly, thinking Xian Qin used just his fingers to pop the cap. He widened his eyes in shock, curiously asking, "Are you a cat too? Why are your claws so sharp?" Since knowing cats could possibly turn into humans, Ali started to understand many things more profoundly. If Meow Wu were also a cat, it should be extremely adorable. But when he had claws before, he couldn't even open a can either. Ali thought for a while about random things, and during this time, Xin had already placed the cola bottle equipped with the straw and little umbrella onto the table. At this moment, the dish Ali ordered, pan-seared chicken breast, arrived. Accompanied by broccoli and topped with stir-fried rice underneath, the smell was especially aromatic, causing Ali to instinctively swallow saliva. Xin brought 3 sets of utensils for Ali, chopsticks, knife and fork, and spoon-fork hybrid. After picking and choosing, Ali finally chose the spoon-fork. Xin helped cut the chicken breast with a knife for him. This piece of meat was perfectly pan-fried. Once sliced open, it clearly showed the juice locked beneath its surface. Eat it hot, otherwise, it won't be as tasty when cooled down. Xin left all the utensils on the table, allowing Ali to alternate them freely. Ali quickly forked the chicken breast piece by piece and finished it off in no time. It was delicious. Xin watched for a bit without speaking, retreating to the counter, starting to tidy up and getting ready to leave. Today was Spartan's death anniversary. He planned to visit the Witch Mountain Park. He took off his apron, found his leather jacket, wearing it halfway when he suddenly felt a strong sense of discomfort from someone watching him. He didn't turn around, slowly slipping on his sleeves, glancing at Ling Ting standing beside him. Am I just imagining things? Ling Ting shook her head and coolly replied, not imagining, there really is someone staring at you, so strongly it can't be ignored. Xin began smoothing out his cuffs. Ling Ting restrained herself for a long time, unable to hold back. Curious, she asked, boss, do you owe him money? Like 5 million yuan worth? Xin shot her a glance, staying silent. Otherwise. Ling Ting lowered her voice, does he like you? Look after the shop, I'll be back tonight. If you want anything to eat, you can send me a message. Ling Ting's mind was like a high-speed train zooming past. Just as Meow Wu was about to leave through the door, Ali got excited and stood up abruptly, accidentally bumping into the table corner. The cups and plates on top clattered loudly. Not minding it, he shouted towards Xin, wait a moment, I still have something to say. Xin stopped, turned around, and looked at Ali. The high-speed train in Ling Ting's brain reached a speed of 350. I. Ali's mind raced, blurting out, I want to take the chicken breast to go. Xin looked at him without a word. To go. Ali glanced down at his fingers, 20 fingers of 4 hands to go. Xin nodded and said to Ling Ting, help him arrange it. Then he continued heading towards the door. Wait just a moment, Ali ruffled his hair, I still have something to say. When he was still a cat, he never had to worry about finding topics to talk about or whether people were listening to him because no one could understand anything he said anyway. But now, as a human, starting a conversation was so difficult. A flash of inspiration hit him, and he said, actually, I have another nickname. Xin didn't move. But I can't tell you, Ali added, if I did, you would figure out who I am. Xin managed a faint smile, waving goodbye. Ali sighed in disappointment. Ling Ting suddenly felt a bit sorry for him. The experience of awkward chatting is truly unique. At this moment, a man rushed in from outside, loudly calling for Xiao Ru. Xiao Ru was another part-time waitress at the shop, currently a third-year university student, but she wasn't there today. The man, who appeared to be around Xiao Ru's age, had a shaved head and wore baggy clothes. Upon entering, he seated himself on the nearest chair and began rudely questioning Xin about Xiao Ru's whereabouts. He claimed to be Xiao Ru's boyfriend but hadn't seen her for several days. Since she often worked here, he wanted them to inform him where she might be. Though Xin was unaware of the details, Ling Ting knew something about it and directly said, Xiao Ru told me that she doesn't want to accept your confession. As far as I know, unilateral feelings cannot constitute being boyfriend and girlfriend, can they? Understanding, Xin politely asked the shaved man to leave or he would call the police. Unexpectedly, the man became quite angry, leaping up with veins popping out, threatening them to not meddle or else they'd regret it later. He demanded their cooperation. Xin let out a soft laugh before speaking. Just then, the sound of shattering glass interrupted him. Everyone instinctively turned in the same direction and stared in shock at Ali. Ali, somehow having climbed onto the table, held a broken glass bottle whose bottom had cracked off, his big golden chain dangling. Pointing the broken bottle at the shaved man, he growled menacingly, I'm the big brother Shanmao from Wutai Mountain. He quickly stole a glance at Xin and hastily changed his words, who doesn't actually exist. If you have any sense, scram right now, or I'll throw a Coke bottle at you every time I see you. His posture was strong, but looking young with a soft voice, he sounded utterly unimpressive. Get down. This came from Xin. His tone was calm but carried a strict edge. Ali shrank his head and obediently placed the bottle down, supporting himself as he climbed off the table. When his left hand pressed against the table, he winced, realizing that the broken bottle had cut him. He blew lightly on the wound, which stung a little. The shaved man was probably frightened by the unexpected scene, stunned for a long time, unable to speak. Regaining his senses eventually, he stammered a threat, "You wait for me. When my brothers come, I'll come back." With those words, he fled out the door and quickly disappeared. Ling Ting stood rooted to the spot, completely baffled about what just happened. Xin Qin walked over to Ali, lowering his voice gently, "Raise your hand, let me see." Ali kept his head bowed and extended his left hand. Xin Qin carefully examined his hand. Though the wound didn't seem deep, beads of blood kept oozing out. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Ali nodded. "Hurts and yet you dare. Who taught you?" Ali raised his head, defending, "Isn't that how humans fight?" His question was strange, and Xin Qin, confused, replied, "Who told you humans always fight like that?" Ali got excited and started gesturing with his free hand, saying, "Street hoodlums, duh. Smashing bottles, wielding folding chairs. I've seen movies." He proudly grinned, clearly thinking, "I know all these, don't try to fool me." Wearing a gold chain, watching street gangster films, learning to brawl, what kind of trend was this among students nowadays? Xin Qin couldn't help but chuckle wryly, "So your nickname is Big Brother Sean now?" Yeah, sure. Isn't it super intimidating? Big Brother Sean Mao. Ali felt extraordinarily clever. Not at all. Xin Qin let go of his hand. Ali was a little disappointed, "Is that so? I thought my bottle trick was super cool. Hey, how frustrating, where did this weird person come from? So impolite, causing me to break a bottle. Let's go to the hospital and take a look. If glass shards get into the wound, it needs cleaning." At the mention of going to the hospital, Ali instinctively wanted to resist. His aversion to hospitals hadn't disappeared just because he had changed identity. However, wait a moment. Ali suddenly realized something. Does this mean Miwu is taking me to the hospital? Oh, I'm so dumb. I was also taken home by Miwu because of a paw injury back then. I should have broken that bottle earlier if I knew this would work. Alright. Ali readily agreed. This was probably the first time in his feline life, human life, that he'd so readily agreed to go to the hospital. "I'll help you call a taxi." Alright. Wait, aren't you coming with me? Xin Qin, being stared at by Ali, couldn't bring himself to say no and explained, "I have something very important to do shortly. I'll cover the medicine costs. If you don't trust me, I can ask Ling to accompany you." Ali muttered, several times before finally fabricating an excuse, "I feel dizzy, really dizzy. Ling can't carry me, I'm too heavy since I eat a lot." Xin Qin looked at him helplessly, thinking that indeed, it wasn't reassuring. The time was still early, so it should be fine, thus he agreed. Ali happily bounced up, not looking a bit like someone who was so dizzy they needed a hospital visit. But Xin Qin didn't say anything and even helped him with his bag. When he picked up the bag, Xin Qin suspected it was stuffed full of stones. Ali had assumed Xin Qin would drive him to the hospital, but instead, Xin Qin switched to a motorcycle. Such motorcycles were indeed much more convenient in small cities. What made Ali most happy was that on a motorcycle, he could naturally embrace Miwu. Xin Qin didn't sense Ali's inner jubilation as he handed over the spare helmet. Ali had never worn one before and hesitated for a while, then directly put the helmet on his head, only facing the wrong way so his eyes and nose were completely covered. This thing feels really uncomfortable, humans are so strange, Ali thought. Then a thought struck him when he noticed Miwu adjusting the helmet for him. It's comfortable now, humans aren't that strange after all. Wait, I'm a human too right now, I'm so silly. Xin Qin shook his own helmet slightly in his hands without rushing to wear it and suddenly asked Ali, "Are you a college student?" "Sure am, I'm already a graduate student," Ali proudly said. Xin Qin was a little surprised. There weren't many universities in Maochun City, and they weren't great. Do they have postgraduate programs? He rarely dug deep into others' affairs, yet today he was unexpectedly curious, perhaps due to the other's behavior intriguing him deeply. "Which university?" he asked. This question Ali had rehearsed, and there was no nervousness. He answered confidently, "Special Zone College." "Does this school exist?" Xin Qin sifted through the information in his mind but came up empty. However, there are many universities nationwide, including private and independent ones. It's normal for some obscure schools to exist. Not in Maochun. No. Where then? It's in a very faraway city you don't know about. So why are you in Maochun? Xin Qin remembered the address written on his ID wasn't in Maochun either, a place he didn't recognize. "I'm at the Special Zone Research Institute, my teacher is there, and I have to help him out." Ali roughly pointed in a direction with the hand that wasn't injured. It was toward Wutai Mountain. It's normal for researchers to follow their mentors in research institutes. Xin Qin nodded and didn't intend to inquire further. Taking Ali to the hospital was more urgent. Other questions could be saved for later. Xin Qin wore his helmet, sat in the front seat, and was about to start the car when he suddenly chuckled at the thought of planning for the future. It had been a long time since he'd given such considerations. While he was lost in thought, two hands snaked around from behind his waist and tightly hugged him. So forceful, as if letting go meant losing him forever. Xin assumed Ali was scared of riding a motorcycle and apologized to him. I usually ride my bike alone, which is more convenient. If you're afraid, just hold on tight. Ali was more than willing to oblige, pressing his entire body against Xin and closing any space between them. However, when the motorcycle roared to life with a sudden roar, it still startled the cat. The raccoon cat, who had seen little of the world even after turning into a human, trembled behind the human figure of Xin. Chapter 76, I once had a tabby cat. After going to the hospital for a checkup, the prognosis was quite optimistic. The wound wasn't deep, and there was no infection. The doctor disinfected it and dressed it. Throughout the process, Ali had been frowning, his expression looking extremely pained. He kept looking for chances to pull his hand back but was met with relentless lecturing from the doctor. Shouldn't boys be less afraid of pain? Ali whispered in rebuttal, why can't men be scared of pain? This standard is just too strange. Male cats don't give birth, that's true. But how could getting injured not hurt? Xin stood by all the while, watching Ali, smiling slightly as she pressed her lips together. Ali had a head full of messy short hair, looking soft and fluffy, as if it felt good to touch, making one want to pat him. He turned his body towards the doctor, all his muscles tense as he silently protested with his eyes. For some reason, this reminded Xin of when Spartacus went to the clinic for a checkup before. Despite being clearly terrified, he would act very tough. As soon as he got pricked, his true nature revealed itself, needing to burrow into her arms before agreeing to extend his claws. Xin reached out and patted Ali's shoulder, offering silent comfort. Ali sighed, accepting his fate and putting his hand back. When they came out of the hospital, Ali seemed deflated. His left hand was bandaged tightly, with instructions not to get it wet or use too much force so the wound didn't reopen again. Actually, Xin somewhat suspected whether the doctor intentionally exaggerated the treatment because the wound didn't look so severe at first glance, yet now it looked like the hand was mummified. Xin handed the helmet to Ali again and said, are you heading to which mountain? I'll take you. Ali originally thought their paths were about to diverge, but unexpectedly, he was given a chance to keep company for longer. His mood instantly brightened after being tormented by the doctor earlier. Smiling widely, he nodded repeatedly and said, sure. Absolutely. Xin stared at Ali as he put on the helmet himself. This time, he didn't wear it backwards, and even used his roundly wrapped left hand to pat the helmet. Bang bang bang. Ali burst into laughter. They arrived at the Witch Mountain Park right after 4 in the afternoon. The sun hadn't completely set yet, bathing the entire pear blossom grove in leisurely sunlight, light and rich, warm like steaming rice wine with bubbles rising, leaving one mildly drunk and comfortable. Xin parked her vehicle, then took Ali deeper into the park. She also helped Ali carry the heavy black bag, allowing Ali to feel lighthearted and unhindered as he walked ahead sprightly. The pear blossoms were in full bloom, swaying gently on the branches. If only one night of spring wind swept through, these pure white flowers would tumble down, landing on the ground, carried by the wind, finishing their year-long cycle. A teacher from the human language class once said that the sight of falling pear blossoms was extremely beautiful, which is why ancient humans compared weeping delicate women to pear blossoms with tears. Ali stopped under a large pear blossom tree, gazing at the expanse of floral clouds and becoming lost in thought. There isn't any wind now, so how could Meow see the beautiful rain of pear blossoms? Xin paused as well, this was Spartacus' resting place. 2 years had passed, yet everything here seemed unchanged. Xin crouched down, lightly touching the tree trunk. Bing Bing, have you been a good boy today? While Xin was lost in her own thoughts, she suddenly heard rustling sounds. Lifting her head, she saw a large cluster of pear blossoms crashing down, instantly engulfing her. Her hair, coat, backpack, and shoes were covered in flowers of various sizes. Another thud followed as another shower of blossoms fell. Turning around, Xin saw Ali raising one foot, stepping on the tree trunk, grinning at her proudly. Obviously, it was his doing. Ali's head was also full of flowers, even a petal hanging off his eyelashes, fluttered away as he blinked. Thanks to Ali's antics, the atmosphere couldn't stay solemn for long. In the end, unable to fully immerse in mourning, Xin decided to take Ali towards the stone bench within the grove. On the bench lay 2 cats, one black and one white. Seeing people approach, they didn't run away but instead continued lying there, lifting their heads to watch them attentively. Each person sat on one side of the stone bench, with 2 cats lying in between. Xin unshouldered her backpack and took off her jacket, shaking off a layer of white petals. The weather was still warm, so she didn't hurry to put her jacket back on. Instead, she rolled up her sleeves and began pulling snacks out of her bag. These snacks were Spartacus' favorite, and Xin always brought a little every time she visited. Of course, Spartacus couldn't eat them anymore, so she always fed them to nearby stray cats. The long-haired white cat lying in the middle of the stone chair unceremoniously stepped on Xin's coat, watching the snacks in his hands curiously and mewing. Xin didn't mind that his coat was dirted, starting to rip open the snack package. Halfway through it, he felt a squeeze beside him and looked up to see Ali had chased the white cat to the other end of the chair, sitting over instead, hugging Xianqin's coat tightly as he stared at the snack bag with big eyes. Xianqin held out the snacks in his hand and said, "My cat liked eating this." Ali nodded approvingly, "This is really good to eat." Stray cats began gathering around, constantly rubbing against Xianqin's pant legs, coquettishly asking for food. Xianqin usually attracted cats easily and had become used to it. Unexpectedly, the stray cats weren't afraid of Ali either, they just sniffed him, seemingly ignoring his presence completely, stepping right over him without hesitation. These cats are so shameless. Ali puffed up angrily and squeezed closer to Xianqin, almost pushing him off the chair. There was nothing Xianqin could do about it, so he turned sideways, allowing most of the space to Ali, then handed him half of the snacks so he could also feed the cats. After taking them, Ali inspected the snack package repeatedly, muttering discontentedly, "You're using snacks your cat likes to feed other cats, you'll drive him crazy." Xianqin smiled and said, "He won't, Spartacus is very obedient and smart. He wouldn't be so petty." "Of course not being petty, it's more like a petty feline. No matter how much you praise me, I still won't calm down." Though that's what Ali thought inside, his face did clear up soon enough. He lifted the snack package and effortlessly tore one corner with his teeth. The third great advantage of being human might just be being able to tear open snack packages and cans by yourself, although he didn't eat these things anymore since becoming human. Thinking of this, Ali suddenly felt a bit hungry. The chicken breast he ate at noon was far from enough. It had been such a long time since he'd tasted these snacks. They smelled so fragrant. He brought the open snack pack to his nose and sniffed seriously, finding it increasingly appetizing. Without realizing, Ali swallowed his saliva, stealing a glance at Mi-woo. Mi-woo was bent down feeding a little kitten, not paying attention to him. Ali relaxed, stuck out his tongue, lightly licking it, then cautiously took a small bite and chewed slowly. The taste is a little strange, not as good as it smells. Even though it's supposed to be meat sticks, it doesn't seem to have much flavor. Ali stuck out his tongue, his expression wrinkling into a complicated knot. Several cats sitting by his feet looked up at him, their faces filled with disdain, giving him knife-like stares. Ali sneered at them while wrinkling his nose. "What are you looking at? Go away, go away." Looking up, he found Mi-woo also watching him, making Ali feel suddenly embarrassed. He silently shoved the snack back into Mi-woo's hands, explaining, "I'm just hungry." Xianqin looked at the meat stick with a bitten-off corner with mixed emotions, saying nothing, and crushed it into pieces with his fingers to feed other cats. Ali hung his head, reflecting on himself for a while, then curiously crouched next to watch Xianqin feeding the cats, suddenly feeling interested in giving random instructions. "This one has eaten too much. This one hasn't gotten any. It's this one with the big fringes turn. The pot-shaped hair hasn't eaten. This one already queued before. This one skipped the line. Huang Do." The one named Huang Do, a yellow tabby, was pulled out of the line and held high in the air by Ali, its tail tucked as it pitifully mewed. Xianqin surprisedly asked, "Do you know him?" Ali nodded, then spoke to Huang Do in a serious tone, "It's late, why aren't you going home?" "Meow. Uncle Wang went home, can't you climb the mountain yourself? How come you're so lazy?" "Meow ao. Hungry? What about the lunch your teacher prepared for you?" How can you eat so much? You little fatty. Am I wrong? Besides, you sing worse than anyone, eat more than everyone, and even cut in line. The one ahead of you is smaller than you by half. Shouldn't you reflect on your behavior?" Uncle Wang Huang Do." One man and one cat conversed back and forth as if they could truly understand each other. Xianqin found it amusing and watched them with interest. In the end, after Ali finished educating him, he placed Huang Do on his backpack. Huang Do lay listlessly on top of the bag, its triangular eyes drooping, both ears hanging down. Xianqin handed over the last small piece of snack to Huang Do. The big yellow tabby opened its eyes, hurriedly licked it clean, and then rubbed its head against Xianqin's fingers. Ali patted Huang Do's head, wilting him even more. Xianqin couldn't help but laugh. It was the first time that he came to see Spartacus, and his heart wasn't completely filled with sorrow and emptiness but instead brimmed with lightness and ease. Ali turned around to look at him, soon reverting to a cheerful expression as he scratched his hair, racking his brain for something to talk about. He tilted his head, inspecting Xianqin for a while, suddenly like he had discovered new territory, grabbing Xianqin's left arm. Xianqin had always let his sleeves cover his arms before, so Ali hadn't noticed. There on Xianqin's wrist was Ali's old red collar, and the skin on his arm had somehow darkened in one patch. This wasn't there before, was it? Being stared at like this made Xianqin a little uneasy, and he lightly pulled his arm out, coughed, and said, "It doesn't hurt much. If you were wondering about the tattoo." "What is a tattoo?" Ali widened his eyes curiously looking at him. Xianqin showed Ali the complete pattern on his arm. Ali quickly recognized it, that seemed to be his face. "Hey, my face isn't that round. However, thinking about it, I am quite cute indeed." He squinted his eyes and smiled. So this can't be washed off. Ali gently rubbed Xin Chin's arm with his finger. It can't be washed off. So cool. Xin Chin silently watched him without speaking. Still, cats are so cute, not surprising they're the cutest and smartest creatures under the sky. Ali bragged proudly. He is naturally the most adorable and handsome in the world. Xin Chin looked at him, suddenly smiled, then drew back his arm, pulled down his sleeve, and adjusted the collar on his wrist. Spartacus' collar was modified by him into a bracelet form, perfectly fitting on his wrist. Seeing the collar he had worn for such a long time, Ali still missed it. In fact, he only wore it for 2 years, and Miwu took especially good care of it, always making it look new. Later, because his neck grew thicker, Miwu gave him a new one, which was equally good-looking. But in Ali's heart, nothing was more precious than the first formal gift Miwu ever gave him. He still remembered that he received this gift on the first day he started elementary school. Time flies so fast. Before he knew it, he was already a graduate student envied by the cats. Unexpectedly, Miwu still kept his collar well. Thinking about this, Ali couldn't help but sigh and say, the collar looks nice too. He used his fingertip to rub the collar. Unfortunately, his neck now was too thick to wear it again. Xin Chin glanced at the peak of Wutai Mountain and suddenly spoke up, why are you on the mountain? If Uncle Wang doesn't go back, I can hitch a ride. If he does, I have to climb up myself. How long will it take? If I don't fool around, it'll take about an hour. Then I can eat dinner when I get home. Ali said this while swallowing saliva, suddenly realizing something and shouting loudly, my chicken breast. Take out. I forgot to pack the chicken breast. Ali frowned worriedly, patting his forehead, why am I so stupid? Xin Chin stood up, looked at him, and said, next time you come, I'll pack it for you. Ali thought about it, that was right, there would be another chance next time. Let's go, I'll see you home. Wow, there was such a good thing. He originally thought that today he would bid farewell to Miwu just like that. Holding Huangdo, Ali excitedly hopped onto the free ride home. On both sides of the mountain road, trees of various depths of green stretched endlessly, presenting a springtime scene where unknown flowers and grasses thrived densely. Ali was extremely happy. He always wanted Miwu to see the environment he lived in now, although he preferred living with his human in their little house, living with his teachers now was also pretty good. Ali really wanted to shout loudly to Miwu, even though he missed him very much these past 2 years, he had been living well all along. Ali tightly hugged his human, and his face overflowed with a full smile. In the empty mountain, only the roaring sound of the motorcycle engine could be heard, and Huang Do's desperate cries tore through the air. Save me, I'll never cut in line again. Chapter 77, The Secret of the Cat People. Riding the motorcycle up the slope was not tiring at all. This was the first thought that Ali had after getting off the bike. Once she overcame her fear of the roaring sound and the fast wind, riding a motorcycle turned out to be quite fun. The cat named Huang Do in Ali's arms was already feeling dizzy. After disembarking, it wobbled forward in a standard feline walk. It finally reached the main gate of the institute, collapsed with limp legs, and landed with a thud on the ground. With its tail swishing about, it couldn't get up anymore. Its head was directly under the signboard of the institute, which read in bold letters, Special Zone Institute. There were also several plaques, probably different qualification certificates. The style of the entire research institute was somewhat different from what Ali had imagined. The institute wasn't large, with square-shaped buildings that appeared to reflect an architectural style from the last century. The walls were covered with creeping plants, even the cracks filled with moss. The iron gate connected to the surrounding wall, but unlike most government agencies, there were no glass shards or barbed wire mesh atop the wall. The only unique feature was all cats. On the wall, at the entrance, standing, crouching, lying down, they were all cats. Different sizes, different fur colors, different breeds of cats. Seeing strangers, these cats were not the least bit afraid. Instead, they boldly stared at him, like observing a novel event. Their eyes were all shining brightly. Qin Xian stood at the entrance, being watched by dozens of cats for the very first time in his life. Is this Brother Bing's human? He smells good. Is he here to eat after finishing his work? Oh. Are we having guests tonight? So what will we eat tonight? Uncle Wang brought back a lot of mice. So are we eating mice tonight? Oh. Let's offer the guests some mice. 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 Qin Xian didn't realize that amid the mewing cries, his dinner had already been arranged. Luckily, he hadn't planned to stay for dinner anyway. He waved goodbye to Ali and was about to leave when a tall figure walked out from the guardhouse. Qin Xian looked at him, finding him familiar. Recalling carefully, he asked, is this Master Wang? Several years ago, he had invited Master Wang to drive away the rats from his home. For years afterward, there were no sightings of rats. Unexpectedly, so many years had passed, and Master Wang hadn't changed much, he was easily recognizable. The person indeed turned out to be Master Wang. Apparently, he recognized Qin Xian too and greeted him with a smile, hello, do you still have rat problems at home? Qin Xian shook his head with a smile. That's good, that's good. I always say that once a family keeps cats, they will have cat chi and won't have rats. Master Wang chuckled heartily and chatted a little more with Qin Xian. Then he said to Ali, "Ali, your teacher is looking for you. Don't play too much." Having said that, he returned inside. Ali reluctantly agreed. He realized he had spent the whole day playing outside and hadn't done any work. With that in mind, he could only reluctantly bid farewell to Miwu. "I'll visit you again in a few days." Qin Xian also waved and smiled. "Aren't you going to give him a kiss?" "What's a kiss? Does it mean to bite? Shouldn't you people read more? A kiss is a way humans show affection." "Oh. So it's just a rub then." "Rub. Rub. I said it's a kiss." Oh. Kiss. Kiss." Ali turned around and shouted loudly toward the wall, "You're driving me crazy." "Shut up. Brother Bing is mad. He's mad, mad." The cats scattered in a flurry. Qin Xian found it amusing. Suddenly, he felt warmth on his foot. Looking down, he saw a kitten sprawling on his shoe, limbs spread wide. The kitten looked about 2 or 3 months old, with a half-rounded tabby head and fluffed-up fur, looking like a small ball of fur. Upon seeing Qin Xian looking at it, the little cat slowly stretched, yawned, then looked up at him with bright round eyes full of energy. "Hey, human, don't you think I'm cute? I can take care of you, you know." "Wang Yoyu, go away." Ali hurriedly pounced over, grabbed the kitten by its scruff, and said angrily, "Your fur isn't fully grown, and you're already talking nonsense. I'll let your brother beat you up." Then, after taking a quick glance at Qin Xian, his face suddenly turned red. He turned around, dragging his backpack and walked straight into the institute without looking back, disappearing quickly. Mr. Wang is mad. The cats dispersed as if fleeing a storm. As Qin Xian observed this interesting scene, he suddenly felt warmth on his feet. He looked down and saw a kitten sprawled across his shoes. This kitten appeared to be only 2 or 3 months old, sporting a semicircular head with a tabby pattern, and its fur was all fluffed up, making it look like a small ball of fur. Noticing Qin Xian's gaze, the kitten slowly stretched its body, gave a lazy stretch, then looked up at him with bright, lively eyes. "Hey, human, don't you think I'm cute? I can take care of you," its actions seemed to say. "Young Master Wang, stop messing around." An irritated voice came from behind, and Ali rushed over, grabbing the kitten by its scruff. "You haven't grown all your fur yet, and you're already talking nonsense. I'll have your brother hit you." With a quick glance at Qin Xian, Ali suddenly turned red, turned around, dragging his backpack and quickly walking into the institute, soon disappearing from sight. In what seemed like an instant, the entrance of the research institute was left with only Xian, Qin and Huangdo. After lying around for a while to recover, the cat Huangdo slowly stood up and squeezed its round body through the gaps of the iron gate, walking away leisurely. Silence. Xian Qin suddenly felt as if he were the protagonist in strange tales from a Chinese studio, accidentally uncovering some kind of enchantment laid by spirits. But, is there really such a thing as cat spirits? In Xian Qin's perception, cats have always been lazy and elegant creatures. Tirelessly cultivating immortality and laboriously enduring tribulation seem entirely inconsistent with their lifestyle values. He took a deep breath, swept all strange thoughts from his mind, got up, and went home. Ali found Teacher Wang in the underground laboratory. He was wearing a white lab coat, sitting in front of the computer, staring blankly at countless incomprehensible data lines on the screen. Actually, a lab coat wasn't necessarily required in a laboratory, but Teacher Wang believed that this attire better matched the image of a researcher in his mind. Therefore, whenever he entered the lab, he would insist on wearing it. After greeting Ali, Wang curiously asked, "What are you looking at, teacher?" Teacher Wang frowned, propped his chin on his hand, and continued staring at the screen. He sighed regretfully and said, "Stocks. Isn't that something that can make money without any effort?" "Yes." Teacher Wang sighed again, then looked slowly at Ali, saying, "It seems we can't become rich overnight either." Without realizing, Ali also started feeling troubled. Making money is really difficult. The two sat opposite each other holding enamel cups, sipping hot water and sighing. The Special Zone Research Institute, including the Special Zone University and the entire education system for cats, were initially built upon Wang Teku's wealth. And this wealth came from Wang Teku and Wang Jingji, the former owner of Wang Kong's assets. The Wang Kong family was among the first immigrant old money families during the founding of the country period and one of the first capitalists to repatriate their assets back to China in response to the call for reform and opening up. Through both overt and covert means, they accumulated quite a substantial amount of wealth and successfully avoided drawing the state's attention. Later, due to family incidents, only Wang Kong inherited the family fortune. On the surface, Wang Kong was a private entrepreneur, but in reality, he was a hidden civilian scientist with great talent, harboring a passionate interest in researching phenomena beyond existing scientific dimensions. Wang Kong used the family assets to build a giant laboratory beneath Wutai Mountain, where he conducted various unimaginable experiments. Among them was the use of DNA cloning technology to rewrite the genes of cats with human genes, thereby transforming them. This technology could turn a cat into a human. Wang Kong named the successful transformed feline cat people. The genes of cat people would fuse the characteristics of both cats and humans. But fundamentally, he had already become a human being. This technology was not fully mature yet, and after Wang Kong grew older, he no longer had the strength to continue deep research solely relying on his own power. After Wang Kong passed away, he handed over all his possessions to two cats. Wang Teku, however, inherited his legacy, continuing Wang Kong's experiments and the management of cat education. The drawbacks of the transformation technology include high risks, low conversion rates, and enormous costs. There was only a 1% theoretical success rate, almost a small probability event. Only with suitable genes and opportune timing could a successful case be achieved. Therefore, various matching tests must be conducted before the experiment to increase the success rate. Wang Kong had simplified the process as much as possible, but there were still indispensable steps requiring strict supervision. After the formation of the human embryo, it needed to stay in the specially designed culture medium in the laboratory to complete the final adaptation process. This required a long time. Moreover, not all cats could accept the fact that they could transform into humans. In fact, most cats, when faced with this choice, would refuse. Becoming a human isn't a fun thing. After transforming into a human, it means you need to shoulder human responsibilities, learn human rules, live in human society, and also contribute to the feline community. This process is not just a few short years but spans decades or even centuries. Precisely because of this, when selecting test subjects, the individuality and philosophy of the cats were also considered within the scope of examination. Only those cats with potential to achieve great things would pass the test and become the next generation of cat people. All these factors resulted in extremely few transformation experiments being carried out, and even fewer successes. Of course, the more important reason was lack of money. Due to technical limitations, as of now, only over 1,000 cats across the country have successfully been transformed into human beings. Among them are Wang Teku, Wang Jingji, and Ali. Most cat people live in different places, blending seamlessly into ordinary lives among us. After the experiment's success, these cat people retained their memories from their feline days while also gaining full human physical functions. For some unknown reason, the successful subjects became entirely new human individuals, but they would only grow up to be 21 years old humans. Then, their aging rhythm would align with normal humans, they could marry, reproduce, and eventually die. These cat people jointly maintain the operation and balance of the cat association and the cat education system, including making money together. But making money is truly a difficult matter. It's even more so for cats who have always been carefree, lazy, and comfortable without desires. Fortunately, after transforming into humans, the cats tend to be relatively intelligent. After acquiring their own identities in human society, they usually choose to accept further education in the human world. Many cat people have achieved modest success in their respective fields, becoming pillars of the human world. As a result, they're more capable of providing support to their own species. The Cat Association Foundation was thus established. It is thanks to the contributions of these outstanding cat people that the biggest secret of the cat world has been preserved and continued. However, among these skilled money-making cat people, clearly Wang Teku, the founding cat of the association, does not belong. Under the cultivation of his former owner, Wang Teku became a complete cat person who detested work, only spending, and never earning. Wang Teku had once felt guilty about this fact. After all, he was nominally the founding cat of feline education, wasn't he? This century's greatest cat leader. Therefore, Wang Teku started continuously attempting ways to get rich overnight in the human world, including stock trading, property investment, garlic speculation, and bored blue root trading, none of which succeeded. On the contrary, it was Wang Jingji, who 10 years ago accidentally bought a lottery ticket and won the top prize, despite having no research talent or pressure. This prize became the source of regular expenses for the Special Zone Research Institute and also formed the financial foundation for Ali's conversion experiment. "Why don't you let Uncle Wang buy another lottery ticket?" suggested Ali. Teacher Wang curled his lips. "That's called luck, do you know? Luck is something that comes once and then never again, unreliable." He then forcefully slapped the back of Ali's head, always thinking about getting rich without working. Ali exclaimed, "Ouch," rubbing his head and pouting as he quietly muttered, "You're also trying to get rich without working. Fortunately, you don't manage money either, or we would have starved to death long ago." Teacher Wang raised an eyebrow and raised his voice, saying, "What are you mumbling about? Am I really such an unreliable person? Tell you what, I've already mastered the basic skills of making money. All I lack now is practical experience. Practice, do you understand? All scientific truths come from practice." Ali didn't understand. All he knew was that Uncle Wang had once said that Teacher Wang had practiced on the road to getting rich overnight for more than 20 years and had never succeeded. Of course, those words that would get his skull smashed, he dared not say out loud. Teacher Wang got angry at himself for a moment, then suddenly remembered and asked Ali, "By the way, can your human make money?" Ali shook his head sincerely. "Nope, he used to not have a job, stayed at home every day. We couldn't even afford meat, how pitiful. I was the one catching rats to feed him." Teacher Wang sighed deeply, "Ah, no hope. Anyway, hurry up, find a chance to move out and live with your human, saving some of our food expenses. A few new cats came this month, one of them has a spine problem. We need to save some medical expenses. Okay, Ollie sighed too, but you won't let me tell Meow Meow my identity. How am I supposed to move out and live with him? He doesn't even know me, it's very strange. Teacher Wang gave him a look, ways are dead, but people are alive. There's always a solution to problems. Just like solving problems, right? But no matter what, you mustn't expose us, understand? Careful, or you'll be caught by weird humans and skinned for experiments, and your human will be hung and beaten too. In fact, these scenarios of being skinned or tortured were things Teacher Wang had seen in human TV dramas. What exactly would happen if humans discovered their secret, his human counterpart had never told him, and Teacher Wang had only a vague idea. In short, the principle was that cat people could only be disguisers in the human world. No matter when or where, they must not expose themselves, lest the entire species be thrown into trouble. Ollie was so frightened that his hair stood on end, and he quickly nodded, I won't say anything. If I don't talk, they won't hang Meow Meow, will they? Mr. Wang nodded in satisfaction. No matter what, this student was still very capable in the plan to improve the stray cat education system. Thinking of this, Mr. Wang affectionately patted Ollie's head and began asking how his day went and whether it had been fun. It was fun. My human makes particularly delicious chicken breast. Of course, the chicken breast wasn't actually prepared by hard work, but from Ollie's perspective, as long as it was something Meow Meow gave him, it was made by Meow Meow himself. He used to interpret opening a can for him in the same way. Hearing this, Mr. Wang pondered for a moment before asking Ollie, did you pay for eating the human's food? Ollie's eyes widened, and there was a sinking feeling in his heart. It's over. I forgot to pay. Not paying really embarrassed Ollie. After all, even feline people like Mr. Wang, who always fantasized about becoming rich overnight without effort, insisted on the principle that if one eats human food, they must pay for it. Meow Meow must think I'm some kind of rascal who doesn't pay after eating. The first impression on Meow Meow hasn't been good. Ollie sighed deeply. After returning from Wutai Mountain, Xin did not go home directly. He returned to the store to settle the inventory and accounts with Ling Ting. With a serious expression, Ling Ting told him, Ollie didn't pay. Not only for the chicken breast he ate himself, but also for the tender grilled chicken breasts he took to go. Xin paused momentarily before saying, ask everyone around if anyone wants to take them away as late-night snacks. If no one does, check the flavor, and feed it to the cats. Cancel his tab. Ling smiled meaningfully. Because he went out to play during the day, Ollie stayed behind in the lab to organize data in the evening, later than usual. As he finished his tasks and was about to go upstairs to sleep, Ollie received a message from Ling had added him as a friend on the bus and sent him many pictures of Spartacus. Being so self-centered, Ollie wouldn't let such an opportunity to reminisce slip by. Do you remember that little thug from earlier today? Ollie couldn't yet fully understand human words, and he had to rely on the cat translation software on his phone to comprehend. A little thug. He searched online afterwards. In the human world, a little thug was just another name for a delinquent or hooligan. Ollie instantly felt he'd learned some new knowledge. In the cat world, there were no abusive words for cats. The most severe insults during arguments were merely bad guy, stupid guy, big fool, smelly rat, and other derogatory terms related to eggs or mice. Generally, polite or unfamiliar cats wouldn't use these lightly. But after entering the human world, Ollie experienced unprecedented shock. He realized his previous study of human language was too shallow, just the profane human words were enough to occupy a whole year of learning. Moreover, these words could be broken down and recombined into new ones, evolving with the promotion and infiltration of internet slang at an unimaginable speed, which amazed the cats greatly. With the help of the translation system, Ollie replied slowly, sure, I remember. To make his reply sound cuter, Ollie carefully chose an emoticon, using his old furry period sticker pack, which he had collected with great effort. Ah, your emoticons are adorable. Send me more, please, I'm begging for your sticker pack. The two exchanged countless sticker packs back and forth, until Ollie suddenly remembered what was important. What were you going to tell me earlier? Oh, I almost forgot when you didn't mention it. That thug came again after you left, boasting about bringing their friends back to cause trouble. So arrogant, but clearly just bluster. What did he want to do? Just bring people to create chaos, so annoying, like a fly buzzing around. Let me tell you, I shared your heroic appearance today with my friends, and they all praised how handsome you were. Ollie happily closed his eyes, wanting to wag his tail but then remembering he didn't have one anymore, so he shook his head instead. Anyway, whatever happens, I hope he doesn't come. It would disrupt our boss's business, right? Hearing it would bother Meow Meow, Ollie instantly became nervous and replied quickly. Why is this person so detestable? Is there any way I can help Xin? Geez, calling Meow Meow by his human name still feels a bit strange, not intimate at all. I don't know, but I think it shouldn't be a big deal. That little thug is probably just a small fry pretending to be powerful by association, he can't make too much trouble. Ignore him, and if he really brings people over, we'll call the police. Seriously, how could such a peaceful place like Mao Chun allow these pesky worms to cause trouble? After searching for, pretending to be powerful by association, Ollie marveled inwardly. So, foxes and tigers were actually friends? Nevertheless, concern arose within him for Meow Meow. Judging from what Ling had said, that very impolite human would likely be quite annoying. How can I help Meow Meow? The next morning, as the cats at the Special Zone Research Institute gathered together to eat breakfast, they found a recruitment poster stuck on the wall beside the food bowls. The notice was written in cat language, and those literate cats read it out loud. The Wutai Mountain Gang does not exist, yet we are recruiting members. Requirements: must be good fighters, must be handsome. Payment: cans of food. Guaranteed employment with excellent growth opportunities. Apply first, get hired first. Those interested should contact Brother Bing. Chapter 78, A Non-Existent Gang Gathering. Not even a week had passed since Ollie posted the notice, and more than 30 application forms had already been received. After strict screening based on combat power and looks, there were 11 left, each an ace capable of taking out 10 opponents alone. With her hands clasped behind her back, Ollie paced back and forth, satisfied as she scrutinized her newly formed gang members. Wait a moment. Wang Yoyu, step out. A ball of fluff rolled out from the team of big cats. His messy hair was wind-tousled, his face filled with innocence as he looked up at Ollie. Who let you join? Can you fight? Go home and bring your brother here. After Nian replaced Xiaoyu, Ollie finally had the dream team she always wanted. She planned to name this team the Dream Team. It didn't sound impressive enough. How about the 12 river crossing cats? Report, Binge Boss, I can't swim. Me too. Shut up. The name is not important. What matters most is the spirit. Got it? The river crossing cats collectively shook their heads. Ollie sighed, realizing the task of training the team would still be heavy. She handed out golden necklaces to each hero. The gold chains were bought in bulk online by the thrifty Master Wang after comparing deals: bright color, non-fading, lightweight, excellent quality at a good price. After putting on the gold necklaces, the overall aura of the river crossing cats noticeably improved. Their gaze had changed when looking at people. Ollie looked them over carefully, feeling very satisfied. Waving her hand, she gave the order, very well, let's go. The 11 large cats and Ollie squeezed onto Master Wang's small tricycle, which slowly moved forward with a doo-doo sound as they headed towards Maochuan main city. Departing early today, Ollie and her group of cats arrived at the Spartan Cafe before it opened. Ollie led the big cats around back to the restaurant's courtyard, deciding to scale the wall. You've seen in movies that climbing over walls is always the coolest way to make an entrance. Soon, you will take turns jumping onto the wall. If someone sees you, strike a pose to create atmosphere, then I'll make my entrance. Understand? No. Clumsy. Next time recruiting new followers, the requirement for intelligence must be added. After such detailed instructions, Ollie finally confirmed the plan for making an entrance. Nian took the lead. Gracefully flipping, he leaped lightly onto the wall and howled once to the ground below, indicating that there were people in the yard. Then, the remaining big cats jumped up one by one, facing the yard with their sides to it, arranged in a straight line, leaving a large space in the middle for Ollie. Ollie stretched her limbs, ran a few steps to assist her climb, stepped on the wall corner and brick joints, and climbed up barehanded. Although, after turning into a human, she had lost many special physical abilities of a cat and was far less agile than a real cat, compared to ordinary humans, Ollie still had significant advantages. Climbing barehanded was no problem. Unfortunately, Ollie had underestimated one thing: she was carrying an extremely heavy backpack today. The weight on her back weighed her down. Just as she climbed up the wall, she ran out of strength, missed a step, failed to kick her leg up, and ended up hanging headfirst on the wall. What are you doing? Hearing a familiar voice, Ollie tried her best to look up to see Miwu. This slight movement caused the weight of the backpack to drag her towards the ground. Right before her head hit the ground, she felt a strong force from behind that pulled her up, along with the rest of her body. Still shaken, Ollie looked up and saw Miwu, who had just caught her. What are you doing? Xin again asked while slowly letting go of Ollie. I saw the front door wasn't open yet. Ollie lowered her head, feeling weak in the legs. At this point, Nian led a group of big cats who nimbly jumped down from the wall and curled their tails as they sat down neatly around Xin. Boss, greetings. The river crossing cats politely greeted. Xin stared at the thick golden necklace coiled around Nian's neck, frowning deeply. I'm sorry, Ollie apologized in a low voice. Xin glanced at him, patted his shoulder. We'll talk about it after you get up. In the backyard of the restaurant, a pond had been dug, connected to the lake water outside through filtration, making the pond water clear and visible to the bottom. There were dozens of brilliantly colored koi swimming in the pond. Above the pond stood a pear blossom tree transplanted from another place. It was blooming beautifully, its intertwined branches reflected like mirrors on the surface of the water. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would cause white petals to fall onto the water, creating ripples. The shadows of the petals startled the golden koi, making them dart about swiftly. Originally, the back courtyard was just a decorative backdrop. However, when the weather was good, some guests would request tables and chairs be added in the yard, turning it into a special VIP seating area. The stray cats that frequently came to the restaurant for free meals also particularly loved this scenery. To the surprise of the guests, the visiting cats never disrupted the arrangement of the backyard. Dozens of colorful koi fish had been swimming freely since the opening of the restaurant. There had never been any tragic incidents of cat catching fish. Thus, when the group of large cats wearing golden chains, looking like a menacing gang, gathered around the pond staring intently at the swimming koi, Xian didn't feel overly worried. In fact, these unfriendly-looking big cats did not cause trouble. They only dipped their fluffy paws into the water to stir it slightly, but never made real moves. There are fish. Can we eat them? These are the boss's fish. We cannot eat them. Nian stared at the surface of the pool and licked his lips. Fortunately, little fish didn't follow, or he'd have had to go into the water to catch his brother. Xian helped Ollie take off her heavy backpack and asked, "Why do you always carry such heavy things?" Ollie rolled her eyes and seriously answered, "I can't tell you now." Xian let Ollie sit down by herself and went to the counter to get her some water. Ollie sat on a chair by the pool, resting her chin on the back of the chair, together with the big cats, intently watching the fat koi swim to and fro. TSK. Ollie swallowed. The person who brought out the water was Ling Ting. "The boss has been called to the kitchen," she explained with a smile. "What would you like to eat today?" Ollie glanced inside the restaurant, somewhat disappointed. Then she looked at Ling Ting, smiled, and said, "I'll tell him when Mr. Xian has some time." Ling Ting placed the water cup down, smiled meaningfully, and also sat down, ready for an intimate chat. Ollie shifted her attention from the fish to Ling Ting, looking at her curiously. "Ollie, I wonder if you've met our boss before." Ling Ting propped her head on one hand while extending the other toward a round plump yellow and orange striped cat nearby, only to be mercilessly dodged. Ollie guiltily looked away and replied, "I can't tell you." So she knew him. Ling Ting smiled even more delightedly. "You really like our boss, don't you?" I can't tell you." "That means yes. Are all these cats yours?" Ling Ting suddenly changed the subject. Ollie nodded then shook his head. "They're the Institute's cats. I know them all. This is Huangdo, he doesn't like being touched by strangers unless you have something tasty." He pointed at the chubby orange tabby. Ling Ting itched to try and pet Huangdo's furry head again but held herself back out of curiosity about gossip. All these cats wear golden chains. Ollie proudly grinned, "Aren't they extremely handsome?" "Handsome indeed." Ling Ting mused, suddenly asking, "Did you see the boss's previous cat liked wearing a gold necklace, so you deliberately trained these cats to imitate Sparta?" Ollie looked puzzled and remained silent. Ling Ting sighed, "Ah, come to think of it, you're wearing one too. Substitute tropes can be quite heartbreaking, you know." Ollie didn't understand, but still politely smiled. Ling Ting thought she had grasped the truth of the matter and spoke more gravely, "Our boss is actually a very nice person. Even if he might seem hard to approach if you're trying to win his affection, you don't need to resort to such subservient ways. I believe, as long as you maintain a sincere and unyielding heart, eventually he will be moved by you. The sisters from the Long Love group all support you." Since Ling Ting shared Sing God's latest situation with those fans, her daily routine in the group had turned into a gossip reporter. As most members were of similar age, having followed Sparta all along, the majority of fans in the Long Love group were mature and rational, upholding the principle of non-interference but keen observation. Most girls harbored considerable goodwill towards newcomers like Ollie who showed genuine affection for Sing. As long as one was kind-hearted and truly cared for Sing, what did it matter if it was a boy? Moreover, according to Ling Ting's observation, Sing seemed to be quite lenient towards this boy. He not only didn't seem repulsed but perhaps even a bit fond. Ling Ting wanted to encourage Ollie to take further actions and soon win Sing over. "Did you bring so many cats today to please the boss?" "The boss does indeed like cats pretty well. All the stray cats nearby know him and love to come visit him from time to time. Using cats to get close to a man's heart is very smart." Ollie looked confused and asked, "Does Shinshin like staying with a group of cats?" "He brought along the big ones today who were good at gang fighting. If he really liked cats, then next time, he would bring some cuter ones." However, Miaowu had promised him that she wouldn't get close to other cats, yet within just a few short years, she changed her mind. Gosh, it made him so angry. Ollie wrinkled his nose in resentment, reaching out to pinch Huangdo's ear. Huangdo, who happened to be passing by, didn't know what was happening and stared at him in terror. "If they're not for the boss, why did you bring so many cats here?" Ling Ting curiously asked. It became stranger to Ollie. "Didn't you tell me? That guy wants a brawl. I've brought my backup for the fight. By the way, when will we start fighting?" The leisurely lounging big cats around them all perked up their heads upon hearing this, staring intently at Ling Ting. "Yeah, we are here to fight." "When is the fight? And where are the cans of food?" Ling Ting froze on the spot. "Brawl? Cats? Holy hell, are you serious?" She couldn't help but blurt out an expletive and hastily steered the conversation away. "You mean that rascal? Forget it. The next day he came again, bringing 2 buddies, but all show and no substance. Then the boss threw them out and said that if they returned, he'd call the police. Regardless of how many men they summoned, it'd be useless. Given his wimpy nature, he shouldn't return, right? Ah. Ollie called out desolately, I've arrived too late. I haven't helped at all. But anyway, having such intention already moves me. I believe the boss must also feel it. Ling Ting consoled Ollie for a while, then went back to assist at the counter, simultaneously sharing the romantic status of the boy with gold chains with her fellow netizens. Ha ha ha, calling the cat squad feels somewhat dumb. Suddenly, it seems like something Bing Bing would do. Exactly, I, Bing, am a social elder, refutations will not be accepted. Inexplicably hoping this is Spartans returning, in a different way to be by Sing's side. Unexpected sob point. After Ling Ting left, Ollie sat alone in the pavilion, sighing deeply. But hey, what is the replacement trope thingy about? Nian jumped onto the table, licked his fur for a while, and suddenly said, is it referring to the fact that your gold chain isn't real? Ollie immediately understood. Oh, yes, it might suggest that my gold chain is fake. Humph. When Shinchin came out to check on Ollie, he saw Ollie sitting dejectedly by the pool, looking downcast with no energy, so he walked over and handed him a cold glass bottle Coke. This was newly purchased by the store and wasn't even listed on the menu. For some reason, Shinchin thought that Ollie could probably drink an entire basket of it all by himself. Ollie took a large sip, finally feeling a bit happier. He lifted his gold chain and seriously told Shinchin, this gold chain is real, not fake. Shinchin nodded, wondering why he suddenly mentioned this. Moreover, it was bizarre that someone would make such an eccentric gold chain using real gold. Ollie solemnly continued, this was given to me by my teacher, when I turned into a human, when I came of age, it was a present he gave me. It's real, he emphasized again, and I really like it. Shinchin glanced at Ollie and then at the golden chain-wearing big cats, nodding once more. Got it. Isn't it beautiful? Didn't my first gold chain come from you? I loved it so much. Let me put it this way, it's clear that your teacher has been good to you. Shinchin changed the subject. Ollie smiled through his lips, that's true. My teacher is the second best person in the world to me. Shinchin naturally followed up, then who's the first one to be best for you? Ollie cast him a glance, continuing to smile and shaking his head, I can't tell you. This made Shinchin chuckle involuntarily. At this moment, Huangdo edged closer, brushing against Ollie's pant leg while emitting soft calls. When can we eat canned food? Huangdo whispered, what about the membership benefits we were promised? Ollie furrowed his brow in difficulty. Without doing any work, he would have to give up a few cans of food just like that, and if the teacher found out, he'd definitely say I'm being extravagant. Gosh, those little hooligans are really annoying. Shinchin had already become fairly knowledgeable about cats. Seeing Huangdo's pitiful look, he guessed that the cat was probably hungry. He got up and returned to the kitchen. A while later, Shinchin came out with a large tray and handed Ollie a plate of thick-cut filet steak. Ollie was surprised, but I didn't order anything today. New dish, for you to try. Ollie thought for a moment, deciding it was best to be honest. Ashamedly, he said, I didn't pay the last time I ate either. Let me make up for both this time. My teacher said earning money by buying food isn't easy. Shinchin considered this and said, then how about this, you help me taste test this steak and tell me whether it's good or not. That will count as helping me, which can offset your previous tab. What do you think? Ollie's eyes widened, what an excellent deal. Eating meat could help Myowu too, I'm so capable. He picked up the fork and started to eat contentedly. The steak had already been pre-sliced, each bite perfectly sized, golden on the outside and tender on the inside, with a sweet flavor. Ah, how wonderful it is to have seasonings. If Ollie were still a cat at this moment, he'd definitely start purring. Huangdo tried to edge closer, hoping to take a lick, but Shinchin picked him up around the waist. Being more familiar with Shinchin now, Huangdo didn't struggle much, stretching his triangular eyes wide open as he looked at Shinchin expectantly. Shinchin lined up several plates in a row, the number matching exactly the cat's present. Then he went back into the kitchen again. Sensing something was coming, the big cats all ran over together, sitting neatly in front of their empty plates, some lying down and others standing quietly as they waited patiently. Soon, Shinchin returned, carrying a bag of cat canned food and a basin of water. Huangdo excitedly mewed. Shinchin opened 3 different flavors of canned food, allowing each cat to smell them and decide which one they wanted, then divided the portions into separate plates. The big cats ate very orderly, keeping their heads down and only eating from their own plates, squatting in a straight line even with their tail tips aligned in the same direction. Ollie finished his beef only to realize Myowu had already fed these cats canned food on his behalf. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he stammered to explain, actually, we can eat canned food at home. He hadn't meant to bring the cats to eat without paying. No problem. Next time, if they're willing to come again, just bring them along, Shinchin replied. Ollie thought for a moment and said, then next time, if someone bullies you, let me know, and I'll bring them here to protect you. Don't underestimate them because they're just cats, they're actually quite competent and fight well too. Shinchin chuckled lightly and agreed, alright, it's a promise. He pulled out his phone and added Ali's contact information. The boss is truly kind. Bing should agree quickly. I love the boss. I want to catch mice for the boss. After finishing their canned food, the big cats didn't rush to leave. They began patrolling the restaurant, checking every corner thoroughly. Unfortunately, Shinchin's restaurant often welcomed visits from cats, and not only were there no rats, even cockroaches were hard to find. Frustrated at having nowhere to expend their strength, the big cat sighed defeatedly, annoyed as if their big gold chains had lost their luster. They silently decided to get up early next time to try again. Nyen, also finding nothing, felt a bit hesitant since he still remembered his younger brother at home. He hesitated as he approached Shinchin, meowing at him. Shinchin asked curiously, are you still hungry? Meow. Ali translated, he has a younger brother at home who also wants some canned food. Although eating for free and taking food home seemed improper, little Yu was pretty cute too, and not giving him a gift would be rather cruel. Shinchin prepared a tin of canned food, placing it in a small cloth bag, letting Nyen carry it away in his mouth. The group of cats, now full and even with packed food, didn't feel it was proper to go home yet, so Shinchin decided to drive them back. Today he switched cars, one that could hold all the cats at once. Ali sat in the passenger seat, where Shinchin helped settle him in, placing his backpack and securing his seatbelt. Ali glanced down at the safety belt crossing his chest and reflected privately, thinking that in the past, he didn't need this when he rode in a car. This vehicle wasn't very different from what he remembered, the leather seats still had his claw marks. Shinchin was a nostalgic person who wouldn't replace things unless absolutely necessary. This familiar environment relaxed Ali considerably despite being tied up. The other cats waiting to cross the river crowded together quietly. Only Huangdo wasn't very well behaved, always eyeing the can of food Nyen had left for his younger brother, pacing back and forth around Nyen until a sharp claw finally silenced him. Shinchin returned to the driver's seat and started the car. Ali's backpack was placed in front of the seats, and he put his feet on it, curiously staring at the scenery flying by outside the window. What's in your bag? It's so heavy. Why do you carry it every time? Ali thought carefully for a moment and replied, I'll tell you later. Shinchin smiled and stopped asking. Ali thought privately, I definitely can't tell you yet. In this bag is everything I own since I turned human. When the day comes that I can take care of you again, I will bring all of it, and we will live together just like we used to. He kept his backpack with him at all times, worrying that if one day such an opportunity really came, he wouldn't be ready. Therefore, even though the backpack was very heavy, he didn't want to put it down. He must always be prepared to return to his human side. However, the teacher said that he was already a human now. For Myowu, he was just a completely new stranger. Myowu didn't know him and had no idea that he was actually Spartacus. He would need to be patient and slowly approach Myowu, letting him get to know him again. This process might be a bit complicated and very long, but Ali wasn't worried at all. He believed that Myowu, like himself, must also look forward to their reunion. Just as he could recognize himself among so many cats, Myowu would surely be able to choose him from among so many people in this world and fall in love with him again. Humph, after all, once I've taken care of you, it's for a lifetime. No one can change their mind midway. Chapter 79, A Long-Standing Rival. After seeing Ali back to the research institute, Xian returned to the store. After finishing the day's business, he went home. Since Spartad left, Xian had many chances to move into a new house closer to the store. However, he never made up his mind. Perhaps he should wait until he was more rational and properly deal with the past before deciding on the next step of life. Every night after counting the day's affairs at the store, it was already very late. Entering the door, as long as he didn't turn on the light, there would be a moment when he still felt like Spartad was hiding in some corner watching him secretly. Sometimes Spartad was mischievous and liked to play hide-and-seek, hiding in corners that Xian seldom noticed, then suddenly jumping out meowing and pouncing into his arms. This illusion gave Xian a sense of happiness after being busy all day. Unfortunately, once the lights were turned on, this illusion disappeared along with the illumination, making the brightly lit house seem colder than the darkness. Chao Dan said, Sing, you are easily affected by the surroundings. You could get so depressed that it hurts your inner self. Think about Spartad, she was always happy every day. Would she ever want you to live your life carelessly? Nowadays, Chao Dan has become a mature man who has worked for many years. Sometimes what he says is quite reasonable. After graduating from university, Chao Dan joined a promising game company, and later switched jobs to City X, becoming a partner in a newly opened studio where he continued to work on games-related tasks. The popular catfishing live streams that once ruled have seen some stars fall from grace or disappear entirely over time. But Chao Dan, once a mid-level streamer, after years of persistence, started to gain fans driven by nostalgia. His audience stabilized and he gradually developed his own style, becoming another brand within the platform. As for Xian, he had significantly reduced his live streaming frequency many years ago, shifting his focus to Spartad and investments. He re-signed with catfishing platform as a station-based broadcaster but no longer enjoyed fixed wages or website benefits. 2 years ago, after Spartad left, Xin completely abandoned gaming live streams and rarely touched games even in private. Perhaps, just as Chao Dan said, he had indeed begun to lose the pleasures of life, feeling listless and aging slowly. Chao Dan suggested again, why don't you adopt another cat? This suggestion sounded scientifically reasonable. Only Xin himself knew that what he had lost wasn't just a cat, it was the hope that emerged after a long period of depression. Spartad taught him about living, hope, and goals. He taught him how to appreciate moonlight, spring blossoms, and a slow-moving snail casually crawling through life. Xin realized he would never be able to love another kitten the way he loved Spartad. Even more, Xin sometimes doubted whether he understood how to love at all. Giving was so wholehearted and unrestrained that breaking away felt like tearing flesh and bone. Only by staying alone can one remain indifferent. Thinking about this, Xin suddenly remembered Ali, the boy who smiled like a cat with a cunning look. A peculiar feeling struck him. He was certain he had never met Ali before, nor anyone similar. Ali's hair color and eye color were very distinctive, if they had met earlier, he would have surely recognized him. Yet, he seemed strangely familiar. Some of his small gestures, subtle expressions, and vibes he exuded made Xin feel very close to him. A vague idea came to his mind. Subconsciously, he thought this idea was too bold and absurd, which was why he hesitated to bring it into serious consideration. What is it? Xin asked himself, realizing that tonight, unlike previous nights, he probably wouldn't be spending time idly anymore. Meanwhile, Ali was also busy online. He had completed the task given by Dr. Wang and was now learning human language autonomously. When he was still a cat, his human language proficiency was already top-notch among cats. He used to guide countless other cats, no matter how dumb they were, through their university-level human language study successfully. For this, Ali had always been proud. However, after transforming into a human, that advantage vanished without a trace. When human language must be applied comprehensively in everyday life involving listening, speaking, reading, and writing, it really is extremely difficult. Ali's current greatest difficulty was reading human language texts, and his vocabulary was still too limited. If it were just casual daily communication, he might be able to get by in the short term, but as conversations went deeper, over time, it became very easy for him to expose his own ignorance. To improve himself, Ali returned to the habits of his student days, starting collecting new words in human language every day, recording them, and using evenings to understand, learn, and review them for reinforcement. This process was quite challenging for a former cat. But Ali was spirited and confident that before regaining control of Mi Wu, he would surely transform into an exceptionally smart human indistinguishable from regular people. Mi Wu will definitely not discover me, ho ho ho. Thinking about this made him chuckle inwardly. I certainly can't tell him, or he'll get a shock. Revealing just a little secret to Mi Wu now and then did feel rather enjoyable though. Ali thought about it while humming an off-key tune cheerfully, then opened his notebook where he recorded new words and found the latest entry. Tattoo. This was a new word Ali had learned from Ling Ting. Ling said, the black pattern drawn on Mi Wu's arm was called a tattoo. He used the intelligent system's voice input to type this word in and initiated a search. Search, do cats return to their owners after death? Search, cat turns into human. Search, men who look like cats. Search, hallucinations. Xin poured himself a glass of ice-cold beer and sipped it slowly, his eyes fixed on the computer screen. Regardless of how unimaginable the thoughts in his mind were, he faithfully typed them all out, changing keywords at will. As expected, he found nothing. He vaguely remembered experiencing something similar a long time ago. Back then, he always suspected Spartad had become a spirit and searched online for related information extensively. However, reality proved that his Tabby Cat hadn't turned into a spirit. No possessed cat would foolishly run to a villain and let themselves be butchered. Xin gave himself a wry smile, just as his phone buzzed with a new message notification. It was from Ali. It must have hurt a lot, right? Ali sent a cryptic sentence followed by an emoji showing a cat crying loudly. Xin didn't understand, so he replied with a question mark. Ali sniffled while racking his brain to express his feelings. It's your arm, fuzzy head. He actually wanted to refer to the tattoo design, which depicted his own head from when he had fur. However, his voice was unclear, making it difficult for the system to accurately translate what he meant. Xin paused, gazing at the screen and couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't bad. The size of Xian's tattoo was medium, but it had extremely high requirements as every hair strand had to be delicately detailed. To achieve the perfect result, he drove all the way to City X to find what was said to be the best tattoo artist at the time. The tattoo took more than 3 hours to complete. By the time he got home, his back was soaked with sweat, and every breath caused pain. Then I want one too. Xin considered Ali's large teary eyes and hesitated a moment before replying, probably not. Is there any particular design you want? I knew it. It must hurt badly, right? Ali sent several emojis expressing absolute despair in quick succession. Though a bit odd and much time had passed, this was indeed the first person asking him about it and genuinely showing concern. Xin Chin smiled and replied, "It's okay, I've already forgotten the feeling. But it does look pretty good, right?" Ali grabbed a tissue, blew his nose hard, and thought, "Of course it looks good. My face is the cutest. Why haven't you gone to bed yet at such a late hour?" "I'm a night owl." Ali listened as the system explained the meaning of night owl, and chuckled naively. He decided to add this word to his notebook for serious study. 2 days later, Ali once again asked for leave and sneaked out of the research institute to visit Mi Wu. This time, he was smarter. He informed Mi Wu one day in advance. Therefore, when he arrived at Spartad's little diner, although it was early and the restaurant wasn't open for business yet, Mi Wu had already been waiting in the store and opened the door as soon as he saw Ali. Ali had just finished breakfast and wasn't very hungry yet. Xin Chin handed him a chilled bottle of soda. Ali held the glass cup, slowly sipping until it was empty, then tapped his fingers on the glass bottle, creating clinking sounds. Soon, the staff also started work one after another, busy tidying up the restaurant and kitchen, preparing for business. Ali, having nothing to do alone, went to the backyard to take pictures of the koi fish, getting his hands wet with pond water. Xin Chin had made a new signboard and hung it on the glass door, which read, "Cats may enter and exit, please be cautious." After arranging the board well, he flipped the temporarily closed sign over to announce that business hours had begun. At this moment, a sturdy tabby cat slowly came to the store entrance, sat down properly, and called out to Xin Chin while looking upward. His 4 paws were all white, and his 2 ears stood upright. He looked at Xin Chin with a gentle expression. Xin Chin was a bit puzzled and squatted down. The white-pawed tabby walked closer to him, seeming not the least afraid of people, rubbing against Xin Chin's hand affectionately. Ali teased the goldfishes for a while and suddenly felt a little hungry. He got up, planning to ask Mi Wu for something to eat. When he ran to the front hall, he saw Mi Wu crouching by the door in curiosity, so he took a look as well. This glance nearly enraged Ali. Xin Chin touched the neck of the white-clawed tabby hesitantly, asking uncertainly, "Are you Fu Man?" He wasn't completely sure, since the last time he'd seen Fu Man, the latter was still a listless, scrawny little kitten. Afterwards, he only saw follow-up photos after adoption. Judging from the fur color and patterns, this did seem to resemble Fu Man. When the white-clawed tabby heard his name, he immediately meowed several times. His voice was drawn out, sounding like singing. "It's me, Fu Man, human. Are you okay? Fu Man." Immediately in Ali's mind flashed an enormous piece of information. He came to snatch Mi Wu away. Before Ali could think further, his body reacted first, just like when he used to be furry, jumping onto Mi Wu's shoulders at once. However, now he was somewhat larger, and he couldn't climb up like before. He could only hug Mi Wu's neck with his 2 paws. Xin Chin was crouched down, facing the back, talking to Fu Man, caught off guard by someone suddenly pouncing from behind. He almost fell face first but luckily supported himself in time with quick reflexes. To this unexpected farce, Fu Man showed no signs of panic, simply raising his eyelids slightly to give Ali a quick glance, neither pleased nor angry. Ali burst into flames of rage instantly. This smelly tabby is quite old now and utterly uncharming. Xin Chin reached out a hand to stabilize Ali on his back, somewhat surprised, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Caught speechless, Ali mumbled for half a minute before only saying that he was hungry. Whenever he was hungry, he would act cute. With mixed feelings, Xin Chin straightened his body, bringing Ali upright along with him. "I'll prepare your food, you play with Fu Man for a while," Xin Chin said. Ali should like cats, so Xin Chin was relatively reassured leaving them together. Ali was about to call out to Mi Wu when unexpectedly, the action of the white-clawed tabby was faster. In a flash, the tabby ran to Xin Chin's side, biting his trouser leg gently and tugging it. Xin Chin softly asked, "Do you have something to say to me?" "Human, I heard that the chubby tabby left, so do you need a new caretaker?" "I've already arranged things with my previous human. I can take care of you." Ali's hair almost exploded with anger, using his feet to shoo Fu Man away. "Go away, don't come near. Mi Wu doesn't need another cat." Xin Chin glanced at Ali unexpectedly. Didn't expect Ali to dislike tabby cats so much. Fu Man was a little upset by Ali driving him away and sniffed Ali hard, suddenly becoming confused. Why does this human smell so familiar?" Although familiar, it is familiar unpleasantness." Fu Man gave Ali another disdainful look, refusing to see him any longer, running over to Xin Chin's other side and rubbing against him again. "Moreover, I've brought a lot of other tabbies too. We can help you catch mice." Ali understood, but Xin Chin didn't. Fu Man didn't explain any further, running to the door and making a peculiar sound. Suddenly, seemingly out of nowhere, more than a dozen tabby cats appeared. Various sizes and shades, they neatly lined up in a row by the restaurant door and sat down orderly. "Look, human, this is the tabbies all-star team I've built for you. If there weren't rules against humans fighting with cats, Ali would have acted long ago. What a shameless cat. This tabby's all-star team idea originally came from me." Ali looked at Xin Chin. Xin Chin did not understand why Ollie suddenly didn't seem to like cats as much anymore, so he could only console him by patting his shoulder and promised, "Today we have specially delicious big shrimps. I will peel them for you and bring them out." Then he turned around, said to Fu Man, "Bring your friends inside. Let's go to the backyard, I'll prepare some food for you." Fu Man was also quite clever and understood completely what Xin Chin meant. He led in front majestically, leading a group of Tabby Cat buddies through the front hall, following Xin Chin's instructions and walking straight to the back courtyard. Ollie stared at Mi Wu. Mi Wu, just like the river crossing cat that he had fed before, took out clean dishes and tasty canned food, settling each kitten properly. Many kittens displayed an amicable nature, knowing exactly how to please humans. They would actively move closer to Mi Wu, rubbing their noses against his hand affectionately, making sweet and almost unpleasantly saccharine meowing sounds. Humph, schemers. Ollie secretly evaluated. However, Mi Wu did not appear to be annoyed even a bit. Of course, Mi Wu was originally an extremely kind-hearted human. Being so good, naturally, many cats liked him and he liked many cats in return. Ollie lowered his head, taking a look at his average flat belly and no longer furry paws, feeling suddenly a little disheartened. Would Mi Wu prefer the furry texture more? Thinking of this, even the delectable shrimp couldn't distract him any longer. Ollie quietly returned to the windowside seat, sulking for a while, then suddenly remembered there was another very important task he hadn't yet accomplished on this trip down the mountain. He stood up, glanced again at the busy Mi Wu, thinking to himself that if he sneaked out, Mi Wu probably wouldn't notice. Though Ollie thought it was slightly improper, but then reconsidered, Mi Wu was having so much fun playing with the fake Lihua band, he surely didn't want to peel shrimps for me anymore. So I won't wait for him either. With that thought, Ollie made his decision quickly. Xin Chin settled the Tabby Cats well, planning to find time to contact the rescue organization where Fu Man had been taken care of earlier to inquire about his situation. After washing his hands, he came to the front hall but failed to see Ollie's figure. Feeling curious, Xin Chin called Ollie, dialing several times, each call going unanswered. Ollie's task today was to contact a pet clinic that could handle a group physical examination booking project for the stray cats from the institute. Due to the large number of strays at the institute, advance reservation was required. And the previously collaborating pet clinic had recently closed down due to operational cost issues. Thus, they needed to quickly find another suitable clinic to get the physicals done before the seasons changed. The first clinic that came to Ollie's mind was Chiduoduo. It was the place where Mi Wu had brought him to see a doctor for the first time. There was his good friend, Daimashu. Ollie still harbored strong feelings towards Chiduoduo. But he wondered whether after 2 years, the Chiduoduo clinic was still operating normally and if Daimashu was still around. Thinking of Masu, who was already an older cat now, Ollie was somewhat concerned. Such worry disappeared immediately when Ollie pushed open the door to the clinic because he saw his good friend, Daimashu, lying neatly on the registration desk, all 4 paws tucked perfectly under him, his ears still spiritedly upright, half closing his eyes as he watched the passing crowd. Beside him, similarly posed, lay a little black cat loudly shouting, "Welcome. Hope to see you again. Seems like Masu has a successor." Ollie smiled, walked over, and lightly flicked Daimashu's ear with his fingertip. Daimashu abruptly opened his eyes, stared at Ollie for a moment, sniffed hard with his nose, and revealed a confused expression. His companion little black cat was still oblivious, happily shouting to Ollie, "Welcome." Ollie found it amusing and reached out to ruffle the little black cat's head. The small black cat stumbled, almost falling off the desk, finally managing to stabilize itself. Both its ears flipped backward, staring blankly at Ollie looking rather foolish. "You smell quite strange," Masu slowly said. Already 15 years old, Masu was considered a senior-aged cat. His speech was infused with a detached, calm demeanor, yet his sense of smell had not entirely faded, nor had his memory deteriorated. He was sure that this young man carried a very familiar smell. "Your smell is what's strange," Ollie replied, baring his teeth at Daimashu. The little black cat widened his round eyes, surprisedly shouting, "Teacher, he actually understands our words." It's not unusual for cats to understand human language. With the growing popularity of cat education, more and more cats can master this skill. However, humans who can understand cat language are rare, even someone like Daimashu, who has lived many years, seldom hears of such a thing. After some careful recollection, he suddenly remembered that when he was young, a teacher once told him that in the world, there are indeed very few humans who might be able to hear the language of cats. But because their numbers are so small, and humans rarely focus enough to seriously listen to what a cat is saying, understanding cat language happens with an extremely low probability. Most cats will never encounter a human in their lifetime who understands them. Thinking about this, Daimashu suddenly found it interesting, and slowly said, "So you're one of those rare humans who can understand our language? That's uncommon, no wonder we feel close to you." Ollie put on a serious face outwardly but was secretly laughing inside. If Daimashu knew the truth, how surprised would he be? But he decided not to tell him. The teacher had said that our secrets as cat people were too significant and shocking, beyond the understanding and keeping power of an ordinary cat. We must not burden other cats unnecessarily. The negotiation with Dr. Dai was completed rather quickly. As always, Dr. Dai was warm-hearted and straightforward, and upon hearing that the institute's cats were all strays, offered to give a discount. Ollie seriously reminded her not to overdo it, or she might go bankrupt. Dr. Dai laughed heartily at this. When Ollie left the clinic, he swayed leisurely back on the bus to Wutai Mountain Park. At the foot of the mountain, he unexpectedly spotted Mi Wu waiting beside his motorcycle. Shen Xian waved the takeout box in his hand and said, "Your shrimps." Shen Xian had cycled from the restaurant along the road to Wutai Mountain Park but hadn't seen Ollie's figure. He actually went up the mountain once, only to be informed that Ollie hadn't returned yet. Worried that Ollie would find it inconvenient to climb the mountain alone, he came back down and waited at a necessary stop along the way. Waiting and waiting, as the wind gradually turned cooler, he finally caught sight of Ollie's unsteady silhouette. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" Shen Xian asked Ollie. Ollie exclaimed with a, "Ah," frantically digging out his phone from his seemingly bottomless backpack. The phone had been pressed too tightly, so he missed the ringing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he lowered his head and apologized to Shen Xian. Shen Xian didn't say much but gave Ollie a gentle smile instead, then handed him the helmet, and carried him upwards along the winding mountain road. The pear blossoms have all been blown away by the wind. Clinging to Mi Wu's back, Ollie sighed regretfully. Mi Wu's response mixed with the sound of the wind seemed like a laugh. He said, "Without the pear blossoms, there will still be other flowers, daisies, capers, goosefoot grass, and countless others that cannot be named. All summer long will be lively." Ollie thought about it and suddenly cheered up. Indeed. The next morning, the cats coming for breakfast at the institute saw a new notice again. The non-existent gang continues recruitment. You get another chance. Repeat, one more chance. Even if you can't fight but look cute, you can join. We want to challenge the Lihua band. Large-scale battle starting. Those interested please contact Brother Bing. Chapter 80, Adorable PK Competition. 3 days later, Ollie received new applications from his gang's younger members. There were more of them this time than when he recruited fighters last time. Ollie thought to himself, cats must really consider themselves cute and shameless animals. Look at these application forms, even the paw print signatures are wobbly. After a rigorous beauty selection process, Ollie kept 20 of them. Then, after an elite screening, he chose the 5 cutest ones. Ollie took these 5 cats with him as he stormily headed toward Sparta Cafe. Xin Chin has long since become accustomed to Ollie always bringing a group of stray cats over for free meals. He just greeted Ollie and let him take the cats to the backyard. However, Ollie didn't move, instead staring intently at Fu Man who was cooing around Xin Chin. "Humph, today I actually have some help. Lihua Tuan means nothing, we have SB48, this name came from Ling's inspiration. Ling said that in the human world, if you think a certain group is very cute, it's popular to call them XXX48 because there are generally 48 adorable members in a group. 48 is quite a big number, one that Ollie seldom used before. But more cats do sound more powerful, right? Although he doesn't yet have 48 gang members, it doesn't matter, he can win by quality. Even if we only have 5 cats, we can still be twice as cute as you. When Mi Wu realizes that I am the cutest, he will not want to be taken over by Fu Man." Fu Man clearly did not regard Ollie as a serious rival, not even glancing at him. Instead, he continued rubbing against Xin Chin's pant legs. Xin Chin squatted down, trying to make eye contact with Fu Man as level as possible. Although he said words of refusal, his tone was extremely gentle. "Fu Man, no. Your owner is looking for you. They are all worried about your disappearance. Let me send you home, alright?" He had contacted some acquaintances among the volunteers who previously helped Fu Man last night and learned that the family that adopted Fu Man had recently moved house. Unexpectedly, Fu Man snuck out as soon as they got to the new place, causing the owners great distress. Fu Man feigned misunderstanding of human language, mewing in defense, "But my human already has many cats, they don't need me. You, however, don't. The cat resources in the human world should be evenly distributed to achieve fairness, so that everyone has a cat. I like you, I can take care of you." Ollie angrily shouted, "It shouldn't be that every person should have a cat. Some people don't even need cats. You already have a human, so go away already." Both Xin Chin and Fu Man looked up at Ollie, their expressions filled with surprise. Ollie realized he had said too much, quickly closed his mouth, turned his head, and pretended to be admiring the scenery. Fu Man was curious inside but didn't look at Ollie anymore. Instead, he turned back to coaxing Xin Chin, attempting to change the human's mind. Unfortunately, although Xin Chin gently patted his head, his attitude remained firm. "Alright," Fu Man thought, "my original human is pretty good, and I like them. If they are so eager for me to return, then I will go back. Humans, since I cannot take over you, then I'll leave my Lihua Tuan to you. They will take good care of you." He stretched out his paw and gently patted the human's arm in comfort. Xin Chin thought Fu Man was unhappy and quietly consoled him. "I've already made contact with your owner. They'll come to get you as soon as possible. Next time you want to go out, make sure to tell them. Don't run off by yourself, it's dangerous. If you ever want to visit me again, I'll help arrange it or I'll visit you. Alright?" Fu Man lightly bumped the human's hand with his head and cooed seductively. Ali hid behind Xian, sticking his tongue out at Fu Man stealthily. Fu Man gave Ali a sidelong glance, showing blatant disdain. This instantly sparked Ali's fighting spirit. He grabbed Xian's arm and declared, "We're going to have a competition, and you'll be the referee." Confused, Xian asked, "What kind of competition? What referee?" Ali pointed at Fu Man and loudly said, "I'm challenging your Li Hua Tuan with my SB-48. Will you accept the challenge or not? And if you lose, you must obediently return to your original human. No backing out allowed." Xian glanced at Ali in surprise. He realized Ali was actually challenging a cat. Fu Man stared at Ali for a moment, then replied solemnly, "So, you really can understand cat language, you shouldn't be underestimated. Since you have already issued the challenge, we cats are not afraid of it. Let's fight." In fact, he had just made up his mind to go home, but with Ali's taunt, he immediately became highly spirited. This irritating human, even though he didn't know how he learned cat language, truly deserved a punch. Xian had no idea that, in their back-and-forth exchange, both he and the cat had already mutually accepted the challenge and set up the competition rules. He was forcibly held down by Ali, seated on a small chair facing the two teams of stray cats, completely unaware of the forthcoming event. One team consisted entirely of black tabby cats, numbering more than a dozen. They were Fu Man's companions. The other team was brought over by Ali this morning. Xian guessed they were the stray cats from the institute. There were only 5 of them, each with a different coat color. The smallest one looked only about 2 or 3 months old. Xian thought it was familiar. After a moment, he recognized the kitten as the one who begged him for affection on top of his shoes outside the institute. He remembered, Ali called him Wang Youyu. Despite the disparity in numbers between the two teams, there was an undeniable equality in spirit. They eyed each other warily, creating a strange tension in the air, as if they were ready to burst into action at any moment. "Let me remind you. We've already opened for business. I need to handle some things," Xian said, feeling restless and trying to ask Ali for a leave. "No way." Uncharacteristically, Ali was quite adamant, refusing to let Xian go. With no choice, Xian reluctantly sat back down and curiously asked, "You want me to be the referee, but what exactly am I supposed to do? What will they compete in?" "Of course, it's to see which team is cuter." Ali replied without hesitation. Xian remained silent, thinking to himself that it wasn't too strange for these cat teams to compete in cuteness. Suppressing the inexplicable weirdness creeping into his mind, he straightened up and tried to act like a qualified referee. Ali was rather satisfied with Xian's cooperation. Smiling slightly, he loudly announced the start of the competition. Upon Ali's command, one cat from each side stepped forward, gradually moving to the center of the confrontation ground. They faced each other sideways, tilting their heads curiously, not displaying any hostility but instead showing a friendly interest in sniffing each other. Ali announced, "Now, the referee will give a question, and the contestants will act according to the instruction. Then the referee will decide who is cuter." Talking seriously to cats, does that make sense? Xian's mind went blank. Instinctively, he glanced around. His employees were busy preparing for business inside the shop. It was a weekday, not too early or late, so there were no pedestrians nearby noticing this commotion. For a moment, he doubted if he might be having a strange dream in broad daylight. Seeing Xian silent, Ali nudged him with his shoulder and urged, "Quick, think of a question. Make it a difficult one." Although confident in his SB-48 Vanguard unit, after all, the Institute's cat etiquette lessons were solely managed by him, he had once scored highly in those courses, Ali still hesitated. As the host, he also represented one side's interests. Shouldn't he issuing the question count as cheating? Turning to Fu Man, he challenged, "I'll ask the questions. Are you scared? If so, I can give the chance to you." Fu Man gave a big yawn, clearly unbothered. So confident. Ali snorted contemptuously. Xian watched this interaction in shock, casting another glance at Ali sitting casually on the iron table beside him, his legs swinging freely due to the height of the table. Though confused inwardly, he maintained his composure and continued observing. "Well then, let's settle on this. The first question is, roll over right where you are." Rolling over was probably very simple for a cat, Xian thought. But the next scene utterly transformed his preconceived notion of how cats acted cute. Before his eyes, the two cats obediently lay down, rolled over once, exposing their bellies. Apparently, the participants were free to express themselves creatively. On Fu Man's side, the cat raised its hind leg and diligently licked itself. Meanwhile, Ali's feline chose to roll over again, patted its fluffy belly with its paw, and leisurely wagged its tail. Xian slowly furrowed his brows. Ali thought the referee was having a hard time making a decision, so he patted Xian's shoulder and consoled, "It's okay. Just say what you really think. If you're hesitating, just say that my cat is cuter." Fu Man grumbled in discontent. "You're clearly influencing the judge's judgment, cheating right in front of everyone." Fortunately, Xian was still a fair referee who adhered to the principles of fairness. He ultimately ruled that Ali's team was slightly ahead but gave sufficient reasoning, because it looks cuter. This reason convinced both teams of cats. What Xin didn't say out loud was that he felt the competing cat on Ali's side moved exactly like Spartan, as if imitating how Spartan rolled over. This feeling was quite strange. The competition continued. Ali successively issued commands such as spinning around and biting their tails, licking their paws, and standing upright to bow, and the two teams of cats completed them all well. Under Xianqin's special arrangement, there were losses and wins for each team, eventually resulting in a 2-2 tie, leaving the suspense to the final deciding round. The one stepping out from Ali's team was Wang Youyu, the youngest participant, while the opponent was a round chubby tabby so plump that its neck was almost invisible. Despite being young and small in stature, Wang Youyu showed no fear at all. When he reached the center of the arena, he seriously bowed to the judge. "Hello, judge teacher." Unfortunately, Xianqin couldn't understand him. Under Fu Man's silent eye pressure, the fat tabby also attempted to bow formally. However, due to the excessive flesh around its neck, it could only manage a slight nod and had to give up. Ali proposed a challenge for the two contestants: pretend to be dead. This was a task that required great acting talent. Most cats, when completing this task, would appear very fake because they failed to fully immerse themselves in the role. In his own classes, Ali always educated the cats to project themselves into the situation. He integrated the knowledge he acquired from drama classes into their cuteness training, helping them apply the concepts more flexibly during practice. For a cat, necessary acting skills could make feline life happier, and their humans would undoubtedly enjoy it. Wang Youyu, though young, was an extremely talented and ambitious cat. He already understood part of human language, showing signs of precociousness beyond most cats. He was particularly interested in Ali's courses, especially theater. Wang Youyu's dream was to one day become a big star in the human entertainment industry. That's right, his wish was to become a rising star. So far, no cat had achieved such a feat, while some dogs had successfully become actors, even appearing on the big screen. This left Wang Youyu deeply puzzled. Humans often tended to believe that dogs were more spirited, able to better follow human instructions, thus cooperating with people to achieve filming purposes. Cats, on the other hand, were notorious for refusing to follow commands. To a large extent, this was because cats disliked taking orders, preferring a unique, independent behavioral pattern. They wouldn't comply with human antics when unhappy and sometimes wouldn't even do so when happy. Young Wang Youyu believed that acting was a career worth dedicating his whole life to. He was confident that he could surely create a new field for cats within this realm. To him, this small challenge was merely a trivial episode in his stardom career, not even qualifying as a prelude. Still, despite the insignificance of this challenge, Wang Youyu executed it with utmost professionalism, delivering an impeccable performance of a creature facing death. Being hit, falling down, convulsing, suffering, struggling, recalling life, resentful, accepting fate, delivering last words. Xianqin's frown deepened. A cat capable of self-dramatizing like this, willingly playing dead when faced with a gunshot, was something he'd seen so far only in his Spartan. Unbelievably, there was a generation of cats emerging now, each with such rich dramatic aspirations. The ultimate winner without question went to Ali's team. Yeah. Ali cheered. He rushed forward, picking up Wang Youyu and planting a kiss on him. Originally, he wanted to lick him, but after becoming a human, he found it uncomfortable having hair fall into his mouth and thus decided against licking any other cats. "We are the cutest." The members of the non-existent SB48 subteam stood up, waving their fluffy paws in agreement, chanting, "We are the cutest." Xianqin watched every move of Ali's, remaining silent. At this moment, sporadic claps and shudder sounds began to ring out. Xianqin looked around and only then realized that, at some point, a small group of pedestrians had gathered around them, watching with great interest. Some curious onlookers even loudly asked Xianqin if he was training the cats for a performance. Xianqin could only offer a faint smile, unsure how to explain. Fortunately, Ling Ting came out of the store just in time to rescue him. "Today, our chicken breast meal set is half price, and we have even cuter cats inside. If you like them, feel free to leave some loose change to help buy canned food for them." This suggestion seemed reasonable enough, and many of the onlookers followed Ling Ting into the shop. It looked like business would be quite good today. Everyone was cheerful except for Fu Man, who sulkily ran off to the side, coiled his tail, and basked in the sun by himself. The rest of the Li Hua cat troop exchanged uneasy glances. "So, will we still get canned food today?" After celebrating with his teammates, Ali turned to Xianqin and asked, "Can we have canned food today?" His eyes shone hopefully as he gazed up at the human. The cans back at the institute were nearly gone, and when they returned, Teacher Wang surely wouldn't agree to let him take cans to feed the cats. Xianqin glanced at him, then at the black Li Hua cats, deciding everyone should go to the backyard to eat the canned food. The cats cheered, crowding forward but quickly forming an orderly line, quietly passing through the front hall. Many customers waited at their seats, taking pictures of these graceful, spirited felines and sharing them on social media. As the winner of the title of cutest in the whole venue, Wang Youyu was allowed to lead the procession. He strutted proudly with his tail high and his little head upright, mewing to beckon all the unknown humans. Eat well, drink well, eat well, drink well. Ollie remained outside with Xin, still grinning happily as he relished his huge victory. Xin watched him silently for a while before suddenly smiling and asking, "I've got some chicken nuggets from the kitchen, want to eat them in the yard?" Ollie was ecstatic. Winning both fame and food, life was truly wonderful. When he arrived at the backyard, the cats had already eaten most of the canned food, with a few lying lazily on their backs, exposing their bellies to the sun. Many guests curiously peeked out from the glass windows, marveling at how well-raised these formerly stray cats were, shiny fur and robust figures. Ollie squeezed past a rotund Lihua cat and sat under the pear blossom tree, holding a bowl of chicken nuggets and happily crunching away. Wang Yoyu sniffed curiously, coming over and trying to take a bite, but was mercilessly rejected by Ollie. "Cats can't eat human food," he said, attempting to mimic the tone Miwu once used when educating him. Being an obedient cat, Wang Yoyu obeyed after being refused, sitting aside and cleaning his paws and face. Just as Ollie threw the last chicken nugget from the bowl into his mouth, Xin entered carrying a sulking Fu Man. He set aside a separate dish for Fu Man, who circled it hesitantly for quite a while before finally succumbing to the temptation of the food and burying his head enthusiastically into the plate. Ollie pouted, muttering, "If he doesn't want to eat, don't give him any." Whether Xin heard him or not remained unclear. He came over and leaned against Ollie, who immediately moved closer in delight. Xin glanced at him, then looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Ollie mimicked his action and also stared at the sky, soon yawning as sleepiness crept over him. At this moment, Xin suddenly spoke up, "Can cats understand human speech?" Ollie answered instinctively, "Not all of them, but some can." "Could you understand before?" "Of course I could." Ollie lifted his head, suddenly feeling something was odd and unconsciously adding, "Because I'm human." "Your question feels really strange." Xin looked at him, smiling slightly without pursuing the topic further. Then he asked, "Do you dislike Lihua cats?" "Not at all." Ollie replied without hesitation. "Lihua cats are adorable, brown ones are the cutest." After saying that, he gave a self-satisfied laugh. A moment later, perhaps feeling uneasy, he asked Xin, "Why do you ask that? Do you not like Lihua cats?" Xin chuckled lightly and responded, "Who says I like Lihua cats?" Ollie straightened his body, looking at Xin in disbelief, shocked and somewhat stuttering. "You, how could you possibly not like Lihua cats? They are so cute, so beautiful." His voice grew quieter as he continued. Yes, Miwu had never said he liked Lihua cats, he had even never kept a second cat, his Aunt Coffee didn't count because she was in charge of Miwu's grandma. In this sense, Miwu might have just happened to keep me, the only Lihua cat. But when I used to be so fluffy, wasn't I super cute? Ollie widened his eyes in disbelief. Xin explained earnestly, "Think about it, Lihua cats, with their black paws and black noses, have all dark fur. When the lighting isn't good, it's very hard to take photos that look nice. One wrong move and they'll look really scary, and people will use them to make all sorts of memes. They also love eating, anything and everything, growing round and plump, so much so that they can't even clean the fur on their own bellies. And they're always affectionate, trailing after people, impossible to shoo away, easily stepped on, and they'll angrily flick their tails and throw tantrums unless they're picked up and coaxed. Ah, so I have so many flaws. I never knew." Ollie remained silent, sighing in dejection. Xin glanced at him, suddenly smiled, and continued, "But there's one Lihua cat named Spartacus whom I really do like, extremely like." Ollie immediately raised his head, pricked up his ears, and stared seriously at Xin. Xin lifted his hand, wiped the smile from the corner of his mouth, and said, "All right, let's stop here. Are you still hungry? I'll get you something more to eat." "Wait. Tell me why you like her." No matter how curious Ollie was, Xin wouldn't continue talking about it. Ollie felt quite disappointed, but then he thought, Miwu obviously likes me the most, I am indeed the cutest Lihua cat. That afternoon, when returning to the institute, Miwu drove them and the SBD 48 members up the mountain again and packed 20 portions of chicken breast and some canned food. Ollie happily distributed the meat to Dr. Wang and Master Wang and stored the canned food in their little warehouse. After finishing his portion of chicken breast, Teacher Wang smacked his lips, savoring it for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Did you expose yourself today? Did you tell your human our secret as cat people?" Ollie confidently shook his head. "How could I, I'm so smart. I guarded the secret well today, Miwu didn't notice a thing." Teacher Wang pondered silently. The things made by Ollie's human were really delicious, and they were free too. There were increasingly more stray cats at the research institute, and many of them had health issues, which would incur significant medical and food expenses. They also planned to continue investing in the stray cat education program in the second half of the year, another expense. He gazed out the window, holding his enamel cup, lost in deep thought. Chapter 81, Gift. During breakfast, Teacher Wang, holding a bowl of sweet porridge, suddenly started talking about the old days when the research institute was first established. Due to his lack of business acumen at that time, he led the institute into financial difficulties where meat was rarely eaten every 10 days or half a month. He waved his chopsticks around and talked emotionally, tearing up with choking voice in moving moments. If viewed by human standards, although Teacher Wang was getting older, he still had clear eyebrows and bright eyes, maintaining an appearance of elegant sophistication. Such grieving expression from him was indeed quite infectious. Unfortunately, Ollie hadn't fully grasped human aesthetics yet. He held his own bowl quietly but perplexedly looking at his teacher, slurping his porridge. After several mouthfuls, Ollie wanted to eat the scrambled eggs on the table. Unfortunately, he hadn't completely mastered the use of human chopsticks yet. He stared fixedly at the scrambled eggs for a while, swallowed his saliva, and continued slurping his sweet porridge. Alas, there is no meat. For a cat without meat, it is a kind of distress that makes listeners cry and causes witnesses to shed tears, sighed Teacher Wang, glancing at Ollie, seeing that he showed no reaction, so he let out another louder sigh and continued, the children of today have no idea about recalling the bitterness and thinking about sweetness, they don't understand how hard it is to endure a life without money. Slurp. Money is a good thing. With money, we can buy meat to eat, we can buy canned food, and we can take them to see a doctor. Slurp. What can we do without money? Without money, we need to work hard and find ways to make money. Slurp. Teacher Wang pursed his lips, putting down the bowl unhappily, looked at Ollie, and earnestly said, Ollie, did you hear what I said? Slurp. Ollie got choked, coughed a few times, raised his head, blinked, and slowly replied, I heard it. Since you've heard it, do you have any thoughts? Thoughts? Ollie put down his bowl reluctantly, furrowed his brow, racked his brains for a long while, and replied, I can help Uncle Wang catch mice. His mouth was full of porridge, so his words were unclear, he pronounced mice as old Sue. Wang Yoyu, who had been staying under the dining table all the time, upon hearing the word mice, instantly jumped out, showing his fangs and arching his back, his soft white fur bristling, making a ferocious appearance. Where are the mice? I'll catch the mice. Wang Yoyu was the only cat in the entire institute that didn't know how to catch mice, for which he was mocked by older cats and companions for a long time. Recently, Wang Yoyu, after much reflection, forced his brother to teach him how to catch mice. Although he didn't learn how to catch mice, his acting skills improved greatly. Every day, he fantasized about being the male protagonist in an adventure story, enduring great hardships and despised by worldly cats, finally achieving great success. Ollie used his toes to gently push Wang Yoyu away. Wang Yoyu flailed his paws in protest. Soon afterward, Nian Nian picked him up. Thinking about Wang Yoyu, Ollie scratched his hair hesitantly and asked, can I perform tricks? His grades in drama class were once pretty good. Moreover, whenever he performed the 4 great tragedies of cats for Meow, his humans really liked it, rewarding him with various canned foods or snacks afterwards. Of course, sometimes they would also take him to the clinic for checkups, he didn't know why. Teacher Wang thought for a moment and simply changed the topic. He asked, in the past, have you ever felt particularly difficult times, like not having enough to eat or not even having a nest? There were such times. However, those days were too long ago for Ollie, so long that the unhappy feelings had vanished entirely. He tilted his head, thought seriously for a long time, and shook his head. Teacher Wang found this strange and followed up, really none. There were some, but it seemed okay. Later, I just took over Meow. Teacher Wang slowly guided him, after taking over your human, did you have any unhappy days? Like dissatisfaction with eating or playing, all these discomforts stem from not having enough money. Ollie widened his eyes, puzzled, and counter-asked, why would one be dissatisfied? If eating isn't satisfying, then switch to a different flavor of canned food, if playing isn't enjoyable, Meow will buy me new toys. If staying home gets boring, Meow will take me out to play. Every day goes pretty well. Teacher Wang shook his head, sighed, and had to straightforwardly express his thoughts. That's why I think your human is quite capable. I'm considering collaborating with him. Ollie didn't understand, asking, collaborating on what? Are you inviting Meow for porridge? That's good, Meow always eats alone, so pitiful. Teacher Wang stared at me with his eyes wide open, I'm struggling to afford meat for myself. How could I possibly invite your human for porridge? You obviously haven't endured much hardship, just a young kitten. As soon as the porridge was finished, Ollie was driven down the mountain. According to Teacher Wang's reasoning, heading down the mountain early would save lunch and snack money. With his big backpack on, Ollie wandered along the winding mountain road, pondering whether we had become this poor. No wonder today's scrambled eggs seemed smaller than usual. Without money, what could be done? Alas, it's really a pity that after becoming humans, they can no longer hunt mice and sparrows for food themselves. In his memory, mice did taste pretty good. At this thought, Ollie couldn't help but lick his lips, unconsciously glancing down at his paws. Alas, I can no longer catch mice, how annoying. Does this mean I am kind of useless? When he arrived at the Spartan Cafe, Ollie finally perked up again. Miou had prepared a delicious grilled salmon for him. Back when he was still a cat, Miou would never allow him to eat such a large portion of salmon, claiming it wasn't healthy for cats. Now that he had become a human, he could finally take big bites of what he liked best, being a human really was quite nice. But salmon must be expensive, Ollie secretly squeezed his wallet. The pocket money given by his teacher was all inside. Was it enough? Xin Ching smiled and said, "This dish has been complained about by a customer. Help me taste it and see if it's truly awful." Ali held the plate in astonishment for a long time. It smelled so fragrant, it definitely wasn't bad. That person must be evil, deceiving you, Ali solemnly concluded. "Alright, then eat it. Let me know when you're done. If that person lied to me, I'll scold them." "Okay." Feeling an immense sense of responsibility, Ali picked up the fork and began eating carefully. It was delicious. Ling also brought over Ali's favorite icy cola. However, just as Ali inserted the straw and took a sip, the drink was confiscated by Miou. Ali looked pitifully at his human, not knowing what had happened. Xin Ching frowned and said, "You're not allowed to have too many sweets or sugary drinks. Here, I'll pour you some water instead." "But," Ali whispered softly, "how could water ever compare to icy cola?" As Ali watched the retreating figure of his human, he suddenly realized that Miou had changed. Previously, Miou wouldn't care about what he ate or drank. Sighing, Ali recalled the bitter days when he was forced to eat prescription food by Miou, as well as the days he was restricted from snacks due to being overweight. Speaking of unhappy things, there actually were some indeed. Ali felt a bit regretful, realizing he should have told the teacher this earlier. Miou is so unpleasant. But soon, Ali decided to forgive his human. Because the salmon was truly delicious. Though slightly greasy, drinking water was actually good too. And Miou didn't leave to do something else. Instead, he accompanied Ali until they finished lunch together, which made Ali even happier. It had been such a long time since he last shared a meal with Miou. Thus, despite missing dessert after the meal, Ali still felt contented. After having a full meal, Xin Ching let Ali go play on his own. Ali spent some time playing with the koi fish by the pond, then suddenly realized, was it because I've always been lazy that Miou started getting annoyed? Just like this morning, when the teacher hinted that I should work more and earn more money, instead of indulging in fun all the time. After giving it serious thought, he became increasingly convinced this was true. Miou must think I'm just a lazy cat, which is why he won't give me sweet snacks. No way, I need to prove to him that I'm not lazy. With determination, Ali put his plan into action immediately. He ran to Xin Ching and said that he'd work in the afternoon. Surprised, Xin Ching asked, "What work are you planning to do? Will it be tiring?" "What?" Thinking for a moment, unable to fully explain the underlying reasons, Ali mumbled vaguely, "I cannot tell you." Not having much choice, Xin Ching let it drop. After warning Ali repeatedly, he took out a dark courier bag from the inner room that he bought especially for Ali. The original big backpack of Ali was simply too big and heavy. If the stuff in the bag isn't necessary, use a smaller one, it'll make your life easier. Bring your phone and remember to answer calls. Hide your gold chain well. Don't linger after finishing tasks, and I'll send you back to the institute. If you go too far, call me, and I will come pick you up. Ali happily agreed, fondling the courier bag gifted by Miou. Indeed, the items inside weren't critical, so Ali only carried a tablet computer and a phone before heading out joyfully. Although Xin Ching did not understand, as a cat person, there was indeed work to be done. Currently, Ali's job was to assist Teacher Wang in completing the adult stray cat education program. The adult cat education differed from the kitten education, focusing more on practical functions, aiming to help adult stray cats establish health and hygiene awareness, control excessive reproduction and disease spread among adult cats. If funds were sufficient, they would also establish a regular physical examination welfare plan for adult stray cats, aiming to help them improve their quality of life and live healthier, longer lives. This kind of work could only be accomplished by someone who possessed both feline genes and memory while being human, a cat person. And since the foundation of the adult cat program was based on Ali's graduation thesis, it was perfect that he executed it. Teacher Wang had already laid the groundwork through the influence of the Cat Association. The later implementation work would need to be completed by Ali himself. The biggest challenge of adult cat education was actually the venue problem. They needed some equipment and a sufficiently large space, but couldn't make it too obvious outdoors. Currently, the site chosen by Ali was under the bridge of the original moat. It was the largest gathering place for stray cats in Maochun apart from Witch Mountain Park. Usually deserted during the day, with vast open spaces, it was very suitable for classes. The only drawback was the lack of internet, making online teaching arrangements impossible, so he could only pre-store the presentation slides and multimedia materials on his tablet computer before bringing it over. Ali's footsteps were light and quick, and he soon arrived at the moat territory where he was becoming increasingly familiar. The afternoon sun had baked the dried-up riverbed until it was scorching hot. Ali stepped on the pebbles, making a crunching sound. There was no one around, and no signs of stray cats could be seen, seemingly all tranquil. But Ali knew that, under some shelters unimaginable to humans, hundreds of stray cats were hiding. They had blended themselves perfectly into the background of the city. As Ali walked, he put his fingers into his mouth and blew a loud and rhythmic melody. Since becoming human, he could no longer emit certain special tones like cats, so he had to resort to other means. This whistle was the signal agreed upon by Ali and the stray cats. The whistle gradually grew louder as Ali paced steadily. Gradually, some furry heads began to emerge from various corners. Behind Ali, stragglers of stray cats with varying fur colors and sizes began to follow. They followed the rhythm set by Ali, tightly trailing behind him. Gradually, more stray cats gathered, forming a dense and large group. From a distance, it looked like a human leading an army of stray cats. If someone accidentally witnessed this rather grand scene, they might have been shocked and speechless. Ali led his army of stray cats, walking confidently, finally settling down inside the largest and cleanest bridge tunnel. During the initial classes for the stray cats, Ali would try to use cat language as much as possible. Though his pronunciation wasn't entirely accurate, communication didn't pose much difficulty. A human-speaking cat language with a strange accent, this was the evaluation given to Ali by his stray cat students. In time, when these stray cats learned more expressions in human language, they could better understand Ali's words and thereby better comprehend the diverse humans living outside their circles. If they wished, and were lucky enough, they could take charge of one or two humans from the vast population, officially becoming domestic cats. And Ali aimed to help them achieve their cat life goals. However, today, Ali planned to collect a little reward. Go find things for me, anything. During the break between classes, Ali instructed a class of adult stray cats, things that are fun, tasty, or good-looking can all work. I want to give these as gifts. Though he spoke with confidence and showed no shame, the stray cats clearly didn't mind either. A human wanting treasures found by cats, how normal. After all, humans were filled with curiosity about the world of cats. Thus, when Ali returned to Spartan Cafe, he brought back a sack of gifts for Xin Qing. Xin Qing looked at the dirty sack, probably pulled out from some garbage pile, felt his scalp tingle, and had some uneasy thoughts flood his mind. Calmly, he asked, "What is this?" "It's a gift for you." Ali laughed smugly in triumph, thinking, I'm not a completely lazy cat who can do nothing. Although I can no longer catch prey myself, I have many other ways to support you. He proudly undid the sack, dumping out the captured prey and treasures inside. Xin Qing instinctively asked Ling Ting to keep an eye on the door leading to the backyard, so that the guests wouldn't come out. His judgment was correct. Ali had delivered 4 plump mice, 3 large sparrows, 2 halves of frogs, 2 bird eggs, one of which was only a yolk, a huge wild rabbit, a small animal that looked like a squirrel, a pile of locusts and mantis remains. Additionally, there were over a dozen marbles, several bunches of unnamed grass, a dirty old tennis ball, and scattered nameless parts. Ali scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Actually, it's still a bit too little. But you can trust me, I specially picked these mice because they're the fattest and prettiest ones. Xin Qing suddenly found himself quite impressed by how calm he was. He asked Ali, what are these? They're bribes I collected, Ali unabashedly replied, smugly smiling with pride as he said, I'm giving them to you. Xin Qing did his best to handle these gifts without hurting Ali's feelings. Then he grabbed Ali's arm and carefully washed his hands with hand soap, disinfecting them thoroughly. Ali stared at the bubbles covering his hands and burst into laughter, finding it pretty amusing. Xin Qing watched him helplessly. A moment later, he remembered the little bundle that Spartan used to bring home. After staying silent for a while, he questioned Ali, when no one gave you bribes before, did you go find gifts yourself? What would you do with those gifts? His words were vague, but he hoped Ali could understand. Whether or not Ali truly grasped it, he nodded heavily in agreement. Why? Because it's fun. And, Ali glanced sideways at his human, his voice softening slightly, and because I want to give them to the person I like. What if it takes you a very long way? Ali nodded again, yeah, even if it's a very long way, it's worth it. Then, after you found the person you want to give the gift to, were you happy? Yes, I was happy. Xin Qing paused briefly before asking further, were you happy every single day? Every day. Ali thought seriously about it, then firmly nodded once more, every single day was filled with happiness. Each day, each moment, brought nothing but pure joy. Chapter 82, What do you want to do? After dinner, as usual, Xin drove Ali back to the institute. Now the business at the store was average, not really requiring Xin to stick around all the time. He had plenty of time to carefully think about what he wanted to do. Ali had become very adept at catching rides, whether on motorcycles or cars. He had learned to put on his helmet himself, buckle his seatbelt, and even learned to look at the traffic lights by himself. Xin opened the car door for Ali. Ali bent over and climbed in. As soon as he got in, he smoothly sat beside Miwu's seat, tightly gripping a paper bag filled with tonight's snacks, fried squid rings. Following him, Xin entered the driver's side and turned on the air recirculation. The tempting aroma of the fried squid spread through the car. The unique scent of caramelized onions mingled with a fresh woody fragrance. Ali sniffed carefully and asked, did you change the fragrance? For a moment, he didn't know how to describe the air freshener inside the car, so subconsciously used a naive repeated word. Xin did not correct him but instead asked, does this smell better than the last one? After a short contemplation, Ali replied, this one smells better. Xin nodded, giving him a smile. Mr. Wang once said that after cats turned humans might increasingly resemble true humans in behavior and consciousness. This similarity would likely intensify over time. Ali thought, maybe I am now in the state of becoming more and more human-like. When he was still a cat, he often found fault with Miwu, too thin, hard belly, short fur, looking unhealthy. But now that he had become a human, looking at Miwu, he saw that Miwu was tall and well-proportioned, neither too slim nor overweight, elegant like a cat. With his short hair, he looked energetic. Especially when he smiled, it was just like Ali's favorite moonlight, glowing but not blinding, gentle and intoxicating. He could not come up with more beautiful words to describe how wonderful Miwu was, so he could only marvel that Miwu truly looked good no matter how you looked at him. Lost in thought, Ali suddenly blushed. He tightly clutched the food bag in his hand, crumpling it into wrinkles. Shinchin escorted Ali all the way to the entrance of the institute. Normally, he would watch Ali go inside from the car before leaving. Today, however, Shinchin got out of the car together with Ali, looking strangely at him. Shinchin pointed at the gate of the institute and asked him, "Can I come in for a visit?" Ali grinned broadly and nodded vigorously, saying, "Sure." Shinchin thought for a moment and added, "You go ahead and tell your teacher first. If it's inconvenient, I'll come another day." Unexpectedly, Ali decisively shook his head, directly grabbing the sleeve of Shinchin's shirt and pulling him in. Why should he notify the teacher? The teacher had wanted Miwu to come to the institute days ago. That way, Shinchin was invited inside. The guard room was empty. Master Wang had probably gone indoors to rest, obviously showing that this institute didn't worry about unwelcome visitors. Ali led Shinchin through a spacious courtyard. The night was deep, making it impossible to see clearly what plants were grown in the yard. By the time they reached the central courtyard, Shinchin discovered a string of cats following behind him. They were quiet, some closely sticking to him as they walked, others silently brushing past him. Not long after, Ali stopped in front of an old building. It was a two-story small house, its mottled brick walls vaguely visible under the yellowish light. Ali said, "I'll take you to my teacher's room, I can make you coffee." Making coffee was the only somewhat refined interest that Master Wang managed to cultivate. In his own words, it was the rare pleasure time in his financially strained life. Moreover, after becoming humans, the cats, who originally spent 2/3 of their time sleeping, were forced to be awake and had to follow the human schedule of rising with the sun and resting when it sets. Coffee was indeed a precious stimulant that constantly reminded cat people that they were already pitiful humans and no longer enjoyed the rights of being lazy eaters with leisure time. Of course, the lives of Master Wang and all the cats in the institute weren't as dire as he claimed. At least from Ali's perspective, they were all still able to eat well and stay warm, indulging themselves in feasting on little meaty treats. However, cats were highly dramatic creatures, always enjoying exaggerating their tragedies to find a bit of strange joy in the mundane life. Even after becoming cat people, Master Wang couldn't escape that tendency. Under such pressure, Ali successfully learned the skill of making coffee. He couldn't wait to show this multifaceted talent to his human. Miwu might praise how capable I am. Mr. Wang had just finished dinner and was sitting in his small living room, blankly staring at a mini TV that wasn't even 20 inches wide. They'd had braised pork for dinner, which wasn't easy to digest. His mind was now hazy, everything he saw blurred. Ooh, how he longed for a nap. At that moment, he heard Ali bring his human inside the building. Mr. Wang immediately perked up. As Ali had said, Mr. Wang didn't mind Shinchin's sudden visit, and this put Shinchin somewhat at ease. On the contrary, Mr. Wang appeared rather warm. This warmth, however, wasn't overly ostentatious, it could only be noticed by someone like Ali, who interacted with the teacher daily. The teacher clearly liked Miwu very much, his eyes were shining brightly. Thinking this happily, Ali cheerfully picked up the coffee pot to prepare coffee for them. Mr. Wang glanced at Ali's back as he went about his task, then slowly began to speak to Shinchin. Shinchin responded politely and with restraint. In truth, he had many questions he wanted to ask, many things he wished to understand, but stepping into the institute, he suddenly realized that maybe there were topics that shouldn't be discussed openly. Thus, he carefully hid his probes and observed Ali's life situation in his own way as if he were truly an outsider. Despite all this, Mr. Wang remained talkative in front of Shinchin. He led their conversation, speaking knowledgeably about various topics ranging from astronomy to geography. Shinchin listened attentively, occasionally agreeing or glancing outside the door. It seemed Mr. Wang noticed his concerns and reassured him, Ali can spend half a day grinding beans every time. He always uses up half a bag of my coffee beans before stopping. Let him be, don't worry. He sighed quietly, silently scolding the young cat. Shinchin could only smile. Suddenly interested, Mr. Wang started talking about Ali's childhood. He recounted how he first met Ali. He looked so stupid, like a pancake. How could a person look like a pancake? Of course, there might be several interpretations here. For instance, Ali used to have a round and chubby appearance. Shinchin carefully listened to Mr. Wang's rambling, trying to glean more about Ali's past bit by bit. But when I saw him for the first time, I knew right away that little guy was the successor I wanted. So, I immediately decided to take him on for research. Later, Ali became my student. Though not particularly clever, at least he was reliable. The biggest advantage was his sincerity. While his thoughts weren't few, he never dangled his feet above the ground. Once he liked something, it was clear and wouldn't change. Shinshin thought it was amusing. These descriptions didn't seem like a mentor evaluating his student but more like a parent having casual chats, wanting to appear fair, though still showing favoritism, and introduce their child to younger relatives during a matchmaking meeting. Initially, he wasn't in good health and struggled to adapt to the life at the institute. There were a few serious occasions where I thought he wouldn't make it through. I told Director Wang that if it got too tough, we should not force the child anymore. But Ali was strong. He understood why I needed him to endure, and ultimately, he overcame it. He also had his own goals, things that once determined, no matter what I said, he would never change. Ali originally came from a pampered upbringing. Although those younger may have faced some hardships, overall, they were still children raised in a life of sweetness. Mr. Wang felt deeply grateful for Ali's efforts, for his ability to endure solitude and pass through trials. He hoped that in the future, Ali would gain happiness matching his sacrifices. Having said this, Mr. Wang took a glance at Shinshin, seemingly casually but penetratingly enough to see straight into one's soul. Shinshin looked directly back at him, but his mind was full of memories of Ali's first sight of him, tightly hugging him. He held on so firmly, as if afraid that the person before him would vanish the moment they let go. That. Shinshin carefully considered his words before asking, will he always be like this in the future? Mr. Wang stared at him for a good while, and finally broke into a smile as he said, yes, he will always be this way. Ali indeed turned out to be just as Mr. Wang had described. After nearly half an hour of fussing around, he walked in holding 2 steaming cups of coffee and a plate of fried squid rings. A nameless kitten was mewing around his legs, yet Ali held his load with utmost care, eyes anxiously fixed on the 2 cups of coffee. Despite all his caution, the drink swayed back and forth, spilling some onto the floor, but the entire room was soon filled with the rich aroma of coffee. Ali first handed a cup of hot coffee to Shinshin. His fingers were smeared with black coffee powder, as were his clothes. His bangs fell over his forehead, giving him a slightly disheveled appearance. The coffee cup was scalding hot, so after Shinshin took it, Ali quickly pulled his hand back, pinching his own earlobe as he intently awaited Shinshin's evaluation. Shinshin picked up the cup, slowly blew on it, then carefully took a sip, praising, it tastes wonderful. Hearing that, Ali grinned smugly. The squid rings had gone cold by now, their originally crispy exterior turning slightly soggy, losing their optimal texture. Yet Mr. Wang didn't mind in the least, savoring each bite wholeheartedly. Wang Youyu slipped inside at some point and joined the group hugging Ali's legs. Ali bent down, seriously warning all the kittens that the squid rings contained onions, something they couldn't eat. The kittens didn't seem to fully understand but still meowed enthusiastically. Involuntarily, Shinshin remembered the times when Sparta used to pester him for onion rings. He wouldn't give in, explaining solemnly that onions could harm a cat's health. At those moments, Sparta would storm off in a huff, hiding away in his small nest, ignoring Shinshin altogether. Then he'd turn around, start licking his paws, and meticulously wash his face and the back of his head. Unfortunately, his head was too round, leaving him unable to reach it completely. Sparta would adjust his posture, curling up tightly as he tried hard to rub the back of his head. Halfway through the effort, he'd lose strength, lie sprawled out in his nest with all 4 limbs exposed, sinking into deep sleep. When he woke up, he'd have forgotten all about the onion rings, magnanimously forgiving Shinshin and starting to beg him again to play together. None of the kittens got anything in the end, all the fried squid rings ended up in Mr. Wang's stomach. After sipping the last mouthful of coffee, he patted his belly contentedly, gave a grand wave of his hand, and issued the order to see them off. Ali grabbed Shinshin's hand, leading him out. It's very dark outside, hold on to me, and you don't need to be afraid. Even though he had transformed into a human, the feline gene still remained within him, granting Ali better night vision than most people, which allowed him to function well even in darkness. Shinshin actually wasn't the least bit scared, but since Ali wanted to hold hands, he didn't say anything. It happened to be another night of exceptionally beautiful moonlight. Under the pure moonbeams, everything appeared clean and serene. Ali moved ahead, walking very slowly, racking his brain for possible topics of conversation. But nothing came to him, so he let out a heavy sigh. Suddenly, Shinshin said, let's sit here for a moment. He pointed to a flower bed bench in the yard. Great, great. Ali happily agreed and promptly bounced onto the flower bed platform, finding a spot he liked and sitting cross-legged. Then, he patted the space next to him, gesturing toward Shinshin. Shinshin walked over and sat down next to Ali. There was a gentle breeze in the courtyard, shaking the branches of the trees. The moonlight flowing through the branches resembled tides, ebbing and flowing with the shadows of the trees. Ali's mood instantly brightened. Although he still couldn't think of any suitable chat topics, simply sitting beside Miwu without saying anything felt perfect. On several previous nights, when Miwu escorted him home only to leave afterward, Ali would reflect inwardly, wishing that if only Miwu could stay behind and talk with him for a bit. Now, Miwu was really here, right next to him, not planning to go anywhere else. It was truly wonderful. With his limited vocabulary, Ali struggled to find precise adjectives to describe the beauty of the current situation. All he knew was how absolutely pleasant it was. Shinshin, however, broke the silence first. He asked Ali, what do you plan to do in the future? Ali curiously lifted his gaze. It had been quite a long time since anyone had asked him this question. In the past, when he was still in school, occasionally there were assignments requiring speeches or exam questions concerning his aspirations for the future. Back then, he talked confidently, expressing whatever thoughts occurred to him, with boundless ambitions. Some of these ambitions he managed to achieve, others not so much. Since beginning his life anew as a cat, this was the first time someone had once again posed the question, what did he want to do in the future? As he always did when faced with this question, Ali pondered very seriously before responding, I want to do things I like and things that are useful. This answer was rather vague but also seemed quite accurate. Shinchin pressed on, what are the things you like, and what are the useful things? Things I like. Ali glanced at Shinchin and quickly looked away. Under the moonlight, Miwu's eyes were too bright and appealing, making him a little shy, I can't tell you now. But I can tell you about the useful things. Alright, then tell me about the useful things first. Ali tilted his head, organizing his thoughts, and slowly began sharing what was on his mind. This morning, I counted. There are currently 139 cats in our research institute, all stray cats that the teacher and Uncle Wong have taken in. They are currently semi-free range. The teacher said that there are probably over 100,000 cats like these in Maochun City alone, and if we expand this figure nationwide, the number would be multiplied by hundreds or even thousands of times. This number was too large for Ali to fully grasp its implications. He only knew that there were countless cats roaming the streets. Among these more than 100 cats in the research institute, about one-third have health issues. Some cats were abandoned due to illness, while others were born with diseases. The teacher said they likely won't live as long as an average house cat's lifespan, eventually, their lives will be claimed by illness. If stray cats become domesticated and receive proper care, their lifespans will increase significantly, and their medical conditions will greatly improve. Life, aging, sickness, and death, it's all part of nature. Not all cats need to lead worry-free, pain-free lives. Every cat chooses his own path. Making a choice is one thing, but knowing what choices are available is another. Cats can choose solitude or companionship. Once they realize the life they could have and the possibilities before them, they become rational and mature, able to make better decisions for themselves. Helping them become smarter, more mature cats, that's what I want to help stray cats achieve. After finishing, Ali wasn't entirely sure, so he scratched his head and asked cautiously, do you understand what I'm saying? Shinchin nodded. In reality, Ali's words had struck like a bomb, shattering all of Shinchin's previous perceptions. Ali himself might not realize it, but his speech just acknowledged that cats possess advanced intelligence, they can learn, receive education, think about problems, and solve them, much like humans. Combined with Mr. Wong's earlier hints, the amount of information was overwhelming, yet Shinchin couldn't help but admire her own composure and calmness right now. Careful not to let her thoughts show on her face, she maintained a composed expression. Seeing that Shinchin understood, Ali immediately cheered up. He stretched out his legs, which had been crossed, swinging them back and forth. Miwu was truly the smartest human ever. Seeing his joy, Shinchin suddenly felt lighter-hearted herself. Can I hug you? Huh? Ali looked up, surprised, staring at Shinchin. Then, a blush slowly crept onto his face. He didn't know why he felt so warm, as though his mind was hazy. Human emotions were really strange, suddenly, happiness would explode inside you. Subconsciously, he nodded. Shinchin opened her arms and pulled Ali into an embrace. Ali's frame was well-proportioned, and hugging him was quite comfortable. He had no distinctive scent, except for a faint aroma of coffee lingering in his hair. His cheek pressed against Shinchin's neck, radiating heat, almost enough to burn. But Shinchin didn't let go. Her right hand slid down to Ali's nape, gently stroking his hair. Ali's hair was soft, shiny, and smooth. You're doing a great job, Shinchin whispered softly, thank you for being so brave and working so hard. Listening to Miwu speak while resting his chin on her shoulder was completely different from usual. Miwu's voice sounded muffled, vibrating her ears pleasantly and comfortably. Why was Miwu praising him? Probably because the coffee he made was excellent. Ali relaxed his body, subtly wiggling his toes like a pleased tail. One day not long after, Ling Ting arrived at work and suddenly noticed that the shop next to theirs was completely empty. Originally, it had been a two-story space, downstairs was a small gallery, upstairs a dance studio, but now it stood vacant. Ling Ting was puzzled and brought it up with Xin Qin. Xin Qin hummed in acknowledgement and replied, I've taken over the lease for the neighboring shop. The thought sent Ling Ting's mind into chaos. She gaped at Xin Qin, taking a while to process it before asking, why? Are we expanding our store? Given their current lukewarm business, could they really afford to expand? Xin Qin smiled and simply responded, to raise cats. Chapter 83, Reopening the Cat Club. Ali got up early in the morning. He had promised Mi Wu to visit him today. The weather was getting hot, and it was just past 7 o'clock when the sunlight started to become blinding. Ali changed into a thin light-colored t-shirt and jeans, fiddling with his hair in front of the mirror. My disguise is also pretty good today. Ali didn't have breakfast at the research institute. Master Wang, fearing that he would be hungry, prepared a bottle of water and a small pack of biscuits for him in advance. Ali carried his simple breakfast, wearing a backpack, and swayed as he walked down the mountain. As Mi Wu had said, during summer, the mountains were covered with unnamed little flowers. Ali stopped halfway to pick a large bunch of pure white daisies, carefully holding them in his arms. Ali sat in the window seat on the bus and noticed many people looking at him secretly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he buried his face in the bouquet. When Ali arrived at Spartacus' little shop, Mi Wu wasn't there. Ling pointed next door, so Ali curiously looked over and found Mi Wu aimlessly wandering around in an empty room. Yeah. Not wanting to directly call Xin Qin's name, Ali greeted casually with a tone word. Xin Qin turned around upon hearing the sound, saw a big bunch of bright little daisies, paused in surprise for a moment, then smiled and asked, "Are these for me?" "I picked them from the road." Ali dodged the question. Xin Qin took the flowers and sincerely thanked him. Ali was in a great mood, following him around several times before finally couldn't help asking out of curiosity, "What are you doing here?" This room was empty, devoid of anything. There were fragments of paper scattered on the floor, looking like no one wanted it. However, Ali remembered that this place used to be somewhere selling delicious food. But at the time, his cash was limited, so he rarely dared to go inside. "Do you remember a few years ago when Mao Chun had a cat club?" Xin Qin asked. Swallowing the words that almost came out, Ali hurriedly changed his statement, saying, "Of course I don't remember, I'm not a cat." Xin Qin gave him a glance, smiled, and continued, "I meant if you've read any related news reports." Ali shook his head repeatedly. It was a club specifically created for cats, implementing a cat membership system. So what happened? Although Ali remembered that the club closed down long ago. Sometimes, he actually missed it quite a bit because there were many fun toys inside, story gatherings, and he even met some nice companions. "I want to reopen the cat club," Xin Qin said, revealing a gentle smile. Ali couldn't help but open his eyes wide. "Wow, reopening the club," he foolishly chuckled and said, "sounds pretty cool. There will be lots of toys." "Yeah, there will be plenty of toys." Ali thoughtfully proposed several toys that he considered interesting. Xin Qin attentively listened and actually pulled out a notebook, writing down all of Ali's ideas one by one. Ali felt a bit awkward, scratching the back of his neck, saying, "I was just saying things off the top of my head, can it really help you?" "Of course," Xin Qin replied without hesitation, affirmatively answering, then he looked up and added another sentence, "Actually, I also want you to help me more, are you willing?" Ali nodded vigorously, "Of course I am." Xin Qin's idea sounds simple yet complex, mainly focusing on a feline-supported model. To assist the entire stray cat group, they needed a substantial amount of money, and this money must be alive to maintain a sustainable rescue operation. Raising donations, allowing benevolent individuals to provide financial support, was not a long-term solution. Simply relying on love and compassion to maintain an organization's operations was most likely to encounter issues, and once it collapsed, the backlash would be the most severe. After much consideration, expanding the pet cat industry seemed the most reliable option. Sparta has been an internet celebrity for so many years, which indeed helped Xin Qin accumulate a part of his savings. When someone has money, the most important way to earn more money isn't working to make money anymore, but using money to generate more money. The original Xin Qin, after losing Sparta, didn't have much ambition, enough savings to live on were fine, so he no longer excessively focused on accumulating wealth. And now, with a new goal in life, everything had to start anew. This was a difficult challenge, yet it brought a different experience to his life. Xin Qin found a patch of open ground, without minding the dirt, and cross-legged sat down. He began to plan on his notebook right in front of Ali. Ali also walked over and sat down facing him. This writing and drawing behavior of Xin Qin was very familiar to him. Back when he was still fluffy, in those first few years, Mi Wu would always do this whenever he ran out of money, scribbling all over a notebook. Though Ali didn't understand why he did that, it didn't surprise him at all. He propped his cheek with one hand and intently watched the pen tip moving swiftly under Xin Qin's hand. However, his mind went blank, thinking only about lunch. Firstly, we re-established the cat club. There are many pet cats in Mao Chun City, so providing club services can meet the needs of a large number of middle and upper-class consumers. Drawing on the previous club's model, we establish a cat membership system, offering a special recreational venue for house cats and other unique needs, like weight loss for cats or energy release for young cats, or temporary custody services. When owners cannot satisfy their pets' needs, they can seek help from the club. Some cats are aggressive, while others are afraid of humans. All anomalies have reasons, and perhaps we can gradually help these clueless owners understand their cats better. If they're unable to come to the club, we can even offer home service. Ali nodded as if understanding something. But different from before, a significant part of our cat club staff will be comprised of cats themselves. Ali perked up his ears, curiously listening. The employees, working cats can mingle among customers, understand their demands, and then feed back these needs to us humans who carry them out. Feedback. Ali stammered an explanation, but I don't understand what cats say either. Xin Qin smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, I don't understand it either." But there must be many particularly smart cats, right? They would enjoy working and love interacting with others, wanting to enrich their lives through their own efforts. Ali turned away and ambiguously said, there might be some. So I need your help to find such cats. Preferably stray cats. After passing an interview and assessment, we can offer employee benefits, including food, lodging, and medical care. Sounds pretty good. Ali stared at Xin Chin's notebook, never imagining so many ingenious ideas could fit in such a small book. Besides the cat club, Spartacus' little shop also needs upgrading, transforming into a cat-themed restaurant. The staff of this restaurant, similarly, will be made up of stray cats. These workers, apart from loving their work and being responsible, must also like humans and willingly interact with them, just like. Xin Chin initially wanted to say, just like Sparta, but upon reconsideration, changed it to, just like Xiaoyu. Ali scowled, somewhat gloomy. Wang Yu was obviously his student. When it came to cuteness, he used to be the top student in class. But he couldn't divulge this secret to humans. Of course, the total number of staff won't be too large, so only a small group of cats can exchange work for remuneration. However, the remuneration they receive can be converted into food, medicine, and a series of guarantees. If we do well, we'll be able to help more and more cats live better lives. Ali excitedly nodded and patted his chest to guarantee, I'll definitely find the most suitable working cats. Xin Chin jotted down a few more sections of plans, filling up a page quickly. He paused and wrote, and before he realized it, an hour had passed. By the time Xin Chin looked up again, Ali had already fallen asleep, his head leaning against Xin Chin's shoulder, snoring softly in deep slumber. The renovation process was very tedious. Xin Chin hired a local designer, personally overseeing every detail from design to materials. On many issues, he insisted on adopting Ali's opinions. All furniture was selected as environmentally friendly, green products harmless to cats. To avoid disturbing the neighboring customers, Xin Chin specially closed the restaurant for a month. Once everything was confirmed to be ready, Xin Chin opened his dormant Weibo account of over 2 years, spent an entire night pondering, and posted his first Weibo after retiring. Do you still remember me? In the lengthy Weibo post, Xin Chin briefly described his experiences over the past 2 years and shared new ideas. After re-encountering interesting people and fascinating cats, I wish to continue doing interesting things. At the end of the Weibo post, Xin Chin included a photo of Ali sitting in the yard of Spartacus' little shop, surrounded by a circle of stray cats. In the picture, Ali and Wang Yu were the only 2 cats who seemed to feel the camera's presence. They accurately presented their best angles to the lens, under the sunlight, looking especially delighted. Surprisingly, this lengthy Weibo post was retweeted over 1,000 times within just 1 hour. Besides old friends like Chao Dan helping promote it out of friendship, what surprised Xin Chin was that many original fans also began to get active again, pulling Sing from their grandpa's attention list for mockery. Grandpa, look quickly. The account owner you follow has finally remembered the password. Rare to see someone still alive after so long. It feels like we've gone back 10 years. Oh my god, seeing the comment above, I suddenly realized how old I've become. Back then, when Sing and Bing Bing ruled the world, I was still an unemployed university student. Now, I have worked for several years. The only thing that hasn't changed is that I'm still single. This little brother looks so handsome, but why does he wear such a big golden chain? It made me cry. He looks incredibly good. On Meow Planet, Sparta must be extremely proud. Too far to visit, but I want to donate. Could you open a channel? My homepage went crazy. Sing represents our era of being involved in various internet circles, those youthful years running under the sunset. Tonight, we are all about the big gold chains. Seeing all these, Xin Chin suddenly recalled a phrase that wasn't entirely apt but strangely suited the situation, a millipede never stops wiggling even after it dies. Years of diligent work as an online celebrity indeed weren't taken lightly, even if they fade for some time, coming back can still create a splash. This era is too convenient, where information sends before becoming outdated. With too many choices, we've grown more forgetful. There's no lifelong affection, only momentary fascination. For a moment, you hold my full heart, and in the next moment, I may already be far away. But there will always be something indescribable that subtly grips your heart. No matter how far you go or how long you travel, when you glance back, your heart still races. Even this small liking, pure and simple, is already incredibly precious. This little bit of liking sometimes can ignite hope. The Cat Club was officially named Spartacus Cat Club. On the opening day, more than 30 special guests arrived, they were all furry guests. All the grand speeches, hosting, and interactive sessions at the opening were done by these talented and versatile furballs. Different from regular opening ceremonies, these guests, meows for several minutes didn't bother anyone in the slightest. With Chowdun's help, Xin Chin live-streamed the grand opening ceremony online, attracting a large number of cat lovers and fans. Meanwhile, on-site, this unprecedented opening ceremony drew the attention of around 100 Maochun citizens, making it a hot topic in the city. Xin Chin continuously promoted both Spartacus' Little Shop and the Cat Club online and offline. He purchased the most influential local newspaper advertisement slot to promote the new Cat Club. The ad design was very simple yet effective, with clear demands and positive feedback. Once the business gradually stabilized, Ali put up another notice at the Research Institute, starting the recruitment for the new batch of working cats. Extra. Extra. The non-existent gang seeks service cat staff. Still worried about employment difficulties? Now is your opportunity. If you're between 1 and 4 years old, responsible, ambitious, and passionate about work, don't hesitate, Brother Bing wants you. Graduates are preferred, human language or theater majors are prioritized. Once hired, the treatment will be generous, free meals, accommodation, and canned food, employment and medical care secured. There's even a chance to become a wildly popular mega internet celebrity. Only one chance, don't let the moment pass. Those interested please contact Brother Bing. Chapter 84, Service Upgrade. As Chin Sin had anticipated, the number of qualified cats was not as many as imagined. First, service-oriented cats needed to understand the meaning of work. Secondly, they must love work. Even most humans might find it challenging to achieve these two criteria, let alone a feline community that does not traditionally hold work in high regard. However, under Ali's painstaking promotion, more than a dozen cats sporadically showed up for job applications. Frowning slightly, Ali wasn't happy. He originally intended to recruit over 20 little helpers for Miwu so that there would be a resonating call with 100 answering voices. Nevertheless, even though the scale was small, interviews and screening still needed to take place and would not lower standards due to the small number of applicants. The interview process was the result of Ali racking his brains all night long. He initially planned to enthusiastically send it to Miwu first but later realized that Miwu wouldn't understand feline writing. Moreover, he shouldn't let Miwu discover that he could communicate with cats. After all, I am tasked with the important responsibility of keeping the great secrets of catkind confidential, right? Thus, Ali decisively chose to independently undertake this difficult task, aiming to surprise Miwu. As the interviewer, Ali was quite strict. First, Ali evaluated the appearance of the applicant cats. This appearance referred not just to outer beauty but more importantly to their ability to remain calm and elegant in front of people, present their most charming side to the camera at all times, and possess true self-confidence from within. Cats who meet this criterion can exude a captivating demeanor towards humans, regardless of not being exceptionally good-looking in the conventional sense. Secondly, Ali evaluated the applicant cat's behavior and speech. Unlike physical appearance, behavior was dynamic. Truly mature cats should possess a peaceful heart, which reflects in how they treat humans on a daily basis, maintaining patience, avoiding unnecessary gestures or words. Gentleness is an outward expression of inner strength. Finally, Ali evaluated the applicant cat's sense of responsibility. Work is different from life and leisure. No matter how much one likes a particular job, without a certain level of responsibility, enthusiasm will wane. Knowing what one seeks and understanding the effort required, consistently striving towards goals. These principles were relatively abstract, so Ali designed specific evaluation content and processes, including walking the catwalk, showcasing talents, participating in question and answer sessions, and simulating real-life scenarios through role-playing exercises. In the role-playing segment, Ali invited Master Wong to join him as they would randomly portray various clients, those hard to please, overly enthusiastic clients impossible to say no to, clients in bad moods, and more. Unfortunately, since Master Wong lacked deep training in acting, his performances were perfunctory, leaving all the emotional pressure entirely on Ali. Luckily, even though he was human now, Ali hadn't forgotten everything he once knew. His acting abilities were more than enough to handle the group of inexperienced kittens. After a series of evaluations, only 5 cats stood out, becoming the lucky ones. This number was far from enough for the assistance Miwu needed. This situation left Ali troubled. He did not wish to sacrifice quality for quantity by substituting inferior options for better ones, yet he also didn't want to see Miwu worried. Where else could he find more cats? Just a few more would do. While pondering this, Ali felt an itch on his foot. It was getting hot, and whenever Ali stayed down the mountain, he always wore slippers casually. There must have been a cat lying on his foot again. Glancing down, Ali indeed found a round yellow tabby sprawled out, its belly facing down, snuggling against his feet. Sighing deeply, Ali spoke earnestly, "Huangdo, I've told you many times already, you're not suitable for this project. You shouldn't abandon your pride and sign up just because you see cans of food. That's irresponsible to both yourself and me." Huangdo wiggled his ears and tilted his head, pretending not to understand. He rolled onto his side, lifting his chin, giving Ali a sidelong glance as if protesting silently. "No matter how cute you act, it won't work. This position requires waiters. Do you understand that? Waiters observe others eat while refraining from cajoling customers into feeding them." Huangdo stiffened suddenly, finally comprehending the recruitment requirements. His ears drooped as he quietly rolled aside, tucking his round head into the grass. Just as Ali was about to sigh in relief, he suddenly felt a furry touch on his foot. Looking down, he saw Wang Yoyu exposing his white furry belly, wide-eyed and innocent, staring at him guiltlessly. Ali squatted down, lifted Wang Yoyu up with one hand, and placed him casually on the empty ground in front of him. Then, he took out the recruitment notice from his notebook, pinched the paper between 2 fingers, which had been crumpled and shredded by strays, and read it word for word, age between 1 to 4 years old. Don't you know how to read? Wang Youyu loudly replied, yes. I don't know how to read. Ollie instantly ran out of words. That's right, this kitten was still in preschool. What could he possibly understand? Sighing, he changed the wording. This recruitment announcement is telling us, we don't want Wang Youyu. Upon hearing that, Wang Youyu became unhappy immediately. His big eyes blinked rapidly, and soon they filled with sparkling tears. He sniffed pathetically and stammered, why don't you want me? I'm so cute, and I learn human language super fast. I've already surpassed many classmates. I'm so smart that I'll definitely get into university in the future. Why don't you want me? This is age discrimination, and I'm going to sue you. Wang Nian was sunbathing nearby. Lifting an eyelid and glancing at his younger brother, once confirming that he was fake crying, he let out a big yawn and ignored him completely. Ollie felt annoyed. Where did this kid learn all these tricks of cajoling people? Well, he thought of a compromise. I'll give you a chance to participate in the interview. If you can pass with high scores, I'll give you a trial period. Hearing this, Wang Youyu immediately wiped away all his tears, happily stood up, chased his tail, turning around in circles. Then, he rushed to Ali's side, affectionately rubbing against him while calling out, Brother Bing. Brother Bing. Let's role play. I love acting. Let's play overly enthusiastic customers and cold waiters. Or the one about making cold, serious customers laugh. I can do that too. Bouncing around on all fours, he jumped excitedly like a puppy. No way. Ollie glanced at him. Come here, little fish Wang, sit down properly. Show some respect for the interviewer. Upon hearing that, Wang Youyu quickly scrambled back to his previous position, braked abruptly, turned around, coiled his tail neatly, and sat upright, lifting his chin high. He stared at Ollie seriously. Wang Youyu, now I'll announce your evaluation criteria. First, you must successfully complete preschool with commendation from teachers, receiving more than 3 paws worth of praise. No whining, be polite. Who says evaluations must always be conducted on site? We'll handle special cases specially. Second, work in the store, no overexcited behavior, focus not only on yourself but also consider others' feelings and interests. If you run wild, we'll deduct cans from your brother's food. Third, you're forbidden to cling to any humans or even think about it. Wang Youyu wrinkled his brows while tilting his ears, pondered carefully for a moment, then nodded. All right then, I accept the challenge. But if I perform well, you have to add extra cans for my brother. After thoughtful consideration, Ollie nodded in agreement. However, he also set requirements. If your performance during the trial period isn't satisfactory, you'll still have to pack up and go home. It's a deal. Since Wang Youyu couldn't be apart from his brother, Wang Nian, who originally didn't sign up for the selection process, was granted admission. In this way, 7 cats from Mount Wutai were gathered together. They packed their small bundles, followed Ollie, and embarked on a small yet grand journey down the mountain. In the first month after the official opening, it would be considered a trial operation phase. Thanks to effective prior promotion, Spartan Cafe experienced a noticeable increase in customer traffic compared to before. The waiters chosen by Ollie worked very hard, moving around within the cafe diligently and responsibly, greeting guests, striving to make every diner feel at home and enjoy an unmatched feline royal service experience. Under Ali's specific arrangement, the 7 cats coming to work at the cafe each had different personalities and unique characteristics. Each cat presented their own individualized approach in dealing with humans. Some were aloof yet polite, some were warm and lively, and others gentle with a sense of empathy. Different cats provided personalized services according to varying human needs, always hitting the mark directly. Customers marveled universally, having never seen such endearing, intelligent, mischievous, and clever cats. Thus, even though some already had cat rooms at home, they still couldn't resist coming to experience being served by cats in person for an unparalleled pleasure. Among them all, Wang Youyu enjoyed the highest popularity. Due to being closely watched by Ollie, Wang Youyu had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of diligence and instead shifted his strategy towards attracting cat-free individuals. Being the youngest, no one could bring themselves to reprimand him whenever he acted spoiled or threw tantrums in front of customers. He was also astute enough to understand what kind of humans would enjoy his pranks and how far he could push such mischief before they grew annoyed. For example, he'd assessed that a burly male guest with a gentle personality who enjoyed taking care of others could tolerate some mistakes easily. Therefore, for such guests, stepping on their dining table was acceptable for Wang Youyu. Once, he even tried breaking this guest's water cup, only to be embraced carefully afterward as the guest wiped the water stains from his paws gently. Pretending to tremble out of fear, he successfully got another chicken breast cat meal added to the restaurant's tab for his brother. The cat meals were part of Spartacus Cafe's new series, authentic recipes formulated based on feline nutritional needs, served simultaneously with human food. During special consumption seasons, like Valentine's Day or Christmas, the cafe introduced lovers packages and family happiness packages, catering to various family requirements. This allowed those who adored cats to wear festive outfits alongside their pets without enduring strange stares from others. Guests at the cafe could bring their pet cats for shared meals or opt to order a tip meal for their favorite cat service staff. However, if the service staff cats were already full, the guests might regretfully have to wait for their next opportunity. As the service star receiving the most tip meals, Wang Yoyu quickly fed his brother up into glossy fatness within just a few weeks, leading diligence to devise an exercise plan aimed at Wang Nian's weight loss. See, conquering humans is not hard, right? As Spartacus Cafe thrived, the recruitment for Spartacus Cat Club membership eventually came to an end. As the chief VIP member consultant, Ali, sporting a newly crafted golden badge along with his big gold chain, sat in a specially designated consulting room, looking very much like he owned a legitimate studio. His job was straightforward. He consulted VIP club members about the troubles between them and their humans. Chapter 85, The Cat Language Interpreter. When letting Ali do the screening work for Cat Club members, Shinchin's initial purpose was actually quite simple, to get a preliminary understanding and evaluation of the prospective members, as in previous clubs, to judge which environment they might be more suited to and whether there would be any trouble among them. However, Ali is truly a diligent human. When he accepted the job, he not only completed it but did an excellent job. The process of consultation was not complicated. Shinchin arranged a separate small room for the cats and Ali. Cat owners could understand their cat's performance through surveillance cameras, though they couldn't hear the sounds. Unexpectedly, this move was very popular with the cat owners. Humans are always curious about how their pet cats behave alone in front of strangers. To everyone's surprise, the entire interview process was very simple. What was called an interview was really just face-to-face communication. Indeed, even though they could hardly believe their eyes, the cat owners indeed saw from the live video that their cats were chatting back and forth with the staff member, relaxed in their body language, fully without distraction or showing a high and mighty refusal attitude. Even without any food or toy temptation, and even for notoriously aloof cats, they all appeared natural and responsive, answering questions freely. The cat owners were amazed, thinking this staff member must be able to understand what the cats were saying. Only Shinchin understood that the two cats in the reception room were truly exchanging information, truly communicating. Do you call yourself Xia Hongzhao? Wow, you can really understand what I say. Aren't you human? I don't just understand your words, I also speak fluent Catanese. Now no nonsense, I will ask you several questions, and you must answer me truthfully so you can enjoy delicious food and toys after the task. Wow, your Catanese is amazing. You're so talented. The first question, do you like your human? Of course, isn't this too obvious a question? The second question, do you have a good relationship with your human? Didn't I already answer that before? I like my human. These two questions are different. As a university lecturer for many years, Ali's professional habit kicked in, starting to correct the young one's tendency to skim over questions. These are two different contexts. Just because you like your human doesn't mean you have a good relationship with him. It's possible that your liking allows you to tolerate some behaviors from your human. In that case, it wouldn't be called having a good relationship. Think again carefully. For example, this morning when going out, did your human do anything unpleasant? Xia Hongzhao is a little tortoiseshell cat with a slanted fringe who speaks softly, looking very innocent. She tilted her head up and seriously thought about it for a while, finally recalling something. Come to think of it, yes, there is something. I dislike it most when my human hides by the door or in corners waiting for opportunities, suddenly dashing out to shout loudly, giving me a fright. Or like today, when I was sound asleep on my cat carrier, she suddenly appeared and yanked the carrier strongly, scaring the wits out of me, and then she was laughing loud there. I hate that so much, it makes me feel so unsafe. Ali jotted down in his notebook, a scary owner for the cat, dislike noted. Next, Ali meticulously asked Xia Hongzhao about her dissatisfaction or confusion regarding her current situation, and about her expectations and suggestions for club activities. Besides Xia Hongzhao, every cat coming for an interview would be asked extremely detailed questions. These questions will help the cat club fulfill the needs of each individual cat as well as their owner's expectations. Luckily, most cats are full of curiosity, willing to cooperate, facing a human who can understand Catanese and even speaks it quite decently, they willingly provide their opinions about their life. And even some cats proposed more bold requests. There was a 3-year-old white domestic shorthair hybrid named Dabin. After Ali's inquiry, he frowned with hesitation on his flat face for a long time before revealing his innermost secret to Ali. Actually, I've always wanted a companion. Ali gave a sidelong glance at Dabin's lower half. Dabin felt somewhat embarrassed and curled his hind legs tightly. It's just feeling lonely. My human usually works hard, and when she comes home, she can't play with me either. Sometimes we talk a little bit, but then she falls asleep right away. So boring, hence I want a companion, a cat to chat with. Then what kind of companion do you expect? Unexpectedly, Dabin appeared somewhat uneasy. His eyes wandered, gathering his thoughts for a while before he slowly began. First of all, he's black, long-haired with a beautiful big tail, looking so perfect for pouncing and biting. The fur is fluffy and soft, cuddling up for a nap would surely be very comfortable. And then, preferably the same age as me. Ali relayed Dabin's opinions, approached Dabin's owner, listed every point to him, and finally summarized, your cat wishes to be with your neighbor's cat. Yes, that cat is called Bao Ma, right? A male cat. His exact words were that he wants to marry Bao Ma and ride on him. Daben's owner was temporarily speechless, flooded with thousands of questions, until only one remained. But my Daben is also male. Ollie shrugged, this I don't know. He scratched his head, exchanged casual greetings with Daben's owner, and then turned away. Left alone, Daben's owner continued to be confused, remembering that he had only met Bao Ma's owner in the elevator. I'm not close to him, how do I propose? Should I greet him proactively in the elevator? Bring him breakfast. Invite him to take a walk after dinner. Would he think I'm strange? Oh heavens. Why does Daben like a boy? Although the process was bizarre, the owners who came for interviews at the cat club were all surprised to find that Ollie could detail some little secrets about their pet cats, proposing solutions to conflicts between them and their cats. These methods were usually very effective. If the owners had enough patience to implement these solutions thoroughly, their relationship with their pet cats became visibly more harmonious. There are countless people who keep cats, they pour out emotions and care for their cats unilaterally. But very few have been able to learn what the cats themselves think. Do they like it when we do this? Are there things they dislike? What are their wishes for future life? Mystical to the point of eerie, the cat club could give you answers. What seemed to be a normal membership interview for the cat club was eventually spread by word of mouth, turning into an urban legend imbued with mysterious elements. And Ollie transformed from an ordinary staff member into a psychic cat language interpreter. Some found it eerie, others amusing, and more people expressed, please have Ollie come over to my place once, I want to know why our Lord dislikes me petting him. Ollie remained unaware of his increasingly rising popularity. Even with a reputation abroad, his thoughts remained simple, he merely wanted to help Miwu achieve more dreams. This sounded awkward, but it truly was their current situation. Although it started off slowly, Spartan Cafe and the cat club business were gradually getting better. To provide timely medical care and rescue services for the members of the cat club and the working cats, Xin successfully collaborated with Dr. Dai from Eat More Clinic. Coincidentally, the clinic was recently relocating, and Dr. Dai chose a store near the club to be neighbors with Xin. At this news, none were happier than Ollie. On the first day the clinic moved in, but before officially opening, Ollie went to invite Dr. Mashi. When it came to training the work cat members of Spartan Cafe, no cat matched veteran feline service educator with decades of industry experience, Dr. Mashi. Dr. Mashi also liked this human that smelled familiar and friendly, readily agreeing. He even brought his successor, a little black cat named Dai Maggio, along as an assistant teacher. Dutiful assistant Maggio was responsible for giving extra tutoring to the cats and checking homework. As business boomed, Ollie felt both satisfied and empty inside. Although he heard from Xin that their money was gradually increasing, soon enabling them to establish a special fund, taking another step closer to achieving the goal of stray cat self-rescue. Yet Ollie did not feel particularly happy. Perhaps fundamentally, his heart still belonged to a cat, thus more or less indifferent to the amount of money. However, he obviously noticed that he was no longer just a simple cat anymore. His mind began harboring more ideas, generating more complex feelings. This transformation process was unhurried, leaving Ollie no time to react until vague emotions surfaced, inadvertently plunging him into confusion. Propping his arms, Ollie stared intently at his Miwu. He realized that he increasingly liked Miwu, feeling uneasy even when seeing less of him. But even if he could always see his beloved Miwu, Ollie still felt hollow inside. He pondered silently, what exactly was missing? Ling Ting occasionally shared the recent updates of Spartan Cafe and the Cat Club with her longtime fans on Everlasting Affection Station, eliciting a chorus of envy and jealousy. Finally, one young lady could no longer contain her jealousy and rallied the group for an excursion filled with love. Let's visit Sing God and his Spartan Cafe. The suggestion was met with enthusiastic approval. Though many couldn't attend due to various reasons, 16 members still gathered together on a bright weekend in Maotsuan City to visit the elegant Spartan Cafe. They were dressed in colorful skirts, fluttering in like a group of little butterflies. The real-life Sing is even more charming than expected. Sneaky photos, sneaky photos. Wow, Ollie also looks so handsome and adorable. Sneaky photos, sneaky photos. The chatter of over a dozen girls claimed 3 or 4 tables, their curiosity equally split between the cafe's offerings and its owner. Their distinctive way of speaking, intentionally hushed giggles of excitement, all these made Xin feel quite familiar. He furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then smiled. Ollie kept staring at Xin's face, seeing him smile, asked confusedly, what's so funny? Xin gestured, summoning Ollie closer. He placed the prepared 4 pitchers of plum juice on a tray and had Ollie deliver them to the ladies in floral skirts. Ollie hesitated, mumbling an excuse, I'm not going, I don't chase butterflies anymore. Xin laughed, patting Ollie's head, saying softly, don't be afraid. You're just delivering drinks to them. Ollie still wasn't pleased, wrinkling his nose as he asked, why do we give them free drinks? They're not even paying. Because they like you a lot, Xin looked into Ollie's eyes and spoke softly, these pretty sisters have liked you for a very long time. Go greet them. In the end, Ollie still picked up the tray and carefully delivered the free plum juice to that group of little butterflies. Before he could retreat, he was surrounded by them. Bold and lively, their smiles were radiant, bombarding him with all sorts of questions. Ollie awkwardly dealt with the situation, hugging the tray tightly and glancing towards Miwoo from time to time. However, Miwoo stood still, smiling at him but making no move to save him. "Hey, big brother, I hear you like our sing." Despite being first-time guests, these little butterflies claimed kinship with the boss, addressing Ollie in an intimate manner. This made Ollie even more upset. Clearly, Miwoo belongs to me, yet they kept trying to take him. How irritating. He decided he'd rudely tell them not to fantasize about Miwoo anymore, he had already been claimed by himself. Thus, puffing out his chest, he answered loudly, "Yes, I like him. And if you cry after hearing the truth, that's your problem." Unexpectedly, upon hearing his response, the little butterflies fell silent for only a second before bursting into a loud laughter. Their reactions were so exaggerated that several nearby tables turned around curiously, wondering what had happened. Ling Ting hid behind the bar counter, covering her face as much as possible with a towel. These crazy women. Surrounded by laughter, Ollie became increasingly bewildered. He hadn't said anything humorous, so why were they all looking at him and laughing? Scratching his head hard, he felt a bit flustered. Eventually, the little butterflies finished laughing. One of them, slightly breathless, grinned and asked Ollie, "Do you like our sing? Have you confessed your feelings to him?" Confession? What is that thing? Ollie blinked repeatedly, fixedly looking at her. The little butterflies all chimed in teasingly at once. "You haven't confessed to Sing, how can you know whether Sing likes you?" Ollie widened his shocked eyes. "What? Not confessing means disliking. You won't be able to be together if you don't confess. If you aren't together, Sing might end up with someone else who does confess." Had Ollie been an experienced human in matters of the heart, he would have realized there were peculiar logical loopholes within the playful banter of these little butterflies. Unfortunately, our simple and straightforward cat-turned-Ollie knew nothing of such human tactics, completely blank on the topic of romance. Chapter 86, Declaration. As Teacher Lee's student, Dr. Wong always encouraged him to listen more, ask more questions, and learn more whenever encountering problems, gradually accumulating experience so that he could become smarter over time and improve his disguise in the human world. Ever since he reunited with his human, Lee had rarely returned to the institute with any questions. He was happy and content every day, just like when he was a cat, without worries or troubles, full of hope each day. Dr. Wong felt happy for him but sometimes couldn't help worrying as well. As a human being, one inevitably faces worries: life, aging, sickness, death, love, hatred, parting, sorrow. One isn't truly human without experiencing suffering. Fully accepting this imperfect human world is probably the biggest challenge after transforming from a cat into a human. When they were only cats, all issues could be simplified, troubles might only be temporary. After the rain stopped, it would be sunny again. Their lives were short, but because of this brevity, the difficult times seemed less significant. If Lee could encounter the less smooth parts of human life sooner, he could learn earlier how to deal with these troubles like a true human. Therefore, when Lee asked Dr. Wong what confession meant, Dr. Wong inexplicably sighed in relief. What needed to come, finally came. Confession means expressing your affection to someone you like. Lee thought for a moment and asked, "Then how do I confess?" Dr. Wong scratched his head, frowned, and hesitated before replying uncertainly, "You can find reference answers in human image archives." Upon hearing this, Lee nodded, finding it reasonable. It was just like studying and solving problems. If he didn't have an answer, he could refer to others' answers and thus understand the key points of the question, integrating them to apply in similar situations. Although when it came to confession, Lee thought he wouldn't encounter similar answers next time. That evening, back in his room, Lee did not go to bed right away as he usually did. Instead, he turned on his tablet computer and used the voice system to search for the answers he needed. Step 1 of confessing: write a love letter. A love letter is a kind of correspondence in the human world where you express your feelings for someone you like by writing them down on paper. With the popularity of the internet, this step can also be done online, to convey your affection. Lee wasn't particularly fond of the act of hiding behind a screen to make a quiet confession, finding it somewhat cowardly. If given the choice, he would prefer to tell Myowo face to face. But since this was the reference answer, there must be some significance to it. Lee began drafting his letter. Not yet proficient in using human language, he sought help from systems and network resources. He lifted his arms high and typed slowly with a single finger, writing his thoughts in cat language and letting the system translate it into human words. This isn't hard, Lee consoled himself. Just pretend Myowo is standing in front of me now, and I'm simply telling her how I feel. Even though he thought this way, Lee waited until his arms grew sore but still couldn't figure out how to start. Troubled, he placed his hands back on the table, pondering, how do humans write love letters? He shared his confusion with Ling Ting, one of his few human friends. How should I write a love letter? At that moment, Ling Ting was applying her whitening mask, which had more of a psychological effect than practical results. Upon seeing her friend's message, she got excited, tearing off the expensive sheet mask with wet hands and quickly replying. Are you going to confess to the boss? She used an affirmative tone. It took a while before the other side sent back a nodding emoji. Ling Ting's heart thrilled inside, never expecting that the pairing she had secretly dreamed up for so long might one day become reality. Biting her fingers, the whitening mask solution tasted strangely bitter like chemical reagents, but she paid no attention to it, responding seriously. Though love letters may seem old-fashioned, they're actually very romantic. The boss will surely value sincere efforts, so this method isn't bad. Let me tell you something, just write naturally about your own feelings. Don't copy those outdated love letters from the internet. They're too cliché and would definitely be considered outdated. Ling Ting sent a large amount of advice in one go. Listening to the translation provided by the system, Ollie sheepishly retracted his hands, which had been ready to open a web page to plagiarize a love letter collection. Should I just express my feelings? Hesitating, he slowly typed out a sentence. Dear Chin Chin. Hello. I am Lee. Tonight, after returning to the institute, Uncle Wang left me some delicious sweetened red bean paste, chilled and so sweet. I wish you were here with me, enjoying the moonlight while eating red bean paste. Yours sincerely. Lee. After finishing, Lee squinted his eyes to check the translation provided by the system, finding it quite good and fitting. He carefully sent it to Xian, waiting anxiously for her reply. Not long after, Xian's message came. Dear Lee. Hello. I'm sorry, but I don't have red bean paste. However, I do have strawberry ice cream. Xian. She even attached a picture of strawberry ice cream at the end of the message. It looked really appetizing. I like ice cream too. After replying, Lee swallowed hard, the craving interrupting his train of thought so much that he couldn't draft another love letter. He quickly flipped to the reference answers, wanting to see how many love letters one should send to consider the first step complete. Unexpectedly, the reference answer was quite vague, only saying that if the recipient replied and the content wasn't refusal, the success rate would be high. Lee thought about it and decided to consider the first step accomplished. Then he continued reading. Step 2 of confessing, giving gifts. Understand the other party's heart and present them with an appropriate small gift prepared with care. The gift doesn't have to be expensive, what matters is that you place value on their heart. Gifts? Lee scratched his hair, looking troubled. He remembered how Myowo often gave him gifts before, beautiful collars, toys that moved on their own, and flashy gold chains. Oh, the gold chain. Lee looked down at the gold chain around his neck and wondered, if I give this gold chain to Myowo, would Teacher Lee be unhappy? But besides the gold chain, Lee couldn't think of anything else worthy to give. Feeling troubled, Lee supported his chin in thought and took out his phone, sending a message to Ling Ting. After all, Ling Ting had been helpful during the writing of the love letter, so Lee decided to trust Ling Ting's judgment. What kind of gift should I give to someone I like? Ling Ting had just discarded a used mask and was feeling the sting as she opened another when she saw Lee's message. She quickly picked up her phone. Oh my god. Did your love letter succeed? You're already ready to give gifts. Ling Ting didn't know that Lee completely treated this confession process as solving a problem, following the steps meticulously. Generally speaking, boys could give lighters or ties, which would be very suitable. But boss neither smokes nor works, so none of these are useful. Why not give yourself to him instead? Ling Ting sent over an evil smirking emoji. Lee took it seriously. So giving oneself as a gift is also possible, right? This way is pretty good, meaning he wouldn't need to worry about what to give anymore. And giving himself to Myowo means they could live together again, just like before. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. Satisfied, Lee ticked off the second step. The third step in confessing, going on a date. If you've gone through the first 2 steps and the other party hasn't rejected you, then the success rate is already 8 or 9 out of 10, so keep going. What comes next is to find an opportunity, take your intended partner out, declare your feelings face to face once more, and then you can do a lot of private things. Upon reading this, Lee stopped and started searching, what are private things? But before he could understand clearly, his phone suddenly rang. Teacher Wang had previously taught him how to answer calls, but his phone rarely rang, so he got a big scare, fumbling anxiously before finally figuring out how to answer correctly. Thankfully, the person on the other end seemed very patient, waiting silently. Lee gripped his phone carefully, bringing it close to his ear and softly uttering a greeting. Lee, are you asleep? Oh, Myowo. Lee happily sat cross-legged on the chair and shook his head vigorously, realizing a moment later that the other person couldn't see his action, so he quickly leaned towards the microphone and loudly responded, no. It seemed Xian chuckled lightly, and though her words from the other side of the phone sounded a bit distorted, they still came across as gentle and pleasant. Then come out. I'm at the entrance of the institute, she said. Lee was momentarily stunned before realizing Myowo had come to find him. He leapt off the chair, wearing his slippers as he rushed out of the room. The moonlight was brilliant. There were many cats quietly lying around the courtyard, startled by Lee's movements. They fled momentarily, yet couldn't resist peeking out from various corners, staring at Lee with furry heads. Lee did not look back, running all the way to the door. Master Wang had already locked the iron gate of the institute. Peering through the cracks of the fence, Lee could see Myowo was standing under a dim streetlight. He was wearing a white t-shirt, quite conspicuous, with a long shadow cast by the light beneath him. Turning around, he looked at Lee and revealed a gentle smile. Lee smiled too, without waiting for Xian's word. Holding the iron railing with both hands, he leaped up onto the gate, hesitantly searching for a foothold to land on. Xin walked to the bottom of the gate and stretched out his arms toward Li. Placing his hand in Maiowu's palm, Li felt his hand cool and refreshing in this hot summer night. Borrowing the strength from it, he jumped down and landed steadily on the ground. Lifting his head, Li beamed up at Maiyowu. Xin also smiled, shaking the food bag in his hand. "I have strawberry-flavored ice cream," he said, "would you like to enjoy the moonlight together?" Li's eyebrows and eyes curved into a smile. Chapter 87, A Date Under the Starry Sky. Master Wang's house was close by, and since he slept lightly at night, waking him up to open the door wasn't impossible. However, Ollie felt inexplicably embarrassed. The two stood outside the institute, looking at each other without speaking for a moment. The strawberry ice cream gradually melted, filling the air with a faintly sweet and cloying aroma. Shinchin suggested they climb onto the car roof to watch the moon. The car body was slick with nighttime dew, making it slippery and not easy to climb. Ollie stepped on the tire and hoisted herself up, pulling Shinchin from above. Together, they climbed onto the roof cautiously, found a suitable spot, and sat down with their feet resting on the windshield wipers. Shinchin offered his coat to Ollie. The coat retained some warmth and a pleasant scent. It was slightly too large, so Ollie buried her chin in the collar and took a deep breath. Shinchin pulled out a large container of ice cream from his bag and opened the lid. The ice had melted just right, allowing for smooth scoops of round and glossy strawberry-flavored ice cream with chunks of strawberries inside, sour yet sweet. Shinchin didn't particularly like sweets, so he handed over the entire tub of ice cream to Ollie while taking out a cold beer bottle. He opened the cap with his teeth and took a sip. Ollie listened intently as bubbles popped in the beer bottle. It sounded a bit like cola. He licked the spoon curiously and stared at Shinchin's beer bottle. Shinchin shook the bottle and smiled as he asked, "Have you tried it before?" Ollie shook his head. Shinchin passed him the bottle. Ollie took a small sip. He couldn't decide whether it tasted good or bad, but it definitely wasn't as delicious as the ice cream. Ollie made a face and pushed the bottle back disdainfully. He picked up the ice cream again, digging one scoop after another contentedly. Eating too much ice cream made him feel chilly all over. His scalp tingled slightly as a shiver ran through him, and he could feel the tiny hairs on his back and arms standing upright. "This feels refreshing." Ollie sighed deeply. Shinchin extended his hand. Ollie placed his hand into Shinchin's warm, broad palm. Comforted by Shinchin's returned body heat, Ollie suddenly thought this was fun. He mimicked an old game he used to play with Miwu, spreading and retracting his 5 fingers, stretching them out, then pulling them back. Shinchin gently squeezed Ollie's hand, curled his own palm, and held Ollie's hand tightly. Gazing upward, the night sky stretched endlessly, with clouds rolling like a sea and the moon drifting like a solitary boat. Bathed in moonlight, their souls were purified. They forgot about the events of 2 years ago, yesterday, and even tomorrow. At this moment, there was nothing but what lay before them, the person right here, the one in their hearts, this fleeting moment, and this lifetime of experiences. Ollie sighed softly, "We can't see any stars." Though the moonlight was also beautiful, occasionally, he wanted to look at the starry sky. After turning human, he really did become greedy. "Because the moon is too bright, the stars have disappeared," Shinchin explained. "If the moon breaks apart, it will turn into many tiny stars," Ollie said firmly. Shinchin didn't correct him but instead asked, "Do you want to see the stars?" Ollie nodded. "Ask your teacher for leave tomorrow." Ollie was puzzled and asked, "What are we going to do?" Shinchin shifted his gaze from the moonlit sky and looked at Ollie. "We'll go see the stars." Ollie stared back at Shinchin, furrowing his brow in thought for a moment. Suddenly, inspiration struck, and he asked, "Is this a date?" Shinchin hesitated briefly before laughing softly. He nodded and said, "Let's call it a date." There was still a little over half a tub of strawberry ice cream left, now melted into a thick and sticky liquid at the bottom of the box. Ollie's fingers were sticky as well. Unable to resist, he pressed his thumb and index finger together, feeling the tacky sensation on his fingertips. "All right," he squinted his eyes and smiled, "but I'll send a dating invitation this time. I need to prepare." Shinchin was slightly surprised but eventually nodded in agreement. In the center of the courtyard stood a small stool. Ollie sat properly upon it, both hands placed obediently on his knees. Around his neck hung a white towel, its ends tied into a small bow. Master Wang held a huge bowl in his left hand and scissors in his right. He placed the bowl upside down on Ollie's head and concentrated fully as he cut his hair. Snip, snip. The scissors produced crisp cutting sounds. Stray bits of hair fell with each movement, causing Ollie to blink involuntarily. Today, Wang Youyu and his brother were on a rare day off and had returned to the small courtyard of the institute. Right now, he was lying on his brother's back, curiously watching Master Wang and Ollie as he softly asked, "Why is Uncle Wang shaving Bing's fur? Is Bing getting a shot too?" Ollie's neck was held steady by Master Wang, unable to move. He could only stiffly wave his arms and say to Wang Youyu, "Go away, little kitty." Wang Youyu didn't care and wriggled down from his brother's back. He hopped happily over to Ollie's feet, occasionally biting his pant legs or chasing after the small hairs falling around, sneezing all the while. After playing for a bit, he went after Master Wang's legs, almost causing him to ruin Ali's bangs with one snip. Before Ali got mad, Wang Nianian silently came over and dragged his brother to the corner. "Brother, do we need to cut our bangs too?" Little Fish softly asked Nianian. Nianian, who had just started high school, wasn't knowledgeable enough on many things. Furrowing his brow, he thought for a moment before apologizing, "I don't know either." Little Fish comfortingly licked his brother's paws and quietly said, "It doesn't matter. When I grow up and learn, I'll tell you." Nianian nodded and replied, "All right." After about half an hour of work, Master Wang finally finished trimming Ali's hair neatly. He quickly swept the layer of fine hair off Ali's neck with the towel hanging there, then lifted the bowl, revealing Ali's new haircut. Holding a mirror, Ali looked it over from front to back and asked Huangdo, who was watching nearby, "Do I look good?" Huangdo tried his best to widen his triangular eyes, looked for a while, and silently nodded. Satisfied, Ali put down the mirror and ran upstairs into his room in one breath to change into his new clothes. This outfit was the collective wisdom of all the cats at the institute. Though purchased cheaply online by Master Wang, it was carefully chosen through group discussion as the most charming set. Short hair, messy bangs, leopard print vest, fringe distressed denim jeans, a messenger bag gifted by Miwu, paired with his shiny gold chain, it was simply perfect. After changing completely, Ali went to ask leave from Teacher Wang. The teacher looked him up and down, approvingly nodding, "You look good." A circle of cats surrounded Ali's feet, enthusiastically clawing at his fringes. Ali took these attentions as compliments on his appearance. Proudly, he went downhill, practically jogging all the way, only stopping halfway to pull out a handful of foxtail grass. When Ali appeared at the Spartan bar with a big bundle of foxtail grass in hand, Ling Ting couldn't help but cover her face. She had never truly understood what social awkwardness meant until this very moment. What amazed her was that Xian Qin didn't even flinch when accepting the bunch of foxtail grass and even carefully placed it in the fridge's cooler compartment. Ling Ting's mind filled with cursive words written in large font. What the hell, does this count? Ali was extremely excited but managed to hold back his emotions, dragging Xian Qin to a secluded corner of the backyard. After bowing his head to organize his thoughts for a while, he finally spoke, "Let's go on a date." He had originally prepared a heartfelt speech. According to reference materials, when parting face to face, it was important to focus on creating the right atmosphere and wording, be sincere and deeply moving. However, once seeing Miwu in person, Ali abandoned all principles, forgetting everything, and blurted out his simplest wish. Xian Qin looked at him and nodded, answering, "Okay." Happy, Ali stared at him, holding Miwu's hand tightly and not wanting to let go. He smiled foolishly for a long time without saying a second word. Eventually, Xian Qin couldn't hold back laughter. He asked Ali, "Is there anything else you want to say?" Ali shook his head, "Nope." "Then, if we're going on a date, where will we go? How will we get there? And what will we do?" Ali frowned. Was there such a complicated follow-up? He scratched his neck, probably due to some leftover fine hairs that hadn't been cleaned thoroughly. Xian Qin pulled down his collar to check and said, "Come with me." Ali continued scratching his neck while following along, asking, "Where are we going?" Ali's bangs were cut unevenly with several notches, but surprisingly, it didn't look bad at all. Instead, he appeared even more childish. Qin Xian couldn't help but touch Ali's hair and played with his bangs. Ali smiled as he looked at him. Qin Xian also smiled and said, "Just follow me." Ali followed Qin Xian to the staff break room where two Lihua cats were lounging around, slacking off during work hours. Ali immediately identified them as key members of the newly arrived Lihua troop. He deliberately kicked a chair to make a loud noise, scaring the two Lihua cats away. Watching their fleeing backs, Ali laughed out loud. Qin Xian fetched a warm, damp towel and carefully wiped off the stray hairs from Ali's neck. Then, he made Ali change into a set of sportswear that he had prepared in advance, simple yet comfortable. Holding the new clothes, Ali was somewhat confused. Why did he need to change? Was there something wrong with his own clothes? Qin Xian smiled and said, "The place we're going to will be more convenient if you wear these." Ali obediently changed his clothes and shoes. The clothes were brand new but fit perfectly. The shoe soles were soft and comfortable, feeling just like his paws used to. After dressing up, he went outside to show Qin Xian. Qin Xian gave him a serious once-over and nodded in approval, saying, "Looks good." Ali showed his little tiger teeth in a grin. Qin Xian explained the matters to Ling Ting and others, telling them he would be gone for 2 days. Ling Ting protested, claiming the boss was too inconsiderate, ready to leave at a moment's notice, it was so abrupt. In reality, the business was gradually getting on track. Qin Xian had established a more standard and stricter employee code. As long as everyone performed their duties, there usually wouldn't be major issues. Ling Ting's complaints were mainly about the rich farmer taking action so quickly after confessing just a few days ago. You expect too much from the employees' mental resilience. They can easily get shocked when they have wounds inside but still try hard to hold on to their positions. Qin Xian only chuckled and didn't respond. Early on the night Ali mentioned going on a date, he already planned everything out. All necessary items were packed in his car, waiting for Ali's consent so they could leave right away. Ling Ting muttered, having money is truly great. Having someone you like is also great. Incredible, huh? Following Chin Xin, Ollie got into the car and buckled up without asking where they were going, seemingly used to it. He deftly turned on the radio, switching to a station that only played songs, no talk shows. Listening to the radio was one of Ollie's newly developed hobbies. Sometimes, he would lie on the car window and listen for a long time alone. It felt lively, as though being amidst a crowd. Chin Xin handed Ollie a small food box containing 2 rows of shrimp dumplings. Ollie fed one to Chin Xin and devoured the rest himself before drifting off to sleep contentedly. By the time he woke up, it was already afternoon, and their destination had arrived. Chin Xin parked the car, put on a huge backpack, and held Ollie's hand as they headed toward the entrance. They were going mountain climbing. Mingi Mountain wasn't particularly high, its highest peak not exceeding 800 meters. However, it was undeveloped, lacking an easy path up the mountain. Instead, there were only narrow paths snaking upwards along the rocky slopes. To climb to the top in one breath was quite exhausting. On the way, they didn't encounter many people. At the foot of the mountain, the trees were lush, thick enough to block out sunlight, and only the sound of footsteps hitting the damp layers of fallen leaves could be heard. Further up, smaller tree species appeared, allowing sunlight to penetrate through the dense forest, drying the dirt path. Streams trickled softly, although their sources were invisible. Approaching the summit, the short shrubs could no longer block the dazzling sunlight, sweeping away any remaining moisture. They discovered a stream resembling a silver dragon rushing down from the top, roaring towards the base. Standing on the narrow path, Ollie turned around to look at the way they came. The intertwined roots twisted endlessly, with no clear end in sight. Cloud layers obscured the sun, and their shadows danced over the valley's canopy like a leaf floating on the surface of a green ocean, flickering now and then. Soon, the little boat disappeared, and the sun reappeared. Ollie tilted his head to look up, squinting instantly. Chin Xin placed a cap on Ollie's head, patted his back, and asked, "Can you keep climbing up? We've got another half hour or so left." In the end, Chin Xin carried Ollie up the summit on his back. Burdened with Chin Xion's heavy backpack, Ollie pressed against his back with his soft hair grazing Chin Xion's neck, like a small, fluffy animal resting there. Near the summit stood an ancient temple where they could stay overnight, charging only a small fee for vegetarian meals. But the food wasn't very palatable, the rice grains were coarse, and the pickles had a moldy taste. Not particularly keen on eating, Ollie was given some bread by Chin Xion while Chin Xion cleaned up Ollie's portion as well. After finishing the meal, Chin Xion cleaned the dishes with the mountain spring water. Even though it was midsummer, the spring water in the mountains was cold enough to feel quite chilly on the skin. After cleaning up, Chin Xion dried his hands with a paper towel. Ollie quietly pulled at him and whispered into his ear, "Are we going to stay here?" Chin Xion asked, "Do you like staying here?" Ollie hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. There were no electric lights, so it seemed pitch black. The rooms also had a damp moldy smell. Chin Xion smiled and said, "Then we won't stay here. Let's rest for a while. When you wake up, we'll climb to the peak, and I'll get something delicious for you." The two of them lay down fully clothed and rested for a bit. Since he kept thinking about the delicious food, Ollie didn't fall asleep much. After waking up, he urged Chin Xion to set off immediately. Chin Xion made him put on a windbreaker jacket, and they prepared to continue climbing from the temple. By evening, the sky darkened, and the mountain path became even more rugged. A strong mountain breeze blew, and hats wouldn't stay on. Chin Xion turned on the flashlight. Ollie, however, felt at ease. Even though he wasn't a cat anymore, his feline genes still granted him sharp night vision, allowing him to clearly distinguish shapes under dim light. Still, he obediently followed close behind Chin Xion. After about 20 minutes of climbing, they arrived at the peak of Mingi Mountain, Isa Peak. Chin Xion found a sheltered spot and, using the last remnants of daylight, quickly pitched the tent. Ollie stood by the side and couldn't help much, so he just took out the radio and slowly adjusted the channels. With limited reception on the summit, all that could be heard besides the howling wind was static. Ollie sighed and eventually gave up. Fortunately, Chin Xion soon had all the overnight gear ready. He took out a bundle of space blankets, found the best viewpoint on the mountain crest, spread them out, and beckoned Ollie over to sit down. Ollie sat down next to Chin Xion. Chin Xion took out the thermos flask and let Ollie drink some warm water. Then, he prepared instant heated meals for Ollie. Although they were ready to eat, their taste was surprisingly good and even included meat. Ollie happily ate them, carefully picking out each grain of rice at the bottom of the bowl until everything was clean. After Ollie finished eating, Chin Xion cleared away the trash and came back to sit next to Ollie. The temperature was dropping rapidly, leaving only their mutual body heat to keep warm. Huddled tightly together, the two of them silently gazed at the distance. In front of them stretched an endless night sky. Beneath their feet lay the peak of the mountain. As night deepened, the chill of the mountain intensified. The warmth accumulated during the day gradually rose from the ground, coalesced, vaporized, condensed, and froze into frost or snowflakes scattered throughout the boundless night. Looking up, the stars fell like rain. Ollie was profoundly moved. Between heaven and earth, he suddenly felt extremely small, and Miaowu seemed equally tiny. The two of them felt like a pair of black dots, dissolving within this vast infinity. Those bright stars swayed as if they might fall onto their shoulders in the next instant. Unable to resist, he leaned his head against Miaowu's shoulder, feeling his warmth. Qin Xian wrapped the other side of Ali's body with a blanket. He softly explained, "This mountain is called Mingyi Mountain, and this is Isa Peak. Mingyi means the star river, and Isa refers to heaven and earth being one color." Ali asked perplexedly, "What does heaven and earth being one color mean?" As if from nowhere, suddenly, a large number of luminous points rose up, flickering like falling stars. These glowing dots moved around, gathering and dispersing again. Gradually, there were more and more of them, further away, merging with the full sky studded with stars. Between heaven and earth, there was nothing but starlight. At this moment, Ali heard Qin Xian softly say, "This is what heaven and earth being one color means. This is what heaven and earth being one color feels like," Ali murmured in repetition. "Fireflies are the stars on the ground. You can't find them unless they choose to glow." "Cunning," Ali commented bluntly. Qin Xian shoved a piece of chocolate into his mouth, which melted instantly upon contact. Ali was so amazed that his scalp tingled, and he chewed while asking, "What is this?" "Chocolate." "Wow. So there were such delicious things in the world. Being human really was great." Ali hugged one of Qin Xian's arms in his chest, feeling incredibly happy. Dates were truly fun. There are many more delicious things in the world, some you weren't able to eat before. Besides food, there are many more interesting places to explore. Qin Xian said. "Is that true?" "Yeah, as long as you want it, there will be a chance to make it happen." Ali exhaled contentedly. Staring at the glittering starry sky, he suddenly remembered a story, one that he had heard from his teacher about strange legends in the human world. He stammered while recounting the story. Every person after they die becomes a star in the sky, hanging far away, quietly guarding the ones they love. If that person forgets them, this star will disappear. Ali thought for a moment and added, "Each cat that dies also becomes a star. If one day the star is gone, it must mean that their human is happy and the cat feels they can leave peacefully." "So?" Qin Xian paused and asked, "Why doesn't he choose to stay in the sky forever? That way, when his human misses him, they can still look up at the sky." Ali pondered for a bit and said hesitantly, "But the sky is so small. If he stays up there, what about other cats? But isn't his human very pitiful then? Because, he truly really misses his cat." Ali laughed and said, "If you really love him, he'll feel it. Then he won't need to go to heaven. He'll always stay in your heart, never leaving." Suddenly, the radio picked up an unknown channel, emitting faint singing with crackling static. It was intermittent, like a poem. "Whenever I lose the meaning of existence, whenever I get lost in the darkness, the brightest star in the night sky, please guide me towards you." Chapter 88, Living Together, Part 1. The night was cold, but not unbearably so. Moreover, hiding in the narrow tent and curling up in the small sleeping bag brought endless security to Li. He really enjoyed the feeling of camping out, and even found the hard work interesting. That night, Li slept very soundly. The next morning, he was woken up by Xian Qin, who asked him if he wanted to watch the sunrise. Li emerged from the tent wrapped in a blanket, yawning several times. He curled up his body, sitting close to Xian Qin. The two sat at the same spot where they had watched stars last night, sleepily staring at the faint white sky on the horizon. The sky wasn't fully bright yet, and everything in the mountains was covered by a dark shadow. Li was still very sleepy, wiping tears with the back of his hand. Xian Qin looked up at the sky with some concern. The weather this morning wasn't too good, the clouds were too thick. He said to Li, "We may not be able to see the sunrise." Hearing this, Li felt somewhat disappointed. He heard that when the sun rises, watching it from a higher mountain peak makes it look bigger, more beautiful, and more like a yolk than what he usually sees on Wutai Mountain. Sure enough, before long, the sky suddenly lit up. They didn't manage to see the sunrise. Xian Qin consoled him, "We will have many more opportunities to watch the sunrise in the future. We can go to special places for enjoying sunrises." Li thought about it and then became at ease. When it got fully light, after eating a simple breakfast, Xian Qin and Li began packing their gear and luggage into a sturdy large backpack. Xian Qin carried the pack and together with Li, started carefully descending the mountain. Passing the temple, Xian Qin went inside the Buddhist hall to pay his respects. The temple was small, as was the Buddhist hall, which honored Shakyamuni and Guanyin. The square little hall was swept spotlessly clean, even the cushions were perfectly clean, embroidered with lotus flowers, symbolizing enlightenment through blossoms. The air was filled with the smell of incense. Xian Qin wasn't particular about such rituals, he just performed a spontaneous prayer. Soon, he stopped his motions, clasped his hands together, and knelt before the Buddha statue. Li followed behind him enthusiastically and also knelt down. Ordinary people praying usually have some wishes or requests. At this moment, Xian Qin felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and could not find any words to pray for. He glanced at Li beside him, who also turned to look at him. Li had a bad sleeping posture last night, leaving his hair all disheveled with one tuft standing up no matter how much they tried to flatten it, looking quite funny. Xin chuckled, finished his final bow, stood up, took out some money for incense offerings, and respectfully placed it in the donation box. Li also wanted to imitate the gesture, but when he touched his pocket and found nothing, his enthusiasm disappeared immediately. Xin led Li out of the temple and continued walking downhill along the same path. Going down the mountain was far easier than going up. When they reached halfway down, the day had already started heating up, with vibrant greenery covering the whole slope. Li ran ahead, rushing far down, turned around, looked up at Xin, and loudly shouted at him. "I'm here." Step by step, not hurriedly, Xin finally caught up to him. Both exchanged smiles and continued their journey down the mountain together. Even though Ling Ting criticized Xin for enjoying himself with a companion akin to a ruler neglecting the court, in reality, after returning, Xin still had work to do. After 3 months of upgrading the store, the Spartan Cafe finally began making profits, and not long afterward, the Cat Club stopped losing money. After recovering the advertising investment, Xin gave raises to both human employees and cat employees at the shop. Ling Ting officially became full-time and used her free time to release mini-comics on the largest original comic platform domestically, adapting scripts based on the daily happenings of the Spartan Cafe, stories about diligent cats working. She subtly included Sing and Lee's story in them. Gradually, she garnered her own fan base. Xin also gradually resumed managing his Weibo account. He replaced the header image of the pet blogger with an authenticated photo of his Spartan Cafe. He started making videos, quietly observing those mysterious cats through the eyes of a human. Although the number of followers wasn't as high as it once was, there was still plenty of activity under his Weibo posts. His profile picture remained unchanged, still featuring the plump face of the cat Spartan. Old friends, who like him, had disappeared from life, started appearing one by one. Everyone chatted casually, as if returning to the past. The butterflies of Chongqing Station were still active. They brought back bits and pieces about Mao Yu-chun and the Spartan Cafe. In their pictures, those who had never seen Xin would see a Sing Shin living earnestly, working seriously. He made every effort, using his own strength, to find homes for more stray cats. The most successful in their career should be Li Ali. Ever since Ali took over the interview work of the Cat Club, he inexplicably earned the title of Cat Speaker and mysteriously started a new business, disciplining poorly behaved cats. Who would have thought that such a boring business would take off? In the small city of Maoyu alone, hundreds of people sought out Ali's help, filling his schedule for 5 days a week, almost to the point where it was impossible to accommodate everyone. It all started with a beautiful young girl who came asking Ali to help solve her cat's habit of peeing everywhere. At first, Ali didn't see this as actual work. He initially had no intention of helping the girl, but she brought 2 crates of canned food as a gift to the Spartan Cafe. Feeling indebted after accepting the food, Ali hesitated to decline her request and simply went to ask why her cat behaved this way. He then told her the cat's thoughts, leading them to switch the cat litter and litter box, which resolved the issue easily. Who would have expected this small matter to be exaggerated so much by the young girl? Before long, everyone in Maoyu City knew there was a young man at the cat club capable of training all kinds of unruly cats. The number of people seeking help quickly surpassed those coming to dine at the cafe. Ali was troubled and secretly asked Xin what to do. Xin said, "If you like it, go ahead and help, if you don't bother." In the end, Ali chose to offer help. Xin helped Ali establish a consultation service process, arranging interviews and home visits, and set consulting fees. A detailed process and fairly high consulting fee effectively screened out many cases of not-so-serious issues or reluctant cat owners who were just seeking entertainment. The rest were truly in need. Ali gave these people numbers based on the order of arrival and urgency, allowing 5 per week, 1 per day, with regular follow-ups until the correction succeeded. Typically, 8 out of 10 cases Ali handled could successfully help the cats improve their behavior. As a result, Ali's reputation spread far and wide, and he soon became a local celebrity. Xin also helped Ali create a Weibo account, following each other mutually. Ali named his account, Mew Good to See, changing his profile picture to his own furry paw from before. Xin asked him what Mew meant, but Ali kept his mouth tightly shut, refusing to divulge his secret. Even Mew doesn't know my secret yet. To keep such a big secret so well guarded, I'm really impressive. For home consultation services, Ali initially needed Xin to drive him and accompany him until the consultations were done. Later, as Ali gradually gained more experience and Xin's workload increased, many times Ali had to go alone. Xin wasn't entirely at ease about this. Ali's consultation process was very simple: upon entering the door, find the cat, directly ask it why it is unhappy, tell its owner the cause, and then leave. Xin felt this wasn't appropriate and specially trained Ali. What's training? Training means you shouldn't talk recklessly or say wrong things. Ali thought for a moment, somewhat confused, and asked, have I said anything wrong? Not yet, but we need to prevent it. Alright, then what should I do? Xin instructed Ali that every time he conducted an on-site consultation, upon entering, he shouldn't immediately start chatting with the cat. He must first talk to the owner, ask them questions, and provided Ollie with specific questions along with corresponding answers to memorize. If anyone asked how he figured out the symptoms of the cat, Ollie should pretend to draw conclusions from observing the owner's behavior and household environment, then make up some plausible reasons that sounded scientific enough. Ollie couldn't fully understand the words on the list provided by Xin and casually placed it aside. Then he asked, "What's the use of this? After all, wouldn't it be simpler to just ask the cats directly?" Xin patted Ollie's head and said, "To prevent someone from bullying you in the future." Ollie thought to himself, who would dare bully me? I'd just throw soda bottles at them. But unwilling to make me worry, he solemnly nodded and agreed. Actually, this wasn't hard. Reflecting on it, it was similar to taking acting classes. There were lines, scripts, and plots to follow, requiring him to consider not only his needs but also the audience's demands. Once understood, Ollie's on-site consultations became longer. It must be said that after deliberately obfuscating the process, the number of humans trusting him actually grew. Simple tasks completed without effort always seemed less sincere and dedicated than those done with great effort and meticulous care. Thus, Ollie's business of disciplining cats continued to succeed, and he finally had his own little savings. For the first time in his cat life, Ollie owned his own property. He held his chest high and felt immensely proud. When his little savings reached a sum with 4 zeros, he used this first ever amount of money he earned to buy Shinchin a gift. A big gold chain. It was heavy. Maya was deeply moved and treasured it, locking it inside his cabinet without ever taking it out for a walk. At the same time, the number of fans on Ollie's Weibo account surged upward. Sometimes when he woke up at midnight and couldn't sleep, he would open Weibo and start counting his popularity. The more he counted, the more confused he got as the numbers kept growing, making him happier, feeling like he had struck another rich vein. The long and splendid summer gradually faded away, and Shinchin's home renovation finally came to an end. On a cool autumn day, it was raining, and the ginkgo leaves were scattered all over the ground. Shinchin invited Ollie over to her house as a guest. Chapter 89, Living Together, Part 1. This was the first time Ollie had returned home since leaving. Xin said the house had been renovated, but to Ollie, it didn't seem too different from when he was in his plushy form. The only difference was that his once favorite toys were now carefully stored away. Xin asked Ollie to sit in the living room for a while as he went into the kitchen to prepare a drink. Ollie put down his heavy backpack without hesitation and chose his favorite spot on the sofa. The sofa hadn't changed, and there were still scratch marks he'd left with his claws. On the furniture shelves, there were photo frames filled with pictures of Ollie in his plushy form. Some of the photos made him look handsome, others made him look silly. Ollie made a funny face at his own goofy expression in one of the pictures. The television was much bigger than before. Ollie switched through the channels on his own until he found his favorite human family drama. Leaning back against the soft cushions, his back comfortably supported, he felt incredibly relaxed. Ollie remembered spending many leisurely hours sprawled out on this very sofa watching human TV shows to learn their language. How nostalgic it was for cats. Previously, Mi-woo would take him out too. They had traveled to various places and stayed in all kinds of hotels or inns. He even spent some time at a cat hotel, which, despite being brief, was rather interesting. Later on, he ended up staying at the research institute, initially submerged in nutritional liquid in the underground laboratory. Gradually, he gained more independence and eventually adapted to his human body, and his teacher brought him to live above ground. When Ollie left home, he didn't have a clear concept of what home meant. Maybe due to his feline nature, he wasn't particularly homesick. The world was so vast and beautiful, and although we always need a place to nap, it didn't stop us from having a free-spirited attitude of being at home wherever we go. But, just now, as he truly returned to the long-missed home he shared with his human, Ollie suddenly felt an intense wave of nostalgia. This feeling was unfamiliar, like someone was tapping near your heart with a small hammer, thump thump thump. It was as if someone gently placed you into a missing piece, and you realized how perfectly you fit into it. You were caught off guard, yet inexplicably comforted. Ollie rubbed his nose with his hand, took a deep breath, and then sprang up from the sofa, heading straight for the kitchen. Xin had just boiled a kettle of hot water and was pouring it into a thermos bottle when Ollie suddenly hugged him tightly from behind. Startled, Xin almost spilled the entire pot of hot water. Regaining his balance, he softly asked, "What's wrong?" Ollie felt a slight ache in his chest, wanting to hold on to something, filling his arms completely. He clung tightly around Xin's waist, burying his head in his neck and nuzzling affectionately. Xin stopped talking. He raised his hand, touched Ollie's head, and gently massaged it before continuing to pour the hot water into the thermos. With his face pressed against Xin's neck, Ollie mumbled, "I want to eat grilled chicken wings." Xin chuckled and agreed, "All right." After eating the grilled chicken wings, Ollie's mood improved again. He excitedly announced that he wanted to visit the second floor. Without waiting for an answer, he dashed upstairs and easily opened the bedroom door, paused for a moment, and then stepped back out, closing the door again. He stood by the doorway, waiting for Xin to catch up. Seeing him standing there, Xin curiously asked, "Why don't you go in?" Ollie blinked, replying, "I don't know whose room this is, so I feel a little shy." Xin couldn't help but laugh. He preceded Ali, pushed open the door, stepped aside, and introduced, "This is the bedroom. I've replaced the bed with a larger one." The bed was indeed big. Yet, in Ali's mind, not much seemed to have changed. When he was still a cat, compared to this bed, he was tiny, he needed full concentration just to leap up from under it. Back then, Miwoo's bed felt like a huge, expansive surface for Ali. No matter how he played or moved around, he wouldn't overstep its bounds. Rolling from one end to the other took him ages, only finally landing in the human's embrace. Most of Ali's nights during his cat life were spent with Miwoo, no matter the season. On cold days, he used his fluffy belly to cover Miwoo's neck entirely. Feeling a bit lost, Ali slowly walked to the head of the bed and sat down, looking around. The mattress was soft, and the pillows looked soft too. Xin accompanied Ali and sat silently with him for a while. Eventually, Xin broke the silence. He asked Ali if he wanted to tour the neighboring room. Next door was still the industrious game room, where the closet shelves were stacked with neatly arranged game discs, although he played them much less frequently now. This room used to be Grandma's bedroom. The last time she was hospitalized during her illness, she quietly packed her luggage in this very room. "Let's renovate the room," she suddenly said to Xin. Then, she personally decorated this room, choosing every piece of furniture with great care. Ali curiously wandered around the game room, then nodded and began, "Here." He had originally intended to comment that nothing had changed here, but realizing it wasn't true, he paused mid-sentence and cleverly altered his words, "This place is pretty good." Like other rooms in the house, the bedroom also displayed countless photos of Spartan. Ali wrinkled his nose and casually picked up a photo frame, playing with it in his hands. Xin watched him for a while before suddenly speaking, "I won't display them anymore." At first, Ali didn't understand what Xin meant, but then he did. Xin wanted to store away all the pictures of Spartan. Curious, Ali asked, "What if you miss him later?" Xin answered, "Didn't you tell me? He will always be in my heart, never leaving." Ali paused for a moment and then nodded. Finally, they decided to leave only one picture frame and store all the others in an album, taking them out whenever they felt like seeing them. Choosing just one photo proved to be quite a task. Xin took down all the photo frames from the house and placed them into a pile. Ali sat among the stack of frames, carefully selecting his preferred photos. "This was the first photo I took of Bingbing. He hadn't taken a bath yet, so he looked dirty." Xin pointed at one of the pictures and explained. The Siamese cat in the photo bore no resemblance to Bing. He appeared thin, with a sharp chin and lusterless fur. The lighting was poor, making the whole picture look dull. Ali dismissed the photo with distaste, pushing the frame aside, indicating it should be rejected. Xin understood immediately, carefully removing the photo and inserting it into the first blank page of the photo album. "This was the first time I took Bingbing out with the newly purchased harness vest." Ali burst into laughter looking at the big golden chain worn by the cat in the photo. Back then, he had not yet mastered the art of posing elegantly for the camera, instead dumbfoundedly staring at the humans with a frightened expression. Without hesitation, Ali discarded this photo. "This was the first birthday I celebrated for Bingbing. He stood inside a mini villa and seemed lost in thought. I was thinking about passing the human language level 4 exam, silly Miaowoo." Ali gloated inwardly, completely unaware how amazing his human really was. If Miaowoo ever found out about his secrets, he would surely be scared to death. This photo came out beautifully, with soft lighting and an excellently grasped angle, perfectly displaying his plump profile. His green eyes refracted brilliantly under the sunlight. It was the first birthday he had ever experienced, something he'd never imagined would happen to him before, someone caring enough to celebrate his existence. Ali liked this photo a lot. Through that sheet of paper, he felt as though he saw himself deeply buried in study, anxious about his academic future. It had been a long, long time since he had studied so hard. Back then, striving to upgrade his education and continuously studying filled him with both silliness and contentment. Ali took out the photo himself, holding it in his hands for a long time, examining it intently. But ultimately, he placed it on the rejection side. If he must choose just one photo, Ali wanted one where he appeared even happier, one that could bring joy to Miaowoo and clearly conveyed how much he truly adored him. In the end, Ali chose a photo of himself wearing a rose, smiling broadly at the human. For some reason, the moment he saw it, his heart softened and began to beat gently. Xin accepted the photo and examined it for a very long time, gently stroking it with his fingers as if reaching through time and space to touch his Siamese cat. This was the last photo taken of Spartan. That day, it was the brightest day of the entire spring, flowers blooming extravagantly, the breeze sweet and warm. From afar, he watched Spartan walk into the scene. Xin placed this photo in a conspicuous spot in the living room, next to a transparent landscape cover containing a single dried flower. A rose made into a dry flower. The once vibrant red petals faded from their passionate hue, transforming into a soft, warm purplish pink. Xin carefully packed away the other photos, neatly filling 2 large photo albums. He also had countless digital photos and videos of Spartan, many of which he was unwilling to share with anyone, including the videos taken during the years when Spartan went out with a small camera. There were so many files that Xin Qin purchased several high-capacity external hard drives. He organized them meticulously by date, carefully labeled each one for archiving, storage, and backup. When Xin Qin handed these memory-filled hard drives over to Ollie as a backup copy, he seemed genuinely delighted. These are all very valuable research materials, I thought they were gone forever. Are you giving these to me? Ollie grinned brightly, asking loudly. Yes, I'm giving them to you, Xin Qin nodded. Why are you giving me a gift? Ollie was curious. Because. Xin Qin smiled too, because today is my birthday, and I want to give you a present. Ollie froze in surprise. He suddenly realized that during all these years with Miaowu, Miaowu had celebrated his birthday multiple times, but he had never seen Miaowu's own birthday celebration. Why didn't you celebrate your birthday before? Because there was no one to eat cake with me, and no reason to eat it either. Ollie felt a pang of sadness. I want to give you a gift too, the person celebrating their birthday should receive gifts, right? Okay, what will you give me? Ollie sniffed audibly and declared loudly, I'll give myself to you. Chapter 90, Living Together, Part 2. I will give myself to you. After saying these words, Ollie felt extraordinarily clever, a prime example of applying knowledge in practice. Xin Qin was stunned for a moment and then smiled, saying, did Lingting say something nonsense again? Ollie thought it strange and said, I think what she said makes a lot of sense. Why is it nonsense? Xin Qin thought for a while and changed his tone, answering earnestly, all right, promise me this, carefully study the meaning of these words. When you understand them in the future, then decide whether or not to give this gift. For now, I won't accept it. Ollie didn't quite understand why receiving a gift had to wait until later, but he still obediently agreed. He asked again, but that way, you won't have a gift today. Xin Qin let out a soft sigh as if he'd finally made up his mind. He said, actually, I was planning to ask you about something else today. If you agree, consider it as giving me a gift. Ollie quickly nodded in agreement, saying, sure. Xin Qin laughed, saying, you don't even know what I'm asking you to do yet. Anything is fine. Xin Qin's smile slowly faded, and he reached out to touch Ollie's fluffy short hair. You're so silly, he said. Ollie pulled away from his hand, shaking his head, denying it, I'm not silly. Xin Qin smiled again, looking into his eyes and said, would you be willing to move in with me? Let me take care of you. If this were just a regular man asking another man, it might sound strange. But Ollie didn't notice anything unusual. Instead, he felt extremely happy. Sure, he repeatedly nodded. Although it wasn't initiated by him, he could finally be with Miwu again. Only a fool would refuse. And he was no fool. However, Miwu seemed a little foolish, who would want such a gift anyway? Even though Ali's reaction and answer were completely predictable, seeing his joyful demeanor, Xin Qin couldn't help but feel touched. He repeated, if you move in, I can take good care of you. Pausing for a moment, he added, when you have new plans in the future, I'll support you too. Now that we're together, what other new plans could I possibly have? Ollie thought. Miwu really is stupid. Despite feeling somewhat disdainful inside, his smile grew bigger and bigger, unable to close his mouth. Xin Qin patted his head, saying, stop grinning like an idiot. We'll find a time, I'll send you back to the institute and help you pack your belongings. By the way, we need to inform your teacher. Unexpectedly, Ollie shook his head violently, refusing, no need. He explained, I've already packed my luggage and brought it along, and the teacher has been informed long ago. Xin Qin was surprised. When did you pack your luggage? Where is it? Ollie pointed at the huge, heavy black backpack still sitting in the living room. Xin Qin helped Ollie sort through his cavernous large backpack. The two sat on the carpet in the living room. As Ollie kept taking things out of the backpack, he explained his treasures to Xin Qin. Xin Qin looked seriously as Ollie took out his favorite pajamas, his favorite towel, embroidered with a gray little rabbit, tooth cup, toothbrush, notebook, pencil case, a packet of coins, a feather shuttlecock, clothes for all 4 seasons. Yes, for seasons. Xin Qin watched Ollie pull out a crumpled down jacket, and more than 10 stones of various sizes. Stones? Xin Qin's expression became complicated as he picked up one of the stones, weighing it in his hand. There was nothing special about it, just an ordinary oval stone, common ones found everywhere on the mountain, coarse wax stones with mixed colors, worth nothing. He glanced at Ollie. Ollie took the stone, somewhat embarrassed, scratching the back of his neck, softly saying, I think it's pretty. Beautiful yellow color, round and smooth, feels nice to the touch, like you. Ollie didn't dare to voice his inner thoughts. He remembered the teacher telling him once that collecting stones was too foolish, something regular people would laugh at. Suddenly, Ollie became somewhat nervous. Won't Miwu think I'm a fool? Xin Qin showed no particular reaction, merely nodding in approval, I think it's pretty too. Ollie broke into a wide grin. Xin Qin asked, why do you carry such heavy items all the time? If you need them one day, you can always pack again and go. Ollie thought for a moment and answered seriously, however, I don't know when that day will come.
If it comes, and I'm too slow to act, what if I miss it? I must bring everything I own, ready at all times, only then do I feel secure. Xin Chin lowered his head and silently helped Ollie organize all the stones, arranging them by size and shape into the shape of a large heart. Ollie supported his chin with his hand, staring at the stones as he pondered aloud, where should we put them? Xin Chin smiled and said, I'll buy you a big fish tank. We can use them as decorative stones and place them underwater. Ollie narrowed his eyes and said enthusiastically, good. Would you like to keep some fish? No fish. How about little turtles? No turtles. Ollie replied quickly, adding in a rush, no pets. He looked nervously at Xin Chin. But Xin Chin just nodded, not objecting. Xin Chin had reserved a large birthday cake, which was delivered in the afternoon. The enormous white cake box had a pinkish-yellow ribbon tied around it, continuously puffing out cold air. Curious, Ollie leaned over the box, sniffing hard and exclaiming, it's mango. Xin Chin smiled as he untied the ribbon and removed the lid from the box. Inside was a beautiful mango mousse cake. Ollie couldn't help but drool. Do you like it? Xin Chin asked. Ollie vigorously nodded. Insisting, Ollie had Xin Chin insert a candle on the cake and light it. Even though it was still daytime and the living room was brightly lit, making the mood unsuitable for candles, Ollie still appeared delighted, as if that tiny flame carried the essence of celebrating a birthday. The concept of birthdays didn't exist in the cat textbook since it wasn't practical and therefore had no meaning. All of Ollie's knowledge about birthdays came from the ones Miwoo had celebrated with him. He remembered the cake, the birthday hat, the guitar, and the singing. He also remembered how Miwoo would make him blow out the candles and make a wish, but he never quite understood what making a wish meant. Wasn't it more real to grab onto Miwoo's pant leg and ask for canned food rather than wishing into empty air? Besides, Ollie didn't know how to sing the birthday song. Realizing that there was nothing he could do for Miwoo, Ollie felt shame and looked down. Xin Chin folded his hands together and silently made a wish, then opened his eyes and gently blew out the candle. Ollie lifted his head and glanced at him quietly. Let's eat the cake, Xin Chin suggested. Ollie swallowed again and asked, won't we sing? Xin Chin thought for a moment, chuckled lightly, and nodded, all right, let's sing. He fetched the long-forgotten guitar from upstairs and carefully tuned it. Ollie's attention shifted from the cake to the guitar. Finding a comfortable spot, he lay close by, watching quietly as Xin Chin adjusted everything. Once the guitar was properly tuned, Xin Chin positioned his hands, hesitating for a moment on what to play. Looking up, he met Ollie's clear gaze, and the first note naturally followed through into a melody. He didn't sing the birthday song or any of the old songs he used to play for Spartacus. Ollie had never heard this song before, nor did he understand the lyrics. Still, it didn't stop him from appreciating it deeply. It sounded soft, gentle, with a faint sadness. Miwoo sang wonderfully. And yet, the song was short, seemingly ending too soon. Ollie frowned, feeling somewhat disappointed. Xin Chin placed the guitar aside and reached out to touch his hair, comforting him, I'll sing it for you later. Have your cake now, it might melt. Xin Chin didn't cut the cake, instead, he handed Ollie a spoon and let him scoop pieces directly off the cake. Ollie ate happily, crumbs and mango juice smudging his chin. Sitting nearby, Xin Chin watched as he ate and occasionally asked questions. What did you do when you were on the mountain? Chewing, Ollie mumbled unclearly in response, nothing much. Back then, I couldn't go down the mountain, I lost my balance easily and would fall, so I could only occasionally follow Uncle Wong into the mountains. I knew how to catch fish, this small. He forked up a piece of mango and popped it in his mouth. There were fruits in the mountains, but they weren't very tasty. I always wanted to come down but couldn't. Later, I started picking up stones. I found a place with so many pretty stones. Uncle Wong said that it might have been an ancient riverbed. After the water disappeared, the stones remained. I collected the prettier ones. They were just regular stones, unclaimed treasures until I found them. After finishing his story, Ollie smiled slightly to himself. Xin Chin also gave a slight smile. He continued asking, did you feel sad? Not being able to leave the mountain. A bit, but I managed. The teacher said I was very brave. Then, will it hurt? Ollie shook his head, carefully recalling, then gently nodded again. He scooped up a big spoonful of cake and shoved it into his mouth. Sweet. As for the part about the pain, he could no longer remember it clearly. The teacher said that this rejection process was necessary, it might be severe or it might pass quickly. Xin Chin closed his eyes, paused silently for a moment, then opened them and asked as calmly as possible, do you have any memories of your life before you went up the mountain? Ollie played with his spoon for a while, then suddenly looked up and smiled, I remember. It's been a long time ago. He wanted to tell Miwoo that it didn't hurt back then, and it passed quickly. He stared at the red collar on Miwoo's arm but couldn't find the words. Xin Chin softly said, that's good. After speaking, he smiled and looked at Ollie, eat more. Even though Ollie loved sweets, this piece of cake was just too big. He had already eaten so much but stubbornly tried to pick out the mangoes. Xin Chin consoled him, saying they could hide the cake away and eat it later when he had an empty stomach. Reluctantly, Ali agreed. During dinner, Xin Chin prepared some easily digestible millet porridge for Ali. Ali scrutinized the millet porridge for a long time and realized it was something Miwu used to eat often. Back then, when he was still furry, he occasionally got to taste canned food, while Miwu could only eat this water-like substance. He thought to himself, Miwu must not have had much money back then, his first meal after becoming human didn't even include meat. So pitiful. He should have stolen some fish snacks from the teacher's place. Even though he didn't particularly like fish snacks when he was still a cat, having something was better than nothing. Supporting a family was truly a troubling matter for cats. Chapter 91, Living Together, Middle Part 3. Ali's heart was storming, but Chin couldn't hear a thing. Originally, Ali didn't have high standards for food. After opening the restaurant, he only provided a limited menu and left all control of the dishes to dedicated staff. Although dinner was simple, it could satisfy hunger and nurture the stomach, so from Chin perspective, it was still pretty good. After finishing dinner, under Chin's insistence, Ali made a call to Teacher Wang. Just as Ali had said, Teacher Wang didn't get angry at all, in fact, his tone sounded a bit happy. But later on, for some reason they didn't know, they both got mad and hung up decisively. What's wrong? Chin asked. Ali took a heavy breath, feeling a bit gloomy, and said, Teacher says we should eat meat to celebrate my finally becoming self-reliant. Eat meat to celebrate? Self-reliance? Chin wasn't very familiar with the story between them, so he could only comfort Ali by saying, then let's eat meat tomorrow too. What do you want? Ali's eyes suddenly lit up, staring roundly at Chin and asking, can I also eat meat? Chin found it strange and said, of course you can eat meat. Ali smiled with his lips closed. After laughing to himself for a while, he suddenly remembered an important thing and reminded Chin, just by cheap meat, I can eat less. Chin frowned, looked at him a bit puzzled, and didn't say anything. He just helped Ali sort out everything in his backpack categorically. Chin had already prepared basic living tools for Ali in advance. He wasn't sure what color Ali liked now, so whether it was pajamas or towels, he chose basic earth tones. However, Ali wasn't happy about that. There's no pattern, he complained softly. In Ali's mind, no pattern equaled being ugly. Chin apologetically patted his head and said, I'm sorry, use this temporarily today. I'll buy you new ones. What pattern do you like? Little rabbits. Ali blurted out, and then suddenly felt embarrassed. Wasting things was not right, and besides, Miwu worked so hard, he shouldn't cause him more trouble. So he quickly shook his head and said, no need to change, I like plain ones too, and it looks similar to yours. This was true. Chin's set was the same brand and model, just with a different color. When compared, Ali suddenly became happy again. They were a pair. Nice. He immediately rejected his previous aesthetic principles completely, loving the single-colored sweater and pajamas in his hands. Chin found it amusing, seeing that Ali no longer resisted, he let him be. The water heater had heated up the water, and Chin went into the bathroom first, adjusting the water temperature and arranging the toiletries. Ali followed behind with a bundle of bath towels, curiously looking around. Chin turned back, a bit conflicted, hesitantly asking, can you take a shower by yourself? Ali nodded without hesitation. He'd long since learned how to bathe himself. He was really smart. Can you brush your teeth? Ali nodded again. Chin was still somewhat uneasy and repeated the precautions. Then he told Ali that he would be in the adjacent room and would hear him if he shouted loudly. Ali nodded. Although he was still fluffy, Ali didn't like taking baths or water. But after becoming human, Ali gradually became less resistant to water. Maybe because he had become much larger now, stepping in water wouldn't drown or elevate him off the ground, making it seem not dangerous. Especially when he realized that water had cleaning functions and could help keep his body clean, Ali began to change his perception of water. There was nothing anyone could do, cats could clean themselves by licking their fur, but humans were too foolish to use their tongues. Ali finished washing very quickly, pushing the door open after just about 10 minutes. The moment he opened the door to the adjacent room also opened, and Chin came out, obviously hearing the sound. At the entrance of the bathroom, there was a pair of dry cotton slippers placed neatly inward. Ali kicked off the damp slippers and put them on directly. He hadn't dried himself thoroughly, his whole body was still wet, and drops of water kept dripping from the ends of his hair. Chin beckoned, come here, let me dry you off. Ali eventually chose to have Chin dry his hair in the game room. The game room was slightly smaller than Chin's room, and due to its layout, seemed even cozier. Ali liked such small spaces, as they gave him a sense of security. Chin sat on his recliner and fetched a small stool for Ali. Ali sat on it, placing his head perfectly on Chin's knees. Without minding the dampness of Ali's hair, Chin placed Ali's head directly on his lap and gently dried his hair with a towel. The soft fabric of Chin's cotton sleep pants felt irresistible to Ali as he cheekily rubbed his face against it, it was so comfortable. Midway through, Chin swapped the towel for a dry one and continued drying Ali's hair until it was about 70 to 80% dry.
Then, he carefully used a cotton swab to remove water from Ali's ears. Ali yawned. Xin Chin patted Ali's forehead and said, "Alright, sit up." Ali quickly grabbed his hand and shook it gently in his palm. Xin Chin looked down at him and softly chuckled. He reached out to hold Ali's hand too. Ali's hands were clean and round, soft, not quite like a boy's hands. As Xin Chin scrutinized them further, he noticed that Ali's nails had grown too long, likely due to carelessness during his last trimming. "I'll trim your nails," Xin Chin said. No, Ali instinctively opposed it, but then reconsidered and agreed. It had been quite a while since he'd last trimmed his nails. Long nails were indeed bothersome. Human nails seemed utterly useless, hard to keep clean. However, Ali didn't enjoy trimming his own nails because he wasn't good with those tiny nail clippers, and using scissors often resulted in accidental cuts. But still, he warned, "Don't cut into the skin." "Sure, I won't cut into the skin." Xin Chin brought out the nail kit. Instead of sitting back on the chair, he sat cross-legged on the carpet. Ali also got rid of the stool and changed his position, now sitting face-to-face with Xin Chin, their limbs intertwined. Ali obediently stretched out both hands, palms facing down, exposing his nails. Xin Chin held each finger individually and carefully clipped the overly long nails before smoothing and shaping them. In no time, all 10 of Ali's fingers looked neat and rounded, their pinkish shine visible through the nail beds. Ali moved his fingers under his eyelids, carefully observing each one, feeling quite satisfied. Lifting his leg, he said, "My toenails too." Cutting someone's toenails in this position was awkward, especially given that Ali was an adult male. However, Xin Chin's brief moment of discomfort was quickly replaced by a strange sense of familiarity, as if he'd been trimming Ali's toenails for years, having already become proficient at it, even though just months ago, Ali had only been a stranger. Though Ali was fairly tall, his body was surprisingly flexible, allowing him to bend his legs and raise them to peculiar angles. His feet were spotlessly clean, just like the rest of his body. Concerned about tiring him out, Xin Chin quickened his movements. Soon enough, Ali's 10 toes, just like his fingers, were neatly and cleanly trimmed. He raised his leg to examine it, nodding in satisfaction. Xin Chin patted Ali's calf, signaling that he could lower his leg. As Ali retracted his leg, he leaned towards Xin Chin, collapsing fully into his embrace. Caught off guard, Xin Chin leaned backward but quickly steadied himself by supporting his weight with his palms on the ground, keeping both of them balanced. "Do you know how much you weigh?" Xin Chin said helplessly, freeing a hand to gently pat Ali's back. "Not heavy." Ali loudly contradicted him, tightening his arms around Miwoo, hugging him even closer. Miwoo always complained that he was heavy, taking advantage of the fact that Ali couldn't talk before, but now he finally had a chance to protest. Xin Chin couldn't help laughing at some unknown memory. Ali continuously rubbed himself against him, burying his face in his chest. On a chilly autumn day, after a hot shower, cuddling with the person he liked truly was a wonderful thing. Being human wasn't bad at all. Miwoo was warm, smelled nice, and offered a great sense of security. Ali took a deep breath. Ling Ting had once told him that humans these days were strange, especially fond of sniffing cats. He'd asked Ling Ting what sniffing cats meant. Ling Ting explained that it referred to holding a cat and giving it a vigorous sniff. Although Ali understood it was a way for humans to express their love for cats, he still found it unbelievable. Does liking something really require sniffing it? It sounded a bit scary. But at this very moment today, while relaxing in Miwoo's embrace, Ali felt an irresistible urge to give him a big sniff. Sniffing must indeed be a way of expressing affection. Still, why bother sniffing cats when humans are much better to sniff? Xin Chin tried to relax as much as possible, letting Ali hug him to his heart's content. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore and said to Ali, "Let me go first, I haven't taken a shower yet." "Aren't you worried about getting dirty?" Ali slightly shook his head. "Not dirty at all." "Then, let me go first, and I'll treat you to a delicious drink later." Ali suddenly raised his head and asked, "Is it sweet?" "It's sweet." Reluctantly, Ali let go of Miwoo. Miwoo handed him the tablet to play with for a while, which somewhat distracted Ali. By the time he slowly finished one round of a matching game, Miwoo had already finished washing up, now carrying a sweet aroma like cotton candy, just as his body smelled right now. Ali couldn't help but smack his lips. Xin Chin went downstairs to the kitchen to make some soda water, and Ali stuck close behind. The soda water was made using a sparkling water machine. Quickly, ice-cold mineral water was added into the machine, and carbon dioxide cartridges were popped in with a bang, ready in an instant. Amused by the process, Ali even tried making it himself. It was fun. He used 3 cartridges before Xin Chin stopped him, indicating there was already too much soda water. After letting the soda settle, Xin Chin took a short glass, pouring half of it with soda water. Unable to resist, Ali picked it up and took a sip first. Although it was icy and bubbly like cola, it wasn't sweet at all. It didn't taste good. Ali looked up at Xin Chin. Xin Chin smiled and retrieved a bottle of Bailey's Irish cream from the fridge, pouring it into the soda water. Then, he pushed the glass back towards Ali and said, "Try this." The color of the Baileys was diluted by the soda water, yet the scent of sweet cream could still be smelled. Water droplets crawled up the glass, tiny bubbles rising to the surface, bursting softly with a faint pop-pop sound. Curiously tilting his head to observe, Ali carefully lifted the glass with both hands and sipped a little. Then his whole body seemed to light up as if electrified. Does it taste good? Xin Chin asked. Ali vigorously nodded. Tilting his head back, he chugged the entire glass in one breath, immediately pushing it back for a refill. Xin Chin reluctantly mixed him another one, explaining, this is Bailey's, not highly alcoholic, but still, it's best not to drink too much. The soda water is also quite cold. As soon as he finished speaking, Ali had already polished off the second glass and let out a belch, instantly showing flushed cheeks with a hint of intoxication. His head tilted sideways, staring at Xin Chin as if puzzled about what he had just said. Ah, it seems Ali doesn't hold his liquor very well. Chapter 92, Living Together, Part 2. Ali probably got drunk. Xin Chin wanted Ali to go upstairs and sleep in the bedroom, but Ali refused. He dragged Xin Chin's arm and insisted on going back to the sofa. He flopped onto the sofa, rolled over and sat up, crossing his legs. Grabbing a pillow tightly, he kept rubbing it with his chin, unable to sit steadily. He could only lean against the back of the sofa, curling himself into a ball. Xin Chin walked over, sat next to him, and reached out to touch Ali's forehead. Meanwhile, his other hand started flipping through his phone, trying to look up some tips for dealing with intoxication. Since his own alcohol tolerance was decent and he usually didn't drink much, there was nothing at home to help sober someone up. Just as he had barely flipped through a few pages on his phone, Ali snatched it away and threw it to the other side of the sofa. No playing with your phone. Look at me. Ali demanded aggressively. Xin Chin sighed and turned to face Ali, gently comforting him. All right, I'll look at you. Ali struggled to focus his gaze. After a moment, he finally realized that Xin Chin was paying full attention to him and hadn't tricked him. Satisfied, Ali smiled and belched. Xin Chin found it amusing and asked, what shall we do now? Furrowing his brow, Ali thought carefully and stuttered, let's talk. Okay, Xin Chin readily agreed. Ali tilted his head and scratched it before saying, but, before that, I need to find something. With that, he tossed the pillow aside, twisted his body, and tried to look behind him where his butt was. Confused, Xin Chin asked, what are you looking for? Let me help. Ali mumbled, I'm looking for my tail. Xin Chin confirmed, Ali was truly drunk. The quantity of 2 cups of Bailey's soda water had been noted in his mind silently. My tail is gone. Ali turned his head, glancing at Xin Chin with apparent panic. Xin Chin could only comfort him, saying, your tail isn't lost. Once you wake up from a nap, you'll have your tail again. But how can I sleep without hugging my tail? Xin Chin was momentarily speechless. Ali's eyes reddened. I'm a cat without a tail, his tone filled with grievance. Xin Chin quickly scanned around but found nothing that could serve as a substitute for the tail. He had no choice but to extend his own arm and deceive Ali, the tail hasn't disappeared. Look, could this be your tail? Ali dumbly stared at his arm for a long time, eventually bursting into laughter and embracing it, rocking it happily in his arms. Heh, he let out a pleased sigh and touched Xin Chin's arm. Then, wrinkling his brows, he quietly sighed and said, my tail is bald. Xin Chin remained still and said, it's fine, the fur will grow back. Shaking his head, Ali replied sorrowfully, the teacher said it won't grow back anymore. I'll always be this bald and look bad. He lowered his head dejectedly, as if his curly eyelashes were weighed down with worry. Xin Chin shifted closer to Ali, sitting nearer, extending his free arm to hug Ali, patting his back of the head lightly. Ali embraced the tail for a while, sniffing close to Xin Chin's neck, and affirmed, it's Miawu. Xin Chin was curious and asked him, what's Miawu? Ali squinted at him, though his gaze was somewhat scattered, his tone was firm. Miawu is you, he said, are you stupid or something? You don't even know your own name. Xin Chin laughed and patted his head again. Ali protested, shaking his head unhappily, don't touch my head. Then where should I touch? Ali looked down at his belly, suddenly remembering that the fur on his belly was also gone, and let out another heavy sigh. Then just touch my head, he said morosely, at least there's still hair on my head. Being human is truly tough. Xin Chin asked softly, do you feel unwell? Should you lie down? Ali shook his head. Feeling dizzy from too much motion, he hurriedly held his head with both hands. Settling down afterward, Ali temporarily forgot why he raised his hands and ended up placing them atop his head in a hugging position. Seeing this made Xin Chin think he looked foolish, so he took Ali's hands and repositioned them, letting him rest his head on his shoulder. Ali yawned. Take a nap, and everything will be better when you wake up. Will you still be here when I wake up? I'm still here. Xin Chin slightly lowered his head, touched the top of Ali's head with a kiss, and said, I've always been here. Ali blinked his eyes and slowly said, but I am no longer a little kitten. There was a long silence in the air, so quiet it seemed like everything had stopped. Xin Chin stretched out his arm, holding Ali tighter. I know, he replied. Ali forced open his eyes and asked again, then can I still be with you? Xin Qin gently lifted Ali's bangs with his hand, kissed his forehead corner, and said, of course. After receiving assurance, Ali suddenly felt reassured, giggled a few times, loudly saying, you must stay with me. I've taken charge of you, and I need to take responsibility for you. We can be together forever. Xin Qin went along with what Ali said, asking, why did you take charge of me? Ali wrinkled his nose, thought for a moment, and said, of course it's because I like you. Xin Qin softly chuckled, pinching Ali's nose. His nose tip was a bit cool, just like a cat's nose. In the end, Ali couldn't hold out anymore, collapsing on top of Xin Qin's knees and slowly falling asleep. Xin Qin pulled over a blanket and wrapped Ali in it. He held Ali but had not a bit of sleepiness. The living room didn't have the main light turned on, yet it was very bright. From this angle, the view of the sky wasn't visible, and Xin Qin thought, the moonlight tonight must be very beautiful. Ali seemed to sleep restlessly, twitching his hands and feet from time to time, curling into an even smaller ball. Starting today. Xin Qin lowered his head, softly speaking. Although he knew Ali couldn't hear him, and even if he did, before he sobered up, he probably wouldn't remember tonight's events. He mumbled as though Ali were listening. Starting today, I will treat you as a complete human being. I respect you, as a man, and respect all your choices. Actually, I don't know why all of this has happened, but I know you're back. Perhaps this is merely my wishful thinking, or maybe, all of these are nothing more than dreams that shall eventually wake. But I don't care. You are no longer my cat, yet I still want to take care of you, be with you, because I do too, I also like you. However, you are no longer my cat, you'll have your own independent life, and experience many things you couldn't imagine before. You'll meet a great many people. Among them, you might encounter someone you like more than me. That doesn't matter, as long as you're happy. I will find a way to accompany you, until a faraway future. I never used to adapt to a life of two, unable to share, unable to keep another person constantly on my mind all the time. I'm not good, although later on you made me better somewhat, I'm still not good enough. Right? But I promise you, just like when I first met you and brought you home, I'll work hard to make you happy. If you feel the same, starting today, I will learn to love you equally and fairly. I'm pretty good at this, I never use guides when playing games, and I learn extremely fast, so I won't let you wait for me long. One day, if you discover another lifestyle, another one that could make you happier, I will hope you could be as brave as today, go forward, and enjoy. No matter how it ends, I am very grateful to you, thank you for being so brave all along. Thank you for coming into my life, and for returning to me again. Ali's cheek was unknowingly dripped upon by a tear. Xin Qin reached out lightly to help wipe it, realizing only then that he himself was already in tears. He hadn't cried for a long time. When Spartacus left, Xin Qin didn't shed a single tear. Those 2 years were so unreal, many details he could no longer recall. He only remembered living normally, eating as usual, sleeping as normal, and everything carried on quietly and monotonously. Later, one day, he passed by the streets near his neighborhood and found a newly opened pet supplies store. Unable to stop himself, he walked in and stopped in front of a row of colorful cat leash vests, subconsciously picking out for Spartacus. Not until he paid did Xin Qin snap back to reality. He didn't need it anymore. Xin Qin put down the leash. That evening, he decided to travel to City X and tattoo Spartacus' portrait onto his arm. He needed a reminder, a clear, calm, and cruel reminder to tell him, all of this has already happened, and there's no going back. Perhaps, there really is a god of fate somewhere in the universe, watching over everything with compassion and arranging things well ahead of time, then observing silently as they err, correct themselves, and eventually find their way back to where they should be, taking them by surprise, leaving them disheveled, but ultimately filling their hearts with gratitude. On the roof of the research institute atop Wu Tai Mountain, the cats had just finished dinner. They were all huddled together noisily, fighting, grooming each other, meowing loudly. Teacher Wang had just hung up from a call with Ali, still steaming mad. He pouted alone in the room for a while, then walked out and stepped onto the balcony. The balcony was scattered with cats lounging lazily, not one so much as lifted an eyelid at Teacher Wang's arrival. Teacher Wang mumbled to himself about this group of little kittens as he crawled on all fours towards the small watchtower. Master Wang sat there holding a big bowl of freshly roasted chestnuts. He was carefully peeling them one by one. Hearing the sound, he suddenly looked up, saw Teacher Wang, and gave him a simple smile, making room beside him. Teacher Wang approached, plopped down with a heavy sigh. Master Wang handed over a handful of already peeled chestnuts to Teacher Wang. The chestnuts were golden, oily, and invitingly fragrant. Without hesitation, Teacher Wang grabbed them and ate 2 in one bite. The soft and sweet flavor cheered him up. He stretched out his limbs and let out a long sigh. Master Wang bowed his head and continued peeling chestnuts with utmost concentration. Teacher Wang rested his chin on Master Wang's shoulder, reminiscent of when they used to snuggle together back in their furry days. Suddenly, Teacher Wang remembered that long ago, during their first meeting with Master Wang, Wang Jingji, their human owner had declared that they would live together from that moment onward.
Teacher Wang was furious, chasing after Master Wang throughout the house despite being small in size, biting chunks of fur out of him. Master Wang, patient and good-natured, wasn't bothered at all. The next day, he caught mice to win Teacher Wang's favor and even offered his hairy belly for warmth during the winter. Later on, the humans disappeared, many things were lost, and all that remained was Master Wang, the only thought left to cling to along the long journey of life. Teacher Wang smiled softly. In the end, all the chestnuts Master Wang had peeled ended up in Teacher Wang's stomach. Satiated, he let out a loud burp, marking the conclusion of the midnight snack session. Just then, he heard Wang Yoyu, that bratty kitten, loudly delivering his independence manifesto from below. "We are cats," Wang Yoyu said in a babyish voice. "Cats are free. We will never be pets." Recently, he was going through an awkward phase, skinny and scruffy, his patchy fur slightly detracting from his charm. But his appearance didn't affect his delivery in the least. His tone was confident and forceful. "We don't need humans. We can benefit mutually from them, but we will never take charge of any human. We aim to become the free spirits of Earth." Meow. Wang Yoyu's speech was met with scattered responses from several 3 to 4 month old kittens. Teacher Wang listened quietly for a while before sneering disdainfully. Immature. Though humans could sometimes be annoying, they would never understand cat language. But a cat truly learns to love the first time they meet a human who genuinely cares for them. If you remain free all your life, that's fine too, you have nothing to care about. Yet once you learn how to love, your heart becomes tender and gentle like a cloud, like a breeze, something so precious you keep it hidden away in your most secret corner. Even the slightest ripple leaves you anxious yet resolute. Both soft and strong, that is the path to love. Chapter 93 Honey's Life, Part 1. The next day, when Ollie woke up on the couch, he had no recollection of anything that had happened the previous night. As for waking up on the couch, he wasn't at all surprised. He'd done this many times before, staying up late working on problems and eventually falling asleep alone on the sofa. Though the couch felt a bit small, it was so familiar that when Ollie opened his eyes, he was still a little dazed. Lying on his back, he waited calmly for his person to call him for breakfast. His human indeed did just that. "How are you feeling? Do you feel unwell?" Xin Chin had already finished washing up and carried the fresh scent of aftershave lotion. Ollie sniffed the air and shook his head in a confused manner. Suppressing his voice, he asked curiously, "Why would I feel unwell?" Xin Chin smiled and switched topics. He asked, "I've prepared breakfast. I'll be leaving soon. Do you want to follow me or prefer to stay at home?" Ollie slowly furrowed his brows, somewhat conflicted. He really wanted to go to work with Miwu, but since it was autumn, the weather was cold, and the days were short. Not sleeping seemed quite unreasonable. He twisted his body under the soft blanket for a while, unable to make a decision immediately. Xin Chin smiled again, leaned down, and ruffled Ollie's hair. "Then you should stay at home. I'll be back soon and will bring lunch for you." Ollie reached out to rub his nose, yawned, and nodded. Xin Chin instructed him to get up and wash his face promptly and have some breakfast while it was still warm. If he got bored, he could turn on the computer or TV. If he was still sleepy, he could take a second nap. And if anything came up, he could give him a call. Ollie had already sat up, his hair messy, his entire person dazed, nodding regardless of what Xin Chin said. No matter how uneasy he might feel, Xin Chin still left on time. After he went, the huge house suddenly felt empty. Ollie sat there holding a pillow, finally realizing that his person had left. For no apparent reason, he felt a little unhappy. After considering it, he consoled himself, "When I'm hungry at noon, Miwu will be back." He promised. With that thought, he no longer cared much and climbed up to wash his face and brush his teeth. Breakfast consisted of pork buns and soy milk. The pork buns were delicious, one bite released fresh and fragrant juice. Ollie ate 4 buns in quick succession and drank a large glass of sweet soy milk until he was finally full. Just as Ollie was hesitating whether to take another nap or have something else to eat, a message from Xin Chin arrived. Perhaps to make it easier for Ollie to read, Xin Chin didn't send text but rather a voice message. The background noise on the other end was very chaotic, yet Miwu's voice was clear, asking whether he had gotten up and eaten. Ollie fumbled around, took a picture of the remains of his breakfast, and sent it to Xin Chin, receiving a thumbs up emoji in return. Ollie knew that a thumbs up signified agreement and praise, and he happily bobbed his head. After this little interruption, Ollie suddenly didn't feel sleepy anymore. He returned to the sofa, skillfully turning on the TV, then lying down with a soft cushion, lazily watching TV. Miwu had upgraded to a larger and clearer TV, making the pictures vivid and colorful. Ollie watched with great interest, not even skipping the ads. After the commercials, the station replayed the morning news, reporting the grand traffic jam during the rush hour. The screen showed countless cars parked motionless on the roadways. While watching, Ollie let out a yawn. It was such hard work for humans to go to their jobs. Fortunately, I'm just a cat. As the later news reports lacked interest and weren't something Ollie could understand about human political activities, his attention started wandering. He began playing with his phone.
At that moment, Ling Ting sent him a new message, which made Ollie excited enough to open it right away. The content of the message thrilled Ollie further. Ling Ting sent a photo of Miwu at work. Ollie carefully clicked save, then returned to the album to confirm multiple times that it was indeed saved. I think today our boss is glowing. I don't know why, grinning. What does glowing mean? Glowing means this person looks exceptionally good looking. Ollie sent 2 thumbs up signs over. Ah, your expressions are so outdated. Ling Ting replied with an amusing picture of a cat giving a thumb up. Ollie laughed loudly and saved it. Because Xin Chin's mood is good. I can't figure out why the boss's mood is so good early in the morning. Ollie snickered quietly to himself. I know. Do you know squat? You didn't see him today anyway. Of course, I saw him today. And I'll see him again at noon. On the other end, Ling Ting's eyes widened in shock. She had just tried to bluff and didn't expect to seemingly uncover some explosive gossip. She muttered an expletive and quickly began typing a long message on her phone before sending it. How did you see him? What do you mean by seeing him again at noon? Did you two spend last night together? Are you living together? A wedding in autumn sounds pretty nice, doesn't it? What flavor of wedding cake do you want? Can we skip the gift money if I just show up? If you adopt a child, do you want a boy or girl? Wait. Isn't it too soon? Weren't you just starting to date? First confession, then date, now cohabitation within 3 days. What's your operation manual, my goodness? Ollie took a while to digest her lengthy barrage of messages before replying. We are never going to have kittens. Correction, kids. Ling Ting had been hoping to dig out some juicier details but didn't expect Ollie to be so fixated on these minor things, which left her feeling a bit frustrated. Why can't you have kids? She asked patiently. Because we are both male. Ling Ting couldn't help but laugh through her teeth. Of course, I know you're both males. But having kids doesn't necessarily mean giving birth yourselves. You guys already gender differences, what else could possibly hold you back? Ollie held his phone tightly and tried to imagine a picture of himself and Miwu raising a kid. Miwu was so gentle, he would surely take great care of a baby, right? That way, wouldn't he be overshadowed? No, absolutely not. Ollie shook his head fiercely and added another note to his mental list of things Miwu isn't allowed to do. Fortunately, Ling Ting didn't linger too long on the topic of children. In fact, she was more interested in other aspects. Tell me, how did you guys decide so quickly to jump into this big life harmony? Although Singles Day is coming up, you don't need to consider my feelings, I'm very broad-minded. I enjoy dog food in any flavor, very easygoing. Ollie didn't fully understand what Ling Ting was talking about, but he roughly figured that she wanted to know about his relationship with Miwu. He answered frankly. We simply liked each other. Ollie felt a tinge of pride. His Miwu was truly the best person in the world. The reference answer said they should go on many dates, and he was already worried about their second one when Miwu unexpectedly accepted his confession. Ling Ting sent 2 expression icons, cold shoulder, and angrily kicked the dog food. So the boss has deep feelings but hides them well unless forced to act first by you. Who knew the boss was this type of character? Yes, I took the initiative. Ollie eagerly claimed credit for himself. Ling Ting smirked and sneaked a glance, finding the boss feeding cats in the backyard and hadn't paid attention to her side yet. Then she decided to lead the conversation towards another depth. Hey, we've known each other for a while now, always chatting happily. There's something I've wondered if I should bring up. Go ahead. Wow, your unexpected response caught me off guard. I'm just curious. When you and the boss reach big life harmony, who's on top and who's underneath? This was Ali's second time encountering the phrase, big life harmony, and he didn't understand it, so he asked the system to help search for its meaning. The system connected online and found the accurate explanation. Big life harmony referred to the act of mating between humans. Though Ollie was puzzled as to why humans preferred using odd expressions rather than straightforward terms, he sincerely answered Ling Ting's question nonetheless. We haven't reached big life harmony yet. What? So when you two live together, you only cover yourselves with blankets and chat purely? It's really hard to comprehend your world, boys. Don't people say men are ruled by animal instincts? Haven't you ever felt a primordial urge driving you when you see someone you like? Wouldn't you want to press them beneath you? Ling Ting's rapid-fire questions also left Ollie stunned. He'd never thought about such issues, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a moment, Ling Ting seemed to realize she'd gotten carried away and quickly apologized, telling Ollie not to mind. She was used to engaging in light-hearted banter in group chats and had suddenly driven onto the fast lane, making her feel somewhat embarrassed facing Ollie who was still in his pure phase. Ollie readily forgave Ling Ting. After all, as a cat, he didn't feel ashamed about mating, so he wasn't offended by the questions. Humans really have a lot of rules, curious yet full of restrictions on what can and cannot be asked. It's tiring. Still, Ling Ting's words did provoke some thought. These were areas Ollie had never explored before. Unconsciously, Ollie grew serious. When he was still a fluffy kitten, he faintly remembered when he was around 1 year old, experiencing the impulse of being in heat. However, at the time, fear outweighed excitement. He was weak, barely managing his own survival, let alone having any other needs. Throughout that period, Ollie was suppressed by stronger male cats and never had a chance to approach any female kittens. And once male cats matured, some chose to mate with other males. But Ollie never liked those males and had no desire to get close to another cat. Then later, those troubles disappeared. He lived many carefree years. Come to think of it, how exactly does the human heat cycle work? When Miwu comes back, should he ask him? Chapter 94 Honey's Life, Middle, add one sentence. The estrus cycle of humans and the rules of courtship are very worthy of in-depth discussion. After all, courtship is an important characteristic of a species, and to fully integrate into this species, one needs to learn its rules. Ali couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He daydreamed for a while, seriously pondered over the issue, then continued to drift in thought, and Ali's morning soon passed. Xin Chin came home as agreed upon, carrying lunch. It was strange to see Ali sitting upright on the sofa, looking quite troubled. What's wrong? Xin Chin entered the living room and asked. He came up to Ali and touched his nape gently with his hand. Ali moved his nose slightly, took a deep breath, and smelled the aroma of chestnut chicken. He swallowed the saliva and forgot about the questions in his mind. I'm hungry, he said instantly. The lunch tasted great. The chestnuts were soft, sweet, and carried the savory flavor of meat, irresistible. Ali mixed the gravy with the white rice and ate half another bowl. After finishing lunch, Xin Chin went to clean up the kitchen, and Ali lay back lazily on the couch, becoming even less willing to move. Autumn, especially such a beautiful autumn day, is perfect for staying at home and not going anywhere. Xin Chin had some errands in the afternoon and would be leaving soon. He asked Ali, will you stay at home this afternoon, or come along with me? Ali thought about it for a moment but couldn't decide. He hesitated and asked, can I not go to work or find a job? It seemed that humans all needed to work, but work was so hard. As a cat working, they had much flexibility and could adjust their schedules based on seasonal changes and their mood. However, as a human, things seemed not to be as free-spirited. Xin Chin raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled, saying, of course you can. You can do whatever you want. Ali chuckled foolishly twice, then felt embarrassed. I'm not deliberately being lazy, he stammered to explain. But today really isn't a good day to leave the house for work. Xin Chin glanced out of the window at the bright autumn sunshine and smiled without saying a word. Ali was silent for a moment and furrowed his brow. He suddenly remembered something. He had scheduled an in-home consultation appointment this afternoon. He informed Xin Chin about it, looking at him hopefully, wishing for a solution that satisfied both sides. Xin Chin also sat down, thought for a bit, and tried to say it as gently as possible, though I feel like whatever you choose to do is fine, there's still the premise that we shouldn't cause inconvenience to others. For instance, you have an appointment with someone who may have cancelled all their plans for the entire afternoon just to wait for you, and you end up backing out. Wouldn't they feel sad? If you try to reschedule later, they'll likely need to spare another whole afternoon again. Ali hung his head low, fidgeting with the drawstring on his sleep pants. Xin Chin felt a little sorry but had to tell him, living in this world does indeed involve many unpleasant things, and people cannot always do what they wish, at least not most of the time. There are numerous rules that you must follow, some of which might not seem to align with your interests from the surface. But taking the long-term view, if you abide by the rules everyone should, your potential benefits will not be jeopardized. For example, if you honor agreements like everyone else, then you wouldn't encounter situations where someone ditches you. Even though you might not fully understand this now, I hope you will gradually realize this. Living as a human is tough. Eventually, Ali would understand this point. Xin Chin only hoped that Ali wouldn't lose that light-hearted and pure joy and motivation to uncover beauty due to these matters. Hearing this, Ali lifted his head, gazing steadily at Xin Chin. But, he said, you'll always be by my side, right? Right. Xin Chin answered without hesitation. Ali smiled. Then it doesn't matter. After all, being a cat is no different either. Sometimes there are things to make one sad, sometimes there are frustrations. With me everything would be alright. Xin Chin couldn't help but chuckle and gently pinched Ali's neck. Silly, he remarked. Ali shook his head in disagreement and gave him a sideways glance. Xin Chin said, alright, then let's go out together later. I'll take you first, and then I'll go back to the store. When you're done, you can call me and I'll come pick you up, or you can come back on your own, it's not far. Before leaving, Xin Chin handed over the spare key to Ali and taught him how to enter and exit. This key was specially made by Xin Chin, as there had never been a need for a spare key before. Ali held the key and sneakily glanced at the cat flap beneath the door. It used to be his exclusive passage, after all these years, it had never been replaced. The sensor device on the cat flap had long run out of batteries, leaving the opening permanently shut. Xin Chin placed a hand on Ali's forehead, gently nudging his head, and said, don't look anymore, you can't fit into that hole anymore. Ali let out a sigh with some regret. The consultation in the afternoon went smoothly, and the only issue with the other party's British Shorthair was just a minor problem. Ali, imitating Xian Qin, chatted idly with the cat owner for quite a while before finally giving advice. The work was done in less than an hour. As Ali stepped out of the unfamiliar neighborhood and stood under the sun, he deeply inhaled the fresh air. Although he felt drowsy and lazy at home earlier, once he got ready to go out, he suddenly felt the infinite beauty of autumn and wanted to take a walk. Thus, Ali neither sought Xian Qin nor went home directly. Instead, he sent a voice message to Xian Qin and quickly walked toward Wutai Mountain. Halfway through, Ali grew tired, so he found an unoccupied patch of grass and lay down straightaway. Resting face up, he warmed his belly thoroughly. He turned over, filling his nose with the scent of fresh grass. The slightly cool wind brushed across his back, and Ali stretched his feet contentedly. As he lay there, sleepiness started to creep up again. Ali rolled onto his side, half-closed his eyes, and soon drifted off to sleep. Just then, Master Wang, who had just finished catching rats and was heading home, spotted him and took Ali home along the way. In the mountains, the maple leaves were all red, the pine cones had been kicked down by squirrels, and the prickly chestnuts scattered everywhere. Ali huddled in a tiny tricycle and swallowed, reminiscing about the chestnut chicken he had eaten at noon. Turning around, he asked Master Wang, "Will we have chestnuts for dinner tonight?" Master Wang didn't say anything but simply nodded. Huang Do accompanied Master Wang on his rat deterrence trip today. He likely also heard their discussion about dinner, happily strutting between Ali's legs like a fashion model. Ali reached out and gently pushed Huang Do. Huang Do's plump body swayed, revealing a fluffy belly. Ali slipped his cool fingertips into Huang Do's fur coat and let out a satisfied breath. Back at the institute, Teacher Wang was lecturing the preschool class when he noticed Ali peeking shyly and instantly stood up, passing the teaching duties to Ali while going inside to drink coffee. Ali casually finished teaching the little classmates and answered questions for the junior high school cats. Finally, when dinner time arrived, Master Wang prepared chestnut stewed lamb, with not much meat, mostly chestnuts and carrots. But since Ali was hungry, he ate a large bowl with rice without being picky. At the institute, they ate early, so the sky wasn't completely dark after dinner. Ali lay in the bamboo chair in the courtyard to digest. Cat paws continuously stomped on his belly, making Ali uncomfortable, so he returned to the lab to help the teacher organize data. After finishing his tasks, Ali received a message from Xian Qin saying he would come to pick him up in an hour. Looking at the clock, Ali decided to use the internet for personal matters. The computers at the institute were much better than elsewhere, at least for cats. Ali could perform more convenient voice searches to find the materials he needed. Search, human estrus cycle. The search results showed that humans do not have a fixed estrus cycle. This evolutionary outcome might stem from mating pairs choosing to build closer relationships rather than merely reproducing. When primitive needs became gradually hidden, humans learned to benefit from this unfixed estrus pattern, such as gaining pleasurable experiences. Ali found this intriguing. Like the feline society, there were instances of choosing same-sex partners among humans, and there were no shortage of them. With sincere curiosity, Ali searched for different human homosexual dating websites. Some of these sites provided very detailed textbooks, including both pictures and videos. However, these sites often popped up strange ad windows, and some even required Ali to pay. The financially impoverished Ali had no money, so he had to give up. After relentless effort, he eventually found an anonymous forum where kind-hearted people shared seeds. New terms such as sharing, seeds, downloading, private messages, members, and blessings for good people left Ali puzzled. He tried hard to understand the rules of the human world by translating them through feline language, with limited success. Eventually, he managed to get a small preview video, allowing him to finally comprehend the courting rules of humans. It seems there's no difference between humans and cats. It's always one side taking the initiative, and the other accepting it, going through the process of invitation, rubbing scents, petting, then raising their hips to make it convenient for the other to climb on from behind. The only slight difference might be that humans don't bite the back of each other's necks. That could probably be because their teeth aren't sharp enough. After finishing his preparatory work, Ali felt much more confident. This wasn't so difficult, human society wasn't as hard to adapt to as he had imagined. Xian Qin came to pick Ali up on time. He brought a large portion of 5-spice marinated beef for Teacher Wang. Compared with fruits and other regular gifts, marinated beef was definitely more popular at the institute. Ali was also hungry, staring at the beef, reluctant to move until he could take a few bites first. Xian Qin reassured him, "There's even more delicious food waiting for you at home." Only then did Ali unwillingly follow Xian Qin out of the institute. Once in the car, Ali fastened his seatbelt by himself and said, "I've already done my homework. So, when are we going to mate?" He looked at Xian Qin, speaking in a tone calm as if asking what was for dinner tonight. Xian Qin almost slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. He stared at Ali as though seeing him for the very first day they met. Xian Qin took a deep breath, trying to steady his own emotions, then calmly asked, "Are you serious?" "Oh." Ali nodded, appearing completely matter-of-fact. Chapter 95, Honey's Life, Part 2. The sound of the car engine broke the tranquility on Wutai Mountain. However, the car owner made no move to start the vehicle. Qin held the steering wheel, staring ahead without a word. Ali, on the other hand, seemed relaxed.
Seeing that Shinchin wasn't leaving, he didn't hurry her either. Instead, he started playing with the radio buttons, flipping through channels after channels until he stopped at a crosstalk comedy program. Ollie chuckled, not quite understanding the human jokes but finding them amusing anyway. Finally, Shinchin turned off the engine. She decided it was time for a serious conversation with Ollie. "Ollie," she said, "let's turn off the radio. I need to talk to you." Ollie looked at her curiously but complied and turned off the radio. The cheerful clapping was gone, leaving an even deeper silence around them. Occasionally, a few stray cats darted out from unknown dark corners and quickly vanished into the night. Ollie had been looking at Shinchin, but his attention soon shifted outside. He stretched his neck, following the movements of the cats with quick turns of his head. His eyes sparkled brightly. Shinchin found this amusing and gently guided Ollie's head back towards her with a soft touch. "Look at me," she instructed. "Let's have a chat. Whether you understand or not is secondary, but your attitude should be sincere and respectful." With Miwu holding his head steady, Ollie couldn't turn, so he widened his eyes to look directly at her. "Sure, let's chat. I understand everything," he said confidently. As soon as Shinchin released her hand, Ollie grabbed it again, holding it in his own and carefully fiddling with her fingers one by one. Shinchin didn't pull away but instead used her free hand to affectionately rub Ollie's nape. After thinking for a moment, she chose a gentle opening question. "Ollie," Shinchin asked softly, "have you ever thought about our future relationship?" Ollie tilted his head, seemingly unsure what she meant. Rephrasing her question, Shinchin tried again. "In your heart, what kind of relationship do you think we should have?" As soon as she finished speaking, a rare sense of nervousness crept over her as she worried Ollie might blurt out something about master-pet relations. But Ollie's answer surprised her. "It's the kind of relationship where we're always together," he replied lightly. Shinchin laughed and let out a relieved sigh, resisting the urge to pet his head once more. "But, there isn't such a relationship called always together, in this world." Before Shinchin could finish, Ollie hastily interjected, "Then we'll create one and name it Always Together." Perhaps there really was nothing stopping them from doing that. After pondering for a bit, Shinchin continued, "Still, that's too subjective. Most relationships that already exist among humans can be categorized, family, lovers, friends, definitions are clear." Ollie frowned, recalling his language exams. He scratched his neck hesitantly and asked, "So, is it the lover type then?" Deep down, he wondered if there was a correct answer to this test. It had been years since he'd taken an exam without studying. Still, he believed Miwu wouldn't be a strict teacher. Shinchin paused thoughtfully before asking again, "Do you know what your response would imply?" Ollie thought for a moment and cautiously replied, "Does it mean I get full marks?" Shinchin just smiled without confirming. Instead, she countered, "What do you think?" Ollie felt conflicted. He glanced at his hands, 5 fingers forward, 5 fingers backward, completely clean and devoid of any hints or answers. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Fuji's wit kicked in, and Ollie straightened up. Leaning closer to Shinchin, he tilted his head, quickly kissed her cheek, and even licked it with his tongue. Shinchin didn't avoid the kiss but slightly turned her face to evade his wet tongue. "Who taught you to stick out your tongue?" Shinchin asked between laughter and tears, leaning forward to grab a tissue to wipe both Ollie's mouth and her own cheek clean. "I learned it on my own," Ollie declared proudly, casually wiping his lips with his sleeve without hesitation. "Wasn't it Ling or someone else who taught you?" Shinchin questioned with some suspicion. Ollie shook his head forcefully. How could he need anyone to teach him? He figured things out easily all by himself. Satisfied, Shinchin nodded and said, "That's good. Before I tell you what I want to say next, promise me that you'll seriously think about it yourself. Don't blindly follow others' opinions, nor share overly private matters carelessly." Ollie agreed first but then looked puzzled and asked, "Why shouldn't we share?" "Because humans are very strange. Their emotions and feelings are filled with uncertainties. Maybe you share with someone at one moment, and their consideration and empathy for you is genuine, but the next moment, they may change their mind, and so might you. The secrets that once witnessed a friendship will then become awkward scars. Therefore, in order not to bring too much trouble to others and yourself, some things can only be kept in your heart. If you want to talk to someone, you need to do it in a way that's less straightforward, under the condition that the other person is willing. This is the politeness and respect between people. It's also a kind of protection for yourself." Ollie nodded half understandingly. Indeed, the teacher was right, learning human language as a foreign language might be something achievable. However, if wanting to use it thoroughly and even delve deeper into human society through language requires an immense amount of effort, even a lifetime. The next thing I'm going to say, you may not understand fully now, but I hope you seriously think about it. I don't need you to immediately understand. I have enough time to wait for you to learn slowly. A human life is very long, and you have plenty of time. You said you want to be lovers with me, and I also have the same intention. Unfortunately, in this field of love, I am a novice, and so are you. Therefore, we both need to learn. It's just like you wanting to change your lifestyle, making changes is quite difficult. You're braver than me, because of this, I'm proud of you. However, I also hope that your brave decision comes from mature thought and rational judgment.
I hope you want to be with me not out of habit or obligation, but because you feel happy and always hopeful when you're with me. In return, I promise I feel the same way about you. After deep consideration, the decision you make, I believe, will be a good one. I don't demand any specific outcome of your decision, nor do I require that you never regret after making it. I'll be as strict on myself as possible, but regarding you, I have no expectations, because I trust you. Ollie looked at him and nodded solemnly. Therefore, I want you, in the coming year, to live without any purpose, living every day and night in the cycle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, like all ordinary people. Of course, I hope you're happier than most ordinary people, and this will be what I strive to achieve. You will meet many people, the majority of whom will only pass by you briefly and you won't see them again. Only a small part will you have the opportunity to know, and an even smaller part you will befriend. You can continue to do what you want, reflect on your ideas, and make some small achievements. Then, you may discover unpleasant or even ugly aspects of this world. You'll see how most ordinary people deal with these unfavorable sides. Perhaps you'll learn to cope with life like them, or maybe you won't feel sad because of this and instead become stronger and more optimistic. And then, you'll learn how to truly love someone. Of course, so will I. Love is a magical energy, perhaps unique to humans, but not everyone possesses it. I hope you can have it, because it will make you happier. I also hope I can have it, which will make you even happier. During this process, I will always be by your side. Afterward, as long as you wish and need, I will always be with you. This is my commitment. Ollie lowered his head, sniffed, and quietly asked, "Can I hug you now?" Shinchin laughed, adjusted the seat, and then pulled Ollie into his arms. The space in the car was somewhat cramped, and their embrace wasn't comfortable, but neither let go. After a while, Ollie whispered again, "Can I kiss you later?" Shinchin leaned down and kissed Ollie's forehead. Ollie smiled mischievously. Miwoo doesn't know how smart I am. In just 1 year, I can graduate from university with honors. I'm so intelligent, he'll surely be shocked after a year. Of course, this deadline isn't fixed. When you feel ready, you can request to change or extend the limit anytime. Everything stays the same as before, don't be afraid. Shinchin patted Ollie's back, comforting him. Ollie gently rubbed his cheek against the human's chest, pondered for a moment, and couldn't help but ask again, "Can you tell me about the human mating season now?" Miwoo's embrace was warm, making him feel safe. Ollie had been holding this question in for a long time and finally couldn't resist asking. Shinchin was torn between laughing and crying, pulling Ollie away from his embrace and looked at him seriously. Ollie didn't care, looking back at Shinchin openly. Defeated, Shinchin sighed and answered seriously, "Humans don't have a specific mating season, and you shouldn't use that term casually in front of others, it's not polite." Shinchin cut off Ollie who tried to interject, continuing, "Courtship, mating, it's the same." At this point, Ollie realized he had inadvertently said something strange from a human perspective. He quickly spun his eyes around and pretended to be unfazed as he turned his head. "Science demands rigor, the terminology must be precise," he stammered, trying to explain. Shinchin absent-mindedly hummed once, accepting his excuse. Ollie turned back, hesitated for a while, then asked carefully, "Then, when can we, He was deeply thinking about how to replace those rigorous scientific terms with proper language but found nothing in his mind. After all, these rigorous scientific terms weren't part of daily feline-human communication and also didn't fall within the university curriculum range. In short, it was beyond the syllabus. Ollie frowned with frustration. Shinchin, seeing his predicament, helped translate those rigorous scientific terms into everyday vocabulary though rarely spoken aloud. "This doesn't conflict with our agreement," Shinchin explained. "As long as you feel ready." Ollie suddenly looked up, his face filled with pride, just about to speak, when Shinchin leaned in and silenced him with a kiss. For a while, the car fell silent again, except for increasingly heavy breathing sounds. After an unknown amount of time, Shinchin finally pulled back and smiled at him. Ollie immediately covered both cheeks with his hands, lowering his head. "This is what they call a pre-something kiss," Shinchin said with a smile. "Do you understand now? Do you still feel ready?" Ollie felt unbearably hot all over, still unable to say a word. "You're so silly," Shinchin teased, messing up Ollie's hair. Still speechless, Ollie's thoughts bubbled like a pot of boiling water. Is spring approaching? Shinchin adjusted the seat and fastened Ollie's seatbelt. Ollie remained quiet throughout, allowing him to do as he pleased. On their way back, the night was deep and thick, clouds pressing low like a solid blanket, offering a sense of security. They traveled in silence. Shinchin let Ollie wait at the building entrance while he parked the car in the underground garage. Ollie was dazed, unable to tell directions. It was an unfamiliar feeling he'd never experienced before. He thought about random things in his mind, imagining he had inhaled catnip. Mao Shu had once told him the sensation of inhaling catnip would feel exactly like this. But even back when he had fur, he wasn't fond of catnip at all. What's going on? Unnoticed by him, Shinchin had already parked and walked over to Ollie's side. Ollie tilted his head to look at him. The moonlight was too bright, and Shinchin's face dazzled, blinding him momentarily until he lowered his gaze again. The sweet aroma of osmanthus flowers, the earthy smell of decaying wood, the fermenting scent of pears left unharvested in summer soil, and the refreshing fragrance of pomelo fruits all mingled together, dancing around Ollie. What made him most intoxicated was the faint yet distinct smell emanating from Shinchin, the very smell that brought him immense joy the first time he smelled it. The most precious scent in his 2 lifetimes. Ollie bowed his head, the moonlight soaking through his soft short hair. Shinchin suddenly laughed softly. Bing bing, he called out softly. Ollie lifted his head curiously to look at his human. Shinchin smiled, leaning down to give Ollie another quick peck. Nothing, I just wanted to call you, he explained. Ah, Ollie responded drowsily, blinking slowly before lowering his head again. The heat crept from his neck to his cheeks, then to the tips of his ears. Bright red, no amount of moonlight could conceal it. Hey, this is really annoying, Ollie thought silently. Without any fur to cover up, there's no hiding it. Is spring here yet? But to think, managing one human, falling in love with him, and becoming his one and only is truly such a delightful thing for a cat. Meow. The end.